001. Journey through the Marvel Universe, Central Park, New York. Roger sat on a bench by the roadside, his gaze vacant as he observed a golden retriever chasing its own tail in circles, alongside a young couple engaged in an intricate mouth-to-mouth challenge. This is illogical. I shouldn't be here. Roger pondered a grave question. Why? Despite being destined for the world of pirates, had he found himself in this tranquil city of New York? He was a traveler, to be precise, one meant to traverse to the world of pirates in search of the elusive One Piece. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had not arrived at the cherished pirate realm, but had instead landed here. Could it be that the pirate world was at full capacity with travelers? Roger couldn't help but recall one of his fellow voyagers. He had learned of another traveler, one who was supposed to venture into the world of Naruto, but had also mistakenly ended up in the serene New York City, much like himself. Initially, he believed he was as unfortunate as that fellow traveler. However, he soon discovered that this Marvel universe was somewhat different. To his left lay today's newspaper. Spider-Man thwarts lizard monster, rescues 6 innocent bystanders. High-rise fire erupts. Spider-Woman bravely charges into the flames, saving trapped citizens. Captain America encounters a bank heist during vacation, captures the robbers on the spot, receiving high praise from the mayor. If any one of these headlines had appeared in isolation, Roger would not have been especially surprised. After all, New York's reputation for tranquility was undoubtedly aided by these superheroes. Yet, the simultaneous appearance of all 3 headlines felt somewhat amiss. While Roger was not particularly well-versed in the Marvel Universe, he was certain of one thing. The figure clad in a white spider suit, Spider-Woman, was meant to exist in an alternate parallel universe. No, to be precise, this was not Spider-Woman. This was Spider-Gwen. To traverse into the Marvel Universe was one thing, but to find it altered from his memories was quite another. With a resigned sigh, Roger contemplated his predicament. Open system. Upon silently uttering the command, a holographic virtual screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. System under maintenance. Maintenance countdown, 29 minutes. After glancing at the countdown, he dismissed the system and tilted his head to gaze at the azure sky. It had now been 3 hours since he arrived in this world. 3 hours ago, he had materialized precisely at the spot where he presently sat. Realizing he had crossed into the wrong world, he promptly assessed his physical condition and belongings. His body was intact, unchanged except for having become somewhat more robust. He was confident of this because he had taken a selfie with his basic mobile phone, confirming his current appearance. He still looked dashing, perfectly aligned with the aesthetic standards of this era. He exuded an air that suggested a cinematic career would be a waste. The first rule of crossing over. One must be handsome to feel a sense of immersion. Although his appearance remained the same, his physique had significantly improved. He distinctly remembered that before his journey, he had only 4 abdominal muscles. Now he boasted a sculpted set of 8, with his pectorals, back muscles, and biceps also considerably stronger than before. Having confirmed his physical condition and silently rated it favorably, he examined his belongings. A driving license featuring a suave photo of him, though he had yet to visit the address listed on it, intending to do so once the system was operational. A mobile phone with only a few million pixels, with a balance of a mere few dollars remaining. The phone contained over a dozen contacts, none of whom he recognized. The names were all pseudonyms such as Fast Food 123, Truck, Mickey Mouse, and Joe Boss. An old wallet contained 168 and several cards from hotels and bars. Apart from these, he possessed only the set of relatively clean clothes and shoes he wore. This opening was rather disappointing. The second rule of crossing over. One's identity background determines the difficulty of the journey. Every traveler knows that even a blank slate start is preferable to an identity that appears to lack any formidable background. The most ideal starting identity would be that of a fallen genius or the child of a reclusive master. Alternatively, beginning as a wealthy heir would also suffice. Time passed slowly. The dog continued its circular chase, and the couple remained oblivious to their surroundings as they engaged in their playful antics. Maintenance complete. World rules have been rebound. System officially activated. Just as Roger was about to doze off, the system's prompt resonated within his mind. Open system. He silently commanded, and the virtual screen reappeared before him. Great Pirate System, version v3.08. Host, Roger. Occupation, Pirate. Hockey none. Devil Fruit, main string fruit LV1, crossing reward. Devil Fruit, sub none. Combat skills, none. Bounty, 100 berries. Berries, 0. Bounty tasks, none. Mall, not activated. Under maintenance, activation time, unknown. Before crossing over, Roger had already known what system would be bound to him. The only uncertainty lay in the nature of the crossing reward. Typically, the system would randomly bestow one of fruits, hockey, or combat skills based on the crossing situation. What one received was purely a matter of luck. By completing the bounty tasks assigned by the system, one could earn the currency known as berries, which was one of the two means to acquire them. The other method was linked to one's bounty. Although referred to as bounty, it could also be interpreted as reputation and annual salary. Completing bounty tasks would yield not only the bounty rewards from the system, but also enhance one's own bounty. The higher the bounty, the greater the reputation in the world, thus increasing the likelihood of receiving higher bounty tasks. Additionally, as long as one survived a year, they would receive a corresponding berry reward. In simple terms, if Roger could elevate his bounty to 100 million berries by the last day of the year, he would receive a reward of 100 million berries from the system. After casting a fleeting glance at the system, which bore a striking resemblance to his recollections, Roger promptly closed the system page and began to reminisce about the details regarding the string fruit. Among all the devil fruits, it was not the string fruit that he coveted the most. While the string fruit held its own allure, it still fell slightly short of the sensations he yearned for. Fortunately, the string fruit was merely his primary fruit. He could still incorporate his preferred fruits into his secondary abilities, thereby acquiring the powers he desired. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts about the string fruit, his phone abruptly rang. The screen illuminated with a name that elicited a vague recognition, yet remained elusive in his memory. Boss Joe. 002. Boss Joe. Boss Joe. Who might this individual be? Roger furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the name displayed on his phone screen. He had already perused his contacts, which numbered only a handful, and this Boss Joe was the most frequently contacted by far. To answer or not to answer was the dilemma. This conundrum illustrated why a blank slate beginning was often more advantageous than a scenario steeped in identity, yet lacking in substance. After deliberating for several seconds, he ultimately pressed the answer button. Roger, where are you? Why haven't you returned my call? Did you drink again last night? Have you forgotten you're only 19? Before Roger could utter a word, a stern voice on the other end began to scold him relentlessly. Listening to the grievances on the line, Roger couldn't help but smile in exasperation. I merely wish to return your call, yet I must first ascertain who you are. I didn't drink. What do you need from me? When uncertain about the other person's intentions, adopting a counter-interrogative approach often proved effective. Good to hear you didn't drink. You need not inquire about that lizard monster anymore. We have already pinpointed his location. Just ensure your safety. Lizard monster? Had it not been for the mysterious newspaper he had just glanced at, Roger might have struggled to connect the dots. The lizard monster Boss Joe spoke of was likely none other than Dr. Lizard. As for why Dr. Lizard would coexist with Captain America, the sole explanation was that this realm was not the familiar cinematic universe he recognized. While significant events from the cinematic universe might transpire, they might just as easily not occur. This implied that he might not be able to navigate this world with the prophetic advantage that others possessed. All right, I understand. Just as Roger intended to terminate the call, the stern voice on the other end interrupted once more. Are you currently at Central Park in New York? Upon hearing this, Roger hung up without a moment's hesitation and switched off his phone. I care not whether you are a boss. Barring unforeseen circumstances, we are unlikely to meet again. Until he discerned the identity the system had assigned to him, minimizing contact with individuals associated with that identity was the most prudent strategy to avert unnecessary complications. As Roger stood to stretch his limbs, contemplating how to resolve the age-old dilemma of what's for lunch. With his dwindling resources, he was unexpectedly tapped on the head. Roger, you hung up on me again? Following the voice, he beheld a quintessential American visage. With neatly combed brown hair, clad in a sharply tailored black suit paired with a deep blue striped tie. Is this Boss Joe? In that moment, Roger found it difficult to reconcile the image of this seemingly elite middle-aged man with the moniker Boss Joe, which reeked of street vernacular. While appraising the man, Roger noticed two items on his black belt that were decidedly atypical for an ordinary individual. A holster containing a firearm and a police badge. He was a New York cop. Realizing this, Roger abandoned any notion of turning to leave. New York police, or rather, American police, possessed a notorious characteristic. They were prone to drawing their weapons at the slightest provocation. "What are you doing here?" Joe inquired, fixing Roger with a piercing gaze for several seconds. "I was watching that dog." He pointed towards a golden retriever tirelessly chasing its tail in a circle. Watching a dog? Clearly, Joe was not convinced by this explanation, even though the dog was merely a short distance away on the grass. "Don't lie to me. You should know I can discern whether someone is being truthful." "What do I know? I presently have no inkling of the identity the system has assigned me." Typically, for individuals who have assumed another's identity, the system would provide memories of the original owner, allowing these transgressors to better assimilate into their new personas. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an erroneous transition into a different world, the system had furnished no information whatsoever. Even the name of his current identity was gleaned solely from the driver's license he had glimpsed. Roger D. Wayne. Such was his name now. Apologies, I might perhaps be suffering from amnesia. This was a universally applicable excuse, albeit one Roger himself found hard to believe. However, based on their previous interactions, it seemed Joe harbored no ill intentions toward him. This likely stemmed from Joe's upright demeanor. Police officers, after all, are expected to embody righteousness. "All right, I won't press further. I know you've been seeking the perpetrator who killed your family, but such matters are truly beyond your years. What you should be doing now is returning to school, not mingling with gangs." At this juncture, Joe adopted an unexpectedly benevolent expression, reminiscent of a caring elder, as he patted Roger's shoulder. "Let's cancel our arrangement. Regardless of whether you wish to return to school, you should cease your activities as an informant. I'll bring you the files on your father's case tomorrow. Let's meet here at noon." With that, Joe displayed an expression of disappointment, turning to exit the park. Informant? Family murdered? Wayne? Were it not for the fact that this was the Marvel Universe, Roger might have questioned whether he had inadvertently crossed into the neighboring DC universe. Never mind. First, I must address the issue of lunch. Resolute in his decision, Roger proceeded toward another exit of the park. However, just as he had taken a few steps, the system forcefully inundated his mind with a deluge of information. Character fate has been bound. Relevant information is being transmitted. Upon returning, he would certainly file a complaint against this developer. Couldn't the information transfer function be optimized further? No wonder programmers often face dire consequences. As the information completed its transmission, the excruciating sensation akin to being struck on the head with a hammer gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, a substantial segment of memories pertinent to his current identity emerged in his mind. After perusing the memories that belonged to this identity, yet did not belong to him, Roger couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This identity possesses considerable significance. Contrary to his initial assumptions, this persona is not devoid of any background. The figure he had just departed from, known as Big Joe, whose true name is George Stacy, serves as the chief of one of New York's police precincts and was a dear colleague and friend of his late father, the original holder of this identity. While Big Joe's status may not be particularly noteworthy, what truly matters is that he has a daughter who is a superhero. Spider-Gwen is none other than Big Joe's daughter. Even more astonishing is the fact that Spider-Gwen happens to be his girlfriend. To be precise, she is his ex-girlfriend. In a Chinese restaurant named Lucky Panda, located near Central Park in New York, Roger sat consuming a rather inauthentic meal while reflecting on the fragments of his identity. Over a decade ago, when he was still in elementary school, he tragically lost his parents to a violent act one fateful night. At that time, Chief Joe was not yet the head of the police department, but was rather his father's partner. Following this tragedy, Joe took Roger under his wing, becoming his guardian until he completed high school. A year prior, during a tumultuous birthday celebration marked by youthful rebellion, Roger had a fierce argument with Joe and subsequently departed from his home, embracing the life of a street hustler. Although labeled a hustler, he essentially took on odd jobs to sustain himself while seeking the elusive murderer of his parents. If even the police could not locate the perpetrator, it was highly improbable that he could. After nearly half a year of solitary existence, Joe sought him out once more, offering him a semblance of formal employment, that of an informant. From Roger's perspective, this arrangement felt more like a means for Joe to ensure he did not perish on the streets rather than a genuine job. Nonetheless, given Joe's astute nature, he understood that Roger would not accept assistance without reason. Thus, the tasks he assigned were rooted in reality. Even if the information Roger provided was fabricated, Joe compensated him handsomely. 3 months prior, the original holder of this identity brokered a deal with Joe, exchanging information for access to the case files of Roger's father. Initially reluctant, Joe ultimately acquiesced, leading to the earlier events. In essence, this narrative encapsulates the dynamic between a rebellious youth, brimming with pride, and a serious, yet caring guardian. Of course, this guardianship concluded once Roger turned 18. Having deciphered the relationship between the original identity holder and Joe, Roger began to reminisce about his former girlfriend, Gwen. He had lived in her home and, regrettably, had taken advantage of the nurturing environment she provided. Though this little pig was quite charming, the actions he took were undeniably questionable. After thoroughly sifting through his memories, Roger found no inappropriate images or thoughts. Instead, he reconsidered his earlier assessment, realizing that this was indeed a pig of good morals. Having organized his identity information, he redirected his focus to his sole current asset, the string fruit. Matters of past morality were now irrelevant. The string fruit represented his future sustenance. The line fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, is consumed by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Its power allows for the manipulation of strings, enabling the user to generate threads from their body and utilize them as weapons or tools for both offense and defense, or to control others. Upon awakening, the fruit can influence the external environment, functioning similarly to a Logia-type fruit. According to the system's explanation, awakening is a realm that transcends level 5, a stage that remains distant for him at present. To facilitate the Traverser's utilization of the fruit's abilities, all fruits are initially set to have passed through the primary phase of adaptation and development, reaching a preliminary usable level of 1. However, the system's assistance ceases at this point. Further development and combat proficiency depends solely on the user's own skill. After taking a moment to survey his surroundings and ensuring that no one was paying attention to him in the corner, Roger raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the glass before him. "Come forth, let me witness your true form." Under his control, a thread so fine it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye sprang from his fingertip, darting toward the transparent glass just a mere 10 centimeters away. Once this almost invisible thread ensnared the glass, he flicked his finger, attempting to draw the glass toward him. However, he overestimated his fine motor skills. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into shards of varying sizes, scattering in all directions just as he flicked his finger. Startled by the commotion, before the other patrons in the restaurant could turn to look at him, he swiftly retracted the delicate thread, settled his bill, and exited the establishment. Clearly, he needed to find a more secluded area to practice. After a brief moment of reflection, he headed toward the 5th Avenue subway station. Manhattan is the wealthiest and most densely populated borough of New York. Finding a suitable practice location here is no simple task. Thus, Roger planned to venture to the Bronx, which borders Manhattan to the north and boasts the most parkland in New York City. However, this was not the primary reason for his choice. What truly captivated him about the Bronx was its reputation as one of the areas with the highest crime rates in the nation, known as a prominent, impoverished neighborhood. The residents of the Bronx predominantly consist of individuals of African and Latin American descent, and in that environment, even the most bizarre incidents tend to attract little attention. As a traverser who has undergone comprehensive training, Roger is acutely aware of the locales best suited to his current circumstances. Upon navigating through New York's extensive yet less than ideal subway system to reach the Bronx, he casually sought out a park with few visitors, retreating to a secluded corner within it. With 5 or 6 hours remaining until dusk, Roger hoped to complete his preliminary adaptation before nightfall, enabling his string fruit to possess the most fundamental combat capabilities. After confirming the absence of any tourists in the vicinity, he commenced his inaugural practice of the fruit's abilities post-transformation. With the esteemed Doflamingo as his predecessor, he lacked not in innovative ideas but in adept execution. Recalling Doflamingo's techniques, he selected 3 moves as his initial training objectives: string shot, colorful threads, and parasitic threads. The training difficulty for both string shot and colorful threads was relatively manageable. Once he could proficiently control the threads emanating from his body, he would have taken the first step towards mastery. As for attaining the formidable prowess exhibited by Doflamingo, It would depend on how well he could harness the string fruit's capabilities. Even with identical techniques, the effectiveness varies greatly among different practitioners. The degree of fruit development, personal strength, combat experience, and skill all contribute to the final potency of a move. Without further ado, Roger calmed his mind and began to recollect the details of string shot. This technique allows fine threads, conjured from the fingertips, to be launched at high speed like bullets as a ranged attack. To execute it, one could raise the index finger while retracting the other fingers. If the index is not preferred, the middle finger suffices. When performed by Doflamingo, string shot could pierce through an adversary's bones with a single strike, generating a terrifying force capable of causing buildings to explode. Endowed with an initial proficiency granted by the system, Roger found the development of the string fruit to be remarkably smooth. In just over half an hour, he had grasped the preliminary usage of string shot and colorful threads. However, this was merely the beginning. He still had a considerable journey ahead to achieve true mastery. Controlling the threads, which were fine to the point of being nearly invisible, posed no great challenge. However, adjusting their sharpness that will prove to be a more intricate task. It was only after severing several trees, akin to a skilled cutter, that he began to uncover the secrets of manipulating the sharpness of these delicate threads. Fortunately, this secluded park, devoid of many visitors, meant that his unconventional tree-cutting activity went unnoticed, particularly by park management. As he trained with caution, the sky gradually darkened. Nevertheless, Roger remained resolute in his decision to stay within the park. Although park officials would patrol after nightfall to disperse any vagrants attempting to sleep there, it was still only a little past 8 o'clock, far from the time when they would drive away those seeking shelter. His certainty stemmed from the fact that the original owner of his current identity had once been a vagrant himself. At that time, the original owner of the identity, having recently fallen out with Big Joe, found himself without employment or savings, forced to sleep on the streets or in parks like a vagabond. This life of homelessness persisted until he secured a relatively formal job, marking a definitive end to his plight. Possessing a visage that could rival that of a film star, it was truly a waste of such beauty to be reduced to the status of a street dweller. Had Roger been in that situation, even if he could not indulge in lavish meals, he would certainly not have descended to such depths of destitution. Under the cover of night, Roger grew increasingly audacious in his practice of manipulating his thread-like powers, testing the limits of his current abilities. With a series of swift motions, he wreaked havoc on the surrounding trees, ultimately gathering some reliable data. With his present control, he could manipulate these fine threads at will within a distance of 50 meters. If he were to forego precision, the maximum range could extend to 100 meters. However, when it came to simultaneously controlling the sharpness of the threads while manipulating them, the effective distance shrank to approximately 20 meters. During his tests of manipulation range, Roger did not neglect to assess the sharpness of the threads. Yet, due to the scarcity of suitable targets for testing, he could only draw some rough conclusions. Under normal circumstances, without any modifications to the sharpness, these threads were already sharper than piano wire and could effortlessly sever wood as thick as an arm. He had yet to experiment on human tissue, but he presumed it would pose no challenge. Should he enhance the sharpness further, these threads could even slice through metal, with the metal bench by the roadside serving as a prime example. In addition to testing the manipulation range and sharpness, he discovered an overlooked detail. Although he could conjure these otherworldly threads at will due to his possession of the string fruit, the threads did not exist permanently. If left uncontrolled, they would gradually vanish after 10 minutes, dissolving into nothingness. While he was uncertain of the underlying principle, he did not dwell on it. Typically, a 10-minute duration was sufficient for most situations, unless he intended to execute a technique like the birdcage, which required prolonged concentration. This limitation would merely facilitate his cleanup of the battlefield, preventing his abilities from being studied by any malevolent organizations. In summary, this was a fortunate development. Concluding his initial training with the string fruit, he picked up the jacket he had casually laid on the grass and made his way towards the park's exit. The park, which was already devoid of visitors, became eerily silent as night fell, resembling a desolate wilderness. Were it not for the dim streetlights lining the road, one might easily mistake this place for a true suburban expanse. Just as Roger approached the park's exit, he was intercepted by a group of 5 or 6 stout young black men, clad in mismatched athletic wear and adorned with oversized metal chains. Their swaggering gait revealed their identity at a mere glance. They were the quintessential product of the Bronx, unsophisticated street thugs. "Hey, kid, you look unfamiliar. Which block are you from?" asked one of the thugs, who wore a red baseball cap, blocking Roger's path with a rhythmical cadence reminiscent of rap. "Dressrosa Island," Roger replied with a smile, gazing at the thug before him. "Dressrosa Island? Where on earth is that?" The thug clearly did not grasp Roger's true intent, which was not surprising. If he truly knew where Dressrosa Island was, that would have been the anomaly. "It's in a place you can never reach. Now step aside. I wish to preserve my pleasant evening before dinner." Roger's smile faded. "Step aside. Sure, hand over your belongings, and I'll let you go, allowing you to indulge in that delicacy you can only savor with 2 sticks. Upon finishing his sentence, the overweight thug turned to his companions with an air of pride, as if flaunting his unexpected wit. "Ha ha ha, a delicacy requiring sticks. Don't monkeys love sticks? Indeed, yellow-skinned monkeys relish them, huh?" The unabashed mockery from the thugs elicited laughter from Roger, who joined in their mirth. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that on my very first day in New York, I would encounter such a cliché scene that even the most pedestrian web novels would scorn? How amusing, haha." The thugs were taken aback by Roger's laughter, which resonated louder and more audaciously than their own. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" One thug, resembling a disgruntled clown, shouted at Roger, his displeasure evident. Before he could finish his sentence, Roger's fist struck his nose with a resounding crack, shattering his nasal bone. After sending the thug staggering back a few steps with that single blow, Roger ceased his laughter and spoke deliberately. "In my life, I despise 2 kinds of people, those who harbor racial prejudices, and the likes of you." 005. A chaotic world. The third rule of time travel, persuasion through reason, is the ultimate path. After delivering a powerful blow that sent the leading black thug staggering back, Roger twisted his neck and, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, "Let us not waste time. Come at me all at once." His adversaries were merely a band of lowly, inconsequential ruffians, and Roger had no intention of squandering precious moments on them. "Don't get too cocky," exclaimed the thug with a broken nose, his incredulous expression betraying his bravado, as if his loud outburst could somehow bolster their strength. Bang! Without a word, Roger advanced, lifting his right foot and delivering a crushing kick to the thug's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. "As I mentioned earlier, let us not waste time. Come at me together." Moments later, Roger surveyed the scene of those groaning and writhing on the ground, and he approached the leader, crouching before him. After wiping the blood from his hands onto the thug's white tracksuit, he addressed the now severely injured ruffian, whose right hand was completely shattered. "I shall grant you another chance. Think carefully before you answer. What are the 2 utensils used in Chinese cuisine called?" While bullying the weak is not a commendable act, dealing with these thugs, who only preyed on the timid, necessitated this brutal approach to convey the boundaries of acceptable behavior. "The chopsticks, they are called chopsticks," the black thug stammered, utterly unprepared for the ferocity displayed by Roger, who, despite his delicate appearance, fought with astonishing brutality. During the scuffle, not only had he suffered a broken hand, but his companions fared no better. "If you had adopted this attitude from the outset, we could have avoided all this hassle, and you would not have had to endure such pain." "Very well, I must now prepare for dinner," Roger remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet. Although these thugs lacked strength, their life experiences were plentiful. Upon witnessing the universally recognized gesture from Roger, they hesitated not for a moment and surrendered all their possessions. Accepting the trembling offerings of what they deemed compensation, Roger walked contentedly toward the park's exit. Only after his figure had vanished from sight did the thugs, resembling frightened souls, help one another hastily exit the park. In Queens, New York, Roger arrived before a modest apartment building and made his way to room 503, a place tied to the identity of its former occupant, with a rent that was quite affordable at merely a few $100s a month. Due to its low cost, the residents were predominantly low-income individuals and those dabbling in dubious endeavors. Extracting the room key from the crevice above the doorframe, Roger unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was a typical one-bedroom apartment, comprising a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. In the modest living room, furnished with a second-hand sofa and dining table acquired by the landlord from unknown sources, stood an antiquated refrigerator against the wall, devoid of both beer and carbonated drinks, as well as any sustenance. After surveying this small space of merely a dozen square meters, he proceeded to the bedroom. Similar to the living area, the bedroom was adorned with second-hand furniture, including a desk and wardrobe, also salvaged by the landlord. The wardrobe contained only a handful of garments, while the desk was home to an older model of a used laptop. Scattered beside the computer were several cut-out news articles and printed documents. Most notably, however, was a picture frame that caught his eye. Inside the frame was a photograph of the previous owner alongside Gwen Stacy. After taking in the room, Roger seated himself at the desk and began to retrieve his personal belongings. An antiquated button phone, a driver's license, an old wallet containing over $500, and a key to the room were all that he possessed. Along with the laptop, these comprised his entire wealth. While not particularly affluent, his situation was far from dire. In truth, his current circumstances were more fortunate than many of his fellow travelers. He had a stable residence and enough funds to sustain himself for a week. Most importantly, his greatest asset, the Grand Pirate system, had successfully activated. Provided he did not meet an untimely demise with the system's assistance, he would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of life, indulging in a life of decadence and luxury. The only uncertainty lay in when the system would issue its first bounty mission. It was only by completing such missions that he could acquire more berries, thereby accelerating his strength and propelling him closer to his aspirations. Once he had calmed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he powered on the computer and began to search for useful information. A simple Google search yielded the desired results. SHIELD. Upon reading about Captain America apprehending bank robbers, an inkling of anticipation stirred within him. As he delved deeper into the online realm for information on SHIELD, he effortlessly located the agency's official website and discovered commendations detailing Captain America's heroic deeds. After a cursory examination of the site, he began to search for information on Iron Man and Tony Stark. Iron Man yielded 0 relevant results, whereas Tony Stark returned an impressive 4.06 million results. Captain America appeared, yet Iron Man was conspicuously absent, indicating that this was not the cinematic universe he was familiar with. According to the timeline of the cinematic universe, SHIELD and Captain America only gained public recognition following the events in New York. Prior to this, Captain America was merely a legendary anti-hero, and SHIELD was an obscure intelligence agency. In addition to this information, he also sought details regarding Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Reports indicate that Spider-Man made his first appearance 3 years ago, while Spider-Woman emerged 6 months prior. This world certainly seems chaotic. After perusing significant news articles concerning Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, Roger commenced his search for information regarding the lizard creature. Although the system had yet to present any bounty missions, his intuition suggested that the inaugural bounty task would likely pertain to Dr. Lizard. Compared to the news surrounding Captain America and Spider-Man, the information regarding the lizard creature was notably sparse. Were it not for the connection between the lizard and Spider-Man, it would be questionable whether the creature would have even made headlines. 006, the first bounty mission currently. There are 3 prevalent theories circulating online regarding the origins of this lizard creature. The first theory posits that the lizard is a primordial being awakened by humanity's drastic destruction of the Earth's environment, an idea reminiscent of Godzilla. The second theory suggests that the lizard is a product of illegal human experimentation conducted by a certain biotechnology company. There are even those who believe that this lizard creature is a biological weapon developed by the military. The third theory proposes that the lizard is an extraterrestrial entity, sent from another planet to annihilate Earth. Each of these theories has garnered a considerable following. Yet the second theory, asserting that the lizard originated from a biological laboratory, enjoys the most support. While there is currently no concrete evidence to substantiate this claim, numerous news outlets have begun to adopt the term lizard man, a label with unmistakable connotations. After reviewing the reports of encounters between Spider-Man and the lizard, Roger shut down his computer. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the true nature of the lizard. In many respects, he understood the situation even better than the current Spider-Man. The lizard, also known as Professor Lizard, is actually Dr. Kurt Connors, a leading expert in the field of cross-species genetics, primarily focused on human limb regeneration technology. If memory served him correctly, Dr. Lizard was also affiliated with Oscorp. Whether the present-day Dr. Lizard aligns with the memories he held was yet to be determined, as this world diverged somewhat from the Marvel universe he was familiar with. A night devoid of incident. The following day at noon, he returned to Central Park in New York, awaiting the arrival of Big Joe. Although he held little interest in seeking the murderer of the original owner of his identity, he adhered to their agreement, primarily to blend seamlessly into his current persona and to prevent Big Joe and his associates from realizing that he was no longer the previous Roger. Nevertheless, should an opportunity arise, he would not shy away from avenging the original owner, as a small act of reparation for having usurped their identity and fate. As he waited for Big Joe, he spotted the same golden retriever from the previous day, playfully chasing its tail in circles. Beside the dog, a pair of young lovers engaged in a tender display of affection caught his eye. To his surprise, the girl was the same from yesterday, but the boy had changed. Such is the nature of youth, ever playful and unpredictable. As the clock struck noon, Roger found himself still waiting for Big Joe's arrival. In his recollection, Big Joe was a man with a profound sense of time. Tardiness was an unthinkable occurrence for him. After waiting for another half hour without a sign of Big Joe, he contemplated whether to call him. Just then, his phone rang, displaying Big Joe's name. "I've arrived. When will you be here?" he answered. However, the voice on the other end was not Big Joe's, but that of someone he once knew well, but had not heard from in a long time. "Roger, where are you?" a gentle voice inquired. It was not Big Joe, but his daughter, his former girlfriend, Spider-Woman, Gwen Stacy. "I'm at Central Park," he replied. "Father has been injured and is now at Sinai Hospital. If you have time, please come by." Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Roger, with his keen perception, detected the unnatural tremor in her voice, indicative of recent tears. "I will come right away," he responded before hanging up, exhaling deeply. Sinai Hospital was not far from Central Park, merely a distance of over 10 kilometers. After more than half an hour, Roger arrived at the reputable hospital, consistently ranked among New York's finest. Outside the ward, he spotted Gwen, her light golden curls disheveled, her makeup running from tears, alongside her mother, Helen Stacy, whose face bore a similar expression of concern. After nodding in acknowledgement to Helen, he stood by the glass window of the ward and softly asked Gwen, "When did this happen?" "Last night, my father and his companions set out to capture the lizard man. The doctor later announced that my father had passed the critical phase, though it remains uncertain when he might awaken." Gwen scrutinized Roger with a sense of bewilderment before she slowly spoke. When she had just called Roger, an unsettling feeling had begun to stir within her. Upon seeing him, that disquiet grew more pronounced. Although they hadn't seen each other in a year, their past as lovers meant that Gwen understood Roger far better than Joe, the others, could. Moreover, as Roger drew closer, her spider sense activated like an alarm, fervently issuing warnings. While Roger did not look at Gwen, he was acutely aware that she was meticulously observing him. Gwen was no ordinary college student. She was now the Spider-Woman, endowed with her remarkable spider sense. Her powers of observation and attention surpassed those of ordinary individuals like Joe. As he gazed at Joe lying on the hospital bed, reliant on a ventilator, silent system notifications materialized in Roger's mind. Bounty task: capture the lizard man. Reward: 5 million berries. Just as he had suspected, his initial bounty task indeed pertained to the lizard man. He had sensed this possibility when he saw the news of Spider-Man thwarting the lizard man's plans yesterday. All bounty tasks issued by the system default to an acceptance status, providing no option for rejection, although there are no penalties for inaction. Consistently neglecting these tasks would lead to a dwindling number of opportunities, perhaps even ceasing altogether. "I have a few matters to attend to. If anything arises, feel free to contact me," Roger said before departing the hospital, amidst Gwen and Helen's disapproving glares. Once outside, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite Gwen's lack of overt action, he recognized that she had sensed something amiss about him. Remaining any longer could have led to her uncovering more than he intended. This identity still held considerable value, and he had no intention of relinquishing it just yet. If his conjecture was correct, this identity would yield unforeseen rewards in the future. Calming his thoughts, he began to ponder how to accomplish his inaugural bounty task. The 5 million berry reward suggested that the task would not be overly challenging, at least based on the reward's magnitude. However, the true difficulty would only become apparent upon encountering Dr. Connors, the lizard man himself. For those who had traversed into this realm, the perils of novice adversaries were all too common. Among 1,800 would likely face dire fates. On the surface, crossing over might seem like an enviable fortune, the ultimate pathway to one's zenith in life. In reality, this is likely a high-speed train destined for hell rather than heaven. Following yesterday's training, Roger has largely mastered the combat techniques of the thread shot and and the five-colored thread. The system has acknowledged these two techniques and incorporated them into his repertoire. Thread fruit, thread shot. This technique enables the user to fire fine threads at high speed from the fingertip of the index finger, effective at any distance, with a power comparable to that of a large-caliber handgun. Thread fruit, five-colored thread. This technique creates a sharp thread from each fingertip, allowing the user to sever or injure targets in a claw-like manner, making it a close combat technique. The system provides only a brief explanation for these techniques. Should he continue to develop or enhance their power, the system will offer more detailed descriptions in due course. In terms of the number of techniques, he has yet to acquire sufficient skills. However, this does not imply that the combat potential of the thread fruit is limited to these. In some respects, the thread fruit resembles Spider-Man's webbing. Although both are simple abilities, when utilized effectively, they can yield impressive results in battle. With the fundamental applications of the thread fruit, along with its unique techniques and his reasonably competent hand-to-hand combat abilities, completing the task of apprehending the lizard man should pose no significant challenge. After estimating his current combat strength, Roger made his way to a small supermarket near the hospital to accomplish the task of capturing the lizard man. The first step is to ascertain his whereabouts. Although Roger does not possess the professional intelligence network of the police, he is aware of a little trick for tracking down the lizard man. In the small supermarket, he purchased the latest newspaper and a Spider-Man mask, then began to scour the paper for reports on the actions of Big Joe and his associates from the previous night. Unlike the media in other countries, American news outlets exhibit an inexplicable fascination with police operations. Whether the police successfully dismantled a criminal gang or found themselves embroiled in humorous incidents, these stories capture the media's attention. If police actions involve superheroes or supervillains, and provided there are no significant events such as alien invasions or world-ending catastrophes the following day, such operations are likely to dominate the headlines. This is indeed a unique facet of America. As expected, Roger easily found the report on Big Joe's actions from last night in the day's headlines. 5 dead, 13 injured. The capture operation for the lizard man has once again failed. After reading the detailed article that made it seem as if the reporter were present at the scene, Roger discarded the newspaper into the trash and set off for the site of Big Joe's operation. Osborne Group, Executive Office. Have they still not located Dr. Connors? Norman Osborne, the chairman and founder of the Osborne Group, sat behind his expansive desk, his gaze unwavering from the latest edition of the New York Times, which lay on his left. The headline echoed the police's apprehension efforts from the previous night, yet it bore a different title from the one Roger had seen. I regret to inform you, gentlemen, that we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Dr. Connors, he stated, his voice calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Standing before him was a burly African-American man, his tailored suit clinging tightly to his form. I will grant you 3 more days. Should you fail to retrieve Dr. Connors by then, you will be reassigned to guard the suburban laboratory, Osborne continued, his tone betraying no emotion. To the man before him, however, it felt akin to a demonic threat. As the head of security for the Osborne Group, he was acutely aware of the true nature of that suburban facility. Understood, sir. We will ensure Dr. Connors is back within 3 days. The man replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he strained to maintain his composure. Remember, he must be captured alive. The living Dr. Connors holds the greatest value, Osborne concluded, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, in the Brooklyn precinct, at the site of last night's police operation, Roger remained oblivious to the unfolding drama within the Osborne Group. He was traversing the dank, labyrinthine sewer system, adorned with a freshly acquired Spider-Man mask. Enduring the foul stench, Roger navigated swiftly through the maze-like tunnels, locating the lizard, Dr. Connors, within the vast expanse of New York City was no simple task. However, possessing certain undisclosed intelligence could significantly ease the endeavor. While others might be unaware, Roger distinctly recalled that Dr. Connors, having injected himself with lizard DNA serum, possessed an extraordinary allure for reptilian creatures. This uncontrollable charm, effective solely on reptiles, presented an insurmountable challenge for Dr. Connors himself to mitigate. Thus, the most promising strategy to locate him was not through analyzing his behavioral patterns, but rather by following the movements of reptiles in the sewer. After navigating the harsh conditions of the sewer for over half an hour, Roger finally encountered a variety of small lizards exhibiting peculiar behavior. They moved in unison, akin to a miniature battalion, all heading in the same direction. I found you. After discerning the direction in which the lizards advanced, Roger revealed a satisfied smile and dashed towards their path. 5 million berries, here I come. To an ordinary person, the lizard men, possessing remarkable agility, astounding strength, and formidable regenerative abilities, are terrifying beings that seem insurmountable. However, to him, they merely represented a bounty of walking berries. Even if he could not defeat the lizard men at present, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. Such is the self-assurance of a traveler. Yet soon, the confidence that adorned his face morphed into bewilderment. Why was he here? Before Roger stood not the lizard man Dr. Connors, but Spider-Man, clad in a matching suit and mask. An unexpected encounter with Spider-Man, what a coincidence. Just after meeting Gwen, the Spider-Woman, at the hospital, he unexpectedly encountered Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, in the sewers. As Roger scrutinized Spider-Man, who was perched upon a web hammock, Peter Parker was equally examining him. Upon learning of the police's recent operation against the lizard men, Peter had rushed to the sewers, hoping to uncover their whereabouts. However, he never anticipated that he would not find a lizard man, but rather Roger, adorned in a Spider-Man mask. Initially, he regarded this as a mere happenstance. After all, with a plethora of fans in New York, encountering an ardent admirer in a mask within the sewers was hardly unusual. Yet, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Much like Gwen, as Roger approached, Peter's spider sense erupted with intense warnings, signaling that this individual was no ordinary person. Gwen, having recently become Spider-Woman for about 6 months, had yet to fully master her spider sense, and, being familiar with Roger, did not dwell on it. Conversely, Peter Parker had been Spider-Man for 3 years, and his spider sense was considerably more acute than Gwen's. Thus, the moment his spider sense alerted him, he concluded that Roger was not an ordinary individual. Who are you? Peter Parker, standing on the web, deliberately lowered his voice, rendering it deep and resonant, akin to that of a robust, seasoned man. I could say I merely happened to pass by. Would you believe me? Peter Parker needed to conceal his true voice, but Roger had no such necessity. At present, he was merely an unknown individual, one whose identity would not warrant investigation. This is not a place for you. You must leave immediately. Peter Parker cast a glance at the myriad of small lizards, advancing in unison like a battalion beneath Roger's feet, and issued an eviction notice. I'm afraid I have no intention of leaving just yet. With that declaration, Roger raised his hands, poised to utilize the powers of his string fruit at any moment. While Spider-Man is indeed a hero of commendable character, it does not imply that he will heed Spider-Man's directives. No one could thwart his pursuit of that 5 million berries, not Spider-Man, nor Captain America. He had the lizard firmly in his sights. Even Jesus would be unable to restrain him, mark my words. Observing Roger, who was prepared for combat, Peter Parker let out a resigned sigh. If given the choice, he would prefer not to engage Roger. However, allowing Roger to linger would only exacerbate the situation. As Peter assumed the distinctive posture for launching his web, Roger, without a moment's hesitation, activated the powers of his string fruit. Whoosh! A mass of white webbing hurtled towards Roger like a bullet. String shot. Almost simultaneously with Peter's web launch, Roger raised his right hand and released a fine thread towards the rapidly approaching web mass. Crack! The unique fine thread of the string fruit collided precisely with the webbing, erupting in the air like a burst balloon. In terms of physical prowess, Roger currently fell short of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Yet, there was one aspect in which he surpassed Peter: the fine threads of the string fruit, which far exceeded the webbing in both sharpness and resilience. Moreover, he could fully control the threads produced by his own body. Who exactly are you? After deflecting the web mass with his string shot, Roger once again posed the question, his tone now imbued with gravity. While others might struggle to discern the fine threads Roger had launched, Peter perceived them with crystal clarity. They were nearly transparent filaments, originating from the tip of Roger's outstretched index finger. A superhuman, perhaps? Peter Parker began to understand why his spider sense had surged with intense warning. I've already stated, I'm merely passing through. Roger had no intention of revealing his name to Peter Parker. This was unrelated to Spider-Man's morality. It was purely a precaution to avoid potential complications in the future. Among the superheroes he knew, Spider-Man bore the weight of a particularly heavy curse. Prolonged association with him might invite unforeseen troubles. Are you an accomplice of the lizard? After a brief silence, Peter Parker articulated a conjecture that took Roger by surprise. The lizard's accomplice? Although the rationale behind Peter Parker's speculation remained elusive, Roger felt compelled to rectify what he perceived as an error. "No, I am not," Roger began, only to be interrupted as Peter Parker abruptly turned his gaze behind him. In that moment, a towering, reptilian figure, resembling a predatory beast, lunged toward Spider-Man, who was ensnared in a web. It was Professor Lizard. Although the assault from Professor Lizard was strikingly sudden, it was rather naive to think he could catch Spider-Man. Endowed with his spider sense, off guard, with a slight exertion of his legs, Peter Parker deftly evaded the attack, displaying remarkable agility. Having successfully dodged the onslaught, Spider-Man pressed against the wall of the sewer, observing Professor Lizard, who had not continued his assault on the wall-clinging hero, but had shifted his focus to Roger, now wearing the Spider-Man mask. A fervent admirer of Spider-Man, upon noticing Roger, Professor Lizard extended his long, crimson tongue to moisten his lips, revealing a cruel smile. He had presumed he was alone with Spider-Man, only to discover the presence of an enthusiastic admirer. A mere glance at Roger led Professor Lizard to conclude that, compared to Spider-Man, this fervent fan would be far easier to subdue. Capturing him could serve as leverage against Spider-Man. As Professor Lizard's attention turned toward Roger, Spider-Man felt a sense of foreboding. Just as he prepared to launch a web to thwart Professor Lizard, the creature suddenly leaped forward, targeting Roger, who appeared to be an easy target. Did he assume I would be an easy prey? Observing the advancing Professor Lizard, Roger exhibited neither panic nor fear, instead positioning his right hand in a claw-like manner. Just as Professor Lizard's sharp claw approached within mere centimeters, Roger raised his hand and made a decisive flourish. 5 colored threads. Suddenly, a drone named 009 appeared. 5 nearly transparent threads erupted from the tips of Roger's fingers, resembling 5 deadly blades aimed at Professor Lizard. The technique, known as 5 colored threads, was supposed to produce strands of varying colors. However, perhaps due to Roger's insufficient mastery, the threads he conjured remained colorless and nearly transparent. As Roger lifted his hand, Professor Lizard dismissed the impending counterattack with disdain. In his eyes, Roger was merely an inconspicuous passerby. However, the moment the multicolored threads surged towards him, the lizard gene serum awakened his primal instincts, enabling him to keenly sense the impending danger. Regrettably, it was far too late. The lizard professor possessed reflexes and agility that far surpassed those of an ordinary human, yet he was still bound by the laws of physics. He could not alter his trajectory mid-air as he lunged towards Roger. Swoosh! The lizard professor's razor-sharp claw ultimately failed to make contact with Roger's body. The exquisitely sharp multicolored thread effortlessly sliced through him, leaving several conspicuous gashes on his form. For the lizard professor, who boasted extraordinary regenerative abilities, mere cuts were hardly a significant concern. Even if he were to be shot, he could swiftly recover. However, the power of the multicolored thread evidently exceeded such expectations. In addition to the wounds on his chest, the thread severed his right arm, which was thicker than Roger's thigh, into several pieces that fell to the ground. This was not something the lizard doctor anticipated, nor was it foreseen by Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who possessed spider sense. This fellow was quite formidable. When Roger used the thread to strike down the web he had launched, Peter had assumed that Roger could merely emit fine lines from his body. To his astonishment, those nearly hair-thin transparent strands possessed astonishing sharpness. Struck by the multicolored thread, the lizard professor endured the pain coursing through his body and, leveraging the force of the attack, forcibly twisted his body, landing to Roger's left side. Before his severed right hand could regenerate, the lizard professor abruptly turned, his thick, powerful tail whipping violently towards Roger. At that moment, Roger, with his left palm facing backward, shot forth a rope-like, colorless line that wrapped around a metallic staircase over 20 meters behind him. These metallic stairs were specifically designed to facilitate maintenance of the sewer system, and now they served as Roger's leverage to evade the lizard professor's tail attack. Once the line shot from his palm ensnared the metallic staircase, Roger reduced its sharpness to a minimum and then retracted the rope-like line with his left hand. Boom! The lizard professor's tail crashed heavily against the sewer wall, creating visible dents and cracks. As the tail descended upon him, Roger, in the nick of time, retreated over 10 meters by retracting the line. After successfully evading the lizard professor's tail strike, Roger gently clenched his left fist, severing the line that had shot from his palm. Although he cannot shoot webs like Spider-Man, as a user of the string fruit, he can effortlessly emulate Spider-Man's combat techniques. Just as Spider-Man utilizes webs for battle, ensnaring foes, dodging attacks, and moving swiftly, he, as a string fruit user, can achieve the same feats. The distinction lies solely in the fact that one employs specially crafted webs, while the other harnesses the powers of the string fruit. After 2 consecutive attacks failed to land on Roger and resulted in him severing his own right arm, Professor Lizard rescinded his underestimation of Roger. Now placing him on par with Spider-Man, trouble loomed. Professor Lizard cast a resigned glance at Spider-Man and Roger, who had effectively cornered him in the middle of the sewer. No matter which direction he chose to escape, he would be intercepted. This relatively short sewer had transformed into a cage, imprisoning Professor Lizard. As he contemplated his escape while hastily regenerating his severed arm, a series of rhythmic sounds suddenly echoed from afar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sounds, reminiscent of swarming bees, grew increasingly distinct. Following the source of the noise, several small drones came into view. What is this? Externally, these quadrotor drones bore a striking resemblance to typical aerial photography drones. However, beneath their bodies were not cameras, but rather a few small missiles. Commander, civilians and Spider-Man have been detected near the target. Should we proceed with the attack? A drone operator, clad in a black uniform, inquired from a black van parked not far above in the street. Attack. The man, whose tailored suit accentuated his muscular build, issued the command without hesitation. At the instant the drone operator pressed the launch button, the drones positioned behind Roger and Spider-Man unleashed their payload of small missiles one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small missiles, trailing orange-red flames, soared past Roger and Spider-Man, heading straight for Professor Lizard in the center of the sewer. Boom, boom, boom. Though diminutive in size, the missiles possessed considerable power, instantly engulfing Professor Lizard, whose right arm had just begun to regenerate, in explosive flames. Bullet lines. Despite the drones not targeting him, Roger hesitated not for a moment. He raised his right hand, firing a series of precise lines. Bang, bang, bang. The fine lines shot from Roger's index finger accurately struck the 3 drones behind him, bringing them down one after another. Simultaneously, Spider-Man, positioned at the other end of the sewer, also launched an assault on the drones trailing behind. The drone operator seated in the truck, though he witnessed the scene through the screen, was unable to maneuver the drone in time to evade the impending disaster, as the screen abruptly dimmed to darkness. The 6 drones that had descended into the sewer were utterly annihilated under the assault of Roger and Spider-Man, leaving no survivors. After dispatching the drones that had emerged from the shadows, Roger and Spider-Man, in perfect synchrony, advanced towards the Lizard Professor, who was under attack by small missiles. Although the explosive flames and shockwaves had dissipated, the dust stirred by the explosion continued to linger in the poorly ventilated sewer, compounding the situation. The blast had inflicted severe damage on the sewer walls, causing debris of various sizes to fall incessantly. The fallen rubble obstructed the path of Roger and Spider-Man, transforming the location where the Lizard Professor once stood into a small mound of debris. Above the rubble, an irregular breach revealed an opening that led directly to the street above. The moment Roger beheld this gap, a foreboding intuition struck him. While the missiles launched by the drones possessed notable power, it was unrealistic to expect them to eliminate the Lizard Professor. Moreover, the Lizard Professor was not foolish enough to remain stationary and endure the missile strikes. As expected, upon navigating around the obstructive debris to reach the Lizard Professor's original position, Roger found no trace of him, only a writhing lizard tail left behind. Damn! It is no surprise that Dr. Connors, having injected himself with lizard DNA, has developed an instinct for survival that includes shedding his tail. Although I do not know who you truly are, let me offer you one last warning. The lizard is not a foe you should confront. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, glanced at the lively lizard tail on the ground and spoke to Roger in a deep voice, now disguised. Without waiting for Roger's response, he nimbly leapt through the gap and vanished from sight. Watching Spider-Man disappear swiftly, Roger remained silent and turned towards the fallen drones. The Lizard Professor had escaped, and given his current physical prowess, pursuing the elusive creature was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this did not signify an abandonment of his quest to capture the Lizard Professor. After all, the Lizard Professor was his first bounty target, carrying a reward of 5 million berries. Selecting a relatively intact drone from the wreckage, He made his way out of the sewer through the manhole. In a dilapidated alleyway in Queens, Roger rapped on the weathered iron door before him. After exiting the sewer, he had come directly to this location, bearing the remnants of the drone. This marks his inaugural visit to this place. However, the original owner of this identity has frequented it numerous times. Each has their own path. The serpents have their way, and the mice have theirs. The original owner of the identity intends to rely on his own capabilities to investigate the perpetrator responsible for the murder of his parents, inevitably necessitating interactions with various unsavory characters. Herein lies a professional acquaintance he knows well. Who is it? A voice resonated from within the room. It is I, Jack. Jack is the pseudonym adopted by the original owner when mingling with such dubious individuals. Moments later, the sound of multiple security chains being unfastened echoed through the air. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled adult Caucasian male, standing no taller than 170 centimeters, but weighing over 100 kilograms. This fellow is named Tige. Despite his stereotypical appearance of a reclusive sloth, he is somewhat renowned as a mechanical technician in the vicinity. Whether it involves coding hacking programs or modifying technological devices, this man possesses considerable prowess. Most importantly, his fees are rather reasonable. What brings you here? Tige inquired, glancing around cautiously before confirming that only Roger was present. I have a job for you, Roger replied, displaying the remnants of the drone in his hand. Do you wish to repair this contraption? No. I seek to locate its original owner. The signal receiver and chip appear relatively intact. Reverse positioning should not pose a significant issue. $500. Tige announced as he settled at his cluttered workbench, scrutinizing the remnants of the drone Roger had brought, quoting a price that was not exorbitant. $300. If you refuse, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Roger, with a meager sum of just over $500 to his name, was unwilling to expend all his savings on this endeavor. $400. Tige countered with a second offer. $250. Roger fired back with his own counteroffer. $300 it is, but only this once. Tige relented, casting a glance at Roger before retrieving a toolbox from beside the workbench and commencing the disassembly of the drone remnants. Though he claimed to be searching for the drone's original owner, Roger was already nearly certain that this drone was a product of the Osborne Group. The technological complexity of such military drones, while not exceedingly challenging, is not something just anyone can master. Although it is plausible that this drone could stem from an official agency or the military, given the timing of its appearance, the conclusion is not difficult to reach. If an official agency or the military were intent on apprehending Professor Lizard, there would be no need for such secrecy. They could simply dispatch a team to effectuate the capture directly. After departing from the sewer, Roger took a leisurely stroll around the nearby streets. Finding no signs of official or military personnel, apart from the police hastily summoned by the explosion. Thus, he deduced that this drone was indeed a product of the Osborne Group. Given his current capabilities, it seemed improbable for him to search for Professor Lizard repeatedly across New York. Hence, he deemed it prudent to procure a reliable hound. The clandestine team of the Osborne Group would serve this purpose well. As Tige dismantled the remnants of the drone, Roger surveyed the workshop cluttered with an array of unidentified objects, surveillance radios from the police channel, a modified grappling hook launcher, and a universal decoder for car locks. After more than half an hour, Tige handed Roger a locator resembling a mobile phone. The maximum search radius was 10 kilometers, with a lack of precision, only able to pinpoint a general area within 50 meters. With the locator in his right hand, Tige extended his left, indicating that payment was due. For technicians like them, the customary practice was to exchange payment for goods simultaneously. Thank you. After extracting $300 from his wallet and handing it to Tige, Roger departed with the freshly acquired locator. Upon leaving Tige's workshop, he did not immediately seek out the secret operational team of the Osborne Group. Instead, he opted to find a Chinese restaurant to resolve his afternoon meal. Professor Lizard had only recently escaped and was unlikely to be captured by the Osborne Group so swiftly. Moreover, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was presumably still on the hunt for the professor's whereabouts. After finishing his lunch, he made his way to the renowned Osborne Group building, carrying the locator. As he had suspected, the locator indicated that the drone's control signal was located in the underground parking lot of the Osborne Group. However, he had no intention of venturing into the underground parking to search for the covert vehicle. Instead, he ascended to the roof of a nearby low-rise residential building, patiently awaiting developments. As long as Professor Lizard had not fallen into the grasp of the Osborne Group, the secret capture team would inevitably mobilize once more. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to act. 1 hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. As night fell, after the majority of the workers in the Osborn building had departed, the locator finally exhibited signs of movement. The intelligence operatives of the Osborn group were rather inept. It had taken an entire afternoon to reacquire Professor Lizard's location. After silently lamenting the capabilities of the Osborn group's intelligence personnel, Roger rose from his perch on the residential building's rooftop, stretching his limbs. Subsequently, he extracted the Spider-Man mask from the pocket of his jacket. The forehead area of the mask had developed an unpleasant odor. After fervently swinging the mask in his hands for several seconds, Roger disdainfully donned it. Although the locator provided by Taiji was incapable of precise tracking, it did not hinder him from locating the Osborn group's operational team. A mere glance at the several black SUVs and large trucks resembling those of FBI agents on the street revealed their identity as the Action Squad. After the convoy of black vehicles had traversed a few intersections, Roger raised his right hand and launched a thick, albeit dull, line. As this cord-like line secured itself around the protruding decorative sculpture of a distant building, he approached the edge of the rooftop and leaped off. While Doflamingo had the ability to tether his line to the clouds for swift aerial maneuvers, Roger was not yet capable of such feats. Despite both possessing the powers of the string fruit, his mastery and development of its abilities were far from Doflamingo's level. He even harbored doubts about whether, in a world inhabited by great physicists like Newton, Einstein, and Faraday, the threads of the string fruit could achieve the extraordinary feat of attaching to clouds. Nevertheless, even if it were possible, it would not be particularly astonishing. After all, the coffins of Newton and his contemporaries had been trembling for quite some time. Utilizing this borrowed method of rapid movement reminiscent of Spider-Man, Roger calmly trailed behind the Osborn group's convoy. Initially, he found this swinging manner of progression somewhat disorienting. However, he quickly acclimated to it, conveniently disregarding the traces of destruction left by the string fruit's threads on the buildings. Spider-Man's webbing possessed an innate stickiness that allowed for swift traversal without damaging the exterior of structures. In contrast, the threads of the string fruit lacked such adhesive properties, leaving behind some degree of destruction wherever they made contact. Although this could be construed as vandalism, it was a commonplace occurrence in New York. Which superhero, while in action, does not inadvertently wreak havoc on their surroundings? The citizens of New York had long since grown accustomed to this reality. Moreover, should anyone take note of it, they would likely attribute the blame to Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. After following the Osborn group's convoy for an indeterminate distance, Roger found himself in an unfamiliar neighborhood. He could vaguely recognize that he was in Brooklyn, though he could not discern which specific area of Brooklyn it was. However, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that the special capture team of the Osborn group was commencing their operation. Standing on the rooftop, Roger gazed impassively at the fully armed capture squad below, silently offering a prayer for Professor Lizard. The Action Squad, clad entirely in black combat attire, wielded an array of large-caliber weapons. Beyond this, Roger also observed equipment reminiscent of capture nets, tranquilizer darts, electric shock guns, and metal cages within the convoy. Judging by these implements alone, one might mistakenly assume that this operatic team from the Osborn group was on a mission to seize some colossal beast. Strictly speaking, capturing a beast would not be entirely inaccurate. After all, the current incarnation of Professor Lizard bore a closer resemblance to a creature of the wild than to a human. As these personnel, adorned like elite commandos, divided into 3 small teams to infiltrate the nameless factory before them, Roger perched on the edge of the rooftop, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Although he had followed the Osborn group's convoy, he had no intention of personally apprehending Professor Lizard. Like a mantis poised to catch a cicada, he played the role of the yellow bird lurking behind. Rather than directly capturing Professor Lizard, he preferred to seize him from the clutches of the Osborn group. The bounty task assigned to him merely required the capture of Professor Lizard. Whether he did so himself or snatched him from another was of no concern to the system. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, a series of explosions reverberated from within the factory. From a distance, one could see the fiery glow of detonations illuminating the interior. Despite the thorough preparations of the Osborn group's action squad, it took them over half an hour to finalize the capture. Professor Lizard lay feebly ensnared within the capture net, dragged out by the operatives of the Osborn group. The condition of the captured Professor Lizard was dire, particularly so Not only was his tail severed, but all 4 limbs had been brutally broken. Furthermore, as he was being dragged towards the metal cage, the operatives occasionally jabbed him with electric shock batons, inducing uncontrollable convulsions. Such brutality was indeed shocking. Observing these operatives tormenting Professor Lizard while confining him to a specially designed metal cage, Roger felt a pang of pity for the once respected doctor, who had now been reduced to a fate akin to that of a wild animal. Once the operatives completed loading their cargo, Roger raised his right hand, shaping it into the form of a pistol. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of projectiles. The operatives, having just emerged from their confrontation with Professor Lizard, were now in a state of relaxed complacency, utterly unaware that someone had targeted them from the shadows. Bang! One of the operatives' rifles suddenly exploded in a violent burst. The unexpected incident instantly drew the attention of the other operatives, yet before they could comprehend the situation, Roger, standing atop the rooftop, unleashed a relentless volley of shots. Bang! Bang! With a resounding bang, the sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the air. The technique known as bullet line, while reminiscent of gunfire, possesses distinct advantages over conventional shooting. It is silent, devoid of recoil, and boasts an ample supply of ammunition. Given Roger's current stamina, he could sustain this relentless barrage for several hours without pause. After neutralizing the majority of the weapons wielded by the tactical team below, Roger still had no intention of revealing his position. During the initial deployment of the bullet line, he had shifted his location multiple times, evading detection by obscuring the trajectory of his attacks. In a world teeming with individuals capable of withstanding bullets with their flesh, he might one day achieve such feats himself. Yet, for now, he remained acutely aware of his vulnerability to gunfire. The hunt had commenced, 17 adversaries, with only 5 still armed with rifles. Concealed in the shadowy corner of the rooftop, Roger meticulously counted the enemies below. Thanks to the silent nature of his assault, he remained undetected, maintaining absolute control over the situation. However, he still had no intention of directly engaging these operatives. His objective was simply to eliminate them. Whether through stealth or frontal assault mattered little. This was not mere whim. It was a calculated tactical arrangement. As the operatives formed a defensive perimeter against potential ambushes, Roger's hands steadily unleashed nearly invisible threads, rapidly crafting the battlefield of his design. The Osborne Group's convoy had congregated near the factory entrance, with 3 roads extending from it. Regardless of whether the operatives intended to retreat or flee, they could only choose one of these paths. Of course, aside from retreating and fleeing, they had another option, to call for reinforcements from headquarters. Yet even if they did so, assistance would not arrive for at least half an hour, granting Roger ample time to finalize his preparations. With the nearly transparent, razor-sharp lines shot forth one by one, he resembled a spider weaving an intricate and nearly undetectable web around the roads and the convoy. Once this meticulous setup was complete, he turned his attention to the operatives near the convoy. The hunt had begun. Whispering the thought to himself, he raised his right hand and shot a line towards the adjacent building. Subsequently, he willingly exposed his position, swinging down like a Spider-Man to land atop the truck laden with metal cages. Just as he touched down on the truck's roof, the 5 operatives brandishing rifles swiftly took aim and decisively pulled the triggers. In addition to the 5 operatives armed with rifles, the other team members unleashed a hail of gunfire upon him with their handguns. The cacophony of gunshots reverberated throughout the air. Roger was acutely aware of his current physical condition. The moment these operatives aimed their weapons at him, he leapt from the rooftop of the vehicle, using the truck as a shield against the onslaught of bullets. Despite his figure being entirely obscured by the truck's cargo area, the operatives did not cease their shooting. Moreover, they split into several small teams, flanking him from various directions. As these operatives advanced, providing covering fire, Roger closed his eyes, intently sensing the subtle movements conveyed through his left hand. Each of his fingers was connected to nearly invisible threads. These 5 delicate lines entwined with the strands of the hunting net strategically positioned around him. In the index finger area, for enemies. Perceiving the faint vibrations transmitted through the line connected to his left index finger, Roger acted without hesitation, gently curling the finger. With a swift motion, as he curled his left index finger, the hunting net he had set in the index finger area abruptly constricted. The threads in that region tightened instantaneously, slicing through the bodies of the operatives like razor blades. Although all the threads were of his own design, he was uncertain where exactly they would inflict wounds on the operatives. What he could ascertain was that any enemy stepping into the index finger area would be subjected to a barrage of attacks from numerous strands converging from various angles. A chorus of agonizing screams erupted. Alongside the shrieks, the relentless gunfire continued. The sudden turn of events prompted all present operatives to instinctively seek cover while searching for the source of the attack. However, their vigilance and search would prove utterly futile. Upon realizing the effectiveness of the hunting net tactic, Roger abandoned any thoughts of direct confrontation. He was not Doflamingo and could not yet engage in such a confrontation with numerous foes using his thread-based abilities. In the thumb area, in the ring finger area, his left thumb and ring finger both conveyed vibrations. Without a moment's pause, he simultaneously curled his left thumb and ring finger. With a swift motion, the hunting nets in both areas constricted, the sound of threads slicing through flesh resonating simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the operatives in the thumb and ring finger areas collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. At that moment, these operatives remained oblivious to the nature of their predicament, utterly unaware of the lethal threads that had assailed them. However, there was no need for them to ponder the matter any further, as Roger intended to bring this hunt to a decisive conclusion. The hunting nets, strategically set in the regions of the thumb, index, and ring fingers, had ensnared 11 adversaries. Although 6 enemies had not yet fallen into the meticulously prepared traps, this was of little consequence now. Amidst the agonizing cries of the injured operatives, Roger opened the van's door and ignited the engine of the vehicle that contained Professor Lizard. The van roared to life. Roger secured 5 slender wires from his left hand to the front of the van, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. When he had activated the hunting nets in the regions of the thumb, index, and ring fingers, he had not relied on his own physical strength, but had instead harnessed the formidable power inherent in the recovery of the slender wires from the line fruit. Without that, he could never have mobilized the nets with merely the strength of his fingers. Now, however, he planned to leverage the power of technology. With the accelerator fully engaged, the black van surged forward like a frenzied bull, the wires entwined around its front pulling the entire hunting net along. Bang! The hunting net, which enveloped the factory entrance, was completely deployed, unleashing a barrage of slender wire attacks upon all operatives within its grasp. The onslaught did not spare merely those operatives. Even the parked vehicles fell victim to the swift, nearly invisible, sharp wires. The van driven by Roger was not exempt from this assault either. Yet, with him as the orchestrator, the van's fate was far more fortunate than that of the severed SUVs. The chaotic and lethal wires ensnared everyone and everything in proximity to the factory entrance, akin to a fishing net. Catching a glimpse of the devastation through the shattered rearview mirror, Roger released all the wires from the line fruit and vanished down the street in his van. A flawless hunt. Though the tactics were somewhat unscrupulous and underhanded, the outcome was undeniably satisfying. Mission accomplished. 013. In Brooklyn, beside the East River. After driving the black van at breakneck speed for over 20 minutes, Roger brought the vehicle to a halt by the riverbank. Across the East River lay the illustrious Manhattan. Once parked, he approached the rear of the van, opened the large doors of the cargo space, and stepped inside. Within the modest cargo area rested a specially designed metallic cage. The towering Professor Lizard, now over 2 meters tall, lay helpless within the confines of the cage. "Hello. It's good to see you again." Roger, still adorned in his Spider-Man mask, greeted the captive Professor Lizard. "It's you." The professor immediately recognized Roger upon seeing the familiar visage of the Spider-Man mask. Confined within the cage, he was oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Yet the thunderous gunfire resonated in his ears, indicating that an assault was underway against the Osborn Group's task force. To his astonishment, he discovered that the assailant was none other than Roger. "Indeed, it was I." The lizard professor, now in a significantly improved state compared to when he was first imprisoned, had seen his severed limbs and tail regenerate. However, perhaps due to excessive exertion, he still appeared rather feeble. After scrutinizing the lizard professor, Roger silently commanded himself to activate the system. Skipping over his personal attributes, he focused on the bounty task section. Bounty task: capture the lizard professor. Task reward: 5 million berries. Task status: completed. Submit. Although he bore no personal grudge against the lizard professor, the allure of 5 million berries was far more appealing. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to submit. At the instant he made this choice, all information in the bounty task section vanished. Berries: 5 million. Upon completing the task, his berry count finally escalated from 0 to 5 million. Concurrently, his bounty amount underwent a transformation. Bounty, 1 million berries. Having fulfilled the bounty task, he was well aware that his bounty would inevitably increase. Yet, he had not anticipated that his inaugural bounty task would elevate his bounty to 1 million berries. The difficulty of this task was relatively low, and the lizard professor was not particularly renowned. In his estimation, an increase to 500,000 berries would have been a commendable outcome. Satisfied with the berries and bounty he now possessed, he closed the system and redirected his gaze to the lizard professor. The system had validated his capture, leaving the fate of the lizard professor entirely at his discretion. In all likelihood, the Osborn Group's subsequent team would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Thus, you have 10 minutes to convince me not to kill you or to hand you over to the Osborn Group. The bounty task had been accomplished, yet Roger had no intention of releasing the lizard professor unscathed. One could argue that even a mere ordinary individual holds untapped potential value. Fourth rule of crossing over: do not waste any valuable person or object. The lizard professor could hardly fathom that after Roger had seized him from the Osborn Group's task force, he intended to extort him. Because he was unaware of the bounty task associated with Roger, the latter's actions seemed exceedingly irrational to him. However, regardless of how unreasonable it appeared, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Roger's proposal. As a former employee of the Osborn Group, Professor Lizard possessed a deeper understanding of Norman Osborn than most. Otherwise, he would not have fled the Osborn Group immediately following his mutation. What do you desire? Professor Lizard remained silent for a few seconds before responding slowly. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather what you are willing to offer to save your own life. The most valuable asset Professor Lizard possessed was undoubtedly the formula for the lizard gene serum. Roger was well aware of this fact, yet he held little interest in the formula. Setting aside its severe side effects, even if he acquired it, it would not serve a particularly significant purpose. To enhance physical capabilities, animal-type fruits were far more effective than these gene serums. I currently possess nothing but this body. Just as Professor Lizard began to speak, Roger interrupted him. Stop. I have no interest in your body. Speak plainly. You have no assets to purchase your life back, such as dollars, sports cars, luxury watches, or antiques. Although the current Professor Lizard resembled a monster, he was undeniably a bona fide doctor. In America, the term doctor is essentially synonymous with wealth. Roger's entire fortune amounted to just over $200, and he needed to devise a way to augment his assets. The lizard gene serum was indeed valuable, but buyers were scarce, and liquidating it posed considerable challenges. He required more straightforward spoils. So, this is what you seek. That is quite simple. Professor Lizard did not anticipate that Roger's desires were so modest. Soon, he divulged the account numbers and passwords for several of his overseas and private bank accounts. After accessing these accounts via his phone, Roger nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a doctor, the savings are quite substantial. He harbored no concerns about drawing the Osborn Group's attention by withdrawing funds from Professor Lizard's accounts. While the Osborn Group was powerful, they were not omnipotent enough to arbitrarily access data from overseas and private banks. More importantly, direct transfers could attract the scrutiny of the United States Internal Revenue Service. Roger was not overly worried about the Osborn Group, but he wished to avoid any unpleasantness with the legendary department of the IRS at this juncture. Also, provide me with your lizard gene serum formula. After confirming Professor Lizard's deposits, Roger spoke again. When Professor Lizard reluctantly pinned down the formula, he unlocked the specially designed metal cage. All right, you are free to go. Are you not afraid that I might provide you with a counterfeit formula? There is nothing to fear. Should you present a false formula, I shall twist your neck the next time we meet. After acquiring the funds and the genetic serum formula from Professor Lizard, Roger departed from the cargo hold, vanishing into the night. Observing Roger's retreating figure, Professor Lizard furrowed his brow in contemplation for several seconds before disappearing in the opposite direction. Roger harbored no intentions of avenging Boss Joe. Although he had assumed the identity of the Roger known to Boss Joe, he remained distinctly himself. The original identity belonged to its former owner. To him, Boss Joe was merely a stranger he had encountered just the day before. As for the notion of delivering justice for the citizens of New York, it had never crossed his mind. I am not an American. Even if New York were to explode, it would bear no consequence for me. 014, Legal Income Queens. Beneath the Coastal Breeze apartment building, fresh from completing his inaugural bounty mission, Roger was seated in a 24-hour diner, addressing his belated dinner. The mission had proceeded seamlessly, aligning closely with his expectations. The only drawback was that, as of now, the system's marketplace remained under maintenance, leaving him uncertain as to when it would officially launch. This meant that the 5 million berries he had just acquired were merely a sequence of digits. Only the berries he could spend would hold true value. Furthermore, he needed to consider the additional reward obtained from Professor Lizard, over $2 million. This represented the entirety of Professor Lizard's deposits across various overseas and private banks. In the ever-competitive environment of New York, while $2 million may not seem substantial, it would sufficiently support Roger's expenses for a considerable time. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to convert these dollars into legitimate assets. As he savored his delayed dinner, Roger pondered viable money laundering avenues. At present, he was merely a 19-year-old unemployed drifter. Should he recklessly expend Professor Lizard's funds, the legendary Internal Revenue Service would swiftly hone in on him. For an ordinary 19-year-old, money laundering was a concept seen only in news reports and films. Yet, Roger was not an ordinary individual, or rather, the original owner of his identity was not one of the common folk. Despite the original owner's dismal circumstances, he had been exposed to numerous illicit channels. The connections to these illegal avenues stemmed from Boss Joe's position as the police chief and Roger's previous desperate quest to locate the murderer of his kin, who may or may not still be alive. Although the perpetrator of the familial murder remains unidentified during this process, he encountered numerous entities lurking in the shadows of the law. For instance, the individual named Taiji, who assisted him in securing a reverse locator, is a freelance technician thriving in the black market. After devouring the last remnants of his hamburger, he settled his bill and departed from the restaurant, returning to his temporary abode in apartment 503 of a coastal-style building. Upon entering his empty dwelling, he promptly discarded the attire that had become tainted with peculiar odors into the trash. After donning a fresh set of clothes, he powered on his computer and accessed the dark web, discovering a site known as Wealth Freedom. This platform specializes in online money laundering, its server's location and controlling forces remaining shrouded in mystery, yet it boasts a reputation for excellent service and reliability. The original owner of his identity had heard whispers of Wealth Freedom long ago, though he had never ventured to log in, primarily due to his impoverished state. A man whose wallet contained a mere $100 had little reason to contemplate money laundering. After casually registering an account under the moniker Joker, Roger entered Professor Lizard's bank account number and password in the withdrawal section, subsequently filling in the original owner's bank account details for the deposit, setting the withdrawal limit to 100. A mere minute after completing the transaction, he checked Professor Lizard's various accounts via his mobile device. As expected, the balances of Professor Lizard's overseas and private bank accounts had plummeted to zero. Mission accomplished. Now, all that remained was to bide his time. Roger harbored no concerns that Wealth Freedom would abscond with his funds. Reputation is the lifeblood of the money laundering industry, and Wealth Freedom places great emphasis on this principle. According to Roger's knowledge, as long as an order is placed on the Wealth Freedom site, within a maximum of 12 hours, funds that would pass scrutiny even by the American tax authorities would appear in the designated account. No money is too difficult to launder, is the most prominent slogan on the Wealth Freedom website. Naturally, secure and reliable services often come with steep fees. Compared to other money laundering channels, the commissions charged by Wealth Freedom are notably high. Regardless of the amount, the site levies a service fee of $35, implying that the actual sum Roger would receive in his account would only amount to a little over $150,000. Having resolved the most pressing issue of legitimizing his income, Roger indulged in a lengthy half-hour hot shower in the somewhat cramped bathroom, ensuring that no trace of sewer odor lingered on him before emerging, wrapped in a towel. Just as he intended to return to his bedroom for a good night's sleep, he encountered an unexpected presence within its confines. With her soft golden curls, an alluringly sculpted figure brimming with vitality, and a delicate visage, she stood before him. "How did you know I lived here? No, more importantly, how did you get in?" The person who materialized before Roger was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. Clad in a short skirt and a snug top, Gwen did not respond to Roger's inquiries. Instead, her light green eyes scanned him up and down. Although there was no malice in her gaze, Roger found himself swallowing hard, feeling exposed. In this world, Gwen was undoubtedly the woman who understood the original owner's identity better than anyone else. Having grown up together and later becoming a couple, her insight into the original owner surpassed even that of Big Joe by several leagues. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Roger felt as if he were a piece of fresh meat on a refrigerated shelf, and Gwen was the customer standing before it. This sensation was far from pleasant. No, this could not continue. If it did, Gwen might discern something amiss. He struggled to control his breathing, striving to appear composed, and spoke again. You, a female university student, barging into the home of a single man in the middle of the night. Isn't that rather inappropriate? With that, he approached the wardrobe and casually slipped on a gray hoodie. I never expected that within just a year, you would sculpt such a physique. Impressive. You appear far more reliable than before. Once Roger donned the hoodie, Gwen finally diverted her gaze and began inspecting the somewhat modest bedroom. It was merely the price of living alone, nothing peculiar about it. Although the original owner bore an identical face to Roger's, in terms of physique and charisma, he undoubtedly surpassed the original owner by several tiers. Not to mention, even the physique he had before his transmigration was superior to that of the original owner. Furthermore, the vast difference in demeanor brought about by experience was unmistakable. My presence tonight was not my own decision. It was merely a request from my father to deliver this to you. As she spoke, Gwen retrieved a pale yellow envelope from her handbag. 015, reward. Upon seeing the envelope in Gwen's hand, Roger paused momentarily. Even without opening it, he could surmise its contents. It contained police documents pertaining to the murder case of the original owner's parents. The individuals had already been laid to rest in the hospital, and yet this matter had not been forgotten. Although Roger had only met Big Joe once, he could not deny that the sight of this envelope stirred something within him. Thank you. Upon receiving the file pouch handed to him by Gwen, Roger solemnly expressed his gratitude. Do not act foolishly. These are the words your father asked me to convey to you. After speaking, Gwen glanced at the photo album on the desk and left the bedroom without looking back. The sound of the door closing behind him echoed in Roger's ears, and he let out a resigned sigh. The following morning, Roger was roused from his slumber by the incessant ping of incoming text messages. Groggily, he picked up his phone and was greeted by a series of transaction notifications. The Wealth Freedom website had indeed proven to be remarkably efficient, completing all transactions overnight and transferring substantial sums of clean funds into his account under legitimate auspices. As he beheld the figures displayed in his account balance, he was instantly awakened to the reality of his newfound wealth. Finally, he had money. When a financially destitute man suddenly acquires a fortune, impulsive spending is often an inevitable temptation. However, Roger was no stranger to the ways of the world. After freshening up, he ventured to the nearest Chinese restaurant, ordering 3 bowls of beef noodles to collect his thoughts. As he savored the noodles, he began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. The first order of business was undoubtedly to relocate, given both his lifestyle habits and the nature of his future endeavors. It was impractical for him to continue residing in the chaotic and inexpensive apartment. Next, he needed to devise a strategy to secure more bounty missions. Although this was not the pirate world he was meant to traverse, the mechanism for triggering bounty missions should remain consistent. He must engage with key individuals and involve himself in potential significant events. In simpler terms, he needed to venture out more and avoid becoming a recluse. Finally, he had to focus on the development and mastery of the string fruit. With only a level 1 development, the fruit did not equip him adequately for the challenges ahead. Therefore, until he could acquire other fruits, he needed to maximize the development of the string fruit to ensure he possessed sufficient means for self-defense, while achieving an awakened state for the fruit would be ideal. At the very least, he needed to elevate its development to levels 3 or 4. After finishing all 3 bowls of beef noodles, he frowned. He was unsure if it was a side effect of the fruit, but he had recently noticed a significant increase in his appetite. This issue had first arisen during previous meals, yet he had dismissed it at the time. However, now, after consuming 3 bowls of beef noodles, he felt only half satiated. This was peculiar. The string fruit was not akin to the gum fruit. It should not have such side effects. After pondering for a few moments, he suppressed the urge to order more and departed the restaurant. Having resolved his breakfast dilemma, he began to leisurely stroll through Queens, hoping to find a suitable new home. His requirements for the new home were quite simple. First, it needed to be spacious enough, and second, it should be sufficiently secluded, ideally with few neighbors nearby. As for other considerations, such as safety and convenience of transportation, he paid them little mind. After meandering through the morning and visiting a real estate agency in Queens, he discovered a rather appealing new residence. The chosen abode was a penthouse in a building near Flushing Meadows Corona Park. Originally, the top floor comprised 3 separate units. However, the affluent owner purchased all of them and merged them into one expansive dwelling. Consequently, it transformed into an impressive space exceeding 800 square meters. At the very first glance, Roger knew this was to be his future home. Without waiting for the agent to offer any details, he produced his bank card, declaring, "This is the one. Let's proceed with the transaction." "Certainly, sir." The agent beamed as he accepted the card and began preparing the rental agreement for Roger. Ordinarily, the units in this building were in high demand. Yet the peculiarity of this particular property, being a combined unit with a minimum rental requirement of a year, had rendered it the only listing that had remained vacant for over a year. An annual rent of $200,000 was not a sum everyone could afford, and those who could would likely shy away from such an unusual large space. After finalizing the rental agreement and receiving the keys to the apartment, Roger returned to the Seaside Breeze Apartments to collect his meager belongings. He took with him only 2 items: the case files that Gwen had delivered the previous night and a picture frame containing a photo of himself with Gwen. Beyond these 2 treasures, he left everything else for the landlord, even paying an additional $100 cleaning fee for the privilege. At Oscorp's top-floor office, Norman Osborn spoke with a grim expression. "You have 2 days to apprehend Dr. Connors. Additionally, investigate this mysterious individual donning a Spider-Man mask. Ensure all evidence collected from the scene is sent to the suburban laboratory for thorough analysis, and transport the injured individuals as well." "Understood, sir," replied the burly African-American head of security, perspiration beading on his forehead. This marked his second summons to Norman Osborn's office regarding Dr. Connors. And compounding the trouble was the emergence of a mysterious figure wearing a Spider-Man mask. Just as the security chief turned to leave the office, Norman Osborn's voice echoed once more. The individual adorned with the Spider-Man mask should not be investigated through the organization's intelligence network. Instead, a bounty of $10 million should be placed on his head for his assassination. Upon hearing Norman Osborn's command, the burly African-American furrowed his brow in confusion. Under normal circumstances, enlisting the assistance of gangsters and other factions to eliminate the organization's adversaries would be entirely reasonable. However, the matter at hand is that the figure beneath the Spider-Man mask is evidently no ordinary person and may not even be human at all. Moreover, the bounty offered by Norman Osborn seems excessively high. $10 million is a sum that would undoubtedly excite the majority of gang members and assassins. The African-American had observed the aftermath of the battle, as well as the recovered vehicles and firearm components. These were feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Was this an attempt to have the external gangs and assassins gauge the true strength of this individual? Soon, a bounty seeking the enigmatic figure clad in the Spider-Man mask began circulating throughout the black market. Last night, during the encounter with Professor Lizard, Roger had anticipated that the Osborn organization would set its sights on him. Nevertheless, he did not take this concern to heart. It was not that he underestimated the Osborn organization. Rather, they simply lacked an abundance of exceptional combat prowess. While the Osborn organization is a colossal entity in the business realm with intricate ties to the military in terms of individual combat strength, their most formidable member is none other than the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn himself. The bounty for the search of the masked figure had been issued, yet it contained little more than a photograph and no other pertinent information. Aside from a picture of Roger standing atop a cargo truck wearing the Spider-Man mask, the Osborn organization had not disclosed any further details. They refrained from revealing the time and location of the photograph's capture, and the bounty was released through a minor front they had established in the black market. The Osborn organization is a well-known publicly traded company, adhering to tax laws and regulations. Engaging in black market bounties is decidedly out of character for them. At this moment, Roger remained oblivious to the bounty that had emerged regarding him in the black market. He was currently engrossed in arranging his new residence. To keep pace with contemporary trends, and primarily to conserve both time and resources, Roger's new abode showcased a quintessential post-war Syrian decor style. It was minimalistic and unpretentious, ready for immediate habitation, blending modern industrial aesthetics with comfortable living. After casually purchasing a few furnishings from IKEA and acquiring some new clothing for himself, Roger's relocation was officially complete. From this point onward, this expansive penthouse room would serve as his secret base for the future. In this newly established abode, imbued with the profound essence of post-war Syria, he has deliberately designated a space exclusively for the cultivation of his abilities and daily training. The training room, modest in size, spans approximately 300 square meters, akin to a small gymnasium. Furthermore, he took a special trip to the black market technician Taiji's workshop, where he selected several modified laptops and smartphones, along with a batch of home surveillance equipment and police frequency monitoring radios. He harbored no desire to emulate Spider-Man, gallivanting heroically outside. His procurement of police frequency radios was solely for the purpose of intercepting extraordinary events. Typically, such extraordinary occurrences herald bounty missions. As long as he could ascertain the locations of these events, he could promptly activate the corresponding bounty tasks. The specifics of the bounty offered were of little consequence. In a certain apartment within the Bronx, a group of young men gathered. Have you heard of the newly surfaced bounty on the black market? $1 million. Simply for locating a single individual. This must be the highest bounty amount in recent times, remarked a young man with a plaster cast on his left arm, scrolling through his phone. I saw it too. Apparently it's for someone donning a Spider-Man mask. If I could claim that bounty, it would be exhilarating. With $1 million, I'd buy myself a sports car, the latest model. Another chimed in, forget it, with your physique. You wouldn't even fit in a sports car. As these portly young men indulged in dreams of what they would do with $1 million, their leader, equally overweight and sporting a red baseball cap, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the bounty notice on his phone. This guy looks somewhat familiar, he mused. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the individual depicted in the bounty was reminiscent of the one who had given them a thorough beating 2 nights prior. The young man who claimed to hail from Dressrosa Island. Shut the hell up, he barked. Look at this photo. Do you not think he bears a resemblance to that young man from 2 nights ago? With that, he tossed the phone to his companions. Does he not resemble him? One of them remarked. That young man was wearing a jacket just like this one, wasn't he? It's uncanny. His height and build seemed to match. Upon overhearing his companion's dialogue, the young man, named Jason, conceived an idea. Give me the phone. After reclaiming the device from his subordinate, Jason made a call to the leader of his gang. Boss Clay, it's me, Jason. The young man donned in a Spider-Man mask, as depicted on the wanted poster, seems familiar to me. I recall encountering him the night before last at the park near the corner of Grand Square. Yes, he is indeed the one who gave us quite a beating. I am currently at home. All right, no problem. I shall await your arrival here. After Jason ended the call, his subordinates gazed at him with bewildered expressions. Boss, are you absolutely certain that lad is the one from the wanted poster? If we are mistaken, Boss Clay will surely have our heads. Observing the confused faces of his underlings, Jason let out a resigned sigh. Why must I be burdened with such foolish followers? I care not whether that youth from Huaxia is indeed the one from the wanted notice. What you must do is maintain that certainty once Boss Clay arrives. If that Huaxia lad truly is the one from the wanted poster, even if we do not claim the bounty, Boss Clay will not neglect us. If we are wrong, Boss Clay will have the opportunity to teach that lad a lesson. Therefore, regardless of the truth, we stand to lose nothing. Do you understand? Jason patiently reiterated his point. Shortly after, the leader of their little gang, Clay Ronald, arrived at the apartment, accompanied by 3 burly men adorned with tattoos. In the penthouse of Forest Hill Towers in Queens, Roger diligently practiced his third technique, the parasite line, in his sparsely equipped training room. Among the techniques developed from Doflamingo's string fruit, Roger felt the most affinity for the parasite line. The ability to manipulate a target's body as though it were a puppet. This peculiar yet stylish combat style suited him well, given that his physical prowess was not yet extraordinary. Although the parasite line does not allow for the manipulation of a target's will, this does not diminish his fondness for the technique. In fact, the very allure of the parasite line lies in its ability to override the target's will and forcibly control their body. Compared to the bungee and colorful lines, the mastery of the parasite line presents a significantly greater challenge. To expedite his progress, Roger even purchased several life-sized humanoid puppets for practice. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, it was only upon commencing practice with the parasite line that Roger fully grasped its complexities. Conceptually, the technique is not particularly intricate. One merely wraps fine threads around the target's body and then controls the target's movements through these threads. Both the principle and the desired outcomes appear easily comprehensible. However, reality proved that having the knowledge does not guarantee the ability to execute it. Manipulating the fine threads around the puppet's body posed no challenge whatsoever. The true challenge of the parasitic thread lies in the delicate manipulation of one's fingers to achieve a level of dexterity that allows for the agile control of a target's body. After several hours of practice in the training room, Roger had to concede that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. While it was not difficult to animate a puppet with fine threads, the resulting movements could only be described with a phrase that evokes pity. Even a zombie afflicted with severe arthritis would exhibit greater agility and grace than the puppet he struggled to control. This was unacceptable. At this level, not only was he incapable of commanding the target's body for combat, but even the simplest tasks, like serving tea, remained beyond his reach. He decided to halt his training, his mind racing with thoughts. The parasitic thread could be considered one of the hallmark techniques of the thread fruit, blending both practicality and aesthetic appeal. Whether to satisfy his personal inclinations or to enhance his combat repertoire, he could not afford to overlook this technique. Furthermore, the mastery of the parasitic thread would serve as a testament to his finesse in micromanipulation. If he could not even master this technique, he would have to bid farewell to the even more challenging Shadow Rider thread, not to mention the looming question of awakening the thread fruit's potential. After pondering for a few minutes, he took a deep breath and resumed his practice of the parasitic thread. Since he could not conjure any clever solutions for the moment, he resolved to rely on the simplest and most brutal method of relentless training. Strictly speaking, it had only been 3 days since he acquired the thread fruit, and he had ample time to gradually refine this technique. Time slipped away, and before he realized it, he had been practicing in the training room until 11 o'clock at night. It was only when his body signaled a distinct hunger that he decided to conclude his day's training. After stretching his stiff fingers, he pulled out his phone to search for nearby restaurants, ordering 2 pizzas and a family feast bucket for himself. Setting aside his phone, he began to worry about his increasingly large appetite. At this rate, he questioned whether he would be able to satiate his hunger in the future. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived. When the delivery driver, who appeared to be just on the cusp of adulthood, inquired about his satisfaction with the service, Roger suddenly realized he had not yet adjusted to the tipping culture in America, despite having been here for 3 days. As an outsider, he felt the weight of this cultural practice, which many Americans also found to be burdensome. It was evident that tipping was supposed to yield better service. Yet it had devolved into a system where service was contingent upon gratuity. The evils of capitalism. In a mere span of 10 minutes, 2 pizzas and a family-sized bucket vanished into Roger's belly. After partaking in a dinner that far exceeded his usual appetite, he reclined on the living room sofa for a brief respite before returning to the training room. It was only when the sun rose that he dragged his weary body to the bathroom, took care of his hygiene, and succumbed to a profound slumber. Nearly 12 hours later, he reopened his eyes. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, from which dozens of nearly transparent threads emanated. As these threads surged forth from his hand, they swiftly darted towards the training room, meticulously entwining themselves around the fallen mannequins. Under his control, the mannequins in the training room wobbled to their feet, resembling infants taking their first steps, and gradually made their way to the dining area. Minutes later, one of the mannequins entered the bedroom, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, and stood before him. After receiving the coffee from the mannequin, Roger continued to direct it to retrieve the clothes he intended to wear that day from the wardrobe. Once the selected garments were placed upon the bed, he relinquished his control over the mannequin. With a clatter, the moment the threads vanished, the mannequin immediately collapsed to the bedroom floor, bereft of its supporting energy. Not bad, significant progress. Compared to his practice just yesterday, his mastery over the parasitic threads had undergone a transformative enhancement. Although he was still unable to command the mannequins for combat, performing simple household chores was no longer a challenge, provided he remembered the placement of every item in his home. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and changing his clothes, he confirmed that his handsome appearance remained unchanged before stepping outside with his wallet and phone. Having spent an entire day at home after moving, it was now time to venture out and perhaps stumble upon a bounty task. The night in New York was considerably quieter than during the day, with the crime rate slightly more concerning. After enjoying his first meal of the day at a nearby restaurant, he donned casual attire and began his journey toward the crime-ridden neighborhoods. The more chaotic the area, the greater the likelihood of encountering bounty tasks. Moreover, even if luck did not favor him today, he could still engage in some physical activity and practice his hand-to-hand combat skills. Initially, he intended to visit the renowned Rookie Village and the tourist hotspot, Hell's Kitchen. However, he ultimately abandoned this notion in favor of the Flushing community in Queens. Having only just arrived in this world a few days prior, he deemed it premature to seek reputation in Hell's Kitchen. Sir, are you truly intending to go there? That place is rather perilous, and if you venture alone, it would be disheartening to see someone as charming as Roger suffer any unlawful harm, the taxi driver kindly cautioned. Not to worry, I shall proceed there, Roger replied with a smile, glancing at the driver from the rear seat. His destination was Flushing, a crime-prone area located in Queens. Flushing is renowned for its ethnic diversity within New York City, with over 150 languages spoken in the community. Furthermore, it serves as the largest enclave of Chinese people in New York and indeed, throughout the United States. The allure of exploring a community rife with diverse ethnicities and the potential to encounter fellow compatriots compelled him to visit. Even if he did not stumble upon a bounty task, savoring authentic Chinese cuisine would be a delightful alternative. Upon arriving in Flushing's Chinatown, Roger felt a surge of joy as he observed the familiar Chinese signs adorning the streets. After once more declining the taxi driver's considerate warning, he exited the vehicle and made his way towards Chinatown. However, shortly after alighting, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He was the focus of an excessive number of scrutinizing gazes. Although he had grown accustomed to being discreetly observed while shopping prior to his journey, the previous onlookers had largely been young women, with a few women in their 30s or 40s. Now, however, he found himself being appraised by a group of men, specifically, a cluster of black males. What was going on? Had his allure reached a level that even men of differing skin tones found it irresistible? Roger furrowed his brow slightly, but continued his gait toward Chinatown. He had anticipated that once he entered the enclave, the peculiar stares would dissipate. Yet, reality proved otherwise. The men, who appeared to be involved in illicit activities, not only maintained their gaze, but followed him into Chinatown. Interesting. After a brief moment of contemplation, Roger recalled something significant. He retrieved his newly acquired smartphone and deftly accessed a certain illicit website, perusing it with ease. A bounty was advertised, a reward of $1 million for accurate information leading to the whereabouts of a person. This illegal yet devoid of intrusive pop-up advertisements website was a forum for the New York black market, akin to a notorious plan exchange forum, requiring a special invitation code for access. In New York, there exists a multitude of illicit websites specifically designed for the black market, and the one that Roger is currently accessing is merely one among many. It is rumored that the true mastermind behind these websites is the infamous crime lord, King Bing. However, this remains speculative at best. Previously, a few intrepid journalists and overly curious individuals attempted to substantiate this claim, only to encounter dire consequences that rendered them unable to bear the weight of their fateful discoveries. As such incidents became more frequent, it is no wonder that few dared to pursue investigations into these websites any longer. Within this incendiary post, Roger discovered the entirety of the bounty's details, accompanied by a photograph he found rather familiar. It depicted him standing atop a truck, donning a Spider-Man mask. Although the image lacked high resolution and precise focus, it remained a reasonably decent photograph. The individual in the picture exuded a certain charisma, embodying the essence of a superhero. After perusing the pointless responses beneath the post, he returned to the forum's homepage for a casual exploration. Aside from the missing person bounty, he found no information pertaining to himself on the forum. This raised a question. How had those individuals set their sights on him? Could it be that group of miscreants? Today marked the 4th day since his arrival in this world, and in these 4 days, the only individuals of African descent he had encountered were those petty thugs he had previously dealt with. Aside from them, Roger was certain he had not interacted with anyone else of that background. Given this, the answer became increasingly apparent. The individuals now trailing him were likely associates of those earlier thugs. Of course, it was also possible that these individuals were drawn by the bounty. Despite the photograph depicting him in a Spider-Man mask and wearing clothing he had since discarded, a person of his remarkable demeanor could not be easily obscured, even with a mask. Regarding the potential for the Osborn group to locate him, he had given this serious consideration before attempting to seize Professor Lizard. His conclusion was one of utter indifference. In a capitalist society such as America, the affluent Osborn group certainly possessed countless methods to target him. But this was all predicated on the notion that he was merely an ordinary individual. While he might not be particularly formidable at present, He certainly possessed the capacity for self-defense. Should the Osborne group truly decide to go to any lengths against him, he would not hesitate to regard them as a preliminary boss to conquer. One must not underestimate the power of a transmigrant, particularly one who has glimpsed the future's narrative. If a confrontation were to ensue, Roger could guarantee that he would be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Strictly speaking, there exists no insurmountable enmity between him and the Osborne group. Indeed, he did abduct Professor Lizard. However, he did not take the professor's life. Should the Osborne group wish to apprehend Professor Lizard, they still possess ample opportunities to do so. The only uncertainty lies in when Professor Lizard will make an appearance. As for those operatives who perished at his hands, this is merely a trivial matter, albeit somewhat disrespectful to the deceased. Nevertheless, reality is often unkind. Norman Osborn is no fool. In the face of avenging a cadre of incompetent subordinates and irrevocably offending an adversary who has already demonstrated considerable prowess, his choices are not difficult to predict. The bounty posted on the black market serves as evidence of this. Had Norman Osborn truly harbored such animosity, the announcement would not have been a mere search for a missing person, but rather a bounty on a life. Just as Roger had tucked away his phone, contemplating how to deal with the persistent followers behind him, a familiar greeting resonated from his surroundings. Of course, the recipient of this salutation was not him. Damn it, those black guys are back. Following the sound, he beheld a group of youthful individuals no older than 20, dressed in hip-hop attire, standing less than 2 meters away. The object of their scrutiny was the group of African Americans who had entered Chinatown alongside him. Upon hearing the jovial greeting directed at the African Americans, Roger abandoned his intention to discreetly confront them in a secluded alley. With hands buried in his pockets and an expression akin to that of a spectator, he remained where he was. Noticing the group of young individuals, the African Americans trailing Roger halted, engaging in hushed, swift exchanges. It appeared that this was not their first encounter, and judging by their expressions, some degree of physical intimacy had likely transpired between them. Bro, you must be new here. I'm Xiao Ma, from Hong Kong. The diminutive Xiao Ma, standing at around 5'7", approached Roger with an air of camaraderie, lightly patting his shoulder while extending a middle finger toward the group of African Americans behind him. Those black guys have been tailing you for a while now. It seems they have their eyes on you. But fear not. Here, no one can bully us from the Flower family. Xiao Ma, from Hong Kong? Should I then refer to you as Brother Xiao Ma? Roger assessed the brash and somewhat familiar Xiao Ma. I'm Roger. Although the identity assigned to him by the system was that of an American-born Chinese orphan, Roger felt no sense of belonging to America. Do not presume that merely arriving in the Marvel Universe would suffice, even if one ventured into the realm of pirates. A sense of belonging would still be found solely with the Flower family. Certain matters are not subject to change simply due to transference. Were it not for the formidable and enigmatic forces safeguarding the Flower family, he might have already succumbed to the impulse of purchasing a ticket to return and pay a visit. Those ruffians are Ronald's minions. A despicable lot that only preys on the weak and fears the strong. Should you encounter such matters in the future, feel free to approach me directly. The tavern nearby is owned by my family. As Roger scrutinized him, Little Horse also appraised Roger with earnest consideration. This fellow possesses a certain charm. Albeit lacking in the commanding presence that would warrant admiration, it is no wonder Ronald's men have set their sights upon him. Very well, I understand. Roger replied with a smile, his curiosity piqued regarding how Little Horse would confront the impending situation with the group of black individuals. After exchanging pleasantries with Roger, Little Horse waved to his companions and boldly strode towards the assembly of black individuals. Although he did not require Little Horse's protection, Roger nonetheless trailed behind upon witnessing Little Horse lead his group toward the adversaries. Just as he caught up, Little Horse's distinctive greeting from the harbor erupted into the air. Despite addressing an audience that could not comprehend Cantonese, this did not impede Little Horse's exuberance. Whether or not these individuals could grasp his words was of little consequence. What mattered was the ferocity of his tirade. Clearly, when compared to the likes of Fack, Little Horse favored a more colorful expression of disdain. As Little Horse hurled insults towards these individuals' maternal lineage, the group of black individuals exchanged glances, subsequently raising their fists to strike him. Within moments, an ordinary street brawl erupted. While Little Horse's side boasted a numerical advantage, it must be acknowledged that the black race is inherently endowed with certain physical attributes. Although their fighting styles were rudimentary, it was evident that they held the upper hand, forcing Little Horse and his companions into retreat. Little Horse, your prowess leaves much to be desired. Roger had anticipated that Little Horse would possess some martial skills. However, it became apparent that he was fueled solely by fervor. Just as the trio of black ruffians intended to capitalize on their momentum and overpower Little Horse and his companions, Roger seized a half-empty bottle of Coca-Cola that had been carelessly abandoned atop a mailbox. After gauging the weight of the glass bottle, he turned his attention to the most aggressive of the black ruffians. With determination, he hurled the bottle. Bang! The glass struck the ruffian's head with precision, shattering upon impact. Shards of glass and soda erupted in all directions. No one anticipated that Roger would take action at such a critical juncture, especially just now. He had told Xiao Ma that if there were any troubles, he could directly seek him out. As Xiao Ma looked at Roger in surprise, Roger approached him and delivered a swift kick to the head of a black thug who had just been struck by a glass bottle. The once lively thug was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the street. These fellows are here for me, so allow me to handle this, Roger said with a smile, patting Xiao Ma on the shoulder as he moved toward the remaining two thugs. With a resounding thud, within less than 3 seconds, he dispatched the two thugs, knocking them both to the ground with a single punch each. On his very first day in this world, he realized that his physique had significantly strengthened. Particularly after noticing a substantial increase in his appetite, he found that his physical capabilities were continuing to improve. Whether this was a consequence of his transference or a result of the line fruit, he remained quite pleased with the change. No one would ever complain about having an excellent physical condition, especially in a world filled with superheroes. Could you do me a favor and take these 3 fellows into the alley? I have a few questions for them. Roger maintained a cheerful demeanor. However, Xiao Ma couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who exactly was this guy? Although Xiao Ma had not received formal martial arts training, he had spent considerable time on the streets. He could easily discern whether someone could fight. Now, he began to doubt his judgment. Before Roger took action, he thought Roger was merely a handsome face. Yet, after witnessing Roger in action, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Not a problem. At Xiao Ma's signal, the 3 thugs were dragged into a nearby alley. Whether during their scuffle or while subduing the thugs, the passers-by around them appeared unfazed. In fact, street brawls were a common sight in Flushing. As long as there were no gunfights, it was hardly a cause for concern. Once Xiao Ma's companions had pulled the thugs into the dim and damp alley, Roger turned to Xiao Ma, who was still in shock, and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" "Yes." Xiao Ma immediately retrieved a pack of Marlboro from his jacket pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed Roger a lit lighter. "It's not Huazi, what a pity," he lamented. However, this was to be expected, as the young people in Hong Kong primarily favored Marlboro and some local brands. Huazi was not among their preferences. Roger did not possess a strong craving for cigarettes. Rather, he occasionally indulged himself, particularly before or after certain tasks. "I can handle the rest. You all may leave," he stated, wishing to spare Xiao Ma from the entanglement of his troubles. Truth be told, he held a certain admiration for Xiao Ma. Despite his youthful impulsiveness, his character was commendable. "All right, we shall await your return outside." Xiao Ma cast a glance at the trio of young thugs on the ground before departing the alley. Once they were gone, Roger approached the thug who had been struck by the glass bottle. Minutes later, Roger emerged from the alley, his hands wiped clean with a tissue, which he discarded into a nearby trash bin, stained with blood. Indeed, those thugs belonged to Ronald. According to them, Ronald sought revenge for Jason and had dispatched his men throughout New York to locate him. The 3 individuals resided in Flushing and intended to test the waters in Chinatown, only to unexpectedly encounter him upon their arrival. "Since you have come seeking me, do not blame me for being ungracious." Soon, a plan began to form in Roger's mind. "Xiao Ma, do you know where Ronald's lair is?" he inquired of Xiao Ma, who was waiting at the alley's entrance. "Yes. His stronghold is situated in an abandoned building in Brooklyn, with several smaller hideouts in Queens," Xiao Ma recounted swiftly. "Good. Please send me the address." After relaying his phone number to Xiao Ma, he soon received a message containing not only the locations of Ronald's hideouts, but also some personnel intelligence that Xiao Ma knew. "Are you planning to go alone? I can assist you," he offered, a hint of embarrassment causing Xiao Ma to lower his gaze. "You are already helping me. Well then, let us meet again when the opportunity arises." After reviewing Xiao Ma's message, Roger patted his shoulder and departed Chinatown. Xiao Ma was a decent fellow, though he lacked a bit in strength. If only he were slightly more capable, Roger would not mind taking him under his wing. However, The prospect of expanding his own influence was not on his immediate agenda. After hailing a taxi at the crossroads of Chinatown, he set off toward Brooklyn, destination, an abandoned building. Unbeknownst to him, since nightfall, Ronald had been beset by an ominous premonition, an unsettling feeling that something was destined to transpire that evening. However, upon observing the imposing figure of the African man seated before him, along with several others exuding an air of lethal intent, reminiscent of characters plucked from a chilling thriller, his trepidation began to wane. The man before him, known as Soanda, was one of the infamous Five Fingers of the Ninja Assassin Syndicate. Under ordinary circumstances, Ronald, merely a minor gang leader, would never have found himself entangled with such a notorious organization. Yet, just days prior, the syndicate had unexpectedly approached him, proposing an alliance. The terms of this collaboration were straightforward. The syndicate sought to utilize his smuggling routes to transport a consignment of goods. In exchange, they would aid him in neutralizing certain adversaries he could not confront alone. Having navigated the underworld for years without managing to expand his influence, Ronald seized this serendipitous opportunity without hesitation. Today marked the official commencement of their partnership. From the morrow, Ronald's smuggling channels would be at the syndicate's disposal, and they would ensure his safety through their ninjas until the conclusion of their agreement. After respectfully bidding farewell to Soanda, Ronald turned to the 6 ninjas standing behind him, a smile gracing his face. He had already witnessed their formidable prowess. His most capable subordinate had faltered within mere seconds when facing these ninjas, even when armed, while the ninjas remained unarmed. From now on, you 6 shall remain by my side, safeguarding my security, Ronald instructed the ninjas. They remained silent, merely regarding him with their cold, unyielding gazes. The frigid and emotionless stares prompted Ronald to involuntarily swallow hard. Had he not been reminded by Soanda that the ninjas would not engage in conversation but would unconditionally obey his commands, he might have believed he had become their target. If silence is to be their approach, so be it. A true assassin is not one to indulge in excessive chatter. As Ronald contemplated which of his enemies to target first, Roger, clad in casual attire, arrived at the base of the building. After confirming the address, he glanced up at the dilapidated structure, which barely reached 10 stories. Most of the floors lay shrouded in darkness, with only the 3rd, 4th, and 6th floors emanating a faint glow. Ronald's gang was not particularly large, comprising just over 100 members scattered across various neighborhoods. Within this so-called headquarters, there were at most 40 or 50 individuals. Certainly, this is merely a conjecture from the Little Pony. Although he has interacted with Ronald's associates, he has never set foot here and is not particularly familiar with the intricacies within the building. A group of 40 to 50 street thugs, lacking professional combat training, hardly poses a significant threat beyond their sheer numbers. In terms of menace, these individuals pale in comparison to the operational squads of the Osborne Group. After taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand, conjuring a series of white threads from his palm. Under his command, these threads swiftly entwined, coalescing into a 1-meter-long white staff. This staff, a technique he had casually developed while practicing his parasitic threads the previous day, was fashioned by intertwining numerous fine strands to create a melee weapon of his choosing. While not a combat move per se, it can be deemed a method of application. Having adjusted to the weight of the staff, Roger strode directly towards the derelict building before him. Dealing with these gangsters did not necessitate stealth. He could simply walk in openly. Although it was possible that some of these thugs possessed handguns, Roger had no intention of employing his bullet threads or 5-colored threads until they drew their weapons. Halt! As he stepped into the ground floor of the building, several thugs tasked with guarding the area converged on him. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Roger remained silent. When these thugs approached within 2 to 3 meters of him, he took the initiative to strike. With a surge of power through his legs, he closed the distance, wielding the white staff. Then, with a swift motion, he brought it down. Bang! 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 While he had not specifically trained in any martial arts or staff techniques, there was no need for advanced combat skills to deal with these thugs. The staff, composed of countless white threads, struck fiercely against them. In less than 3 seconds, the guards on the ground floor were rendered unconscious. Disregarding the fallen thugs, he proceeded to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor empty. The 3rd floor, also devoid of life. Was the defense truly this lax? Roger was surprised at how effortlessly he ascended to the 3rd floor. Ronald's vigilance leaves much to be desired. After inwardly criticizing, he continued his ascent to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he finally comprehended why there were no guards on the second and third floors. In the second bounty task, some were engaged in drinking contests, others indulged in marijuana, while some were passionately kissing girls of the same complexion. Were it not for the fact that this was the so-called headquarters of the Ronald gang, Roger might have thought he had stumbled into a gathering of African Americans. Scanning the surroundings, he approached the nearest hoodlum, whose hands were roving over an African American girl. With a swift strike, he knocked the grinning hoodlum unconscious, who was completely oblivious to the turn of events. Then, a scream pierced the air, louder than the DJ's music. Roger had no intention of harming the girl, but her shrill cry was akin to a sonic assault. To protect his eardrums, he gently struck the girl on the neck, rendering her unconscious without hesitation. The world around him fell into a significant hush. It was only after he subdued the screaming girl that the remaining hoodlums finally reacted. Despite their inebriated state, they did not forget their old ways and quickly armed themselves with nearby weapons, charging at Roger one after another. Amidst the cacophony of muffled DJ music, Roger engaged in a decidedly uneven battle with the hoodlums. With his markedly enhanced physical prowess, he demonstrated what it meant to dominate unilaterally. A minute later, all the hoodlums on the fourth floor lay incapacitated. Approaching a slightly more agreeable hoodlum, Roger looked down at him and inquired, "Where is Ronald?" The hoodlum, whose leg had been broken by Roger, pointed upwards without a moment's hesitation. "Sixth floor, the boss is on the sixth floor. Thank you for your cooperation," he said, and as the words left his lips, the hoodlum witnessed a fleeting white arc. After knocking him out and mercifully ending his suffering, Roger approached an old mixing console and turned the volume to its maximum. Having completed this task, he slowly made his way to the fifth floor. "What's wrong with those guys down there? Didn't I tell them not to play such loud music late at night? They have no sense of public decorum. It's noisy and disruptive. The neighbors can't get any sleep. They have work tomorrow." Ronald, deep in thought about the gang's development plans, expressed his displeasure to his subordinate upon hearing the raucous DJ music from the fourth floor. Although he was a figure in the underworld, Ronald always prided himself on being a gang leader with a strong sense of civic responsibility. The actions of other gangs are beyond his concern, yet within his own faction, the presence of civic-mindedness holds as much significance as the ability to fight. "Very well, boss, I shall attend to this immediately," replied the heavily tattooed Caucasian man standing beside Ronald. Although Ronald's gang predominantly consists of African Americans, the three most formidable and trustworthy members by his side are these three Caucasian men. He had fortuitously rescued them during his time in Russia, and ever since, they have remained loyal and became his most capable subordinates. However, just as the Caucasian man was poised to descend to the fourth floor to admonish those lacking civic responsibility, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the fifth floor. Bang, bang, bang. Upon reaching the fifth floor, Roger finally encountered the armed delinquents. In the land of the free, gunfights transpire daily. When these thugs attempted to resist him by drawing their handguns, Roger wasted no time and swiftly executed his marksmanship skills. Many believe that possessing a firearm instantly transforms one into a sharpshooter, particularly those indulging in shooting games. However, the stark reality is that without proper training, an ordinary individual struggles to hit a stationary target from 10 meters away, let alone a moving one. Pulling the trigger is a simple act, yet accurately hitting the target is an entirely different challenge. Although the thugs on the fifth floor frantically pulled their triggers, their bullets posed no threat to Roger. He dealt with them mercilessly, ending their lives with precision. Against unarmed thugs, Roger was inclined to show mercy. However, the moment they dared to aim firearms at him, he held no reservations. The skirmish on the fifth floor concluded swiftly. In truth, the moment these thugs drew their weapons, the brevity of the confrontation was all but assured. The fifth rule of crossing the laws: a touch of compassion can enhance one's existence, while excessive altruism may lead to swift demise. After neutralizing the thugs on the fifth floor, Roger brandished the baton in his hand as he made his way to the sixth floor. Yet, as he ascended the stairs, a frown creased his brow, a murderous intent, an unabashedly intense aura of hostility. Sensing this malevolence, he hesitated not a moment, mentally steeling himself, and positioned the white baton before him. Clang! In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in a dark red, form-fitting ninja outfit descended from above, brandishing a gleaming katana aimed directly at him. The katana clashed violently with the nunchaku, producing a crisp metallic sound. The hand association's ninja? How did they come to be here? Although Roger could not be deemed a fervent admirer of Marvel, he was not unfamiliar with the hand association. At the moment the ninja leaped down from the staircase, he immediately recognized the origin of this warrior. Failing to dispatch Roger with a single strike, the ninja, whose eyes were the only visible feature, showed no hesitation and launched another assault. Clang, clang, clang. The ninja's attacks embodied the essence of speed, precision, and lethality. Each blow aimed at Roger's vital points. Had this been his first day in this world, Roger would have harbored little confidence in his ability to fend off the relentless barrage of the hand association ninja. However, now he possessed unwavering assurance that he could vanquish this unknown adversary within 10 seconds. The nunchaku, the straight white baton, instantaneously transformed into a sword suitable for slashing. Simultaneously, he ceased to suppress the inherent sharpness of the thin wire, allowing the nunchaku to become a true blade. Though he was uncertain why the hand association's ninja had appeared here, it did not deter his intent to eliminate this foe. For at that very moment, as the ninja materialized, a silent bounty task notification floated into his mind. Bounty task: eliminate the 5 fingers of the hand association. Task reward: 30 million berries. And the Dordor fruit. The Dordor fruit, a paramecia type, was consumed by Bruno of CP9. Its power allowed the user to open doors to any location they touched, enabling free passage through them. The doors could manifest in various forms, sizes, and shapes, including but not limited to air, flames, the ground, and even the human body, all depending on the user's intent. The essence of the Dordor fruit lay in its capacity for spatial mobility, easily understood as a skill for traversing through space. As the second bounty task emerged, Roger's mind swiftly recalled the pertinent information regarding the Dordor fruit. Of course, this knowledge stemmed from his own memory and not from any system-provided explanation. 30 million berries, coupled with a paramecia-type Dordor fruit, implied that the ultimate reward for this bounty task amounted to a staggering 130 million berries. Although the system's marketplace had yet to be activated, one fact remained indisputable. The price of a devil fruit within the system's shop would undoubtedly range between 100 million and 5 billion berries. If Roger recalled correctly, the most expensive fruit was the surgery fruit, which could perform the eternal life procedure, granting everlasting life to its target. This task was indeed quite lucrative. The initial bounty task offered a modest reward of 5 million berries, yet the second task escalated to a staggering 130 million berries. This is no mere gamble for a bicycle to become a motorcycle. It is a direct pursuit of a Ferrari. Is it not simply the annihilation of the 5 fingers of the hand association? Even if the system urged him to eradicate the hand association entirely, he would hesitate not for a moment. In the presence of the devil fruit, the demise of a mere hand association holds little consequence. Due to the nature of the Dordor fruit, Roger found the hand association ninja before him considerably more appealing. Oblivious to the unfolding events, the ninja, who was fervently assaulting Roger, could only perceive the enigmatic smile adorning Roger's face. Clang. After successfully parrying another strike from the hand association ninja, Roger chose not to squander further time on him. 5 colored threads. With his left hand assuming the guise of a beast's claw, he swept forcefully from left to right. Hiss. The hand association ninja never anticipated that Roger's counterattack would arrive so abruptly. 5 almost translucent, razor-sharp threads flickered before him. Subsequently, the once vibrant ninja, akin to one under the influence of a potent stimulant, bizarrely fragmented into several pieces, transforming into heaps of flesh that fell to the ground. Vivid crimson blood splattered like bursting water balloons. Although Roger retreated a short distance, he inevitably became stained with some of the blood. Damn, this was the shirt I bought just yesterday, as he lamented the bloodstains on his attire. The dismembered body of the hand association ninja inexplicably dissipated into a cloud of dust. This practice of magically reducing corpses to dust to safeguard the organization's secrets is a traditional technique of the hand association. Gazing at the swiftly vanishing dust on the ground, Roger brandished his white-threaded blade and proceeded towards the staircase. Although the hand association ninja was not part of his plans, it could not deter him from his objectives. Moreover, he now harbored curiosity about how Ronald's small gang became entangled with the hand association. This time, he successfully ascended to the 6th floor, where he beheld his target, Cree Ronald, alongside 5 prepared ninjas from the hand association. Only 5? This seems manageable. As for Ronald and the 3 burly men beside him, he chose to disregard them entirely. Ronald and those three white brutes might intimidate ordinary folks, but anyone possessing even a modicum of power could easily dispatch them. Even if they wielded machetes and firearms, it would make no difference. Let us not waste any more time. Come at me all at once. Roger's gaze swept over Kirinard, who stood at the center, and addressed the five ninjas clad in tight-fitting attire of the Hand Association. It's you. Initially, Ronald had assumed that an enemy from his past had come to confront him. To his surprise, it turned out to be the young man from Huaxiao that Jason and the others had spoken of. Although Jason and his companions had fervently assured him that the one who had injured them was indeed the individual depicted in the wanted poster wearing the Spider-Man mask, Ronald remained skeptical. After all, he was a seasoned gang leader with ample experience in the underworld, and he was not foolish enough to take his subordinates' words at face value. Moreover, the $1 million reward stated in the bounty hinted at something significant. A typical reward for a missing person would be astonishingly lower, perhaps only in the tens of thousands. The issuer's choice to offer a full $1 million implied more than mere curiosity about the individual. Unfortunately, most young men who gravitate towards the twilight industry of organized crime lack the acumen to recognize such implications. Otherwise, they would not choose to associate with gangs. We'll discuss our matters once I handle these Hand Association ninjas, Roger said casually, casting a glance at Ronald. Observing Roger's demeanor, as if he were merely discussing the evening's weather, Ronald felt a sense of foreboding. Although he had yet to witness Roger in action, the fact that Roger had ascended from the 6th floor while the Hand Association ninja had descended spoke volumes. The brief interval of mere seconds that had elapsed between the two actions indicated Roger's formidable prowess. Having just witnessed the abilities of the Hand Association ninjas, Ronald realized that Roger must possess strength surpassing theirs. This revelation clarified why the bounty had reached a staggering $1 million. It was not solely a reward for locating the individual. It likely encompassed expenses for housing, disability compensation, and even funeral costs among various other considerations. As Roger awaited the ninjas to initiate their assault, they remained steadfast, not advancing a single step, instead surrounding Ronald with their katanas drawn. Were they protecting Ronald? After assessing their formation, Roger quickly reached a conclusion. Since you choose not to strike first, allow me to take the initiative. Under the watchful eyes of Ronald and his associates, Roger abruptly raised his left hand, pointing his index finger at Ronald. Line shot. A fine thread, scarcely thicker than a hair, shot towards Ronald like a bolt of lightning, striking him instantaneously in the right leg. At the moment the thread was launched, the five ninjas of the Hand Union realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, they were utterly unprepared to respond. Left merely as spectators as Ronald was pierced through the leg. In the wake of the first encounter with the parasitic thread, Ronald remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events until the piercing of his right leg. Was it not agreed that the matter would be settled after dealing with the ninjas? Why was I the one to suffer injury at the onset? Despite being struck by Roger's thread, Ronald, as the leader of his faction, refrained from emitting the pitiful cries characteristic of lesser thugs. However, it soon dawned on him that something was amiss. The slender thread that had penetrated his leg did not exit his body like a bullet. Instead, it animatedly coiled around his limb as if endowed with life. What is this? Before Ronald could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an immense force tugging at his leg, propelling him forward. To his astonishment, he was being drawn directly towards Roger. Compounding his predicament, the burly Caucasian beside him and the Hand Union ninjas had no time to intervene. This thread was unlike any he had encountered before. Roger's approach was subtly altered. Previously, the threads were launched like bullets, but now, he wielded a thread that remained under his dominion. The front end had pierced Ronald's leg, while the other end was still tethered to his index finger. In the blink of an eye, Ronald, encircled by the Hand Union ninjas, was yanked before Roger, who seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Are those ninjas now obeying your commands? Roger's face bore a smile, yet to Ronald, it resembled the grin of a demon. Yes, they are here to protect me. Ronald attempted to struggle, but soon realized he lacked the strength to resist Roger's grip. Gasping, he strained to respond. Very well. Now issue the command for them to attack me, or I shall snap your neck this instant. No problem. Although Ronald was uncertain of Roger's intentions, he found himself with no alternative but to command the Hand Union ninjas in a voice that was barely audible. Once he had relayed his orders, Roger casually tossed him aside with a flick of his left hand, leaving him with a final remark. Lie still, and do not act foolishly. With that, he advanced towards the five ninjas of the Hand Union, brandishing the thread knife in his hand. Had it merely been to confront the 5 ninjas of the Shi Association, Roger could have easily employed a more relaxed and secure strategy. However, following the system's issuance of a second bounty mission, he resolved to take a bold risk, perhaps to test the mettle of his current hand-to-hand combat abilities. While the ninjas of the Shi Association are undeniably reckless and fierce, their proficiency in close combat cannot be dismissed. In a world dominated by firearms, the Shi Association, which clings to traditional craftsmanship, stands as an anomaly. Their confidence in maintaining these age-old skills stems from their exceptional melee combat standards. Thus, at this juncture, the ninjas of the Shi Association serve as the most fitting targets to gauge his own prowess in close-quarters combat. As Roger charged toward these ninjas, blade in hand, they exhibited no hesitation, swiftly drawing poisoned shurikens and launching them in his direction. Clang, clang, clang. While Roger was not yet capable of deflecting bullets with his blade, intercepting shurikens, whose velocity pales in comparison to that of bullets, was well within his ability. Observing Roger, akin to a legendary swordsman, deftly swatting the shurikens away, Ronald's immediate instinct was to seize the opportunity to vacate the premises. Yet, as he contemplated this course of action, a sudden pain in his right leg extinguished that thought. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to remain where he was. Recognizing the futility of provoking this formidable stranger, compliance seemed the wisest choice, surely. He would not take my life. Although Ronald's leadership skills were lacking, he possessed a keen sense of observation. Roger paid little heed to Ronald's thoughts, having already issued a warning. Should Ronald truly entertain the idea of fleeing, Roger would not hesitate to make his words a reality. After deflecting the shurikens hurled by the ninjas, he raised his left hand once more. Elastic lines. In an instant, he unleashed 3 shots of elastic lines. Passive defense was not his preferred tactic. Offense is indeed the best form of defense. In contrast to the shurikens, the nearly transparent lines were far more challenging to evade. Despite the ninjas' extensive combat experience, they were struck by the elastic lines. The sole consolation was that they managed to avoid critical hits, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Nevertheless, their ability to elude fatal strikes was also a testament to Roger's restraint. True to his word, he would not conclude their lives with ranged attacks, as he had pledged to use them to assess his close combat skills. Upholding one's promises is an essential quality of a man. After gaining a moment of respite, Roger seized the opportunity to confront the ninjas of the Hand Alliance. At the same time, dozens of fine threads erupted from the fingers of his left hand. His right hand wielded a blade, striking at one of the ninjas, while his left deftly manipulated the threads to target another. In combat, the practice of multitasking is often deemed a grave folly, yet Roger chose to defy that notion. Parasitic threads. As these nearly transparent filaments ensnared one of the Hand Alliance ninjas, Roger resolutely activated the parasitic threads. To be precise, he did not merely activate them, he commandeered them. Under his control, the ninja spun around in an instant, raising his katana to strike at his own comrade. The odds of 1 versus 5 swiftly transformed into 2 versus 3. The paramount function of the parasitic threads in battle has never been to directly assault the enemy, but rather to manipulate an enemy's ally to turn against them. If there is anything more gratifying than vanquishing an opponent, it is defeating them with the hand of their own companion. This may not be a tactic esteemed for its honor, yet it is undeniably exhilarating. Unless one is an utterly cold-blooded machine, there exists a natural hesitation towards attacking a comrade. This hesitation can lead to inadvertent restraint. However, the target ensnared by the parasitic threads harbors no such qualms. In this interplay of strengths, the line between life and death becomes starkly defined. Roger deemed the parasitic threads essential to his early training regimen, not solely for their intrinsic effectiveness, but also for their unique ability to possess both offensive and psychological impacts. With the aid of the parasitic threads, Roger deftly countered the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Hand Alliance ninjas, gradually seizing control of the battle. With a decisive flick, he sent the katana of the ninja before him flying, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the thread blade into his heart, watching him disintegrate before his eyes. Given the peculiar nature of the Hand Alliance ninjas, Roger even spared himself the effort of withdrawing his blade, exerting force once more with his right hand. A horizontal slash. The white thread blade traced an elegant arc, slicing directly at another Hand Alliance ninja. Swoosh. The white arc flashed by, gliding effortlessly across the ninja's neck. Following this, a head was sent soaring into the air. As that head ascended like a basketball, Roger swiftly withdrew. Having dispatched these two ninjas, the tide of the battle had wholly turned. From an initial 1 versus 5, it had now become 2 versus 2, all within the span of mere seconds. As one of the few spectators present, Ronald felt a surge of relief upon witnessing the unfolding events, grateful that he had not chosen to slip away unnoticed. The thought of what might have transpired if he had was too unsettling to entertain. Once the situation shifted to a tense 2 versus 2 scenario, Roger focused his efforts on manipulating the parasitic threads. This marked his inaugural use of such a technique in a real combat setting, and he aspired for this debut to be etched into his memory as a flawless experience. With a resounding clang, as he concentrated on controlling the parasitic threads, the hand association ninja, now under his command, exhibited a strength far surpassing their previous capabilities. By commandeering another's body, he was liberated from the constraints of defensive considerations. More significantly, under his guidance, the target could execute attacks that defied the very principles of human physiology. Ordinarily, no one would resort to such self-destructive methods of assault. The instinct for self-preservation inherent in living beings, coupled with the human body's limitations, would preclude such actions. Yet now, Roger could employ this tactic without hesitation. The body in battle was not his own. Even in the event of damage, it bore no consequence for him. From the moment the parasitic threads ensnared the hand association ninja, he was destined to be merely a disposable instrument in Roger's arsenal. Under the relentless and reckless onslaught of the controlled ninja, the remaining 2 hand association ninjas perished within minutes, reduced to mere dust. As the eerie remnants dissipated, Roger clenched his left hand. In an instant, the ninja ensnared by the parasitic threads was sliced into dozens of fragments. Task accomplished, mission complete. Thus, all 6 ninjas tasked with protecting Ronald lay defeated. Having dealt with these unforeseen adversaries, Roger turned to glance at the 3 bewildered Caucasian men. He then approached the still prostrate Ronald. "So, you entrusted the smuggling routes to the Hand Association, thereby securing their support. Quite an astute transaction," he remarked. Reclining on the sofa that rightfully belonged to Ronald, savoring a puff from his Cuban cigar. Realizing that Roger was no ordinary individual, Ronald promptly abandoned any thoughts of resistance, transforming into an obedient interlocutor. Submitting is not a mark of shame. It is foolish to charge recklessly at an opponent when one is fully aware of their inferiority. They sought him out. "I merely rendered a favor in passing," Ronald replied with a sycophantic demeanor. "We shall discuss the hand association matters later. First, let us address your invitation for me to meet. Observing your demeanor, it seems you are already aware that I am the individual sought in the missing person's reward. I wish to ascertain who else, apart from yourself, possesses this knowledge." Although Roger harbors little concern for the Osborne group, he detests being incessantly followed by a swarm of nuisances. Hence, before addressing the affairs of the Hand Association, he must first clarify who else is privy to this information. "Jason, that group of his is also informed. They are the same rascals you previously admonished," Ronald replied swiftly. "Is it just them?" "Indeed, just them," Ronald corrected. "No, it's not merely them. These 3 gentlemen standing behind me are also aware." He gestured towards the 3 burly Caucasians behind him. "Excellent. The ensuing question is of great significance to you. It would be prudent to deliberate before responding," Roger advised Ronald, before continuing. "Do you mind becoming my subordinate?" For a fleeting moment, Ronald found himself unable to grasp Roger's line of thought, gazing at him in confusion. However, he swiftly regained his composure and began to ponder earnestly. Transitioning from a gang leader to someone else's subordinate would ordinarily require no contemplation. Yet now, he was compelled to weigh the risks and rewards meticulously. Roger did not rush Ronald. He leisurely exhaled smoke, patiently awaiting his response. "If I refuse, will I meet my demise?" Ronald inquired cautiously after a minute of contemplation. "Yes," Roger replied with a smile. "I shall join," Ronald declared instantaneously. Although serving under another may not equate to being at the helm, it was certainly preferable to the prospect of death. In the face of mortality, pride becomes utterly insignificant. Trust me, you will not regret this decision in the future. Despite Ronald's lackluster abilities, it must be acknowledged that he is an astute individual. "Now, I have a few tasks for you." "Please, command me," Ronald replied, quickly adapting to his newfound role with an air of respect. "First, go and give Jason and his cohorts a sound thrashing. There is no need to kill them. Just ensure they spend a few months in the hospital. Roger had anticipated that his encounter with Jason and his group would be a fleeting one, but to his surprise, they re-emerged shortly thereafter. Therefore, he thought it prudent to bestow upon them another indelible memory. Understood. That is quite simple. Next, expel all the undesirables from your gang. I have no fondness for them. As for personnel, seek out some capable individuals, and remember, no undesirables. Upon hearing this, Ronald's countenance darkened, for he was precisely the kind of individual Roger referred to. Very well. Although Roger remained uncertain about Ronald's true intentions, he nonetheless acquiesced. Ultimately, this was the most crucial matter. From this day forth, you are to publicly declare your allegiance to the Don Quixote family, as a peripheral force under its banner. Should anyone inquire about the Don Quixote family, you shall inform them that it was established by Don Quixote de la Mancha. Ronald grew increasingly bewildered. He began to question whether he had fallen behind the times. Don Quixote de la Mancha? He found it impossible to associate the Asian-looking Roger with such a name. That is all for now. If there are further tasks for you, I shall convey them in due course. Oh, and I must remind you to address me as young master from now on, understood? As for the encounter, upon leaving Chinatown, Roger had no intention of forming a faction. However, after receiving a second bounty task from the system, he reconsidered. The rationale was simple. After eliminating the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, he planned to seize control of the leaderless organization. Although the Hand Association bore a less than stellar reputation, and its internal ninjas exhibited a degree of fanaticism and madness, it could not be denied that these style-driven ninjas were diligent workers. In any case, he had no aspirations of becoming a superhero, so the Hand Association's notorious standing was of little consequence to him. Addressing you as young master? Ronald found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Roger's reasoning. Yes, young master. After taking another puff from his Cuban cigar, Roger discarded what was said to be a masterfully crafted cigar purchased at great expense by Ronald. Extinguishing the discarded cigar, he stood up and departed the dilapidated building without a backward glance. He had already issued his commands. Whether Ronald would adhere to them was entirely up to him. Roger never harbored any illusions about Ronald's loyalty. Such dramatic displays of reverence, where others bow in submission, only transpired in the realms of online fiction, particularly those of inferior quality. For Roger, it sufficed to ensure that he possessed the strength to easily overpower Ronald whenever necessary, leaving him unconcerned about other matters. Ronald was a clever individual, and those of intellect often value their lives even more. In Queens, after departing Ronald's base, Roger took a cab back to the vicinity of Forest Hill Tower. However, upon reaching the area, he did not follow the typical course of other residents by taking the elevator home. Instead, he shot out a thread and ascended to the rooftop of a nearby, shorter building. Then, akin to Spider-Man, he shot a web towards the rooftop of his residence, swinging gracefully through the window that had been deliberately left ajar. After securing this unique abode, he had resolved upon this extraordinary method of returning home. Of course, should he be accompanied by a lady, he would ascend the building in a manner befitting a common man, utilizing the elevator. This unconventional approach to returning home was reserved solely for his solitary moments or for particular circumstances. As night melted into dawn, the following morning, after indulging in a substantial Chinese breakfast meant for 7 at a nearby restaurant, Roger drove his newly acquired Porsche 911 towards Mount Sinai Hospital. Aside from his rental expenses, this latest model of the Porsche 911 represented his most significant financial outlay in recent times. However, purchasing a vehicle in America proved considerably more economical than in his homeland, resulting in an expenditure of just over $100,000 for the 911. In relation to his current savings, this price was rather modest. Moreover, possessing a car in New York City was an undeniable convenience. Upon arriving at Mount Sinai Hospital, he first procured a fruit basket from a shop outside before making his way to the room occupied by Big Joe. Although he had only met Big Joe once, it was undeniable that Big Joe had cared for the original owner of his identity for over a decade. Even while hospitalized due to injury, Big Joe had not forgotten to have Gwen deliver case files to him, which stirred something within Roger, who had only recently arrived in this world. Fortunately, he had apprehended the lizard professor prior to receiving the case files. Otherwise, the formidable and regenerative lizard professor might not have been so easily subdued. Upon entering the room where Big Joe had last resided, Roger was taken aback to discover that the occupant of the hospital bed was not Big Joe. Where could he be? Discharged? Impossible. It had only been a few days. Unless Big Joe possessed extraordinary recuperative abilities, there was no way he could have been released. After inquiring at the nurse's station, he learned of Big Joe's current location, room 303. Having been transferred from the intensive care unit to a standard private room following surgery and observation. Knocking softly, Roger pushed open the door and stepped inside. In this modestly sized room, he beheld the visibly weakened figure of Big Joe alongside his wife, Helen Stacy. Before he could utter a word, Big Joe, reclining against the hospital bed, spoke first. "Roger, what brings you here?" "I happened to be passing nearby, so I thought I would stop by," Roger replied, placing the fruit basket he had brought onto the table and greeting the noticeably fatigued Helen Stacy. Upon witnessing Roger's arrival, Big Joe's face illuminated with a sense of relief, albeit quickly overshadowed by a frown as he remarked, "It's sufficient that you came. There was no need to bring anything, a waste of money." Big Joe was well aware of Roger's financial situation and naturally disapproved of any unnecessary expenditures. However, it never crossed Big Joe's mind that the Roger he once knew, a jobless wanderer, had transformed. Though he was not wealthy by any means, he had managed to accumulate a modest savings. After engaging in light conversation with Big Joe for half an hour in the hospital, Roger departed, driving towards the Empire State University, where Gwen was located. His visit to Gwen was not originally his intention, but rather a request from Big Joe. It remained unclear whether Big Joe had learned of the previous connection between Roger and his daughter or simply wished for them to have a meaningful conversation. He proactively called Gwen, instructing her to await Roger's arrival at the university. In order to fulfill the patient's desires, Roger found himself compelled to meet Gwen, who was most likely to see through his true identity. This Spider-Woman, intricately linked to the original owner of his persona, was a source of considerable distress for him. Avoiding her could potentially raise suspicions, while frequent encounters might equally lead to revelations. With risks inherent in both scenarios, it seemed more prudent to take a proactive approach. After all, Gwen was a strikingly beautiful woman, and engaging with her could certainly uplift his spirits, reminiscent of the words of a certain unnamed elder who remarked, "I simply wish to see lovely faces daily. It brings me joy." As Roger leisurely drove his newly acquired Porsche 911 toward Empire State University, disdainfully contemplating the inefficiencies of New York's road authorities, he caught sight of a fleeting white figure amidst the towering edifices. What an incredible coincidence, he mused. Although the figure swiftly vanished into the steel jungle, Roger instantly recognized her, Spider-Woman, or more precisely, Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory, Roger pondered. Wasn't it agreed that she would wait at the school? What does this mean? After Gwen's silhouette faded completely from view, Roger deliberated for a few moments before making a decision. He resolved to follow her. With determination, he parked his car at the roadside and ventured into a nearby alley. Ensuring that no pedestrians were around, he summoned countless white threads that surged forth from his being. Under his control, the silken threads swiftly enveloped him, forming a sleek, pure white battlesuit. In mere seconds, he transformed from a handsome young man with striking features into a figure reminiscent of Spider-Man clad in a pristine white uniform. However, he ensured that his self-fashioned silk attire was not overly tight. The notion of crafting a suit from silk arose after he had successfully created various melee weapons with the same material, since he could conjure an array of close combat armaments. Fabricating a suit was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, in contrast to the traditional Spider-Man mask that conceals one's identity, this silk suit boasted a distinct advantage, formidable defensive capabilities. After all, the threads that constituted the suit were of a special variety, derived from the line fruit, far superior to ordinary fabrics. After a brief stretch, he shot a strand of silk towards a nearby building, effortlessly ascending to the rooftop. As he glanced in the direction where Gwen had departed, he hesitated not a moment, swinging between the towering edifices like a true Spider-Man. It is worth noting that in the notoriously congested streets of New York City, this Tarzan-like mode of transportation proved exceptionally efficient, provided his physical condition kept pace. This method of traversal was even swifter than riding the subway. Having scarcely advanced a few blocks, he soon heard the incessant wail of sirens echoing through the streets. The direction was right. A quick glance at the advancing police cars confirmed to Roger that he had not erred. As he swung between the skyscrapers like Spider-Man, pedestrians and officers alike swiftly spotted his presence, gasping in astonishment and whipping out their phones. "Look, it's Spider-Man," Though his silk suit bore little resemblance to the classic Spider-Man costume, it did not deter onlookers from perceiving him as the legendary hero. After all, in the entirety of New York, only 2 individuals could execute such acrobatic feats. With Spider-Woman having recently passed by, it was only logical that this newcomer could only be Spider-Man. As for why his attire was not the iconic red and blue ensemble, the crowd readily concluded Spider-Man had acquired a new suit. People tend to embrace the truths they wish to believe, especially those conclusions they arrive at through their own reasoning. Roger had no intention of correcting the assumptions of these pedestrians. Despite hearing them call out to him as Spider-Man, he chose not to acknowledge them. After navigating the labyrinth of towering buildings for some time, he finally caught sight of Gwen's figure. At this moment, Gwen stood atop a towering edifice and, akin to a diver, spread her arms wide before plunging downward. Below, Professor Lizard, clad in a tattered white lab coat and burdened with a colossal black travel bag, awaited. What could this peculiar individual possibly be plotting? Roger had assumed that after his encounter with the Osborn group, the professor would lay low for a while. However, reality proved him mistaken. Barely a few days had passed when the professor emerged once more, brazenly manifesting in the heart of the city. As Roger pondered the professor's intentions, Gwen, having leapt from the rooftop, swung gracefully on her webbing, drawing near to the professor. With an impeccably executed pendulum motion, she delivered a forceful kick to the back of the professor, sending him hurtling through the air. It was only after the professor crashed onto the street that Roger swung to the rooftop of a nearby building. The dislodged professor quickly regained his footing and cast a glance at Gwen, who had just landed. Then, in an astonishing display, he unhesitatingly hurled a car that obstructed his path and sprinted away without a backward glance. Watching the frenzied escape of the professor, Roger's confusion deepened. Although he had only encountered the professor twice, he understood that this was no cowardly figure. Unless he sensed an overwhelming threat, he would never flee without cause. As the professor dashed away, Gwen wasted no time and pursued him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Roger, stationed atop the nearby building, did not immediately follow but instead cast a curious gaze at the floor from which the professor had just emerged. It was the 5th floor of the building. Peering through the shattered glass facade, Roger recognized a familiar emblem, a circular insignia of a soaring eagle. It was the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. In an instant, Roger comprehended the reason behind the professor's reckless flight. This individual had audaciously robbed a S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. While the lab within the building was not particularly classified, it nonetheless belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. To brazenly seize a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in broad daylight could only be the act of a professor whose rationality had been compromised by the lizard gene serum. Simultaneously, Roger's curiosity about the professor's true intentions intensified. Engaging in such a perilous endeavor to rob a S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory indicated that the professor's ambitions were far from trivial. As Roger contemplated catching up with Professor Lizard to clarify matters, several black SUVs adorned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly arrived at the base of the building. Subsequently, a man with a notably recognizable physique stepped out. A figure familiar to all American citizens, Captain America, Steve Rogers. What a day this has turned out to be. Is it the onset of a grand melee? With Spider-Woman, Professor Lizard, and Captain America present, the situation would certainly escalate if Spider-Man decided to join the fray. After a brief internal lament, Roger shot out a web line, pursuing Professor Lizard. It must be noted that once Professor Lizard began to flee for his life, his speed was hardly inferior to that of Gwen and Roger swinging between the buildings. Realizing he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Spider-Woman, Professor Lizard dramatically hurled a manhole cover aside and, like a true lizard, slipped into the sewer. Without a moment's hesitation, Gwen followed suit, landing with the precision of a golf ball into the sewer. Not far behind, Roger witnessed this scene, hesitating for merely 2 or 3 seconds before also entering the depths below. I despise sewers. Though he felt a sense of aversion, Roger had no choice but to follow into the underground labyrinth of New York, which, in many ways, resembled a colossal maze with numerous exits. Without having mastered the ability to sense the presence of others, failing to pursue would mean losing all trace of Professor Lizard. Moreover, perhaps it was merely an illusion. But after witnessing Gwen's attack on Professor Lizard, he sensed a disquieted fury within her. It resembled a vengeful wrath akin to that of a blood relative. Since Gwen became Spider-Woman, reports had seldom mentioned her resorting to violence against criminals. Indeed, both Gwen and Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, were akin to Batman in their vow against lethal force. Yet, in that moment of her assault on Professor Lizard, Roger detected a semblance of murderous intent. Upon entering the sewer, the rapid movement characteristic of the Spider-Man style lost its efficacy. However, this did not hinder Roger's pursuit. Professor Lizard was a superstar of the reptilian realm, and within the damp, shadowy confines of the sewer, he had a legion of fervent admirers. Following these devoted fans, Roger felt assured he would not lose track of Professor Lizard. Meanwhile, as Roger and Gwen traced the path of Professor Lizard through the sewer, Captain America, shield in hand, arrived at the laboratory on the 5th floor of the building, listening intently to the report from SHIELD agents. The items that were taken included specialized instruments intended for gene sequencing and localization, as well as a hard drive containing data from human enhancement experiments. Although the commotion caused by Professor Lizard was considerable, the quantity of items he absconded with was relatively minimal. Upon hearing the term human enhancement experiments, Captain Rogers' expression darkened. He was acutely aware that SHIELD had never ceased its research into the super serum he had once been administered. Yet he was taken aback to learn that they would conduct such research directly in New York, particularly within a laboratory that appeared to have a low security clearance. The laboratory supervisor had previously discussed matters related to human enhancement with Dr. Connors, which may have provided him with insights regarding the laboratory's location and research focus. For others, Professor Lizard was merely an undiscovered secret linked to Dr. Connors. However, for SHIELD, uncovering this information posed no considerable challenge. In fact, shortly after Professor Lizard made his debut, SHIELD was already aware of this situation. Initially, SHIELD had intentions to apprehend Professor Lizard. However, upon discovering that the genetic agent he employed was merely a work in progress with severe side effects, they abandoned that plan. In recent months, Professor Lizard indeed stirred considerable controversy in New York. Yet, for an organization dedicated to maintaining global peace, Professor Lizard's threat level was deemed insufficient. Consequently, SHIELD entrusted the task of apprehending him to Spider-Man and the New York police. After all, in SHIELD's assessment of threats, the danger posed by Professor Lizard was akin to that of a common gangster, similar to the CIA's disinterest in serial killer cases. However, little did SHIELD anticipate that their decision to refrain from confronting Professor Lizard would lead him to proactively seek them out. A situation akin to a slap in the face for the agency. Thus, upon receiving news of Professor Lizard's assault on the laboratory, SHIELD promptly dispatched Captain America, who is currently responsible for tracking Dr. Connors. Captain Rogers inquired of the SHIELD agent before him. It is Agent Romanoff. After navigating through the sewers for a while, guided by the signs created by Professor Lizard's fervent fans, Logan finally spotted an exit. It was a makeshift opening, unearthed amidst broken rebar, with remnants of lab coats still hanging from the debris. It was evident that this exit had been excavated by Professor Lizard himself. Just as Logan emerged from the air quality appallingly poor sewer, a series of gunshots echoed from a distance. Who could that be? Gwen was not accustomed to the use of firearms, so the individual firing the weapon could not possibly be her. Following the direction of the gunfire, Roger beheld a striking figure, an alluring SHIELD agent. Black Widow. What was she doing here? The moment Roger laid eyes on this SHIELD operative, he recognized her instantly. At the same time, he observed Gwen engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Lizard Professor. Although Gwen's strength did not match that of the Lizard Professor, she moved with the agility of a true spider, evading his attacks while relentlessly countering. Neither the Lizard Professor nor Gwen had received formal training in close combat. Despite the ferocity of their struggle, they were both relying solely on their extraordinary physical capabilities far beyond that of an average human. As Roger watched the intense skirmish between the Lizard Professor and Gwen, Black Widow was likewise scrutinizing him. Much like the pedestrians on the street, Natasha perceived Roger as Spider-Man, more specifically, as Spider-Man clad in a new suit. Ignoring Natasha's gaze, Roger furrowed his brow and observed the battle for a few seconds before taking action. He raised his right hand and shot a web toward the position of the Lizard Professor. From an offensive perspective, it seemed he was targeting the Lizard Professor. However, as the strands approached the vicinity of the Lizard Professor, they suddenly seemed to acquire a life of their own and veered towards Gwen. Though Gwen's spider sense was not as acute as that of Peter Parker, she still possessed the ability. Had Roger aimed directly at her, he was certain he would have missed. Instead, he initially targeted the Lizard Professor, redirecting the strands at the last moment toward Gwen. At the moment the webbing changed direction, Gwen's spider sense provided a warning. But it was already too late. At such close range, even with her heightened reflexes, Roger was confident the strands would ensnare her. Gwen attempted to evade, but the white strands still wrapped around her. Then, utilizing his own strength and the force of retracting the webbing, Roger pulled Gwen toward him. As he drew her close, his web suit released more strands, binding Gwen tightly like a mummy. No one present anticipated that Roger's initial target would be Gwen. The Lizard Professor, in particular, looked on in bewilderment at this peculiar white Spider-Man. Unbeknownst to him, the sight of the white Spider-Man evoked memories of the young man who had extorted his savings. Could it truly be him? As Professor Lizard pondered whether this white Spider-Man was indeed Roger, the latter raised his right hand, shooting a web towards a nearby lamppost. He then suspended Gwen, bound like a mummy, from the post. Although Gwen struggled valiantly to free herself from the white threads, their tenacity surpassed her imagination. Keeping her firmly ensnared, Roger harbored no objections to Gwen seeking vengeance against Professor Lizard. Had he been in her position, he too would have sought retribution without hesitation. However, before Gwen could exact her revenge, he had several inquiries to pose to Professor Lizard. Having temporarily incapacitated Gwen's ability to move, Roger approached the vigilant Black Widow, Natasha. The moment Roger ensnared Gwen like a mummy with his webs, Natasha concluded that this figure, resembling the white Spider-Man, was certainly not the true Spider-Man. Although SHIELD had yet to recruit Spider-Man, they had not neglected to investigate his identity. Thus far, they had not unraveled the mystery of his true identity or the source of his abilities. Yet, one thing was certain: the webs utilized by Spider-Man were not a product of bodily mutation, but rather a technological creation. Therefore, upon witnessing Roger manipulate the webs with what appeared to be magical finesse, Natasha immediately recognized the truth. As Roger closed the distance between them, Natasha wasted no time. She raised her handgun, aiming it directly at him. "Halt! If you come any closer, I will shoot," she warned. However, Roger seemed oblivious to her threat, continuing his advance without hesitation. When he was merely 10 meters away, Natasha fired. Bang! 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 Without a moment's pause, she discharged 3 rounds. Roger did not evade. At the instant Natasha pulled the trigger, his web suit expanded slightly. Though it was his first time employing the web suit in combat, he possessed unwavering confidence in its defensive capabilities. Crafted from the threads of the string fruit, if it could not withstand bullets, it would be a discredit to the very essence of devil fruits. Blocking bullets was certainly within the suit's capabilities. The only concern lay in mitigating the impact of the projectiles. The threads of the lined fruit are indeed remarkable, yet they lack the properties of vibranium and do not possess the ability to absorb kinetic energy. To mitigate the impact from the bullets, Roger allowed his suit to expand by several centimeters, creating a slight distance between the suit and his body. As long as the suit did not directly contact him, the force of the impact could not be transmitted through it. The bullets shot at high speed struck the suit, which was sufficiently distanced due to the expansion. Just as Black Widow prepared to fire again at Roger, he raised his right hand, commanding the suit to unleash its threads. The white threads swiftly appeared before Black Widow, entwining around her waist. Consequently, she was drawn towards Roger. As soon as she was pulled close, Roger's right fist landed heavily upon her abdomen. There are times when he is a gentleman who cherishes the fairer sex, but clearly, this was not the moment for such decorum. After striking her abdomen, he seized the handgun from her grasp. When Black Widow attempted to activate the special bracelet known as the Widow's Bite on her arm, Roger struck the back of her neck with a precise chop, rendering her unconscious. Although Black Widow had undergone genetic enhancement, endowing her with abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, she remained, Nonetheless, a being of flesh and blood. After incapacitating her, Roger repeated the actions he had taken with Gwen, suspending her from another lamppost. Only after completing this did he approach Professor Lizard. While Roger was engaged in combat with Black Widow, Professor Lizard had chosen not to leave, instead observing their battle intently. If Roger's confrontation with Gwen had raised his suspicions, witnessing his struggle with Black Widow confirmed his belief that this individual, resembling a white Spider-Man, was indeed the one who had extorted his savings. Recognizing each other as acquaintances, he dismissed any thoughts of retreat. "What brings you here?" Professor Lizard inquired as Roger approached him. "Nothing much, merely curious about your intentions. The facility you robbed belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Do not tell me you are unaware of what that implies." Roger refrained from removing the threads of his suit, as Gwen was still observing. He had no intention of revealing his identity just yet. "I am well aware that it is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s laboratory. My current experiment has reached a pivotal stage, and only that lab, along with Oscorp, possesses the instruments I require," Professor Lizard swiftly clarified. "Is it still the experiment concerning the lizard gene serum?" "No. It is an agent for restoration." "Restorative elixir?" Roger furrowed his brow as he gazed at the lizard professor before him. "During this period of transformation into a creature, I have come to realize that I still yearn to be human rather than this reptilian monstrosity. Although I am devoid of my right arm as a human, it is far preferable to my current monstrous appearance." How intriguing. Roger had assumed that the lizard professor intended to continue his research on lizard gene serums, only to discover that the professor merely desired to revert to his former human self. Some individuals proclaim their abandonment of humanity, while others strive to regain it. After a brief moment of silence, Roger spoke again. "I wish you success in your endeavor. By the way, I happen to have a favor to ask of you. If you wouldn't mind." "What is it?" "Let her strike you once. Rest assured, it's merely a single blow. It shouldn't inflict significant harm." Roger pointed to Gwen, who was suspended from the lamppost, chuckling as he spoke. The lizard professor could hardly fathom that Roger's idea of assistance was to have him beaten, and by none other than the so-called Spider-Woman. 029, Assault. "You want me to be struck, claiming it won't cause me much harm. Is this reasonable?" The lizard professor, who had previously regarded Roger as a decent individual, had entertained fantasies of perhaps befriending him once he regained his humanity. However, he now realized he had been overly optimistic. "What is she to you?" After a few moments of silence, the lizard professor inquired. "She could be considered a friend. You harmed her family. If you wish to avoid being relentlessly pursued by her, it is in your best interest to heed my suggestion. Allow her to vent her frustrations with a single blow, and you may find yourself less on edge in the future. Alternatively, you could permit me to strike you, although I assure you my approach would be considerably less gentle." Given the lizard professor's regenerative abilities, a blow from Gwen would hardly be consequential. Furthermore, Roger did not believe that Gwen would truly kill the lizard professor. If his assumptions were correct, Gwen was merely seeking to release her anger over Kingpin's injury. Had anyone other than Roger uttered such words, the lizard professor would have made it abundantly clear what it meant to evoke the wrath of a lizard. Having battled Roger before, he was acutely aware of the extent of Roger's power. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he realized that if he declined, he would become the next target of Roger's ire. After contemplating for several moments, the lizard professor ultimately acquiesced to Roger's proposal. "It's just a single blow, after all. I refuse to believe that this Spider-Woman could possibly kill me. Please hold on to this for me," he added, handing his travel bag to Roger. Receiving a beating from Spider-Woman is something one can endure, but should the instruments within his bag be damaged, that would indeed be a true loss. "No worries." Upon accepting the black travel bag handed to him by Professor Lizard, Roger severed all the threads binding Gwen. Subsequently, he shot a web towards the adjacent building and, with the travel bag slung over his shoulder, ascended to the rooftop. Although Gwen was unaware of the particulars of Roger's conversation with Professor Lizard, she naturally assumed that Roger was an accomplice of the professor upon witnessing the exchange of the travel bag. Just as she contemplated whether to leave and return at a later time to apprehend Professor Lizard, he suddenly charged towards her with fervor. His advance extinguished any thoughts of retreat that she had entertained. The image of Boss Joe lying in the hospital flashed through her mind. In the next moment, she raised her right hand and launched a web at Professor Lizard. In the blink of an eye, Gwen found herself engaged in a struggle with him. However, she quickly sensed something amiss. Although Professor Lizard seemed to be attacking her fiercely, His strikes posed no real threat. Furthermore, she discerned that his strength, speed, and reflexes were markedly diminished compared to before. What could be the reason for this? While Gwen remained oblivious to the cause of Professor Lizard's sudden decline, her resolve to attack was unwavering. Soon, the skirmish transformed into a one-sided assault. As Gwen relentlessly pounded Professor Lizard, Roger, perched atop the rooftop, realized he had perhaps underestimated Gwen's fury. If she continued this way, Professor Lizard's fate would surely be dire, potentially leading to severe injury. Initially, Professor Lizard had deliberately restrained his strength to allow Gwen an outlet for her pent-up anger. Yet now, he found himself regretting his acquiescence to Roger's suggestion. This woman truly possessed a formidable punch. Just as he contemplated mounting a serious resistance, he noticed Roger shaking his head from the rooftop. Damn, Professor Lizard silently cursed, resigning himself to being the human punching bag for Gwen's wrath. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. After an unrelenting 5-minute barrage, Gwen's assault finally began to wane. Initially, she had merely been puzzled by Professor Lizard's apparent weakness, but now she was certain that he had intentionally relinquished his resistance, allowing her to strike at will. With this realization, she glanced over at Roger on the rooftop. Was this all part of his plan? After the recent bout of violence, Gwen had managed to release a significant portion of her pent-up anger. Although she was infuriated by Professor Lizard's assault on Big Joe, she remained, after all, a 19-year-old girl. At this moment, she was not capable of committing murder. The act of taking a life may appear deceptively simple. A handgun, a dagger, or even a pen could serve as instruments of death. Yet, not everyone possesses the fortitude to enact such violence, particularly among those with higher education and virtuous character. The inclination to kill is most often absent. Having seized Professor Lizard by the tail and flung him aside, Gwen ceased her assault. While she was perplexed by the professor's willingness to endure her blows, one thing was abundantly clear. Should she attempt to bring him to the police or, heaven forbid, take his life, the figure perched atop the rooftop would undoubtedly intervene, and Professor Lizard would resist fiercely. Realizing this, she abandoned her physical confrontation. This was merely a performance, a theatrical outlet for her rage. The individual on the rooftop was the mastermind, while she and Professor Lizard were merely actors in this grim play. What an insufferable character. After concluding her assault on Professor Lizard, Gwen had no intention of lingering. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Roger, who remained on the rooftop, she swiftly departed, shooting away on her web. Once Gwen's silhouette vanished around the corner of the building, Roger approached Professor Lizard and returned the black travel bag to him. Thank you for your efforts. Though the ordeal had turned out to be more brutal than he had anticipated, the outcome remained gratifying. Gwen had vented her frustration over Big Joe's injury on Professor Lizard, and the latter had not been killed in the process. As the orchestrator of this encounter, Roger was pleased with the result. Such an affair should suffice for one occasion. He had no desire for a repeat. Professor Lizard shifted his aching body and, with the travel bag slung over his shoulder, intended to leave. Yet, just as he took his first step, a circular shield hurtled towards him like a dart. Before he could react, Roger sprang into action. With lightning speed, he extended his right hand, seizing the forceful shield, and, utilizing his battle suit alongside his own strength, managed to halt its aggressive advance. Go on ahead, I will handle this. Roger called out to Professor Lizard without glancing back, his gaze fixed on the distant Captain America. Grateful for the assistance he had received, Roger was more than willing to help Professor Lizard with this predicament. Understood. Professor Lizard wasted no time and took off running. Unexpected choices with a single hand, Roger grasped the shield hurled by Captain America, reminiscent of the Winter Soldier Bucky, renowned as Hydra's premier male model. Unlike the Winter Soldier, who had undergone biochemical enhancements and possessed a mechanical left arm, Roger's ability to catch the shield was not solely reliant on his physical strength, but rather on the power of his thread-based suit. After days of increased nourishment and bodily adaptation, he was becoming increasingly certain that his physique was beginning to exhibit signs of transformation towards a pirate-like state. The term pirate-like transformation is a specialized phrase within the realm of pirate world traversal training, denoting a gradual enhancement of physical attributes to align with the standards of the pirate world following bodily modifications. However, this enhancement would only officially commence after the completion of the traversal. While the pirate world may appear relatively ordinary, the inhabitants possess formidable physiques that defy logic, as evidenced by the stark contrast in height between humans and the colossal sea kings. Take, for instance, the string fruit, consumed by Don Quixote da Flamingo, who stands at an astounding height of 305 meters. This pales in comparison to the likes of Whitebeard, who towers at 666 meters, and Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, who reaches 888 meters. Furthermore, the giant race boasts individuals who stand at least 12 meters tall upon reaching adulthood. In a world where giants are commonplace, those with inferior physical attributes find themselves unqualified to set sail. To prevent traversers from becoming weaklings upon their arrival in the pirate world, each individual undergoes a degree of bodily modification before departure, ensuring that their physiques can gradually evolve to meet the standards of the pirate realm. As the sole student of the 21,308th session of the Pirate World Traversal Training Program to graduate with full marks, Roger, too, had received bodily enhancements. However, due to a miscalculation in his destination, he could not ascertain whether the effects of his modifications still persisted. After engaging in a battle with the Hands ninjas last night, he could now confirm with absolute certainty that the enhancements he had undergone remained intact. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether the modifications, originally intended to adapt him to the power dynamics of the pirate world, would manifest any adverse effects or uncontrollable repercussions upon entering the Marvel Universe. Thus far, aside from an increase in appetite, he had yet to encounter any additional issues. Observing Roger effortlessly catch the shield he had thrown, Captain Rogers wore a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the formidable force behind the shield he had hurled, so upon witnessing Roger effortlessly catch it with a single hand, he realized that Roger's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Had Roger been clad merely in ordinary battle attire, Captain Rogers' deduction would have been justified. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Roger was adorned in a suit fashioned from the threads of the line fruit. His ability to so effortlessly seize Captain America's shield was largely attributable to the power of his attire. As Captain Rogers scrutinized Roger, who bore a striking resemblance to a white Spider-Man, Roger took the time to examine the vibranium shield in his possession. With no magnetic retrieval mechanism or positioning device installed, it became apparent to Roger that a decision must be made swiftly. As S-H-I-E-L-D vehicles converged upon him from all directions, he secured the shield to his back, deftly manipulating the silk threads to fasten it in place. Upon witnessing Roger affix the shield to his back, Captain Rogers was struck by an ominous premonition. The very next moment, his instincts proved accurate. Under the watchful eyes of Captain Rogers and the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents, Roger shot out silk threads towards a nearby building. To everyone's astonishment, Roger, having caught Captain Rogers' shield, chose to make a hasty retreat. This unexpected maneuver not only caught Captain Rogers off guard, but also left the approaching S-H-I-E-L-D agents in shock. Within mere moments, Rogers' figure vanished amidst the towering structures. Captain Rogers had engaged in countless battles, certainly numbering in the hundreds, yet he had never encountered an adversary as irrational as Roger. To seize one's shield and flee, was that the conduct of a rational being? Although Roger had completely disappeared into the maze of buildings, Captain Rogers was not one to relinquish his shield so easily. He swiftly approached a S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle and commandeered it to pursue Roger. Seeing Captain Rogers lead the charge, the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents swiftly divided into two teams. One team followed Captain Rogers in pursuit, while the other rushed to rescue Black Widow Natasha, who dangled precariously from a lamppost. Meanwhile, Roger, nimbly traversing the space between buildings, felt no concern that Captain Rogers would catch up to him. The swinging method of traversal, invented by Spider-Man, proved exceptionally effective in the densely populated skyline of New York City. As long as he maintained a certain distance, he could easily evade all pursuers. Unless S-H-I-E-L-D could install surveillance on every building in New York without leaving any blind spots, this swinging style of movement would remain an insurmountable challenge. After wandering between the buildings for over 20 minutes, Roger returned to the alley from which he had initially departed. He removed the silk thread battle suit and meticulously wrapped his shield in silk threads, forming a square shape before making his way back to the Porsche 911 parked by the roadside. After stowing the now unrecognizable vibranium shield in the car's trunk, he drove towards Empire State University, where Gwen was studying. Despite a few minor interruptions, the tasks at hand remained imperative. Moreover, He was curious to see how Gwen was faring after venting her anger. Having taken considerably longer than anticipated to reach his destination, he retrieved his phone and called Gwen. Since the original owner of his current identity had moved out of Old Joe's house, he had not contacted Gwen, although Gwen had once called the original owner. Her prideful counterpart had not answered. I'm outside your school now, are you free? As Old Joe had already informed Gwen of his visit, Roger felt no need to elaborate on his arrival. There's an Italian cafe at the school entrance. Just wait for me there. With that, Gwen hung up. 10 minutes later, dressed in jeans and a fitted top, Gwen appeared at the cafe and approached Roger directly. Vanilla Heaven coffee. You haven't switched your taste yet, have you? Roger remarked, gesturing to the coffee he had already ordered. While he couldn't claim to know Gwen particularly well, the original owner of his identity had provided him with ample information about her, including her favorite coffee, which happened to be this very Vanilla Heaven coffee. As Gwen gazed at the cup before her, a smile graced her lips. She was pleasantly surprised that, after all this time, Roger still remembered her favorite brew. This promising start filled Roger with relief. He sensed that the likelihood of his identity being revealed was minimal. Since arriving in this world, his greatest fear had been the exposure of his true identity. Although this universe boasted its share of extraordinary beings, such as Spider-Man and Dr. Connors, the notion of usurping another's identity was still rather fantastical. Based on Roger's deductions, if he could successfully deceive the current identity's ex-girlfriend, then he need not worry about his status as a traveler being uncovered by others. Of course, exceptions existed, such as the formidable Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. Thanks to the memories provided by his predecessor, Roger found his conversation with Gwen to be quite enjoyable, though they each harbor their own secrets. It must be said that conversing with a young and attractive woman is undeniably a delightful experience. While Gwen's spider sense continues to emit warnings, the alerts have diminished to a level nearly negligible compared to their previous encounter at the hospital. Although her spider sense is remarkable, it has yet to reach the unsettling capabilities of telepathy or precognition. As Roger and Gwen engaged in their enjoyable dialogue, Captain Rogers of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York division found himself in far less jovial spirits. His shield was gone. The vibranium shield, a companion through countless battles and a symbol of his identity, had inexplicably vanished. To be precise, it had been stolen by a mysterious figure resembling a white Spider-Man. Is there any progress from the intelligence department? Captain Rogers sighed, exhaling with exasperation as he addressed Natasha, the Black Widow, who had just entered the command center. None. That individual is as elusive as Spider-Man. Natasha's expression mirrored her frustration. This was hardly surprising. As a top-tier agent, she had been unexpectedly incapacitated by someone who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, left ensnared in a cocoon reminiscent of a silken shroud. Such an experience was truly singular in her extensive career as a spy. To make matters worse, even after S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rescued her from the lamppost, she found herself unable to extricate herself from the wretched cocoon. Despite their numerous attempts to free her, the agents were unable to unravel the damned threads until they mysteriously vanished, restoring her freedom at last. Due to this peculiar disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. remains baffled by the nature of those threads, which they can only ascertain to be extraordinarily resilient, impervious to ordinary knives and daggers. Is it possible that this white figure is the third Spider-Man? Perhaps he underwent a different mutation than the previous two, granting him the ability to shoot webs freely. Akin to a true spider, Natasha proposed, sharing her hypothesis. That possibility cannot be dismissed. However, the intelligence we currently possess is far too scant to draw any accurate conclusions. Perhaps we should investigate Dr. Connors. He appears to be quite familiar with him, Captain Rogers mused, furrowing his brow. In truth, his thoughts were not particularly occupied with whether Roger was indeed the third Spider-Man. His mind was consumed by the loss of his shield. The capabilities of the shield need not be elaborated upon. Simply the fact that it has accompanied me for so long and has been through countless battles renders it irreplaceable. Nick Fury is already aware that the shield has been stolen, and he suggests we seek out Tony Stark, believing that Stark might be able to pinpoint the shield's location. Observing Captain Rogers, whose brow is furrowed in concern, Natasha Romanoff conveys Fury's recommendation. Seek out Tony Stark? Captain Rogers is no stranger to Tony, especially after learning that he is Howard's only son, which has led him to observe Tony discreetly for some time. However, he finds it difficult to accept Tony's extravagant lifestyle. In his view, someone with talents surpassing Howard's, like Tony, ought to dedicate his efforts towards fortifying America, rather than squander them on a life of decadence. Of course, indulging in luxury occasionally, much like Howard did, is acceptable. After all, Howard was a renowned entrepreneur in his own right. Yet, Tony's indulgences clearly exceed those of Howard. I have no desire to meet him. Please go in my stead, Captain Rogers declared before departing from the command center. At a quaint Italian cafe near the entrance of Empire State University, Rogers spent over half an hour sharing his thoughts with Gwen. He intended to capitalize on the moment to invite her to lunch, hoping to dispel any doubts she might harbor. However, Gwen declined his invitation. As they parted ways, Roger disclosed his new address to her and casually mentioned that he had recently won a substantial prize overseas, improving his financial situation considerably. This mention of a lottery win was not an idle fabrication. Indeed, a portion of his legally obtained income, which had been cleansed through a wealth freedom website, had come in the form of foreign lottery winnings. Moreover, the training he had received as a traveler taught him that to gain someone's trust swiftly, it is most effective to share innocuous truths that do not reveal the reality of his travels. A lie interwoven with elements of truth proves to be more effective than a straightforward falsehood, a maxim attributed to Goebbels, the propaganda minister of a certain organization that has since met its demise. Upon hearing Roger mention his lottery win, particularly one from abroad, Gwen cast him a charmingly skeptical glance, likely beginning to ponder whether he had fallen prey to some fraudulent scheme. However, her expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Roger's brand-new Porsche 911. With righteous indignation, she confronted him. "Have you taken to drug trafficking?" Gwen was well aware of how Roger had been faring since moving out. When she last visited Roger's modest apartment, she was further convinced of this notion. Thus, upon witnessing Roger driving a Porsche 911 that starkly contradicted his previous experiences, her immediate assumption was that he had resorted to drug trafficking. She did not suspect him of arms smuggling, as such endeavors also require a substantial initial investment. "As I have mentioned, I won a prize. And this is what I purchased with my winnings," he asserted. "I truly did not anticipate that you would think so poorly of me. Am I so unreliable in your eyes?" Sighing, Roger feigned a look of heartache and grievance. "Enough of your theatrics. I know exactly who you are. If you were truly that sensitive, you would not have chosen to move out on your own," Gwen retorted with a dismissive glance. "Well, it's no wonder you were the top student back in school. It seems that deceiving you is no easy feat," Roger shrugged nonchalantly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Gwen, he drove back to his new residence at Forest Hill Towers. However, before returning home, he dined alone at a nearby Chinese restaurant, consuming a meal intended for 7. Under the incredulous gaze of the server, he parked his car in the building's underground garage, clutching the now unrecognizable shield as he made his way back home. From the moment he decided to take Captain America's shield, he had already determined how to utilize it. Though the shield was forged from vibranium, he did not regard the material with much concern. If he sought vibranium, he would acquire it from Wakanda, rather than opting to steal Captain America's shield. Presumably, SHIELD was currently frantically searching for him, attempting to apprehend him and reclaim the shield. After activating the police surveillance radio purchased from Taiji and connecting it to the sound system in the training room, he entered the space. With several hours remaining until nightfall, he intended to continue practicing his control over the parasite threads and silk suit, hoping to gain the system's acknowledgement for these two techniques. This was not due to any obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Rather, once the techniques received the system's endorsement, their execution would become far more effortless, akin to instinctual bodily movements. The afternoon swiftly passed. As Roger emerged from the training room, perspiration dripping from his brow, he accessed the system to review his current combat techniques. As he had anticipated, beneath the elastic threads and multicolor threads, 2 new techniques had been added. Thread fruit, parasite threads, entangles dozens of fine threads around the target, thus controlling their bodily movements, a technique of manipulation. Line fruit armor, crafted from countless fine threads, this armor enhances physical defense capabilities, showcasing an original defensive technique. After glancing at the system's description of these 2 techniques, Roger satisfactorily closed the system page and headed directly to the bathroom. After indulging in a nearly half-hour hot bath, he wrapped himself in a towel and made his way to the bedroom, where he donned a fresh set of clothes. Once he completed these tasks, he placed the Captain America shield, now devoid of any threads, into a large backpack and departed from the building. It was now 8 in the evening. Nearly 10 hours since he had seized the shield, and it was time to address the matter of the shield while simultaneously executing his next plan. Brooklyn, the abandoned building serving as Ronald's lair. After taking care of his dinner, Roger arrived near the building by taxi. Casting a glance at the still-lit 6th floor, he ascended to the rooftop of a residential building opposite. The previous night, he had eliminated the ninjas sent by the Hand to protect Ronald, and had coerced Ronald's gang to join the so-called Don Quixote family. Following a day of fermenting developments, the Hand would likely have caught wind of this news. As a notorious assassin organization, while the Hand's intelligence network might not rival that of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was certainly not devoid of information. Moreover, the Hand might possess some secret technique to sense its members. If his assumptions were correct, the Hand would come seeking Ronald tonight, both to uncover the cause of the 6 ninjas' demise and to investigate the so-called Don Quixote family. Should the Hand send someone over tonight, it would signify that his plan had already succeeded by half. Despite his demeanor last night, portraying himself as someone intent on subduing Ronald, he never truly regarded Ronald as a subordinate. His demand for Ronald's gang to become an auxiliary force of the Don Quixote family was merely a ruse to deceive Ronald. Indeed, he had intentions of establishing his own influence, yet he had no desire for someone like Ronald. In contrast, he found himself more inclined toward individuals like Pony, who possessed a hint of chivalry. Of course, skin color was also a significant factor in his preferences. Ronald, apart from being a gang leader, was also an African American, and he harbored a pronounced aversion to black individuals. After spending over half an hour on the rooftop engaging in a simple game of Go, he awaited the night's main event. That was a group of more than a dozen unconventional ninjas, clad in black tight-fitting ninja attire, armed with various melee weapons, including katanas. Roger counted. There were approximately 15 ninjas leaping around the buildings and streets below. Upon arriving beneath Ronald's lair, this group of ninjas swiftly drew their weapons and, shrouded by the cloak of night, surged into the building. Shortly after their entry, the interior was filled with intermittent gunfire and the sounds of struggle. Within minutes, Ronald, Roger's first subordinate, was dragged out by these ninjas. The scene was truly gruesome. Despite the distance, Roger could clearly see Ronald's bloodied visage. At that moment, Ronald appeared utterly devoid of the strength to stand, allowing the ninjas to escort him away without resistance. As they led Ronald into a shadowy alley not far from the building, 2 small trucks, appearing to transport frozen meat products, emerged from the darkness. So they did drive over. I had assumed you had sprinted all the way here. Upon witnessing the 2 trucks exit the alley, a surge of white threads enveloped Roger, swiftly forming the silk suit he had donned earlier that day. He then slung his backpack, containing Captain America's shield, over his shoulder and followed the trucks at a distance. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. Following the 2 trucks, Roger traversed from Brooklyn to the infamous Hell's Kitchen. When the trucks entered a meat processing plant, Roger, clad in his silk attire, approached to observe closely. Noticing the surveillance cameras that adorned every corner of the factory and the concealed sentries lurking in the shadows, he realized he had arrived at the right location. This processing plant, if not the headquarters of the Hand clan in New York, served as a significant outpost. There were 2 reasons for this assumption. First, a typical hideout would not necessitate such stringent security. Second, Ronald had been brought here. According to Ronald, it was Swanda, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand clan, who had met with him last night. Thus, should anything untoward occur to Ronald, it would fall upon Swanda, a high-ranking member of the clan, to address the matter. Considering these circumstances, this place was, if not the headquarters, at least a crucial stronghold for Swanda. With the majority of his planned factors now in place, he located a public telephone booth nearby and dialed 911. He made 3 calls in total. In the first call, he informed the dispatcher that he had witnessed an individual dressed akin to a white Spider-Man, wielding Captain America's shield, abducting a man into the factory and threatening to kill him. In the second call, he altered his narrative, claiming that a person carrying Captain America's shield was rampaging within the factory. For the third call, he again changed his account, stating that Spider-Man, armed with the shield, had engaged in combat with a group of ninjas inside the factory, resulting in numerous fatalities. To make these 3 phone calls, he changed to 3 different phone booths and disguised his voice each time. Although the reasons for these calls seemed rather implausible, he remained unconcerned about the police's response. Even if he were to report a false alarm, the nearby officers would still be compelled to investigate. His primary intention in contacting the authorities was not merely to summon the police, but to capture the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The references to the White Spider-Man, Captain America's shield, and ninjas held no significance for the police. However, they bore an entirely different weight in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially at a time when Captain America's shield had just been stolen. Before long, Roger, standing atop a building near the factory, beheld the approaching police cars. As these siren-blaring vehicles arrived at the factory entrance, a convoy from S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared on the other side of the street. As anticipated, at a time when Captain America's shield had been taken, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly be monitoring police communications. Upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle's hasty arrival at the factory's entrance, the first officers on the scene exhibited expressions of confusion. Witnessing the uniformed Captain America disembark from the vehicle empty-handed, all police officers present instinctively recalled the alarming reports they had just received. Captain America's shield was indeed missing. Captain Rogers cast a glance at the officers, uttering not a word, and swiftly surveyed his surroundings. While these officers may have been oblivious to the factory's true nature, S.H.I.E.L.D. was fully aware. This facility served as a significant division of the hand, arguably second only to their headquarters. Just as the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived at the factory entrance, the Hand's ninjas within the premises sensed something amiss. The presence of the police could be brushed off as a routine patrol, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival signified a far more serious situation. As a syndicate operating within the shadows, the Hand's greatest concern was not the local law enforcement, but rather specialized organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, they aimed to avoid any dealings with such entities whenever possible. In a room on the second floor of the factory, a ninja, whose face was obscured except for his eyes, reported to the menacingly intense Soanda, "Sir, a large contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and police have suddenly arrived outside." Upon hearing the ninja's report, Soanda shifted his gaze from Ronald, fell silent for a few seconds, and then replied with evident displeasure. "Do not engage with them. Abandon this base and evacuate through the secret entrance. And take this fellow with you. Do not let him perish until we ascertain who that Doflamingo truly is." Soanda gestured towards Ronald, who was bound to a chair, his face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head. Though he was baffled as to why the S.H.I.E.L.D., which had always maintained a neutral stance towards them, would suddenly intrude upon their affairs, he resolved to relinquish the base in order to safeguard the grand scheme of the Hand Association. "Very well, my lord." Just as this ninja intended to relay Soanda's orders, a tremendous explosion erupted at the factory entrance. After painstakingly positioning all the actors, Roger, the director, was determined not to let the situation conclude peacefully. Thus, he initiated an assault. Stealthily descending from the rooftop, he approached a fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. special operative at the factory entrance and employed his parasitic thread. Under his control, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operative seized a grenade from his gear, pulled the pin, and hurled it into an unoccupied police car. Boom. At the moment of detonation, Roger brandished Captain America's shield in his left hand, boldly revealing himself against the factory wall. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and unleashed a barrage of thread projectiles towards the special operatives and police officers before him. Bang! 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 Under the onslaught of the projectiles, several firearms in the hands of both police and special operatives were shattered. As the remaining operatives and officers aimed their weapons at him, he turned and dashed into the factory without a glance back. Roger's abrupt assault not only caught Captain America and his companions off guard, but also left the Hand Association's ninjas within the factory utterly astonished. In that fleeting moment, a singular question plagued their minds. Where did this individual emerge from? Witnessing Roger, resembling a white Spider-Man, sprinting into the factory without a backward glance, Captain America and the others hesitated not a moment to seize their weapons and charge in after him. Captain America and the special operatives rushed in to reclaim the shield and apprehend Roger, who was suspected to be an accomplice of the Lizard Professor. The police, too, stormed the factory, astounded by such audacity in a criminal who had just obliterated a police vehicle and brazenly fired upon them. This was a blatant affront to the New York police. Consequently, SHIELD agents and police officers, still undecided on the ultimate command of the scene, surged into the factory together. Although the Hand Association's ninjas were unsure of Roger's identity, one thing was certain: he was undoubtedly not one of their own. As Roger, clad in his thread armor, burst into the factory, the ninjas wasted no time launching an assault against him. However, Roger chose to disregard their attacks entirely. Dressed in his thread attire, he had no need to fear the damage from these melee weapons. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he would allow the ninjas to assault him unimpeded. The techniques of thread strikes, five-colored lines, and parasitic lines were incessantly unleashed by him. At this moment, he spared no effort, employing the swiftest speed to eliminate the Hand Association ninjas obstructing his path. His plan was merely one step away from completion. The most critical step. After dispatching those roadblocks, he commenced a rapid search within the factory. Ronald had been brought here, thus the interrogation must be conducted by Soanda, the pivotal figure in his scheme. Although the factory was expansive, Roger's search proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Before long, he encountered Soanda in a corridor on the second floor of the factory. Though he had never laid eyes on Soanda before, identification was not a challenge. A mere glance at his attire and complexion sufficed to ascertain his identity. Clad in a black suit, Soanda was flanked by two ninjas, one of whom bore Ronald, who had already endured rigorous interrogation. Upon sighting Soanda, Roger, whose visage was shrouded beneath a silken battle garb, revealed a faint smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an assault on Soanda. Unlike the Hand Association ninjas, Soanda's prowess was evidently formidable. After all, he was an ancient being who had survived for centuries and had undergone training in Kunlun. When Soanda deflected Roger's five-colored line with an unassuming katana, Roger retaliated with several thread strikes. Some of these strikes were aimed at Soanda, while others targeted the Hand Association ninjas. However, the true casualty was Ronald, whose swollen head burst like a ripe melon under the assault of the thread strikes. This was not a miscalculation on Roger's part. From the outset, he had no intention of sparing Ronald's life. Following Ronald's demise, Roger renewed his attack on Soanda. It must be noted that the combat abilities and physical prowess of these Kunlun traders were significantly superior to those of the Hand Association ninjas. In close-quarters combat, Roger found himself unable to gain any advantage over Soanda. Were it not for the protective silken garb he wore, he would have sustained numerous wounds from Soanda's onslaught. Roger was not surprised at his inability to best Soanda in hand-to-hand combat. He had been in this world for less than a week, and the enhancements to his physique had yet to fully manifest. In simpler terms, the transformation into a pirate was still incomplete. More critically, Soanda had received the rigorous education of Kunlun, and even after his defection, he had not ceased to hone his skills. This inevitably determined that his close combat skills would surpass those of Roger, who had only undergone training in a crossing academy. However, this did not impede Roger's subsequent plans, as he was fully aware from the outset that subduing Soanda would not be a simple task. If the five fingers of the Hand Alliance could be easily dealt with, the system would not have bestowed such a lofty reward, nor would he have needed to meticulously orchestrate tonight's operation. He had Ronald publicly declare his allegiance to the Don Quixote family, seizing Captain America's shield and drawing both SHIELD and the police to this location. All of this was merely a preparatory measure for fulfilling his bounty mission. Although he could not gain any advantage in close combat with Soanda during their brief encounter, he subtly entwined Captain America's shield with fine threads. Subsequently, after withstanding Soanda's strike using the astonishing defensive capabilities of his silk thread suit, he affixed the shield to Soanda's back. Soanda did not afford him the opportunity to use the threads for cutting damage, and in truth, he had no intention of doing so. Binding the shield to Soanda was his sole objective. Once he had securely attached Captain America's shield to Soanda's back, Roger hesitated not a moment and swiftly retreated a short distance. What was this fellow planning? Soanda could never have anticipated such an unusual maneuver from Roger during their close combat. After their earlier skirmish, he had nearly confirmed that the individual before him, garbed like Spider-Man, was indeed the Don Quixote da Flamingo referred to by Ronald. While appearances can be deceiving, one's techniques cannot lie. Despite not having witnessed Roger's previous defeat of the Hand Alliance ninja, He could surmise the scene through Ronald's descriptions. Furthermore, what intrigued him most was from where this self-proclaimed Don Quixote Doflamingo had procured Captain America's shield. In their recent confrontation, he realized that the shield Roger held was no counterfeit. It was the genuine article. The unique metallic texture and its scientifically inexplicable properties were beyond the capabilities of a mere imitation. As Soanda pondered why Roger would bind the shield to him, the classically heroic Captain America Rogers ascended to the second floor, witnessing the standoff between Soanda and Roger. Sensing the arrival of Captain America, Roger manipulated his silk thread suit to extract his phone from his pocket. He then raised the phone, capturing a photograph of both Captain America and Soanda, while also recording a brief video. After completing this task, he returned the phone to his pocket. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Captain America and Soanda, he leapt through the window of the corridor. What exactly does he intend to do? After witnessing Roger depart without a backward glance, Captain Rogers and Soanda were momentarily taken aback. Though they could not fathom Roger's motives, they had little time to ponder the matter. Once Roger had left, Captain Rogers swiftly launched an assault on Soanda. In the blink of an eye, the two were entangled in combat. Meanwhile, Roger sat serenely atop a nearby building, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Orchestrating the clash between Captain Rogers and Soanda was a deliberate maneuver on his part. More precisely, he hoped for a full-blown confrontation between S-H-I-E-L-D and the Hand. The bounty mission issued by the system required him to eliminate the 5 fingers of the Hand, a formidable task for one who was currently isolated. Not only was he unaware of the Hand's New York headquarters, but even if he discovered its location, he lacked the prowess to confront the Hand's 5 fingers in his present state. To fulfill the system's bounty, he needed to enlist external forces. S-H-I-E-L-D presented an excellent opportunity. However, this led to a new conundrum: how to incite the typically non-interfering S-H-I-E-L-D into a deadly conflict with the Hand. In his initial plan, he intended merely to follow the ninjas who kidnapped Ronald to this location, then find a way to eliminate Soanda. Yet, a minor incident that morning compelled him to revise his strategy. The appearance of Captain Rogers illuminated a swift path to completing his bounty. Thus, he seized the captain's shield and meticulously plotted the events of the night, instigating a direct confrontation between S-H-I-E-L-D and the Hand. Once Captain Rogers and Soanda engaged in battle, the outcome would not impact his ultimate plan. Regardless of the victor, should Captain Rogers triumph, Soanda would either be captured or killed, prompting the Hand's fanatics to launch a rescue or retaliatory action against S-H-I-E-L-D. While this may seem improbable, the Hand was indeed composed of such lunatics. After all, those who worship and serve demons are seldom of sound mind. Conversely, if Soanda prevailed, Captain Rogers might survive, yet S-H-I-E-L-D would undoubtedly pursue the Hand, driven by both pride and the need to reclaim the shield. Thus, irrespective of the unfolding events, they would invariably tilt in Rogers' favor, subsequently easing the completion of his bounty. Of course, this might place him on S-H-I-E-L-D's radar, but such concerns were trivial. Unless he intends to lead a life of modesty as an ordinary individual, it is only a matter of time before he finds himself on S-H-I-E-L-D's radar. The risk of exposure, when weighed against the potential gains, is utterly negligible and entirely acceptable. The skirmish between Captain America and Soanda was brief, as reinforcements from S-H-I-E-L-D and the police surged in. Soanda swiftly opted for retreat. After instructing his ninjas to impede Captain America, Soanda fled the factory, bearing the captain's shield upon his back. Rogers chose not to pursue, instead watching Soanda's departure with a contemplative gaze. Subsequently, he stealthily infiltrated a school office, transmitting the incriminating photographs and videos to major news outlets. Although S-H-I-E-L-D might not elect to dismiss this incident, Rogers resolved to eliminate any possibility of such complacency. Having accomplished this, he departed the school, skillfully navigating back to the Forest Hill mansion on a thread of anticipation. With all preparations in place, the next step was to patiently await the opportune moment to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. The following day, he rose early and turned on the television to catch the morning news. As he had anticipated, various news channels were reporting on S-H-I-E-L-D S actions from the previous night. The photographs and videos he had deliberately shared with the media were, unsurprisingly, featured prominently. Thus began a splendid day. Sipping a cup of coffee brewed by a puppet, Rogers felt a sense of satisfaction as he absorbed the news reports. Given the current developments, even if the Hand were to return Captain America's shield to SHIELD, it would be futile, regardless of public belief. The documented history of the Hand was sufficient for SHIELD and law enforcement to categorize them as a primary target for crackdown. While SHIELD may have previously been reluctant to engage with the Hand, they now found themselves compelled to act decisively to demonstrate their capacity to safeguard the lives of the populace. More crucially, to regain the trust they were currently losing, SHIELD needed to eradicate the Hand. If they could not reclaim Captain America's shield from their grasp, how could the public trust in their ability to maintain global peace and protect citizens' lives? The trust of the masses may sometimes seem trivial, yet at other times, it becomes of paramount importance, even to the extent of requiring sacrifice and bloodshed. Only by committing fully to confront the Hand could Rogers' cunning plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf be realized. As for whether SHIELD would suffer any loss of face as a result, that bore no relevance to him. 035. The true villain and the false gentleman. Rogers harbored a disdain for Hydra, who conspired in the shadows to dominate the world. He equally detests those who consider themselves as agents of justice, believing that only they can safeguard world peace. Much like the SHIELD. In his perspective, the primary distinction between Hydra and SHIELD lies merely in the contrast between a true villain and a hypocritical gentleman. Hydra aims to forcibly seize people's freedoms through violent intimidation, seeking to dominate the entire world, while SHIELD may cloak its actions in a more subtle manner, waving the banner of world peace. It similarly deprives individuals of their right to choose freely. In certain respects, SHIELD's actions can even be deemed more excessive than those of Hydra, particularly regarding privacy invasion and the restriction of liberties. Anything that does not align with SHIELD's criteria is deemed a potential threat. To dissent against SHIELD's methods is to reject justice and peace. Why should this standard be set by SHIELD? Is it merely due to the fact that they have adopted the eagle as their emblem? While SHIELD may have once safeguarded this world, it has equally brought about considerable turmoil. Had it not been for SHIELD, many occurrences would not have transpired. In Rogers' view, SHIELD bears no difference from America, which prides itself as the world's police. Both proclaim peace and justice while engaging in self-serving enterprises behind closed doors. After watching the news for over 10 minutes, Roger donned his outdoor attire, grabbed his phone and wallet, and stepped outside. Following a hearty breakfast meant for 5 at a Chinese restaurant he had frequented several times, he hailed a taxi and set off for Manhattan. The radio broadcasted reports about SHIELD and various expert opinions, the identities of whom were unknown to him. Roger paid no heed to the radio's output, focusing intently on perceiving the threads emanating from Soanda. His mastery over the threads had a limited control range of approximately 100 meters, yet his perception extended far beyond that. The threads produced by the string fruit required a continuous supply of energy to be sustained for an extended duration, otherwise, they would dissipate after 10 minutes. Therefore, while maintaining the thread's existence, he could ascertain their general location. Naturally, the farther away he was, the more indistinct the sense direction became, providing only a vague idea. As he drew nearer, the sense direction became increasingly precise. Presently, he could only confirm that the threads were within the Manhattan area. Yet he needed to arrive there to ascertain their exact location. This method of locating was not particularly efficient, but it sufficed for him to track down Soanda. Moreover, if all went as expected, he would not only locate Soanda, but also the remaining 4 fingers. As the taxi gradually entered Manhattan, Roger articulated a new address based on his perceived location. After undergoing 3 or 4 relocations, he finally confirmed the ultimate position of the silk thread. Rather than instructing the driver to take him directly there, he alighted in a nearby block. Once disembarked, he ventured into a small alley adjacent to him and commenced his routine of disguise. The thread armor. This time, instead of weaving the silk into a Spider-Man costume, he fashioned it into the form of armor. As for the design of the armor, he drew inspiration from the Iron Man suit that Tony had yet to invent. Although the armored suit lacked the flexibility of the form-fitting silk attire, it possessed a far superior defensive capability. This was more suitable for the forthcoming confrontation, especially given Roger's current hand-to-hand combat skills were not on par with Soande's. Once the white thread armor took shape, he shot a thread towards a nearby rooftop. As he donned the armor and gradually approached the sensed location of the silk thread, he soon detected something amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet. Manhattan is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Here, at any hour, one would typically witness throngs of pedestrians and vehicles. However, upon entering the block where the silk thread was located, he noted an eerie silence. There were hardly any pedestrians, and even the street was devoid of cars. Had the area been evacuated? This observation immediately reminded him of a common protocol undertaken by official agencies prior to action, evacuating the surrounding populace. Realizing this, he refrained from rushing to the perceived location and instead landed atop a nearby building. Just as he intended to ascertain whether SHIELD was indeed in operation, a sudden, violent explosion erupted from a distant building. It was a rather unremarkable structure, barely a dozen stories tall, resembling an old office building from the 1970s. Yet, at that moment, an orange-red explosion burst forth from the fourth floor, shattering the glass of several floors above and below. Indeed, it was SHIELD. Observing the SHIELD operatives storming into the building, Roger wasted no time and swung over with his silk threads. As he approached the edifice, the operatives stationed for perimeter defense aimed their weapons at him. A barrage of bullets rained upon the thread armor, ricocheting off one after another. Following the incident where Black Widow Natasha had fired upon him, he had developed a new impact-resistant method, creating a specialized cushioning layer within the inner layer of the thread armor. The thin, form-fitting silk suit could not achieve this, but the thread armor was fully capable. Inside the armor, ample space existed for him to construct the cushioning layer. Amidst the relentless barrage of bullets, Roger ascended to the rooftop of the building, where he encountered the elite operatives of SHIELD, sharing his intentions alongside the formidable Black Widow, Natasha. The simultaneous assault from both ground and rooftop was a conventional tactic employed by official forces. What Roger had not anticipated was the unexpected reunion with Natasha. Despite her altered appearance, the Black Widow recognized him instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her weapon and fired. As her gunfire erupted, the SHIELD operatives still on the ground swiftly joined the fray. The line armor indeed afforded protection against bullets and significantly mitigated the impact they delivered. However, Roger was not one to remain a stationary target. With the adversaries firing upon him, he would certainly not extend them the courtesy of restraint. With a swift motion, he raised his hands and unleashed a barrage of line projectiles. Though these were not true bullets, their potency was no less formidable. Under his relentless assault, casualties quickly mounted among the SHIELD personnel on the rooftop. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the operatives sought cover from his line projectiles and endeavored to suppress him with firepower, Roger aimed at the helicopter that had yet to depart. He first targeted the tail rotor, impairing the helicopter's balance by disrupting its anti-torque. Next, he struck the main rotor that provided the primary thrust for flight. Roger required no precise aim. As long as he directed the line towards the rotors, they would inevitably ensnare themselves within the strands. Soon, the helicopter, ensnared by the line on both rotors, spiraled out of control, billowing black smoke as it careened towards the rooftop. With a deafening crash, the out-of-control helicopter collided with the rooftop, unleashing a fiery explosion that cascaded like a tidal wave across the surface. The entire building quaked in response to the explosive reverberations. At the critical moment when the helicopter was about to plummet onto the rooftop, Roger, clad in his line armor, launched himself towards an adjacent building, swinging away on the line to escape the chaos above. As the architect of this mayhem, he paid no heed to the carnage on the rooftop and shot another line, gaining entry into the building from a different floor. His purpose for being here was not to engage in battle with S-H-I-E-L-D. Rather, his singular aim from the outset was to personally eliminate the 5 fingers of the hand. At that moment, the hand's attention was wholly fixated on S-H-I-E-L-D, oblivious to Roger's presence, which facilitated his infiltration significantly. The majority of the ninjas belonging to the Hand Association are currently engaged in thwarting the S-H-I-E-L-D agents attempting to ascend from the first floor to the rooftop. Little do they realize that a malevolent individual has infiltrated the building's mid-level floors. In order to avoid detection, Roger employs a flawless method of stealth. This technique has been passed down from an unnamed master assassin of the Kong lineage. Although Roger is not an assassin himself, this does not deter him from studying the infiltration methods of his esteemed predecessor. With the use of tripwires, multicolored threads, parasitic lines, and silk traps, Roger moves through the shadows like a phantom, systematically eliminating any ninjas he encounters. As the ninjas of the hand dissipate into ash upon their demise, he is spared the burden of disposing of their remains. The continuous explosions and gunfire from above and below serve as his perfect cover. After stealthily advancing through the building for some time, he finally encounters one of his primary objectives. Before him stands an elderly East Asian woman, exuding an aura of benevolence. Wielding an ordinary wooden cane, it is Madame Gao. At the very first glance, Roger recognizes her identity, and a wealth of information regarding her floods his mind. Like Soanda, Madame Gao is a traitor to Kunlun, which signifies her proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. In addition to her remarkable longevity and combat skills, Madame Gao is a tactical genius and a master linguist, possessing even the ability of telekinesis. It can be asserted that, apart from her physical prowess which may not match that of Soanda, her other capabilities are certainly on par, or perhaps even superior. Compared to Soanda, who is merely adept in close-quarters combat, Madame Gao's telekinetic abilities render her a far more formidable opponent. Upon discovering Madame Gao's presence, Roger refrains from impulsively launching an attack, opting instead for a moment of contemplation. She is not alone, for ninjas clad in dark crimson garb accompany her. Although Roger is unaware of the strength of these four-hand ninjas, the mere fact that Madame Gao keeps them close suggests they are far from ordinary and may possess some peculiar magical abilities. After surveying his surroundings, he swiftly formulates a plan. The building comprises 15 floors, and he currently occupies the 9th. On this level, aside from the ninjas who have already turned to ash, only Madame Gao and her 4 companions remain. If he can secure the exits on the 9th floor, it can be transformed into a tranquil battlefield, free from any interruptions. There are 3 exits on the 9th floor, 2 emergency staircases situated at either end, and a central elevator. The elevator was left unaddressed at the moment S-H-I-E-L-D initiated their offensive. They had effectively locked down its operation. Consequently, the only exits that required sealing were the emergency staircases located on either side of the 9th floor. At this juncture, Madame Gao remained in the surveillance room, meticulously observing the chaos unfolding within the building through the monitors, while continuously issuing the latest commands. Casting a glance at the screens, which had yet to reveal her presence, Roger proceeded without hesitation towards the escape staircases. As he meticulously set up tripwires between the 2 staircases, he also took care to place them in the corridors and by the windows. While it was unlikely that anyone besides him would attempt to swing in through the windows, it was prudent to exercise caution. With the utmost care, he avoided the cameras while setting up the tripwires. Minutes later, Roger had fashioned a white katana from the tripwires. He then boldly made his way toward the surveillance room where Madame Gao was situated. The battlefield had been meticulously prepared. All that remained was to claim Madame Gao's head. Upon nearing the surveillance room, Roger raised his right hand, pointing his finger directly at her. With a decisive flick, he launched the tripwire. The projectile, akin to a bullet, shattered the glass of the surveillance room, hurtling toward Madame Gao. However, at the very moment the tripwire was poised to strike her, she stepped back slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Kill him. Though Roger's appearance today differed slightly from the night before, Madame Gao recognized him as the individual who had bound Captain America's shield to Soanda. No sooner had she spoken than the 4 motionless hand ninjas beside her surged forward like phantoms toward Roger. Indeed, something was amiss. Observing the astonishing speed exhibited by the 4 ninjas, Roger wasted no time and turned to flee. vanishing around the corner of the corridor in the blink of an eye. He ran swiftly, yet the ninjas were not far behind. Within moments, his figure re-emerged within their field of vision. Upon entering a corridor devoid of surveillance cameras, Roger halted, adopting a combat stance with the wire katana in hand. Although his actions seemed peculiar, the four ninjas exhibited no hesitation. They promptly drew their katanas and charged toward him. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as the two foremost hand ninjas reached within 3 meters of Roger, they suddenly found their heads severed from their bodies. A smooth incision appeared at their necks, and crimson blood sprayed into the air. Upon witnessing the instantaneous decapitation of the two ninjas, the remaining pair abruptly halted, their gazes fixed upon a nearly invisible, hair-thin, transparent thread. This was a deceptively simple trap. Roger had merely left behind a scarcely perceptible, razor-sharp line within the corridor, luring the ninjas into their own demise. Had these two been a tad more vigilant, they might have discerned the perilous thread. Alas, their arrogance clouded their judgment. An enemy that flees at first sight is not necessarily driven by fear. It could be a deliberate tactic. This fundamental truth was evidently lost on the two ninjas whose heads had been severed by the thread. 037. The Thread Cascade of Doom. Come at me together. I am pressed for time. Although Roger had sealed off the usual exits on the 9th floor, he was acutely aware that such measures were merely conventional. Who knows if others might choose to breach the ceiling or floor directly. Furthermore, apart from Lady Gao, he had several other targets to attend to. As Roger brazenly beckoned them with a flick of his fingers, the remaining two ninjas did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, they grew increasingly vigilant, meticulously scrutinizing their surroundings. Why squander our time when death is inevitable? Roger mused, observing the ninjas now fully alert. From his left hand emerged 5 nearly translucent threads, which, under his deft control, soared towards the ceiling and floor without targeting the ninjas directly. Once these 5 threads entwined with the prearranged lines, Roger, without a moment's hesitation, yanked forcefully. In an instant, a multitude of fine threads surged forth from the ceiling and floor, weaving into a flawless web of death. This net, sharp as a fisherman's line, rapidly closed in on the ninjas, who found themselves bereft of any chance to resist, reduced to mere fragments of flesh before vanishing into ash. The moment these ninjas entered the corridor, their fate had been inexorably sealed. After dismantling all the threads within the passage, Roger approached Lady Gao, wielding his line blade. He had formulated a rough strategy for dealing with her during the trap's setup. Naturally, the success of his plan hinged on whether Lady Gao would acquiesce to his intentions. When Roger, clad in his thread armor, reappeared before her, Lady Gao momentarily faltered, taken aback by how swiftly he had dispatched the 4 ninjas. It was important to note that these were no ordinary ninjas, but rather elite guards she had meticulously selected. The Hand Association has never offended the Don Quixote family. Why must you persist in antagonizing us? Lady Gao spoke up after scrutinizing Roger. Who says one must offend before opposing you? Upon hearing Lady Gao mention the Don Quixote family, Roger, encased in his armor, stifled a laugh and responded quietly. It appears that the Hand Association genuinely believes in the existence of a family named Don Quixote. From this perspective, Ronald's demise holds significant value. If that is the case, then let the old man. Before he could finish his thought, Lady Gao exhibited an astonishing swiftness that belied her appearance, instantly appearing before Roger. Simultaneously, the staff in her hand lunged towards Roger's eyes with lightning speed. Though Lady Gao was unaware of the intricacies of Roger's armor, it was evident that the eyes were a vulnerability in this suit of armor. From a structural standpoint, her assessment was not without merit. However, Roger's armor was far from ordinary. As Lady Gao's staff aimed at his eyes, Roger deftly manipulated the threads on his helmet, swiftly filling the eye openings with them. Clang. Though the staff was wooden, it emitted a sound akin to metal upon impact. Lady Gao's assault was undeniably fierce. Both the speed and angle of her attack were executed to perfection. While Roger harbored a dislike for the Hand Association, he could not deny that Lady Gao and her fellow Kunlun traders possessed strength far beyond the ordinary. With long lifespans, extensive knowledge, robust physiques, and formidable combat skills, he knew he could not match these centuries-old beings in close combat. Yet, he possessed an advantage they lacked entirely. After withstanding Lady Gao's strike with his armor, Roger swung his thread blade with force, aiming for her neck. However, just as his right hand was raised, Lady Gao's counterattack arrived. with a deft twist of her wrist. She seized his right hand, effectively neutralizing the strike he had yet to fully unleash. Your strength is feeble, your speed lacking, with such meager abilities. You dare to oppose the hand association. You truly do not comprehend the vastness of the heavens. Grasping Roger's wrist with her seemingly muscleless left hand, Lady Gao spoke with disdain. She had expected Roger to possess some extraordinary talent, yet now she realized she had overestimated him. Apart from this peculiar armor, Roger appeared to her to be utterly ineffectual. Is that so? However, I believe it is not I who is oblivious to the vastness of the world, but rather you. Upon hearing Roger's retort, Lady Gao instinctively sensed a looming threat. Nevertheless, it is all too late. Countless threads extended from Roger's right hand to her left, swiftly enveloping half of her arm. I deliberately moved slowly to provide you the opportunity to seize my right hand. My strength is feeble, designed to prevent you from striking and fleeing. A long life brings forth greater experience and formidable power, yet it can also lead to arrogance. Roger's voice resonated incessantly from within his armor. As he spoke, Lady Gao endeavored to free her ensnared left hand, yet her efforts were destined to be in vain. If the threads of the line fruit could be so easily severed, it would surely be of little worth. Your sole chance of escape lies in severing your own left hand. However, even should you choose to do so, you would not survive to leave this place. It would merely prolong your suffering. Indeed, Roger's close combat skills pale in comparison to Lady Gao's. Yet he is unable to best her while she retains the use of both hands. In the absence of one, even with her vast combat experience and exquisite techniques, she would not stand a chance against him. Lady Gao is a master of psychological manipulation, capable of unsettling her opponent's thoughts with mere words. Yet now, she found herself disturbed by Roger's discourse. It seems you lack the resolve for a heroic sacrifice. If that is the case, allow me to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, all the threads from his armor sprang to life, rushing towards Lady Gao like a swarm. In mere seconds, she was bound by countless threads, rendered akin to a mummy. After ensnaring Lady Gao with the threads, Roger turned to depart. After walking a distance of several meters, he opened his left hand and then clenched it into a fist. Thread cascade of funeral. Boom. The threads encircling Lady Gao instantly constricted, crushing her within like a watermelon. Vivid red blood seeped through the crevices of the threads, dripping steadily onto the floor. The name of this technique, Thread Cascade of Funeral, was a whimsical creation inspired by a certain ninja marked with the character for love upon his forehead. Though the materials manipulated were different, the outcome remained the same: to pulverize the bound enemy under immense pressure. 038, Fruit Level Upgraded Bounty Mission. Eliminate the 5 fingers of the hand association. Mission Reward, 30 million berry, door fruit. Mission Progress, 15. After vanquishing Lady Gao, Roger glanced at the system interface. Compared to when the mission was first issued, a description of mission progress had appeared in the taskbar. Closing the system interface, he released all the threads within the 9th floor and promptly donned his thread armor anew. After briefly sensing the location where the silk threads should have been on Suwanda, he descended the emergency staircase. Although he could not ascertain whether all 4 targets, including Suwanda, were within the building, the presence of even Lady Gao and Suwanda was sufficient. Ideally, it would be best to eliminate all 5 fingers of the hand in one fell swoop. Yet reality seldom aligns with one's aspirations. The 5 fingers of the hand are not fools. They would not remain huddled together at such a precarious moment, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture them all at once. Having arrived at the 6th floor from the 9th, he abandoned the stealth and assassination tactics employed on the higher floor. Wielding his wire blade as he confronted the ninjas he encountered, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives had already breached the 4th floor, and it would not be long before they ascended to the 6th. At that point, one could not guarantee whether Suwanda would perish at the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or by Roger's own hand. Should Suwanda fall victim to a stray bullet, it would indeed spell disaster. To avert such an unforeseen occurrence, Roger resolved to eliminate Suwanda before S.H.I.E.L.D. reached the 6th floor. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the 6th floor. Clad in wire armor, Roger focused all his energy on offense, dispatching the hand's ninjas with remarkable speed. His reckless assault soon drew the attention of all the ninjas on the 6th floor. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his tactical approach. Although the ninjas of the hand would dissolve into ashes upon death, their vibrant crimson blood still splattered across the floor before their demise. Amidst Roger's berserker-like onslaught, his white wire armor gradually became stained with blood. Unfazed, he continued his frenzied slaughter. To enhance his efficiency, he even emulated symbiotes like venom, transforming the threads of his armor into various weapons to strike at the ninjas of the hand. As the ninjas fell one after another in a reckless assault, his close combat skills grew increasingly refined. With each defeat of a hand ninja, Roger experienced a peculiar sensation akin to achieving a state of invincibility. Just as he intended to revel in this exhilarating combat reminiscent of mowing down foes, a system notification suddenly surfaced in his mind. Devil Fruit, Main String Fruit Level 2. Roger was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the level of the string fruit would ascend to level 2 at such a moment. During this period of training, although he has exerted considerable effort, he estimates that he still requires approximately another week to elevate the power of the string fruit to level 2. The elevation of the fruit's level, albeit unexpected, has not hindered his offensive capabilities. In fact, they have become increasingly efficient. The enhancement of the fruit's level not only signifies a numerical increase, but also a tangible improvement in his proficiency. In simpler terms, he has become increasingly adept at utilizing the string fruit. This elevation has significantly sharpened the string's cutting ability, flexibility, and control range. The same technique, when executed with fruits of varying levels, yields markedly different results. For instance, the string projectiles Roger previously launched possessed only the power of a standard handgun. Now, however, the projectiles he fires rival the force of a rifle's bullet. When the string fruit was at level 1, the hand association ninjas could barely withstand the ferocity of Roger. With the fruit now at level 2, their chances of stopping him are even more improbable. After mere seconds, as all the hand association ninjas within his line of sight were reduced to ashes, he finally paused, gasping for breath. Although the level of the string fruit had risen, it was evident that his physical stamina had not improved correspondingly. He did not bother to calculate how many hand association ninjas he had just dispatched. The only certainty was that his right hand felt slightly fatigued. After all, there is a toll to be paid for relentless combat. The notion of wielding 2 large blades, hacking relentlessly from South Sky Gate to Penglai East Road for 3 days and nights without a moment's pause, is beyond what an ordinary person could endure. At least, Roger felt he was incapable of such a feat now. Regardless of his fatigue, he was primarily concerned about the dryness in his eyes. After stretching his mildly strained right hand, he proceeded down the corridor ahead. He sensed the presence of the strings just beyond the passage. While it was uncertain whether Soanda was indeed on the 6th floor, it would be prudent to investigate. Moreover, his intuition urged him that upon rounding the corner of the corridor, he would encounter the person he sought. As expected, upon turning the corner, he beheld a familiar figure alongside another less familiar one. The familiar figure was Soanda, whom he had met the previous night. The man beside Soanda, however, was a stranger to him. Nevertheless, he recognized this man's identity. The hand association comprises 5 key figures: a Caucasian male, an African American male, an Asian male, a Caucasian female, and an elderly Asian woman. Thus, it was evident that the man accompanying Soanda was none other than Mera, one of the 5 pivotal figures of the hand association. Unlike the impeccably dressed Soanda in his black suit, Mera donned a traditional white kimono, with a seemingly expensive katana elegantly suspended at his waist. A delightful buy-one-get-two offer indeed. Casting a glance at Soanda, who held Captain America's shield, and Mera, Roger felt fortunate today. "Ah, it's you," Soanda remarked darkly, his expression frosty as he addressed Roger. "Is he the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo?" Before Roger could respond, Mera inquired of Soanda. "Indeed, that is the man." Upon hearing Soanda's reply, Mera stepped forward, gracefully unsheathing his katana in a manner that was visually arresting. As Mera assumed a combat stance, poised as if to strike, Roger, clad in chainmail, smiled. He then conjured a white scabbard with his left hand, placing the katana within it. Under the watchful eyes of Soanda and Mera, he stepped forward slightly with his right foot, bending his legs, and positioned his right hand just above the hilt. "Aido." Mera instantly recognized Roger's stance and grasped his intent. As the sole Japanese among the 5 fingers of the Hand Alliance, Mera was no stranger to various Japanese martial arts and swordsmanship. The reasons behind his selection by Kunlun remained a mystery to Roger, one he had little interest in unraveling. After the system issued the second bounty mission, to him, Muramasa and his companions were akin to the deceased. Iato, also known as Badodu, is more commonly referred to as Iajutsu by the uninitiated. The philosophy of Iato is remarkably straightforward, almost blunt, to draw the sword and vanquish the opponent with unparalleled speed, achieving a true one-strike kill. Though not a true samurai, Roger, as a transmigrator, especially one who graduated with flying colors, was no stranger to Iato. He had even practiced it for a period. In fact, his repertoire extended far beyond Iato alone. He had dabbled in various martial arts including Wing Chun, Hung Gar, Sanda, Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, Karate, Taekwondo, Israeli Krav Maga, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, having studied most renowned fighting styles to some degree. While the actual effectiveness of these skills is another matter, Roger's postures bore no distinction from those of professional fighters. In addition to martial arts, he had also explored shooting techniques such as Mozambique shooting, contact shooting, point shooting, and cars shooting. Such is the life of a transmigrator. Proficiency in diverse skills is never a burden. Meanwhile, subjects like music performance, culinary arts, and wilderness survival training were also part of the elective courses in the Transmigrator training program. Upon witnessing Roger assume an impeccably refined Iato stance, Muramasa's gaze sharpened with an intensity that betrayed his overwhelming murderous intent. Although it was their first encounter, Muramasa perceived Roger's actions as nothing short of a provocation. With blades gripped firmly in both hands, Muramasa advanced steadily towards Roger. Upon reaching the optimal distance for his explosive assault, he exhibited no hesitation. Unleashing a fierce battle cry as he surged forth like a spectral wraith, his katana slicing through the air with the speed of lightning aimed at Roger's head. In the instant Muramasa appeared before him, Roger executed his long-prepared Iato strike. The draw and thrust flowed seamlessly together. A gleaming white arc of the blade flashed before Muramasa's eyes. Clang! Compared to Muramasa, Roger's Iato was marginally slower. Muramasa's katana struck first, landing a blow upon Roger's head. Despite the protection of his armored helmet, Roger felt a jarring impact reverberate through his skull. A visible fissure marred the once unblemished surface of his helmet, which had never been breached by the blades of the Hand Association's ninjas. However, this was merely the beginning. Though the helmet bore a crack, it remained a considerable distance from being completely severed. Muramasa was taken aback, unable to fathom that his strike, potent enough to cleave through steel, had failed to penetrate Roger's helmet. What was this? Upon noticing the threads emerging from the helmet's fracture, realization dawned upon him. This was no ordinary metal armor. It was crafted from those exceptionally resilient threads. The very strands that had ensnared Soanda were the ones Muramasa had assisted in severing. To some extent, he was the individual most acquainted with the true tenacity of the string fruit's threads within the Hand Association. Yet, he had not anticipated that such robust threads could be woven into armor, indistinguishable from genuine metal. Upon recognizing this, Muramasa sensed impending peril. Nevertheless, Roger's thread blade had already grazed his chest. With a physique far surpassing that of an ordinary human, Muramasa instinctively retreated slightly at the critical moment, transforming what could have been a debilitating blow into a mere superficial wound that would not hinder his combat effectiveness. Quick on his feet, as Muramasa staggered back several paces, Roger sheathed his thread blade, simultaneously mending the fissure in his helmet. Although Muramasa and his comrades were traitors to Kunlun, it could not be denied that they had undergone the rigorous training of Kunlun's orthodox teachings and had evaded its pursuit. Defeating them with mere conventional combat techniques was not out of the question, yet given Roger's current physical prowess, it remained a formidable challenge. Since ordinary combat techniques proved ineffective, Roger was left with no choice but to rely on his most formidable trump card, the string fruit. He currently commanded 4 techniques derived from this fruit: the bounce string, the rainbow string, the parasite string, and his own creation, the string armor. Techniques such as the string blade, string waterfall funeral, and silk trap, which pertain to the application of strings, had yet to evolve into true combat techniques. In terms of sheer quantity, the techniques he had mastered were rather limited. However, this did not hinder his utilization of the string fruit, especially after its enhancement to level 2. Seizing the moment while Muramasa had not yet launched a second offensive, he swiftly recalled the combat techniques of Don Quixote da Flamingo in his mind, selecting a few that he could currently employ. He dismissed techniques requiring the awakening of the string fruit, as well as the birdcage and shadow riding line, both of which demanded high levels of fruit mastery and control. With these techniques ruled out, his options dwindled to just a handful. Having determined the techniques he would employ next, he sheathed and released his string blade. He then charged towards the vigilant Muramasa. Despite his close combat capabilities and physical prowess being inferior to those of Muramasa and Soanda, he resolved to engage Muramasa in melee combat. The reasoning was straightforward. The techniques he intended to use from the string fruit were all close range. In the blink of an eye, clad in string armor, he stood before Muramasa, his right hand resembling a beast's claw as it lunged toward him. Rainbow string. 5 almost transparent threads simultaneously struck at Muramasa, only to be effortlessly parried. While the rainbow string was indeed sharp, it was not sufficient to easily sever Muramasa's katana. Undeterred by the block, Roger followed up with a kick. Foot skimming string. This marked Roger's first use of an unpracticed technique in battle. The moment he raised his leg, Muramasa decisively retreated, attempting to evade the kick. By distance, Muramasa successfully avoided it, yet the reach of the foot skimming string extended far beyond his expectations. As Muramasa stepped back with his blade, 8 fine threads appeared at the tip of Roger's foot. These 8 nearly transparent, sharp threads shot towards Muramasa at an alarming speed in the direction of the kick. In terms of execution, the foot skimming string resembled the kick-like rainbow string, with the only distinction being the number of threads and the point of release. As for the rainbow string's flamboyant 5 colors, the foot skimming string could equally embody such vibrancy if required. For Roger, who has become sufficiently adept with the 5-colored line and has elevated his fruits level to level 2, he harbored confidence that he could execute the foot shaving line without prior practice. Indeed, the foot shaving line manifested seamlessly, striking towards the retreating Muramasa, whose evasion proved inadequate. The emergence of the foot shaving line caught Muramasa off guard. However, as a seasoned warrior who has lived for centuries, he swiftly responded. With a mere flick of his wrist, the katana in his hand exhibited astonishing speed, successfully parrying the attack of the foot shaving line. Yet, Roger's offensive was far from concluded. While Muramasa's focus was consumed by the foot shaving line, Roger lifted his left hand and forcefully swung it downward. Descending rogue line. 5 nearly transparent, slender threads descended from above Muramasa's head like a rake of falling leaves. From the outset, Roger had no expectation that the foot shaving line could harm Muramasa. Given Muramasa's exceptional swordsmanship, it was clear he could thwart the 5-colored line, and thus, the foot shaving line was merely a feint designed to divert Muramasa's attention. As anticipated, Muramasa focused on the sudden threat of the foot shaving line, neglecting the peril descending from above in the form of the descending rogue line. With a swift and decisive strike, the 5 sharp threads of the descending rogue line pierced through Muramasa's shoulder and back without hesitation. The razor-sharp threads, upon penetrating Muramasa's body, continued their relentless trajectory, even piercing the ground beneath him. At the moment Roger raised his left hand, Soanda, who was observing the battle, sensed something was amiss and immediately lifted Captain America's shield to charge at Roger. However, Roger had anticipated being flanked from both sides. Although Soanda's explosive speed did not rival Muramasa's, it surpassed that of the ninjas from the hand. Yet, as he closed the final 2 or 3 meters towards Roger, he was halted by a wall of thread resembling a spider's web. Spider's nest. As Soanda sprinted toward him, Roger raised his right hand, directing his palm towards Soanda. Subsequently, slender, nearly transparent threads shot forth from his palm, forming a defensive wall akin to a spider's web on his right side. Soanda, shield in hand, collided heavily against the spider's nest, which effectively thwarted his advance. Although it was Roger's first time employing the spider's nest, his confidence in its defensive capability was unwavering. The spider's nest wielded by Doflamingo could effortlessly withstand a punch from Luffy. While he was not Doflamingo, neither was Soanda Luffy. Moreover, in the current environment, even if Soanda wished to leap over the spider's nest, he would find it utterly impossible. The threads of the spider's lair were intricately woven to the walls and floor of the passage, sealing it entirely. Unless Soanda could shatter the walls or the ground, he could only watch helplessly from the other side of the spider's lair as Roger confronted Muramasa. After thwarting Soanda's assault, Roger's gaze returned to Muramasa, who had lost the aura of a transcendent master. His once pristine white kimono was now stained crimson with his own blood, adding to the predicament. The descending lines of the dreaded technique pinned him firmly in place. From the moment the lines pierced Muramesa's body, his fate was sealed. Now, with but a flick of his finger, Roger could have torn Muramesa asunder. Yet, he refrained from such an act. Though Muramesa was destined for death, allowing him to perish so easily did not align with Roger's pragmatic nature. Extending his right hand, Roger unleashed dozens of nearly transparent threads from his fingertips and palm. Under his command, these threads coiled around the immobilized Muramesa like venomous serpents. The parasitic threads. Within mere moments, Roger had completed the invocation of the parasitic threads, rendering Muramesa a puppet under his control. It was only then that he released the lines of the dreaded technique from his left hand. While the strategy was of his own design, Roger had not anticipated its execution would unfold so seamlessly. This success was undoubtedly aided by the enhancement of his abilities and Muramesa's arrogance. Had the abilities not been upgraded, Roger would not have been capable of executing techniques like the severing and descending lines without prior practice. Had Muramesa not been so overconfident as to face him alone, the tactical arrangement would not have been completed so swiftly. Though Muramesa, now bound by the parasitic threads, did not abandon his struggle, he soon realized the futility of his resistance. The threads that ensnared him had utterly stripped him of control over his own body. Now, he could not even relinquish his right hand to discard his katana. Upon recognizing his complete loss of bodily autonomy, a bitter smile crept across Muramesa's face. It was over. Everything had come to an end. As a creature who had lived for centuries, he could scarcely fathom the events that were about to unfold. With Muramesa under his command, Roger dismantled the spider-s lair that obstructed Soanda. Although the lair was removed, Soanda, wielding Captain America's shield, did not advance to attack Roger. Instead, he took a few steps back in silence. While he was unaware of what Roger had done to Muramesa, he was certain that Muramesa had now become Roger's puppet. Don Quixote de la Mancha. The first time Soanda heard this name, he did not give it much thought. Even after hearing from Ronald about Roger's battle with the Hand Association ninjas, he remained indifferent. To him, Roger was merely someone who had acquired a few obscure abilities. A fool who did not understand the gravity of his situation. However, he soon realized how profoundly mistaken his previous judgment had been. By using Ronald as bait, he located Roger's secret base, lured both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police to the factory, inciting a conflict between the two. He bound Captain America's shield to himself and disseminated photographs and videos to major news outlets, leveraging public opinion to pressure S.H.I.E.L.D. into a full-scale confrontation with the Hand Association. When S.H.I.E.L.D. launched their assault, he infiltrated the building to execute his decapitation operation. Before the two parties had even laid eyes on each other, he had meticulously orchestrated every detail of the plan and personally propelled each phase forward. In the years following his escape from Kunlun, Soanda had encountered opponents with far more cunning schemes. Yet, without exception, those adversaries had been renowned figures. This individual, who claimed to be the heir of the Don Quixote family, was, according to Ronald, merely in his early 20s. Before taking action, I have a question I hope you might answer. The Hand Association should bear you no ill will. Why do you insist on opposing them? Observing Roger clad in his armored attire, Soanda voiced his inner doubts. He could not bring himself to believe Ronald's assertions. How could someone capable of such intricate scheming harbor animosity towards the Hand Association over a mere subordinate? It's nothing special. Someone has offered a bounty on the heads of your 5 fingers from the Hand Association. Moreover, they are quite generous with their money. Roger had no intention of revealing the existence of his system and fabricated a casual excuse. I see. Upon hearing Roger's explanation, Soanda chuckled. Then, under Roger's watchful gaze, he turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. Too late to flee. Just as Soanda took a few steps, Muramesa, controlled by the parasitic threads, appeared like a specter behind him, his katana aimed directly at Soanda's back. Clang! At the moment the katana was about to strike Soanda, he exhibited an agility that belied his physique, swiftly turning to deflect the blow with Captain America's shield. Although Muramesa's katana was a rare masterpiece, it paled in comparison to the vibranium shield. Not only did it fail to slice through Captain America's shield, but it did not even mar the shield's surface. After parrying the ferocious strike from Muramesa, Soanda retreated several steps, without hesitation. He then scrutinized the now puppet-like Muramesa with a wary expression. Observing the blood still dripping from Muramesa's body, Soanda could not help but frown. despite their ideological differences. They had been comrades who fled from Kunlun together and had known each other for centuries. In many ways, they were the most familiar with one another. Yet now, those who should have joined forces against Roger found themselves as adversaries, blades drawn against one another. What astonished Soanda even more was that Muramasa, despite his injuries, not only remained vigorous but exhibited greater speed and strength. Had Muramasa not been manipulated by the parasitic line, he would have been incapable of demonstrating such speed and power in his wounded state. Humans, or more accurately, flesh and blood beings, possess an inherent instinct for self-preservation. The speed and strength exhibited by such beings are typically restricted to levels that do not jeopardize their own bodies. However, under the control of the parasitic line, Roger could completely disregard these instincts of the puppet. After all, it was merely a puppet. Its destruction was of little consequence. Thus, in this scenario, he could exploit the puppet's strength to the utmost, even compelling it to unleash power that did not rightfully belong to it. To describe the forcible manipulation of the target's body, the term parasitic line does not fully encapsulate the phenomenon. A more precise description would be the relentless coercion of the target to exert its utmost strength without regard for its well-being. Furthermore, this exerted strength is not merely confined to suppressing the target's physical capabilities, but also encompasses the power conferred by the parasitic line. For instance, under normal circumstances, Muramasa would not possess the ability to fly. Yet, under the manipulation of the parasitic line, he could achieve such feats. The reckless unleashing of a greater strength at the expense of bodily harm is merely one facet of the parasitic line's abilities. Just as Soanda pondered how to confront the now enemy puppet that was Muramasa, Roger directed Muramasa to initiate an attack. The gunfire and explosions from below grew increasingly pronounced. It would not be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. agents breached the defenses of the Han's ninjas and reached this floor. Therefore, he needed to eliminate Soanda before the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. and extract what he required from him. In the blink of an eye, Muramasa lunged at Soanda once more, his katana slicing through the air relentlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of the katana striking the vibranium shield echoed as Soanda effortlessly deflected all of Muramasa's assaults with the shield that originally belonged to Captain America. However, before he could even rejoice, Roger's assault was already upon him. Merely allowing the puppet to engage the enemy was evidently not the most efficient strategy. As the village's hero confronted Soanda head-on, Roger, positioned at the rear of the battlefield, launched a barrage of threads towards him. Once Roger personally joined the fray, Soanda's predicament swiftly deteriorated. He had to remain vigilant against the melee attacks from the village's champion while also guarding against the distant shots from Roger. Struggling to divide his attention, he soon found himself cornered against the passageway by the combined onslaught of the two. This could not continue. If the current trajectory persisted, it would not be long before he met his demise at the hands of the village's champion and Roger. Contemplating this grim reality, a fierce expression crossed Soanda's face. He then drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his own chest. What is this? Witnessing Soanda's sudden act of self-harm, Roger instinctively sensed something amiss and immediately commanded the puppet to retreat. However, Soanda did not afford him such an opportunity. In an instant, Soanda's right hand swept across his chest, blood staining his palm as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, strange black mist surged forth from his being. This dense, smoke-like mist, upon materializing, coiled around the hands of the village's champion like a swarm of piranhas from the Amazon River. Although Roger promptly maneuvered the puppet backwards, the black mist still consumed the puppet's hands entirely, leaving not even a bone behind. The mist did not merely devour the puppet's arms. It also corroded the katana in its grasp, creating an array of varying-sized voids, ultimately reducing it to mere fragments of iron scattered on the ground. Is this the magic of the Hand Union? As a ninja assassin group that revered primitive demon beasts, it was not surprising that the Hand Union wielded some obscure sorcery. Yet, Roger did not anticipate the overwhelming ferocity of the black mist summoned by Soanda. With its arms lost, the puppet returned to Roger's side. Its visage contorted in agony as it emitted a series of pained whimpers. After the parasitic thread had latched onto the puppet, Roger sewed its mouth shut. He disliked his puppet's shouting during battle, thus preemptively averting that issue. Devoid of arms and weaponry, the puppet had lost the majority of its combat efficacy. While Roger could still utilize it as a meat shield, it was evident that the puppet would not endure for long. Given this reality, after merely a second or two of contemplation, Roger arrived at a decision. With a subtle flick of his finger, the threads severed the puppet's legs completely, causing it to collapse to the ground. After confirming that Muramasa could not escape, he released the parasitic thread and cast a cold gaze upon Soanda, who was ensnared by swirling black mist. Soanda's current predicament could be interpreted as both advantageous and disadvantageous. On the one hand, the pervasive black mist enveloping his body provided a tangible and reliable shield of defense. On the other hand, his condition seemed somewhat peculiar. Behind Soanda, Roger beheld a strange, spectral beast. This creature resembled a large feline akin to a lion or tiger, yet bore several curved, horn-like protrusions. Could this be the demon beast? Although Roger was aware of the Hand Association's veneration for such entities, he had never envisioned what one might look like. In truth, he was not alone in his ignorance. The majority of the Hand Association's ninjas were equally uninformed. The idols they revered were merely abstract symbols and statues. Moreover, for a demon of this nature, altering its appearance was not a formidable task. At this moment, Soanda was shrouded in black mist, gasping for breath, his eyes a vivid crimson. However, Roger's attention was not fixated on Soanda himself, but rather on the vibranium shield in his grasp. From the earlier manifestations of the black mist, it was evident that these eerie tendrils possessed formidable corrosive properties. Muramasa's hands and katana were prime examples. Yet, the vibranium shield in Soanda's possession showed no signs of deterioration. Just by examining the shield, Roger could not ascertain whether this was a result of Soanda's deliberate control or if the shield was impervious to the corrosive effects of the mist. To verify this, he raised his right hand and conjured a dagger made of thread. Subsequently, he hurled the thread dagger directly at Soanda. In the face of the rapidly approaching dagger, Soanda neither flinched nor attempted to evade. He showed no inclination to raise his shield. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was upon him. Just as the thread dagger was about to pierce Soanda's chest, the black mist coiling around him surged forth, like a venomous serpent, and wholly engulfed the dagger. At the moment the black mist consumed the dagger, Roger lost all sense of its presence. Yet, in the next instant, he regained awareness of the dagger's existence. The dagger, forged from the threads of the string fruit, pierced through the black mist and embedded itself in Soanda's chest. Remarkably, it had not been entirely corroded. This revelation simplified matters considerably. Roger had harbored concerns that the threads from the string fruit would be unable to withstand the black mist's corrosive nature, but reality had proven him overly cautious. The dagger embedded in Soanda's chest, despite showing some cracks, remained largely intact, unlike Muramasa's katana, which had shattered completely. With this in mind, Roger hesitated not a moment, summoning a thread blade and charging towards Soanda. If the silk dagger could withstand the engulfing black mist, then the thread blade, along with the thread armor, could certainly resist the corrosion of the dark fog. As Roger advanced with the thread blade, Soanda withdrew the dagger from his chest, wielding a weapon in his left hand and the dagger in his right, rushing towards Roger. It must be said that those under the influence of a buff exhibit a certain arrogance. Just moments ago, Soanda was intent on fleeing, but after casting this peculiar spell, he not only abandoned his escape, but also charged directly at Roger. Perhaps it was because Soanda noticed that Muramasa had been incapacitated by Roger, leading him to believe he had a fighting chance. In the blink of an eye, Roger found himself entangled in combat with Soanda. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Roger felt that Soanda was noticeably stronger than the previous night. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all experienced a marked enhancement. Roger's close combat skills paled in comparison to Soanda's, especially now that Soanda was bolstered by a buff. It was not long before Roger found himself forced to retreat under Soanda's relentless assault. Just as Soanda sought to deliver a decisive blow to Roger, a flurry of thread-formed katana pierced through his back, the tips emerging from his chest like bamboo shoots. Success. Roger was acutely aware of his own limitations in close combat. From the outset, he had never anticipated defeating Soanda through mere physical confrontation. His intention in charging forward with the thread blade was solely to draw Soanda out of the corner while creating an opportunity for a backstab. Acting as bait, he aimed to capture Soanda's attention while maneuvering the threads from the opposite end of the corridor to encircle Soanda from behind. Ultimately, he hoped to consolidate these threads into a blade and strike Soanda from behind. Had Soanda remained in the corner, Roger would have had no chance for a backstab. Thus, He had no choice but to use himself as bait to lure Soanda out. Although he was uncertain of the nature of the magic Soanda had invoked, it was evident that it had some effect on his rationality, given Soanda's current state. A typical spell would not induce such heavy breathing nor transform the caster's eyes into a blood-red hue. Soanda now resembled someone who had simultaneously injected an excess of stimulants and adrenaline. In this reckless state, even after being pierced by over a dozen thread blades, Soanda showed no signs of dying, and he still sought to continue his assault on Roger. However, before he could raise his hand, the thread knife in Roger's grasp swiftly sliced through his neck. A single stroke severed the head. Soanda's head soared high into the air before crashing heavily onto the floor, rolling over several times. Thud! The headless body collapsed at Roger's feet, blood staining the ground crimson. After eliminating Soanda, Roger wasted no time and quickly approached the dismembered figure of Muramasa. At this point, even without a final blow, Muramasa would succumb to death from excessive blood loss. Yet, before he descended into the abyss, Roger had questions to pose. Observing the utterly defenseless Muramasa, Roger crouched down, and slender threads emerged from his thread armor. Under his command, these delicate strands reached Muramasa's severed limbs, beginning to stitch the wounds. For Muramasa, whether the wounds were sewn shut or not had become inconsequential. However, for Roger, it was of utmost importance. Should he neglect to aid Muramasa in sealing his wounds, it would not be long before Muramasa succumbed to the loss of blood. Although he was not a professional physician, it was evident that Muramasa had no authority to refuse his assistance. Before long, the wounds on Muramasa's limbs were stitched together. Once this task was completed, Roger addressed the nearly unconscious Muramasa, stating, "I have but 2 questions for you. If you cooperate willingly, I can grant you a more merciful demise." Upon hearing this, Muramasa regarded him with an expression of utter disbelief. "You have reduced me to this state, and you expect me to answer your questions? You need not regard me with such disdain. You will indeed answer my inquiries." With that, Roger raised his left hand, causing thin strands, scarcely thicker than a hair, to materialize before Muramasa. Under Muramasa's gaze, these threads darted towards his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, gradually penetrating his body. 2 questions. First, where are the gambler and Alexandra? Second, what are the accounts and passwords for your overseas and private banks? As the threads began to infiltrate his body, Muramasa resolutely resisted, showing no inclination to respond to Roger. However, as Roger manipulated the threads within him, the absence of his limbs drove Muramasa into a frenzied writhing. His eyes wide with terror, emitting a harrowing scream. A minute later, having extracted the desired information from Muramasa's lips, Roger directed the threads to crush Muramasa's heart, bringing an end to his prolonged existence. Bounty task: eliminate the 5 fingers of the hand association. Task reward: 30 million berries, the Dor fruit. Task progress: 35. In the clandestine world of the hand association, just as he had speculated, the gambler and Alexandra were not within the building, but rather at other strongholds of the organization. Casting a glance at the lifeless forms of Muramasa and Soanda, Roger hesitated not a moment and proceeded to the window. Although the building was still teeming with hand ninjas, this was no longer his concern. The only targets of his wrath were the 5 fingers of the hand. As for the ninjas, they were merely collateral. With a decisive shatter, he broke the window glass and shot a line towards the adjacent building, swinging forth. Amidst the gunfire of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he reached the opposite edifice. Once again, he commenced his swift, pendulous movement. However, it was not long before he found himself in the crosshairs of a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearly, this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no intention of allowing him to escape easily. Although pursued by a Quinjet, he felt little apprehension regarding his retreat. In other locales, being targeted by such an aircraft would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Yet here, he felt no trepidation. The reason was simple: this was New York. While the world here differed somewhat from the Marvel Universe, he recalled, certain actions were universally beyond the reach of S.H.I.E.L.D. For instance, inflicting mass civilian casualties in Manhattan was a line they would not cross. The Serpent Shield might dare such a deed, but S.H.I.E.L.D. would not. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained its facade as an official agency and prided itself on upholding global peace, It would unequivocally refrain from causing widespread devastation in New York, particularly under the current scrutiny of public opinion. Roger paid little mind to the pursuing Quinjet and continued his rapid movements akin to Spider-Man. Upon reaching a densely populated area, he descended onto the street, landing amidst the gazes of pedestrians, before slipping into a nearby sewer. Though he despised the thought of the sewer, it was presently his best option for evading the Quinjet. After navigating the labyrinthine network of sewers for over half an hour, he emerged into a narrow alley, confirming that no one was in sight. He removed his line armor and hailed a taxi, providing the driver with an address in Queens. He produced his phone and began to log into Mera Mesa's various bank accounts. It must be said, the illicit gains had resulted in a substantial sum. Compared to the mere $200,000 in Professor Lizard's account, Mera Mesa's deposits were significantly greater, reaching a point where they could be measured in smaller objectives. After verifying Mera Mesa's finances, he refrained from accessing the Wealth Freedom website as he had previously. Several $1 million handed over to this website for laundering did not cause him any concern. However, when the amount escalated to over $100 million, a sense of unease began to creep in. After contemplating for a few moments, he decided against utilizing Mera Mesa's deposits for the time being. With Mera Mesa deceased, he was the sole individual privy to the account and password. Thus, in a certain respect, these bank accounts had effectively become his own. Given this situation, there was no immediate need to consider the liquidation of these funds. He was not apprehensive about SHIELD uncovering Mera Mesa's overseas and private accounts. All of Mera Mesa's accounts were international, and the means by which he had opened them remained a mystery. SHIELD was not omniscient. There existed numerous things beyond their reach. For instance, they had yet to detect Hydra, which lurked within their own ranks. If they were truly capable of uncovering everything, the world would not be plagued by terrorist organizations, nor would they require top-tier spies like Black Widow to extract intelligence through seduction. In Queens, at a certain cargo terminal. "Have we not received any updates on the three of them?" inquired the man in the black suit, his tone calm as he gazed at the news report before him. The broadcast displayed footage of SHIELD's assault on a building. Prior to the operation, SHIELD had already executed a thorough clearance. However, it proved insufficient to keep the ever-sensationalizing media at bay. Shortly after SHIELD initiated their offensive, journalists flocked to the scene like sharks sensing blood. Although these reporters could not approach the building closely, it did not hinder their reporting. No, SHIELD must have implemented signal jamming. "We have received no communications from headquarters," stated Alexandra, who sat nearby, clad in a black women's suit. It appeared that the three of them were in grave danger this time. The man remained composed, as if the building under siege by SHIELD was not the headquarters of the Hand Association. Though all 5 fingers of the hand were traitors to Kunlun, they did not share the same sense of honor and disgrace as the outside world might presume. Where there are people, there exists a community, especially within an organization like the Hand, which venerates demons. Within the Hand, one could categorize the members into 3 factions. The first comprised the alliance of Soanda and Mera Mesa. The second was the coalition of the Gambler and Alexandra. As for Lady Gao, she maintained a neutral stance, avoiding conflict with either side. This was also the primary reason Roger encountered both Soanda and Mera Mesa within the building. After living for so many years, death now seemed a negligible loss. If the Gambler's tone could be deemed relatively calm, then Alexandra's tone was steeped in unabashed mockery. "Alert those outside. I harbor an ominous premonition. The individual emerging from the building may not be as straightforward as he appears." The person the Gambler referred to was none other than Roger. Though his movements were swift, his figure remained captured by the news reports. Had there been news helicopters on site, he would have been pursued by more than just the SHIELD Quinjet. "You are being overly cautious. Although Mera Mesa and his associates may not see eye to eye with us, they are not the type to betray their comrades. Besides, that individual is alone. There is nothing to fear." Unlike the Gambler, Alexandra regarded Roger with utter disdain. Not only Roger, but even Soanda and Mera Mesa were of little concern to her. In her eyes, Soanda was a brawny simpleton, while Mera Mesa was an antiquated traditionalist clinging to the past. Let us hope so. Alexandra's words did little to quell the gambler's apprehensions. Outside the docks, Roger disembarked from a taxi and surveyed the bustling port. He then retreated into a nearby alleyway to commence his disguise. Thread armor. White silk threads swiftly wove themselves into a semblance of armor, allowing him to infiltrate the seemingly ordinary dock. From his vantage point, Roger observed that this dock appeared no different from others. Busy dock workers, towering stacks of containers, and the incessant flow of delivery trucks. However, upon entering, he soon discerned the peculiarities. Compared to other docks, this one was not particularly large. Yet its surveillance equipment was abundant, far exceeding that of its counterparts. After stealthily navigating the premises for a time, Roger furrowed his brow. It was still shy of noon, and the lighting was excellent. The structures within the dock were predominantly modest 2- or 3-story warehouses and offices, though the containers provided some cover. It was evidently not an ideal locale for stealth. What compounded his troubles was the absence of SHIELD agents to divert any potential firepower. After deliberating for several moments, he resolved to change his approach. The preceding maneuvers had already been executed with subtlety. Thus, the remainder would be conducted with boldness. If circumstances permitted, Roger would not mind playing it safe, but regrettably, the current conditions did not allow for such discretion. With determination set, he abandoned his stealthy advance, leaping atop containers and sprinting towards the location provided by Mera. At the innermost part of the dock lies a warehouse, the most significant stronghold of the Hand Association in Queens. Just as Roger leaped onto the containers, akin to a sprinter dashing towards the warehouse, the vigilant ninjas of the Hand Association within the warehouse immediately detected his presence. Though the white line armor was not overtly conspicuous, it was sufficiently eye-catching. The revelation of Roger's arrival was not limited to the ninjas inside the warehouse. Even the workers engaged in loading and unloading cargo took note of his entrance. Under the scrutiny of these laborers, Roger swiftly ascended to the rooftop of the target warehouse and crashed through the glass window. Before he could touch the ground, the ninjas within the warehouse hurled a myriad of shurikens and darts in his direction, unfazed by the flurry of projectiles, which scattered like petals in the wind. Roger unleashed threads towards the warehouse ceiling. Consequently, he landed atop a cargo box. With a flourish of his hands, 2 swords composed of condensed silk formed instantaneously, firmly gripped in his grasp. Even at this moment, the ninjas of the Hand Association continued their relentless assault with shurikens and darts. However, for Roger, clad in his line armor, these attacks posed no threat. If bullets could not penetrate his armor, how could these shurikens and darts hope to harm him? With unwavering resolve, Roger charged into the area teeming with ninjas. The harvest had begun. In close-quarters combat, there are 2 types of adversaries that frustrate a fighter. One is the opponent whose speed is unfathomably swift, making them nearly impossible to hit. The other possesses defenses that seem invulnerable, rendering all attacks ineffective. Of course, the truly formidable opponents possess both these abilities along with an invincible trait, making them seemingly immortal. At this juncture, Roger's speed was not extraordinary, nor did he possess any form of immortality. Yet, in the eyes of the Hand Association ninjas, he appeared nearly invincible clad in his line armor. Although their weapons struck him, the sounds of impact were the only result. They inflicted no harm. They were incapable of breaching the defenses of Roger's line armor, while his silk blades could effortlessly claim their lives. Roger's prowess in close-quarters combat was already formidable, and after dispatching countless ninjas, his skill had significantly sharpened. His previous fighting style, perhaps tinged with theoretical nuances, had evolved into that of an undeniable pragmatist. With each strike, he abandoned the elaborate techniques, resulting in an increasingly efficient killing spree. In truth, when confronted with the ninjas of the Hand Association, there is little need for finesse or skill. The ninjas of the Hand Association prefer a brutal and straightforward style of combat. Coincidentally, Roger also favors such an approach. Thus, a primal and bloody slaughter unfolded in tacit agreement. As Roger engaged in a contest of sheer fearlessness against these ninjas, in an office within the warehouse, the gambler and Alexandra were observing his battle through surveillance footage. My premonition has come to fruition. The gambler turned to Alexandra, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Those ninjas are no match for him. Shall it be you or I who intervenes? Alexandra's gaze remained fixed on the monitor. Allow me to take this one. It has been quite some time since I encountered an adversary of this nature. With that, the gambler, clad in a black suit, departed the office, making his way towards the area where Roger was battling the ninjas of the Hand Association. Upon his arrival, he found that 5 or 6 ninjas had already been reduced to ash before Roger. With the gambler's appearance, the ninjas ceased their assault on Roger, retreating a distance of over 10 meters. Don Quixote Doflamingo? The gambler did not immediately engage with Roger, instead inquiring in a voice stripped of emotion. Although the Hand Association is divided into 3 factions, they still exchange fundamental intelligence. For instance, upon returning to the headquarters with Captain America's shield, Soanda shared the information he had gathered with Madame Gao and the gambler. Roger chose not to respond to the gambler's inquiry, aiming his wire blade at him. Not fond of conversation? No matter, you will surely speak. As he spoke, the gambler removed his suit jacket and tie, casually tossing them to a nearby Hand Association ninja. He then extended his hands with nonchalance. Without needing instruction, the ninjas surrounding him respectfully placed their katanas into his grasp. Despite their opposing allegiances, Roger could not deny that the gambler now exuded the essence of a suited thug. Clad in black trousers, a black vest, a white shirt, and black leather shoes, complemented by a retro pompadour and a sharply defined visage, the gambler embodied the archetype of a dapper gangster. Combined with his piercing and disdainful gaze, he could easily transition from the underworld to Hollywood as an actor. He certainly possessed striking looks. However, in Roger's eyes, he was merely a walking corpse. As Roger appraised the gambler, the latter, also wielding a blade, approached him leisurely, casually performing a few flourishes with his weapon. The meaning of a gambler is quite evident. He desires to engage Roger in a one-on-one, fair duel. However, Roger harbors no such intentions. When the gambler was merely 10 meters away, he released his left-hand wire blade and immediately launched a wire projectile. Clang! To an ordinary person, the wire projectile, indistinguishable from a bullet, was effortlessly intercepted by the gambler upon reaching him. 045, with a tactical mindset, is indeed cunning. Blocking bullets with a knife is no small feat. Although the wire projectile he fired was not a true bullet, its speed was hardly inferior to that of a genuine bullet. More importantly, the wire projectile he unleashed possessed firepower comparable to that of a rifle. While it may still fall short of the explosive force exhibited by Doflamingo's wire, it is not something that just anyone can easily deflect. Take Soanda, another trader of Kunlun. He would be incapable of blocking a wire projectile with a blade. The image of a suited thug, combined with the spectacle of blocking a wire projectile with a katana, presented a striking scene. Although Roger was uncertain whether the gambler's strength surpassed that of Soanda and others, in terms of flair and dramatic expression, he certainly outshone both Soanda and Muramasa. If that were the case, then let him fire a few more. At that moment, still astonished by the impact of the wire projectile, another one approached the gambler. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly wielded his katana. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, the wire projectiles were deflected. Simultaneously, with his katana dancing in a protective manner, he rapidly advanced towards Roger. A distance of 10 meters was nothing for the gambler, as he could close the gap in the blink of an eye. However, the interference of the wire projectiles significantly slowed his speed compared to usual. Even so, he managed to reach Roger in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Upon confronting Roger, the gambler wasted no time. He redirected his dual katana from defense against the wire projectiles to an offensive strike aimed at Roger. At such close quarters, continuing to use wire projectiles was not a prudent strategy. Nonetheless, Roger had no intention of engaging in a swordsmanship duel with the gambler. He had witnessed the combat prowess of Kunlun traders like Soanda and Muramasa. Engaging in a foolish endeavor of attacking where one is weak against another's strength was of no interest to Roger. As the gambler's katana lunged toward him, Roger instinctively retreated without a moment's thought. Having finally closed the distance, the gambler was determined not to allow Roger to retreat easily. Almost simultaneously with Roger's withdrawal, the gambler surged forward, relentlessly attacking with his katana aimed at Roger. Faced with the gambler's aggressive advance, Roger was in no way surprised. The moment the gambler grasped the katana, he was acutely aware of the intentions that lay behind it. Especially upon realizing that the gambler had the capacity to unleash projectile wires, it became increasingly improbable for him to create any distance. Yet, the gambler could not have anticipated that Roger, who was currently in retreat, had meticulously orchestrated every move. Step by step, he was compelled to withdraw over 10 paces by the relentless onslaught of the gambler. Suddenly, Roger halted, allowing the katana to descend toward his shoulder and neck. Parasite wire. Clang. The razor-sharp blade struck decisively against Roger's shoulder and neck, only to be thwarted by the astonishing defensive capabilities of his wire armor. At the very moment the katana met the armor, Roger's left hand deftly maneuvered the pre-prepared parasite wire. He opted not to attach the wire to the gambler himself, for in such close-quarters combat, it was nearly impossible to ensnare him. Instead, his target was the gambler's subordinates, the spectators from the hand union, who were observing their duel. While evading the gambler's attack, he directed the parasite wire toward two hand union ninjas. However, he refrained from immediately executing the attachment, choosing instead to bide his time for the perfect opportunity. After retreating over 10 steps and positioning the gambler's back directly in front of the two ninjas, he finally activated the parasite wire's effect. In less than a second, the wire had successfully latched onto the two-hand union ninjas. As the katana struck the wire armor, the two ninjas appeared behind the gambler like phantoms, their blades thrusting toward his back. Using the gambler's own subordinates to ambush him, that was Roger's cunning plan. Although the gambler was oblivious to the events unfolding behind him, he sensed the betrayal of the two ninjas as they lunged at him with their swords. Just as he intended to retract the katana from the wire armor, the threads of the armor ensnared the blade, rendering any attempt to withdraw it utterly futile. After all, the wire armor was an original technique painstakingly crafted by Roger himself. He understood better than anyone how to maximize its effectiveness. With the katana ensnared by the threads of the armor, the gambler was left with two choices: to endure the ambush or to evade it. If the gambler were an ordinary man, he would have had no chance of escaping the blade aimed at his back. Yet, he was far from ordinary. He was a traitor trained in the esteemed arts of Kunlun. His physical prowess and combat skills were leagues beyond those of an average person. At the moment the katana of the Shinwa clan's ninja was about to pierce his back, an invisible and colorless energy erupted from the gambler. This was not a supernatural ability, but rather the chi from the Kunlun martial arts. For the people of America, the concept of chi may be somewhat difficult to grasp. However, to Roger, who had read the martial arts novels of the Flower Kingdom, the Kunlun chi was akin to the internal energy depicted in those tales, a force that could enhance oneself and be unleashed when necessary. As the gambler unleashed his chi, the assassination attempt by the Shinwa ninja had already met its failure. The intangible yet potent energy surged like a shockwave from an explosion, striking the two Shinwa ninjas and sending them sprawling. At the very moment they were propelled away, Roger severed the parasitic threads binding them and directed his palm toward the gambler's chest. A portion of the explosive force of chi also impacted him, yet it was significantly less than what the two ninjas experienced. This was not due to any leniency on the gambler's part, but rather a consequence of biological instinct. Of course, it was also somewhat influenced by the fact that he was currently wearing a thread armor. For the gambler, the greatest threat came from the impending attack behind him, so when he erupted with chi, his instinct focused on the two ninjas behind him, neglecting the Rogers standing right in front of him, whom he had been overpowering. Indeed, when the gambler approached and began his assault, Roger's lack of retaliation was part of his strategy. The chi that the gambler unleashed successfully mitigated the threat from the backstab. However, at that moment, Roger initiated his true counterattack. Those who play tactics often have a cunning heart. Roger did not deny this fact, yet he refused to allow the accomplishment of defeating the gambler to fall into the hands of the two ninjas. Just as the gambler was still reeling from his chi burst, Roger unleashed a thick thread pillar from his palm. It surpassed the whip line. The white thread pillar shot toward the gambler like lightning, instantaneously piercing through his chest. The surpassing whip line, while akin to the overstrike whip, was considerably weaker in power and lacked its terrifying range. The overstrike whip wielded by Don Quixote da Flamingo could slice a skyscraper in half and reach several kilometers in range. Although Roger's surpassing whip line did not possess such destructive capabilities, it was more than sufficient to penetrate the gambler's flesh. Compared to the overstrike whip, the surpassing whip line was more agile and could be wielded like a true whip. Gazing at the white thread pillar that had completely pierced his body, the gambler wore an expression of disbelief. He could never have anticipated that Roger, whom he had consistently dominated, would unleash a lethal strike. Vivid crimson blood oozed from the white pillar, cascading downwards, as the gambler attempted to grasp the very white pillar that had pierced through his body. Yet, as he raised his right hand, Roger swung the white pillar with lethal precision. The blade-like pillar sliced through him, cleaving his body in twain. At that moment, The gambler remained in utter disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. Not only was he unable to accept this grim reality, but the onlooking Hand Association ninjas shared his astonishment. The gambler was one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, an indisputable leader among them. To these ninjas, he and Alexandra symbolized unparalleled strength and power. But now, the esteemed gambler had met his end, and in such a decisive and ironic manner. Roger, indifferent to the thoughts of the Hand Association ninjas, had no desire to linger on their reactions. After dispatching the gambler with a blow surpassing the whip's reach, he did not even glance at the bounty task progress. Instead, he relinquished the white pillar and sprinted towards the direction from whence the gambler had emerged. Though the gambler was dead, Alexandra remained. According to the intelligence provided by Mera, both the gambler and Alexandra were within this warehouse. While he had yet to catch sight of Alexandra, he was certain she was present. As Roger dashed out of the encirclement of the Hand Association ninjas without a backward glance, Alexandra immediately discerned his intent. Contrary to Roger's expectations, upon witnessing the gambler's demise, Alexandra had no intention of vacating the warehouse. Instead, she approached the microphone at the monitoring station and, with an enchanting voice, declared, "I await you in the warehouse office." After revealing her location to Roger, she continued, "Do not impede him. Let him come." Upon hearing her command, the ninjas pursuing Roger halted, sheathing their weapons. In adherence to orders, the Hand Association ninjas exemplified what it meant to execute commands without question. In this regard, even the U.S. military could not rival them. While soldiers may occasionally defy their commanders, such insubordination would be unheard of within the Hand Association. Not only did Alexandra merely request that they refrain from obstructing Roger, but had she commanded them to take their own lives, they would not hesitate for a moment. From this perspective, the ninjas of the Hand Association are the quintessential embodiment of diligent workers. Warehouse office. Upon Roger's arrival at the office, Alexandra, who was seated on the sofa, immediately stood up and spoke in a voice imbued with the allure characteristic of a mature woman. Roger cast a glance at Alexandra, who was clad in an elegant black women's suit, and approached her, taking a seat on the sofa opposite her. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alexandra," she declared, extending her right hand toward Roger. However, Roger had no intention of shaking her hand, nor did he plan to utter a word. Though the motives behind Alexandra's demeanor eluded him, it appeared she exuded a confidence that suggested she had him firmly in her grasp. "Should I address you as young master like your subordinates? Or shall I simply call you Doflamingo?" Alexandra retracted her hand, crossing her legs gracefully as she settled back with an air of sophistication. Had she been adorned in a short skirt and black stockings rather than tailored trousers, she would undoubtedly resemble a captivating executive assistant, tall, alluring, and enchanting enough to stir the imaginations of any man. "Just call me Doflamingo," Roger replied, his mind racing as he pondered Alexandra's intentions. "May I call you Dof, then? It seems more amiable," she continued, lightly brushing her hair back with her hand. "Suit yourself," Roger responded, his tone remaining as composed as ever. "Then I shall refer to you as Dof." Alexandra laughed lightly before continuing. "Why do you oppose the Hand? Is it because the gamblers or Mera have offended you, or has the Hand inadvertently caused you trouble in the past? Let us dispense with pleasantries. What are your true intentions?" Roger had little interest in elucidating his reasons for confronting the Hand, but he could surmise much from Alexandra's demeanor. "Very well. I shall be straightforward. The 5 fingers of the Hand. The gambler has perished at your hands, and Mera alongside Soanda, if all goes according to plan, should also be dead. Even if they are not, should they fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., they could hardly continue to lead the Hand. New York is vast, and so is the Hand. It would be rather cumbersome for me to manage the Hand all on my own. If you do not mind, I could allocate half of the Hand to you, allowing you to become a new finger of the Hand. You have avenged your grievances. Why not reward yourself? The Hand could serve as a splendid reward." Throughout her discourse, Alexandra maintained her captivating posture. "Certainly, if you aspire to become the sole ruler of the Hand Association, it is not beyond the realm of possibility." However, Alexandra did not continue her thoughts. It is not difficult for a normal man, upon witnessing her current demeanor and expression, to surmise the implications of her unspoken words. "Surrender the Hand Association to me." Truly, as one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, her audacity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Roger responded with a smile. Just as he had suspected, Alexandra was indeed contemplating him. Or rather, she had taken a keen interest in his formidable prowess. The ease with which he dispatched hand association ninjas is a trivial matter, as there are plenty capable of such feats. If his conjecture was accurate, the decision to woo him stemmed from his display of strength that transcended mere gambling prowess. You are quite sincere. To be honest, I am indeed somewhat tempted, Roger remarked calmly, gazing at Alexandra. Upon hearing his response, the smile on Alexandra's face became more pronounced. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, Roger continued, there is a saying I am unsure if you have encountered. The more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Alexandra paused momentarily, though her expression remained unchanged. With a flirtatious flick of her hair, she responded languidly, do you find me beautiful? This was the essence of human cunning. Alexandra effortlessly diverted the focus of the conversation from deception to beauty, maintaining her composure and even revealing a hint of natural shyness and delight. Were Roger merely an ordinary 19-year-old man, witnessing Alexandra, a strikingly mature and alluring woman, display such bashfulness would undoubtedly stir some emotions within him. However, what Alexandra could not fathom was that, upon witnessing her performance worthy of an Oscar, Roger felt not a flicker of attraction, but rather a suppressed urge to laugh. During their training as traversers, their instructors had repeatedly cautioned them against allowing base impulses to cloud their judgment. Naturally, this warning, after multiple retellings, had morphed into the idea that women merely impede the speed of one's sword draw. In terms of physique, appearance, and poise, Alexandra epitomized the adult male's definition of beauty. Any man with a normal orientation would likely concur with Roger's perspective. His tone remained as serene as a sage who has transcended worldly desires. So, do you not wish to engage in something with me? Alexandra coiled her golden locks around her fingers, gazing at him with suggestive eyes. Yet, even now, Roger had yet to remove his armored line. However, the tone of his voice betrayed his youth. Alexandra could confidently ascertain that Roger was certainly no older than 25. Having lived for centuries as an ancient creature, Alexandra was acutely aware of the thoughts that occupied the minds of men at this age, as well as the art of enticing them. Indeed, throughout her extensive existence, there had been dozens, if not 100, young admirers who had succumbed to her allure. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. As he spoke, Roger rose and approached Alexandra, extending his right hand towards her impeccably maintained visage. Truly, he was a pretender to maturity. A smile deepened on Alexandra's face. Yet, just as his hand was about to graze her cheek, it abruptly changed course, swiftly seizing her neck and lifting her off the ground. Alexandra stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, only about 10 centimeters shorter than Roger. However, in her high heels, she appeared to be only a few centimeters shorter than him. The moment he lifted her, Alexandra's long, slender right leg shot out to deliver a powerful kick aimed at the most vulnerable area of a man. Her retaliation was swift. But before Roger, clad in his armor, she had little chance. Almost as soon as Alexandra's leg began its arc, a multitude of silken threads erupted from his armor. These threads, seemingly animated, rapidly ensnared Alexandra's leg, spreading across her body and binding her arms and legs completely. I indeed wish to engage with you. However, it is not in the manner you envision. After binding Alexandra thoroughly with the silken threads, Roger released his grip, allowing her to tumble onto the sofa. Do not expect aid from the ninjas outside. You must know they will not arrive in time to save you. Just as Alexandra prepared to cry out for help, Roger spoke first, nonchalantly sitting atop the table before her. If you answer 3 questions, I may consider sparing you. As he spoke, Roger lifted his right hand, letting the white threads float in his palm like willow leaves dancing in the breeze. Certainly, but I hope you will keep your promise. Alexandra fell silent for a few moments before responding slowly. This time, her tone was no longer enticing, and her gaze was no longer filled with longing. Rather, it bore the fierce intensity of someone who wished to devour Roger whole. Excellent. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. It saves me from expending unnecessary effort. Roger retracted the silken thread he had been manipulating with his right hand and continued. The first inquiry pertains to the account numbers and passwords of your overseas and private banks. Interrogation is an art. Initiating with the most critical question is, without a doubt, the least prudent approach. Commencing with inquiries of moderate significance, yet not overly critical, serves to dismantle the psychological defenses of the interrogated. Alexandra did not respond immediately to Roger, nor did he press her for a reply. After a silence that stretched for several seconds, she divulged a few bank account numbers and their corresponding passwords. As she provided this information, Roger promptly accessed his phone to verify the details. Although he could not ascertain whether Alexandra would divulge every account and password, the presence of Mera as a benchmark alleviated his concerns. Both Alexandra and Mera were integral members of the Hand Association, and despite potential variances in their financial reserves, the discrepancies were unlikely to be significant. Thus, with Mera's modest target as a reference, he could reasonably gauge whether Alexandra was being deceitful. Upon confirming that the account numbers and passwords Alexandra provided were legitimate, and that the amounts were consistent with the modest target, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a commendable beginning. He hoped that the ensuing collaboration would continue in this agreeable manner. The second question was, where is the keel of the Hand Association? And how is it utilized? Compared to personal savings, the inquiry regarding the keel was evidently of greater import. However, when weighed against his own life, the secret of the keel seemed trivial. Unlike the first question, Roger could not presently validate the veracity of Alexandra's response. After she finished speaking, he deliberately maintained silence for several seconds, feigning contemplation. He then proceeded with the third question, how do you control those ninjas? Upon hearing this, Alexandra's expression became exceedingly grim. If personal savings and the keel could be considered expendable, then the methods of controlling the ninjas represented the most crucial secret of the Hand Association, the very foundation of its existence. The significance of this secret for the Hand Association was akin to a nation's nuclear launch codes. After a silence lasting nearly a minute, Alexandra finally spoke. You never intended to let me go, did you? Alexandra was not a fool. If Roger's initial two questions had merely aimed at procuring additional spoils, the moment he posed the third question, Alexandra fully grasped the gravity of the situation. I might consider sparing you, she recalled Roger's earlier remark before the questioning commenced. Indeed, from the very beginning, I had no intention of letting you go, Roger stated calmly, not denying the assertion. Then why should I continue to cooperate with you? After all, death is inevitable. I would rather perish with this secret. Alexandra glared fiercely at Roger. Let us put it this way. If you divulge the method to control those ninjas, I can grant you a more merciful demise. You have lived for many years. You ought to understand that death is not the most excruciating fate, especially for a woman. Roger refrained from elaborating further. Having lived for centuries and being one of the 5 fingers of the Assassin's Guild, Alexandra was acutely aware of certain truths that Roger could not fathom. The likes of gamblers and Mera perishing at the hands of someone like you is hardly a disgrace. You have won. The guild shall now belong to you. With a bitter smile, Alexandra divulged the secrets of controlling the guild's ninjas without reservation. Before I meet my end, may I make a small request? Alexandra gazed at Roger. Seated at the table, her tone pleading. Speak, what is your request? I wish not to die with my face covered in blood, if possible. I desire to retain my current appearance in death. To Roger, Alexandra's request seemed utterly trivial. Yet, she was a woman, and one who placed great importance on her appearance. Very well. No sooner had he spoken than Roger's right hand seized Alexandra's throat, applying sudden force. Crack! With an expressionless countenance, he snapped her neck. His grip on her throat remained as the system's alert echoed in his mind. Unlike capture missions, assassination tasks did not require a choice regarding submission. As long as the target was deceased, the system would declare the task complete. Assassination task: eliminate the 5 fingers of the guild. Task reward: 30 million berries, door fruit. Task status: completed. Task rewards have been dispatched. Upon hearing the system's notification, Roger activated the system, and a virtual holographic screen appeared before him, visible only to him. Devil fruit, sub door fruit, LV1. Berries, 35 million. Bounty, 5 million berries. In addition to these 3 pieces of information, the marketplace, which had been under maintenance since his arrival, finally opened. Marketplace, now open. Stock update time unknown. The opening of the marketplace was indeed a welcome development. However, upon seeing the phrase regarding the unknown update time, Roger let out a resigned sigh. The merchandise within the marketplace is not all made available at once. According to the initial design, the inventory is updated monthly. This approach was conceived by programmers who favor plaid shirts, under the assumption that individuals like Roger, these time travelers, could not amass a sufficient amount of berries in a short period. Thus, rather than releasing all items simultaneously, it is deemed more prudent to stagger the updates. Such a strategy also serves to sustain Roger and his fellow time travelers' anticipation of the marketplace, thereby motivating them to undertake bounty missions. Nevertheless, this notion remains a mere figment of the programmer's imagination. The frontline time travelers, including Roger, would certainly not endorse this perspective. Although the timing of the next inventory update remains uncertain, Roger promptly accessed the marketplace to peruse the currently available items. The merchandise is categorized into 6 distinct types: hockey, techniques, devil fruits, weapons, ships, and miscellaneous items. However, this does not imply that all 6 categories will necessarily be represented in the marketplace. The appearance of desired devil fruits or combat techniques hinges on an element of luck. In the inaugural inventory provided by the marketplace, only 4 categories of products were featured: hockey, armament hockey, 28 million berries; technique, 6 styles, Soru, 10 million berries; technique, 6 styles, Jeppo, 10 million berries; technique, 6 styles, Tekai, 10 million berries; weapon, great sword, 2nd generation Onaihira, 20 million berries; devil fruit, Zoan type, elephant fruit, 100 million berries. Among the 6 items listed, only 3 piqued Roger's interest. Weapons and devil fruits could be promptly disregarded. He is not a swordsman, and the 2nd generation Onaihira holds no allure for him. As for the elephant fruit, it is unnecessary to elaborate. He is not opposed to Zoan-type devil fruits. Yet this particular fruit does not align with his plans. Should he opt for armament hockey or one of the 3 6 styles techniques? Roger found himself in a quandary. Soru, Jeppo, and Tekai are all commendable techniques, while armament hockey boasts a remarkably high ceiling of potential. With only 35 million berries to his name, he must choose between hockey and the 6 styles. Although there may be opportunities for new items and subsequent updates, the timing of the next inventory refresh remains a mystery. It could occur tomorrow, next month, or even a year from now. Having missed this opportunity, he was uncertain when he might next encounter the armament hockey alongside these 3 forms in the marketplace. After pondering for over a minute, he ultimately reached a decision. Hockey, armament, 28 million berries. Would you like to purchase? Without hesitation, Roger opted to buy. Upon pressing the purchase button, his berry count plummeted from 35 million to 7 million. Simultaneously, the hockey section transformed from empty to armament hockey. Hockey, armament level 1. Just as with the fruit levels, hockey was categorized by the system into 5 tiers. After acquiring the armament hockey, the system imparted the methods for its cultivation and application into his mind. After closing the system, Roger raised his right hand and began to manifest the hockey according to the information in his mind. He attempted to envelop his right hand in armament hockey, but, predictably, failed. Observing the fleeting hockey on his line armor, he swiftly identified the issue. After removing the line armor from his right hand, he attempted to channel the hockey once more. Under his gaze, his right hand rapidly transformed into a black hue akin to steel. Armament hockey hardening. This was the most common and fundamental application of armament hockey. Anyone who had mastered armament hockey could achieve hardening. The only differences lay in the strength, quantity, and coverage area. Although Roger's armament hockey was merely level 1, it was still more than adequate for the localized enhancement of his limbs and body. Viewing his right fist, which bore a striking black and purple hue, he nodded in satisfaction. While he harbored disdain for certain individuals, he held no grievances against the color black itself. In truth, he found a certain fondness for it, particularly regarding black silk. His disdain was reserved solely for those who incessantly clamored for different treatment based solely on their skin color, as if the world owed them something. After acclimating to the use of armament hockey, he released the hardening on his right hand and allowed the line armor to envelop it once more. With the second bounty task completed, the armament hockey was now his. Today was indeed a splendid day. However, he had no immediate intention of departing. Though Alexandra had perished, he had yet to claim all of his rewards. With all 5 fingers of Alexandra extinguished, the Hand Association had lost all of its leadership. Although the Hand Association was not a commendable organization, it was certainly a useful one. Recalling the arcane secrets that Alexandra had just imparted, he removed the unremarkable ring from her hand. The unwavering loyalty of the Hand Association's ninjas towards Alexandra and her 4 counterparts stemmed not only from their status as the founders of the organization, but also from a crucial factor: the original demon beast. This entity, or rather the magical powers it conferred, along with faith, sorcery, and a measure of indoctrination, constituted the primary reasons for the ninja's steadfast allegiance. The ring that Roger had just appropriated from Alexandra was imbued with a constant magical effect. By invoking specific incantations, he could command these ninjas to obey him like hounds. After discerning the ring's usage within the confines of the office, he departed, clutching the artifact. Outside the office door, a throng of Hand Association ninjas had gathered. Silently activating the ring's magic, he addressed them. From this moment forth, the Hand Association shall no longer have 5 fingers. I am your sole master. Under the influence of the enchantment, the ninjas perceived no discord in his proclamation. Rather, they accepted it as a matter of course. I now issue you new orders. First, give Alexandra a proper burial, ensuring she receives a dignified farewell. Second, proceed to the following locations and transport the contents to the safe house, awaiting my further instructions. The specified locations were clandestine sites concealing the dragon bones, specifically, the hidden whereabouts of the dragon bones belonging to both Alexandra and the gambler. Of course, individuals such as Soanda and Lady Gao also possessed their own secretive locations. Third, contact all ninjas stationed outside and relay the news of my ascendance as the new master of the Hand Association, instructing them to join you at the safe house for my next directive. Should anyone dissent, execute them on the spot. Having concluded his orders, he pointed to one of the Hand Association ninjas and inquired, "What is your name?" "My lord, I am called." The ninja began, but Roger interrupted. "You shall be known as Jie from this moment on. You will serve as their leader in my absence, overseeing their actions. That will suffice for now. Proceed." Upon his utterance, the ninjas, who had once harbored a desire to devour him alive, bowed deeply in reverence. They swiftly obeyed his commands. The sensation of having subordinates was exhilarating. Despite the Hand Association being blacklisted by SHIELD and various official agencies, and currently under siege by SHIELD, the tide was turning. However, this was not a concern for Roger. He had never contemplated collaborating with SHIELD, nor did he harbor any desire to become their pawn. SHIELD. Before long, the warehouse, once teeming with members of the Hand, became desolate. To be precise, everyone had departed except for him. Burying Alexandra, relocating the dragon bones, and contacting other ninjas, while the burial of Alexandra was relatively straightforward. The other 2 tasks posed considerable challenges. Once the warehouse was left with only him, he approached the body of the gambler and retrieved the ring that belonged to him. After wiping the blood-stained ring on the gambler's white shirt, he vacated the warehouse. In Queens, atop the Forest Heights building, having completed the bounty tasks assigned by the system and claimed the remnants of the Hand for himself, he first indulged in a lavish lunch sufficient for 7 at a nearby Chinese restaurant before returning to the building with satisfaction. Within the first week of his journey, he had accomplished 2 bounty tasks, earning 35 million berries, while elevating the bounty on his head to 5 million berries. More importantly, during this week, he had upgraded the main fruit, the line fruit, to level 2, and successfully obtained his first secondary fruit, the door fruit. Of course, he could not forget the 28 million berries he spent on the armament hockey. With 2 fruits and armament hockey at his disposal, he could already envision a promising future beckoning him. But he needed to temper his burgeoning confidence. After calming his inflated ego, he began to contemplate his next steps. In terms of savings, he now had several minor goals in hand, alleviating any immediate worries. Regarding influence, he possessed a fractured faction of the Hand, currently under siege by SHIELD. As for companions, well, it seemed he had yet to form any meaningful friendships. Gwen, though the former girlfriend of the original owner, was a connection forged by the previous identity, not by him. The young man from the island, while possessing a sense of camaraderie, was merely an acquaintance. Taking things slowly was wise, and who said one needed companions to thrive? The world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, relished his solitary voyages across the sea. With this thought in mind, he suddenly recalled the 2nd-generation sword, the Akitachi, available in the shop. Spending 20 million berries on a hefty blade seemed rather extravagant. Nevertheless, this did not imply he was disinterested in acquiring a sword of his own. Since purchasing one from the shop was too wasteful, he resolved to craft a blade for himself. Everything can be refined. Every blade can transform into a black sword. These are the very words spoken by the illustrious Dracul Mihawk. With this in mind, Roger ventured into the study, a place he seldom frequented, and swiftly sketched upon a blank sheet of paper. Mere minutes later, a blade identical to the Supreme Grade sword, 12 Supreme Grade blades, appeared on the page. In terms of craftsmanship, this world boasts manufacturing techniques that rival, if not surpass, those of the pirate realm. Although this world lacks the tiered classifications of weapons such as the 12 Supreme Grade blades or the 21 Great Grade swords, it certainly does not detract from the quality of its arms. Should he procure materials like vibranium or adamantium, the weapons forged may very well exceed those of the Supreme Grade. As for the transformation into a black sword, that hinges on the mastery of his haki. After illustrating Mihawk's Supreme Black Sword, he meticulously recorded the specifications based on his conjectures. While these figures may not be entirely precise, they remain functional. Following this, he contemplated for a moment and proceeded to sketch the small crucifix knife that Mihawk wears around his neck, annotating it with corresponding data as well. Next, all that remained was to locate a reputable custom knife manufacturer or artisan to bring these two blades to fruition. Initially, Roger intended to place an order directly through the websites of these manufacturers. However, just as he was about to upload the images and specifications, he hesitated. A more prudent approach dawned upon him: the Hand Union. As a formidable ninja assassination organization, the Hand Union undoubtedly possesses its own weapons manufacturing workshop. Although they could outsource the creation of these weapons to other manufacturers, that would be rather uncharacteristic of their ethos. With this realization, he resolved to entrust the crafting of the black sword and the crucifix knife to the Hand Union, though not immediately. He would delay this for a while. Currently, the Hand Union resembled a hunted rat. Seeking their services for weapon fabrication at this juncture was decidedly ill-timed. Safeguarding the designs of the black sword and crucifix knife, he turned to his computer to check the day's news from SHIELD. Unsurprisingly, the headlines were dominated by reports of SHIELD's large-scale assault on the Hand Union's headquarters. Any news site, he perused bore-related articles. Among these reports, Roger even spotted himself, a figure clad in armor, darting from the Hand Union building while being pursued by Quinjet aircraft. Though his appearance in the video was brief, lasting merely a few seconds, it nonetheless captured the public's attention. During a press conference held by SHIELD, numerous reporters openly inquired about his identity. However, these questions were met with a steadfast refusal, citing confidentiality as the reason. In addition to the news coverage of SHIELD's assault on the Hand's headquarters, the agency generously provided footage of their operations against several other Hand strongholds. These clips, reminiscent of Hollywood action blockbusters, helped SHIELD regain substantial public support. After perusing the news articles, Rogers switched off his computer. SHIELD had demonstrated its prowess by reclaiming Captain America's shield and dealt a significant blow to the notorious Hand. Although SHIELD continuously emphasized that many remnants of the Hand remained at large, this did not deter the media from adopting headlines proclaiming the Hand's complete annihilation. While the external media fervently reported on SHIELD's recent operation, a starkly different atmosphere prevailed within an office at the New York branch of SHIELD. The assault on the Hand's headquarters and the eradication of all ninjas inside were hardly a challenge for SHIELD. Although they incurred some losses, it did not alter the final outcome. Yet, the individuals in the office could not muster any joy. Still no word from the informant? Captain Rogers was the first to voice his concern. The informant was the codename recently assigned to a certain individual by SHIELD, a name devoid of any flair. No, we lost all trace of him once he entered the sewers. However, judging by the time of the gambler's death, he likely headed straight there after exiting the building. Black Widow Natasha responded in a calm tone. From the intelligence we currently possess, all his actions seem aimed at eliminating the Hand's 5 fingers. Lady Gorgon, Sowant, and Muramasa were all slain by his hand. The wounds on the gambler also bear his mark. As for Alexandra, we have yet to ascertain her whereabouts. The speaker was not Natasha, but a tall SHIELD agent with golden hair, Mockingbird Barbara Morse. Were there no surveillance cameras at the docks and warehouses? Captain Rogers inquired, perplexed. There were. However, The surveillance hard drives were destroyed, and the technical department has been unable to recover them. Barbara continued. How are the autopsy reports for Sound and the others progressing? Captain Rogers asked once more. They are ongoing. The technical team is also analyzing some items found on them, but thus far, no valuable information has emerged. The atmosphere in the office grew silent once again. Allow me to handle the whereabouts of the informant. Just as Captain America and the others remained silent. A middle-aged man with an exceptionally high hairline spoke up. Coulson, don't you have the mission in Mexico? Asked the mimicry expert, Barbara. I've assigned May to lead the mission in Mexico. She is a formidable agent and will encounter no issues. Coulson replied with a confident smile. After a moment's contemplation, Captain Rogers addressed the seemingly harmless Coulson. Since you are so assured, I shall entrust this matter to you. Absolutely. I recently acquired a set of rare collector's cards. Although the edges are somewhat creased, they are still in excellent condition. If I manage to locate this informant, you must sign this set of cards. Coulson eagerly agreed, presenting a modest request of his own. Captain Rogers was already aware of Coulson's admiration for him shortly after his thawing from cryostasis. In fact, he had previously signed numerous cards belonging to Coulson. Very well, as long as you can find this informant. Unbeknownst to Rogers, S.H.I.E.L.D. had humorously assigned him a rather unglamorous code name for the informant. At present, he was engaged in his inaugural training session for hockey at the training facility. Initially, he intended to practice with the Dor fruit, but upon realizing the extraordinary defensive and offensive capabilities of his hardened hockey, he altered his approach. The Dor fruit was not suitable for direct combat, and it was evident that hockey would be far more effective in enhancing his combat prowess. 051, Hockey Practice Osborne Tower. Top floor office. Norman Osborn glowered at the news reports displayed on his computer screen. Cancel the bounty on the black market and ensure the issuer is silenced. We must not allow him to serve as evidence of the Osborn Group's bounties. Understood, sir, responded the imposing Caucasian man standing before him, his tone respectful. This man was the new head of security for the Osborn Group. The previous security chief, a burly African-American who had donned his suit rather tightly, had been reassigned to a secret laboratory on the outskirts for failing to return Dr. Connors within the stipulated time. When Norman Osborn witnessed footage of Rogers swinging from the hand of the Sinister Six headquarters, he realized that this individual clad in white armor was indeed the same person who once donned the Spider-Man mask. Let us hold off on the Connors matter for now. Contact the Sinister Six and inform them of our interest in collaborating to capture this White Knight. After a brief silence, Norman Osborn reiterated. The term White Knight was a new moniker bestowed upon Rogers by the media, although the armor he wore was inspired by the yet-to-be-born Mark series of Iron Man suits. To others, it appeared as a distinctly modern style of armor. Consequently, the media affectionately bestowed upon him the moniker of the White Knight. Little did these journalists know of Rogers' deeds. Had they been aware, they would certainly have refrained from associating such a noble title with him. It must be said that in the realm of nomenclature, these media outlets proved far more reliable than S.H.I.E.L.D. The term informant carries an inherently nefarious connotation, whereas White Knight sounds far more virtuous. Very well, sir. The burly Caucasian continued to respond with deference. As Norman Osborn instructed the security chief to contact the hand, Coulson, who had recently taken on the task of locating Roger, was driving his cherished red vintage car, Lola, towards Brooklyn. Beside him sat Grant Ward, a level 7 agent he had just recruited from another S.H.I.E.L.D. division. Chief, shouldn't we be looking for the informant? Ward, wearing sunglasses, inquired of the driving Coulson. By rank, it would seem that he should be the one at the wheel. However, Coulson preferred no one else driving Lola, leaving Ward to occupy the passenger seat. Days prior, a missing persons bounty had emerged on the black market, offering a staggering reward of $1 million. As he spoke, Coulson handed Ward a document, then continued, if all goes as expected, the individual depicted in this image, wearing a Spider-Man mask, is the informant we seek. Is this really the informant? Ward questioned, not out of disbelief in Coulson, but rather due to his difficulty in reconciling the masked figure with the informant's identity. He had also participated in the assault on the Hand's headquarters that morning. Upon reaching the 6th floor, witnessing the scattered katana and the gruesome fates of Mura Mesa and Soanda, he understood that the informant clad in white armor possessed formidable combat skills. The individual in the document, however, bore no resemblance to a martial arts expert in his eyes. Rather, He seemed to be merely an ardent admirer of Spider-Man. "Do you have any evidence, sir?" Ward asked, perplexed. "Experience and instinct," Coulson replied with a smile. "We will be arriving shortly. Once we locate the person who issued the bounty, you will discern whether my instincts are correct." However, Coulson could not have anticipated that upon arriving at the address uncovered by the intelligence department, he would be met with a lifeless body, its head shattered by a bullet. As S.H.I.E.L.D., the Osborn Group, and various major news outlets endeavored to uncover his true identity. Roger was diligently honing his mastery of armament hockey in his training room, perspiration cascading down his brow. To be precise, he was assessing the potency of his armament hockey. The initial focus was, of course, on the strength of his hockey. Next, he aimed to evaluate the quantity of his armament hockey. Finally, he sought to determine which parts of his body and the extent to which he could harden using this formidable power. Although the system had resolved the foundational issues for him, without a thorough understanding of his own armament hockey, he would find it challenging to employ it effectively in combat. After dedicating the better part of the day and exhausting all his available hockey, he finally unraveled these complexities. Concluding his series of tests, he prepared a feast fit for 5 and reclined on the sofa, patiently awaiting the arrival of the delivery person. In the astonished gaze of the delivery worker, he graciously tipped $20 and accepted his dinner. He then consumed the entire meal within half an hour. While waiting for his hockey to replenish, he commenced his practice with the Dordor fruit. The ability of the Dordor fruit was quite straightforward. Anything it touched could be transformed into an accessible door. Compared to the string fruit, the complexity of the Dordor fruit was significantly diminished. Roger could even practice the abilities of the Dordor fruit while lounging on the sofa. He raised his right hand, activating the power of the Dordor fruit, and opened a circular door in the air that pushed inward. Upon opening the door, he beheld a verdant alternate space. However, he had no intention of entering this ethereal realm. Instead, he picked up the takeout packaging from the table and tossed it inside. Subsequently, he closed the translucent, illusory circular door. His purpose was not mere laziness in disposing of trash, but rather to investigate the green alternate space within the Dordor fruit. He planned to reopen the air door at the same time the following day to ascertain whether the refuse remained within. If it did, the Dordor fruit would prove to be more than just a combat auxiliary. The next day, as he opened his eyes, he first checked the amount of hockey within him. Contrary to his expectations, he had anticipated that after a night's rest, his hockey would be restored to its optimal state. However, the reality revealed that his hockey had only recovered to less than half. It had been nearly 12 hours since he had depleted his hockey, indicating that a complete restoration would require at least a day's time, based on the current assessment of his hockey levels. Should the dominance of hockey increase in the future, the time required for complete recovery might indeed extend. After pondering for a few seconds, Roger decided to temporarily set aside this concern. He had only just acquired the ability of armament hockey yesterday, and it was far too early to worry about such matters. It would only be necessary to consider this issue once he had maximized his physical capabilities and sufficiently honed his armament hockey to a formidable level. Although evasion may be deemed shameful, it is undeniably effective. If his assumptions were correct, as his physique further strengthened, the recovery speed of hockey would undoubtedly enhance as well. After attending to his morning routine, he personally ventured into the kitchen to prepare himself a sumptuous breakfast. Culinary skills were a requisite subject in the training program for those who had traversed into this world, not merely an elective. Following his meal, he proceeded to the training room to commence the day's regimen. The monotonous days always seemed to pass swiftly, especially when engaging in repetitive activities. Unbeknownst to him, a week had elapsed. During this week, Roger first reacquainted himself with the now level 2 string fruit. He had mastered a significant portion of the techniques developed by Don Quixote da Flamingo, with the exception of the birdcage, shadow riding, and a few techniques post-awakening that he could not yet perform. He was capable of executing the remaining techniques at will. Naturally, he had not forgotten to develop some original techniques and methods of usage. Beyond the string fruit, he also explored the newly acquired Dordor fruit, slightly delving into its capabilities. Unlike the flamboyant string fruit, the Dordor fruit possessed a far more simplistic nature. "Open the door," he commanded, manifesting various doors in different locations. While experimenting with the Dordor fruit, Roger aimed at his own body, initiating the opening of a door. To his intrigue, he discovered a rather fascinating phenomenon. When he targeted his own body, such as opening a door on his chest, he inadvertently developed an alternative storage space. By creating a door on his own physique, he transformed himself into a mobile storage unit. Regardless of his whereabouts, as long as he opened a door on his body, the space behind it remained perpetually consistent. This revelation inadvertently reminded him of those animated characters who could produce enormous weapons from beneath their skirts. The imagery of pulling out a gigantic weapon from within a short skirt was undeniably unscientific, yet undeniably delightful. While Roger would never don a skirt, he could extract various weapons from his chest or other parts of his body. Excellent. This truly exemplified the essence of a devil fruit. This revelation instantly resolved his dilemma of carrying weapons with him. Beyond the ability to open doors on his own body, he also focused intently on how to traverse the verdant alternate dimension behind the door for swift movement. Although it did not achieve the effects of teleportation or instantaneous travel, it nonetheless represented a formidable enhancement compared to conventional methods of locomotion. For instance, he could now open an air door in his living room, and after entering that green alternate space, he could reach the underground parking lot in but a single second. While the concept of distance also existed in the green dimension behind the door, the distances within did not strictly adhere to the laws of physics. Opening a door on his own body, treating himself as a unique storage space, and moving rapidly through the air doors constituted the primary developments he had made with the door fruit over the past week. As for opening doors in walls or on objects, that posed no challenge whatsoever. In addition to training with the string fruit and the door fruit, he had also devoted a considerable amount of energy to honing his Busashoka Haki. Although Busashoka Haki was his main focus of cultivation, the gains he made in that area were rather modest. The proficiency he had upon first acquiring Busashoka Haki was essentially unchanged, with only slight improvements achieved. Overall, his progress over the week was satisfactory. At the very least, his strength had seen a notable enhancement compared to a week prior. After concluding his training for the day, he indulged in a hot bath before donning his specially tailored crimson suit. With a black shirt, a red tie, and a red suit complemented by white-framed sunglasses reminiscent of a flamingo's style, he crafted a new persona for himself. Inspired by the aesthetic that had yet to embrace the unconventional allure of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he was to meet a person of considerable stature that evening. Once dressed with the assistance of a puppet, he cast a glance at his reflection in the mirror. Soon, white threads began to emerge from the exposed skin and head. Despite his lack of mastery over the shadow string technique that could create doppelganger puppets, nonetheless, through his studies of the shadow string, he had developed some rather useful tricks. Localized camouflage. As the threads materialized on his bare skin and head, he commenced his transformation. Under his control, his skin tone became noticeably paler. More significantly, his appearance and hair underwent a remarkable transformation. A few seconds later, the visage reflected in the mirror bore an entirely different face. Short golden hair and a countenance strikingly reminiscent of Don Quixote da Flamingo as he recalled it. Now, apart from lacking the pink cloak and the nearly 3-meter stature of da Flamingo, he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The shadow thread could create a perfectly identical doppelganger. Although he was currently unable to utilize the shadow thread, he had mastered the art of partial disguise using the unique threads derived from the string fruit. This concept is somewhat intricate, akin to the operations of a certain covert team that employs rubber masks to execute specialized tasks. The distinction lies solely in the fact that this team utilizes high-tech rubber masks, whereas he employs the exceptional threads from the string fruit. It is worth noting that once the string fruit reached level 2, his multicolored threads finally manifested their true nature, displaying 5 distinct colors. After confirming that his appearance was flawless, he activated the air gate within his bedroom. Mere seconds later, he found himself in a neighborhood 5 kilometers away. This distance represented the maximum range achievable by the door fruit's alternate dimensions. As he stepped through the ethereal air gate, he encountered the Hand Union ninjas who had been awaiting his arrival. Young master. Upon his appearance, more than a dozen Hand Union ninjas slightly bowed, speaking in unison. Let us depart. Roger casually glanced at the ninjas before taking his seat in the adjacent black Maybach. This vehicle, originally belonging to a gambler, had become his mode of transport following his acquisition of the Hand Union. Soon, the Maybach departed the neighborhood under the protection of escort vehicles. His destination for the evening was none other than Kingpin, notorious as the Emperor of the Underworld. On the second day after S.H.I.E.L.D., launched an assault on the Hand Union's headquarters. Kingpin had sent word to the Hand Union. Notably, it was not a request for contact, but rather a mere notification. However, Kingpin remained unaware of Alexandra's demise. Thus his message reached Roger undisturbed. Initially, Roger did not regard this communication with any significance. While Kingpin was the largest crime lord in New York, indeed throughout all of America, Roger felt no necessity to engage with him. In the past, the Hand Union may have needed to maintain a favorable relationship with this underworld sovereign, but times had changed. Many of the business dealings that were once crucial to the Hand Union were, in Roger's eyes, now expendable. Nevertheless, a subsequent action taken by Kingpin prompted a reconsideration of his stance. The first notification from Jean Bing was disregarded. Consequently, Jean Bing, adopting a condescending demeanor, issued a second notification to the Hand Association, this time in a rather brutal manner by eliminating a couple of their ninjas. Although Roger did not hold the Hand Association in high regard, it was, nonetheless, a faction under his control. Being summoned in such a forceful manner warranted a response from him. In Manhattan, within the confines of an upscale restaurant, Roger, clad in a deep crimson suit and disguised to resemble Don Quixote da Flamingo, awaited Jean Bing's arrival in the otherwise empty establishment. He had been waiting for over 10 minutes. Yet Jean Bing had yet to appear. Is this an attempt to intimidate me? Roger thought with a smirk of disdain. He then turned to the 4 ninjas of the Hand Association standing behind him and nonchalantly commanded, "Eliminate those 2 waiters." His tone was as casual as one might remark on the pleasantness of the moonlight tonight. "Yes, young master." Without a moment's hesitation, the ninjas approached the 2 waiters, swiftly decapitating them with their swords before the waiters could even draw their firearms. Vivid crimson blood pooled upon the floor, and the pungent scent of blood began to permeate the restaurant. This was Jean Bing's establishment, and all the staff therein were his subordinates. "You killed 2 of my men to summon me. I shall likewise eliminate 2 of yours to ensure your arrival." A fair exchange indeed. As anticipated, shortly after the ninjas executed the 2 waiters, the imposing figure of Jean Bing, flanked by a throng of his followers, entered the restaurant. "Are you the new finger of the Hand Association, Don Quixote da Flamingo?" Like Roger, Jean Bing was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, though unlike Roger's ostentatious dark red attire. His was a classic black, not a new finger, but a new fist. Roger replied with an air of calmness, observing Jean Bing's gleaming bald head. Although Jean Bing exuded a palpable aura of intimidation, Roger was no ordinary individual. The pressure emanating from Jean Bing held no sway over him. The true pressure arises from disparities in strength and power. Roger felt neither fear of Jean Bing's prowess nor trepidation towards his authority. Thus, before him, Jean Bing bore little distinction from other mob leaders like Ronald, merely possessing slightly more strength and a larger cadre of followers. "A new fist? Do you possess such capability?" Jean Bing's tone was not particularly severe. Rather, it bore an undertone of mockery. "If you are curious, perhaps you might want to give it a try?" Roger had little experience dealing with gangsters. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him. When confronted by these proponents of violence, humility and retreat would not inspire mercy. Rather, it would embolden them to take further advantage. In simple terms, he must be fiercer than them. If they dared to engage him, he must be prepared to fight for his life. Etiquette and rules held no significance for these underworld figures. Might was the only truth. This dynamic was not exclusive to gangs. It similarly applied between nations. The caliber of one's weapon defined justice, and the range determined truth. The primary distinction lay in the fact that gangs seldom contemplated the repercussions of their actions, whereas nations often weighed numerous factors. Ultimately, it all boiled down to who possessed the greater strength, for that individual would reign supreme. The younger generation, particularly those newly ascended to power, exhibited a different demeanor. "Listen, do you realize," the young man began, but Roger interrupted him, asserting with ostentation, "Enough with the pleasantries. It would be wise to say less, lest you receive a slap to the face. Let us speak plainly. What do you intend to do?" No sooner had Roger spoken than the young man's subordinates drew their firearms, aiming them squarely at him. Likewise, the ninjas from the Hee gang behind Roger unsheathed their swords, standing poised for confrontation. Although faced with the barrels of 5 or 6 guns, Roger remained unfazed. After a week of training, he had mastered the instantaneous hardening of his armed hockey. While his hockey had not yet reached the level where it could withstand all attacks, it was certainly naive to think that a handgun could injure him once he had hardened himself. Are you truly unafraid of death? The young man asked, his expression grave. Was my previous statement not clear enough? Roger replied, twirling the ring that belonged to Alexandra around his left pinky with his right hand. Very well. I shall refrain from further banter. The Hehe gang is currently in a weakened state, and the authorities are on your trail. Your territory is either being dismantled by the officials or consumed by rival gangs. Join me, and I can resolve your troubles and provide you with everything you desire. The young man articulated his intentions with an air of entitlement. He had harbored ambitions of subjugating the Hehe gang while they were still intact, but at that time, the costs of a forced takeover would have been substantial, which had dissuaded him from acting. However, the situation had now changed. Neither the white nor the black market offered any assistance to the Hehe gang. More importantly, the gang now found itself in the most vulnerable state it had ever experienced. 4 of the 5 fingers supporting the alliance have perished, and the whereabouts of the remaining Alexandra remain a mystery. In her stead has emerged Roger, whose origins are shrouded in uncertainty. Jean dispatched his subordinates to investigate Roger's background, seeking to uncover his source, even going so far as to send emissaries to Japan, the birthplace of the alliance. The outcome was disheartening. No one could ascertain the origins of this Don Quixote, Doflamingo. The sole certainty was that over a week ago, a small gang in Brooklyn had publicly pledged allegiance to the Doflamingo family. However, that gang has since disbanded, and its leader has vanished. For an ordinary individual, such information would lead to a dead end. Yet Jean is no ordinary man. He is the kingpin of New York's underworld. When he seeks to delve into a matter, he invariably uncovers hidden secrets. Although the gang has dissolved and its leader is missing, the petty criminals associated with it do not simply evaporate into thin air. After instructing his men to visit these former gang members, Jean gleaned some invaluable intelligence. Prior to Ronald disbanding the gang, a young man from Huaxia had confronted them. Following this encounter, Ronald expelled most of the members and publicly declared allegiance to the Doflamingo family. Intriguingly, before this Huaxia youth's arrival, Ronald had tasked them with locating another young man from Huaxia. Upon reaching this juncture, Jin's subordinates believed they had hit a wall. After all, with Ronald missing, no one could decipher why he had sought out that Huaxia youth. However, Jin's perspective diverged from theirs. Thus, he mobilized a considerable number of his men to visit each petty criminal from Ronald's gang individually. Ultimately, they discovered Jason and others, who had been severely beaten yet lacked the funds for hospitalization. After personally interrogating Jason and his companions, Jean unraveled the entire sequence of events. They had been assaulted by a Huaxia youth, who had also robbed them of several $100s. Upon seeing a reward notice for a missing person, they noted that the individual described bore a striking resemblance to the Huaxia youth who had attacked them, and they relayed this information to Ronald. Upon learning of this, Ronald had instructed his subordinates to search for the Huaxia youth across various Chinatowns. With all the information at his disposal, Jean felt he had grasped the complete truth. Although Roger's current appearance bears no resemblance to that of a Huaxia person, it did not hinder Jean from forming a judgment. A matter easily resolved by disguise is hardly worthy of concern. Regarding whether the visage of the Huaxia individual is a facade or if the current Western appearance is a guise, Wilson cared not. In essence, based on the intelligence gathered thus far, he could ascertain 3 primary points. Firstly, the Don Quixote family does not exist. It is implausible for a person who resorts to stealing a few $100s from petty thugs to be backed by a formidable family. Secondly, Don Quixote de la Mancha is indeed the individual depicted in the bounty notice, wearing a Spider-Man mask. Otherwise, it would not elucidate the sudden emergence of a Huaxia lad confronting Ronald's gang. Lastly, this Don Quixote de la Mancha is the so-called White Knight mentioned in the news. This connection explains why the leader of the Hand Association has transformed into Don Quixote de la Mancha. With these confirmations, Wilson felt a renewed confidence in subjugating Roger and the Hand Association, a young man endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet devoid of wealth or connections. Furthermore, he had incurred the ire of both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Osborne Group. While others may be oblivious to the identity of the bounty issuer, Wilson was acutely aware. He was the puppeteer behind the New York black market website, and surely he could uncover any ties between the bounty issuer and the Osborne Group. More crucially, Roger's actions of robbing Jason and others, along with his ascension as the new leader of the Hand Association, demonstrated that wealth and power held considerable allure for him. As the preeminent crime lord in America, Wilson was confident in his ability to satisfy Roger's desires for both wealth and influence. Moreover, he relished the prospect of employing such strategies to recruit formidable individuals. Resolving my troubles while providing me with everything I desire? How intriguing. Roger chuckled. S-H-I-E-L-D, and the Osborne Group may pose a challenge to others. But to me, they are not insurmountable. As long as you are aligned with me, I have the means to safeguard you. Wilson did not articulate this explicitly, yet he was aware that Roger understood his implication, especially after mentioning S-H-I-E-L-D and the Osborne Group. Ah, I see now. No wonder you chose to meet at this juncture. It appears you have conducted considerable investigation into my past. When he agreed to meet Wilson under the name Don Quixote de la Mancha, he had prepared himself for Wilson's potential inquiries. Otherwise, he could have easily chosen another name for their encounter. His reasons for this were twofold. Firstly, it was to demonstrate to Wilson that he possessed sufficient strength. Should Wilson delve into his past, he would undoubtedly connect him to the White Knight described in the news. This formidable strength ensures that he and Jean Bing can maintain a relatively favorable communicative environment, thereby laying a solid foundation for their forthcoming collaboration. The second intent is to mislead Jean Bing into believing that he harbors an overwhelming desire for wealth and power. A person of such capability, resorting to robbing petty criminals of a few $100s, must either be greedy or impoverished. However, in the United States, strength is often synonymous with wealth. Therefore, from Jean Bing's perspective, the only conceivable option is his greed for money. As for the thirst for power, subjugating the Hand Association serves as a compelling testament. A person devoid of ambition for power could never dominate an organization that had previously offended him. Jean Bing is unaware of the existence of the system's bounty tasks. Thus, he naturally interprets Roger's assault on the Hand Association as an act of vengeance. Of course, there are also superheroes in this world dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good. Yet, based on the persona Roger presents, he could hardly be perceived as a superhero. I have no interest in becoming your subordinate. The Hand Association is not for you. The Hand Association can assist you in your endeavors, provided the price is right. It can become the sharpest blade in your arsenal. As for pricing, the Hand Association can offer you a preferential ally rate. Despite Roger's numerous statements, the essence of his message is singular. Being your subordinate is out of the question. However, becoming allies is feasible. This conclusion emerges from his earnest contemplation. Although he recognizes that this outcome may not entirely satisfy Jean Bing, it represents the utmost sincerity he can extend. The prospect of alliance, whether for him or for Jean Bing, is ultimately beneficial. Jean Bing can compel the Hand Association to serve him through financial incentives. While this differs significantly from outright subjugation, it effectively transforms the Hand Association into an extension of his own power, merely at the cost of some monetary expenditure. For a figure like Jean Bing, the kingpin of the underworld, matters solvable with money are hardly matters at all. As for Roger, he too stands to gain, not merely in terms of financial profit. Following his alliance with Jean Bing, the benefits he can anticipate can be categorized into two primary aspects. First, the Hand Association can extricate itself from its current dire predicament. Presently, the Hand Association is akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Apart from S-H-I-E-L-D, pursuing them, other official entities, such as the police and the FBI, are also on their trail. Though he has ascended to the position of the new leader of the Hand Association, he possesses limited means to counteract the onslaught from governmental bodies. The former Hand Association could manage to elude the scrutiny of official agencies, as it was not under the watchful eyes of so many organizations back then. Moreover, Madame Gao and her associates possess sufficient connections and relationships to address the official troubles faced by the Hand. However, Roger finds himself incapable of achieving this. Thus, he requires an individual who can assist him in resolving the predicaments that the Hand currently confronts. The number of suitable candidates in New York is rather limited, and Jean is undoubtedly among the most fitting. Once they ally, Jean can provide considerable assistance in this regard. Naturally, such aid will come at a price, yet overall, it is a strategy worthy of contemplation. Secondly, he can establish his own foundation. He harbors no interest in the solitary heroics of yore, nor does he wish to involve himself in every endeavor personally. The Hand currently constitutes his initial cadre of subordinates, but it is far from sufficient. While they excel in matters of violence, their assistance in other areas is rather limited. Despite his recent exuberance in New York, he remains, in essence, a rootless, ordinary individual in this world. The lack of connections, intelligence networks, and channels for procuring unique items is glaring. When it comes to money laundering, his avenues are particularly narrow. Although the wealth freedom laundering site is reputable, the principle of not placing all one's eggs in one basket is fundamental risk management. Though Jean may not be a paragon of virtue, one cannot deny his formidable presence, particularly in a capitalist society like America. Many official entities are aware that Jean is the largest mob boss in the country, yet his criminal empire continues to thrive undisturbed. What this signifies is evident. While brute force can resolve numerous issues, it is not always the optimal solution for certain matters. Every society operates under its own set of rules. And before one possesses the power to completely disregard these regulations, it is prudent to learn how to navigate them effectively. Through Jean, he can gradually cultivate his own network and special channels, which, while not absolutely critical, are indispensable for his future development. Allies, is this truly your considered response? Jin's expression grew more serious, exuding an increasingly oppressive aura. Indeed, that is my final answer. Roger replied with unwavering resolve. Excellent. But what if I were to refuse? Jin's tone turned frigid, reminiscent of a beast ready to pounce. Then let us play your game. As soon as you voice your intent, we can engage in battle. With no quarter given, do you intend to threaten me? Jean Bing is indeed a sovereign of the underworld, yet ultimately, he is merely that, a ruler of a criminal empire. Although this world is not the pirate realm I originally intended to traverse, I am not unfamiliar with Jean Bing. He is astute and possesses formidable strength. With over 90% of his physique comprised of muscle, making him a supreme martial artist, akin to the renowned Punisher, embodying the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Beyond his impressive personal capabilities, he commands a vast underworld network that allows him access to resources and manpower far exceeding common expectations. However, this alone does not instill fear in Roger. After scrutinizing Roger with an icy gaze for several seconds, Jean Bing spoke again. Alexandra also met her demise at your hands, did she not? Indeed. It is hardly surprising that Jean Bing is aware of the deaths of Lady Gao and others at Roger's hands, given his extensive intelligence network. Uncovering such information is not particularly challenging. Their deaths are not unjust. Your ally proposed it, and I concurred. Ultimately, Jean Bing opted to ally with the Hand Association rather than reduce them to mere subordinates. Though this diverges from his initial plans, it still represents a favorable outcome. For him, securing the Hand Association alongside Roger is undoubtedly ideal. If subjugation proves unattainable, employing financial incentives is also an acceptable alternative. Strictly speaking, the subordinates serving him now do so primarily for monetary reasons. Whether one engages in the underworld or pursues legitimate work, the ultimate goal remains the same, to achieve economic gain. The only distinction lies in legality, one being lawful, the other unlawful. After establishing this so-called alliance with Jean Bing, Roger departed the restaurant with the Hand Association's ninjas. The following morning, Roger arose early, as it was the day Big Joe was to be discharged from the hospital. Both out of sentiment and obligation, he needed to pay a visit. Upon completing his morning routine and donning his casual attire to head to the garage, he discovered a red vintage car parked beside his 911. Inside sat two impeccably dressed men, one older with a receding hairline, and the other slightly younger and robust. How swiftly they have tracked me down. The moment he laid eyes on these two men, two names surfaced in his mind: Phil Coulson, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Grant Ward, a Hydra infiltrator. While he was not surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. had located him, he did not anticipate that it would be Coulson and Ward who would come knocking, not Captain America, nor Black Widow. Am I truly so insignificant? Greetings, Mr. Wayne. I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Coulson displayed his credentials. From the very first day of his arrival in this world, he realized that this version of S.H.I.E.L.D. differed somewhat from the one he remembered. It had emerged a bit too early and was far from clandestine. What is it? Rogers inquired, casting a glance at Coulson and Ward, his tone calm and measured. While Coulson spoke, he surveyed the garage, noting the absence of other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Since they were not there to engage in a confrontation, he did not mind granting them a few moments. This may not be the most suitable location, Could we perhaps converse elsewhere? Coulson suggested, gesturing toward the ordinary individuals present in the garage. Perhaps another time, Rogers replied, disregarding Coulson's plea as he started the vehicle and swiftly departed the garage. Unexpectedly, on his way to the hospital, Rogers reflected on his previous movements. Although he had managed to maintain a degree of secrecy, evading a covert organization like SHIELD was virtually impossible, particularly after demonstrating extraordinary abilities and certain unpredictable elements. SHIELD would undoubtedly endeavor to uncover his true identity. The fact that it took them a week to pinpoint him was a commendable achievement, especially considering that this was New York, one of the cities of utmost interest to SHIELD. Even with his identity compromised, Rogers remained unfazed. He had never intended to remain in the shadows indefinitely. The exposure of his identity was not of paramount significance, merely an adjustment to his plans. After once again enduring the dreadful traffic of New York, he arrived at the hospital where Big Joe was located. There was no need for him to concern himself with the discharge procedures. Upon reaching the ward, he found Helen and Gwen had already organized everything. "Rogers, you're here?" Big Joe exclaimed, clad in loose casual attire. "I happen to have some free time today. And Helen, allow me to take care of this." As he spoke, Rogers took the luggage from Helen's hands. After he and Gwen loaded all the bags into the trunk, just as he was about to take the driver's seat, Helen ushered Big Joe out. "I'm ready. I can drive myself," Big Joe insisted. However, his explanations held no weight in Helen's presence. Ultimately, he found himself in the passenger seat. Just as Big Joe was about to invite Rogers and Gwen to enter the vehicle, Gwen interjected, "Dad, I'll ride back with Rogers." "Rogers' car?" As Gwen finished speaking, Big Joe and Helen simultaneously turned their gazes towards Roger, their faces adorned with identical expressions of bewilderment. They were fully aware of Roger's financial circumstances. Acquiring a vehicle in America, while not insurmountable, is not a privilege afforded to everyone, particularly not to someone like Roger, who was unemployed. "I recently won a substantial prize, hence the purchase of my car," Roger replied, utilizing an excuse that had already been employed once before. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Roger's explanation, Helen displayed an expression of understanding. However, Big Joe furrowed his brow, his instincts as a policeman suggesting that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After a brief silence, Big Joe spoke again. "In that case, Gwen, you may ride back with Roger." "All right." No sooner had Big Joe finished speaking than Gwen seamlessly intertwined her arm with Roger's. Roger was taken aback by Gwen's sudden initiative. In truth, he had not intended to drive to Big Joe's place, nor had he anticipated Gwen would broach the topic. His plan had merely been to pick up Big Joe from the hospital as a gesture of gratitude for his prior concern. Yet, Gwen's suggestion completely derailed his intentions. Reluctantly, he followed her toward his Porsche 911. Once inside the car, Roger glanced at Big Joe, catching a glimpse of the unmasked skepticism in his eyes. Well done. It appeared that not only did he need to address the issues with SHIELD today, but he also had to resolve Big Joe's suspicions. "Drive?" Gwen, seated in the passenger seat, said with an air of nonchalance. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Though Gwen's demeanor was casual, Roger could easily discern her deliberate intent, a keen perception stemming from the prior owner's familiarity with her. Indeed, it was intentional. As she spoke, Gwen waved to Big Joe, signaling for them to proceed. After Helen had driven away in Big Joe's car, Roger inquired again, "Why? Why?" Gwen donned a harmlessly gentle expression, then, in the calmest of tones, uttered words that utterly surpassed Roger's expectations. "Should I continue calling you Roger, or shall I refer to you as the White Knight? Or perhaps you prefer the name Don Quixote de la Mancha?" At the moment Gwen uttered those phrases, Roger instinctively nearly activated his devil fruit power. What the hell? How does she know? Does she realize what she is saying? The SHIELD had managed to pinpoint his location, which afforded him a modicum of mental preparation. Although the timing was somewhat earlier than he had anticipated, it hardly constituted a grave issue. What he did not foresee, however, was that Gwen was also privy to this information. This transcended the realm of mere spider sense. He hesitated to respond to Gwen's inquiry, instead plunging into a whirlwind of contemplation. When one eliminates all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. This was a maxim attributed to a renowned detective. Synthesizing all the information at his disposal, Roger arrived at a conclusion he had never before entertained. My address. Was it you who disclosed it to Coulson? Indeed. It was I, Gwen replied without hesitation, her affirmation strikingly straightforward. Just as he suspected. This was the crux of the matter. As he journeyed toward the hospital, Roger continued to ponder how S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to track him. Yet now, everything fell into place with logical clarity. Gwen must have divulged certain details to S.H.I.E.L.D. Or perhaps she was an operative herself. When did you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Roger pressed further. 3 months ago, Gwen answered candidly, leaving nothing concealed. Ah, I see. Roger chuckled softly, shaking his head before steering his vehicle toward Joe's residence. Aren't you curious why I chose to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. about your affairs? There's no need, since you've done so. I trust you have your reasons, he replied. Upon hearing Roger's response, Gwen furrowed her brow. After a brief silence, she continued, because you have changed. You have become someone I find alien and intimidating. Though you had your quirks before, you would never resort to violence to resolve a conflict. Yet now, Gwen refrained from elaborating further. Change is an inherent aspect of human nature, and it is hardly surprising. It is entirely normal for Gwen to feel that he is transformed. If he had not changed, that would indeed be unusual. Although he had adeptly masked his true self, he was, after all, not the original bearer of this identity. His thought processes and behavioral patterns could not align perfectly with those of the former inhabitant. No, this is significant. If you were still that ordinary person, your transformation would be inconsequential. However, you now wield extraordinary powers. Every decision you make could potentially inflict harm upon others. I'm sorry. As Gwen expressed her heartfelt apology, Roger brought the vehicle to a halt by the roadside, a smile creeping across his face. 057, identity revealed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing Roger's laughter, Gwen, who had previously felt justified in her actions, suddenly experienced an instinctive pang of anxiety. Get out of the car. As Gwen was about to speak, Roger calmly addressed her. Get out of the car. Yes, get out. Now, immediately, get out, he reiterated, his tone unervingly tranquil. Why? If Gwen had not fully comprehended Roger's sudden laughter moments before, she could now unequivocally ascertain that he was indeed angry. Do you truly believe that divulging my affairs to S.H.I.E.L.D. was a judicious decision? Do you think it was for my benefit, for the greater good? Roger retorted with a sardonic smile. Before Gwen could respond, he continued. You should be grateful for your surname, Stacy. I will say this one last time. Get out of the car, right now. Unless you wish for me to forcibly remove you. Observing the transformation in Roger's demeanor, Gwen yearned to say something further, but ultimately remained silent. Once Gwen exited the vehicle, Roger wasted no time in restarting the engine and swiftly drove away, vanishing at the end of the street. The world is never devoid of those who are self-righteous. Initially, Roger had a fairly positive impression of Gwen. Be it from the memories left by the original owner or his own interactions, he had considered her a decent individual. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. Given the current circumstances, Gwen was no different from those S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. Both Gwen and S.H.I.E.L.D. would never acknowledge any flaws in their actions. In their minds, any endeavor they deemed right could be pursued without remorse. The attitude that everything they did was for the safety of the people and the peace of the world was utterly nauseating. Before his journey through time, Roger had always despised such self-righteous individuals. Even being near them while smoking made him apprehensive of incurring their disdain. His mood had been relatively pleasant until now, but all of it had been soured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Gwen. After ejecting Gwen from the car, he drove back to the underground parking lot of the Forest Hill mansion. Whether Coulson had received a tip-off or had been waiting there all along, Roger found Coulson and Ward approaching just as he parked. Step aside. I am not in the mood to deal with any S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel today, Roger declared, his irritation palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson stepped aside, watching as Roger entered the elevator. Sir, are we just going to let him leave like that? His location has been exposed. He could abandon this place at any moment, Ward remarked once the elevator doors closed. At first glance, Ward's inquiry appeared innocuous. However, he secretly yearned for a confrontation between the Shield and Rogers, while accompanying Coulson in search of Rogers. He He received directives from his superiors to instigate a conflict between Rogers and the Shield at all costs. It mattered little. His true identity had already been revealed. Coulson cast a glance at Ward before returning to his beloved vehicle, Laura. Upon arriving home, Rogers gathered a few personal belongings and retrieved the dragon bone hidden within the spatial door of the living room. Subsequently, he opened a spatial portal, placing these items within. After organizing his essentials, he booted up his computer, logged into his bank account, and transferred the remaining hundreds of thousands of dollars to Big Joe. His identity had been compromised. Both his phone number and bank account were likely under surveillance by the Shield. Fortunately, he had not transferred the savings of Mura Mesa and Alexandra into his account, or his losses would have been far more substantial than mere hundreds of thousands of dollars. Strictly speaking, it was not a loss, but rather a form of repayment to Big Joe. Although Gwen's actions displeased him greatly, they were not without merit. At least from today onward, he would no longer need to masquerade as the original owner of his identity. After completing the transfer, he meticulously dismantled his computer, rendering it irreparably destroyed. He then crushed his phone and discarded a photograph of himself with the original owner and Gwen into the trash bin. Having accomplished all this, he activated the spatial portal and departed from the residence he had occupied for merely over 2 weeks. Currently, his spatial portal could only transport him within a 5-kilometer radius. However, this posed no significant concern for him. If one journey was insufficient, he would simply make several more. He was determined that the Shield could not pinpoint his exact location through the portal. After utilizing the portal multiple times, he arrived at a secret safe house belonging to the Hand. The Hand had established several secret safe houses in New York long ago, prepared for extreme circumstances. Regrettably, the original 5 members who established these safe houses had not utilized this contingency, thereby benefiting Rogers. While the Shield and other agencies were scouring for Hand ninjas, those ninjas had hidden within these safe houses, evading capture time and again. As he stepped through the spatial portal, the concealed Hand ninjas within the safe house approached him, kneeling on one knee in unison to offer their greetings. "Have Jia come to my office," he commanded before striding towards the office on the 3rd floor. This safe house is a 3-story standalone villa. At first glance, it bears no distinction from other villas. However, in reality, it has been transformed into a fortress-like stronghold by the Hand Association. Shortly thereafter, Roger, seated in his office chair, observed Jia Yi, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit. To this day, he remains unaware of Jia Yi's true name. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that upon delegating authority to Jia Yi, he demonstrated remarkable managerial prowess. When Roger is absent from the Hand Association, Jia Yi serves as his capable substitute. "Young master." Just as Jia Yi was about to kneel, Roger halted him, stating directly, "Contact Jean Bing and inform him that I need to discuss certain matters face-to-face. The location is at his discretion, but I would prefer it to be sooner rather than later, ideally tonight." "Understood, young master." Though Jia Yi was oblivious to the specifics of Roger's impending conversation with Jean Bing, he refrained from asking any inappropriate questions and respectfully exited the office. Once Jia Yi departed, Roger let out a resigned sigh. When he had proposed an alliance with Jean Bing, he had never anticipated that he would require Jean Bing's assistance so soon. 058, new identity after approximately 10 minutes. The stoic Jia Yi returned to the office, exuding an impeccable demeanor as he reported, "Young master, Jean Bing has agreed to meet with you. He will be expecting you tonight at 10 o'clock at the restaurant from last night. Well done, you may leave." Roger was not surprised by Jean Bing's acceptance of their meeting. After all, they were currently in the honeymoon phase of their new alliance, and it was unlikely that Jean Bing would refuse his request at this juncture. Once Jia Yi exited, Roger activated a spatial portal within his body, retrieving the dragon bones concealed therein. Subsequently, he opened another spatial portal in the office wall and placed the dragon bones inside. After organizing the dragon bones, he methodically extracted other items, including a puppet with which he had grown quite adept. At 9 o'clock that evening, Roger, once again donning a crimson suit, found himself in a black Maybach en route to Manhattan. This time, he did not disguise himself as Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Shield Bureau had already uncovered his true identity, and it would not be long before Jean Bing learned the truth as well. Not only did he forego his disguise, but even Jia Yi and others accompanying him to the restaurant had deliberately donned black suits resembling bodyguards. Roger held no grievances against the ninja attire. In fact, he found it quite appealing, particularly when worn by female ninjas in form-fitting garments. To have Jia and his associates don suits serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to avert any unnecessary complications, and secondly, to convey a message to the outside world. This signifies that the organization he leads is distinct from the one overseen by Madame Gao and her associates. Though this alteration may seem trivial, it is sufficient for those observing the organization to grasp certain truths. In essence, it heralds a new era, a fresh beginning. During the journey to the restaurant, no disturbances arose. Neither agents of SHIELD nor representatives of other law enforcement agencies made an appearance. Upon Roger's arrival at the restaurant with Jia and his entourage, he found Jean, a robust figure who appeared far from ordinary, already seated in the same spot as the previous evening, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Roger, whose appearance had undergone a striking transformation, Jean displayed no signs of surprise. "What brings you here?" Jean queried directly, cutting through any pretense. "I seek a public identity," Roger responded, taking a seat opposite Jean with an air of composure. "When I first received this news today, I presumed my subordinate had made an error. Yet, it seems your identity has indeed come to the attention of SHIELD. Jean took a draw from his Cuban cigar, a smile gracing his lips. "This is hardly surprising. After all, they are SHIELD. As Roger had suspected, Jean was already aware of the exposure of his identity, and judging by the timeliness of his knowledge, Jin's intelligence network was far more formidable than Roger had anticipated. "Shall I continue to call you Doflamingo, or would you prefer Roger, or even Wang? Any of those will suffice. If you wish, you may even call me Superman." Roger jested lightly with Jean. "Since we first met under the name Doflamingo, I shall continue to address you as such. Securing a public identity for you is not particularly challenging, but I am curious as to what you can offer in return. Allies are not the same as friends. You should comprehend this." Though Roger's words were not overtly explicit, Jean understood the implication. In the current context, what Roger desired was an identity that would allow him to operate without governmental interference. Such matters were hardly daunting for Jean, who himself embodied both a kingpin of the underworld and a titan of industry. "I have heard that your business in Hell's Kitchen has encountered some minor troubles. If you do not mind, I could assist you in resolving this small issue." Despite having led a somewhat reclusive existence the previous week, Roger remained well-informed about external affairs. Through the shattered and fragmented intelligence network of the Hand, coupled with insights from the black market, he had come to understand that Wilson Fisk was not faring well of late. To be precise, his situation was dire. The business of Fisk in Hell's Kitchen had drawn the attention of a vigilante known as Daredevil. Fisk was diligently investigating the identity of this masked crusader, determined to eliminate the street hero who had repeatedly disrupted his enterprises. Unfortunately, his subordinates were proving less than helpful in fulfilling his desires. While others may have been oblivious to Daredevil's true identity, Roger was fully aware of it. Not only did he know who Daredevil was, but he also possessed knowledge of his background and abilities. "Can you deal with this individual?" Fisk inquired, furrowing his brow. "While I cannot guarantee a permanent resolution, I can assure you that he will not pose any trouble for at least a year," Roger replied with unwavering confidence. Fisk fell silent, contemplating for several moments before responding. "Very well, I can provide the identity you seek, but I expect you to uphold your end of the bargain. After all, this is our inaugural collaboration." By the conclusion of his statement, a subtle threat tinged Fisk's tone. "Rest assured, I never break a promise," Roger affirmed. Following their agreement, Roger departed the restaurant with Jia and others, heading back to the villa. "Jia, I have a new task for you. Upon our return, please gather the lawyers who have previously assisted the organization. I wish to meet with them tomorrow." On their journey back to the villa, Roger spoke to Jia, who occupied the front passenger seat. "Understood, young master." Jia responded without a hint of doubt. Though he was unaware of Roger's intentions, he was determined to execute any command issued by him. This mindset was not unique to Jia. It resonated among the ninjas of the Hand who had accepted Roger's authority. Those who had rejected his leadership had already been dealt with by Jia's team, which was why Roger had originally considered consolidating the Hand under his command. The following morning, Roger received the list of lawyers compiled by Jia. In the afternoon, he met with these attorneys, whose reputations were less than stellar, yet whose professional capabilities were undeniably formidable, at a prearranged restaurant. "Perhaps you are not yet familiar with me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Roger D. Wayne, and I am now the new leader of the Hand. As you have all had considerable dealings with the organization in the past, I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. The reason I have gathered you today is singular. I hope you will utilize your expertise to assist the Hand in filing a lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. for their acts of violent enforcement. 059, a lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. for excessive force? Upon Roger's utterance, not only were the three attorneys seated across from him rendered speechless, but even his companion beside him, Jia, exhibited a look of perplexity. After a brief pause, the portly attorney in the middle, whose thinning hair was a testament to his age, slowly replied, "Mr. Wayne, you must be jesting. Does my current appearance suggest that I am jesting?" Roger was acutely aware that his proposal sounded implausible, yet he had contemplated its feasibility with earnest consideration. Legally speaking, pursuing a lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. for their use of excessive force was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. In an effort to reclaim Captain America's shield from the Hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. had publicly disclosed certain past operations of the Hand, bestowing an illusion of legitimacy upon their actions. However, this was merely a facade of legality. Aside from the fact that Captain America's shield was indeed in the possession of the Hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked any substantial evidence of the Hand's other criminal activities. While the Hand had certainly transgressed numerous laws, individuals such as Madame Gao were hardly inept. They would not leave behind conspicuous evidence, even if the Hand had inadvertently left traces of their misdeeds. Roger believed that Madame Gao and her associates had effectively managed such matters. This was evidenced by the Hand's continued immunity from law enforcement and other official scrutiny. Although Roger was uncertain of the specifics regarding how Madame Gao and her cohorts resolved these issues, he surmised that bribery and coercion were likely employed. As is often the case, more critically, S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacked any witnesses. Madame Gao and her compatriots had perished, and the Hand's ninjas had turned to ash following their demise due to the effects of their mystical arts. Certainly, S.H.I.E.L.D. could pursue material evidence in the officials who had been bribed by the Hand. However, this was no trivial undertaking. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to launch a campaign against corruption in New York, those officials who had previously benefited from the Hand would undoubtedly seek to protect the Hand within their spheres of influence. After all, safeguarding the Hand equated to preserving their own interests. Mr. Wayne, you must realize that your adversary is S.H.I.E.L.D. should you proceed with this lawsuit. They will not take your actions lightly. The portly attorney ceased his discourse, yet his implication was unmistakable. If Roger persisted in his intent to sue S.H.I.E.L.D., he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The attorneys had previously collaborated with the Hand and, to some extent, possessed a deeper understanding of the Hand's nature than either the police or S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, they had assisted in managing several cases involving the Hand. However, this did not imply their willingness to aid Roger in his lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. The present circumstances surrounding the Hand were evident to any discerning observer. This is my concern. You need not worry about it. What you must do is leverage your professional expertise to prosecute S.H.I.E.L.D. for their brutal enforcement. I do not require you to win, merely to initiate the lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. As for compensation, I shall offer you threefold what you previously earned. If the attorneys, including the corpulent one, had any prior hesitations, they began to waver upon hearing the stipulations of no requirement for victory and the tripled remuneration. Suing S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly aiding the Hand Association in doing so, would undoubtedly enhance their reputations, albeit they had little to begin with, for otherwise, they would not have served the Hand Association. Some pursue the legal profession for the sake of fairness and justice, yet it is evident that the corpulent attorney and his associates do not share such aspirations. Provided the compensation is substantial enough, they would not hesitate to assist the Hand Association in prosecuting S.H.I.E.L.D., nor would they balk at becoming legal advisors for Hydra. The realm of children may cherish conscience, but the adult world is governed solely by self-interest. It is our unassailable duty as attorneys to advocate for legal justice on behalf of our clients. The corpulent attorney asserted with conviction. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Regarding the materials, they will assist you shortly. Let us preemptively toast to achieving the outcomes we desire. With that, Roger raised his glass of crimson red wine, signaling to the corpulent attorney and his colleagues before savoring a sip. After the attorneys departed the restaurant, he turned to A and spoke slowly. Keep an eye on these three individuals. Should anything unusual arise, pay them and their families a visit. Additionally, seek out media willing to collaborate and promote our cause. Lastly, arrange a press conference for 3 days hence. It is time for the Hand Association's days of evasion to come to an end, now that SHIELD is aware of his true identity. There is no need for him to remain shrouded in secrecy. When one's identity remains concealed, there are methods to play the game discreetly. Once exposed, however, one can engage in actions that are forthright. A and the corpulent attorney exhibited remarkable efficiency. By the following morning, Roger found himself watching a news report on television about the Hand Association suing SHIELD. Of course, it was not the assassin group, the Hand Association, that was prosecuting SHIELD, but rather a legitimate company from Japan, the Hand Corporation. The Hand Corporation serves as the public, lawful facade of the Hand Association, engaged in legitimate foreign trade activities. For example, the headquarters building of the Hand Association is an asset under the Hand Corporation's name. This apparent legitimate identity holds little weight in everyday matters. The existence of the Hand Corporation does not lead people to regard the Hand Association as a legitimate organization. However, at certain moments, such as during the lawsuit against SHIELD, this identity proved invaluable. To Roger's surprise, the corpulent lawyer and his associates not only filed a lawsuit against SHIELD for their brutal enforcement, but also concurrently challenged their unlawful possession of legitimate assets. Here, the term legitimate assets refers to properties that are genuinely lawful, having been taxed, and possessing rightful ownership. While Roger observed these news reports in his office, Jie entered and handed him a document. "Young master, this is from Wilson Fisk," he announced. Upon receiving the document from Jie, Roger casually glanced at it. It was a partnership agreement from a subsidiary of the Fisk Group. With just his signature, the contract would come into effect automatically. After reviewing the document, Roger nodded in satisfaction. The specific nature of the enterprise was inconsequential. What mattered was that it belonged to the Fisk Group. This signified that when confronted with certain official inquiries, Fisk would have justifiable grounds to leverage the group's influence to resolve his predicaments. Although this contract would not yield any financial gain, it would afford him a legitimate identity free from disturbances by SHIELD and other official entities. Jie, arrange for some personnel to monitor Hell's Kitchen and notify me immediately upon sighting Daredevil. Given Fisk's display of sincerity, Roger felt compelled to uphold his end of the bargain. With the Fisk Group supporting him, he could rest assured that he would not face troubles from SHIELD or other governmental bodies for an extended period, which was immensely beneficial for his ongoing accumulation of power. After Jie departed from the office, Roger approached the wall concealing the dragon bones, activating the spatial gateway to extract a portion of them. Compared to the skeletal remains of other creatures, dragon bones appeared unremarkable. Only with the proper technique could their true potential be realized, and Roger happened to possess the correct method for utilizing the dragon bones. This was, in part, thanks to Alexandra's generous assistance. After retrieving a portion of the dragon bones from the spatial gateway, Roger began to harness the energy within them according to the secret methods imparted by Alexandra. As remnants of the legendary dragon, the dragon bones, despite their seemingly ordinary exterior, concealed unknown energies. Roger was not particularly interested in understanding the nature of the energy within the bones. He was solely concerned with their efficacy aligning with his expectations. Alexandra had provided two distinct methods for utilizing the dragon bones. One was commonly employed by her and her associates to extend their lifespans through the energy contained within the bones. This is also the reason why they have managed to endure for centuries. As for the second secret technique, it is employed less frequently by Alexandra and her companions. It involves harnessing the energy from dragon bones to enhance one's physical constitution. While such enhancement does contribute to an increase in lifespan, humans are not a race known for longevity. Mere fortification of the body cannot bestow eternal life. Thus, Alexandra and her peers have only slightly augmented their physical prowess, reserving the majority of the dragon bones for prolonging their existence. In stark contrast to Alexandra's focus, Roger's interests lie elsewhere. He is not particularly keen on significantly extending his lifespan. Rather, he is intrigued by the potential of dragon bones to amplify his physical abilities. Utilizing the secret technique provided by Alexandra, which may have originated from Kunlun or been developed by their own hands, the dragon bone in Roger's grasp rapidly disintegrated before his very eyes. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a fine powder, ultimately vanishing entirely. As the dragon bone dissipated, an imperceptible energy began to flow into Roger's body, initiating a process of physical enhancement. This energy's influence over his body was entirely uncontrollable. He could not direct its flow to specific areas, but could only silently experience it as a warm current coursing through him. When the warmth within him eventually subsided, he opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. 15 minutes. The enhancement from the dragon bone had persisted for a full 15 minutes. Although he could not precisely gauge the extent of his physical augmentation, he distinctly felt his abilities have improved. Truly, the dragon bone exceeded his expectations. More importantly, after completing his initial enhancement, he noticed a marked increase in his pirate-like vigor. He was certain of this because he felt hunger once more. It had only been a little over an hour since he devoured a breakfast meant for 5. Based on his past consumption rates, he would typically not feel hungry again until noon. After addressing the needs of the ninja in the villa, who prepared another substantial breakfast, he commenced his routine training in fruit abilities and armament hockey. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Roger diligently utilized the secret technique for physical enhancement daily. With the aid of the dragon bones, his physique improved at a visibly rapid pace, which in turn stimulated the development of his fruit abilities and hockey. As the clock struck 11 in the morning, Roger, now clad in a formal black suit, sat in the Maybach en route to the press conference. Accompanying him to the press conference were over a dozen individuals, elegantly attired like corporate professionals, representing the Hand Association. The venue for the event was arranged within a hotel conference hall. These arrangements were deftly managed by Jie, who executed his responsibilities with commendable proficiency. Upon Roger's arrival at the hotel conference hall with Jie and the others, he was greeted by dozens of journalists representing various media outlets, among whom were even reporters from several news channels. Though the event was not broadcast live, it was certainly preferable to having only print media in attendance. As he ascended the podium, the meticulously prepared press conference was officially declared open. He now assumed the role of the new president of the Hand Association, simultaneously revealing his affiliation as a partner within the FEX Group. Both the Hand Association and the FEX Group were familiar names to the journalists present. The media had already unearthed the name of the Hand Association during the SHIELD assault on its headquarters, particularly following the Hand Association's lawsuit against SHIELD for its violent enforcement actions, which rendered the name widely recognized. Thanks to his thorough preparations, the press conference proceeded remarkably smoothly. Whether addressing his new presidential role, the accusations against SHIELD, or the Hand Association's previous alleged illegal activities, he responded with impeccable precision. The art of eloquence is not solely the province of politicians. As a competent transmigrator, Roger was equally adept at sophistry and impassioned oration. In summary, he emphasized 3 key points during the press conference. Firstly, the Hand Association is a legitimate and socially responsible multinational corporation, with charitable donations amounting to nearly $100 million. Secondly, SHIELD's actions against the Hand Association, lacking any evidence, were both unlawful and a severe infringement upon the freedoms and human rights of the Hand Association's employees. Here, he referred not to those who had perished, but to the ordinary staff serving the Hand Association. Even among an organization of assassins, there exist ordinary individuals. While these individuals may not be core members of the organization, they are, in a sense, part of the Hand Association. During the crackdown on the Hand Association's peripheral entities, SHIELD had indiscriminately targeted these ancillary personnel. Thirdly, he demanded that SHIELD return the Hand Association's legitimate assets. In this context, he references the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which safeguards the people's right to protect their persons, homes, documents, and property from unreasonable searches and seizures, as well as the Fifth Amendment, which states that no individual shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Initially, he intended to assert the inviolability of private property in a more direct manner. However, after careful contemplation, he opted for a more formal citation of legal texts. When one aims to embody a figure dedicated to the pursuit of justice, invoking legal statutes undoubtedly lends a touch of professionalism. The press conference proceeded smoothly, concluding to the satisfaction of all attendees. Roger utilized this event to lay the groundwork for the Hand Association's rehabilitation, while the journalists present obtained sufficiently captivating first-hand information. These reporters sought news that would capture public attention, and Roger provided just that. Whether or not these revelations reflected the truth of the matter was of little concern to them. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Roger, accompanied by his associates, returned to the villa, commencing the second phase of his plan. Filing a lawsuit against the SHIELD agency and holding a press conference was merely the first step, intended to ensure a favorable start for the Hand Association's rehabilitation efforts. With the initial phase successfully executed, it was time to advance to the second phase. In contrast to the first phase, the second phase was considerably simpler. In essence, it involved acquiring online influencers, disseminating press releases, and manipulating public opinion. This maneuver is a well-practiced art among American politicians. However, Roger did not glean this strategy from American politicians, but rather from the data-driven operatives within the fan circles of the Flower Kingdom. The visible influencers had already been prepared by Roger prior to the commencement of the press conference. If all goes as planned, those willing to be compensated for their services would begin publishing articles rehabilitating the Hand Association starting tomorrow. Naturally, these media outlets served merely as decoys. To steer the situation in accordance with his strategy, a mere handful of media outlets would not suffice. Therefore, he sought out several black market merchants specializing in gray operations. These merchants would engage in extensive online activities, such as controlling reviews, posting, and generating trending topics, following the publication of the press conference's content. We no longer reside in an era dominated by print media. The internet has become the critical battleground for shaping public opinion. Although the internet age has significantly accelerated the dissemination of information, it has also introduced an unavoidable constraint. What appears before you may not necessarily be the truth. The concept of three men can create a tiger has reached its zenith in the internet era. Roger does not expect these online influencers to completely sway public opinion. However, even if merely 1/5 or 1/10 of the populace chooses to believe, it could bestow a significant advantage in public sentiment upon the Hand. Once this sentiment is established, even if the Hand's lawsuit against SHIELD falters, it could still inflict a measure of reputational damage upon the agency. More crucially, regardless of the ultimate ruling, the Hand could extricate itself from the predicament of being pursued. Should SHIELD emerge victorious, to avert a subsequent public relations crisis, it would have no choice but to adhere to standard procedures in addressing the Hand. Consequently, the matter would revert to the initial issue of evidence. Of course, beyond merely gathering evidence, SHIELD might resort to other official measures against the Hand. Yet, if SHIELD indeed pursues such actions, Fisk's enterprise, led by Wilson, would come into play. If SHIELD were to lose, matters would become even more straightforward. In essence, while SHIELD might achieve a modest gain, it would certainly incur no losses. The troubles on SHIELD's end have reached a temporary cessation. Therefore, what remains for him to address are the issues concerning Daredevil and the bounty task. The situation regarding Daredevil is relatively more manageable. He has already dispatched members of the Hand to Hell's Kitchen to await the opportune moment. Should Daredevil choose to make an appearance, it would be most advantageous. If he proves reluctant to surface, Roger would have no choice but to send the Hand's operatives to locate the blind attorney named Matt. Knowing Daredevil's true identity, he harbors no concerns regarding this matter. The rationale for not instructing the Hand to approach Matt directly is simple. It is to ensure that Wilson perceives the reward as valuable. If he were to resolve the Daredevil issue on the very first day, Wilson would undoubtedly deem the reward far too trivial. The value of a task, beyond its inherent significance, is also contingent upon the process of its resolution. Matters that can be resolved with ease tend to be instinctively regarded as trivial. This is akin to how easily obtained possessions are seldom cherished. Thus, Roger intends to delay for a brief period, perhaps around a week or two. He merely promised Wilson to address the Daredevil predicament, yet did not guarantee an immediate resolution. In Roger's deliberate state of procrastination, a week swiftly elapsed. During this week, he engaged in daily physical enhancements using Dragon Bones, while continuously honing his fruit abilities and hockey. Additionally, he utilized the new identity provided by Wilson to attend several charity galas, generously donating millions of dollars. The lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D. for alleged excessive force has yet to go to trial, yet it has already garnered significant attention. Each day, numerous individuals engage in fervent discussions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods and whether the Hand Corporation is indeed a notorious assassin syndicate. These ongoing debates have not only thrust S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hand into the limelight, but have also elevated Roger to the status of a bona fide celebrity. As the newly appointed president of the Hand Corporation, his every move is subject to public scrutiny. At this juncture, a classic scenario unfolds. Perspectives are swayed by appearances. Due to his remarkably dependable physical attributes, Roger has attracted a considerable following of female admirers among the Hand supporters. Initially perplexed by this bizarre development, he soon embraced it with a sense of acceptance. After all, this is a peculiar nation where the allure of a handsome inmate can spark a trend of romantic entanglements with prisoners. While the Hand may still be suspected of being a criminal organization, he is undoubtedly far superior to those inmates. If even prisoners can amass mindless fans due to their looks, it is hardly surprising that he has garnered a legion of fervent admirers. Aside from his regular training and strengthening of his physique, as well as occasionally attending charity events, he undertook a particularly significant endeavor this week. He vacated the Hand's safe house and invested over $20 million in a spacious penthouse apartment spanning more than 300 square meters in Manhattan. To facilitate this purchase, he opened an overseas account with a Swiss bank and utilized Kingpin's money laundering channels to extract $100 million from the deposits of Mera Mesa and Alexandra. As an ally, Kingpin offered him a favorable rate, charging only a 5% fee. A $5 million fee is indeed quite advantageous. After a week's delay with Kingpin, he donned his armored suit once more and, shrouded in the night, set off towards Hell's Kitchen. Uncertain if Daredevil has been particularly occupied of late, his dispatched ninjas from the Hand have been in Hell's Kitchen for over a week without encountering any sign of the vigilante. However, while his subordinates did not catch sight of Daredevil, they unexpectedly came across a familiar figure, Professor Lizard. His men discovered the presence of Professor Lizard, specifically noting him being pursued. Initially, he did not place much significance on this news. From what he knew, those attempting to capture Professor Lizard included Spider-Man, the Osborn Group, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the police, along with various other individuals and organizations whose intentions regarding Professor Lizard remained unknown to him. However, the reports from the Hand Association's ninjas were entirely divergent from his expectations. What they described was a figure resembling a scorpion, alongside a winged individual, in pursuit of Professor Lizard. Upon hearing their account and scrutinizing their abysmal sketch, Roger was reminded of two fairly notorious supervillains, Scorpion, Mac Gargan, and Vulture, Adrian Toomes. Although the winged figure could also potentially be Falcon, Sam Wilson, the characteristics presented in the sketch and the accompanying descriptions suggested that the winged individual was more likely to be Vulture. The peculiar alliance of Scorpion and Vulture evoked thoughts of the Osborn Corporation in Roger's mind. Given the existence of multiple parallel universes within the Marvel realm, he could not ascertain whether Scorpion and Vulture were hired henchmen of the Osborn Corporation or actual members of it. Nevertheless, their emergence piqued his interest somewhat, hinting at the potential for a lucrative bounty mission. It had been over half a month since his last undertaking, and he was in dire need of a new bounty to augment his dwindling treasury. After donning a practical athletic outfit, he fashioned a new suit of armor for himself, not the tight spandex of Spider-Man, nor the armored suit of Iron Man, but rather a black, hooded garb reminiscent of a classic game, exuding a medieval charm. In addition to this attire, He crafted a black mask that concealed half of his face. Currently embroiled in a legal battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. as the new president of the Hand Association. He had to maintain a guise to preserve the carefully orchestrated advantage in public opinion he had cultivated. With his disguise perfected, he pushed open a window that was hardly distinguishable from a door and leapt into the void. Unlike his previous antics of swinging between buildings like Spider-Man, he now employed what he had once thought to be a mere technique, but was, in fact, a legitimate ability derived from the string fruit. Sky Path. Initially, he believed that Doflamingo's method of gliding by tethering fine threads to clouds was simply a skill. However, upon mastering the technique, he discovered it was a bona fide maneuver. By binding the clouds above with fine threads, he could propel himself through the air at remarkable speeds. Compared to the swinging antics of Tarzan, the Sky Path technique was decidedly more aesthetically pleasing. Of course, the Sky Path did come with its own drawbacks. In the absence of clouds in the sky, pursuing one's target becomes an arduous task. However, this limitation is rendered insignificant in a city like New York, brimming with towering skyscrapers. Lacking the ability to be drawn by clouds, one can resort to tethering oneself to buildings instead. Although the efficacy of such an approach pales in comparison to the allure of clouds, it is nonetheless preferable to advancing in a manner akin to swinging on a pendulum. Traversing the airways, Roger moved with the swiftness of a bat in the night, heading towards Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, situated on Manhattan's western shore, was once notorious as a dilapidated slum, known for its chaotic living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. Although the area has improved slightly over the years, it remains a haven for gangsters. Utilizing the airborne effect of the airways, Roger, clad in a black assassin-esque attire, effortlessly arrived in Hell's Kitchen and located his subordinates. After dispersing these ninjas, he soared towards the apartment of Matt Murdock, the Daredevil. Just as he was about to reach the apartment, he spotted Matt, adorned in a deep crimson uniform, appearing on the rooftop and swiftly making his way in a particular direction. Where could he be heading? It had been over a week since Daredevil had last taken action, and Roger was taken aback by the sudden movement just as he was poised to fulfill his own promise. Without hesitation, he followed the swiftly moving figure of Daredevil across the rooftop. Though uncertain of Daredevil's intentions, his instincts whispered that following him would yield unexpected rewards. Minutes later, he watched as Daredevil entered an aged apartment building that seemed to have aged even more than he had. Initially, he assumed that Daredevil had resumed his so-called vigilante activities to combat crime in Hell's Kitchen. However, it soon became apparent that he was mistaken. Shortly after Daredevil entered the old apartment, a dozen ninjas clad in an array of colored garb materialized on the streets and alleys nearby. Silently, they infiltrated the building. What business do the ninjas of the Hand have here? Although he did not spot the green-hatted elder among them, Roger recognized their affiliation at a glance. Within the Marvel Universe, there are only two well-known ninja organizations. One is the Hand, which has already become a part of his ranks, while the other, in direct opposition to the Hand, is the Sanctum. Of course, it is possible that other ninja factions exist, of which he remains unaware. However, the only ninja organizations that could be associated with Daredevil are the Hand and the Sanctum. After a brief contemplation, Roger decided to ascend to the rooftop of the apartment. At the very moment he ascended to the rooftop of the apartment building, a myriad of white threads surged beneath his feet. Under his deft control, these threads swiftly enveloped the entire edifice like an intricate spider's web. Having completed this task, he delicately opened the threads at the rooftop door and, with an air of calm, stepped inside. He then sealed the threads once more, rendering the entry impenetrable to any human. The apartment was enveloped in a profound stillness, cloaked in shadows. Descending the staircase step by step, Roger arrived before the room occupied by Daredevil and his companions. Though silence pervaded the space, he felt certain that they were within. If his instincts served him well, they had likely armed themselves, poised for an imminent confrontation. Though blind, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, possessed heightened sensitivity in his other four senses. Roger suspected that the moment he landed on the rooftop, Daredevil had sensed his arrival. After a few moments of silence, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. However, at that instant, several sharp katanas pierced through the wooden barrier, thrusting toward him with ferocity. Roger took a half-step back, effortlessly evading the oncoming blades. Observing the katanas, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to resolve matters with Daredevil amicably. Yet it appeared the adversaries were unwilling to afford him that opportunity. Before the ninjas behind the door could retract their katanas, Roger raised his right hand, transforming it into a claw, and swept downward. 5 colored threads. 5 sharp, vividly colored strands erupted from his fingertips, slicing through the flimsy door with ease. With a resounding crash, the door shattered, and Roger slipped into the room like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the 3 Holy Order ninjas crashing against the wall. Enhanced by the dragon bone, his physical prowess had far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Compared to 2 weeks prior, his capabilities had more than doubled. However, this was merely his estimation, as he had not conducted precise calculations to ascertain the exact degree of his enhancement. In short, he was formidable now. I have no desire to take a life today. Do not provoke me, he declared, casting a glance at Daredevil and his associates before naturally making his way to the living room, where he settled onto an aged sofa unworthy even of the second-hand market. Please, take a seat. I prefer not to converse while looking up, he added, glancing at Daredevil Matt once more. After a brief silence, Matt finally took a seat. Although Daredevil Matt cannot perceive Roger's demeanor or appearance, he can distinctly sense an indescribable ease emanating from Roger. The ability to maintain such a relaxed posture in this environment can only signify one thing. Roger possesses an unshakable confidence. Who are you? What brings you to us? As Matt spoke, the other ninjas of the Holy Order instinctively stepped back a few paces, sheathing their katanas. Though their weapons were now sheathed, they remained vigilant, scrutinizing Roger with piercing gazes. Ignoring the Holy Order's ninjas, Roger addressed Daredevil, saying, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that your actions have caused some trouble for my ally. While I may not have a fondness for this ally, I am a person of integrity. If you would be so kind, I hope you can vanish for a while. Just a year will suffice." Roger's tone was remarkably casual, as if he were merely asking a passerby to clear the way. "So you are one of Kingpin's men. What if I refuse?" If Matt had been somewhat courteous before, his tone now turned stern, laced with a hint of menace. "I had assumed your blindness was your only affliction, but it seems your hearing is lacking as well. Do you not comprehend the term ally? I am not one of Kingpin's men, not now, nor will I ever be. Should you decline, I will have to resort to my secondary plan. Trust me, you would not favor my second approach." No sooner had he spoken than the entire building trembled abruptly. Having enveloped the entire apartment in white threads, Roger had already taken control of Daredevil and the others' fates. Without his permission, none of them would leave this place alive. "Are you threatening me?" Daredevil rose, instinctively tightening his grip on the baton concealed behind him. "Indeed, I am threatening you. The choice between life and death lies in your hands at this very moment." Roger's tone remained unwaveringly calm. Initially, the prospect of eliminating Daredevil was appealing precisely because he was so easily dispatched. Even 2 weeks ago, he could have killed Daredevil within a minute. For Kingpin's subordinates, Daredevil posed a formidable challenge. Yet to Roger, he was merely an ordinary individual with commendable combat skills. Yes, just an ordinary person. Daredevil possessed peak human strength, speed, agility, and endurance, mastering various martial arts techniques, while his other 4 senses were significantly heightened beyond the average. Nonetheless, even with these attributes, he remained an ordinary man in Roger's eyes. An utterly unremarkable individual. "You do not fear that I might retract my promise after acquiescing?" The Daredevil spoke once more. "You may certainly attempt it. However, should you truly pursue such an action, I can assure you that the casualties will not be limited to your own demise. Your attorney friend, your girlfriend, and even your brethren from the sanctum will all perish. If you doubt my words, I could easily eliminate these individuals to provide proof." Upon Roger's utterance of the terms lawyer friend and sanctum, the Daredevil and the Sanctum's ninjas instinctively drew their weapons. The Daredevil could repeatedly thwart the criminal enterprises of Kingpin without succumbing to his wrath, not due to an elevation in prowess that rendered him immune to retaliation, but rather because his true identity remained concealed from Kingpin. Otherwise, no matter how adept his combat skills, he would be unable to withstand Kingpin's vengeance. Now, however, Roger had explicitly identified him. Although he did not directly name him, the mention of his lawyer friend and the Sanctum sufficed to obliterate the secrecy of his identity. "Who are you truly?" The tone of the Daredevil turned chillingly frigid. Had Roger not previously demonstrated a modicum of skill, he would have been unable to restrain himself from attacking. "I have stated that my identity is inconsequential. Take a year-long sabbatical. You cannot alter this world. nor do you possess the capacity to affect change within it. With that, Roger exited the room without a backward glance, dispelling the web that enveloped the building. Until he fully vacated the apartment, neither the Daredevil nor the Sanctum's ninjas made a move against him. After leaving the apartment, he disregarded the Daredevil and the ninjas, heading directly toward the location where the Lizard Professor had made an appearance. He had anticipated that the Daredevil and the Sanctum's ninjas would trigger the system to present a new bounty task. However, it proved to be a misguided expectation. Perhaps, akin to him, the system likewise did not regard the Daredevil and the Sanctum as worthy of recognition, believing them unqualified for a bounty task. Although he did not activate a task from the Daredevil and the Sanctum's ninjas, he remained unconcerned. There is no merit in haste regarding bounty tasks. If the system is unwilling to issue them, he cannot compel it to do so. Moreover, aside from the Daredevil and his associates, he had a secondary point for task activation. Scorpion Mark Gagon and Vulture Adrian Toombs also held the potential to trigger a bounty task, provided he could encounter them. 064. The third bounty task, Hell's Kitchen, neither vast nor diminutive, presents a challenge in locating the elusive Lizard Professor intent on concealing his whereabouts. Even though Roger understood that Professor Lizard possessed an innate allure for small lizards, it did not imply that he could effortlessly locate the professor. Moreover, the only others privy to this knowledge, apart from him, were Spider-Man. Perhaps Professor Lizard had previously overlooked this issue, but following their underwater skirmish, he would undoubtedly devise means to prevent these small lizards from revealing his whereabouts. Upon reaching the location where the Hands ninjas had discovered Professor Lizard, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. 2 days prior, the ninjas had witnessed the professor being pursued by Scorpion and Vulture. Although 2 days had elapsed, remnants of the battle still lingered in the area. Hell's Kitchen, unable to maintain even a semblance of public safety, certainly faltered in matters of hygiene as well. After inspecting the traces left behind, he let out a resigned sigh. If only he possessed observation hockey at this moment. Even if he could not immediately ascertain Professor Lizard's location, he would not find himself so utterly at a loss. Contemplating this, his anticipation for the new bounty task grew. Simultaneously, he sneered at the shop that had yet to refresh its inventory. It had been over half a month, and the items in the shop remained unchanged, shattering his hopes that the shop's update schedule might shift from a month to a week. With no useful clues to be found at the battle site, he had no choice but to resort to a more rudimentary and exhaustive search. Casting a glance toward the direction indicated by the remnants of the battle, he activated his skywalk, soaring through the night like a black bat. As time passed, while he contemplated whether to summon the Hands ninjas to aid in the search, a green figure suddenly emerged within his line of sight. Upon seeing this figure, he promptly terminated his skywalk and landed atop a building, gazing at the avian-like silhouette. Vulture. Despite the dimness of the night, Roger immediately recognized his identity. Adrian Toombs, the Vulture, donned a specialized green flight suit resembling bird wings. From a distance, he appeared akin to the winged angels of myth. However, compared to the legendary angels, the bald Vulture, lacking even a single strand of hair atop his head, fell short in terms of presence. Observing vultures circling in the air, Roger followed the direction of the vulture's flight, scanning the streets and buildings. As expected, after a thorough search lasting several seconds, he spotted Vulture's accomplice, Scorpion, Mac Gargan. Much like Vulture, Scorpion was clad in a green combat suit, more accurately, a suit reminiscent of a scorpion. If one were to merely observe the silhouette, Mike Goggin clad in his scorpion battle attire bears a certain resemblance to Professor Lizard. Both possess an enormous tail, an appendage not found in humans, coupled with a verdant exterior. The presence of Vulture Adrian Thumbs alongside Scorpion Mike Goggin indicates that he is indeed on the right path in his quest. However, judging by the current demeanor of both the Vulture and the Scorpion, they remain uncertain regarding the ultimate whereabouts of Professor Lizard. As he scrutinizes the Vulture and the Scorpion, attempting to follow them in his search for the elusive professor, the bounty task that had eluded him for over half a month resurfaces in his mind. Bounty task: defeat and subjugate the Vulture and the Scorpion. Task reward: 20 million berries. Observation hockey. Task progress: 02. Defeat and subjugate? Upon reading the task description, Roger furrows his brow slightly. He comprehends the notion of defeating the Vulture and the Scorpion, but the prospect of subjugating both is rather unexpected. Requirements such as capture, kill, or defeat come with clear standards. Their completion is immediately evident. However, subjugation is a different matter entirely, as it cannot be judged at a glance. More critically, what constitutes the criteria for successful subjugation? After a few moments of contemplation, he relinquishes his thoughts. The system has provided this requirement, implying that it must possess a set of evaluative standards. Therefore, it is best to allow the system to render its judgment. As for how to subjugate the vulture and the scorpion, Roger recalls the third rule of crossing over. To persuade with reason is the true path to success. Having set aside the deliberation on the criteria for subjugation, he begins to calculate the rewards for this task. The 20 million berries. While not as substantial as the 30 million berries from the previous hand association's 5 fingers, still holds merit, given that there are only the 2 of them. The average value of the vulture and the scorpion surpasses that of Lady Goff and her companions. Regarding observation hockey, based on the purchase price of armed hockey, it should also amount to 28 million berries. In the category of hockey, there exist only armed hockey and observation hockey as purchasable items. Although Conqueror's hockey falls under the same umbrella, it is not listed among the shop's offerings. According to the programmer's explanations, Conqueror's hockey is innate. Hence, the shop does not support its acquisition. To attain Conqueror's hockey, one must strive diligently in their training. Of course, a paramount consideration is fate. The unchangeable fate remains. Regardless of the world, this is a universal principle. Even for those who have traversed worlds, this holds true. With a bounty reward of 20 million berries, coupled with observation hockey, the total reward for this bounty task amounts to a staggering 48 million berries. Although it may not rival the bounty task of the Hand Association, it is nonetheless commendable. As he redirected his focus from the bounty mission, his gaze toward the vulture and scorpion transformed entirely. In his eyes, the vulture and scorpion ceased to be mere supervillains. They became mobile rewards for the task at hand. Without hesitation, he swiftly enacted the void path and propelled himself towards the vulture. In combat, aerial superiority is of paramount importance. Thus, aerial units are always prioritized targets over ground forces. Barely had Roger initiated the void path when the vulture, soaring in the air, detected his presence. Before the vulture could close in on him, Roger's right palm was already directed at the vulture. Exceeding the whip line, a white line column, 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, shot towards Adrian Thomas, the vulture, with astonishing speed. Yet, the vulture's agility and velocity were equally remarkable. He executed a remarkably elegant maneuver, deftly evading the white line column's assault, while simultaneously closing the distance between himself and Roger. After the whip line missed its mark, Roger remained unperturbed, retreating a short distance using the void path. Although this ability granted him a degree of flight, his aerial maneuverability and speed paled in comparison to the vulture, clad in his flight suit. In mere seconds, the vulture was upon him, talons poised to strike like a hawk. 065, line flow barrier. Too slow. While Roger's aerial agility could not match that of the vulture, he nonetheless looked down upon the vulture's striking speed. However, one could not fault the vulture entirely. Before becoming the supervillain known as the Vulture, Adrian Thomas was a distinguished electronic engineer. In simpler terms, he was a figure of intellect, a fact evidenced by his bald head, an emblem of brilliance. Adrian Thomas epitomized this notion perfectly. Just as the vulture's talon-like right hand was about to make contact, Roger's right hand swiftly manifested numerous white threads, weaving themselves into a white glove. Subsequently, he grasped the vulture's right hand firmly. Their fingers interlocked. "Your hand is rather soft," Roger remarked after seizing the vulture's hand. The vulture, unable to comprehend Roger's line of thought, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine due to Roger's tone. As he attempted to flap his wings to distance himself from Roger, the latter's right hand surged forth anew, conjuring hundreds of white threads. At the moment when the seemingly sentient white threads surged towards him, the vulture realized he was in trouble. His instincts proved accurate. Under his gaze, the white filaments swiftly enveloped him, binding him along with his wings. In less than 2 seconds, Adrian Thomas, clad in a specially designed flight suit, underwent a complete transformation, morphing from a green avian humanoid into a white mummy. Upon completing this task, Roger released his right hand, gently lowering the mummified vulture onto the rooftop below. Had the system's directive been to eliminate rather than subdue, he would have already accomplished half of his mission. Defeating the vulture posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in subduing him, a matter he intended to contemplate further after vanquishing his next target, Scorpion. setting the now flightless and incapacitated vulture aside. Roger turned his attention to the rapidly approaching scorpion, Mayhem. Like Adrian Toomas, Mayhem had once been an ordinary man. However, the scorpion combat suit he donned endowed him with strength and resilience far exceeding that of a typical human. More importantly, Mayhem exhibited a more radical disposition than the vulture. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Mayhem was the one fighting in the scorpion suit, but in reality, the suit itself wielded the true dominion. Designed specifically for combat, the scorpion suit's capabilities were undeniable, enabling its wearer to rival and even surpass the prowess of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Yet, this formidable attire harbored a significant flaw. It gradually eroded the wearer's cognitive faculties, ultimately usurping control. This very defect had transformed Mayhem, once merely a private detective, into a genuine supervillain and harbinger of chaos. Before long, Scorpion Mayhem arrived at the rooftop where Roger stood, surveying him with the predatory gaze of one appraising his prey. He paid no heed to the mummified vulture sprawled on the ground. Without hesitation, after a brief appraisal of Roger, who resembled an assassin in his attire, he charged forward with wild abandon. Eschewing complex tactical maneuvers, he advanced toward Roger as if driven by primal instincts. Observing the scorpion Mayhem, who seemed ready to sprint on all fours, Roger raised his right hand and then swung it down forcefully. Descending rogue threads, 5 forked strands, reminiscent of a leaf rake, cascaded from above. With precision honed by calculation, the threads appeared exactly in Mayhem's path, poised to ensnare him. However, the once piercing line of the reckless descent that had penetrated Muramace's form did not breach the body of Scorpion Mayhem at this moment. The scorpion battlesuit adorning Mayhem exhibited remarkably superior defensive capabilities, effectively thwarting Roger's reckless descent. Although this level of defense from the scorpion suit exceeded Roger's expectations, he remained resolute, showing no inclination to evade. Just as Mayhem closed the distance to a mere meter or two, his right hand erupted with hundreds of white threads. Spider's nest, a defensive wall resembling a web, several meters in diameter, materialized before Scorpion Mayhem. Thud! Mayhem collided heavily against the spider's nest, causing it to tremble slightly as it connected with the surrounding walls and ground. The impact of Maghoghan's assault was akin to that of a freight truck racing at full speed. Yet, the defensive strength of the spider's nest was equally formidable. While it successfully intercepted Maghoghan's charge, it failed to completely halt his offensive. At the moment the spider's nest obstructed him, the metallic scorpion tail behind Mayhem, tipped with a sharp hook, slipped through the gaps in the web and lunged towards Roger with deadly precision. In the face of the scorpion tail's assault, Roger calmly stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the tail's reach. Observing that the tail could not reach him, Mayhem wasted no time in activating the secret weapon within the scorpion tail, sulfuric acid spray. A colorless, transparent stream of concentrated sulfuric acid shot towards Roger like a high-pressure water jet. Had Roger been unaware of Maghoghan's capabilities, he might have indeed fallen victim to the sulfuric attack. Line flow wall. At this moment, rather than employing a technique learned from Doflamingo, Roger unleashed an original maneuver of his own. White threads surged from his being, coalescing before him into a wall entirely composed of silk. On the side facing the foe, he infused a touch of artistry, crafting several sculpted heads of Bordeaux dogs upon its surface. The memorability of a technique is not solely dependent on its efficacy. Its external presentation plays a significant role as well. The sulfuric acid shot from the scorpion tail struck the line flow wall, yet nothing transpired. Although sulfuric acid possesses potent corrosive properties, the threads produced by the line fruit were not a product of conventional science. Even Roger himself was uncertain of the true nature of these threads. However, one thing he was certain of: one must not apply established scientific principles to comprehend these threads. With the line flow wall successfully blocking Maghoghan's sulfuric assault, Roger commenced his counterattack. Under his manipulation, the threads forming the wall of silk and the spider's web surged wildly, akin to waves crashing towards Scorpion Mayhem. Binding threads. Upon encountering Professor Lizard again, Roger had felt that emulating ninjutsu with fine threads was a brilliant concept since he had sent Lady Gao away with a silken cascade. Although not every ninjutsu could be replicated, even a fraction of it would significantly expand his repertoire. Thus, he delved deeper into the path of mimicking ninjutsu with the devil fruit. Though Scorpion Mayhem initially attempted to evade, the wave-like threads swiftly engulfed him. Within mere moments, he found himself thoroughly ensnared in white silk, observing only McGoggin's head protruding from the cocoon, alongside the mummified form of Vulture Adrian Tomus sprawled on the ground. Roger retrieved his phone and dialed Jie. Defeating the Scorpion and the Vulture constituted a significant milestone, yet the task remained incomplete. The crux of the mission lay in subduing the two, ensuring that the method garnered the system's approval. After concluding the call with Jie, Roger, clad in his Scorpion armor, settled at the edge of the rooftop. The nighttime Hell's Kitchen exuded an indescribable tranquility. The broad streets were devoid of pedestrians or passing vehicles. Aside from the occasional distant gunfire and screams, the stillness of Hell's Kitchen prompted Roger to recall certain real estate developers' promotional slogans: successful individuals, pinnacle residences. Far from the city's clamor, possessing a serene oasis, indulging in noble supremacy. When one finds themselves idle, it is easy to conjure whimsical associations. Roger was currently lost in such a state of erratic contemplation. However, his reverie was soon interrupted. "Let me go? You silk-wielding coward, if you have the guts. Face me in a true battle of men." Scorpion McGoggin, bound by the threads, clearly had yet to accept the reality of his defeat, loudly challenging Roger. Of course, it was plausible that the corrosive effects of his battle attire were clouding his judgment, leading him to defiantly taunt Roger in such a dire situation. Roger's response to McGoggin's outburst was straightforward. He deftly manipulated the threads to seal McGoggin's mouth, guiding them into his throat and penetrating his body. After stirring within McGoggin for a time, he fell eerily silent, his eyes rolling back uncontrollably. As Roger patiently awaited the arrival of Jia and others, Professor Lizard appeared in a particularly sleazy manner from a nearby alley. Professor Lizard was unaware of the battle between Roger and the Scorpion Vulture. His emergence from his concealed hideout was driven by a quest for subsequent experimental materials. After plundering the SHIELD laboratory, he had also raided several other biological labs belonging to various organizations. Nonetheless, he still found himself unable to complete his restoration experiment. He had believed that his restoration formula was sufficiently refined, yet it proved to be nothing more than a figment of his own imagination. Stepping out of the dim alley, Professor Lizard first surveyed his surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of SHIELD, the Osborne Group, and law enforcement, he scaled the wall to reach the rooftop, intending to venture toward the laboratories that had yet to fall victim to his machinations. However, upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted Roger across the way, accompanied by the Scorpion and the Vulture behind him. How did he end up here? Although Roger had adopted a different appearance, Professor Lizard recognized him instantly. Just as he pondered whether to approach Roger for a greeting, Roger, perched at the edge of the rooftop, waved at him. "What brings you here?" Upon nearing Roger, Professor Lizard cast a glance at the Vulture and Scorpion, who were tightly bound by strands of webbing, before inquiring of Roger. "Just handling a few matters," Roger indicated towards the Vulture and Scorpion, continuing, "How is your experiment progressing? If you need assistance, I may be able to help." Though Professor Lizard was not on the level of super geniuses like Tony Stark or Reed Richards, he was certainly an exceptional intellect in his own right. Assisting Professor Lizard without jeopardizing his own interests could potentially yield favorable returns in the future. "The experiment is going reasonably well, though I find myself lacking in materials," he replied, falling silent for a few seconds. Despite having met Roger only 3 times prior to this encounter, he held a positive impression of him. Since transforming into his monstrous form, Roger was the only one who regarded him as a normal person. "Provide me with a list, and I'll see if I can gather some for you," Roger replied casually. "Why are you willing to help me?" Professor Lizard asked with a serious gaze from his slit-pupiled eyes, voicing his curiosity. "There's no particular reason. I simply wanted to. And investing in a technological talent like you seems quite reasonable." Roger maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Roger's response, the large tail behind Professor Lizard began to sway unconsciously. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "Thank you." Without hesitation, he proceeded to rattle off an array of highly specialized terminology. Roger's memory is quite commendable. However, he does not wish to squander his mental faculties on this matter. Instead, he promptly produced his mobile phone and handed it to Professor Lizard. "Please type it yourself. I fear I might forget later." Upon receiving Roger's phone, Professor Lizard, with his mutated right hand, cautiously began to type. He had to be exceedingly careful. Even a slight miscalculation in force could lead to the device being crushed or pierced. Observing Professor Lizard typing with the utmost delicacy akin to a preschool child, Roger silently sighed. It is no wonder that a prominent scientist in the realm of interspecies genetics would yearn to revert to a normal state under such circumstances. Take Roger himself, for instance. Were he to be transformed into such an unsightly figure, he would rather contemplate alternative means to acquire power. Strength is merely a matter of perspective, while attractiveness is a lifelong concern. After a considerable effort, Professor Lizard finally completed the list of materials he required and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he intended to return the phone to Roger, the screen shattered with a crack. "No need to be so anxious. It's just a broken screen," Roger remarked with a smile after inspecting the device. "I will do my utmost to procure what you need. If you do not mind, I can provide you with a safe house, offering you a more comfortable residence and laboratory." Ultimately, Professor Lizard chose to accompany Roger out of Hell's Kitchen. Having accepted Roger's assistance with the materials, there was little distinction in also accepting his offer of shelter and a laboratory, due to the unforeseen circumstance of meeting Professor Lizard and the decision to extricate him from Hell's Kitchen. The vehicle brought by Jie was insufficient to transport everyone at once. Consequently, Professor Lizard resolved to remain in Hell's Kitchen until the second convoy arrived, as he wished to personally ensure the safe transport of his experimental data and equipment. Roger did not contest this decision. In a clandestine safe house of the Hand in Queens, after bringing the Vulture, Adrian Toombs, and the Scorpion, Mike Gaggon, to safety, Roger's first order of business was to have the Hand's ninjas remove their clothing. Their battle attire was certainly inappropriate for continued wear. Whether it was due to his command being somewhat unclear or the ninja's overinterpretation of his orders, when he returned to the room where the Vulture and Scorpion were confined, he was met with two completely bare men. Moreover, these were two men heavily sedated and currently adrift in a state of mental detachment. Observing the Scorpion and the Vulture, both stripped of their garments and bound by chains, he nearly spewed his coffee in astonishment. "Clothe them at once," Roger commanded, furrowing his brow at the nearby Hand Association ninja. Once the Vulture and Scorpion were clothed, he seated himself in a chair specially prepared by the Hand Association's ninjas, contemplating the strategy to subjugate them. Upon his recent return to the safe house, he had briefly pondered this conundrum. The likes of Madame Gao and her associates could indoctrinate their ninjas to the extent of sacrificing their lives without hesitation, due to their possession of esoteric methods obtained from demonic beasts. Although he had ascended to the role of the new leader of the Hand Association and could control its ninjas through the ring, he lacked any documentation on the brainwashing techniques. Such secrets remained solely within the grasp of Madame Gao and her cohorts. Whether they had left behind any pertinent records was uncertain and unverifiable. With the headquarters of the Hand Association dismantled by SHIELD, it was likely that the residences of Madame Gao and her associates suffered the same fate. Thus, even if there were any esoteric documents, they would likely reside solely in SHIELD's possession. The hope of acquiring the Hand Association's brainwashing techniques seemed futile. However, we lived in the age of the internet. If one faced a dilemma, Google was always there to assist. While the brainwashing methods suggested by Google might not be effective, that was of little consequence. After all, he had no intention of nurturing the mental well-being of the Vulture and Scorpion. He merely required that they pass the system's subjugation assessment. Moreover, if one approach failed, there were always second, third, and fourth options to explore, ensuring eventual success. Should every method prove ineffective, he would then have to resort to rational persuasion. The reason he did not prioritize rational persuasion was that it could compromise the integrity of the Vulture and Scorpion. If rational persuasion fell short, he might not have the opportunity to experiment with other brainwashing techniques. Thus, he resolved to commence with psychological indoctrination. If that proved fruitless, he would then consider physical persuasion. After casually Googling a purportedly effective scientific brainwashing method, he instructed the nearby ninjas to prepare specialized indoctrination tools. Instruments such as eyelid retractors for ocular surgery, specific audio and video materials designed for brainwashing, and controlled psychoactive substances were among the many items required. However, for the ninjas of the Hand Association, these tasks posed no significant challenge. A few hours later, the ninjas returned with all the necessary tools and transformed the room where the Vulture and Scorpion were confined into a dedicated brainwashing and hypnosis chamber. After ensuring that Professor Lizard was securely settled, Roger activated the spatial portal and departed the safe house, utilizing the continuous transfers between portals to return to his new residence in Manhattan. Days passed swiftly, and soon a week had elapsed since he had brought the vultures back to the safe house. During this week, the lawsuit filed by the Hand Association against S.H.I.E.L.D. for their alleged excessive use of force finally progressed to the pretrial conference stage. The public discourse surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s alleged brutality intensified, fueled by the efforts of online propagandists. Roger had but one directive from his corpulent lawyer: to resolutely pursue the case without withdrawal. Even in the event of defeat, the fight must continue. In addition to this case, he maintained his daily regimen of reinforcing his physique with Dragon Bone. As the frequency of these enhancements increased, he noticed a corresponding rise in the amount of Dragon Bone required for each session. Based on his current reserves, he anticipated he could manage only 2 or 3 more enhancements before depleting Alexandra's Dragon Bone entirely. Observing the dwindling supply, he contemplated whether to excavate the Dragon Bone buried beneath New York. He was aware of the substantial quantities hidden below, yet the precise locations remained a mystery. This knowledge of buried treasure, coupled with the uncertainty of its whereabouts, was quite disheartening. Ultimately, he chose to set aside this notion for the time being. With fewer than 200 Hand Association ninjas remaining, even deploying them all would not guarantee the discovery of the Dragon Bone's location. More critically, should he instruct the ninjas to search for it, his ally Kingpin would undoubtedly intervene. Although they were currently allies, both he and Kingpin understood the fragility of their alliance. With sufficient incentive, their relationship would be as insubstantial as paper, easily torn apart. As his Dragon Bone supply dwindled and the brainwashing efforts of Vulture and Scorpion met with little success, he contemplated whether to take more drastic measures against them when his phone suddenly rang. "Young Master, the Osborn Group has contacted Kingpin, expressing a desire to meet with you." Among the Hand ninjas, only Ka-1 possessed his phone number. Ka-1 had effectively become his right-hand man. "When?" he inquired. "They said the timing is at your discretion." After a brief silence, he replied, "Let it be tomorrow evening. Find a high-end restaurant and inform them of the time and place." With that, he promptly ended the call. The sudden approach of the Osborn Group was entirely unexpected for him. However, since they had taken the initiative to request a meeting, he had no objections to meeting with them. Although Professor Connors was currently residing in the laboratory he had arranged, he harbored no concerns about the Osborn Group taking any hostile actions. Upon his arrival in this world, he had boldly seized Professor Connors from the Osborn Group, and with his strength having significantly increased since then, he certainly felt no fear of them now. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Roger, attended by his puppet, donned a deep crimson suit. Subsequently, he descended to the underground garage via the elevator. There, he found a group of individuals clad in black suits, including the ever-watchful Ka-E, already awaiting his arrival. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the reserved restaurant, where he beheld Norman Osborn, a figure he had previously only seen on television and in newspapers. The exquisitely tailored suit he wore, combined with his meticulously styled golden hair, exuded an air of affluence. Though Norman Osborn was no longer in the bloom of youth, he radiated the essence of an elite individual. Upon spotting Roger, Norman Osborn rose and approached him, extending his right hand with a friendly smile. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Wayne," he said, his demeanor exceptionally amiable. "The honor is mine," Roger replied with a smile as they shook hands. After exchanging pleasantries, Roger and Norman Osborn took their respective seats, their gazes meeting. Despite being in a restaurant, their purpose was not to indulge in dinner. Just as Roger prepared to address the matter at hand, Norman Osborn spoke first. "I have heard that Dr. Connors is currently a guest in your laboratory. I wonder if you might consider returning him to me, so he can resume his unfinished work at the Osborn Group." Roger was not surprised that Norman Osborn was aware of Professor Connors' relocation. Although the Osborn Group might appear to be lacking in strength, it was, after all, a commercial giant with military collaborations, and it was not unusual for them to possess certain channels of intelligence. Furthermore, during this time, he had acquired numerous experimental materials under the guise of his corporation. "I believe Dr. Connors has no intention of returning at this moment. If Mr. Osborn, you have come solely for Dr. Connors tonight, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot part with him. I have invested considerable resources in securing a talent like Dr. Connors, and relinquishing him to the Osborn Group would neither align with my character nor serve my interests. $300 million. As long as you return Dr. Connors to me, $300 million will miraculously appear in your account by tomorrow. Norman Osborn made his offer without hesitation, a proposition undeniably tempting. Had he not acquired certain insights regarding Roger's capabilities from Gene Bing, Osborn would never have contemplated purchasing Dr. Connors with money. True to the Osborn Group's reputation, their generosity was apparent. Nevertheless, I still declined the offer. $300 million is not a sum one can dismiss lightly. Yet, to think that such wealth could compel him to surrender Dr. Connors is to underestimate him gravely. The fact remains, he would not part with the man. However, he also had no intention of letting go of the Osborn Group's $300 million. Upon learning that Norman Osborn wished to meet with him, he, like Osborn, sought out information from Gene Bing. Subsequently, he finally comprehended why Osborn was so fixated on Dr. Connors. On the surface, Dr. Connors' cross-species genetic research conducted under the Osborn Group was aimed at addressing medical challenges such as limb regeneration. However, in reality, the Osborn Group had no intention of confining the results of their cross-species genetic research to the medical field. Although they held a slight interest in healing and saving lives, it was not their ultimate ambition. What they truly sought were contracts from the military. Ever since Captain Rogers was excavated from the ice by S.H.I.E.L.D. and became the face of the organization, the military's enthusiasm for super soldiers has soared to unprecedented heights. Numerous companies, beyond the Osborn Group, are vying for military super soldier project contracts. Even within the military, various super soldier projects across different domains have been initiated. $300 million is not an insignificant sum. It would be wise for a young man not to be overly greedy. Upon hearing Roger's refusal, Norman Osborn's expression darkened, and his tone lost its previous cordiality. In his view, Roger was attempting to make an exorbitant demand. While he would certainly not surrender the man, the desired items were not beyond his reach. With that said, Roger raised his right hand. Without hesitation, Jie, standing beside him, handed over the black briefcase he carried. If you desire Dr. Connors, it is merely the gene serum formula he has developed that you seek. The formula you seek is contained within this briefcase, and if you have any professionals nearby, they may verify it at this very moment. Roger placed the briefcase on the table and gently nudged it towards Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn was utterly unprepared for Roger's unexpected maneuver. Just as he intended to open his briefcase, he paused abruptly and, with a smile, remarked, "Aren't you concerned that I might refuse payment after the equation is verified?" The Osborn Group, with its vast empire, surely would not default on a mere $300 million. Though Roger did not explicitly state it, everyone present could perceive the underlying threat in his words. The Osborn building stood in Manhattan, and if Norman Osborn contemplated reneging on payment, he would not hesitate to personally collect the debt. "You are far more intriguing than I had anticipated." After uttering this, Norman Osborn opened the briefcase and retrieved the contents within. What he referred to as documents was, in truth, a single sheet of paper inscribed with the formula for the lizard gene serum. A mere glance sufficed for Norman to ascertain the authenticity of the equation. He had previously examined the formula submitted by Dr. Connors, yet in comparison, it evidently lacked critical information. Now, those deficiencies had been rectified, resulting in a comprehensive equation. This was indeed the formula presented by Dr. Connors, although one must acknowledge that it was not without its imperfections. Hence, the side effects induced by the serum will require your own ingenuity to address. As Norman Osborn cast another glance at himself, Roger offered a gentle reminder from the cellar. Even without the reminder, Norman was acutely aware of this fact. A mere observation of Dr. Connors' current state would reveal that the formula was still not entirely refined. However, this was of little concern. The primal, beastly form was not necessarily a flaw. To Norman Osborn, this side effect was not a detriment, but rather a fortuitous advantage. The payment account is on the reverse of the equation. I trust to see the funds deposited by noon tomorrow. Roger emerged from his meeting with Norman Osborn, having exchanged the lizard gene serum formula for $300 million. This left him reflecting on the necessity of targeting affluent individuals to amass wealth. Times had shifted. The traditional revenue-generating methods of the mafia were no longer adequate. Contemplating this, he felt a slight disdain for Lady Goff and her ilk. What era were they living in? Still clinging to the archaic practices of traditional gangsters and assassins? The path had narrowed indeed. Just as Roger believed their business was concluded and prepared to leave the restaurant, Norman Osborn, seated across from him, spoke once more. What of Scorpion and Vulture? Would Mr. Wayne be inclined to consider a trade for them? Are you interested in acquiring both of them? Roger inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He was aware that Scorpion and Vulture had been specifically summoned by Norman Osborn to deal with Dr. Connors, and he had confirmed this through their own words. However, he had not anticipated that Norman Osborn would take an interest in their well-being. This situation resembled contract killing, where the employer bears no responsibility for the safety of the hired killers. If they were captured due to incompetence, it would solely be their own fault. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is, if you, Mr. Wayne, do not mind, I would like to purchase the combat suits worn by the two of them. True to form, the cunning old fox who collaborates with the military immediately inquired about the most valuable possessions of Vulture and Scorpion. While their combat suits could not compare to Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, they were still commendable pieces of equipment. One could even argue that in the absence of Tony's armor, these suits represented the pinnacle of individual combat gear. However, that matter could be discussed later. Until he had completed the bounty mission, he had no intention of selling Vulture and Scorpion-esque equipment. Although he did not harbor a particular fondness for the two, nor did he consider recruiting them, he had to retain them for the sake of the mission's reward. As for their fate once the reward was secured, he could not predict at this moment. What a pity. If Mr. Wayne intends to sell those suits, he might want to consider Osborn Industries first. With that, Norman Osborn produced an exquisite business card holder from his pocket and withdrew a card, which he then respectfully handed to Roger through his subordinate. Unlike the flamboyant cards of others, Osborn's card bore only his name and phone number, devoid of any ostentatious titles or decorative patterns. It was simple, pure, and straightforward, subtly revealing his confidence and assurance. The absence of a position or title indicated that there was no need for such embellishments. Rather, Osborn possessed an unwavering belief that anyone familiar with his name would inherently understand his standing. Not a problem. I too look forward to further collaboration with Osborn Industries. After placing the card away, Roger departed the restaurant with his companions. In a secret safe house of the Hand in Queens, Roger observed Vulture and Scorpion undergoing a brainwashing process, a slight frown creasing his brow. A week had passed, yet the system had yet to acknowledge that he had subdued Vulture and Scorpion. Although both of them have verbally expressed their willingness to join the alliance multiple times, as long as the system has yet to recognize them, Roger remained skeptical of their words. After scrutinizing the two, Vulture, dressed solely in trousers, and Scorpion, he instructed his associates to dismantle the brainwashing apparatus. It became evident that such manipulation is not something every organization can achieve with ease. In Roger's recollection, aside from the Alliance, which possesses the esoteric ability to transform its ninjas into obedient subservience, only Hydra possesses the capacity for thorough indoctrination. Once all the brainwashing devices were removed, the weakened Vulture and Scorpion finally turned their attention to Roger. Administer adrenaline. I have a few matters to discuss with them. As the adrenaline coursed through their veins, the previously dazed Vulture and Scorpion instantly regained clarity. Without further ado, Roger posed a single question. Are you willing to join the Alliance? He cautioned them against using mere rhetoric to sway him, asserting, I can discern your sincerity. As he spoke, Roger removed his Patek Philippe antique watch and placed it upon the nearby metallic table. Vulture and Scorpion exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to remain mute. Roger, shedding his suit jacket and handing it to his associate, rolled up his shirt sleeves and remarked, Silence is acceptable. I hope you both possess such resolve moving forward. Under the watchful gazes of Vulture and Scorpion, he retrieved a small box from beneath the metallic table and opened it before them. Inside lay not weapons, but an array of meticulously crafted surgical instruments, including scalpels. Selecting a particularly appealing scalpel, Roger examined its blade before slowly approaching Vulture and Scorpion. Do you know why I prefer dark clothing? Again, Vulture and Scorpion chose to remain silent. Because dark attire conceals bloodstains with greater ease. It proves advantageous when one engages in violent acts or any bloody endeavors. Despite having discarded his crimson suit jacket, Roger's black shirt also masked any potential blood spatter. He was not threatening Vulture and Scorpion. He was merely stating a fact. I had no intention of employing this method on you, as I was uncertain whether you would remain intact afterward. However, in recognition of your tenacity, I have decided to experiment on you with a form of painful interrogation I have only studied theoretically, yet never practiced. As soon as the words left his lips, Roger plunged the scalpel into the chest of the vulture. His aim was not at a vital point, but rather at a non-fatal area reputed to induce excruciating pain. The moment the scalpel pierced the vulture's flesh, a piercing cry erupted from its throat. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. There are two distinct methods for coercing a target into submission through pain. One involves inflicting the most unbearable agony on the target without jeopardizing their life. This approach typically requires the use of controlled substances to heighten sensitivity to pain. However, given the constraints here, I shall forego that aspect. As for the second method, well, I shall refrain from elaborating. I trust you will grasp it through experience. With that, Roger relinquished his grip on the scalpel and picked up a small chainsaw positioned beside the table. The chainsaw roared to life, emitting a deep, rhythmic sound that reverberated throughout the room. Fear not, for I have assembled a professional medical team outside, and a hospital is not far from here. Should my subordinates fail, they will certainly assist in calling for emergency help. Now let us commence. Roger, wielding the chainsaw, returned to confront the vulture. Unlike Scorpion McGoggin, who was originally a private detective, the vulture, Adrian Tumus, had once been a renowned electrical engineer. Thus, in terms of mental fortitude, he was somewhat more fragile than McGoggin. This was one of the reasons Roger chose to target him. One must select the softest fruit to squeeze. The vulture was that soft fruit. However, Roger could never have anticipated just how pliable the vulture truly was. Before the chainsaw even grazed his body, the vulture began to thrash about wildly, striving to break free from his restraints and escape from the man who resembled a deranged killer. Upon realizing that escape was futile, the vulture revealed a vulnerability previously unseen. Almost crying out in desperation, "Please, don't come any closer." Roger paid no heed to the vulture's pleas. Just as the rapidly spinning chainsaw was about to make contact, the vulture's mental defenses crumbled completely upon feeling the rush of air from the saw blade. "I am willing to join the hand association, I truly am." Seeing the vulture drenched in cold sweat, Roger paused. After the vulture expressed his willingness to join the hand association, he opened a system interface visible only to himself and glanced at it. Task progress, 12. Although the system did not explicitly state it, it was not difficult to deduce that the individuals deemed acceptable by the system were the vultures, not the scorpions. After closing the system interface, Roger remained silent as he withdrew the scalpel embedded in the chest of the vulture. He then approached the scorpion, who, in stark contrast to the psychologically shattered vulture, exhibited a remarkable composure. It remained uncertain whether this apparent calmness was genuine or merely a facade. Ultimately, it became evident that the will of the scorpion, McGoggin, was indeed more resilient. Unlike the vulture, who succumbed to despair even before the chainsaw made contact, McGoggin exhibited a rugged determination during those initial agonizing minutes. However, before the chainsaw-wielding Roger, his resolve ultimately proved futile. In the end, he heard the words, "I am willing" escape from McGoggin's lips, fulfilling Roger's expectations. After confirming this through the system interface, he deactivated the chainsaw, accepted a damp towel from Jie, and began to cleanse the blood from his hands and face. Subsequently, he retrieved his suit jacket from Jie. "Eliminate them." After donning his jacket, he calmly uttered words that the vultures had never anticipated. Not only were the vultures taken aback, but even Jie and the others were equally astonished. Although they were unaware of Roger's motivations for executing the vultures after their declaration of submission, they would not hesitate to follow the master's orders. The vultures and scorpions had no opportunity to curse Roger before their lives were extinguished by Jie and the others. "Clean this up, and find a few individuals to test those combat suits." After issuing this command, Roger opened a spatial portal and departed from the blood-soaked chamber. Upon returning to his residence in Manhattan, he momentarily refrained from examining his task rewards and proceeded directly to the bathroom. Half an hour later, having ensured that no trace of blood or its odor remained, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel and returned to his bedroom. While the system had assigned him the task of defeating and subduing the vultures, this did not necessarily imply that he would accept them as his subordinates. Willingness to submit was merely the most fundamental condition for becoming his follower. Despite the vultures and scorpions expressing their willingness to serve him and having passed the system's assessment, he harbored little interest in those who submitted out of fear. Moreover, both the vultures and scorpions were merely ordinary individuals. Their strength stemmed from the combat suits they wore. As long as the combat suits existed, new vultures and scorpions could emerge at any moment. There was no need to choose those who submitted out of fear. Human hearts are fickle, especially those that yield to fear. Keeping such a person close at hand is a source of distrust. After changing into his pajamas, he reclined upon his bed and began to assess his recent acquisitions. Following the submission of Scorpion Mike Goggin, the system dispatched the rewards for the task. Hockey, Armament Level 1, Observation Level 1. Berries, 27 million. After perusing the information regarding the gifted observation hockey, he accessed the marketplace. The items within the marketplace remained unchanged, still comprising the same 5 offerings as before. He swiftly dismissed the second-generation ghost cutter, the elephant fruit, and the iron block of the 6 styles. The second-generation ghost cutter was of no use to him, and he could not afford the elephant fruit. As for the iron block, with his newly acquired armament hockey, he felt no desire to purchase it. After oscillating between shave and moonwalk for several seconds, he ultimately reached a decision. Technique: 6 styles shave, 10 million berries. Would you like to make a purchase? Without hesitation, Roger opted to proceed with the acquisition. In an instant, his berry count plummeted from 27 million to 17 million. Simultaneously, the combat technique section of his interface now included the 6 styles shave. 6 styles shave. In a fleeting moment, one can execute rapid footfalls against the ground, utilizing the explosive reactive force for swift movement. Unlike techniques that require personal cultivation for system acknowledgement, those obtained from the marketplace do not necessitate practice to master. The system seamlessly integrates them into instinct, allowing him to execute them at will. Of course, should he wish to explore additional applications or enhance their power, he must exert effort on his own. To put it simply, the system can transform an individual who has never driven a vehicle into a proficient driver instantaneously. However, to reach the level of a professional driver, relentless practice is essential. After closing the system interface, Roger took a deep breath and then activated the observation hockey he had just acquired. At the moment he unleashed this power, his senses heightened dramatically, and the world around him transformed into something entirely different. He perceived a broader array of sights, sounds, and sensations, those situated on the top floor of the building. He could distinctly sense the positions of the security personnel below, as well as the whereabouts of every individual within the edifice and the faintest sound they emitted. This extraordinary mode of perception seemed to unveil the doors to a new realm, revealing a world that was utterly unlike the one he previously knew. Just as he was marveling at this newfound reality, he overheard inappropriate sounds emanating from a room several floors beneath him. Ahem, the sound inadvertently drew his attention, leading him to perceive an abundance of information. This posture possesses a certain allure. With a mindset devoted to learning, 071, the Sandman observed for several moments before concluding his application of the observation hockey. Late at night, as a solitary man, indulging in such visuals could easily disrupt his slumber. The following morning, upon rising, he accessed his mobile device to check his overseas bank account and the balance therein. Norman Osborn was true to his word, having promptly transferred the promised $300 million. Gazing at the string of numbers on his account, resembling a telephone number, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. Although he did not yet consider himself particularly wealthy, he was liberated from the burdens of financial worry for the foreseeable future. Money is the courage of a hero. A mere coin can stifle even the bravest. With wealth, one can pursue their desires. Strangely, while manipulating puppets to assist him in his morning routine, Roger found that the once familiar puppets had begun to lose their charm. Although he skillfully controlled them with parasitic threads, they remained mere inanimate objects. Perhaps he should consider hiring a few maids? At this moment, he could easily afford to engage several maids, even dozens. However, after envisioning young women adorned in black and white maid outfits, complete with twin tails and golden curls, he ultimately dismissed the notion. Now was not the time to indulge in the decadence of capitalist pleasures. As a man with grand ambitions, he should not squander his focus on such fleeting distractions. Arrange for the recruitment of several personal assistants in the company's name. They should be female, alive, attractive, and well-proportioned. Absolutely no dark-skinned individuals. After conveying his instructions, he ended the call. As the president of the Hand Corporation, it was entirely reasonable to hire a few assistants. Moreover, spending too much time with men like Kai was detrimental to his mental well-being. Following his orders to Kai, he proceeded to the newly renovated training room to commence his daily strengthening of the dragon bones. With each session, he could distinctly feel the transformation within his body. It must be said, the sensation of enhancing one's physical constitution through such methods was indeed quite addictive. Once the dragon bones had completely dissolved into powder within his palm, he stretched his limbs. With a swift motion, his figure vanished, reappearing at the opposite end of the training room. After experiencing the sensation of executing the shave technique, he repeated it several more times. The technique known as sway is a remarkable martial art that enables rapid movement through an explosive reaction force generated by a series of swift, successive foot strikes against the ground. This extraordinary speed, surpassing the limits of human perception, proves invaluable in combat scenarios. However, sway is not without its drawbacks. It is not suited for long-distance high-speed travel. While it is technically feasible to employ sway for extended pursuits, the cost-effectiveness diminishes significantly, and the physical toll escalates dramatically with increased distance. In essence, sway is best utilized in medium to short-range confrontations. After concluding his daily training regimen, he descended to the underground parking garage and proceeded to his newly relocated office. The headquarters of the Hand Association remains under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he harbors no desire to work amidst so many fallen structures. Thus, he gestured for his company to secure a new location. However, due to the ongoing detainment of peripheral members by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police, only disguised employees, such as Ka-E and others, were present in the new office. As he made his way to the company, he closed his eyes, contemplating his upcoming plans. Overall, his progress has been quite smooth. With the dual fruits and dual hockey, he possesses sufficient strength to contend with typical adversaries, provided he does not encounter those formidable hidden figures or the seemingly invincible beings. He need not worry about his safety. At this juncture, if he chose to lead a life of modest affluence, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Yet, he has not entertained such a notion. Unlike other traversers who may opt for a mundane existence, he is resolute in his refusal to live a life devoid of excitement. Just as he was nearing the company, an unexpected traffic jam and a panicked crowd suddenly obstructed the road ahead. Observing the frantic pedestrians screaming and fleeing, he silently activated the observation hockey he had acquired the previous night. From his vantage point, he sensed two presences that were entirely unlike those of ordinary humans. "You stay here. I will investigate ahead," he instructed, before stepping out of the car in his business suit. Navigating against the tide of the crowd, he advanced several meters and soon spotted the two otherworldly beings. One of them was Spider-Man, whom he had encountered earlier in the sewers. The other was a middle-aged man clad in a green-striped shirt. At first glance, the man appeared unremarkable. However, as he engaged in combat with Spider-Man, he revealed an extraordinary, inhuman aspect. Sand. This man was manipulating sand. No, he was not merely controlling it. He was, in fact, composed of sand. Sandman William Baker. The name and associated information of this man swiftly flashed through Roger's mind. Initially, William Baker was merely a street thug, but during a desperate escape from the police, he inadvertently fell into a particle accelerator. The ensuing radiation transformed his very essence, granting him the extraordinary ability to manipulate sand and even to become sand himself. In a certain universe, Sandman William Baker was indeed the murderer of Spider-Man's Uncle Ben Parker. As for whether this world's Sandman is the same perpetrator, Roger remained uncertain for the time being. This realm differed significantly from any Marvel universe he was familiar with, making any discrepancies entirely plausible. After observing the clash between Spider-Man and Sandman, Roger removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves, approaching Sandman with determination. Since acquiring the power of hockey, he had been contemplating a singular question. Could his hockey be effective against intangible foes, much like it was against those with natural fruit abilities? Sandman presented an excellent opportunity for such an experiment. Furthermore, confronting Sandman would serve to bolster his reputation within the underworld. Although he had no intention of becoming a superhero, he was equally disinclined to remain in the shadows indefinitely. Unlike the citizens of certain nations, the people of America possessed a pronounced admiration for strength. Thus, in this land, humility and kindness were of little value. The best way to earn recognition was through sheer might. With his sleeves neatly rolled and his watch removed, Roger wasted no time and vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Spider-Man and Sandman, casually waving his right hand forward. 5 colored threads. The threads, each a different hue, sliced through the air like blades aimed directly at Sandman William Baker. Not only was Sandman within the attack range, but Spider-Man was as well. Roger made no effort to steer the threads away from Spider-Man's position. With Spider-Man's heightened senses and reflexes, evading the threads posed no challenge. Unquestionably, the five-colored thread struck Sandman William Baker, passing straight through his form. Although radiation had altered his physical state, Sandman's combat skills remained at the level of a common street thug. Were it not for his ability to transform into sand at will, he would never have been able to engage in such a prolonged struggle with Spider-Man. Roger was not surprised that the five-colored threads failed to injure Sandman. He had unleashed them not only to test the nature of Sandman's sand form, but also to assert his identity to Spider-Man. Upon their initial encounter, Spider-Man witnessed Roger wielding the five-colored thread. Although the thread at that time bore no hue, Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities allowed him to easily recognize the familiar technique. As anticipated, the moment Roger unleashed the five-colored thread, Spider-Man discerned his identity. The intensified warning from his spider sense, coupled with the same technique, was sufficient for him to identify Roger. When Roger first materialized, Sandman, also known as William Baker, experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. However, upon realizing that the five-colored thread posed no threat to him, he swiftly dismissed his concerns. Just as he was about to utter a remark, Roger's left index finger suddenly flicked. In an instant, a nearly translucent filament appeared before Sandman, severing his head cleanly from his body. The severed head ascended without spilling a drop of blood, swiftly transforming into a swirling cloud of sand, which returned to William Baker's form under the watchful eyes of Roger and Spider-Man. Futile. Your attacks cannot harm me. In the blink of an eye, Sandman's head reformed, and he disdainfully declared. Both Roger and Spider-Man ignored his taunts and continued their assault. Perhaps emboldened by his invulnerability, Sandman showed no intention of retreat, persistently engaging in battle with Roger and Spider-Man. Though it was their first collaboration, the pair exhibited remarkable synergy. Spider-Man's heightened agility and spider sense complemented Roger's mastery of observation hockey and his adept combat skills. Even without verbal communication, they executed seamless coordination. At that moment, Roger refrained from immediately employing armament hockey. He was biding his time, anticipating the arrival of those fearless journalists. Their presence was essential for publicizing his valiant efforts against superpowered criminals. After several minutes of attacking Sandman alongside Spider-Man, he finally spotted the reporters. Satisfied that he had sufficiently captured heroic moments on camera, he acted without hesitation and activated armament hockey. Armament hockey, harden. In an instant, his arms transformed into a metallic shade of deep purple. This transformation instantly drew the attention of both Spider-Man and Sandman. Although they were unaware of its implications, they both sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Ignoring their gazes, Roger vanished from their sight in a heartbeat. With a swift motion, Roger, now with arms like metal, reappeared behind Sandman. Before the Sandman could react, Roger's right fist struck his back like a cannonball. Bang! In that moment, the sand embodiment that William Baker took pride in seemed to lose its efficacy. Under Roger's assault, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a car by the roadside. What is happening? The Sandman, William Baker, wore an expression of disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since gaining his sand-like abilities. He had always perceived his sand form as impervious to any attack. Not only fists, but even bullets and cannon fire were beneath his notice. Yet now, he realized that his once revered sand body was not as formidable as he had imagined. More importantly, being struck by Roger evoked a long-forgotten sense of danger within him. No, I must leave this place. The sudden turn of events instilled in William Baker an urgent desire to escape. However, just as he managed to rise again, Roger reappeared before him. That purple-black fist struck his head with tremendous force, knocking him to the ground. It was too late to contemplate escape now. Why hadn't he employed his hockey from the very beginning? He should have done so to prevent the Sandman from fleeing before the reporters arrived. This time, Roger did not grant William Baker the opportunity to rise. With his hockey hardened, his fists relentlessly pounded on Baker's body. Bang, bang, bang. The resonant sound of the strikes echoed like war drums. Although it was William Baker who endured Roger's blows, Spider-Man and the nearby reporters could discern the terrifying force behind each of Roger's punches from the thudding sounds. Just as Roger intended to knock the Sandman unconscious in one final push, a resilient web struck his right fist, restraining his hand. Enough. If this continues, he will die? Spider-Man's voice resonated from behind Roger. Although his right hand was ensnared by the web, his left hand clutched firmly at William Baker's neck, denying him the chance to transform into sand. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Roger released his left hand and slowly stood up. Superficially, it appeared that William Baker had been severely battered, but his observation hockey informed him that Baker was not in any life-threatening danger. Indeed, when he stood and turned to face Spider-Man, the Sandman, who had previously seemed on the brink of collapse, suddenly erupted like a bomb. Boom! Yellow sand filled the air. The shockwave from the explosion had not yet completely dissipated when the sand swirled away like a tempest, swiftly vanishing amidst the towering skyscrapers. As the Sandman, William Baker, transformed into grains of sand and drifted afar, Roger still had a fleeting opportunity to impede his escape. Yet, he chose not to act. He had already confirmed that the use of armament hockey could inflict harm upon beings like the Sandman, akin to those possessing natural-type devil fruit powers. Moreover, the performance he had staged had reached its conclusion. The president of the Handhold Corporation, disregarding personal safety, collaborated with Spider-Man to confront superpowered criminals. Spider-Man, driven by personal inclinations, let these superpowered felons go free. He could even envision the headlines that would grace the news tomorrow. After the Sandman, William Baker, made his explosive escape, Roger dispelled his armament hockey and casually removed the webbing from his right hand. Casting a glance at the distant reporters, he offered a benign smile. Subsequently, he approached the inscrutable Spider-Man and extended a hand for a handshake. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I look forward to our next opportunity to combat crime together. Roger's voice was not loud, but he was certain the reporters in the distance could hear his words clearly. After speaking, he waved at the journalists with an air of nonchalance, retrieving his suit jacket from the car parked some distance away before returning to his vehicle. Sir, are we heading to the company? Inquired the handhold ninja, glancing back respectfully. While Roger enjoyed being addressed as young master by these ninjas, he issued a new command to avoid unnecessary complications. While disguised as company staff, they should refer to him as Sir. Of course, let us go. Drive on. Roger replied casually, brushing off the remnants of sand from his hair and attire. Although the appearance of the Sandman had taken him by surprise, it was not necessarily a misfortune. By confronting the Sandman, he had subtly showcased his own capabilities while enhancing his reputation. More importantly, he had confirmed that armament hockey could be utilized against these unique entities just as it was against natural-type devil fruit users. The journey to his new company was uneventful, save for the perennial traffic congestion. Upon entering the new office, he encountered Kai and the others, all impeccably dressed. He had rented 3 floors in this upscale office building, establishing it as the new headquarters for Handhold Corporation, to lend the new company a semblance of credibility. He had instructed the majority of the Handhold ninjas to masquerade as company employees, ensuring they reported to work punctually each day. Although the Hands ninjas are reasonably adept at disguising themselves, a mere glance at their current behavior reveals their true nature as anything but ordinary employees. Have you ever encountered a legitimate company employee engrossed in the study of combat and assassination techniques during work hours? Were it not for Roger's prohibition against carrying conspicuous weapons such as katanas, these ninjas masquerading as corporate staff would not merely be practicing with pens, but would instead engage in genuine swordplay. Of course, to avert the awkward situation of being unarmed in the event of a sudden enemy attack. The supply rooms across the 3 floors are stocked with an array of cold weapons, including katanas. While this does carry the risk of scrutiny from relevant authorities, it is preferable to establishing an armory within the office. As a multinational enterprise primarily dealing in the import and export of Japanese goods, it is entirely reasonable for the office to possess authentic Japanese katanas. This is akin to an auto mechanic carrying a wrench while playing soccer, an entirely sensible scenario. How is the recruitment process progressing? Roger inquired of Jie in his office. The recruitment he referred to was not the hiring of a personal assistant he had mentioned earlier that morning, but rather the acquisition of genuine staff members. The legal battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. could potentially drag on indefinitely. As long as the lawsuit remains unresolved, it is improbable that S.H.I.E.L.D. will return those peripheral personnel to the Hand. However, the Hand's legitimate business cannot afford to cease operations, even if only to maintain appearances. Roger is determined to sustain this legitimate enterprise. We are still in the recruitment phase. Some candidates will arrive for interviews today. Would you like to conduct the interviews personally? There's no need. You can handle that. Please expedite the hiring of front desk and administrative staff. Additionally, remove those 2 burly male receptionists immediately. We cannot afford to scare off potential interviewees. Moreover, do not allow those individuals to engage in discussions about assassination techniques or interrogation skills in the office. If they are genuinely bored, let them browse platforms like Bilibili or Pixiv. We are a legitimate company now. We must refrain from engaging in any unseemly activities. After Jie exited the office, Roger sighed in exasperation. While Jie possessed some managerial talent, expecting him to handle the company's legitimate operations proved to be a considerable challenge. Leading a team is no easy task, especially one like the Hand, which is accustomed to a life of violence. The morning swiftly passed, and after reviewing all the materials prepared by Jie regarding the Japanese branch, Roger opened his computer to check the day's news. As expected, reports of his collaboration with Spider-Man against Sandman had surfaced. After briefly scanning the associated comments, he satisfactorily closed the page. Much like his suspicions, the vast majority of ordinary internet users expressed their approval of his actions against the Sandman. He even observed numerous individuals adopting the guise of experts, analyzing the techniques he employed during the battle. Particularly captivating was the moment when his arms transformed into a shade of deep purple, which sparked considerable discourse among the commentators. Among these remarks, he encountered a rather intriguing analysis post. The original poster confidently asserted that Roger's arms assumed a metallic appearance due to a high-tech nanosuit he donned. To substantiate this claim, the poster cited several questionable research materials pertaining to nanotechnology. To his astonishment, many others concurred with this viewpoint, claiming they had witnessed similar phenomena in other contexts. Quite an imaginative theory. After resolving the lunch arrangements for 10 people at the company, he intended to visit Dr. Connor's laboratory to inform him that the Osborn group had ceased their pursuit and to inquire about the progress of Dr. Connor's experiments. Just as he was about to depart from his office, a red figure descended from the sky, appearing outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Spider-Man, what could he possibly want here? Observing Spider-Man hanging upside down outside the window, Roger slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could approach the window, Spider-Man gestured towards the rooftop. Although Roger was uncertain of Spider-Man's intentions, he was open to conversing with him. On the rooftop terrace, Roger initiated the dialogue. Do you have business with me? Did you capture the lizard? Spider-Man, Peter Parker, glanced at Roger and inquired in a disguised voice. No, I did not capture him. Dr. Connors is indeed in the laboratory I arranged, but I have not apprehended him. He has recently vanished, and I assumed you might have taken him. Spider-Man spoke again. Roger had anticipated that Spider-Man might be privy to some information, but was surprised to discover that he knew nothing. This exemplified the limitations of a lone hero devoid of wealth and influence. His intelligence was decidedly outdated. Roger's motivation for establishing his own faction and striving for financial success was precisely to avoid living like Spider-Man. Although he wasn't the affluent Wayne from next door, he nonetheless aspired to possess the extraordinary ability of being exceedingly wealthy. Did you come here merely to ask me this? Roger questioned, observing that Spider-Man seemed somewhat reticent. That is one aspect of my inquiry. More importantly, I wish to understand how you struck the Sandman. The Sandman is a moniker recently bestowed upon William Baker by the news media. It is evident that Spider-Man perused online reports prior to seeking him out. I cannot elucidate this further. Consider it my unique ability, akin to your own capacity to traverse walls. Roger refrained from explaining the intention behind the use of armament hockey to Spider-Man, as their acquaintance had not yet reached that level of familiarity. Thus, I hope that when the Sandman next reappears, you will also be present. With that, Spider-Man shot a web towards the adjacent skyscraper and gracefully swung away from the rooftop. In Queens, at one of the secret safe houses of the Hand, originally a hideout for the Hand's ninjas, it has now been transformed into Dr. Connor's laboratory. After Spider-Man's departure, Roger used a spatial portal to arrive alone, divulging the details of his dealings with the Osborn Corporation to Dr. Connors. Although Norman Osborn did not make any promises, obtaining the formula for the lizard serum makes it unlikely that he would continue to send individuals to apprehend Dr. Connors. Thank you. Upon hearing Roger's account, Dr. Connors silently expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing it. Without the formula you provided, I would not have garnered this unexpected income. Assisting Dr. Connors in establishing his laboratory required some of his funds, yet this expense was negligible compared to the $300 million offered by Norman Osborn. Most of the essential equipment was acquired from other biological laboratories, as he merely supplied a relatively safe location and some fairly inexpensive apparatus. At the New York branch of SHIELD, in the office of the Mockingbird, Barbara was in the process of recruiting a personal assistant, intending to send you over. I am unsure if you would be willing to accept. Barbara inquired of Agent Sharon Carter, clad in a gray business attire. I have no objections, replied Sharon Carter, her tousled golden curls framing her face without a hint of hesitation. Roger is no ordinary target, and your role as his personal assistant is a significant one. Are you truly capable of it? If you prefer not to take on this task, I can arrange for someone else. While others may be unaware of Sharon Carter's background, Barbara, as Nick Fury's right hand, was thoroughly informed. Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter, one of SHIELD's founders, bore the codename Agent 13, once used by Peggy herself. Had Black Widow Natasha not already revealed herself before Roger, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate for this mission. Rest assured, I am capable, as a seasoned agent. Sharon Carter is acutely aware of what it entails to serve as a personal assistant to her target. She understands the potential risks associated with this mission. Yet she remains resolute in her acceptance of the task. Very well, since that is the case, the responsibility is entrusted to you. Do not overexert yourself, should danger arise. Prioritize the preservation of your own safety. After a brief silence, Barbara ultimately resolved to assign the mission to Sharon Carter. Although Sharon is the niece of Peggy Carter, she is also an agent of SHIELD. At this juncture, personal sentiments must yield to the demands of the mission. Meanwhile, Roger remains oblivious to the unfolding events within the New York division of SHIELD. Presently, he is engaged in discussions with Dr. Connors regarding the feasibility of deriving a serum with less pronounced side effects from the equation of the lizard gene serum. When he publicly announced the recruitment of company personnel and personal assistants, he had already braced himself for the possibility of SHIELD deploying an agent. Given his current rapport with SHIELD, it would be remiss of them to remain inactive. Nonetheless, he continues to publicly seek additional staff. His feelings towards SHIELD are not particularly favorable, yet he must concede that the agency is home to a considerable pool of talent. At this moment, he is in need of professionals to assist him with the company's legitimate affairs. As for whether the spies dispatched by SHIELD will uncover anything, he harbors no concerns. He intends for these recruits to manage only those matters that are above board. If SHIELD wishes to investigate these legitimate affairs, they are free to do so. Throughout the afternoon, Roger occupies himself in the laboratory with Dr. Connors, deliberating on the subject of human enhancement serums. While Norman Osborn is unperturbed by the side effects of the lizard gene serum, Roger is quite the opposite. Upon learning of Osborn Industries' interest in military super soldier program contracts, he too has developed an interest in these military initiatives. Although Kingpin may be a formidable ally, he does not intend to place all his reliance upon him. He seeks to cultivate a network of connections beyond Kingpin, and the military presents an appealing target. More importantly, like him, the military harbors a certain disdain for SHIELD. In fact, it is not solely the military that holds such sentiments. Agencies such as the CIA and FBI also share a similar aversion towards SHIELD, primarily due to overlapping jurisdictions. Nightfall descends. After finalizing the subsequent development of the enhanced serum with Dr. Connors, as he prepared to activate the spatial portal to return to the building, his phone suddenly rang. "Sir, the Sanctified Society has just sent a challenge." The caller was none other than Jie. A challenge? At the utterance of those words, Roger was momentarily taken aback. "I will return immediately." He hung up the call and, in the presence of Dr. Connors, activated the spatial portal, vanishing from the laboratory. After several transfers, he returned to the company. "Sir, here is the challenge that the Sanctified Society just dispatched." Although referred to as a challenge, Jie also handed over an arrow. Roger did not take the arrow but swiftly glanced at the challenge. It turned out that the leader had returned, which explained their arrogance. 075, anticipate the attack. Upon finishing the challenge in his hand, Roger displayed a disdainful smile. "What era are we in?" still resorting to such archaic methods of challenge. However, this approach was indeed in line with the traditionalist nature of the sanctified society. Yet, one point Roger had to concede was that the timing of this challenge was quite astute. The hand was gradually cleansing its image according to his plans. During such a time, the hand should refrain from engaging in excessively bloody and violent actions. After a few moments of contemplation, he issued a few instructions to Jie and the others. Subsequently, he, along with the impeccably dressed Jie and others, departed the building. The time appointed by the Sanctified Society was tonight, and the location was cleverly chosen, Hell's Kitchen. It was in Hell's Kitchen that Roger had previously threatened Daredevil and his allies. This time, the Sanctified Society also selected Hell's Kitchen as the battleground. Over an hour later, Roger and his entourage arrived at the agreed location. He did not bring many people, including himself. There were fewer than 10 in total. This was an abandoned construction site, situated a considerable distance from the main thoroughfare. In such a place, especially at night, even if a few grenades were thrown, it would take a while for anyone to come and investigate. Perhaps this was the primary reason the Sanctified Society chose this forsaken site. Once the vehicles came to a halt, Jie, seated in the front passenger seat, was the first to disembark. He then opened the door next to Roger. Shortly after he exited, figures clad in ninja attire from the Sanctified Society emerged from the shadows of the construction site. In no time, these ninjas enveloped their group. Among these Sanctified Society ninjas, Roger spotted the familiar figure of Daredevil. The leader of the Holy Sect, clad in a pale green robe and a matching hat, approached. It appeared that my previous words had not resonated with you. Roger disregarded the elder and directly addressed the Night Demon. Before the Night Demon could utter a word, the elder approached Roger, pointing his staff at him. Are you the new leader of the Hand Union? Has no one informed you that pointing a stick at someone while speaking is quite impolite? Despite the evident disparity in numbers favoring the Holy Sect, Roger remained indifferent to both the sect and the elder. The elder was indeed a formidable combatant, a master of blind martial arts in this world. The Holy Sect's prowess was not to be underestimated, as it constituted an elite ninja organization capable of contending with the Hand Union at its peak. However, in Roger's eyes, both the elder and the Holy Sect were merely capable of bullying the ordinary. Any entity possessing a modicum of strength was beyond the reach of the elder and the sect. Politeness? You lot are hardly worthy of uttering such a term. No sooner had he spoken than the elder's staff lunged at Roger with remarkable speed. Nonetheless, the attack held no significance against Roger, who had activated his observation haki. With a casual lift of his right hand, he effortlessly grasped the oncoming staff. Old man, that is rather unsportsmanlike. As soon as Roger finished speaking, his companions, clad in suits, brandished Uzi submachine guns from beneath their jackets. When Roger had arrived with these sharply dressed individuals, the perceptive Holy Sect ninjas had sensed something amiss. Now, their suspicions had materialized into reality. The Hand Union, notorious for their frantic ninja antics, had produced Uzi submachine guns, a stark contrast to their typical image of wielding katana with wild abandon. Although the Elder and the Night Demon were unable to see, the surrounding Holy Sect ninjas, alerted by the bizarre scene, understood that this was entirely contrary to reason. Of course, this was merely an irrationality in the eyes of the Holy Sect ninjas. To Roger, it was a perfectly normal occurrence. We now reside in an era of gunpowder weaponry. Utilizing firearms is the prevailing trend of this age. You know, I was initially inclined to let you off the hook. As long as you obediently take a year off as per my instructions, nothing would transpire. However, it seems you are all destined to perish here. Despite standing before the Elder, Roger chose to overlook him and continued addressing the Night Demon. Roger's repeated dismissal of the Elder ignited a surge of unnameable fury within the arrogant Elder. Moreover, his weapon was firmly grasped in the hands of Roger. The old man with the staff had attempted to reclaim his long pole, yet he had evidently underestimated Roger's strength. The enhancement of his dragon bone, alongside the transformative modifications he had undergone as a pirate, elevated Roger's physical prowess beyond the limits of humanity. While the old man's combat skills were commendable, his body remained that of an ordinary human. Technique could not compensate for the inherent disparity in physicality. You seek your own demise. The old man's voice resonated with lethal intent. Before Roger could respond, the old man launched another assault. At the moment the old man charged at him, an abundance of white threads surged forth from Roger's being. Under his command, these threads moved as if imbued with life, blocking the old man's onslaught. Concurrently, strands of white began to ascend into the heavens, subsequently descending like raindrops. These threads did not target any of the Holy Order's ninjas. Instead, they formed a cage constructed entirely of threads. Visually, the technique Roger employed bore a resemblance to Doflamingo's birdcage. However, this was not a birdcage, as the current level of the string fruit did not permit him to manifest such a construct. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from imitating the birdcage. Furthermore, he had no need to replicate the astonishing defensive capabilities of the birdcage that could continuously constrict. All he required was to ensnare the old man and everyone else within this cage-like structure. The thread-made prison swiftly took shape, ensnaring all members of the Holy Order within its confines. After accomplishing this, Roger relinquished the threads that had seemingly acted autonomously to fend off the old man's attacks and released his grip on the long pole. The moment he let go, the old man showed no hesitation, reclaiming the long pole and launching an attack towards Roger once more. Faced with the old man's masterful strikes, Roger neither defended nor retaliated. Instead, he appeared to foresee the old man's assaults, effortlessly evading each strike with composure. How is this possible? The ninjas of the Holy Order were awash with disbelief at this scene. They were all too familiar with the formidable prowess of the old man. Yet now, the once mighty figure seemed like a mere sparring partner, delivering futile attacks. Although Roger's mastery of observation hockey was not exceptionally high, it sufficed for predicting the old man's strikes. Evasion and anticipation were fundamental skills of observation hockey. The old man's combat abilities were commendable. However, regrettably, he had encountered Roger, who wielded the power of observation hockey. The old man's attacks appeared fierce, yet such frequent assaults imposed a considerable burden upon him. Regardless of the battle experience and combat skills he had previously acquired, he was now merely an elderly man. As time progressed, the speed of his strikes diminished, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Ultimately, after realizing that he could not land a single blow on Roger, he came to a halt. No longer did he possess that haughty demeanor. Instead, beads of sweat adorned his brow. Observing the gasping old man and the shocked expressions of the holy ninjas, Roger let out a resigned sigh. If only the old man were a decade or two younger, given his combat prowess, he might have had a chance to circumvent Roger's observation hockey. Time indeed ages us. Perhaps this is precisely why Madame Gao and her associates opted for the dragon bones to extend their lifespans rather than enhance their physical forms. Nevertheless, while he pondered, Roger had no intention of sparing the old man and his companions. A man must stand resolute. He had proclaimed that they would all perish here, and he was determined to see that through. Under the watchful gaze of the holy ninjas, Roger turned and strode towards the back of the vehicle, opening the trunk. He retrieved the weapon he had deliberately procured from Jin's underlings, a minigun M134. Commonly referred to as the Gatling gun, the M134 is a 6-barrel, high-rate-of-fire aircraft-mounted machine gun. The helicopter he had destroyed during the assault on the headquarters was equipped with this very model. As he grasped the gun in one hand and the ammunition feed in the other, he issued the command to attack in the most mundane tone. Eliminate them. No sooner had the words left his lips than the gunfire erupted. Jie and the others, without a moment's hesitation, squeezed the triggers of their Uzi submachine guns, unleashing a frenzied barrage. It was not only Jie who fired. Roger, too, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. At the moment the gunfire erupted, when the holy ninjas attempted to evade, they realized just how terrifying the silk thread cage Roger had conjured truly was. Their katanas left no mark upon the threads. They could neither sever them nor break through. Upon discovering that escape from this silken prison was utterly impossible, they sought to resist. However, it proved futile. In the midst of the relentless storm of bullets, they found themselves unable to even approach Roger and his companions. Minutes later, when the gunfire had finally ceased, what lay before Roger and his companions were the shattered remains of the fallen. The casualties were not limited to the sanctified ninjas. The daredevil and the stick were equally among the dead. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, Roger's emotions remained unperturbed. Had it not been for his overwhelming strength surpassing that of the daredevil and the stick, and his deliberate decision to arm Jie and the others, it would have been their bodies lying lifeless on the ground. He was no saint. He could not afford to show mercy to those who sought his demise. While some may aspire to embody such sanctity, he certainly would not. Young master, shall we dispose of these bodies? Jie, although clad in a suit, was acutely aware of his current role as a ninja of the hand, not merely an employee of the Hand Corporation. No need. Let them lie here. Someone will come to collect the bodies. Though this was a derelict construction site nestled within Hell's Kitchen, it would not be long before the remains of the Stick and his associates were discovered. Ordinary citizens might struggle to distinguish whether these individuals in ninja garb hailed from the Sanctified or the Hand, but the police and discerning media would undoubtedly discern the truth. For the ninjas of the Hand never left behind corpses after their demise. This rather unscientific occurrence, though not reported, was known to many. Leaving the bodies of the Stick and his companions here to be discovered would serve to enlighten those who believed in the citizens' right to know that in New York, there existed more than just the Hand as a ninja organization. In doing so, the public's suspicions regarding the Hand could be deflected onto the Sanctified. In essence, it was a means of casting aspersions upon the Sanctified, when New York had only the Hand as a ninja faction. Any incidents related to ninjas would naturally be attributed to them. However, with the existence of two or more ninja organizations, public perception would inevitably shift. Having resolved this minor interlude concerning the Sanctified, Roger and his party swiftly vacated the abandoned site, while Jie and the others returned to their deliberately exposed safe house. Roger utilized a spatial portal to return home. In the following days, Roger meticulously embraced his identity as the president of the Hand Corporation, occasionally engaging with Dr. Connors regarding the enhancement serum. Under Jie's persistent recruitment efforts, the number of ordinary employees in the company steadily increased. Just as Roger was contemplating what to have for lunch in his office, Jie knocked on the door and entered. "Sir, here are the profiles of the candidates who have passed the preliminary selection. Please review them for any suitable choices. Just place them there. I will look them over shortly." After pondering for several minutes about what to have for lunch, he finally picked up the documents on the table and began to skim through them. "This candidate is too young, having just graduated from university, no? This one is too old, already over 30, no? This one possesses excessive experience, having served as an assistant to several CEOs, no? This one has an impressive physique, which raises concerns, no?" Suddenly, Roger realized something and flipped back to the page of the candidate he had previously deemed overly experienced. At first glance, the document posed no apparent issues. It boasted an excellent educational background and a wealth of work experience, with all the companies listed being prominent firms. If one were to assess solely based on the documents, no red flags would arise. However, given the foreknowledge that SHIELD might deploy an agent, he sensed something amiss with this interviewee. The aura she exuded was not characteristic of an assistant. When mimicking another person, the most challenging aspect is not the outward appearance, manner of speaking, or behavior, but rather the essence of their character. While external factors can influence one's aura, they do not encompass it entirely. This essence may seem intangible, yet it can be discerned with careful observation. Although the photograph in the document appeared unremarkable, Roger could not shake the feeling that the individual in the image resembled an agent rather than an assistant. Despite this being merely his intuition, it sufficed for him to conduct an in-person interview for confirmation. Emily Cape. Roger noted the name. 077, personal assistant. The following morning, in the meeting room of the Hand Corporation, a disguised Peggy Carter, impersonating Emily Cape, entered punctually, guided by an administrative staff member. Clad in high heels, black stockings, and a gray skirt suit, Peggy Carter flawlessly embodied her current role. However, the moment she stepped into the meeting room, Roger, who had been waiting, immediately perceived something amiss. It was not that Peggy Carter's appearance was lacking or that her portrayal was inadequate. Had he not been prepared for the possibility of SHIELD inserting an agent, he would have found no fault in her appearance. Yet, armed with his suspicions, he quickly identified elements in Peggy Carter that were incongruous with the role of an assistant. Her gait and posture, along with the telltale signs of extensive shooting training evident in her hands, revealed her true identity. In less than 3 seconds, Roger confirmed his suspicion. "Good day, Mr. Wayne. I am the interviewee for today, Emily Cape." Upon arriving before Roger, Charlotte Carter revealed a professional smile devoid of any discernible flaws and proactively initiated conversation. "Would you like me to turn around for you?" Just as Charlotte was about to take a seat, Roger's voice unexpectedly resonated. Having prepared an array of interview techniques to embody the role of Emily Cape, Charlotte ensured she would not reveal any weaknesses during the interview process. Yet, She could not have anticipated that Roger's first request would be for her to turn around. Turn around? Charlotte feigned a look of confusion. Indeed, turn around. Observing Roger's expression and tone, which remained unchanged, Charlotte once again donned her professional smile and slowly turned in a circle. She spun at a measured pace, and as she faced away from Roger, her instincts as a capable female agent alerted her to his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over her. Upon completing her turn, just as Charlotte prepared to speak, Roger's voice echoed once more. Now, remove your jacket and turn around again. What on earth does this man intend? Even the seasoned Charlotte found herself unable to grasp Roger's line of thought. Although completely bewildered by his intentions, she silently complied and removed her jacket. Without its concealment, the contours of her upper body were now more vividly displayed before Roger. After Charlotte completed her second turn while maintaining her professional smile, Roger nodded in satisfaction. Miss Emily Cape, you have successfully passed the interview. Your salary will be 3 times your expected amount, with all other benefits adhering to legal standards. If you have no objections, I shall arrange for human resources to facilitate your onboarding process immediately. Only then did Roger finally articulate words befitting his current role. I have no objections whatsoever. Charlotte would have no qualms even if the salary were halved. Excellent. Then welcome to Hand Incorporation. With that, Roger stood, extended his hand for a handshake with Charlotte, and promptly exited the meeting room. Having witnessed the encounter firsthand, Roger had already assigned Charlotte the labels of being aesthetically pleasing and possessing a commendable physique. Although he remained unaware of her true identity, this detail held little significance. After all, passengers do not concern themselves with the specific manufacturer of a bus. Perhaps that analogy could be refined. It might be more apt to say that restaurant patrons do not ponder the origins of the pork on their table. On his way back to the president's office, Roger glanced at the office area that was gradually taking on a respectable corporate appearance. As ordinary employees joined the ranks, the intimidating figures of the bodyguards were relegated to other floors. At this pace of recruitment, it would not be long before the company transformed into a legitimate international trading entity, allowing him to operate a business that could legally pay taxes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Charlotte Carter officially became Roger's personal assistant, aiding him in various corporate matters. Naturally, as his personal aide, she accompanied Roger to numerous banquets. Most importantly, Roger was finally relieved from the constant presence of Jie's expressionless visage. Sir, this is an invitation to a banquet from the chairman of the Osborne Group, inviting you to attend 3 days hence, Charlotte announced as she entered the office, holding several documents requiring Roger's signature, along with a black invitation. Very well, I understand, Roger replied. Since the initial fruitful collaboration with Norman Osborn, the dynamics between them had grown somewhat intricate. Norman had not abandoned his desire to trade the Scorpion and Vulture battlesuits with Roger. To facilitate this transaction, he even presented some enticing offers to Roger, such as the Green Goblin glider. Of course, within the Osborne Group, this glider was referred to as the individual versatile prototype multimodal glider. If the glider was merely an appetizer, then Norman's promise to facilitate connections with high-ranking military officials was the true main course. In Norman's own words, the cake on the table is substantial and can satisfy many appetites. It was this promise that led Roger to provide the Osborne Group with prototypes of the Scorpion and Vulture battlesuits for research, along with an agreement on the distribution of the research findings. The banquet invitation Charlotte mentioned was the very event where Norman had promised to introduce him to military higher-ups. By the way, you should accompany me to the banquet. Purchase yourself a stunning black backless gown, and simply submit the bill to finance for reimbursement. Roger did not lift his gaze, nor did he open his eyes, as he was preoccupied with manipulating a Rubik's Cube in his hands. Understood. Charlotte responded with a smile upon hearing Roger's words. At last, the investigation was poised to make progress. Since becoming Roger's assistant, Charlotte had been diligently attempting to gather useful intelligence. Unfortunately, a week had passed without significant advancement in her inquiries. The sole gain is that S.H.I.E.L.D. has become aware of Roger's formidable appetite and extraordinary physical prowess. More precisely, General Ross has ascertained that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses knowledge that extends beyond these observations. They are also cognizant of Roger's aesthetic sensibilities and culinary preferences. However, these insights bear little relevance to their overarching objectives. Upon deciding to appoint Agent Sharon Carter as his personal assistant, Roger specifically requested Dr. Connors to conduct a study of himself. This, of course, was not an exhaustive examination. He instructed Dr. Connors to analyze his hair and saliva, amongst other bodily substances that might inadvertently yield DNA information in daily life. The findings proved to be scant. Aside from confirming that his physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary human, no particularly valuable information was uncovered. To further validate this, Roger willingly provided a blood sample to Dr. Connors, yet the results remained unchanged. After consulting with Dr. Connors, Roger was assured that unless SHIELD could apprehend him for invasive research, it would be improbable to glean any significant insights. Though Roger was not well versed in scientific matters, he took comfort in Dr. Connors' expertise as a leading biologist. It was reasonable to conclude that whether it be the devil fruit or hockey, these phenomena did not belong to this realm. If SHIELD were capable of unraveling such mysteries, they would not merely be an agency, but veritable deities. Captain Rogers serves as a prime example of this. Despite being thoroughly examined for an extended period within SHIELD, Hydra has yet to replicate the super soldier serum he once utilized. To other nations and organizations, SHIELD indeed possesses an abundance of technologies reminiscent of black science. But this is merely from the perspective of ordinary individuals. It was this assurance that allowed Roger to feel at ease with the charming Agent Carter in close proximity, as it was also a gesture of goodwill from SHIELD. After Agent Carter left his office with the invitation and documents, Roger placed the restored Rubik's Cube on his desk and opened his eyes. Glancing casually at the documents she had just delivered, he promptly affixed his signature. Subsequently, he activated a spatial portal within his office. Norman Osborn was already prepared for the networking dinner, and as a guest, he certainly could not arrive empty-handed. Due to their agreement, he would refrain from selling the lizard gene serum formula to the military, which was one of the conditions Norman Osborn had stipulated for his assistance in making connections. Norman Osborn would not squander the $300 million spent on acquiring the formula for the serum. Although Roger was uncertain whether Osborn intended to sell the formula outright to the military or to provide the serum in batches over time, he had no desire to compete with Norman Osborn in this regard. Osborn possessed his own flagship product, and he, too, had his own trump card. After extensive research, Dr. Connors successfully developed the human enhancement serum that Roger sought, sacrificing some degree of enhancement in exchange for greater stability and reliability. Using the initial lizard gene serum as a foundation, Dr. Connors created a serum with less pronounced side effects. While this serum could not achieve the same level of enhancement as the lizard gene serum, it was more suitable for mass production. Importantly, after administering this serum, users would not exhibit any physical mutations. With the reduction in enhancement potency, the cost of the enhancement serum was significantly lower than that of the lizard gene serum. The cost of a single lizard gene serum was sufficient to produce 20 doses of the new enhancement serum. Moreover, in terms of practical efficacy, the two did not represent a stark disparity. One was akin to a rifle, while the other was akin to a pistol. Though the rifle was indeed more powerful, the pistol possessed its own advantages. 3 days swiftly passed. After retrieving the first batch of 5 serum samples from Dr. Connors, Roger, accompanied by Charlene Carter in a black backless gown, arrived at Norman Osborn's estate in the suburbs. Having reached a certain level of collaboration with both Norman Osborn and Kim, Roger was no stranger to such soirees. In previous gatherings, he had even engaged in discussions with some female guests regarding the origins of life, sharing perspectives and enjoying amiable exchanges. Compared to prior banquets, the dinner prepared by Norman Osborn appeared remarkably similar. However, when Osborn introduced him to a robust man in a suit, whose vitality belied his age, Roger was momentarily taken aback. Thaddeus E. Ross. The military official Osborn had connected him with was none other than General Ross, who nearly became Dr. Banner's father-in-law. Wayne, you are the most talked-about young man in New York. I frequently hear your name in Washington, the general remarked. You flatter me. General, they are merely trivial rumors. Roger replied. Contrary to his serious demeanor, General Ross was far more affable than Roger had anticipated. This was to be expected, however, as Ross, though not a politician, had undoubtedly navigated the intricacies of the military to secure his position, suggesting he was not as straightforward as he appeared. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Norman Osborn, accompanied by Roger and others, entered a private meeting room. 3 distinguished men of varying ages gathered in the modest space. Roger suddenly sensed that something was amiss. However, Norman Osborn swiftly steered the conversation towards the main agenda. It was nothing particularly extraordinary. Norman Osborn merely took the opportunity to present his products. As anticipated, he produced the lizard gene serum, and not merely a formula, but a finished product. In addition, Norman Osborn recommended various equipment, including a glider, to General Ross. As Osborn unveiled the meticulously prepared documents and video materials, Roger truly grasped the formidable power possessed by the Osborn Corporation, ranging from firearms and ammunition to tanks and aircraft. The array of conventional weapons and advanced technological gear showcased the undeniable prowess of their research capabilities. In comparison, Roger's offering of the enhancement serum seemed rather meager. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this fact. The Osborn Corporation boasted an exceptionally lavish research team, while he had only Dr. Connors at his disposal, without even a proper assistant assigned to him yet. The mere fact that he could present the enhancement serum was already a commendable achievement. Though he currently possessed only one product, which was not particularly outstanding, it was sufficient to affirm certain truths. The Osborn Corporation, with its vast resources, had employed numerous researchers to develop these products, while Roger had merely managed to retrieve Dr. Connors. His legitimate business ventures were limited to the Hand Corporation. If he were to unveil a product that completely overshadowed the Osborn Corporation, that would indeed be abnormal. Despite it being their first meeting, Roger was certain that General Ross had conducted prior investigations into him. During their earlier conversation, he had confirmed this suspicion. General Ross's knowledge of him extended far beyond the confines of news reports. Moreover, it appeared that General Ross had no intention of concealing this fact, as he subtly hinted at it several times. "Let us first have samples of these products," General Ross stated, pointing to the list provided by Norman Osborn. He then picked up the documentation pertaining to the serum Roger had offered. Unlike his earlier examination of the Osborn Corporation's offerings, General Ross glanced at the materials in hand and quickly reached a decision. In truth, there was little to behold. It merely contained data and descriptions of the serum's effects. "I have accepted these serum samples, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall provide you with a response within a week." After speaking, General Ross lifted the wine glass from the table and gestured towards Roger. Once the business was concluded, the conversation swiftly transitioned to what is often termed as the men's domain. Strangely enough, while discussing these adult themes, both General Ross and Norman Osborn inadvertently alluded to their children. Observing the ostensibly modest yet subtly boastful demeanor of General Ross and Norman Osborn, Roger couldn't help but chuckle resignedly. In one moment, they were engaged in topics understood by men, and in the next, they had shifted to the boasting of offspring. Roger had to concede that he was somewhat out of sync with their rhythm. For a brief moment, the reception room was filled with an air of joviality. Upon exiting the smoke-filled parlor and returning to the banquet hall, Roger instantly spotted his assistant, Sharon Carter. Simultaneously, Sharon Carter feigned indifference upon noticing him. "Who might this be?" Roger inquired with a smile as he approached Sharon. Beside her stood a tall, blonde beauty clad in a form-fitting red gown, unabashedly showcasing her ambition. Her gently curled, light golden hair cascaded carelessly, accentuating the alluring curves of her shoulders. "This is Lenny, a former colleague of mine," Sharon Carter introduced with an air of nonchalance. Colleague. Upon hearing this term, a sense of vigilance immediately surged within Roger. He had already confirmed that his assistant was an agent embedded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, this woman named Lenny must also be a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. Truly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is remarkable. Agents have infiltrated their targets so seamlessly, all while continuing to enhance their personas. What does professionalism entail? This is professionalism. Roger had initially assumed that Lenny was merely a tool dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. to bolster Sharon Carter's cover. However, he could never have anticipated that Lenny was, in fact, the right hand of the illustrious Murdoch, the alias of the formidable Barbara Morse. Sharon Carter had been embedded near Roger for some time, yet had not garnered any particularly valuable intelligence. In a bid to expedite the mission, Barbara Morse decided to make a personal appearance in collaboration with Sharon Carter. After analyzing Roger's recent public movements, Barbara Morse believed she had acquired all the critical information needed to fulfill their objectives. Thus, in such a setting, she presented herself in a manner that perfectly aligned with Roger's aesthetic preferences. Under the intentional guidance and mutual cooperation of Sharon Carter and Barbara Morse, the conversation began to veer towards certain rather unsavory topics. Roger presently feigned an appearance of keen interest, yet within, his tranquility resembled that of a monk who has devoted years to solitude. Continue performing. I am eager to witness the extent of your theatrics. As time inexorably passed and the night deepened, the banquet gradually approached its conclusion. Through conversation, Roger had gleaned the intentions of Sharon Carter and her companion. A scheme of seduction. It appeared they intended to employ their charms upon him. However, it became evident that he was operating on a mere first level, while SHIELD resided at a fifth tier of complexity. Just as he anticipated an enjoyable evening, Barbara Morse unexpectedly took her leave, departing the villa with a rotund gentleman in tow, under his watchful gaze. What? Are you not reconsidering? I am quite susceptible to manipulation. Truly, my willpower is rather feeble. Come, let us return. After Barbara, clad in a form-fitting red dress, vanished from sight, Roger addressed Sharon Carter. Just as they were about to exit the villa, a male attendant approached him abruptly. Mr. Wayne, please hold on. Mr. Osborne requests your presence in the study. Glancing at the attendant, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. Norman Osborne's invitation to the study appeared innocuous at first glance. Yet, instinctively, Roger sensed something amiss. If Norman had matters to discuss, he had ample opportunity earlier in the reception room. Even after leaving the room, there were numerous occasions to engage him, making it unnecessary to summon him after the banquet concluded. You wait in the car for me, he instructed Sharon Carter before following the attendant to the study. Upon his arrival, he not only encountered Norman Osborne, but also a completely unfamiliar man, alongside another who was somewhat familiar, with disheveled hair and a metallic left arm. The latter exuded an air of foreboding. The Winter Soldier, Bucky. Roger could scarcely believe he would find the Winter Soldier in Osborne's study. Bucky stood guard behind the sofa, making the identity of the corpulent man on the couch readily apparent. Only the forces of Hydra could utilize the Winter Soldier as a mere sentinel. Wayne, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Senator Stern, Norman Osborne said, approaching Roger with a freshly poured glass of whiskey, a smile gracing his lips. Certainly. The individual meeting you today is not Senator, but rather Mr. Stern from Hydra. Is it really that direct? Roger momentarily froze, and his expression, to Norman Osborne and Senator Stern, seemed a perfectly normal reaction upon hearing the mention of Hydra, with one side being the military and the other Hydra. It is no wonder that the Osborne Group remained steadfast through the years. Intelligence networks are merely business, after all. Norman Osborne provided an exceedingly capitalist response. Although he too had an affinity for wealth, Roger had to concede that, compared to capitalists like Norman Osborne, he was rather benevolent. Indeed, it is all business. Upon accepting the wine glass handed to him by Norman Osborne, Roger settled onto the sofa opposite Senator Stern. Before he could utter a word, the corpulent Senator Stern spoke first. Wayne, do you know who your assistant really is? Of course, I do. I personally interviewed her, Roger asserted, demonstrating what it means to possess impeccable acting skills. Had he not been aware that his assistant was a SHIELD agent, he might not have hired her at all. No, you do not know, you know nothing. Senator Stern's face displayed pity. Emily Kay is not your assistant's true name. She is Sharon Carter, a SHIELD agent. While speaking, Senator Stern casually handed Roger a document from the table. Your assistant is a SHIELD agent, and the lady you conversed with earlier is likewise a SHIELD agent. Here is their information. Consider it a small gift for our first meeting. Upon hearing Senator Stern's words, Roger's expression grew somewhat grave. He was aware that his assistant was a SHIELD agent and that the woman named Lynn was also a SHIELD agent. However, he had not anticipated that the agent placed beside him would be Sharon Carter. He vaguely recalled that Sharon Carter had some ambiguous relationship with Captain Rogers. As for whether they had become romantically involved, he was uncertain. After perusing the evidently freshly printed document in his hand, he let out a resigned sigh. Agent 13, Sharon Carter, and Mockingbird, Barbara Morse. His knowledge of female S.H.I.E.L.D. agents was limited, yet he had a slight familiarity with both Sharon Carter and Mockingbird Barbara. Truly, Hydra is remarkable. They can procure the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I am quite fond of your welcome gift. Roger was well aware that the information in question had been extracted from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database by Hydra. However, he understood the necessity of flattery. After all, he could not openly declare to Senator Stern that he knew their organization was intertwined with S.H.I.E.L.D., which he had come to refer to as Serpent Shield. It was essential to maintain a facade. They were not like S.H.I.E.L.D. They held great respect for talent, particularly for someone of Stern's unique caliber. The senator, true to his political nature, expressed these sentiments with remarkable sincerity. However, as for the notion of talent, Roger considered himself merely an ordinary individual with a slight edge in abilities. The idea that Hydra respected talent was, without a doubt, the most amusing jest he had encountered since arriving in this world. Of course, if Hydra's notion of respecting talent involved brainwashing and dissection, then Stern's statement was not entirely unfounded. We are aware of the recent minor conflicts between you and S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are amenable, we could offer you some assistance, Stern proposed. I imagine such assistance would not come cheaply. What is it that you desire? The data on the enhanced serum you possess, along with those 2 combat suits. Stern finally broached the main topic. Initially, Hydra had only sought the combat suits belonging to Scorpion and Vulture. However, upon learning that Roger had procured the enhanced serum, their demands expanded. The creation of super soldiers had always been a focal point of Hydra's research. Any item related to the production of super soldiers was of immense interest to them. Roger did not respond immediately, but instead pondered deeply. The combat suits of Scorpion and Vulture held no particular value for him. Nonetheless, this did not imply he would simply relinquish them. The same was true for the data on the enhanced serum. While S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed posed a complication, he possessed sufficient strength to address it himself. More importantly, he harbored deep mistrust towards Hydra. Their members were a band of lunatics, still clinging to their delusions of global domination in this modern age. I regret to inform you that I do not intend to sell the serum data at this time. However, I would be willing to part with the serum itself. Roger stated, if you desire the combat suits, I can provide them, but in return, I hope to acquire something tangible. For instance, the brainwashing techniques employed within your organization, specifically, the kind that you utilize. As he spoke, Roger casually gestured towards Bucky, the Winter Soldier, standing behind Stern. Selling the data on the serum to Hydra was entirely different from selling them the serum itself. The serum was merely a product, capable of creating a single super soldier at most. However, should he hand over the data to Hydra, one could only speculate how many super soldiers these madmen might produce. Roger harbored no desire to one day confront the formidable army of Hydra's super soldiers. After careful contemplation, he resolved to exchange the 2 combat suits for something far more valuable to him, mind control technology. How do you know about this mind control technology? Stern inquired, furrowing his brow. I possess an intelligence network of my own. It may not rival yours, but it is certainly not lacking, Roger replied, deliberately revealing this piece of information. For an organization like Hydra, which lurked in the shadows, the revelation of internal intelligence to outsiders was a deeply alarming prospect. To speak more gravely, such a breach could potentially lead to the organization's downfall. Roger's rationale for disclosing this detail was straightforward. He intended for Hydra to recognize that he was not as easily manipulated as they presumed. Only in this manner could he avoid being perceived as a soft target. Of course, this strategy carried inherent risks, as it could provoke Hydra into harboring unwarranted notions. Nevertheless, Roger was confident in his ability to keep Hydra's composure. I need to think this over. I will provide you with an answer by noon tomorrow. That's acceptable. You can reply by noon the day after. I am not in a great rush, Stern responded. After finishing his whiskey in one gulp, Roger left the study without a backward glance. Although the combat suits were tied to his agreement with Norman Osborn, he had no intention of consulting Osborn about them. The mere fact that Norman summoned him to the study for a face-to-face meeting with Stern spoke volumes. Once Roger exited the room, Stern's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that the transaction with Roger would be straightforward, yet the developments had taken an unexpected turn. While the absence of the serum data was disappointing, it was a last-minute decision. What now concerned him was Roger's so-called intelligence network. The notion that an intelligence network, of which they were entirely unaware, could uncover their mind control technology, specifically the variant utilized by the Winter Soldier, Bucky, was astonishing. Such extraordinary investigative capability was nothing short of staggering. 081. Are you headed to your home or the hotel? Stern could never have imagined that the intelligence network Roger referenced was a mere fabrication. Even with the most vivid imagination, he could not fathom that Roger was a time traveler who had witnessed the unfolding narrative. As Roger sat in the Maybach on his return to Manhattan, he remained silent, not even glancing at Sharon Carter, who occupied the seat beside him. While he had appeared composed in the study, the knowledge that his assistant was Sharon Carter had indeed taken him aback. The astonishment did not stem from the fact that Sharon Carter was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., nor was it due to her being the niece of Peggy Carter, one of the agency's founders. Rather, it was the nature of her relationship with Captain Rogers that was truly surprising. The materials provided by Stern explicitly noted the seemingly romantic connection between her and the captain. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. undertakes investigations into the interpersonal relationships of its agents to ensure their integrity, such implicit demands did not extend to Captain Rogers and Sharon Carter. One was the current face of S.H.I.E.L.D., while the other was the niece of a founding member. It would be inconceivable for the agency to compel them to disclose their feelings should they choose not to comply. This was evident from the information provided by Stern. Captain Rogers' girlfriend? Such a notion was rather exhilarating. For reasons unknown, a series of rather unwholesome thoughts began to swirl in Roger's mind. Although he remained silent, Sharon Carter, seated beside him, instinctively sensed a shift in his demeanor. Upon his return to the vehicle, she keenly observed the change in him. Just as she was about to speak, Rogers suddenly interjected. Shall we head to your place or to a hotel? Despite having served as Roger's personal assistant for a week, Sharon found it challenging to keep pace with his whimsical thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed, she replied, I might not. Before she could finish her sentence, Rogers interrupted her. No, you've misunderstood. What I meant was, would you prefer to go home or to a hotel? Observing the flush on Sharon's face, whether feigned or a result of the alcohol, Rogers maintained a serious demeanor, nearly inscribing the words, I am a good man upon his countenance. I can manage on my own. You need not trouble yourself, she asserted. It's no trouble at all. The security situation in New York has been rather precarious lately, and I would be concerned about allowing a lovely woman like you, dressed in evening attire, to venture home alone, Rogers replied, his expression earnest. Very well. I reside in Brooklyn. Sharon divulged her current address. It was evident that this location had been arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically for her assignment. The journey was silent. Upon arriving at the address Sharon provided, she was about to bid farewell when Roger's voice rang out once more. May I come in for a glass of water? In the time before his journey through dimensions, it had been customary for Rogers to concoct various excuses to visit a girl's home after escorting her back. During summer, he would suggest a glass of water, and in winter, he would simply seek warmth. Certainly, there are also reasons such as borrowing a restroom or washing one's hands. Typically, a girl willing to be escorted home by him would not refuse such a modest request. As for what transpires once they arrive at her residence, the truth may diverge from his assertions. In essence, as long as he gains entry into her abode, the subsequent events will likely unfold quite naturally. Unless he has indulged excessively in alcohol that impairs his emotional intelligence, unforeseen circumstances are generally rare. However, if given a choice, Sharon Carter would undoubtedly prefer not to invite Roger into her home, even if that abode were merely a temporary facade. Yet, in this current scenario, she finds herself unable to decline his request. It is all for the sake of the mission. Ultimately, Roger successfully arrived at the apartment where Sharon Carter resided. Although both were apartments, hers was evidently of a superior quality compared to the one he initially inhabited. After spending a while in Sharon's home, Roger refrained from employing the habitual tactics he was accustomed to. Upon finishing his drink, he took his leave from her apartment. His visit had no particular intent, merely to ascertain the precise location. Unless Shara were to move imminently, he could effortlessly return via the spatial portal at any time. The following morning, Shortly after arriving at the office, Roger received a call from Norman Osborn. Norman did not elaborate much, simply stating that the items he required were at Osborn Enterprises. Although he was using a specially modified surveillance-proof phone, neither he nor Norman could be certain that Osborn's counter-surveillance technology could evade SHIELDS monitoring. Thus, even while utilizing the secure phone, they refrained from disclosing any sensitive information. Roger was not surprised by Hydra's decision. Trading a mind control document for 2 reasonably good combat suits was certainly a profitable exchange for Hydra. After hanging up, he dispatched someone to Osborn Enterprises to retrieve the mind control materials provided by Hydra. Simultaneously, he utilized the spatial portal to exit his office and arrived at Dr. Connor's laboratory. Half an hour later, he received the mind control document from the hands of the Hand Ninja. After comparing it with the information stored in his mind and having it verified by Dr. Connors, a leading scientist in biotechnology, he confirmed the authenticity of the mind control materials. Compared to the mind control methods he had previously discovered through Google, it was evident that Hydra was an expert in this particular field. Moreover, unlike the mind control techniques employed by the Hand Association, which rely on magical powers, the brainwashing methods of the Hydra are entirely products of science. By utilizing specific instruments to stimulate the target's brain and employing a series of seemingly unrelated words as activation phrases, individuals subjected to this brainwashing remain oblivious until they hear the designated phrases. Once uttered, these words induce a state of manipulation in the target. After providing the necessary materials to Dr. Connors and enlisting his assistance in constructing the required apparatus for the brainwashing, Roger departed from the laboratory, returning to his office. With the information in hand, it was time to engage in some morally questionable actions. 3 days later, Dr. Connors successfully assembled the instruments required for the brainwashing. At the moment he conveyed this news to Roger, Roger was poised and ready to act. During those 3 days, he had not been idle. Taking advantage of Sharon Carter's work hours, he visited her seemingly ordinary apartment several times, scrutinizing it for any hidden surveillance devices. His search yielded no concealed monitoring equipment. Concurrently, he procured some surveillance devices from the Osborn Group to enable the Hand Association's ninjas to monitor and track Sharon Carter for several days. After this period of observation, he was confident that no hidden protectors surrounded her. He had anticipated that SHIELD would deploy covert operatives to safeguard Sharon, but it appeared he had overestimated their efforts. Upon returning home from work, Sharon uploaded the intelligence and itinerary she had gathered that day to SHIELD's secret server, and then began her evening routine. While being a personal assistant may seem a relatively easy role, the reality was quite different, especially given that Sharon's previous work experience had been entirely fabricated. After freshening up, Sharon emerged from the bathroom clad in a black lace nightgown, her light golden hair still damp, only to find an unexpected visitor in her living room. "Mr. Wayne, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Roger casually seated on her sofa, Sharon instinctively adopted a defensive posture, but quickly composed herself, adopting a facade of surprise. "The door was unlocked, so I let myself in," Roger replied with an air of nonchalance. "I find that hard to believe," Sharon replied with a faint smile, continuing to play her role as she slowly remarked, "Perhaps I simply forgot." As she spoke, Sharon Carter calmly made her way toward the kitchen, asking, "Mr. Wayne, what would you like to drink?" "I don't have the usual red wine or whiskey. Would beer suffice?" "If you are contemplating retrieving the firearm hidden in the kitchen, I strongly advise against that notion. Bullets cannot harm me. As you are well aware, Agent Sharon Carter of SHIELD. When Roger initially uttered his first words, Sharon managed to maintain her composure. However, upon his direct revelation of her identity, she hesitated not a moment and dashed toward the bedroom. Yet, just as she stepped into the room, nearly transparent threads ensnared her, lifting her into the air and drawing her before Roger. "I anticipated that SHIELD would place operatives by my side, but I did not expect you to be among them. Nonetheless, this works in my favor, as you can assist me with certain tasks." When discussing Hydra's mind control technology with Senator Stern, Roger had already devised a plan to brainwash Sharon Carter. Had another agent been assigned to him, he may not have considered such an approach. But Sharon Carter is different. Her physique, appearance, and capabilities aside, her very identity renders her an exceptionally valuable double agent. "What do you intend to do?" Bound completely, Sharon Carter regained her composure, her expression frigid as she inquired. You shall soon find out. Under Sharon's watchful gaze, Roger activated a spatial portal that did not exist in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence, leading her into a verdant alternate dimension. After a few transitions, they arrived at Dr. Connor's laboratory. By the way, I neglected to mention that what you are about to experience may bring a modicum of discomfort. However, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I trust you can endure it. With that, Roger placed the bound Sharon Carter upon the mind control device's chair, personally engaging the restraints above her. Subsequently, he inserted a small prop into her mouth to prevent her from inadvertently biting her tongue. Doctor, commence. As Roger concluded his statement, Dr. Connors activated the mind control apparatus. After assembling the device, Roger conducted a safety and effectiveness test using 3 hands of a ninja. The results were quite satisfactory. The brainwashing process for Sharon Carter lasted a full 10 hours. As Roger returned to the apartment, cradling the thoroughly brainwashed and perspiring Sharon Carter, the dawn had already given way to the morning of the following day, 8 o'clock to be precise. You need not go to the office today, he stated. Indeed, young master. Though Sharon Carter was physically drained from the torment of her conditioning, the effects had been indelibly imprinted within her. Provided she did not encounter those wielding dark technology or sorcery, the impact of this brainwashing could essentially be considered a lifelong affliction. Even the extraordinary technology of Wakanda required considerable time to eradicate the conditioning effects on the Winter Soldier, Bucky. While the intensity of Sharon's conditioning may not rival Bucky's, it was certainly not something that could be easily undone by just anyone. According to the information provided by Hydra, they had yet to devise a reliable method of reversal. In this regard, Hydra exhibited a rather callous disregard for the consequences. Casting a glance at the figure lying on the bed, Roger dismissed his less than wholesome thoughts and used a portal to depart from the apartment. That day, not only did Sharon Carter refrain from attending the office, but he too opted to stay away. Presently, he contemplated how to maximize the effectiveness of Sharon Carter, this double agent. Based on the information she had divulged, her standing within S.H.I.E.L.D. was relatively high. Although not on par with Coulson or Barbara, she certainly surpassed the rank of an ordinary agent. More significantly, she was indeed the girlfriend of Captain America, Rogers. Moreover, the captain was aware that she was the niece of Peggy Carter. Upon learning this revelation, Rogers' perception of Captain America shifted considerably. Despite having observed some indications of less than admirable qualities in the captain through the films, these were merely hinted at. It became evident that in this world, Captain America was a far more egregious figure than his cinematic counterpart. As he pondered how to leverage Sharon Carter to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. against itself, he received another call from Norman Osborn. Norman was not only his business associate, but also played the role of an intermediary. This time, he spoke little, merely relaying that the guest in the meeting room wished for him to travel to Washington. General Ross desires my presence in Washington? Upon ending the call, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. It was apparent that General Ross's summons was not regarding discussions on the enhancement serum. While the serum was commendable, it hardly warranted a personal invitation from the general. If not the serum, then only one reason remained for General Ross to seek him out. He had taken an interest in him, specifically in his prowess. Apart from this, he felt there was nothing about himself that could pique General Ross's interest. The following morning, Roger arrived punctually at Norman Osborn's private airport. It was evident that he was not the only one heading to Washington. Norman Osborn was also bound for the capital. However, unlike Roger, who remained oblivious to the reason behind General Ross's summons, Osborn was fully aware of his purpose. He intended to secure a new cooperation order with the military. Through General Ross, Norman Osborn once again obtained military contracts. Although the order's value was not particularly staggering, it was still a commendable business opportunity. As they traveled to Washington aboard the private jet, Osborn casually broached the subject of the enhanced serum, attempting to acquire the formula that Roger possessed. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger declined Osborn's acquisition proposal. The enhanced serum was his sole bargaining chip in dealings with the military. Selling the formula to Osborn would obliterate the nascent relationship he had yet to establish with them. Though Roger rejected the offer, Osborn did not take it to heart. Unlike Roger, who had only the enhanced serum to offer, the Osborn Group possessed a vast array of goods suitable for military transactions. Engaged in light conversation, The private jet landed at a private airport in Washington. Although General Ross had invited Roger to Washington, the actual meeting location was the Pentagon, situated in Arlington County, southwest of the capital. Upon arriving at the Pentagon in Osborne's vehicle, they were escorted to separate rooms by the guards. Osborne was, of course, there to finalize the new contract, while Roger was led by a female soldier to General Ross's office. "Come in, have a seat," General Ross, clad in military attire and puffing on a cigar, said, all the while signing documents laid before him. Roger did not hesitate and promptly sat down directly across from General Ross. As he settled in, the female soldier who had brought him to the office produced a document and handed it to him. "Take a look at this document first." General Ross's voice resonated once more. Upon receiving the document, Roger opened it and began to peruse its contents swiftly. Although he had harbored some premonitions prior to his arrival, seeing the highly classified materials still caused him to draw in a sharp breath. The document detailed the disappearance of Dr. Bruce Banner, the subject of gamma energy experiments. Though he had yet to read the entire document, Roger could already surmise the reason General Ross had summoned him. How flattering this is. General Ross may still be unaware of the transformation that Dr. Bruce Banner has undergone, yet Roger is fully cognizant of it. He has become none other than the Hulk, a veritable biological weapon. After absorbing this information, what are your thoughts? General Ross closed the stack of signed documents before him and quietly remarked, "Nothing particularly noteworthy." Roger responded with an expression of calm. "You are not an ordinary individual, so I shall speak plainly. I wish for your assistance in capturing him. He possesses classified military information, and his very existence pertains to national security. Should you successfully apprehend him, I can offer you a status akin to that of the Osborne Group." True to his military nature, General Ross articulated his objectives and terms with remarkable candor, devoid of the ulterior motives often characteristic of businessmen. Countless companies seek to secure contracts from the military. Even the illustrious Stark Industries is no exception. However, not every enterprise is capable of claiming a share of this military pie. From a collaborative standpoint, the terms offered by General Ross could be deemed generous. Yet, what truly captivated Roger was not the conditions set forth by General Ross, but rather the sudden emergence of a bounty task information in his mind. Bounty task: capture Dr. Bruce Banner. Task reward: magma fruit. Task progress: incomplete. As the bounty task silently manifested in his consciousness, Roger swiftly arrived at a decision. "No problem. However, this is not something I can accomplish alone. I can only handle the capture, while you must manage the other matters." This marked the first instance of the system presenting a reward of a natural-type fruit. Furthermore, it was the magma fruit, wielded by a Kainu. Although this fruit may not be Roger's utmost favorite among natural-type fruits, it cannot be denied that it is indeed a commendable specimen. More importantly, the task specifies capturing Dr. Bruce Banner, rather than the Hulk, suggesting the possibility of a clever completion. "Of course, in addition to you, I will also arrange for a combat team to assist you." With that, General Ross addressed the female soldier, Bring in Blonsky. Shortly thereafter, a soldier clad in military attire, whose physique did not appear particularly formidable, entered. "Blonsky will lead the team to assist you. I shall personally oversee the operation." Upon hearing Blonsky's name, Roger immediately recalled the Hulk's nemesis, Emil Blonsky. "If you have no further inquiries, we can depart at once." "Now." "Yes, now. We have already pinpointed the target's location." Over an hour later, Roger, clad in a bespoke black suit, boarded a military transport aircraft bound for Porto, Brazil. Although he was typically a decisive individual, he could not help but feel somewhat taken aback by General Ross's arrangement. Initially, he had assumed that the general was merely securing a backup plan for future capture operations. However, it soon became evident that General Ross had meticulously prepared everything necessary for the mission. In fact, it could be said that regardless of his consent, the military transport would depart on schedule to execute the mission in Brazil. Remember the target's location. This is a capture mission. You will need to utilize tranquilizer guns, and firearms must only be used in dire circumstances. The local police will assist, but we must avoid alarming the target, announced General Ross's female aide while distributing Dr. Banner's dossier and briefing the team on the operation. "Is he a soldier?" Blonsky inquired, scrutinizing Banner's photograph. "He is a major fugitive wanted by the government, charged with stealing military secrets, and is also suspected of murdering 2 scientists, an officer, a policeman, and 2 Canadian hunters. Therefore, regardless of his military status, incapacitate him and bring him back. came the response. Operation 084, commence, was proclaimed, not by General Ross's aide, but by General Ross himself. At this moment, he was not donned in his Air Force Major General uniform. Rather, like Blonsky and the others, he wore camouflage attire. In fact, everyone aboard the transport except Roger was clad in standard-issue U.S. military camouflage. Although General Ross had prepared a set for Roger, he had outright declined without hesitation. Feeling a psychological aversion to fighting in American camouflage. "Roger, do you have any further questions?" General Ross glanced back at him. None. The scene before him triggered certain memories. If everything unfolded as he recalled, then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this capture operation would end in failure. Although he had the advantage of his presence, he still lacked confidence. Neither General Ross nor Blonsky and the others were aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. What troubled him further was his uncertainty about whether his strings could penetrate Hulk's defenses. The LV-2 string fruit was still somewhat insufficient in level. Even with the addition of the door fruit, he doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught of that monstrous being. The future appeared bleak. However, the thought of the rewards promised by the system invigorated him. After all, it was a Logia-type fruit, specifically the magma fruit. If such a fruit were to be placed in a marketplace, given his understanding of those programmers, a mere label of 10 billion berries would scarcely do justice to the strands of hair they have lost to the winds of time. In simple terms, the magma fruit is his to claim, and even Hulk cannot impede his pursuit. After a prolonged journey, the transport aircraft finally descended upon the airport near Porto, Brazil. In stark contrast to the fully armed Blonsky and his companions, Roger appeared as nothing more than a mere tourist. Indeed, his presence in a suit at the military base attracted quite a few curious glances. The target is currently nestled within the slums, where the terrain is intricate. Utmost caution must be exercised to prevent the target's escape. In the operations room, General Ross conducted the final mobilization for battle. Half an hour later, having completed their preparations, they commenced their advance towards the slum where Dr. Banner resides. At this hour, the dawn had yet to break fully, yet many residents were already up and about. Life was arduous, and rising early to toil was the daily routine of these inhabitants. "I shall disembark here." Roger had no intention of proceeding with Blonsky and the others. Their conventional American military tactics did not align with his interests. After leaving his coat in the vehicle, he vanished into the winding alleys alone. General Ross bore no ill will towards Roger's solitary decision. His invitation for Roger to join the mission stemmed from an appreciation of his prowess. Thus, even if Roger exhibited a hint of insubordination, Ross would not take it to heart. Those endowed with strength are afforded certain privileges. Such is the nature of reality. Shortly after he alighted, Blonsky's task force quietly approached Dr. Banner's residence. Rather than heading directly to Dr. Banner's domicile, Roger ascended to a nearby vantage point, surveying the abode from above. Although he could not perceive the interior, his observation hockey distinctly sensed an extraordinarily potent life signal emanating from within. Just as he marveled at the intensity of Dr. Banner's life force, the communicator crackled to life with the voices of Blonsky and his team. While they adhered strictly to the standards of silent stealth, the dogs of the slums evidently had no intention of granting them any courtesy. The moment the barking commenced, Roger's observation hockey detected a shift in Dr. Banner's demeanor. The doctor, who had just been in slumber, abruptly awakened and began to move swiftly within his quarters. "The target is aware. You may proceed with a full assault," Roger offered his counsel. However, Blonsky, the commander of the operation, did not heed his directive. It is evident that Blonsky harbors little fondness for him. It was only after General Ross issued the same command that Blonsky and his team began their preparations for a vigorous assault into the building. However, it was all too late. From his vantage point, Roger could clearly see Dr. Banner, burdened with his backpack, precariously climbing down the rope. Observing Dr. Banner's unsteady descent, Roger let out a resigned sigh. "Doctor, your technique is lacking." He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the rope. With a swift motion, he fired a grappling line without a moment's hesitation. The nearly transparent line struck the rope like a bullet, severing it instantaneously. With a thud, Dr. Banner plummeted into the alley below, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Roger had initially intended to confront Dr. Banner directly, but upon noticing the residents who had risen before dawn to toil, he reconsidered. This locale was hardly an ideal battleground. Given Hulk's formidable combat prowess, should a conflict ensue, this impoverished neighborhood would not merely be devastated, it would be left in ruins. The collateral damage would reach alarming proportions. The denizens of the slum were already burdened by misfortune, and there was no need to exacerbate their already precarious existence. Although Roger did not consider himself a conventional hero, he possessed his own moral compass. To illustrate, while brawling may not inherently be wrong, senselessly picking on the vulnerable is undeniably despicable. The target was within the alley. He needed to be driven to an open area. Once more, Roger issued a command to Blonsky via the communicator. Predictably, Blonsky rejected him yet again. Upon witnessing Banner's fall into the alley, Blonsky wasted no time, raising his rifle equipped with tranquilizer darts and firing directly at Dr. Banner. Blonsky, do not provoke him. Drive him to an open space. Roger's voice resonated once more. You have no authority to command me, Blonsky retorted as he continued to fire at the evasive Banner. Ever since he realized he would be leading a team in coordination with Roger, Blonsky had harbored grievances. He could not fathom why General Ross insisted he heed the orders of this pretty boy. Indeed, in Blonsky's eyes, Roger was nothing more than a pretty boy. Do you know why I have the right to command you? Because I am superior. No sooner had he spoken than Blonsky's rifle shattered with a resounding crack. The sudden turn of events halted Blonsky's pursuit of Banner as he looked up to Roger, who stood triumphantly at the high ground. Are you, 085, feeling defiant, Hulk? If so, keep it to yourself. As a weaker individual, one must possess the consciousness befitting their status. Do you understand, Soldier Emil Blonsky? Roger is well aware of Blonsky's dissatisfaction towards him. Yet what of it? Blonsky is indeed an exemplary soldier, with impeccable experience and skills. However, at this moment, he remains merely an ordinary man. While Roger does not consider himself invincible, he certainly does not regard a soldier like Blonsky with much concern. Blonsky did not anticipate that the seemingly unperturbed Roger would dare to reprimand him in front of everyone. Even General Ross tacitly approved of Roger's reprimand. After delivering a merciless scolding, Roger departed from the high ground, embarking on a solitary pursuit of Dr. Banner. With the power of observation hockey at his disposal, no matter how fast Dr. Banner fled, he could not escape Roger's grasp, unless he willingly unleashed the Hulk. Yet, it was evident that Dr. Banner was striving to suppress that very impulse. Dr. Banner understood the Hulk's strength better than anyone and was acutely aware of his temper. He would not dare release the Hulk in a densely populated area, even if he had the audacity to do so. As he fled frantically, Dr. Banner focused on regulating his breathing to prevent his heart from racing uncontrollably, which could inadvertently trigger the Hulk's emergence. However, he soon realized that no matter which direction he chose to run, a young man in a white shirt always stood in his way, leaving him with a singular path of escape. During this erratic chase, Dr. Banner gradually distanced himself from the slums and ventured into the lush forest beyond. Having been pursued relentlessly by Roger, Dr. Banner surmised his intentions. While he did not comprehend the reasoning behind Roger's actions, he did not vehemently oppose them either. After all, he had moved away from the crowd and into the verdant woods. During this time, Blonsky and his team gradually approached Roger. Despite his lingering resentment towards Roger due to the prior reprimand, Blonsky had no choice but to follow Roger's orders. Before they set off, General Ross had made it abundantly clear Blonsky and his squad were to cooperate with Roger. In other words, Blonsky and his team were to heed Roger's command. General Ross had not articulated this so bluntly, merely to preserve some semblance of dignity for Blonsky and the others, for they were, after all, soldiers under Ross's command. "Hand me the gun," Roger commanded, addressing a nearby soldier without turning around. After acquiring the rifle loaded with tranquilizer darts, he aimed with little precision and fired directly at the frantically fleeing Dr. Banner. The tranquilizer darts struck Dr. Banner's back without hesitation, bringing him crashing to the ground. The Hulk was impervious to gunfire, yet Dr. Banner was not. Compared to the Hulk's formidable physique, Dr. Banner's body was as fragile as an egg. "All right, you may retreat. The ensuing battle is beyond your capacity to influence." With that, Roger rolled up his sleeves and approached the fallen Dr. Banner. Although Dr. Banner lay motionless on the ground, his advanced observation skills revealed a life force within him that pulsed vibrantly, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. "No, you can't." As Roger closed in to within a few meters of Dr. Banner, he heard the desperate protest from the scientist. However, Dr. Banner's resistance proved futile. His skin began to shimmer with an unnatural green hue, and his body swelled at an alarming rate. Veins bulged, and his clothes tore apart as he struggled to rise from the ground. Sensing the intensifying life force emanating from Dr. Banner, Roger acted without hesitation. Extending his right hand forward, hundreds of slender threads erupted from his palm, ensnaring Dr. Banner like a great constrictor. Binding threads. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Banner was entangled, resembling a mummified figure. Under normal circumstances, facing any other opponent, Roger could have declared victory. Yet, at this moment, such thoughts eluded him. He attempted to tighten the threads binding Dr. Banner, but instead of compressing, the threads expanded further. Within mere seconds, the mummified form before him transformed into that of a giant. The strength of this physique was truly extraordinary. As Roger marveled at the Hulk's unreasonable power, the figure ensnared in the binding threads began to resist vigorously. Despite undergoing enhancements during his transformation and fortifying his body with dragon bones, Roger had to concede that he was no match for the Hulk in terms of raw strength. Even as he bound the Hulk, he found himself unable to completely restrain the creature's movements, being dragged along as if he were merely an ordinary person attempting to hold back a rampaging elephant. After a few seconds of resolve, Roger decisively severed the connection between the silk threads and his body, allowing them to entwine entirely around Hulk. With Roger's restraint lifted, Hulk surged through the forest like a human tank, careening recklessly. Whatever stood in his path, be it trees or boulders, was violently shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Hulk unleashed his own brand of violent aesthetics with abandon. Simultaneously, he furiously tugged at the threads, ensnaring him. Although the threads formed from the string fruit were significantly more resilient than ordinary materials, they proved inadequate against Hulk's relentless force. Moreover, Roger's string fruit was only at level 2. After more than a minute, Hulk finally tore away all the threads from his body, revealing his immensely powerful green physique. His enlarged form tore through most of his clothing, yet his pants defiantly remained mostly intact, sparing him the embarrassment of running naked. Truly, these mystical pants were of exceptional quality. Having freed himself from the threads, Hulk fixed Roger with his furious green eyes, emitting a low growl akin to that of an enraged beast. Ignoring Hulk's furious glare, Roger retrieved a modest-sized crucifix from his pocket. Under the watchful eyes of Hulk and Blonsky, he unsheathed the small blade from within the crucifix. The crucifix knife. 086, Roger vs. Hulk. In the past, Hawkeye could torment Zorro, the three-sword-style swordsman, with this very knife. Now, Roger was prepared to face Hulk with this crucifix knife, and the outcome was secondary. Maintaining an imposing presence was paramount. As anticipated, when Roger drew the relatively small crucifix knife, not only did Blonsky and the others behind him wear expressions of bewilderment, but even Hulk, brimming with rage, displayed a flicker of confusion. Is this it? This is what you intend to use against me? Though Hulk's intellect did not rival that of Dr. Banner, he possessed his own level of understanding. From Hulk's simple and brute perspective, Roger brandishing what appeared to be a toy-like knife was nothing short of a blatant insult. This action only intensified Hulk's fury. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Roger like an out-of-control freight truck. As the Hulk loomed ever closer, Roger harbored no thoughts of retreat or evasion. Rather, he provocatively brandished the small cross-shaped knife in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the hulking figure, far exceeding the stature of an ordinary human, stood before him. That fist, larger than Roger's own head, descended upon him like a cannonball. Yet, at the very moment Hulk's right fist was about to strike, Roger executed a remarkably casual maneuver to evade the blow. Simultaneously, he lightly grazed the Hulk's fist with the not-so-sharp cross knife. The gentleness of this action stemmed from the Hulk's remarkably tough skin and the ordinary material of the knife. Although the style was identical and the dimensions closely matched, the cross knife in Roger's possession was but a replica forged from common alloys, unlike the one wielded by Hawkeye. A knife crafted from such material could hardly pierce the Hulk's hide. Indeed, excessive force might even shatter the blade. More importantly, Roger had no intention of inflicting harm upon the Hulk with the knife. He employed the cross knife not only to savor the sensation akin to Hawkeye's confrontation with Zorro, but also to further incite the Hulk's fury. With Hulk's intelligence, he could not fail to perceive the taunting undertone in Roger's attack. Having failed to land a hit, he had been merely grazed by what appeared to be a child's toy weapon. It was evident that the word calm did not exist in Hulk's lexicon. And even if it did, his current self-control rendered him incapable of reining in his rage. Without hesitation, Hulk launched another assault on Roger, left fist, right fist, kicks, and charges, employing every attack in his arsenal. Yet, none of these strikes inflicted any harm upon Roger. No matter how fervently Hulk attempted to connect, Roger consistently sidestepped at the last moment, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance, and countered with a symbolic strike of his own using the cross knife. Before the skirmish commenced, or rather, during the uncomfortable journey aboard the military transport plane bound for Brazil, Roger had engaged in extensive battle calculations. Although he currently lacked the power to deliver a lethal blow to the Hulk, landing a hit on him was no simple task. In Roger's estimation, the seemingly invincible Hulk possessed three notable flaws. First, he could not control his emotions. In simpler terms, he was prone to fits of rage, making it challenging for him to think through rational tactics. Second, he could not fly. Despite Hulk's astonishing leaping ability, jumping did not equate to flight. He was incapable of engaging in aerial combat. Thirdly, his speed was not particularly swift. Of course, this assessment of slowness was relative, as Roger measured it against his own capabilities. To others, however, Hulk's velocity remained quite formidable. Armed with his observation haki and the technique known as Soru, Roger felt confident in evading all of Hulk's assaults. Even the formidable master of combat, the Stickman, renowned for his mastery of fighting techniques, could not penetrate the foresight afforded by Roger's observation haki, and Hulk, who relied solely on his primal instincts in battle, was even less likely to breach that foresight. Thus, the ensuing events became glaringly evident. Hulk, filled with rage, charged at him, but his attacks fell short, allowing Roger to retaliate with a provocative counter. As Hulk grew even more furious and launched further assaults, each continued to miss its mark, and Roger maintained his taunting responses. Although Roger remained unaware of the full extent of Hulk's stamina, he was certain of one thing: Hulk was not an inexhaustible machine. It was impossible for him to sustain such a relentless barrage of attacks indefinitely. While Roger's own stamina had its limits, it was evident that his expenditure was significantly lesser compared to Hulk's. Whether through observation haki or the occasional use of Soru, the toll on his energy was minimal. He possessed ample reserves to engage Hulk in this war of attrition. Naturally, he did not expect to drain Hulk's stamina entirely. Adopting a strategy of attrition without knowledge of the opponent's stamina ceiling would be an unwise course of action. As time trickled away, General Ross finally arrived at the scene, accompanied by a backup team he had hastily summoned from a nearby U.S. military base. Observing Roger toy with Hulk like a matador, General Ross increasingly felt that including Roger in the capture squad was a judicious decision. As a seasoned veteran who had fought for years and ascended to high ranks in the military after distancing himself from the front lines, General Ross could not overlook the sheer ferocity of Hulk's attacks. A mere glance at the fallen trees and the devastation of the forest sufficed to illustrate Hulk's perilous nature. "General, this is an opportune moment for an airstrike," suggested Blonsky, who approached him with a serious demeanor as he watched the battle unfold between Roger and Hulk. The deployment of aerial units or support troops for long-range bombardment had long been a hallmark of U.S. military strategy. When in dire straits, resort to tactical interspersions. And when capable, unleash a barrage. Every frontline unit in the U.S. military understood this principle well. However, before Blonsky could finish his thought, General Ross decisively shook his head. "I am aware of your discontent towards Roger, yet it is evident that he possesses an audacious confidence. You have remained within the confines of the military and may be unfamiliar with his past experiences. However, I can unequivocally assure you that he exemplifies the quintessential super soldier that every battalion aspires to have. His prowess transcends what you have merely observed." General Ross discerned Blonsky's intentions at a glance. Had he not deemed Blonsky a commendable asset, General Ross might not have even entertained a response to his plans. The battle between Roger and Hulk persists, with each passing moment inciting Hulk's fury to escalate. He has reached a state where he can no longer contemplate his next offensive move. In this moment, Hulk is entirely driven by primal rage, relentlessly launching assaults against Roger, indifferent to whether his strikes will find their mark. Utilizing his observation haki, Roger toyed with Hulk for a while before gradually sheathing his cross-shaped dagger. At this juncture, further taunting Hulk would serve little purpose. For Hulk, the mere sight of Roger standing defiantly before him is the greatest provocation. After retracting his dagger, Roger's arms swiftly transformed into a deep purple hue. Armament Haki hardened. Encountering a target as formidable as Hulk, Roger was reluctant to hasten the conclusion of their confrontation. Prior to the combat, he intended to personally assess his current mastery of Armament Haki. Of course, this test would prove far more perilous than his earlier feigned attacks. Despite wielding Armament Haki, Hulk's strikes remained exceedingly hazardous. Nevertheless, Roger had no intention of becoming a mere punching bag for Hulk. In an instant, Roger's form vanished before Hulk, as if he were a specter, reappearing behind him. With a resounding thud, Hulk remained oblivious to Roger's presence until Roger's hockey-hardened fist struck him forcefully upon the back. The dull impact reverberated like a war drum, yet, astonishingly, nothing transpired afterward. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger swiftly withdrew after landing the blow. Though he had not unleashed his full strength, the force behind that strike was undeniably formidable. Had it struck an ordinary individual, he would have been confident of delivering a fatal blow. Yet, this very punch, aimed at Hulk, left no discernible mark whatsoever. The resilience of Hulk's flesh is truly extraordinary. Feeling the recoil from his right fist, Roger's expression turned profoundly serious. Though he is not Thanos, he harbors the aspiration to one day vanquish the Hulk with a straightforward and decisive set of military-style punches. However, given the current circumstances, this dream seems rather distant. Nevertheless, this does not imply that he will relinquish his ambition. Seizing the moment while the Hulk turns away, he launches another attack. This time, instead of targeting the seemingly impenetrable areas of the Hulk's body, he leaps high into the air, fists clenched. With a resounding thud, Roger's fists, akin to mighty hammers, strike heavily against the Hulk's head. Yet, once again, his attack fails to penetrate. Although this assault did not breach the Hulk's defenses, it evidently caught him off guard. It was not until Roger propelled himself backward, leveraging the recoil while standing on the Hulk's chest, that the latter finally regained his senses. What manner of being is this? Such an unfair advantage cannot be permitted. Just moments ago, Roger had felt confident that he could shatter a steel plate with that strike. Yet upon impacting the Hulk, it had seemingly no effect. To be precise, it did have some effect. It at least stunned the Hulk for a few fleeting seconds. This is hardly surprising. As for the past several minutes, Roger had been continuously evading the Hulk's assaults. In such a mindset, it would be difficult for the Hulk to anticipate that Roger would suddenly leap before him to deliver a blow to his head. Alas, the current strength of his armed Haki is still insufficient. Recognizing that he could inflict no damage upon the Hulk with mere punches and kicks, Roger decisively abandoned that course of action. He harbors no penchant for dancing along the precipice of death. In close-quarters combat, should the Hulk seize him for a devastating counterattack, he would find no refuge for his tears. Unlike Loki, he lacks the resilience to endure such merciless onslaughts from the Hulk. Given that his armed Haki has not yet reached a level capable of inflicting harm upon the Hulk, it is time to execute his third tactical approach, the Dor fruit. Upon acquiring this fruit, Roger initially intended to utilize it as a supportive ability. However, during his exploration of its powers, he realized that merely employing the Dor fruit as a supplementary tool would be a disservice to the first auxiliary fruit he had obtained. Thus, within the capabilities of the Dor fruit, he developed several rather unorthodox techniques, somewhat cunning and perhaps a touch cowardly in nature. As the Hulk charged towards him once more, Roger hesitated not a moment. He crouched down, and with lightning speed, his right hand pressed firmly against the ground. The earth opened. In but a fleeting moment, a colossal spatial portal, spanning several dozen meters, was unveiled. The Hulk, charging forward at full speed, could hardly fathom that the solid ground beneath him would instantaneously transform into an ephemeral void. Suddenly, he found himself stepping into nothingness. Due to the force of inertia, the Hulk could not regain control, and without a shadow of a doubt, he plummeted into the opened portal. After prior experimentation, Roger had confirmed that he could manipulate the gravitational direction within the portal. In essence, the gravity in this verdant alternate dimension was merely an illusory concept. Whenever he desired, he could invert the gravitational pull to any angle he wished. As the Hulk descended into the green abyss, Roger wasted no time and promptly sealed the portal. Task accomplished. While the Hulk possessed formidable strength, he lacked the power to transcend dimensions. Whether the Hulk would eventually evolve to such a level remained uncertain. However, at present, he did not possess such an ability. Utilizing the powers of the Goro fruit to ensnare the Hulk within the green alternate space was Roger's most prudent solution. Regardless of the Hulk's stamina, once he had exhausted himself, he would inevitably relinquish control of his body back to Dr. Banner. Unless under extreme circumstances, the Hulk and Dr. Banner essentially adhered to this protocol in governing their shared form. What about the Hulk? General Ross inquired as Roger approached him. He is confined within a unique space. Roger reassured. Rest assured that space poses no danger. It merely prevents him from exiting. Currently, Roger's Goro fruit was at level 1, allowing him to create a spherical space with a maximum radius of 5 kilometers. This alternate dimension, defying the laws of physics, had its origin at the portal's location. The 5-kilometer radius was, in a strict sense, a measure of distance in the tangible world. Within this peculiar realm, distance was also a nebulous concept, defined solely by the intentions of the fruit's user. In simpler terms, should Roger choose, he could traverse the 5 kilometers in a single step or, akin to the real world, complete the distance step by step. The underlying principles of this phenomenon eluded Roger's comprehension. He merely recognized that the user's control over the green alternate space was remarkably advantageous. 088. A word of advice: confining a target within the green alternate space of the Goro fruit was merely a relatively gentle combat technique he had devised. Beyond this, he had also developed several more brutal and sanguinary tactics. However, he did not intend to employ these methods against the Hulk. The task merely required him to apprehend Dr. Banner, without the intention of inflicting death or serious injury upon him. Consequently, he certainly would not resort to lethal measures against the Hulk or Dr. Banner. After all, he was merely a user of a devil fruit ability, not a demon. When will he be able to emerge? General Ross's voice resonated once more. Prior to inviting Roger into the capture team, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Roger. This encompassed an analysis of his capabilities, interpersonal relationships, and psychological evaluations. Indeed, General Ross had even commissioned an in-depth assessment of Roger's past behaviors, resulting in a detailed psychological report crafted by a team of psychologists. It was this compilation of investigative findings that led General Ross to enlist him into the capture team. However, General Ross now realized that the intelligence gathered was rather incomplete. At the very least, the peculiar ability that Roger had just exhibited was not documented in the relevant reports. It would depend on how much stamina he possessed. Once he returned to his normal self, I would venture in to extract him. Although the Hulk was confined within the green dimension, Roger himself was unaware of how long the Hulk could endure. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. He merely needed to check in periodically. After his conversation with General Ross, Roger retrieved his jacket from the vehicle and set off alone towards the city center. As time passed, following the Hulk's entrapment in the green dimension, he would enter the alternate space every 12 hours. One must admit, the Hulk's stamina was truly remarkable. After 3 full days of bounding around in the empty green dimension, the Hulk finally relinquished control of his body back to Dr. Banner, reverting to the frail scientist with little combat prowess. Within the green dimension, Roger addressed Dr. Banner. "You need not regard me with such disdain. This is merely a transaction, and I harbor no personal grievances against you. However, your situation pertains to something of great significance to me, which is why I have come to confront you." Opening a spatial portal in his own body, he retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water and tossed it to Dr. Banner, who was clad only in trousers. After draining nearly half the bottle in one go, Dr. Banner lifted his gaze. "Who exactly are you?" "Just an inconsequential individual. If you manage to return to New York, we may have the opportunity to meet again." In responding to Dr. Banner, Roger scrutinized his bare torso. Subsequently, he opened the spatial portal once more and extracted a loose-fitting tracksuit. "Change into this outfit. Rest assured, I have yet to wear it." With that, Roger turned his back. He possessed no interest in watching a man change his attire. However, if it were a woman, he might exhibit a modicum of curiosity. Yet, this would depend on the woman's physique and the beauty of her visage. A rustling sound emanated from behind him. "I advise you to refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. You could never be my rival." Although he faced away from Dr. Banner, Roger could distinctly sense the doctor stealthily approaching him, hands raised, attempting to seize his neck from behind. Roger's words prompted Dr. Banner to awkwardly retract his hands. "Enough of this idle chatter. In a moment, I shall deliver you to General Ross, who has prepared a sturdy metal cage for you. However, I believe that with Hulk's capabilities, that cage will not confine you." nor shall I impede your escape. Once you depart, do not return to New York for the time being, at least not until you have mastered controlling your transformations. Moreover, cease all contact with that green gentleman. The predicament you find yourself in is insurmountable. It is your fate." Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner gazed at him in confusion. "How do you know he is called Hulk?" While it was not surprising to Dr. Banner that Roger was aware of his communication with the green gentleman, given that his computer had fallen into General Ross's hands, the matter of Hulk had never been disclosed to anyone. You need not concern yourself with that. Just remember, after you escape, do not return to New York immediately. With that said, Roger disregarded Dr. Banner's willingness to accept and firmly grasped his shoulder, opening a portal to leave the alternate dimension. The process of handing Dr. Banner over to General Ross unfolded seamlessly. Once Dr. Banner was confined within the specially designed metal cage, the notification of task completion resonated within his mind. Glancing at the system interface visible only to himself, Roger beamed with satisfaction. Bounty task: capture Bruce Banner. Task reward: Magma Fruit. Task progress: completed. Devil Fruit, Sub-Dor Fruit LV1, Magma Fruit LV1. Bounty: 30 million berries. The first natural type fruit was secured, and the bounty had escalated from 5 million berries to 30 million berries. Splendid. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Following his last completion of the task to defeat and capture the Scorpion and Vulture, his bounty had remained unchanged. Now, however, it had finally seen a transformation. 30 million berries, precisely matching the initial bounty of the man destined to become the Pirate King. Upon the agreed delivery of Dr. Banner to General Ross, Roger declined the proposal to return to Washington aboard the military transport aircraft alongside the general. His experience on the military plane had left an exceedingly negative impression. Moreover, whether before or after his journey, it was his first time setting foot in Brazil. He intended to relish the hospitality of the Brazilian people and to acclimate himself to the recently acquired magma fruit. Clad in beach shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops, Roger strode away with an air of arrogance, his hands tucked into his pockets, until he disappeared from sight. Without hesitation, General Ross promptly issued a command to return to base. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the third day since Roger had completed his bounty task. Over these 3 days, he had adapted to the use of the magma fruit. Although its current level was merely LV1, it was undeniable that the natural type fruits were indeed the most potent among the 3 varieties of devil fruits. Even at LV1, Roger could achieve a partial elemental transformation of his body. While not complete, he was quite content with his progress. Aside from the unique sensations accompanying his body's elemental transformation, he had also drawn some inspiration from Akainu's developmental strategies. Of course, one could say he merely copied or imitated them. He had attempted several techniques: Hellhound, Great Eruption, and Dogbite Red Lotus. Only Meteor Volcano remained unattempted. While he could not compare in terms of power with Akainu, the manner of execution was still quite satisfying. This leisurely existence continued for nearly a week before coming to an abrupt end. After savoring the warmth of the Brazilian people, he boarded a plane back to New York. However, on the very first day of his return, he once again encountered General Ross. This time, the general did not reach out through Norman Osborn, but rather came directly to his company. "Banner has escaped?" Before taking a seat, General Ross inquired directly. When did this happen? Roger was hardly surprised by Dr. Banner's flight. If Banner had not fled, that would indeed have been abnormal. The moment he alighted from the plane, Banner transformed into that monstrous form, shattered his confinement, and forcefully broke free from the base, resulting in numerous casualties. General Ross's expression grew increasingly grim. The sensation of an aspiration nearing fulfillment only to be dashed was indeed quite disheartening. "You're not going to make me capture Banner again, are you? That was not included in our agreement." This time, the target for capture was not Banner, but rather Blonsky. Upon concluding his remarks, General Ross presented a meticulously prepared dossier. The moment he uttered the name Blonsky, Roger felt an unsettling premonition. However, after perusing the provided materials, he realized his initial intuition was flawed. Blonsky had not transformed into the malevolent figure he remembered. Instead, he had become a rogue super soldier. Intriguingly, Blonsky was utilizing the enhanced serum that Roger had previously supplied to General Ross. As he thoroughly examined the dossier in his hands, he spoke again. "This document conceals certain truths, does it not? Although I am not a scientist, the enhanced serum is a product of my own design, and the level of enhancement described here is far beyond what my serum could achieve. After Dr. Connors developed the enhanced serum, he tested its efficacy using the hand associations ninjas. While the serum's effects may vary slightly due to individual differences, it is utterly implausible that Blonsky could exhibit the capabilities outlined in this report. The dossier claims that Blonsky effortlessly lifted a Humvee and withstood gunfire. Such feats are categorically beyond the capabilities of my enhanced serum. Had my serum possessed such extraordinary effects, it would not have been available at such a modest price. Following Banner's escape, we administered an enhanced dosage to increase the likelihood of his capture. Initially, he exhibited no unusual reactions. However, days later, he lost control, seizing the remaining serum for a massive self-administration and absconding with a portion of the serum you provided. General Ross did not elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Blonsky's first injection of the enhancement agent. Now it becomes clear. Roger understood why Blonsky had been augmented to such an extent. Despite being an exemplary soldier, Blonsky evidently lacked fundamental scientific prudence. The simultaneous injection of an enhancement agent whose interactions were uncertain with the serum is an act only someone with an extreme thirst for power and insufficient caution would undertake. Blonsky's situation was indeed an unforeseen accident. However, he pondered, what connection does this have to me? Our transaction has reached its conclusion. My previous agreement to assist General Ross in capturing Banner was primarily motivated by a bounty task issued by the system. Otherwise, he may not have been inclined to assist General Ross at all. Receiving treatment equivalent to that of the Osborne Group is certainly a commendable reward. Yet it is not compelling enough to sway him entirely. No, this does concern you. Although not explicitly stated in the document, we can ascertain that his destination during this flight is New York. Moreover, at the moment of his apprehension, he continuously called out your name. Although General Ross conveyed this sentiment with a serious demeanor, it sent a shiver down Roger's spine. What does it mean to be incessantly calling my name? We have only met once. I understand your implication. You are essentially urging me to deal with Blonsky, are you not? To be frank, it is one thing that your subordinates could not capture the transformed Dr. Banner, but surely they should be capable of apprehending Blonsky in his enhanced state. Roger was uncertain whether General Ross had truly exerted himself in the pursuit of Blonsky, yet he sensed that the old fox was attempting to exploit him. This sentiment was quite unsettling for him and left him rather displeased. He was not averse to cooperating with the military, for it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. But that did not imply he was willing to become a mere weapon for their use, especially not one exploited in such a manner. You are also endowed with extraordinary power. You should be acutely aware of the overwhelming advantage such abilities grant over ordinary individuals. Although General Ross detected Roger's irritation, he maintained his stern expression. Let us dispense with these trivialities. What I truly wish to know is, if I refuse your proposal this time, will you treat me as you did Dr. Banner? Roger had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with General Ross, so he spoke plainly. You are overthinking it. We have collaborated before, and I have no inclination to betray a partner. As long as you are willing to take action this time, I can ensure that you become the sole supplier for a military contract worth $500 million in the Afghan base. While General Ross had not interacted with Roger frequently, he understood one crucial fact. An approach characterized solely by rigidity and coercion would yield no results and could easily alienate the other party. As a seasoned veteran, General Ross comprehended better than most the importance of respecting those who wield formidable power, whether they be individuals, organizations, or nations. So there is compensation involved. Why not mention it sooner? As per our usual arrangement, you will locate Blonsky, and I will handle him. A military order worth $500 million is indeed a significant venture, even for Roger, who had a few modest goals in his savings. Furthermore, he now found himself in need of a target to practically test the capabilities of the magma fruit, and the enhanced Blonsky presented an excellent opportunity for such an experiment. After General Ross departed the company with his accompanying soldiers, Roger summoned Sharon Carter to his office. It had been 10 days since her last brainwashing. Yet Sharon remained ensnared in that state. Due to his recent travels to Washington and then Brazil, Roger had not taken the opportunity to release her from her mental constraints. However, upon witnessing Sharon enter the office with an air of naturalness and refer to him as master, he set aside his concerns. Initially, he had worried that keeping Sharon in a state of brainwashing might lead to unforeseen complications, yet at present, there appeared to be no issues. Have there been any updates from S.H.I.E.L.? Regarding me? Roger inquired, diverting his gaze from Sharon, who was clad in her professional attire. About a week ago, the agency received news of your journey to Brazil alongside General Ross. The intelligence department learned from soldiers involved in the operation about your remarkable spatial abilities. Currently, the agency is analyzing the capabilities you demonstrated, and I have been tasked with collecting as much relevant information as possible, Sharon replied candidly, revealing her intentions without reservation. Very well, I understand. You may leave now, Roger responded. When he decided to utilize the Dor fruit against the Hulk, he had anticipated the potential exposure of its abilities. As he had foreseen, even with military personnel present, SHIELD managed to gather pertinent intelligence. However, from what Sharon had just disclosed, it seemed that SHIELD did not yet have plans for a forceful confrontation and remained in the preliminary phase of intelligence collection. After attending to the company's usual affairs, he activated a spatial portal to return to his residence. Concurrently, he issued a command to Jaya to locate Blonsky. Days passed, and although General Ross's personnel were persistently searching for Blonsky's whereabouts, they were, regrettably, soldiers rather than agents of an organization like SHIELD. After several days, there was still no progress from General Ross's side. At this juncture, the advantages of the underworld became evident. While General Ross's men had failed to find Blonsky, Jaya and his team had identified a potential target. It was deemed a potential target because each time they attempted to confirm the identity, the target would vanish from their sight. Although final verification had not been achieved, all indications suggested that this elusive target was indeed Blonsky himself. In a remote alley in Brooklyn, a voice echoed, "Are you truly not going to take action? If you let this chance slip away, you may not find another opportunity for vengeance." Draped in a black hooded sweatshirt, Blonsky stood in the shadows of the alley, addressing the man before him, who wore a baseball cap. After a silence that lingered for several moments, the cap-clad man slowly replied, "Are you certain your plan is foolproof? He is not an ordinary individual. Indeed, he possesses certain extraordinary abilities, yet he is still human, capable of bleeding. A single bullet could extinguish his life. Have you been so frightened by him that you are willing to stand idly by as he obliterates everything you hold dear? William Beck, are you prepared to watch him ruin your very existence?" The man in the baseball cap was none other than the Sandman William Beck, who had recently found himself on the receiving end of Roger's armed prowess, inadvertently boosting his own reputation in the process. As Blonsky finished speaking, Beck's breathing noticeably intensified. He then responded, "When do you intend to strike?" "Tonight," Blonsky declared. "I have already discerned his residence. Your task is merely to lure him from his home. I shall take care of obliterating that insufferable visage of his." A cruel smile graced Blonsky's lips. Unbeknownst to Roger, Blonsky had forged an alliance with the Sandman William Beck. At that moment, Roger reveled in the soothing massage provided by Sharon Carter in his office. As a professional female operative, Carter was a competent warrior, having also studied techniques to ensure the complete relaxation of men. In this regard, Black Widow Natasha was considered among the elite. While indulging in Carter's massage, Roger perused the military orders sent by General Ross. In light of the recent surge in terrorist activities in Afghanistan, the stationed American forces planned to upgrade their arsenal with a new batch of more formidable weaponry. The arms specified in the order were not the commonplace varieties found on the market, but rather bespoke weapons tailored to specific requirements. If the military were merely seeking standard arms, they would not need to outsource the order. While the order was secured, the pressing issue remained. Roger currently lacked the production line necessary to manufacture these weapons. After contemplating for several minutes, he resolved to pass the order on. Not only would establishing these weapon production lines demand considerable time and resources, but he also had no technical personnel to speak of, aside from Dr. Connors. Therefore, rather than attempting to shoulder this endeavor alone, he deemed it more prudent to transfer the order and profit from the difference. Numerous arms manufacturers could accommodate such an order. Even in New York, he could find several. Ultimately, however, he decided to transfer the order to the illustrious Stark Industries. He vaguely recalled that the fateful kidnapping incident that altered Tony Stark's destiny had transpired in Afghanistan. Although Tony had ventured there to sell Jericho missiles, Roger mused that perhaps he could orchestrate more trips for Tony Stark to Afghanistan, who truly understands the whims of fate. With this thought, he dialed his old friend Norman Osborn. Though he had previously interacted with several arms manufacturers, he had yet to engage with Stark Industries. In such circumstances, he required an intermediary of considerable standing to facilitate the agreement. Who could be more suitable than Norman Osborn? Norman did not decline Roger's request. However, as a capitalist, he was keen to extract his commission, a mere 5 commission. Norman offered Roger a remarkably competitive rate. Compared to the exorbitant commissions of 1 or 2 tenths prevalent in the market, Norman indeed demonstrated his sincerity in this regard. After resolving the military order matter, Roger left work in high spirits. Yet, he was not the only one finishing for the day. His assistant, Sharon Carter, was also concluding her tasks. That night, within Roger's apartment, after exchanging insights with Sharon on the origins of life, he donned his pajamas and made his way to the kitchen, intending to replenish his energy. Just as he contemplated whether to prepare a late-night snack, the reinforced glass of the apartment's exterior exploded with a resounding bang. Accompanying the shards of glass that flew into the room was a cloud of yellow sand. The assault by Sandman, William Baker, took Roger by surprise. He had not anticipated an intrusion, especially at such a moment of personal indulgence. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was Sandman himself who had come knocking. The last encounter with Sandman had yielded no tasks from the system, leading Roger to lose interest in the villain. A foe who could not activate a bounty mission was not worthy of his attention. However, Sandman evidently held a different perspective. As the sandstorm surged into his home, Roger hesitated not for a moment. He activated his hockey. Both observation hockey and armament hockey surged forth simultaneously. In an instant, he transitioned into a state of combat readiness. With a swift motion, he vanished from the kitchen, determined to locate his adversary. Although Sandman had transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand, Roger quickly pinpointed his true position through the heightened senses of his observation hockey. To be precise, the term true form was perhaps not entirely fitting. Due to the swirling yellow sands, in a certain sense, they embody the essence of the Sandman harnessing the ultimate speed of his shave. He plunged into the dancing sands, his right hand, enveloped in the armor of hockey, darting forward with the swiftness of lightning. Before him lay what appeared to be a formless mass of yellow sand. Yet, at the moment he began to clench his fist, the whirling sands rapidly coalesced into a humanoid shape. How could this be possible? William Beck, the Sandman, was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that he could be seized in such a state. This scene exceeded his wildest imagination, and a look of shock crossed the face he had just formed. Roger's grip tightened around William Beck's neck. Within mere seconds, the tumultuous sands vanished, replaced by the figure of William Beck clad in a green-striped shirt. How audacious of him to confront Roger so boldly. It seemed the lesson imparted last time was insufficient. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Roger's hardened left fist, empowered by hockey, struck fiercely at William Beck's abdomen. The impact elicited an involuntary cry of pain from the Sandman. Speak. Who sent you? Alone, William Beck would never have dared to act with such arrogance. In response to Roger's inquiry, Beck, with a sense of loyalty, remained silent, refusing to betray his companions. Do you refuse to speak? Before becoming the Sandman, he had been a petty thug on the streets. Although he had mutated into a being of sand, the code of loyalty from his former life lingered within him. However, this bore no significance to Roger. You choose silence? Very well. I hope you can maintain that loyalty in the time to come. As the words left his lips, Roger's metallic, purplish-black right arm began to exhibit a deep crimson hue. Magma fruit, naturalization. In the blink of an eye, Roger's right arm transformed from flesh to magma. Under his control, he refrained from allowing the magma to flow like molten lava. Instead, he maintained the human form of his arm. This was his domain, and he had no intention of dismantling his own home. No. Although William Beck had lost the pain receptors typical of a human after becoming the Sandman, this did not imply he was incapable of feeling pain. Typically, magma cannot dominate sand. The temperature of magma ranges from 900 to 1,400 degrees Celsius, while the melting point of sand, primarily composed of silicon dioxide, hovers around 1,700 degrees Celsius. However, the magma produced by the magma fruit is not magma in the conventional sense. During his training at the Time Traveler Academy, Roger once posed a question to his instructor regarding the hierarchy of devil fruits, specifically why the magma fruit was considered a superior variant of the flame fruit, and why the 200 million volts of the thunder fruit could not overcome the powers of the rubber fruit. Initially, his instructor refrained from answering, merely casting a look of pity upon him before eventually responding. One must not employ the scientific principles of one realm to assess the creations of another. The swords of the Ming dynasty could not sever the officials of the Qing dynasty, just as the science of the Marvel Universe cannot constrain the devil fruits of the pirate world. Ultimately, his mentor offered him a piece of advice. If one must dwell on such matters, let the deities of both the Marvel and pirate worlds engage in a duel. The victor shall dictate the terms. Naturally, Roger found himself unable to orchestrate such a confrontation between the two titans, leading him to resolve to abandon these trivial ponderings in order to conserve his mental energy. As Roger's right arm transformed into a dark red appendage with hints of golden magma, Sandman William Baker began to regret his decision to heed Blonsky's instigation. Was it not sufficient to remain a mere robber? Why provoke a being like Roger, who transcended humanity? "Wait, I'm coming right now," he exclaimed. Feeling the intense heat radiating from Roger's magma arm, he promptly reconsidered his stance. To hell with brotherhood. It was Blonsky who sent me here. He assured me that if I lured you out, he would take you down with a single shot. Without a moment's hesitation, Sandman spoke rapidly. "Blonsky? It's him." Upon hearing the Sandman's words, Roger shook his head in exasperation. Was it merely a jest at his expense that had incited such animosity? Upon reflection, it seemed rather typical. The more arrogant a person, the less they could tolerate mockery, especially regarding their most cherished attributes. After a few contemplative seconds, Roger released his grip on Sandman William Baker. "Where is he?" While the enhanced Blonsky may not have been particularly formidable, Roger found the incessant buzzing of a fly around him quite irritating. Moreover, he had already accepted the reward offered by General Ross. A man accepts payment, he must also deliver the service. He still held on to that modicum of professional integrity. "I don't know," he said. "All I had to do was guide you 3 blocks to that intersection." Sandman pointed in a direction. "All right, I understand. However, your approach has irked me." So before he could finish his sentence, Roger's magma-imbued right arm struck Sandman William Baker's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the Sandman's head. Roger refrained from utilizing his armed color hockey. Given the Sandman's cooperation, he had no intention of killing him. "Clean this mess up, and you may leave. If there is a next time, it will not be your sandy head that I shatter." With that, Roger retracted the magma transformation from his right arm. As the magma dissipated, his arm returned to its normal state, and even his clothing restored itself to its original form. The natural fruit's ability to transform not only allows the body to become ethereal, but also assimilates the garments worn. Otherwise, each use of this transformation would necessitate either running about in the nude or changing attire, which would render the ability rather undignified. What happened outside? Upon his return to the bedroom, the weary Shalanket inquired. "Nothing of consequence, merely a little mouse," he replied. "Continue to rest. I shall step out for a brief moment." With that, Roger began to change his attire in front of Shalanket, having already seen each other in their natural states. There was nothing odd about changing clothes before one another. Soon, Roger had donned a sleek black tracksuit and exited the bedroom. "Ensure you tidy up. And while you're at it, please procure a midnight snack for 7. He called back to the Sandman as he approached the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Just as he was about to employ the technique of skywalk to depart, the Sandman's voice echoed. I don't have any money with me." It was then that Roger recalled the Sandman's identity and financial predicament, an impoverished fugitive. Returning to the bedroom, he retrieved his wallet and handed the Sandman several $100s before leaping through the window clad in his black tracksuit. Utilizing the flight capabilities afforded by Skywalk, Roger swiftly made his way to the location indicated by the Sandman. During his journey through the district, he activated his observation hockey to sense Bronsky's exact position. If Bronsky had not undergone the enhancements, Roger's observation hockey would have struggled to pinpoint him. However, Bronsky's life signal was distinctly different from that of an ordinary human. With his observation hockey activated and a general idea of the vicinity, Bronsky became as conspicuous as a signpost before Roger. Despite having injected military enhancement drugs in Roger's serum, Bronsky had no intention of confronting Roger directly. Having witnessed the battle between Roger and Hulk, he understood that he could not defeat Roger in close combat. Thus, he resolved to employ the traditional skills taught to him by the military to deal with Roger, long-range sniping. Though Bronsky was not a sniper, the act of sniping posed no challenge for such a seasoned veteran. To ensure the efficacy of his endeavor, he opted not for the conventional sniper rifle, but for a powerful, large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. As he had previously articulated to the Sandman, William Baker, He was acutely aware that Roger possessed extraordinary powers beyond the realm of humanity. However, he also recognized that Roger was indeed human and capable of bleeding. Bronski was incredulous that a flesh-and-blood being like Roger could withstand the assault of an anti-material sniper rifle. Strictly speaking, Bronski's reasoning was not entirely misguided. Yet he had overlooked a critical aspect. He continued to judge those endowed with extraordinary powers through the lens of ordinary human reasoning. Crouched atop a building, Bronski's gaze was fixated through his scope on the intersection, not particularly far away. He bore little concern for the Sandman, believing firmly that William Baker would successfully lure Roger to the designated spot. The only uncertainty lay in the timing of Roger's arrival. Nonetheless, this posed no dilemma for Bronski. As an experienced soldier, he possessed ample patience. Minutes slipped by, yet his focus remained unwavering on the intersection. "Are you looking for me?" Roger's voice suddenly resonated behind Bronski. In an effort to avoid detection, Bronski had taken precautions to disguise himself. However, he could never have anticipated that Roger wielded the power of observation hockey, an ability beyond scientific explanation. Upon hearing Roger's voice, Bronski acted without hesitation. With a burst of agility and speed far exceeding that of an ordinary human, he swiftly pivoted and drew his sidearm. Gunfire erupted, bullets hurtling towards Roger with lightning speed. Yet, at that moment, Bronski bore witness to an utterly incomprehensible scene. Roger, merely a few meters away, appeared to discern the trajectory of the bullets with effortless ease, casually shifting his body and neck to evade every projectile with an air of nonchalance. How is this possible? At that instant, Bronski finally grasped the sensation that Hulk had experienced when every attack had failed to strike Roger. Although his mind was awash with shock, Bronski's assault did not waver. He continued to pull the trigger relentlessly. In a short span, an entire magazine was expended, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Despite his shooting skills rivaling those of a sniper, he had failed to land a single shot on Roger within that brief distance. After emptying his magazine, Bronski decisively relinquished his pistol and drew the dagger at his side. His gaze fixed intently on Roger. "You've given up on using your gun. Aren't you going to make another attempt?" Roger inquired casually, refraining from immediately attacking Bronski. "Even without a firearm, I can still eliminate you." Although momentarily taken aback by Roger's seemingly prophetic dodge, Bronski refused to concede verbally. Moreover, he preferred to conclude matters with his dagger rather than resorting to a firearm, believing that a single gunshot to eliminate Roger would be far too lenient. Roger couldn't shake the impression that Bronski appeared somewhat erratic. He failed to exhibit the calmness and caution expected of a competent soldier. A commendable thought. But as I mentioned previously, the weak must accept their fate, he remarked just before advancing towards Bronski. At this moment, he had no intention of employing the abilities of the line fruit or the door fruit, nor even the thought of utilizing the shave technique. Magma fruit, naturalize. In an instant, he was before Bronski, his arms naturally transformed into a magma form. As Bronski beheld Roger's magma-infused right fist hurtling towards him with blistering speed, he instinctively opted to retreat. Although he was unaware of the nature of Roger's ability, he was certain that being struck would result in dire consequences. Even before Roger's fist made contact, he could already feel the intense heat emanating from the magma. He raised his dagger in a futile attempt to block the impending blow. However, the outcome was once again disheartening. Roger's magma fist collided forcefully with the dagger, sending it flying from Bronski's grip. Simultaneously, the fist's unrelenting force connected with his chest. With a resounding thud, Bronski was violently propelled backward, crashing into the wall behind the rooftop, blood erupting uncontrollably from his mouth. With such feeble power, you dare to entertain thoughts of challenging me? What gives you the audacity, the six-eyed flying fish? Roger scoffed, halting after delivering the blow. Though Bronski had indeed undergone dual enhancements from serums and medications, he had also been transformed into a pirate's embodiment and fortified with dragon bone. In terms of physical strength, Roger might not utterly overpower Bronski, but he certainly surpassed him by a significant margin. Apart from the likes of Hulk and the extraterrestrial Thor, Roger doubted there were many who could exceed him in sheer physical prowess. Bronski remained silent in response to Roger's derision. Now he furrowed his brow, gazing incredulously at his chest. In the moment he was struck by the molten fist, it felt as if he had been hit by a searing metal object. The terrifying heat left an unmistakable scar upon his chest. Not to mention, that punch carried an astonishing force. How could this individual possess such strength? By what right does he wield such power? Whether out of jealousy or resentment, Bronski's gaze toward Roger grew increasingly hostile. Yet, Roger paid no heed to Bronski's glare. The look of a defeated opponent was hardly worthy of concern. Although he had yet to vanquish Bronski, in his eyes, Bronski was already a loser. Your expression reveals your desire for this power. Alas, you shall not have the opportunity. With that, Roger launched another attack on Bronski. This time, his objective was simple: to test the potency of the magma fruit in close combat against Bronski. In the hands of Akainu, the magma fruit possessed undeniably supreme offensive capabilities. While this was undoubtedly linked to Akainu's physique and its development, the magma fruit itself held extraordinary attacking power. If given a second chance, Bronski would never have recklessly confronted Roger. He was aware of Roger's strength, but he had not anticipated the extent of his prowess. After injecting enhancement serums and elixirs, he believed he had acquired combat capabilities on par with Roger. Yet reality proved this to be merely a delusion. Under Roger's magma-infused punches, all he could do was retreat and evade. After suffering a burn on his chest from the magma fist, he dared not endure Roger's onslaught with his body again. In truth, the burn on his chest began to affect his agility. Any significant movement would aggravate the wound. Had the intense heat of the magma not sealed the injury, his chest would have already been stained red with blood. Although Bronski's movements were nimble, they were still somewhat sluggish in the presence of Roger, who had activated his observation haki. Were it not for Roger's deliberate control over the intensity of his attacks, aiming to avoid instantaneously dispatching Bronski, the battle would have concluded long ago. To ensure Bronski served as a more suitable test subject, he intentionally slowed his speed and power. Simultaneously, he employed a variety of offensive techniques. Aside from transforming his arms into a magma form, he occasionally converted his legs into magma as well, utilizing kicking techniques to assault Bronski. Even in the face of his deliberate disadvantage, Bronski's situation continued to deteriorate. Despite possessing agility and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary person, he found himself unable to evade all of Roger's assaults. Within a mere few minutes, his body bore over a dozen severe burn wounds. His back, arms, and even legs were struck by Roger's molten attacks, leaving him in a dire state. Observing Bronski's unwavering resolve to stand his ground, Roger felt a momentary pang of admiration. However, in the next instant, he launched another offensive. Unlike his previous ordinary strikes, this time he employed a technique learned from Akainu, Infernal Hound. Roger swung his molten right arm, which rapidly elongated in Bronski's line of sight, breaking through the original range of attack and delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Unlike before, this punch did not send Bronski flying. Instead, it pierced through his very being. As the magma-formed fist erupted from Bronski's back, Roger detonated his molten arm. Boom! The obliterated right arm blasted through Bronski's torso, devastating his internal organs. To perish by this technique is no small misfortune, Roger thought, recalling the indomitable figure of the strongest man on the seas. That man was truly formidable. With Roger's control relinquished, the magma within Bronski swiftly cooled into a mass of blackened matter. Unaware of the differences between this and ordinary magma, he paid little heed to the matter at hand. After Bronski fell to the ground, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Roger opened a spatial portal and retrieved his phone. Bronski has been dealt with. He informed General Ross before hanging up and preparing to utilize the void path to return to his apartment. After all, 2 late-night snacks awaited him there. Bronski's demise did not create a stir in the outside world. Apart from Roger and General Ross's associates, no one was privy to this news. Even Bronski's accomplice, the Sandman William Beck, remained oblivious. In the days that followed, the Sandman appeared less frequently in public view. Aside from the occasional foray into his former profession of robbery, William Beck demonstrated through his actions what a low-profile life entailed. Roger did not actively seek trouble with the Sandman. To him, the Sandman posed no particular concern at present. Unless, of course, the day arrived when the Sandman's value suddenly surged, prompting the system to issue a bounty mission concerning him. The mundane days passed swiftly. Following the demise of Bronski, General Ross resumed his pursuit of the Hulk. Through the machinations of Norman Osborn, Roger successfully established contact with Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries. Unlike the somewhat idealistic Tony, Obadiah Stane is a quintessential businessman. Upon learning that Roger possessed enhanced serum, he subtly proposed a transaction. Roger did not reject this proposal from Stane. Selling to the military is akin to selling to Stain. Fundamentally, there is little difference. As for Stain's intended use of the serum, that is of no concern to Roger. During their conversation, Roger gleaned an intriguing piece of information from Stain. Tony Stark was negotiating with the U.S. military in Afghanistan over the latest Jericho missiles. A new mission. Was the timeline beginning to converge? On his very first day in this world, Roger discerned that it was not the so-called cinematic universe. In that universe, Spider-Man could not possibly have appeared before Iron Man. Observing the sudden change in Roger's demeanor, Stain inquired curiously, "Wayne, what troubles you?" "Nothing, just reminiscing," Roger replied. Stain may have initially aimed to boast about Stark Industries' robust collaboration with the military. However, after revealing that Tony Stark was in Afghanistan negotiating for Jericho missiles, Roger's gaze towards him shifted perceptibly. This seemingly benevolent man could not have already contacted the local 10 Rings to abduct Tony, could he? After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Stain, Roger departed from Stark Tower. Although there was a possibility that Tony would face abduction by the 10 Rings, Roger had no intention of intervening. In simple terms, this is Tony Stark's fate. Without experiencing this kidnapping, Tony would never become Iron Man. He would merely continue his life as a wayward playboy. After leaving Stark Tower, Roger did not return to his company, but instead visited Dr. Connor's laboratory. The military's order in Afghanistan had already been transferred to Stark Industries. However, the order for enhanced serum from General Ross still required Dr. Connor's attention. Furthermore, he intended to assist Dr. Connors in relocating to a larger, more advanced laboratory. Dr. Connors is not only the sole researcher on his team, but also a veritable cash cow. As long as the military and other organizations demand enhanced serum, Dr. Connors will continue to generate wealth for him. However, he did not anticipate that Dr. Connors would refuse to change laboratories. In Dr. Connors' own words, he has grown rather fond of this laboratory, transformed from a safe house, and has no intention of leaving it for the time being. Roger did not voice any objections to Dr. Connors' decision. After discussing the matter of the enhanced serum with Dr. Connors, he returned to the company. "Please assist me in opening a stock account," Roger instructed Charlon Carter as she entered his office. Of course, although Charlon was unaware of Roger's sudden desire to establish a stock account, she would never decline a request from him. Once Charlon exited the office, Roger leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with thoughts. When Obadiah Stane mentioned that Tony was in Afghanistan, the system did not issue any bounty tasks. Yet, he felt an unsettling intuition that the situation was not so straightforward. If even Dr. Connors and the Hand could activate bounty tasks, it was implausible that Tony Stark could not. Could it be that Tony was in danger of abduction this time? After much contemplation, he believed that this might indeed be the crux of the matter. Nevertheless, he was not the system itself, and he dared not assert that the system would not issue a task concerning Tony. In the following days, he diligently monitored the stock price of Stark Industries. The stock price remained remarkably stable, devoid of any unusual fluctuations. In a capitalist nation such as America, information that eludes journalists is surely within the grasp of capitalists. A competent magnate would certainly not overlook the opportunity to short Stark Industries. Therefore, to ascertain whether Tony had been abducted, one need only observe the stock performance of Stark Industries. Throughout these days of vigilance over Stark Industries' stock price, Roger did not neglect his daily training. Now possessing 3 devil fruits, he knew that if he did not train earnestly, it was uncertain when he would awaken their potential. As days passed, after a week of monitoring Stark Industries' stock, he finally witnessed the situation he had been anticipating. The stock, once remarkably stable, suddenly experienced a dramatic plunge. The concept of a trading halt does not exist in the American stock market, and it is not uncommon for a company's market value to halve in a single day. Shortly after the plummet in Stark Industries' stock price, Roger came across news reports confirming Tony Stark's abduction. After a week of concealment, the news of Tony Stark being kidnapped by the 10 Rings in Afghanistan was finally leaked. Naturally, the reports did not mention the 10 Rings by name, instead claiming that Tony had been taken by terrorists. In truth, apart from Roger and the mastermind behind it all, Obadiah Stane, no one is aware of the identity of the individuals responsible for Tony's abduction. Not even the military or SHIELD possess such knowledge. The bounty task is as follows: simultaneously defeat Ironmonger Obadiah Stane and Iron Man Tony Stark. The reward for this endeavor is 30 million berries and the complete 6 forms. Task status: incomplete. As Roger watched the news report on Tony's kidnapping, the latest bounty task surfaced in his mind. It had finally arrived. The incident of Tony's abduction had indeed activated the bounty task, albeit the specifics were somewhat unexpected. Had the system issued a rescue mission for Tony, he would not have found it problematic. However, the task now presented by the system requires him to simultaneously vanquish both Ironmonger Obadiah Stane and Iron Man Tony Stark. This implies that he must complete it within a specific time frame, the moment of Tony's first and only confrontation with Stane, which ultimately solidified Tony's heroic title as Iron Man overall. The difficulty of the task is not exceedingly high, yet the reward is rather modest. 30 million berries is nothing remarkable. It can be deemed average at best. He had previously procured the complete 6 forms from the marketplace, which translates to a mere 50 million berries. For a bounty task valued at 80 million berries, this is indeed not a substantial reward for someone who has already undertaken several missions. He would prefer the system to bestow upon him any random fruit rather than the current reward, unless the complete 6 forms encompass those 2 elusive techniques. He truly sees little allure in this reward. Moreover, this is not a task that can be accomplished in the short term. If memory serves correctly, Tony spent 3 months in a cave in Afghanistan before making his escape. It has only been a week since the incident. At least 2 more months must pass before Tony is likely to don the rugged Mark I and break free. Furthermore, Tony's escape does not signify the end. He must wait until Tony has crafted the Mark III and engages in battle with Ironmonger, providing him with the opportunity to execute the task. Even with the best of luck, he would still need to wait over 3 months to witness a chance to complete the mission. 3 months may not seem extensive. Yet the issue lies in the fact that he has not even been transported to this world for 3 months. The system's tasks do not allow for refusal. Even if he opts out of this task, he must still await 3 months to see it fail. Only then will a new bounty task emerge. After a resigned sigh, Roger ultimately opted to undertake this task. It was merely a span of 3 months. He could consider it a vacation for himself. After all, he had no pressing matters to attend to at the moment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Roger found an unusual sense of tranquility. He refrained from chasing sensational news and devoted himself to the development of his 3 devil fruits. Through his relentless efforts, each of his devil fruits experienced a level enhancement. The string fruit reached level 3, the door fruit attained level 2, and the magma fruit advanced to level 3. While the string and door fruits only increased by 1 level, the magma fruit improved by 2 levels. It must be acknowledged that the advantages of the Logia-type fruits became apparent at this moment. Compared to the Paramecia-type fruits, the enhancement of Logia fruits was significantly more accessible. Roger merely needed to partially elementalize his body each day to naturally enhance his mastery over the magma fruit. Compared to the time he first obtained the magma fruit, he could now produce a greater quantity of magma, with finer control and an elevated temperature. Moreover, upon the magma fruit reaching level 2, he finally achieved the ability to elementalize his entire body. When it was only level 1, he could never manage to elementalize his head and heart. Now, if he so desired, he could transform into a magma being at any moment. Besides the elevation of his fruit levels, both his armament haki and observation haki also advanced by 1 level, reaching level 2. More importantly, after more than 2 months of training, his physique as a pirate finally stabilized. He no longer needed to consume 6 or 7 portions of food daily. In addition to his personal strength enhancement, he accomplished a few modest tasks. Firstly, he established a new company, named the Don Quixote Group. Although this new company did not yet warrant the title of a group, it did not deter him from naming it thus. The hand company was incorporated under the Don Quixote Group, becoming its inaugural subsidiary. Secondly, the lingering grievances with S.H.I.E.L.D. finally reached a temporary resolution. After several months of legal wrangling and public discourse, S.H.I.E.L.D. proactively proposed a settlement, demonstrating their sincerity. As an official agency, S.H.I.E.L.D. could no longer tolerate the recurring crises of violent enforcement that emerged every few days. Although they were fully aware that these public sentiments were propagated by Roger through his hired media, they found themselves powerless to eliminate these voices. Despite the immense authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., they cannot prevent individuals from accessing the internet. Even if they apprehend a faction of people, it does not impede Roger's plans in the slightest. As long as sufficient funds are available, orchestrating an online army is a matter of abundance. Grant me 800 marketing accounts. And even if it were a mere cat, I could elevate it to the status of the world's most renowned internet celebrity dog. This was a renowned phrase uttered by a leader of an online army during a conversation with Roger. Not only could this plunge S-H-I-E-L-D into a crisis of public opinion, but even the absurdity of referring to a cat as a dog could be easily orchestrated, provided Roger is willing to pay. Ultimately, after several periodic crises of public opinion, S-H-I-E-L-D opted for a peaceful resolution to the matter. Consequently, S-H-I-E-L-D restored all legitimate businesses of the Hand Association, including those peripheral individuals they had detained. In addition, they discreetly provided Roger with a sum that was not recorded in official documents as a hush money. All these returned enterprises were subsequently registered under the newly established Don Quixote Group. Overall, S-H-I-E-L-D's proactive reconciliation afforded Roger a modest profit. The sole drawback was the recall of Sharon Carter back to S-H-I-E-L-D. After this 2-month period, he continually acquired shares of Stark Industries. Although each purchase was modest, over the span of 2 months, he accumulated a significant quantity of Stark Industries stock. In truth, he was not the only one attempting to capitalize on or short Stark Industries. Numerous investors shared the same intent. Furthermore, compared to financial titans wielding substantial capital, his resources were relatively insignificant. With his own capabilities having escalated, the Don Quixote Group established stable collaborations with Oscorp, Fisk Industries, Stark Industries, and the military. If no other complications arose, Roger would be quite content with the developments of these past 2 months. However, complications did indeed emerge: the Purifiers and the Defenders. Following his elimination of Stick and Daredevil, the Purifiers remained dormant for a while. Yet, whether they appointed a new leader or merely sought vengeance, over a month ago, the Purifiers launched a frenzied assault on the Hand Association. The ninjas of the Purifiers, seemingly inexhaustible, relentlessly attacked the Hand's members. Even when those from the Hand were dressed in business attire, the ninjas of the Purifiers would brazenly engage them. If it were only the Purifiers, Roger might not regard them with much apprehension. However, the Purifiers shockingly allied themselves with the Defenders. In Roger's recollection, the Defenders were merely a team comprised of third-rate superheroes. However, it has become evident that the alliance of Defenders is far from mediocre. The collaboration between the Sanctum and the Alliance has resulted in a significant reduction of 1/3 of the Hand's ninjas under his command. Although he has never regarded these ninjas as his core force, he remains the current leader of the Hand. Given the extent of the assault they have endured, it would be utterly unreasonable for him to refrain from intervening. The shipment of the serum to Kingpin must be expedited. It is essential that it traverses the Hell's Kitchen route tonight. There is no need to deploy additional personnel. I shall personally escort it. After attending to the regular affairs of the organization, Roger addressed his assistant, Jie, who had recently resumed his position. Understood, sir. In a warehouse within Hell's Kitchen, clad in red ninja attire, Erica Nachis regarded the individuals before her with a grave expression. These individuals were none other than the notable members of the Alliance of Defenders, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist Danny Rand. In addition to these few, numerous Sanctum ninjas lurked in the shadows of the warehouse. I have received intelligence that the Don Quixote Group will be transporting a shipment of serum to Kingpin tonight. Passing through Hell's Kitchen, Iron Fist Danny Rand stated, dressed in a green form-fitting uniform and a red mask. What is the status of the guards? He inquired. At present, it remains unclear. However, based on past experiences, there will likely not be many guards, Danny continued. The Hand has suffered significant losses lately, and they currently lack sufficient personnel for protection. I am not concerned with the number of guards they possess. My only interest lies in whether Roger D. Wayne will make an appearance, Erica coldly questioned, her murderous intent palpable. Upon hearing Erica's query, both Danny and Luke fell silent. Although they had previously interacted with Erica, the individual they knew was a stark contrast to the current version, who exuded an aura of lethal determination. Rest assured, as long as we maintain our focus on the Hand, we shall inevitably draw out that executioner. Jessica Jones finally spoke, placing a reassuring hand on Erica's shoulder. The Alliance of Defenders had previously engaged in minor skirmishes with the Hand, but the scale of these conflicts had never escalated to the present deadly stakes. The situation had transformed into this dire state solely because Roger took it upon himself to lead the charge against Daredevil. Daredevil is not only a member of the Sanctum, but also a part of the Defenders. Thus, when Erica, accompanied by the Sanctum's ninjas, came knocking, Iron Fist and his allies joined the fray against the Hand. With the arcane knowledge provided by the Sanctum, they could effortlessly track the ninjas of the Hand. Furthermore, under the financial backing of Iron Fist Danny Rand, their intelligence network was swiftly established. Had it not been for this, given the elusive nature of the Hand's ninjas, it would have been impossible for the Sanctum and the Defenders to execute targeted assassinations. Not to mention the repeated disruption of the dealings between Roger and Kingpin. Although Roger appeared to be gradually assimilating into New York's upper echelons, his reputation among those self-proclaimed guardians of justice had deteriorated to a level nearly on par with that of Kingpin. In many respects, his standing might even be worse than Kingpin's. After all, Kingpin typically engaged in traditional organized crime, whereas Roger had begun to meddle in the realm of the extraordinary. More importantly, Roger himself possessed extraordinary abilities. This inevitably meant he would present a greater challenge than Kingpin. Therefore, the plan for the evening was to proceed as previously outlined, to sabotage the transaction between Roger and Kingpin and to eliminate the ninjas of the Hand. Iron Fist Danny Rand delivered his concluding remarks at the headquarters of the Don Quixote Group. Following the establishment of the organization, Roger rented a modestly tall building in Manhattan to serve as its headquarters. The previous building associated with the Hand was sold off. In his view, that edifice was not particularly auspicious. 3 of the Hand's fingers had perished there, and the number of Hand ninjas who met their demise within its walls was staggering. Although he did not place much stock in the existence of ghosts or vengeful spirits, he felt a certain aversion to working in that building. Thus, he sold the Hand's former headquarters and leased a new one. "How are preparations proceeding?" Roger inquired, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his office without turning around. "I have already notified Kingpin, and the convoy is ready to depart at any moment," replied Kaguya, clad in a sleek black suit. "Excellent. You may leave," Roger responded. Following the repeated precise disruptions of his dealings with Kingpin by the Sanctum and the Defenders, Roger pondered where they were obtaining such accurate intelligence. The Sanctum and the Defenders were not akin to SHIELD, a covert agency. Had they possessed such precise information, the Hand would have been eradicated long before the time of the Five Fingers Ring. Although currently, only the Holy Order and the Defenders Alliance have emerged, he remains convinced that other organizations lurk in the shadows. Thus, this operation serves not only to confront the Holy Order and the Defenders Alliance, but also to draw out the elusive puppet master hidden away. As the clock struck 11 at night, the convoy transporting the serum departed punctually from the headquarters of the Don Quixote Group. At this moment, Roger sat aboard the transport vehicle laden with the serum, idly toying with a small cross knife. After teasing Hulk with the cross knife, he crafted several new ones from superior materials. In addition to these cross knives, he also had a rather oversized black blade, named Knight, forged. Now, within his personal arsenal, he housed a plethora of cold weapons, including the black blade, alongside numerous hot weaponry, such as a Gatling gun. Were it not for the impracticality of utilizing main battle tanks and armed helicopters in regular skirmishes, he might have considered purchasing a few armed helicopters from the Osborne Group. The convoy smoothly navigated its predetermined route into Hell's Kitchen, en route to the agreed-upon trading location. However, shortly after entering Hell's Kitchen, the convoy came to a halt. In the next moment, the sounds of cold steel clashing and continuous gunfire erupted from outside. Prior to the onset of the attack, Roger sensed the presence of the Holy Order's ninjas and Iron Fist Danny Rand through his observation hockey. Unlike ordinary life signals, the life signal of Iron Fist Danny Rand exhibited extraordinary characteristics. After elevating his observation hockey to level 2, he was now capable of discerning the strength of his targets. The instant he detected the life signals of Iron Fist and his companions, he gauged their approximate prowess. Truly, the Defenders Alliance exhibited a strength that made dealing with the ninjas of the Hand seem trivial. After confirming the number of assailants and their general capabilities, he casually pushed open the rear door of the vehicle and stepped out. This time, the number of ninjas from the Hand escorting the convoy was relatively few, totaling fewer than 20, including the driver. Similar to his previous encounter with the Stick and others, Roger instructed the Hand ninjas to be armed with various firearms. Enemies that could be dealt with by gunfire need not be approached with blades. Although this may not align with the traditional practices of the hand, traditions are meant to be broken. A simple example: during the reign of Lady Gao and her 5 fingers over the hand, ninjas would never be seen in suits resembling the mafia, nor would they employ firearms in combat. However, under Roger's leadership, this has gradually evolved into a new image for the ninjas of the hand. As Roger descended from the transport vehicle, wielding a crucifix knife, the Holy Order ninjas, including Iron Fist, immediately recognized him. Although they were all clad in suits, Roger distinguished himself from the ninjas of the Hand Association, donning a deep crimson suit. Upon exiting the vehicle, he surveyed the battlefield. Subsequently, raising his right hand, he unleashed hundreds of white threads that shot skyward, reaching heights of over 100 meters in an instant. In the gaze of the Holy Order ninjas and Iron Fist, these threads cascaded down like raindrops. The birdcage, with the line fruit elevated to level 3. Roger's manifestation of the birdcage drew ever closer to the original version conjured by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Apart from its expansive range, formidable strength, and the fact that it did not gradually constrict, Roger's birdcage bore little difference from the original. Even before the white birdcage fully took shape, Iron Fist and his companions sensed impending doom. Yet, this did not imply they possessed the ability to escape its confines. The interval from when Roger raised his hand to launch the threads to the birdcage's complete formation was but 2 or 3 seconds. In such a fleeting moment, it was utterly impossible for Iron Fist and his allies to evade the birdcage, which spanned several city blocks. "Have you not longed to see me? Here I am now," Roger declared, disregarding the Holy Order ninjas clad in various colored garb as he advanced toward Iron Fist and his cohort. In one-on-one confrontations, the Holy Order ninjas were indeed somewhat superior to those of the Hand Association. However, when the Hand ninjas resorted to firearms without honor, the Holy Order's exquisite combat techniques were swiftly rendered ineffective. A master by the surname Zhang once proclaimed, "Beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, the fist is swift." Yet, in the face of automatic rifles, whether beyond or within 7 steps, the gun remains the swiftest. Even the Master Yi, who possessed a modicum of understanding, could not alter this reality. Unless the shooter displayed abysmally poor marksmanship, such a scenario, where the gun dominates, was inescapable. As Roger drew nearer to them, Iron Fist assumed a defensive posture, ready to strike. However, before he could make a move, the towering Luke Cage launched the first assault against Roger. The nearly 2-meter-tall Luke Cage approached like a shadow, his right fist hurtling toward Roger's head with the force of a cannonball. Though seemingly unremarkable, this punch, empowered by his extraordinary strength, harbored a terrifying potency beyond imagination. However, just as Luke Cage's right fist was about to strike Roger, the tip of the cross-shaped knife swiftly met his fist with the speed of lightning. The question of how formidable Luke Cage truly is elicits vastly different responses from various observers. Capable of lifting approximately 25 tons, able to pierce through steel plates 10 centimeters thick with his fists, enduring attacks from knives and daggers, withstanding close-range gunfire from conventional handguns, and possessing a regeneration ability 3 times faster than that of an ordinary person. Based solely on these statistics, Luke Cage embodies the essence of a quintessential superhero. Yet, the nature of his adversaries plays a crucial role in this evaluation. To the average individual, Luke Cage is a superhero endowed with superhuman strength and imperviousness to blades and firearms. However, in a world rife with extraordinary beings, his physical attributes may not appear as formidable. Setting aside the likes of the Hulk, even Roger, standing before him, possesses nearly equivalent physical capabilities. After fully adapting to the transformative effects of piracy, Roger's physical prowess has transcended the norms of humanity. Lifting dozens of tons with his bare hands is a trivial feat for him. The only shortcoming lies in his defensive capabilities, which do not match those of Luke Cage. However, this is compensated for by his mastery of hockey. Luke Cage's mighty punch was completely thwarted by the cross-shaped knife, which, enveloped in hockey, exhibited a strength far surpassing that of ordinary alloys. "Your strength is impressive, but I am not to be underestimated." With those words, Roger swiftly hardened his right leg with hockey, delivering a powerful kick to Luke Cage's abdomen, propelling him through the air. After sending Luke Cage flying, Roger lifted the cross-shaped knife to inspect it, finding the tip completely unscathed. As he scrutinized the knife's tip, Iron Fist surged forward without hesitation, his golden fist, imbued with energy, aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, another member of the Defenders, Jessica Jones, launched her own assault against him. Faced with the combined onslaught of Iron Fist and Jessica Jones, Roger advanced rather than retreating, raising the cross-shaped knife to confront both adversaries. Unlike Luke Cage, Iron Fist's combat techniques were evidently more sophisticated. Although Iron Fist may not match Luke Cage in raw physical prowess, his martial skills are several tiers above. Luke Cage is a self-taught fighter, while Iron Fist has undergone rigorous training at Kunlun, mastering a plethora of martial arts, including Shaolin Kung Fu, Judo, Aikido, Wing Chun, Ninjutsu, Muay Thai, Karate, boxing, and street fighting, establishing himself as one of the most formidable hand-to-hand combatants in this realm. However, before the formidable Roger, who had unlocked the observation haki, the Iron Fist, proficient in numerous martial arts techniques, faced the greatest challenge of his life. Regardless of the combat technique he employed, Roger consistently anticipated his strikes with uncanny accuracy, countering with a seemingly toy-like crucifix knife in his hand. To his astonishment, Roger was not merely contending with him. He was simultaneously engaged in combat with Jessica Jones. Like Luke Cage, Jessica possessed superhuman strength and resilience. Unlike Luke, whose strength threshold was known to be 25 tons, Jessica's limits remained a mystery. Lifting a car with bare hands was a trivial task for her. Although her fighting skills were not on par with Luke's, she was undeniably a true superhero in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Yet, despite her prowess, she, like Iron Fist, found herself unable to land a single blow on Roger. At that moment, it seemed as if Roger had completely discerned their intentions, effortlessly evading all of their attacks. What troubled them further was the unmistakable air of mockery emanating from Roger. Indeed, it was mockery, though he faced two opponents. Roger appeared to be engaging in a synchronized sparring session with them, dodging their strikes while simultaneously highlighting the flaws in their attacks. The only distinction from practice was that when Roger pointed out their weaknesses, he left wounds upon their bodies. As for Iron Fist, though his physique was stronger than that of an average person, it was not impervious like Luke's. Each time the crucifix knife grazed his skin, it left a distinct trace of blood. Jessica Jones fared slightly better, but not by much. The crucifix knife, enveloped in armament haki, not only enhanced its durability, but also its lethality. Even with her extraordinary physique, Jessica bore the marks of injury from the knife's assault. In just a matter of seconds, Iron Fist and Jessica Jones grasped the reason why Roger dared to confront the two of them alone. When they resolved to ally with the Holy Order against Roger's organization, they conducted a thorough investigation into him. While their inquiry did not unveil any overly clandestine information, one fact was abundantly clear. Roger's true challenge lay not in his martial prowess, but in his enigmatic threat attack, the principles of which remained unknown to this day. As Roger's reputation began to spread through the underworld, it became evident that he wielded a mysterious threat ability that few understood. Though many individuals and organizations seek to unravel the enigma of his abilities, his prowess with threads remains a mystery to this day. The only certainty is that his threads are both razor-sharp and remarkably resilient. As Roger faced off against both Iron Fist and Jessica Jones, the hand ninjas were not idle, relentlessly assaulting the Sanctum's ninjas with their firearms. "You all are quite lacking," Roger remarked, marking his first true engagement after more than 2 months of rigorous training. However, the outcome of this confrontation left him feeling disheartened. Based on the previous performances of the Sanctum and the Defenders, he had anticipated that this endeavor would yield some surprises. Yet, reality proved otherwise. "Do not be so arrogant," Jessica Jones barked, a deep laceration of over 10 centimeters etched into her skin by a cross-shaped dagger. Meanwhile, Luke Cage, having been kicked aside by Roger, rejoined the fray, turning the odds from 1 against 2 to 1 against 3. Nevertheless, for Roger, who possessed the observation haki, this was still manageable. As long as Iron Fist and his companions lacked super speed, they would find it challenging to breach his precognitive abilities. Of course, aside from super speed, if they could unleash any form of energy attacks, they might also have a chance to surpass his foresight. However, apart from Iron Fist's rudimentary grasp of ki, which could be tenuously linked to energy attacks, neither Luke Cage nor Jessica Jones possessed any means of energy-based offense. As Roger engaged with Iron Fist, and the others using his cross-shaped dagger, Erica, disguised similarly to the ordinary Sanctum ninjas, stealthily approached from behind. Erica's movements were remarkably discreet. evading the attention of the hand ninjas and minimizing any audible disturbances. To avoid detection by Roger, she even employed the art of ninja stealth. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As she silently closed the distance to less than a meter from him, Erica launched her trident with lightning speed. Her timing was impeccable, perfectly aligning with the essence of a ninja as Roger remained unaware, focused entirely on Iron Fist and his companions. However, events did not unfold as she had envisioned. The two tridents in her grasp struck Roger without a doubt, their sharp tips piercing through his chest. Yet in the next moment, both Erica and Iron Fist trio were left with expressions of sheer disbelief. Surprised, were they not? As Erica resolved to stealthily approach from behind, Roger had already sensed her presence. It was not merely the short distance of a few meters. Even if Erica intended to fire upon him from dozens or even hundreds of meters away, his observation haki would alert him to her impending attack instantaneously. The reason he refrained from thwarting Erica was not due to ignorance of her intentions, but rather to entice her to approach him willingly. Magma elementalization. At the moment Erica thrust her trident, he swiftly transformed the targeted area into molten rock, allowing the trident to pierce through his magma-formed body. Before Iron Fist and his companions could react, Roger completed the magma transformation of his left hand in an instant. With a swift turn, he delivered a powerful blow to Erica, sending her hurtling through the air. Ignoring the two tridents still lodged in his flesh, he pivoted again, transforming his right leg into magma, and executed a spinning kick that struck Luke Cage. Only after Erica and Luke Cage had been sent flying did Jessica and Iron Fist finally come to their senses. Without a moment's hesitation, they retreated at the utmost speed. However, in the face of Roger, who had already unleashed the powers of the magma fruit, their retreat was utterly futile. Almost simultaneously with their withdrawal, Roger stood before Iron Fist, his magma-infused left fist striking towards him with lightning speed. As the dark crimson fist drew nearer, Iron Fist dared not underestimate it. Concentrating all his energy into his own fists, he then unleashed his own golden punch, resembling a miniature sun. Bang! Roger's left fist collided fiercely with Iron Fist's right, producing a shockwave akin to an explosion. Drawing upon his energy, Iron Fist managed to block Roger's magma-infused punch. Yet, before he could revel in his small victory, he caught sight of Roger's unabashed mockery. "You think you can withstand my magma fist with that?" In the astonished gaze of Iron Fist, Roger exerted further force, causing his left fist to unleash a volcanic eruption of terrifying power, shattering Iron Fist's defense and striking him squarely in the chest. Since acquiring the extraordinary powers bestowed by the Eternal Dragon, Iron Fist Danny Rand faced a revelation. His Iron Fist was not as invincible as he had once believed. He had always thought his Iron Fist could shatter any target without inflicting pain or suffering wounds. Yet now, he realized he had been gravely mistaken. His fist, imbued with supernatural heat and as unyielding as steel, appeared utterly powerless against Roger's magma-infused assault. What left him even more astounded was the unbearable, astonishing heat radiating from the impact of the blow. Is this truly a fist that a human can unleash? The collapse of belief is far more lethal than physical pain. Iron Fist Danny Land did not even register the impact on his chest from the magma punch. After sending Iron Fist Danny flying, Roger paused, gazing at his left fist with a hint of confusion. At the moment their fists collided, he sensed an unprecedented sensation emanating from Iron Fist's strike. This feeling was reminiscent of the way armament haki counters the elemental nature of Logia-type devil fruits. Indeed, the essence of Kunlun was not as simple as he had imagined. Although somewhat surprised, he did not dwell on the matter for long. The energy from Iron Fist's punch, though it briefly resisted his magma fist, was ultimately too feeble when compared to true armament haki. To put it another way, a wooden board may momentarily deflect a bullet's force, but cannot completely block it, especially when it comes to a sniper's bullet. After hurling Iron Fist Danny Land aside, Roger strolled nonchalantly towards Jessica Jones. Aside from Jessica, the other three were incapacitated for the time being. Even if they were to rise, it would merely amount to receiving another punch. The moment he resolved to employ his magma fruit abilities, the fates of Jessica and the others had already been sealed. As Roger drew nearer, Jessica instinctively swallowed hard. Although their long-standing objective was to eliminate Roger and eradicate the hand, she realized just how unrealistic that goal was once she faced him in combat. Quickly assessing Iron Fist and his companions, Jessica made a decisive choice. Drawing a deep breath, She charged towards Roger with fervor. She could not bring herself to retreat in the face of battle. Aware that she was no match for Roger, she had no choice but to press forward with her attack. Roger admired Jessica's courage. In respect for her bravery, he delivered a punch with even greater force. Thud! Jessica, whose physique and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, was sent flying like a struck baseball, crashing heavily against the wall beside the street, leaving a stark imprint of the impact. Simultaneously, the fabric of her clothing around her abdomen began to smolder, precisely where Roger's blow had landed. After sending Jessica flying, Roger glanced at his chest. Confirming that Erica's pair of trident spikes had melted away, he finally released his elemental form. Resolve them swiftly, do not delay the delivery. Roger's voice resonated in the ears of the Hand Association ninjas. Although he did not explicitly state it, the ninjas were acutely aware of the target to which he referred. As the ninjas of the Hand Association commenced a reckless barrage against the Sanctified League's members, white threads began to emerge from Roger's left arm, binding Jessica and her companions, who had fallen in various positions. Eliminating Jessica and her 3 allies posed little challenge for him. However, such an act seemed excessively wasteful. Aside from Erica, the members of the Defenders Alliance possessed certain extraordinary abilities. While their powers seemed trivial in Roger's eyes, they still held some value compared to those of the Hand Association ninjas. After securely binding Jessica and her companions with the white threads, he unceremoniously tossed them into the transport vehicle and, with a flick of his threads, dispatched several Sanctified League ninjas. Once all the ninjas led by Erica had perished, he released the confines of the birdcage, and the convoy continued toward the predetermined delivery location. The ensuing transaction unfolded remarkably smoothly. This was not Roger's first exchange of enhanced serum with Jean. Following the completion of the trade, the other vehicles returned to the headquarters, while Roger proceeded to Dr. Connor's laboratory in the transport vehicle. His purpose for being there was simple: to hand over Jessica and her companions for brainwashing. Complete the brainwashing of the 4 of them and notify me upon completion, Roger instructed Dr. Connors, who was clad in his pajamas. At present, only he and Dr. Connors were adept at operating the brainwashing apparatus. Although the method provided by Hydra was effective, it posed a considerable drawback: its time-consuming nature. Testing revealed that a complete brainwashing process required approximately 8 hours. To brainwash Jessica and her 3 companions, even without rest, would take 32 hours. Roger had no inclination to linger for such an extended period. Thus, the task of brainwashing fell solely to Dr. Connors. Not a problem. Dr. Connors responded without hesitation to Roger's request. Had Roger not extricated him from Hell's Kitchen and supplied ample funding and experimental materials, he would have no idea when he could complete the restorative formula. Therefore, not only was he willing to assist in brainwashing Jessica and her companions, but he would have readily complied had Roger requested to dissect them. Then it shall be arduous work, Roger remarked, patting Dr. Connors, who had regained his human form, before activating a spatial portal to depart the laboratory. The matters concerning the Sanctified League and the Defenders Alliance could now reach a temporary conclusion. No, to be precise, shortly thereafter, there will no longer be a sanctum associated with the Defenders Alliance. When he decided to personally lead the escort of the serum, he had already prepared to capture Jessica and others, subjecting them to a process of brainwashing. With his own power and influence having flourished, the ninjas of the Hand had gradually ceased to meet his requirements. Even if he were to administer enhancement serums to these ninjas, it would not significantly elevate their abilities. Thus, rather than expending effort on how to augment the strength of these ninjas, it would be far more prudent to seek a new cadre of subordinates. Jessica and her companions were quite suitable for this purpose. As the days passed, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Dr. Connors successfully completed the brainwashing of Jessica and her companions, transforming them into Roger's new subordinates. In a small lounge adjacent to the laboratory, Roger encountered the newly brainwashed Jessica and her 3 associates. "Are you 2 married?" he inquired, pointing at Jessica and Luke Cage, who stood upright and silent before him. "We are not married," Jessica responded first. "Then are you in a romantic relationship?" Roger continued his inquiry. "No," Jessica replied again. Upon hearing Jessica's response, Roger scrutinized Luke Cage. In his recollection, Jessica and Luke eventually became spouses and bore a daughter. However, the current dynamics between them appeared to diverge from his memories. What a pity. After a moment of inward lamentation, he continued, "Luke Cage, You may return home. Until further orders are given, you can resume your previous life. There is no need to involve yourself with the Defenders Alliance, but your heroic employment agency may continue to operate. However, you are prohibited from undertaking any assignments related to the Don Quixote group. Roger first determined Luke Cage's arrangements. He was not fond of having a nearly 2-meter-tall African-American man trailing him incessantly. He then pointed to Danny Rand, who had removed his yellow hood. Over the past few days, he had instructed his associates to investigate Rand Enterprises, the family business of Iron Fist. Danny's father was the founder of Rand Enterprises and held half of its shares. However, during the years Danny was missing, Rand Enterprises had remained under the control of his father's partner, Harold Meacham. Although Danny regained his inheritance upon returning to New York, the dominion over Rand Enterprises still resided with Harold Meacham. It is rather fortuitous that Harold Meacham had previously engaged in dealings with Lady Gao and others. Danny Land can return. I shall dispatch a cadre of professionals to assist you in reclaiming control of the company. Furthermore, you are to compile all pertinent information regarding Kunlun and present it to me. Once you regain authority over the company, I shall issue new directives. The inability of Danny Land to wrest control from the seasoned Harold Meacham, who has navigated the business world for decades, does not imply that Roger cannot succeed. Indeed, reclaiming control through lawful means is no simple feat. However, Roger never intended to pursue such an approach. Against someone like Harold Meacham, unlawful methods may prove to be the most effective. After dismissing Luke Cage and Iron Fist, Roger's attention turned to Jessica and Erica. While they may not possess the same allure as Sharon Carter, they undoubtedly surpass the likes of Jie in terms of attractiveness from any perspective. Ultimately, he resolved to once again rescind Jie's assistant position. Regardless of circumstances, a female assistant inherently possesses an edge over her male counterpart, capable of managing a broader array of tasks. Before appointing Jessica and Erica as his assistants, he did not overlook the necessity of addressing matters concerning the Sanctity Society. Although the Society's strength is negligible, their frequent disruptions can become quite irksome. Thus, he assigned Erica a new mission: to lead the Hands Ninjas in exterminating all Sanctity Society ninjas within New York. Roger deemed this arrangement to be flawless. Merely obliterating the physical forms of the Sanctity Society's ninjas would be too lenient. The perfect combination requires shrimp paired with pork heart. Following the assignment to Erica, Roger did not immediately return to the corporate headquarters, but instead provided Jessica with funds to procure a wardrobe befitting an assistant's image. While Jessica's casual attire is quite pleasing to the eye, an assistant must embody the appropriate appearance. Heels, short skirts, and black stockings are essential. An assistant lacking these accoutrements is not a commendable one. After sending Erica and Jessica on their respective errands, he activated the spatial gate to return to the office within the Don Quixote Group headquarters. With the door fruits level elevated to LV2, the maximum range of the spatial gate expanded from 5 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Although this distance remains modest, it sufficiently meets his current needs, significantly reducing the frequency of necessary transfers. The matter concerning the Sanctity and the Defenders Alliance has been resolved. What lies ahead for him is the patient anticipation of Tony's return. Indeed, prior to Tony's arrival in America, specifically, before the announcement of his survival and the subsequent press conference, he must attend to the Stark Industries stocks in his possession. If memory serves him correctly, upon his return, Tony's first act was to indulge in a hamburger, followed by the declaration at the press conference to shutter the weapons division of Stark Industries. At that juncture, the stocks of Stark Industries, which had surged due to the news of Tony's survival, would inevitably experience a precipitous decline once more. Although Roger may not be a consummate capitalist, he does not hesitate to leverage his inherent advantages as a time traveler to amass a considerable sum of pocket money. As days rolled by, while he meticulously trained Jessica to become a competent assistant, the long-awaited news finally arrived. After a 3-month search in the mountainous terrains of Afghanistan, U.S. soldiers had located Tony, who had just escaped from peril in the desert. News of Tony's survival swiftly reached America, igniting a frenzied rebound in the Stark Industries stock, which had been in a prolonged slump for nearly 3 months. In the final 10 minutes before the stock market closed, Roger liquidated all his Stark Industries shares. Although the stock price would continue to rise for a while before Tony's press conference the following day, Roger refrained from grasping for the final morsel of profit. One must never seek to earn the last penny. Whether trading stocks or investing in funds, the paramount principle is to secure one's gains. Gazing at the substantial profits reflected in his account, far exceeding several modest goals, Roger nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned Jessica, who was elegantly attired in a black OL skirt, into his office. "How is the establishment of the Los Angeles branch progressing?" he inquired. "It is now operational and actively seeking collaboration opportunities with local enterprises," she replied. At that moment, Jessica appeared to have transformed completely, although her appearance remained unchanged. Her demeanor and attire perfectly matched her current role as an assistant. "Please book me a flight to Los Angeles for tonight. Additionally, arrange a long-term presidential suite. I intend to stay for a while, and you shall accompany me." While Roger was aware that Tony, clad in the Mark III, would confront Obadiah Stane, who donned the mass-produced Mark I prototype, he remained oblivious to the precise timing of this encounter. To avoid missing the moment, he resolved to stay in Los Angeles for a duration, returning to New York only after fulfilling his objectives. In truth, even if he departed from New York, the operations of the Don Quixote Group would remain unaffected, though he now presents himself daily as a successful individual ensconced in his office. The majority of his activities consist merely of affixing his signature to various documents. Professional matters, naturally, are best left to experts. Otherwise, he would not have the need to offer salaries significantly exceeding market rates to attract numerous specialists from various enterprises. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements forthwith." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Roger and Jessica arrived in Los Angeles and checked into the hotel they had reserved. Shortly after their arrival, Roger received a call from Obadiah Stane. Obadiah did not elaborate much during the conversation. He simply expressed a desire to meet, and the meeting was to take place that very night. Although the call from Obadiah caught Roger slightly off guard, he acknowledged that Obadiah was indeed his current partner. Were it not for Obadiah securing that military contract in Afghanistan, Roger would still be preoccupied with establishing a production line. In a renowned restaurant in Los Angeles, Roger encountered Obadiah Stane, whom he had not seen for some time. "I heard you faced some minor troubles in New York not long ago. I wonder how that has resolved." Obadiah inquired casually. "All is well. It has been resolved," Roger replied, taking a sip of the red wine in his glass. Though Obadiah did not explicitly state it, Roger understood that he was referring to the matters concerning the Sacred Society and the Defenders Alliance. "That is good to hear. Should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. After all, we are partners." Obadiah's tone and demeanor were exceedingly sincere. Had Roger not been aware of Obadiah's cunning nature from the outset, he might have been easily deceived. "Thank you, should the need arise. I will not hesitate to reach out," Roger responded. The ensuing conversation consisted of casual exchanges, as if the sole purpose of the meeting was to acknowledge Roger's presence in Los Angeles. Since Obadiah refrained from addressing the matter directly, Roger chose not to press the issue. As the clock approached 11, Obadiah finally broached the main topic. However, prior to doing so, he instructed his bodyguard to leave the room. Under his subtle cue, Roger also asked Jessica to step out. With only the two of them remaining in the room, Obadiah adopted a grave expression and stated, "Since we are all familiar with each other, I shall be forthright. I am aware that you have dealings in the underworld, and if you are amenable, I would like to request your assistance with a task. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you in terms of compensation." As anticipated, the moment had arrived. Upon receiving a call from Obadiah, Roger sensed that the dinner plan for that evening would not be straightforward. "First, tell me what this is about. Otherwise, I cannot agree to anything," he asserted, though he had already surmised the nature of Obadiah's request. Most likely, Obadiah intended for him to either assassinate or abduct Tony Stark, much like the previous attempt orchestrated by the Ten Rings. After a silence of several seconds, Obadiah spoke again. "Tony will be returning tomorrow, and I hope you can." He gestured at his neck with his finger. "I can provide you with all the information regarding Tony's residence, including the security systems. All you need to do is execute this as if it were a retaliatory act by terrorists." Through their interactions over the past few months, Obadiah had come to the conclusion that Roger was of a similar ilk. Aside from refraining from engaging in traditional organized crime involving vice, drugs, and gambling, Roger's actions were hardly aligned with those of a virtuous individual. It was precisely for this reason that Obadiah believed he could sway Roger to his side, compelling him to fulfill the tasks left unfinished by the Ten Rings. "This request of yours is quite something. I understand your desire for Stark Industries. After all, its success is due in no small part to your efforts. However, I must regretfully decline. I am now a legitimate businessman, and I have no interest in such matters at this time." Without a moment's hesitation, Roger rejected Obadiah's proposition. Setting aside the fact that Obadiah did not possess anything that intrigued him, even if Obadiah were willing to offer a substantial incentive, it could not compare to the rewards of the system's missions. Money, after a certain point, merely becomes a string of digits. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? With me at the helm of Stark Industries collaborating with your Don Quixote group, we could accomplish so much. Obadiah pressed once more. My answer remains unchanged. Seek someone else for this task, Roger reiterated firmly. After Roger departed the room, Obadiah's bodyguard entered, bowing respectfully. Sir, may I lead the team to handle this matter? Absolutely not. This task must be executed by an outsider. Contact those individuals from Hydra and inform them of our terms. I agree, on the condition that they eliminate Tony. Although Roger had turned him down, Obadiah was not overly concerned. Roger was not his sole option. He had considered him the primary choice simply because he was relatively easier to control. Following their departure from the restaurant, Roger and Jessica returned to the hotel in a vehicle arranged by the subsidiary. Although he suspected that Obadiah might prompt him to confront Tony after their conversation, he felt that matters were far more complex. With this thought in mind, he opened the system again to review the bounty mission. Bounty mission: simultaneously defeat Iron Tyrant Obadiah Stane and Iron Man Tony Stark. Mission reward: 30 million berries. Complete 6 styles. Mission progress: unfinished. As he gazed at the mission description, he recalled every detail of his earlier encounter with Obadiah. Minutes later, a realization struck him. Damn! He had fallen into a cognitive rut. Upon seeing this bounty mission, his initial reaction was that the completion time coincided with the moment Tony and Obadiah clashed at Stark Industries. However, he now recognized that his initial line of thought was flawed. Although the system demanded he simultaneously defeat Iron Man Tony and Iron Tyrant Obadiah, it did not imply that they would only engage in battle at that specific moment. This was not the cinematic universe he remembered. The unfolding events might diverge significantly from his recollections. With this in mind, Roger shook his head in resignation. The previous missions had progressed too smoothly, leading him to unconsciously rely on his memories when he encountered this task. Jessica cast a puzzled glance at him, but Roger remained silent, and she hesitated to inquire further. Upon returning to the presidential suite of the hotel, Roger instructed Jessica, have Jie bring a team over, and ask Luke Cage to come as well. During the ride, he had roughly outlined his forthcoming plan. However, since the driver was merely a regular employee from the local branch, he refrained from issuing orders to Jessica in the car. Only in New York did he have a driver disguised as a member of the Hand. Understood, sir. Although Jessica was unaware of Roger's intentions, she promptly informed Jie and Luke Cage. The Hand did not have a branch in Los Angeles. In fact, aside from New York, there were no members of the Hand in other American cities. Thus, if Roger intended to take action, he could only summon individuals from New York. The night swiftly passed. The next morning, Roger witnessed Tony's press conference during a news broadcast. With his right arm injured and in a sling, Tony publicly announced his decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. As soon as he made this declaration, the atmosphere at the press conference erupted into a lively commotion. Meanwhile, the radiant Obadiah swiftly approached Tony, assuming the responsibility of addressing the audience, making every effort to downplay Tony's recent decision. Stark Industries, which had its origins in the arms industry, resolved to shutter its weapons division. This was akin to a social media giant announcing the termination of its social services. After publicly declaring the closure of the weapons department, Tony departed the press conference, as per his usual custom, leaving the ensuing chaos for Obadiah to manage. Observing Tony's astonishing remarks at the conference, Roger turned off the television and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. From the current developments, it appeared that events were unfolding much as he remembered. Yet, his instincts warned him that matters were far from straightforward. Although he had declined Obadiah's proposition the previous night, the expression that followed Obadiah's overture was not one of profound regret. Clearly, Obadiah had other contingencies in mind. This was precisely why he had sent Jie and his team to accompany him. He harbored no fear that Obadiah would eliminate Tony. Rather, his concern lay in the possibility of missing the confrontation between Obadiah and Tony. A figure like Tony, destined for greatness, would likely not perish at Obadiah's hands. However, Obadiah was a mere supporting character. Supporting characters are never the equals of protagonists, a truth evident in both comics and films. Once a conflict ensued, Obadiah would either meet his demise or be forced to capitulate. Regardless of the outcome, it signified that the confrontation between Obadiah and Tony would occur only once. And this singular clash represented his only opportunity to accomplish his mission. In the afternoon, Roger met with the arriving Luke Cage and Jie in the presidential suite. You will split into two teams. One team will be responsible for a 24-hour surveillance of Obadiah. I need to know where he goes and whom he meets. The other team will protect Tony Stark, ensuring that no unknown assailants can harm him. For the necessary equipment, procure it from Jin's associates. From their previous encounter, it was evident that Obadiah did not intend to confront Tony directly. Roger's objective was to devise a means to compel Obadiah to take matters into his own hands. Uncertain of whom Obadiah might enlist in retaliation after his rejection, he could only assign his subordinates to safeguard Tony for the time being. Ultimately, before Tony and Obadiah clashed, neither could afford to fall. Even in the event of death, it must occur only after he fulfilled his mission. Roger possessed a slight tendency towards obsessive compulsiveness. He was unwilling to allow an incomplete record to mar his task history, particularly this task, which he initially deemed straightforward, requiring merely patience to await the opportune moment, was becoming increasingly complex. After Jie and Luke Cage departed, he accompanied Jessica to the Los Angeles branch office. Although the progression of the task had begun to deviate from his expectations, it appeared that Tony and Obadiah would not clash anytime soon, at least not in the immediate future. In stark contrast to the New York headquarters, the Los Angeles branch was significantly smaller in scale. However, it boasted a degree of purity absent in the ostensibly legitimate operations of the headquarters. Aside from legally sanctioned activities, the Los Angeles office refrained from engaging in any illicit enterprises. Under the guise of overseeing the branch's operations, Roger commenced his duties, which primarily involved listening to the employees report various summaries and future plans. Days passed, and the team tasked with tracking Obadiah and protecting Tony, including Jie, consistently updated Roger with the latest developments. However, there was little of note to report. Since the press conference, Tony had sequestered himself in his coastal mansion, while Obadiah continued to manage Stark Industries' affairs as usual, primarily dealing with the aftermath of the chaos left in the wake of Tony's presentation. This routine persisted for over 2 weeks. Just as Roger contemplated whether to summon Erica to Los Angeles, both the hand ninjas monitoring Obadiah and Luke Cage, responsible for Tony's protection, relayed unexpected intelligence. The team tracking Obadiah had suddenly lost his trail, while those concealed near Tony's mansion observed an unidentified flying object emerge from his garage. Roger was hardly surprised by Luke Cage's report of the unidentified object. As long as Tony continued to refine his Iron Man suit, it was inevitable that Luke Cage would witness peculiar aerial phenomena near the mansion. Tony was not the type to patiently await the completion of thorough safety tests before engaging in practical operations. Provided the object emerging from the mansion was not a lightning-wreathed Thor or some extraterrestrial vessel, Roger anticipated no surprises. Everything on Tony's end unfolded as he had anticipated. Yet Obadiah's abrupt evasion of the hand ninjas was most unusual. Although Roger had begun to regard the ninjas' capabilities with some disdain, they remained seasoned operatives. He did not doubt Obadiah's ability to elude his pursuers, especially given that he had professionals at his side. However, at this moment, Obadiah unexpectedly shed the pursuit of the Hand Association. If he were merely meeting ordinary individuals or visiting commonplace locations, there would be no necessity for Obadiah to deliberately conceal his whereabouts. After being tracked by the Hand Association's ninjas for some time, Roger was even aware of the upscale apartment where Obadiah's blonde secretary resided, as well as the duration of his visits. After pondering for a brief moment, he ordered his subordinates to retract their surveillance of Obadiah. Although he was still unaware of Obadiah's destination or the identity of the individuals he intended to meet, this unusual behavior alone divulged ample information. Obadiah was preparing to take action against Tony. After assigning those responsible for tracking to protect Tony, Roger patiently awaited developments. 2 days later, the operatives covertly safeguarding Tony, including Jie and Luke Cage, relayed significant news. An armed combat team had attempted to infiltrate Tony's mansion under the cover of night. However, before this combat team could approach the mansion, they were intercepted by Luke Cage and his associates. A fierce confrontation ensued, resulting in the retreat of the combat team, albeit with considerable losses on Luke Cage's side, specifically, a reduction of over half their numbers. In the report, Luke Cage provided a particularly useful piece of information. Within that combat team, he encountered a man with a metallic left arm who exhibited strength beyond that of an ordinary human and displayed extraordinary combat skills. Even with his super strength and formidable defensive abilities, Luke Cage found himself at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Had it not been for the assistance of Jie and others, he would have been unable to thwart that man. Upon hearing Luke Cage's account, Roger furrowed his brow. In his recollection, there was only one individual known for possessing a metallic left arm, a super soldier known as the Winter Soldier, Bucky. The fact that Obadiah had sought the aid of Hydra was shocking. Understanding this diminished Roger's regard for Obadiah even further. Norman Osborn, who wielded considerable influence within Oscorp, dared only to engage in limited collaboration with Hydra. Yet, Obadiah, as the second-in-command of Stark Industries, audaciously approached Hydra for assistance. It is easy to summon a deity, yet challenging to send one away. Obadiah could not possibly be oblivious to this reality. In his quest for absolute control over Stark Industries, he was willing to invoke the power of Hydra. This course of action transcended mere imprudence. It was akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a precipice, with the ever-present risk of losing his life. In a certain estate in Los Angeles, the attack has failed? How could this be? Did I not provide you with all the security details? There were merely 2 individuals and an artificial intelligence steward inside, and yet you could not resolve this? Obadiah struggled to contain his emotions, refraining from expressing his outrage. The information you supplied was flawed. Our agents had not even approached the premises before encountering a specialized unit that impeded our progress. You must provide us with an explanation. A middle-aged man clad in black combat attire, his expression icy, addressed Obadiah. It is inconceivable. Tony has not employed any security team whatsoever. If Hydra possesses such limited capabilities, I must reconsider our collaboration. With that, Obadiah stood up abruptly and departed the room without a backward glance. Upon leaving the estate, Obadiah's frustration intensified. He was willing to incur certain costs to satisfy Hydra, yet he had not anticipated that they would deliver the outcome of a failed operation. Had he not lacked the means to confront Hydra, he would have severed ties at that very moment. What a farce. They present themselves as invincible, yet they cannot even breach a villa devoid of security personnel. After Obadiah exited the estate with his bodyguards, the middle-aged man returned to another room within the manor and informed the individuals inside. Obadiah has been sent on his way. It is now confirmed that those who thwarted our operation are ninjas from the Hand. As for the man with extraordinary abilities, he is likely Luke Cage, a member of the Defenders who recently opposed the Hand. While others may not grasp the nature of the Hand's ninjas, Hydra is fully aware. Upon realizing that those who obstructed them would vanish into ashes upon death, they understood these individuals were indeed ninjas of the Hand. After delivering his report, the man in the room remained silent, still facing away from him, gazing out at the night sky. Should we warn Roger? He is presently in Los Angeles. The middle-aged man inquired further. No need. He is not one of those tiresome superheroes. He may share similar intentions with us. Mobilizing our embedded spies would be a waste of such power in the hands of Stark Industries. The man at the window continued to speak calmly without turning around. Very well, sir. I will make the necessary arrangements. With that, the middle-aged man in black combat attire exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Upon learning that Obadiah was in contact with Hydra, Roger once again summoned a contingent from New York. The unfolding events have diverged entirely from his memories. Obadiah is far more deranged than he had imagined. In his quest for complete domination over Stark Industries, he dares to align himself with an entity as formidable as Hydra. Roger is at a loss to determine whether to label Obadiah as foolish or overly confident, since the assassination attempt was thwarted that fateful night. Luke Cage and his companions have not encountered a second assault from Hydra while lurking near Tony's mansion. During these days, they have witnessed Tony soaring from the garage in his armored suit on several occasions. It is only now that they realize the unidentified flying object they initially reported was, in fact, a man clad in high-tech armor. Shortly after Tony's departure in his suit, they observed Obadiah casually entering the mansion. Should they report this to the young master? After a moment's contemplation, Jie decided to inform Roger of Obadiah's arrival at Tony's villa. Although they were oblivious to Roger's plans, their prolonged surveillance had revealed that the mansion was currently unoccupied. Pepper had left the villa early that morning, and Tony had just flown away in his advanced armor. Obadiah's presence at the villa seemed highly irregular. Upon receiving Jia Yi's report, Roger, having grown weary of his prolonged stay in Los Angeles, felt a surge of excitement. Obadiah exhibited far more patience than he had anticipated. He had expected Obadiah to initiate his next move immediately following the failed assassination. To his surprise, Obadiah had remained unperturbed, waiting patiently for several days. Half an hour later, Jia Yi relayed further information. Obadiah exited the villa carrying a transparent box. Due to the distance, they could not ascertain the contents of the box, but it bore a resemblance to a metallic ornament. Naturally, Jia Yi and the others were unable to identify it. After hearing their description, Roger's spirits lifted considerably. If all goes as anticipated, Obadiah has pilfered the first-generation miniaturized arc reactor crafted by Tony. If memory serves, this miniaturized reactor, produced in the cave, had less than half of its energy remaining and was unsuitable for sustained flight. A larger mass-produced Mark I prototype paired with an insufficiently charged arc reactor. Roger took a moment to mourn for Obadiah. It is time to retreat. There is no longer a need to protect Tony Stark. After issuing commands to Jia Yi and the others, Roger donned a hand-tailored burgundy suit that he had gradually grown fond of. At last, he donned the black gloves. The moment to commence his task had finally arrived. Just as he intended to leap directly from the presidential suite's window, he abruptly paused, activating the spatial portal on his right hand. After putting on the seldom-used red sunglasses, he pressed his right hand against the window, opened the portal, and jumped out. The void beckoned. As his body plummeted rapidly under the force of gravity, he unleashed his sole remaining flight skill, soaring towards the Stark Industries research facility. Having spent an extended period in Los Angeles, he had long since pinpointed the location of the Stark factory. Moreover, based on prior intelligence gathered from surveillance, he was aware that Obadiah had stealthily visited the factory on several occasions. All evidence suggested that Obadiah's clandestine laboratory was indeed situated within the confines of the facility. This information aligned closely with his recollections. The only divergence was that Obadiah had not removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Rather, he had absconded with the first arc reactor from Tony's lab. During his journey to the factory, Roger had no intention of concealing his whereabouts. Not only did he refrain from hiding, but he also lacked any desire to disguise himself. The task reward presented by the system this time was not particularly substantial. Given the system's reluctance to bestow rewards, he had to devise ways to amplify the remuneration for this mission. For instance, he aimed to transform this battle, which rightfully belonged to Iron Man Tony, into a grand stage for the demonstration of his prowess. Although the bounty was disbursed annually, he remained indifferent to this fact. It was akin to a fixed deposit. While it could not be withdrawn at will, the increase in amount was undoubtedly advantageous. As Roger swiftly traversed the void towards the factory, Obadiah was busy installing the stolen miniature arc reactor into the mass production prototype of the Mark I suit. This prototype had been constructed days prior. However, the engineers under his command had persistently struggled to solve the issue of miniaturizing the arc reactor. Thus, as the second-in-command at Stark Industries, he resorted to the idea of stealing the miniature arc reactor. He was aware that Tony possessed another small arc reactor. Yet, this was inconsequential. Once he eliminated Tony, that reactor would inevitably belong to him as well. Once the miniature arc reactor was integrated into the energy core of the suit, the armor, which had remained dormant since its completion, finally sprang to life. Gazing upon the towering battle armor, a long-forgotten longing flickered across Obadiah's face. Machinery embodies the romance of man. Especially when such machinery serves as a deadly weapon of war, it exerts an irresistible allure upon men. As the armor activated, Obadiah hesitated not a moment and began donning this imposing suit of steel. Roger had assumed he would be the first to appear before Obadiah, only to discover that Tony's speed was no less than his own. Upon hearing JARVIS announce the intrusion alert, Tony, clad in the Mark III, immediately commenced his return. He had initially intended to proceed to Afghanistan to carry out a rescue mission he had executed several times before. However, upon learning that Obadiah had taken the small arc reactor he had left in the lab, he began to contemplate certain matters. The small reactor was specifically designed as the power source for his iron suit, initially crafted to save his own life. While the potential applications of the small arc reactor are vast, in this moment, only one machine could utilize it, the iron suit he had designed. As Tony approached the factory at high speed, he noticed a figure soaring through the distant sky. A flying human? Through the suit's observation system, he clearly discerned Roger airborne, prompting a flicker of confusion across Tony's visage. Though he himself was also airborne, clad in the flying-capable iron suit, Roger was merely adorned in a dark red suit. As Tony hovered in the air, scrutinizing his surroundings, Roger paid him no heed and continued his swift trajectory toward the factory. With less than a kilometer remaining, he activated his observation hockey, locking onto Obadiah's position. Although Obadiah's life signal bore no notable differences from others, Roger, having crossed paths with him multiple times, had memorized his life signal, a birdcage. Before even descending to the rooftop, Roger raised his left hand and launched a multitude of threads into the sky. Both Tony's Mark III and Obadiah's mass-produced Mark I prototype possessed flying capabilities, and he had no desire for either of them to vacate this stage. The white threads ascended rapidly, then descended like meteors. In mere seconds, a birdcage, towering over 1,000 meters and spanning several kilometers in diameter, materialized before Roger and Tony. They were not alone in witnessing the birth of this cage. Nearby pedestrians and residents also beheld this scene as if conjured by magic. The stage is set. Next, it is time for the actors to take the spotlight. A three-way melee on the grand stage of demons. If you dare, come forth. For this endeavor, Roger has awaited for over 3 months. This has been the longest preparation period for any task he has undertaken thus far. Although he has enjoyed himself over the past 3 months, the lingering task has cast a shadow over his contentment. It feels akin to a web novelist yearning to watch a captivating film or to enjoy a date with his girlfriend, yet unable to fulfill the day's obligatory update. Though a slight delay in posting may not be detrimental, the matter remains a persistent weight on his mind, rendering his girlfriend's allure somewhat diminished in his eyes. However, now, everything is on the verge of resolution. Iron Man, Tony, hovers in midair, while Obadiah Stane, the Ironmonger, occupies the laboratory within the factory building. Should Roger triumph over both Tony and Obadiah in this battle, the knot that has tangled his heart for over 3 months will finally unravel and disappear. With this thought, Roger's spirits lifted considerably. Tony has witnessed the entire process of the birdcage's creation, and at the same time, JARVIS has compiled Roger's information, displaying it before him. Roger Wayne. Although Tony has never interacted with Roger before, and today marks their first meeting, he is not entirely unfamiliar with him. He first took note of Roger when he emerged as the president of Hand Corporation, not because of Roger's good looks, but due to Roger's lawsuit against SHIELD. While the general public's understanding of SHIELD is limited to its perception as a somewhat unique official agency, Tony has long been privy to the true nature of SHIELD from his father's accounts. More importantly, he later learned that the individual who seized Captain America's shield was none other than Roger. What do you mean by that? Tony's voice echoed from within his armor as he descended onto the rooftop of the factory building, mirroring Roger's landing. Nothing much. Just looking to give you two a good thrashing, Roger replied, glancing at Tony with a cheerful tone. It must be said that Tony's iron suit would indeed look more appealing with a splash of color. He had previously attempted to replicate Tony's iron suit with a wire armor. While the designs bore similarities, the red and gold hues of Mark III undeniably offered a more visually pleasing aesthetic. A good thrashing for us too? Tony was taken aback by Roger's unexpected response. You shall soon discover the answer. With that, he gestured towards an exit of the factory building. His observation hockey alerted him to the fact that Obadiah, clad in the mass-produced Mark I prototype, would emerge from that very exit in mere moments. Sure enough, seconds later, the iron giant Obadiah stepped out of the factory. Upon leaving the building, Obadiah quickly sensed something amiss. The enormous and conspicuously visible birdcage above immediately captured his attention. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Roger leapt from the rooftop of the factory. Utilizing the air's cushion, he floated down before Obadiah like a delicate leaf. Wade, what brings you here? Obadiah asked, momentarily taken aback by Roger's sudden appearance. Without responding to Obadiah's query, Roger raised his right hand. 5 colored threads. 5 sharp threads of various hues surged towards Obadiah like blades. The sound of slicing filled the air. Following his level up, the sharpness of the string fruit's threads had significantly increased. Yet, against the seemingly sturdy battle armor, the cutting ability of the 5 colored threads proved somewhat lacking. The areas grazed by the threads bore 5 distinct scars, but they were still far from breaching his defenses. Upon hearing the jarring sound of the threads against his armor, Obadiah's expression darkened. He had thought their relationship with Roger was relatively amicable, but now, Roger's actions conveyed a stark reality. Their bond was not as strong as he had once believed. As the 5 colored threads dissipated, Obadiah wasted no time in raising his right hand to activate the Gatling gun on his arm. The weapon erupted in a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of bullets as if they were free of cost. Despite his observation hockey, Roger did not believe he could easily evade this storm of bullets. The moment Obadiah lifted his hand, Roger activated the powers of the string fruit once more. String Flow Barrier. A wall composed entirely of white threads, adorned with a dog-headed sculpture, materialized before him. The rapidly approaching bullets struck this seemingly insubstantial barrier one after another, while the 5 colored threads could not slice through Obadiah's armor. His bullets too failed to penetrate Roger's string flow barrier. On the rooftop, Tony witnessed the clash between Roger and Obadiah, momentarily at a loss for words. He was aware of the previous dealings between Roger and Obadiah, yet the scene unfolding before him was entirely different from his expectations. What does this fellow intend to accomplish? A question surfaced in Tony's mind. However, he swiftly cast this inquiry aside. Obadiah was certainly no virtuous individual, but neither did Roger appear to be a paragon of goodness. In light of this, a simultaneous assault on both seemed prudent. Without hesitation, Tony leaped from the rooftop, hurtling towards Roger and Obadiah below. Concurrently, he aimed his hands at the 2 adversaries. Although the Mark III was equipped with an array of weaponry, Tony's options were rather limited. The retractable, compact anti-armor missile on his right arm and the palm-mounted pulse cannon on his left hand surged forth, targeting Roger and Obadiah respectively. Boom. The small anti-armor missile struck Obadiah first, unleashing a fiery explosion of orange and red. Simultaneously, an imperceptible pulse of energy surged towards Roger, concealed behind a barrier. While the pulse energy of the cannon was invisible to the naked eye, it manifested vividly within Roger's observation hockey. He could not effortlessly evade the barrage of bullets from the Gatling gun, yet dodging the pulse cannon's assault posed no significant challenge for him. As the formless, colorless pulse energy neared, Roger quietly retreated a few steps, easily sidestepping the attack. Bang! The pulse energy collided with the ground, creating a crater several dozen centimeters deep. Tony's involvement was not unwelcome news for Roger. Since the moment the system had issued the task, he had prepared himself to confront both Tony and Obadiah simultaneously. Obadiah, however, was caught unawares. He had not anticipated that Roger, who had previously been a stable ally, would suddenly turn against him. Moreover, he never envisioned that Tony would don the Mark III and approach him directly, launching an offensive. In his recollection, Tony was merely a prodigious playboy. Yet the current Tony was a far cry from his expectations. Though the small anti-armor missile was diminutive in size, its destructive power was substantial. Even within the confines of his armor, Obadiah felt the tremendous shockwave of the explosion. At this moment, events had veered completely off the trajectory Obadiah had anticipated. For someone who prided himself on maintaining control over every situation, this was profoundly unsettling. However, his discontent was only just beginning. Following the missile's launch, Tony did not cease his assault. He collided with the mass-produced Mark I prototype like a shooting star, aiming the pulse cannon squarely at the prototype's head. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Tony unleashed 3 pulses from the head of the mass-produced Mark I prototype. While the palm-mounted pulse cannon of the Mark III boasted commendable offensive power, Obadiah's design philosophy for the Mark I prototype prioritized durability and resilience. The colossal stature of the prototype not only imparted an overwhelming sense of might, but also endowed it with superior defensive capabilities. Just as Obadiah intended to seize Tony from behind, an immensely colossal molten fist materialized before him and Tony. The firestorm, this enormous fist, composed entirely of lava, surged forth with the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption, descending upon Tony and Obadiah. The impact was sudden and unexpected. Neither had anticipated such an assault from a fist of molten rock several meters in size. Caught off guard, they were struck without any chance of evasion. The volcanic ferocity of the molten fist was merely the beginning of the devastation. Upon striking Tony and Obadiah, the massive fist disintegrated into innumerable molten projectiles, continuing to unleash its dreadful assault. Though both Tony and Obadiah's armors possessed the capability of flight, they found no opportunity to ascend amidst the storm of molten missiles. In mere moments, they were propelled into the confines of the factory building by Roger's firestorm. The scattered molten projectiles not only further assaulted the two, but also wreaked havoc on everything within the structure. After sending Tony and Obadiah flying with a single blow, Roger wasted no time and executed the technique known as shave, instantly appearing within the building's interior. Seizing the moment while the massive Mark I prototype had yet to rise, Roger's left hand surged with countless white threads. The binding threads, these incredibly resilient strands, akin to serpents, swiftly ensnared the limbs of the mass-produced Mark I prototype, binding them securely. Unlike previous encounters, the threads did not merely wrap around the armor, but extended to entwine the building's supporting columns and various metal struts. Ultimately, these white threads returned to Roger's left hand, forming a continuous loop. How heavy could the mass-produced Mark I prototype possibly be? Roger was unaware of the exact figures, yet he was confident that its weight remained within his capacity to manage. Although Obadiah's struggles demanded more of his strength to lift the prototype, overall, it was a manageable endeavor. Obadiah, though a shrewd businessman, was far from being a competent warrior. As the threads entwined around the limbs of the prototype, lifting it into the air, its initial response was not to struggle, but to attempt an assault on Roger using the weaponry aboard. Naturally, Roger would not grant Obadiah such an opportunity. With the mass-produced Mark I prototype suspended aloft, he summoned his strength in his left hand, yanking fiercely backward. Break free. At this moment, Roger did not hold back, unleashing his utmost power. Simultaneously, he manipulated the threads to retract. His intent was straightforward, to completely sever the limbs of the mass-produced Mark I prototype, rendering this iron giant a true cripple. Crack! The tremendous force relentlessly pulled at the prototype's limbs, which emitted sounds of unbearable strain. Neither Obadiah nor Tony anticipated that the seemingly gentle Roger would resort to such brutal tactics. What astonished them even further was the realization that Roger could indeed achieve this. Could this be a mere human? Under the astonished gaze of Obadiah and Tony, Roger let out a mighty roar, exerting all his strength in a backward pull. Boom! The steel-crafted limbs of the mass-produced Mark I prototype shattered under the terrifying force. He actually accomplished it? How could this be possible? Tony, witnessing this scene, was engulfed in shock. He was aware of the existence of certain individuals with extraordinary abilities, but this was the first time he had witnessed such an unimaginable spectacle firsthand. If Tony was merely astonished by Roger's strength, Obadiah, on the other hand, was ashen-faced. This was impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable. Obadiah could not accept the sight before him. At that moment, he even disregarded the impact of the descent. He could not fathom that the armored suit he had placed such high hopes on could be destroyed in such a bizarre manner. After severing the prototype's limbs, Roger flexed his slightly sore left hand and then turned his gaze toward Tony. With the prototype out of the equation, Obadiah was merely a grotesquely large figure, no longer worthy of concern. Wait, perhaps we can have a chat. Tony suddenly spoke as he noticed Roger's attention directed at him. Certainly. Just as the words left his mouth, Roger vanished from Tony's sight. In a brief distance, the swiftness of his movement was enough to easily evade the detection of the Mark III. In an instant, Roger stood before Tony. The right arm transformed into a molten form. Cerberus. Roger offered Tony no respite, as his dark crimson lava fist struck the chest of Mark III like a cannonball. Capable of withstanding tank shells and forged from titanium alloy, the Mark III was rendered no more than ordinary metal in the presence of Cerberus. Roger scarcely felt any significant resistance, and his right fist was already pressed against Tony's arc reactor. Had he not tempered his strength at that moment, Tony would have met the same fate as Blonsky, with a single blow piercing through his chest. Yet he ultimately refrained from such a fatal action. The objective merely required him to defeat Tony, not to extinguish his life. Eliminating Tony now would not only yield no additional rewards, but would also invite further complications. As Roger unleashed his right fist, poised to pierce through Tony's form, he reined in most of his power. Thud! Even with the majority of his force withdrawn, the sheer impact of the blow sent Tony hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against a wall that had already endured volcanic missile strikes. The wall bore spiderweb-like cracks, and Tony, clad in the Mark III, plummeted to the ground, gasping for breath. Beyond the sheer force of Cerberus's strike, the moment Roger's molten fist made contact with his chest, Tony was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending death, far more intense than what he had endured when kidnapped in Afghanistan. However, just as he braced for the certainty of his demise, Roger merely propelled him away. Although the sensation of being thrown was far from pleasant, it paled in comparison to the suffocating aura of death that had enveloped him. Following the blow, Roger did not pursue Tony further. Instead, he stood in place, exhaling deeply. At that moment, a single word echoed in his mind: exhilarating. The frustration accumulated over 3 months dissipated entirely as he severed the limbs of the mass-produced Mark I prototype and sent Tony flying. Were it not for the need to maintain his current composure, he might have felt an irresistible urge to howl at the heavens. As he reveled in the exhilarating release of his pent-up frustrations, a system notification appeared in his mind. Bounty mission: simultaneously defeat Ironmonger Obadiah Stane and Iron Man Tony Stark. Mission reward: 30 million berries. Complete version of the 6 forms. Mission progress completed. Mission rewards have been dispatched. The moment the system notification resonated, he opened the system to take a glance. In the combat techniques section, a new entry had appeared. The original 6 forms had vanished entirely. In its stead, there exists the complete version of the 6 styles, along with 2 profound techniques of the 6 styles. The 6 styles comprise shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, tempest kick, and finger gun. The profound techniques of the 6 styles are the 6 King Spear and the maximum wheel of 6 King Spear. Moreover, his bounty has surged from an initial 17 million to 47 million berries. As for the bounty, it remains at 30 million berries for the time being. Although the bounty has not changed immediately, he is not particularly concerned. His attempt to elevate his bounty through the influence of events is merely a clever stratagem. In gaming terminology, it bears resemblance to exploiting a bug. The task has only just been completed, and the impact of the event has yet to fully manifest. Thus, the lack of immediate change in the bounty is not particularly surprising. After shutting down the system page visible only to himself, he disregarded Tony and approached Obadiah, who was unable to remove his armor due to its damage. "Let us proceed. There is one final act to perform," Roger remarked, observing Obadiah ensnared within the armor with a smile. He then lifted the now limbless prototype and strode towards the building's exit. Upon departing the factory, he beheld police and news helicopters circling the birdcage. He had anticipated this outcome while employing the birdcage. Besides serving as a means to prevent Obadiah and Tony from departing, it also functioned to attract public attention. However, he did not foresee that the process of defeating Tony and Obadiah would be even easier than he had imagined. Thus, the birdcage ultimately served only to draw attention. Nevertheless, this did not impede his subsequent plans. Once he dismantled the birdcage, the police, reporters, and a throng of overly curious spectators who had been waiting outside hastened to approach. Although the battle they had just witnessed was not as intense as envisioned, its impact still reverberated. Set aside other considerations, the sounds of gunfire and explosions alone were sufficient to capture public interest. In the ensuing moments, Roger utilized his well-prepared statements to address the inquiries of the police and reporters, withholding any information that should remain undisclosed. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as a principled entrepreneur with a strong sense of responsibility and ethics. "I have obtained information from various sources regarding Obadiah Stane's provision of military weapons to terrorists, intricately linked to Mr. Tony Stark's kidnapping incident in Afghanistan. As far as I am aware, the high-tech armor Mr. Stane is currently wearing is a redesign based on the prototype that Mr. Stark used to escape from the terrorists' clutches. Although my acquaintance with Mr. Stane has not been extensive, I fervently hope that he does not succumb to the allure of financial gain and embark on a path of unlawful conduct. I endeavored to persuade him to surrender. Yet he, blinded by greed, not only dismissed the notion of confession, but also employed newly developed high-tech armor to assault me. In the interest of self-preservation, I found myself compelled to retaliate against Mr. Stane. Mr. Tony Stark, unaware of the circumstances, mistakenly believed I intended to harm Mr. Stane and subsequently launched an attack against me. Despite the misunderstandings that ensued, Mr. Stark ultimately grasped the truth of the situation. Roger's account, while not entirely foolproof, was sufficient to lend credibility to his actions on this occasion. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he did not inflict any genuine harm upon Tony or Obadiah. Had he taken the lives of either Tony or Obadiah, his defense would have crumbled. However, both Tony and Obadiah remain unscathed. Naturally, Tony and Obadiah might challenge Roger's narrative, but such rebuttals hold little significance. Their vested interests render their statements less persuasive than Roger's. As for Obadiah, his words would invariably be met with skepticism, as people would question his motives for self-preservation. Tony's situation is even more straightforward. Not only does he share a strong personal rapport with Obadiah, but they are also closely knit business partners. His stance is far from Roger's neutrality. Most crucially, not all of Roger's assertions are fabricated. Indeed, a substantial portion is grounded in truth. Aside from his ulterior motives, verifiable facts include Obadiah's dealings in weaponry with terrorists and his involvement in orchestrating the abduction of Tony. Should Tony seek to counter Roger's claims, Roger is well prepared for any ensuing discourse. As Roger faced inquiries from reporters, the police were diligently gathering evidence within the severely damaged factory building. At that moment, Tony emerged from the premises clad in Mark III armor. Had it not been for the police cordoning off the area, the journalists would have surged into the factory. Upon exiting, Tony, having lifted his helmet, exchanged a glance with Roger. Under the scrutiny of law enforcement and reporters alike, he approached the prototype of the mass-produced Mark I and removed the small arc reactor from its chest. Having completed his task, he sealed his helmet and departed without a backward glance. After Tony's departure, Roger adeptly addressed the final queries from the reporters with his pre-prepared responses, ultimately vanishing from sight with a mastery of stealth. Roger chose to disregard Obadiah any further. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Obadiah was bound to be detained by the local authorities, ultimately meeting an untimely demise in his cell, either by accident or suicide. From the moment Obadiah allied himself with Hydra, his grim fate was sealed. To prevent any sensitive information from being disclosed, Hydra would undoubtedly ensure that Obadiah remained utterly silent. The following day, the skirmish involving Roger, Tony, and others at the factory unmistakably became the headline news. Within Obadiah's personal computer, the police uncovered evidence of his arms dealings with terrorists, including plans for the abduction of Tony. More critically, they discovered comprehensive documentation regarding the mass-produced Mark I prototype, including details of the very Mark I that Tony had personally constructed. The emergence of this data not only corroborated Roger's previous assertions, but also served as compelling evidence against Obadiah for his transgressions. However, Obadiah would never experience the justice he so richly deserved. On the third day of his incarceration, news broke of his suicide within the prison walls. Simultaneously, a fire of moderate scale erupted in the police evidence room. 5 days after the battle's conclusion, Stark Industries convened a press conference. Tony attended, delivering a standard official statement regarding the events of the preceding days. "I am Iron Man," he ultimately proclaimed before the gathered media, uttering that iconic line. Roger, however, did not witness this memorable moment. Following Obadiah's suicide, he returned to Los Angeles. Yet, before his departure, he had an undisclosed meeting with Tony. It was a tranquil night, and after concluding a conversation with Jessica, Roger lay in bed contemplating the universe's ultimate mysteries. At that moment, Jarvis infiltrated his phone. In a state of profound reflection, he had initially no intention of meeting Tony. Nevertheless, he ultimately ventured to Tony's coastal mansion. The day after their clandestine meeting, Roger departed Los Angeles, returning to New York alongside Jessica. In a secret safe house belonging to the Hand in Queens, Roger engaged in combat with Luke Cage. At that moment, he was testing the efficacy of the 6 styles and 2 secret techniques on Luke, whose impervious defenses and regeneration capabilities, 3 times faster than in ordinary humans, provided the perfect subject for such an experiment. Certainly, in order to avoid inadvertently inflicting harm upon Luke Cage, Roger engaged him with less than 1/3 of his strength. The 6 styles undeniably transcend the limits of human physical capability, even with such a minimal exertion. And without employing any of his fruit abilities, Roger effortlessly subdued Luke Cage. Although the system provided only the original techniques of the 6 styles, devoid of any extensions or adaptations, Roger, through several days of diligent training and development, managed to devise several commendable extension techniques. This development was merely a replication of the techniques utilized by Luo Jie and others, who had already created numerous effective extensions, thus rendering further personal invention unnecessary. Moreover, one cannot deem the appropriation of combat techniques as theft. Rather, it is a judicious borrowing and referencing. Roger spent more than half a month honing his skills through daytime sparring with Luke Cage and evening practice with Jessica and Erica. During this period, he did not emerge into the public eye, but patiently assimilated his gains. Following this period of maturation, his exploits with the system's bug to accumulate bounty rewards finally bore fruit. The bounty now stood at 70 million berries. Though this figure still fell short of his target of 100 million berries, Roger found satisfaction in the current amount. Just as he intended to maintain this low-profile existence for a while longer, he unexpectedly received a call from Norman Osborn. Norman did not elaborate much over the phone, merely expressing a desire to meet that evening. The meeting place was none other than his estate in the suburbs. Roger did not decline the invitation and readily agreed. That night, in the study of the estate, Roger encountered the unchanged visage of Norman Osborn. As before, he also saw the corpulent Senator Stern and the formidable Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes. Bucky maintained his customary demeanor of impenetrable aloofness, while Senator Stern greeted Roger with a politician's practice smile, clearly indicating that Norman Osborn had once again reverted to his old role as a middleman. Speak plainly, what brings me here this time? Roger seated himself directly before Senator Stern. As this is not our first interaction, I shall be direct. We hope you can assist us in acquiring this item. With that, Senator Stern handed a document to Roger. Upon opening the folder, a photograph immediately came into view. What is this? Has Hydra escalated their ambitions to such heights? The object in the photograph is familiar to Roger. Indeed, anyone with even a slight acquaintance with the Marvel Universe would recognize it. The Tesseract. The item depicted is none other than the Tesseract. This artifact, known as the Tesseract, once belonged to us but was subsequently seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. We hope you can assist us in reclaiming it. We have determined its current location, but stealthily extracting it is beyond our capabilities. We are aware of your unique abilities, Roger, and if you are willing to retrieve the Tesseract for us, we can offer you whatever you desire. Senator Stern's voice resonated slowly. Roger did not pay heed to Senator Stern's words. His attention was captured by the bounty mission recently presented by the system. The Tesseract, an artifact of cosmic significance, undoubtedly activated the bounty task. Unlike previous missions he had undertaken, this one bore a distinct nature. Advanced bounty task: acquire the Tesseract and annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Basic reward: acquire the Tesseract elevation of all fruit and hockey levels by 1 tier. Intermediate reward: annihilate 1 organization Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Advanced reward: annihilate 2 organizations Zushi Zushi no Mi, Gravity Gravity fruit. Task duration: 1 year. Upon reviewing the mission details provided by the system, Roger was momentarily taken aback. The Tesseract, being a treasure of cosmic caliber, indeed activated a task of unparalleled distinction. This was an advanced bounty mission, complete with a time constraint. More importantly, the rewards presented were utterly irresistible. The basic reward alone, with the elevation of fruit and hockey levels, would save him a considerable amount of training time. The Goro Goro no Mi and Zushi Zushi no Mi were the true highlights. Even the acquisition of a single fruit would make the reward enticing, let alone the prospect of obtaining both. Truly, as an advanced bounty mission, the rewards were exceptionally elevated. If I could secure all these rewards. Noticing the astonished expression that emerged on Roger's face, Senator Stern revealed a knowing look. Although Roger was currently the most prominent extraordinary being, Stern perceived him merely as an upstart lacking depth. In the presence of such a wondrous artifact as the Tesseract, it was indeed evident that the brash Roger was profoundly awed. However, he would never expect that Roger's astonishment stemmed not from the Tesseract itself, but from the task rewards presented by the system. I can retrieve the Tesseract and hand it over to you, but I wish to know what compensation you can provide in return. Do not tell me that whatever I desire, you can fulfill. I am a pragmatic individual, favoring that which is tangible and palpable. In the information provided by Senator Stern, there exists merely an introduction to the Tesseract, devoid of any specific location details. To facilitate the forthcoming mission, Roger does not hesitate to mislead Hydra for the time being. He is undoubtedly intent on acquiring the Tesseract, yet not for Hydra's sake, but rather for the sake of his own mission. Upon reviewing the rewards presented by the system, he quietly labeled Hydra with an impending doom. How about $1 billion? It remains uncertain whether Hydra is genuinely affluent or if they have merely prepared from the outset not to settle any dues, as Senator Stern has offered an astonishing remuneration. Very well, After a moment of deliberate contemplation, Roger conveyed his response. Whether Hydra pays or not is of little consequence, as he never intended to hand the Tesseract over to them. Excellent. When the time comes to act, we will notify you in advance. The Winter Soldier will accompany you, alleviating some of the pressure. No problem. Stern did not directly disclose the Tesseract's location to Roger. Clearly, Hydra harbors reservations regarding him. Roger chose not to comment on Hydra's arrangement. After departing from Norman Osborn's estate, Roger returned directly to his residence. Although the system had assigned him a high-level bounty task, the challenge was indeed commensurate with its elevated designation. Not to mention, there was a year-long deadline for the mission, to obliterate S-H-I-E-L-D. And Hydra within a year is no trifling matter. At least, he currently lacks substantial confidence in achieving it. Yet, regardless of the task's difficulty, he must resolutely forge ahead. The Gomu Gomu no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi had already occupied a prominent position on his must-acquire fruit list prior to his arrival in this world. He had been preparing to diligently save berries to purchase these two fruits from the market. However, the system unexpectedly presented these fruits as rewards for his mission. As days passed, Hydra did not reach out to him for immediate action. This waiting period extended to a full week. Just as Roger began to doubt Hydra's desire for the Tesseract, he finally received news of an operation from them. That night, at a private airport, Roger once again encountered Senator Stern and Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. In addition to these two, he also met 5 warriors clad in black combat attire. The 5 warriors, a mix of men and women, comprised both Caucasians and African Americans, each exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. To his astonishment, upon sensing these 5 warriors with his observation hockey, he discovered that they were all enhanced soldiers. The extent of their enhancements was unmistakably beyond the serums he had previously sold to Hydra. Those serums could not achieve such a level of augmentation. Moreover, in terms of vitality, their life force surpassed even that of Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Were these the hidden Winter Soldiers of Hydra? While others may be oblivious, Roger was aware that Hydra's ranks included more than just Bucky. They would collaborate with him during this operation. The Cosmic Cube was currently housed within a research facility established through a collaboration between S-H-I-E-L-D and NASA. Ostensibly, this facility was dedicated to the study of cosmic rays, with the cube located in the laboratory beneath its foundations. As far as we know, S-H-I-E-L-D is not only investigating the energy of the Cosmic Cube, but is also exploring related energy weapons. Stern provided Roger with insights into the facility while handing him a pre-prepared internal blueprint. After swiftly perusing the blueprint, Roger, along with Bucky and the others, boarded the helicopter that had been readied for their journey. This research facility was located outside New York on a vast plain. Even by helicopter, it would take over an hour to reach. Like Bucky, the other members of the Special Operations team wore expressions of icy indifference. Observing Bucky seated before him, Roger broke the silence, remarking, "Your metallic arm looks rather impressive." Bucky glanced at Roger but remained silent. "Let us not be so cold. We are teammates now, and a bit of communication would benefit our collaboration." Still, Bucky offered no response. Not only did Bucky remain mute, but the others did as well. Faced with Bucky's imperturbability, Roger decided to escalate the situation. "Do you remember Rogers? Steve Rogers, the little guy who used to stuff newspapers in his shoes?" Upon hearing Captain America's name, Bucky finally displayed a different reaction. He slowly raised his gaze, and in an instant, his metallic left arm shot toward Roger with lightning speed. Bang! At the moment Bucky swung his fist, Roger raised his left hand, firmly grasping Bucky's powerful metallic punch. "It seems you still have some recollection," Roger remarked, just as the Special Operations team members drew their weapons, aiming them at him. "No need to be so tense. I was merely joking." As Roger released Bucky's fist, it became evident from the actions of these individuals that the orders given by Hydra were far from merely cooperative. No one responded to Roger, and the atmosphere within the cabin once again succumbed to silence. After more than an hour of flight, the helicopter descended onto a plain near a research facility surrounded by numerous radar installations. To avoid drawing the attention of S-H-I-E-L-D, the helicopter did not approach the facility directly. Upon disembarking, Roger employed a suit of armor he had not utilized in quite some time. This time, he did not craft an armor akin to Iron Man's, but rather took inspiration from the combat attire worn by Bucky and his companions. With the enhancement of the line fruit to level 3, he could now fashion a variety of garments from the threads. Unlike before, when he could only maintain a pure white hue, he now possessed the ability to manipulate the colors of these threads at will. Within moments, he adorned himself in a complete set of black battle attire, even taking the liberty to create a mask identical to that of the Winter Soldier. Once his disguise was complete, he activated the powers of the Goro fruit, opening a spatial portal before him. "Let us proceed," he declared, stepping through the ethereal doorway. Following him, Bucky and the others entered one after another. Hydra remained oblivious to this ability of his, yet he harbored no reservations about showcasing it in the presence of the Winter Soldier. For, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bucky and his companions would likely not have the opportunity to return to Hydra. According to the architectural plans previously provided by Hydra, Roger swiftly pinpointed the laboratory housing the Tesseract within the verdant alternate dimension. Instead of directly opening a portal to the laboratory, he opted to create one in the corridor adjacent to it. Mere moments later, they emerged from the green expanse. The Tesseract lay within the laboratory ahead, and the guards inside appeared to be few. "Let us make swift work of this," Roger remarked after employing his observation hockey to assess the situation within the lab. He refrained from devising any tactical plans. The individuals present were seasoned warriors, capable of advancing without elaborate strategies. Exchanging glances, the enhanced soldiers proceeded straight toward the laboratory. The sounds of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Hardly had the shots been fired when a piercing alarm resonated throughout the facility. Roger followed the enhanced warriors into the laboratory. He did not wield the powers of the devil fruit, nor employ the 6 styles. Instead, like those enhanced warriors, he fired a rifle that he had just taken from Buggy. Although the guards in the laboratory were also agents of SHIELD and had undergone professional combat training, they were utterly ineffective in the presence of Roger and his companions. Before long, the guards in the laboratory were systematically gunned down by Roger and his allies. After dispatching these guards, Roger approached the cosmic cube, encased within a circular device. As he prepared to remove the cosmic cube from its containment, Buggy seized his hand with a firm grip. "I will safeguard the cosmic cube," Buggy declared, marking his first utterance of the evening. Simultaneously, the other 5 individuals aimed their firearms at Roger. "If you wish to perish, then by all means, fire away." After this proclamation, Roger exerted a sudden force with his right hand, casting aside Buggy's metallic arm. He disregarded Buggy and the 5 enhanced warriors behind him, directly retrieving the cosmic cube. Subsequently, he placed the cosmic cube into a metallic briefcase within the laboratory. This was no ordinary briefcase. It contained instruments meticulously tailored for the cosmic cube. Just as he secured the cosmic cube, gunfire erupted once more. The assailants were not the enhanced warriors of Hydra, but agents of SHIELD. Although caught off guard, SHIELD was a professional organization. Utilizing his observation hockey, Roger could distinctly sense the approaching waves of reinforcements. He paid no heed to the advancing guards and invoked the powers of the Goro fruit once again. An illusory spatial portal materialized before him. As the portal took shape, Roger stepped inside, clutching the briefcase. If he so desired, he could close the portal and leave Buggy and the others trapped within the laboratory. However, he chose not to do so. Only after Buggy and the others had all entered the verdant alternate dimension did he disengage the portal. Within the green alternate dimension, Roger set down the briefcase and turned to face Winter Soldier and the others. 104, I am invincible. In any case, it is only a matter of time before I must confront you. You happen to have a similar mission. Therefore, let us not delay. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger unleashed the powers of the magma fruit, scalding crimson magma surging forth from his arms. With the issuance of a high-level bounty task from the system, it was already predetermined that a clash with Hydra awaited him. Although Buggy and the 5 enhanced warriors were not at the pinnacle of power, they represented a formidable force within Hydra. Thus, weakening Hydra's strength prior to the impending confrontation was indeed a sagacious decision. As Roger suddenly unleashed the power of the magma fruit, Buggy and the 5 enhanced warriors exhibited no hesitation, swiftly aiming their firearms at him. No orders were necessary. The moment their weapons were trained on Roger, all 6 of them simultaneously pulled the triggers. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted in the verdant alternate dimension. In the face of Buggy's assault, Roger remained motionless, allowing the onslaught to rain upon him. Magma transformation. A torrential storm of bullets surged toward him, effortlessly piercing through his body. At that moment, Roger appeared to embrace the deluge, arms outstretched, an expression of rapture gracing his visage. Click, click, within mere seconds. The sound of empty magazines reached his ears. Do you require time to reload? No need to rush. Take your time. I am in no hurry, Roger casually remarked, still refraining from countering Buggy and his companions. The moment he activated the Magma Fruit S ability, he had already secured an invincible position. This was no longer a mere matter of face-off. It was, in the truest sense, an invulnerability. Unless Buggy and the others could produce sea-stone bullets or suddenly comprehend the art of hockey, they would have no chance of even grazing his physical form. Observing Roger, whose demeanor practically screamed his invincibility, Buggy and his associates discarded their mundane firearms, retrieving instead the special weaponry they had yet to employ. Upon meeting Buggy and the others earlier that evening, Roger had noticed the plethora of weapons they possessed, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Although he was not an expert in firearms, he was well acquainted with conventional weaponry. Hydra was no ordinary villainous organization. During World War II, they had already mastered the technology to produce energy weapons. While those energy weapons were developed using the Tesseract as a power source, Hydra's research in the domain of energy weaponry surpassed that of most nations and organizations. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. lagged behind Hydra's advancements during the war. The weapons now brandished by Buggy and his cohorts, though superficially resembling firearms, emitted a faint blue glow, setting them apart from ordinary guns. Additionally, Roger spotted energy grenades among their arsenal. Indeed, they had come thoroughly prepared. Unfazed by the energy weapons in Buggy's possession, Roger maintained his audacious demeanor, as if to say, feel free to fire. Conceding would only mean stepping back. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy and his team again squeezed the triggers. A pale blue energy beam surged towards Roger at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, 2 energy grenades were hurled towards him. The explosion was a resounding boom. Markedly different from the thunderous blast of conventional explosives, the sound of the energy grenades resonated with a deeper timbre. While the auditory impact of the energy grenades was less pronounced than that of standard grenades, their visual spectacle far surpassed the latter. In the instant the energy grenades detonated, Roger beheld what appeared to be 2 miniature azure suns materializing before him. The seemingly gentle, yet immensely powerful blue radiance enveloped him in an instant. As Buck and his companions unleashed their energy weapons upon him, an instinctual urge to evade arose in Roger's mind. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. His decision to remain stationary, allowing Buck and the others to attack, was not merely an exhibition of his prowess, though that was indeed a contributing factor, but rather a desire to personally ascertain whether Hydra's energy weaponry could inflict harm upon his molten form. Following this evening, his alliance with Hydra would be irrevocably severed. Thus, to avoid being caught off guard by their energy weapons in the future, he resolved to first experience their potency. The shockwave from the energy grenade explosion was swift, dissipating almost as quickly as it had arrived. Within moments, the explosive force had entirely evaporated. As the blue light faded, Roger reappeared before Buck and the others, now with an increased surge of dark red magma coursing from his being, while black smoke continuously billowed from behind him. He emerged unscathed. Despite the greater volume of magma and the enveloping smoke, the explosion had failed to inflict any meaningful damage upon Roger. Upon realizing this, Buck and his companions' expressions turned even more frigid. As warriors, they understood the implications of this revelation. Indeed, the energy weapons wielded a somewhat greater power than ordinary arms. However, regrettably, they proved ineffective. Roger maintained that infuriatingly arrogant demeanor as he spoke, then cracked his neck. In an instant, he vanished from before Buck and the others. Moments later, having completed his transformation back from magma, Roger reappeared on a plain 20 kilometers away, dragging Buck and his companions, bound by threads, along with him. After confirming his direction, he once again opened a portal. He had not slain Buck and the others, although their abilities were negligible in his presence. It could not be denied that Buck and his comrades were seasoned warriors, possessing rich combat experience and remarkable fighting skills. The demise of such a formidable super soldier would indeed be a lamentable loss. Before confirming that Bucky and his companions were utterly beyond his control, he would not hastily eliminate them. Each of them bore the imprint of Hydra's brainwashing, which posed no significant challenge to Roger. He possessed the same techniques employed by Hydra to manipulate Bucky and the others. Although he was uncertain how to reverse their brainwashing, he intended to tackle the issue through a more direct and forceful approach. If the brainwashing was akin to a program embedded within their beings, his objective was to overwrite the original programming with a more domineering one. This was akin to dealing with a computer infected with rogue software, necessitating a stronger rogue application to rectify the situation. Only a more brazen rogue could vanquish another. Similarly, only a more invasive form of brainwashing could triumph over the existing effects. Whether this harsher form of brainwashing might inflict any incompatible repercussions on the subjects was beyond his concern. Should the targets collapse due to incompatibility, they could simply be discarded. Obedient subordinates were the only kind worth having. Those who resisted could be eliminated without hesitation. After several transfers through the portals created by the Dordor fruit, Roger swiftly arrived at Dr. Connor's laboratory. Upon awakening the slumbering doctor once more, Roger gestured toward Bucky and the others, who were bound by threads, and stated, "I need you to brainwash them again. They are Hydra agents and should have already undergone brainwashing once. Therefore, this time, elevate the intensity of the stimulus to 5 times the usual level. They are super soldiers, so there is no need to worry excessively about their physical condition." Roger spoke nonchalantly. His tone is relaxed as if he were referring to 6 inexpensive items casually purchased from a supermarket rather than 6 living beings. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Dr. Connors inquired, furrowing his brow. His question was not a challenge to Roger's orders regarding the brainwashing, but rather a query about whether Roger truly intended to oppose Hydra. "Have no fear. Nothing will go awry. If it comes to that, I will ensure your safety during our retreat. I hold a deep respect for scientists," Roger assured. Upon hearing his response, Dr. Connors shook his head in resignation. He then lifted Bucky and placed him in the specialized chair designated for brainwashing. "I must take my leave now. Do inform me of any developments at your convenience." With that, Roger activated the spatial portal and departed from Dr. Connor's laboratory. Bringing back Bucky and the others was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, at SHIELD's New York branch, in a certain conference room, the figure with the metallic left arm is presumably the legendary Winter Soldier. Over the past 50 years, he has been implicated in over 20 assassination cases. Black Widow Natasha remarked, pointing at the surveillance footage just retrieved from the research facility. After speaking, she cast a glance around the conference room at Captain America Rogers, the shapeshifter Barbara, Coulson, and Sharon Carter. Of course, there are many senior agents in the New York division. However, they have not gathered here merely because they are high-ranking SHIELD operatives. Natasha then switched to another surveillance image, indicating a person clad in a black mask and hat, saying, "As for this individual, although we cannot discern his true identity, the extraordinary abilities he displays strongly suggest that he is likely Roger." Upon hearing Roger's name, an uneasy premonition arose among all present. Just over a month ago, SHIELD had recently concluded a public relations war with Roger. While the news reported that Roger had dropped his lawsuits, Captain America and the others were well aware that it was, in fact, SHIELD that had conceded, returning assets and personnel to Roger in exchange for his voluntary withdrawal of the suit. Thus, hearing Roger's name again, their immediate reaction was that this situation was far more troublesome than they had anticipated. Roger's strength is one matter. More importantly, he is not solely reliant on brute force. A seemingly simple tactic employed by his operatives had ensnared SHIELD in the quagmire of violent law enforcement controversies. Not to mention, his previous act of seizing Captain America's shield had irreparably antagonized SHIELD in the hand. 105, I want them dead. With this thought, Captain America Rogers unconsciously glanced at the shield resting beside his chair. Although Rogers' actions had not inflicted any tangible losses upon him, they had left a profound psychological scar. Even now, every time he hurled the shield at an adversary, a flicker of unease would wash over him, fearing another encounter with an unreasonable foe like Roger. Do we lack information on the Winter Soldier? After a few moments of silence, Captain America Rogers inquired. No. In truth, aside from the knowledge of his existence, our understanding of him is virtually non-existent. Black Widow Natasha shook her head in resignation and continued, a few years ago, I escorted a nuclear physicist out of the Middle East, when someone sabotaged my vehicle near Odyssey, causing it to lose control and plummet off a cliff. We escaped. But the Winter Soldier was there. I shielded the physicist, and a bullet pierced my body, striking him. The bullets from the former Soviet Union possessed no ballistic trajectory, rendering them utterly undetectable. Tracking them is an impossibility. I have attempted it, and they elude capture like a specter. Natasha's words silenced the room. Even a top-tier spy like her could not uncover any leads. This implies that, despite the full might of SHIELD, locating the Winter Soldier in the near future is an unattainable goal. And what about Rogers? Although he has adopted a disguise, finding him should not be overly challenging. Captain Rogers inquired. No, it is quite difficult. We dispatched personnel immediately to his residence and workplace, including several of his clandestine safe houses. Yet to this day, no one knows his whereabouts. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether the individual wielding this extraordinary ability is indeed Rogers. At this juncture, Natasha cast her gaze toward Sharon Carter, seated nearby. While all present had interacted with Rogers to some extent, Sharon was undoubtedly the most familiar with him, having served as his personal assistant for an extended period. I have never witnessed him employ this ability. Perhaps we could request General Ross's personnel to verify with the soldiers who were present at the time. Sharon suggested after a moment's contemplation. That may not be advisable. The military's rapport with us is tenuous, and General Ross has publicly criticized us on multiple occasions, Natasha interjected. Before she could elaborate, the voice of the mimicry bird, Barbara, resonated. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of confirming whether that individual is Rogers. What I wish to ascertain is how these individuals became aware of SHIELD's research on the Tesseract and the precise location of the laboratory. Shortly after his thawing, Captain Rogers was aware that the Tesseract had fallen into SHIELD's possession, yet he was oblivious to the fact that SHIELD was conducting experiments on it, nor did he know the laboratory's location. It is unfathomable for an assailant to possess such knowledge of a facility that even he was unaware of. We are still investigating, Natasha declared, exasperated. Nick Fury's stance is clear. Regardless of the forces behind the Winter Soldier or whether the wielder of this extraordinary power is Rogers, we must recover the Tesseract. Even if it necessitates the onset of total warfare, we must reclaim the Tesseract. Natasha relayed Nick Fury's sentiments. After utilizing the portal to depart from Dr. Connor's laboratory, Rogers did not return to his residence, but instead proceeded directly to Norman Osborn's estate in the suburbs. Hydra remains unaware that he has appropriated the Tesseract, and has also kidnapped Bucky and others. However, this news cannot remain concealed for long. Before that, he must make ample preparations. Hydra is not SHIELD. These individuals harbor no concerns regarding legality or legitimacy. Roger can already envision the scene of Hydra's frenzied retaliation against him. His residence reduced to rubble, the headquarters of the Don Quixote group subjected to a terrorist attack. Even the Syndicate, which has distanced itself from the dealings of vice, faces relentless assaults. Through the portal, Roger swiftly arrived at Norman Osborn's estate. Subsequently, he instructed a bewildered maid to awaken the slumbering Norman Osborn. A few minutes later, Roger found himself in the study, confronting Norman Osborn clad in silk pajamas. "Wayne, your visit at this hour is rather inappropriate," Norman Osborn remarked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Yet, such a reaction was hardly unexpected. Roger's unannounced late-night visit certainly lacked decorum. "I shall dispense with pleasantries and ask you a single question. Does the Osborn Group have any interest in joining forces to dismantle Hydra? Relying solely on his own strength to confront the wealth and manpower of Hydra would not be a prudent decision. Thus, he had not intended to engage the entire Hydra organization as a solitary hero." "What do you mean? Has there been a problem with your collaboration?" Even with his experience in grand affairs, Norman Osborn found himself somewhat taken aback. "Dismantle Hydra? If anyone other than you uttered those words, I would deem them mad. Hydra, which has opposed SHIELD since the Second World War, remains a formidable force to this day, more serious than a mere collaboration issue. If all goes as expected, only one of us will survive this encounter with Hydra," Roger stated coolly, pouring himself and Norman Osborn a glass of whiskey. Assuming the role of the estate's host, observing the glass he offered, Norman Osborn refrained from accepting it. Although Roger possessed commendable abilities and the Don Quixote group harbored the potential to become a business titan, he remained at a distinct disadvantage compared to Hydra. At least for now, Norman Osborn did not perceive himself as having the means to rival Hydra. Roger paid no mind to Osborn's refusal, placing the glass before him. He then quietly declared, "This time, my offensive against Hydra will not be undertaken alone. I will seek additional allies. Should you choose to stand by my side, I am willing to share all the technology acquired from Hydra, including their legitimate and illegitimate enterprises, with the Osborn Group, should you find it of interest. Is it all that you desire? What can you possibly gain from this?" Norman Osborn inquired, a frown etched across his brow. "What I seek is quite simple. I want them dead." Although Roger refrained from articulating his true intentions, Norman discerned his unwavering resolve. He was indeed serious. A conflict brewed within Norman. His rational mind urged him to abstain from involvement, yet the instinct of a capitalist incessantly urged him to partake. The entirety of Hydra's technology and enterprise. Having engaged in numerous transactions with Hydra, Norman understood the astonishing wealth at stake. No, this transcended mere wealth. I can inform you in advance that shortly, I shall be meeting with General Ross, and I possess absolute confidence in persuading him to align with my cause. I will be rather occupied this evening, so I can only indulge in a drink here." With that, Roger lifted the glass from the table and savored a sip. He lapsed into silence, not even casting a glance at Norman Osborn, as if he were genuinely relishing the whiskey within the glass. Just as he was about to finish the whiskey, Norman Osborn finally stirred. He extended his right hand, slowly reaching for the glass on the table, and then took a gentle sip. "Let it be understood that I can only extend assistance within my means. Furthermore, until Hydra is utterly vanquished, I shall not acknowledge any aid provided to you. Your actions will bear no relation to Oscorp." Norman Osborn articulated his conditions with deliberation. "That is certainly agreeable." Roger set down his empty glass and produced a brand new cell phone, one that had never been used. The device he previously owned had been discarded into the green alternate dimension within his body. Until this mission concluded, he would not employ any technological products registered under his name. Moreover, during this period, he would exclusively utilize cash for transactions. As he dialed General Ross's private number in Norman Osborn's presence, Roger arranged a meeting location with the general. "Await my good news. You shall not regret your decision tonight." With those words, Roger activated a portal in front of Norman Osborn. The distance from New York to Washington exceeds 360 kilometers. Just a few hours prior, had he wished to traverse to Washington via the door-to-door route, he would have needed to open at least 18 portals. Yet now, he required only 3. After transporting Bucky and the others back to Dr. Connors' laboratory, the system promptly dispatched the initial rewards for the mission. Both the fruit and hockey levels were elevated by 1 tier. Hockey, Armament Hockey Level 3, Observation Hockey Level 3. Devil Fruit, Primary String Fruit Level 4. Devil Fruit, Secondary Door Fruit Level 3, Magma Fruit Level 4. The potency of the string fruit and the magma fruit has yet to be thoroughly assessed, but it is evident that the mobility range of the door fruit has undergone a remarkable enhancement, 150 kilometers. From a range of 20 kilometers at level 2 to an astonishing 150 kilometers at level 3, the augmentation of the door fruit's capabilities is both straightforward and profound. As for whether there are other enhancements beyond the increase in distance at level 3, he remains uncertain for the time being. After Roger and the ethereal, translucent spatial door vanished, Norman Osborn set down his glass of wine. Am I truly growing old? Norman Osborn pondered as he gazed out at the starry night sky. 106. Washington, General Ross's residence. This marks the third man dressed in pajamas that Roger has encountered this evening. Dr. Connors, Norman Osborn, and General Ross, all of whom had their peaceful dreams abruptly interrupted. You better have a compelling reason, General Ross stated, rubbing his temples, a hint of irritation lacing his voice. Being awakened in the dead of night by a man is certainly not a pleasant experience. How about disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. as a reason? Roger disregarded General Ross's displeasure and sat directly across from him, an earnest expression on his face. Disband S.H.I.E.L.D.? Huh. Roger, at your age, you are indeed a remarkable talent. However, that does not mean you can indulge in fanciful notions. Do you understand? Upon hearing Roger's response, General Ross revealed a wry smile. If disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. were so simple, it would no longer be S.H.I.E.L.D. in the official hierarchy. There are many who harbor disdain for S-H-I-E-L-D, and a considerable number who wish for its immediate dissolution. Yet, until now, this has merely remained an unrealistic fantasy in their minds. I am not jesting. I am serious. I am aware that S-H-I-E-L-D is backed not only by the White House, but also by the World Security Council, yet that does not imply they are invulnerable to disbandment. General Ross did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Roger with piercing eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Go ahead. Tell me how you intend to dismantle this colossal entity known as S-H-I-E-L-D, the greatest enemy of S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra, is currently lurking within its ranks, and the number of infiltrators is significant. Furthermore, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury's close associate, Alexander Pierce, the minister of the World Security Council, is one of the leaders of Hydra. To my knowledge, Nick Fury's ascension to the directorship of S-H-I-E-L-D is inextricably linked to Minister Pierce. To dismantle an espionage organization like S-H-I-E-L-D, which possesses an official backing, mere brute force is insufficient. Only by severing S-H-I-E-L-D's support at the governmental level can one hope to eradicate it entirely. It is imperative to recognize that your current assertions constitute grave accusations. What evidence do you possess to substantiate these claims? General Ross could hardly fathom that Roger would unveil such explosive news. The gravity of this revelation surpassed the scope of his current position to address. Though General Ross is indeed a formidable figure within the military, he is not its sole authority. No, Roger replied succinctly. No, you dare to present these allegations against S-H-I-E-L-D and the Minister of the World Security Council in the dead of night, without any evidence? Were it not for his commendable composure, General Ross would have been unable to restrain himself from uttering a curse. Currently, I possess no tangible evidence, but the proof lies within S-H-I-E-L-D itself. If you can gain access to their Triskelion headquarters, you may obtain any evidence you desire. Despite Roger's insistence, General Ross shook his head. That will not suffice. We must possess substantial evidence to obtain the necessary authorization. Roger was not taken aback by General Ross's refusal. In fact, he had anticipated this very response. During the interval, while awaiting communication from Hydra regarding action, he had not been idle. Very well, in light of this, I present you with two alternatives. Consider which you prefer. The first, provide me with Pierce's address, and I have a means to compel him to confess. However, this option is rather precarious, as it may inadvertently result in Pierce's demise. Roger's initial proposal was straightforward: to acquire Pierce's residence from General Ross and directly abduct him for reconditioning. If all went as planned, Pierce would become his obedient subordinate. At that juncture, convincing Pierce to acknowledge his affiliation with Hydra would be trivial. Even persuading him to wed General Ross would pose no challenge. Yet, this option bore a significant flaw: Pierce's advanced age. His frail constitution may not withstand the rigors of such brainwashing, which employed electrical stimulation to the mind. Even a robust young individual like Sharon Carter would find herself rendered utterly incapacitated post-procedure. This is unacceptable. Not to mention, I do not possess Pierce's address. Even if I did, I would not disclose it to you. I am a soldier, and you should comprehend that. General Ross swiftly dismissed Roger's initial proposal without a moment's hesitation. In that case, we are left with only these two options. I have just retrieved an item from S-H-I-E-L-D's laboratory with the help of Hydra operatives, and both S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra are undoubtedly searching for me across the globe. Tomorrow morning, I intend to turn myself into S-H-I-E-L-D and disclose the information regarding Hydra's concealment among them. If all proceeds as anticipated, a confrontation between S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra will ensue. Once they engage in conflict, I am confident that you will discover an opportunity to intervene that aligns with both legality and justice. It should go without saying what actions to take at that juncture. Given that General Ross does not intend to act without evidence, let us allow the evidence to surface on its own accord. As long as the Hydra operatives possess even a modicum of intellect, they will undoubtedly refrain from allowing him to fall into the hands of S-H-I-E-L-D Their concern for his fate is negligible, but they will never relinquish the tesseract he holds. I retract my previous assessment of you. You are not an exceptional talent, but rather a madman. General Ross could never have anticipated that Roger's second plan would take this form. In his eyes, it amounts to a death wish. Regardless of whether S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra clash, Roger will become a target for both. A madman? I find it tolerable. Without sacrifice, there can be no gain. To obtain something, one must pay an equivalent price. I have always believed that equivalent exchange is the fundamental truth of this world, Roger remarked with a smile. Why do you choose to pursue this course? As far as I know, your grievances with S, H, I, E, L, D should have been resolved by now, General Ross inquired, disregarding the subtle mockery in Roger's words. Perhaps it is my aversion to the emblem of S, H, I, E, L, D, the eagle shield, Roger replied nonchalantly. He certainly could not disclose to General Ross that eliminating S, H, I, E, L, D would grant him access to a powerful devil fruit. Even if he did, General Ross would only become further convinced of his madness. I will contact a few military acquaintances shortly. If what you speak of truly transpires, we will intervene in the name of national security. By the way, where do you plan to surrender? At the Triskelion or the New York branch? In the end, General Ross was swayed by Roger's words. If everything unfolds as Roger predicts, this would present the military with the best opportunity to reclaim its original authority. Political power is akin to dividing a cake. When some organizations receive a larger share, others inevitably receive less. Since this is a surrender, it is only fitting to choose the grandest stage. For Roger, the location of his surrender holds little significance. However, for the convenience of General Ross's intervention and evidence acquisition, the headquarters of the Tri-Curve Wing is evidently superior to the New York branch. After finalizing the surrender time with General Ross for the following day, Roger activated a spatial portal and departed. While matters on General Ross's end were settled, his preparations were still incomplete. Upon arriving at the Tri-Curve Wing headquarters via the portal, he retrieved a mobile phone that had long been pinpointed by S, H, I, E, L, D. Just moments after powering it on, the phone rang. Roger. This is Agent Coulson from S, H, I, E, L, D. We met previously in the underground parking lot. Do you remember? Upon hearing the voice of a middle-aged man, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated a call from Black Widow Natasha or perhaps the mimicry expert Barbara, but to his surprise, it was Coulson, whose receding hairline belied his years. Of course, I remember. By the way, you need not track my location any longer. I am currently near your Tri-Curve headquarters. I will only say this once. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will arrive at the Tri-Curve headquarters. If you have any super soldiers or super agents, I strongly recommend you assemble them. That's all. I will convey the remaining details to you tomorrow. With that, he switched off the phone and cast it into the green spatial realm within his being. After completing these actions, he activated the portal to return to New York. S, H, I, E, L, D, New York branch. What does he mean? Is he planning to surrender? Captain Rogers regarded Coulson with a perplexed expression. Perhaps. Captain America was not the only one bewildered by Rogers' intentions. Coulson, Black Widow Natasha, and others were equally puzzled. Regardless of his motives, I believe we must return to the Tri-Curve headquarters tonight. His tone did not suggest jest, stated mimicry expert Barbara, her brow furrowed. Inform Fury. We shall take the Quinjet back immediately. Although those present were uncertain of Rogers' true intentions, one thing was clear. He was not joking. As Coulson and the others reported the message to Nick Fury and arranged for the Quinjet to return to the Tri-Curve headquarters, Roger returned to Dr. Connors' laboratory. How is the progress of the brainwashing? Bucky, with a mouth gag, sat in the brainwashing chair, struggling in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. The progress is not particularly smooth. The earlier brainwashing has imprinted instinctual commands in his mind, and overriding this command is no easy feat, Dr. Connors responded, shaking his head as he glanced at the data displayed on the screen. Is it not possible to increase the intensity of the stimulation? If the stimulation continues to intensify, it is highly likely to render him utterly foolish. He is a super soldier, not a superhuman. The Hydra organization is among you. Roger initially intended to visit S, H, I, L, D tomorrow, bringing Bucky along. However, given the current circumstances, that plan seems to be on hold. Thus, we shall proceed with the previously established five-fold stimulation. With that said, he departed the laboratory and entered a room within the safe house. He did not plan to return to his residence tonight. Most likely, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra operatives have already set up ambushes near the building. After refreshing himself, he peacefully drifted into slumber, while S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were in a flurry of activity. More specifically, General Ross was also quite busy. Upon turning on his phone near the Triskelion headquarters, Roger anticipated this scenario. Although Hydra had not contacted him, they would undoubtedly be aware of his intention to visit the Triskelion tomorrow. The night passed swiftly. After a restful sleep, Roger enjoyed a rather exquisite breakfast in the safe house. Subsequently, he returned once more to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Compared to the previous night, Bucky appeared significantly improved. At least his struggles were not as pronounced. Of course, this could also be attributed to a night of torment, leaving him utterly drained. How is the progress? Roger casually inquired as he handed the prepared coffee to the tirelessly working Dr. Connors. It's going well. I made slight adjustments to the subsequent procedures, and the results seem promising. In about 30 minutes, we shall know the outcome, Dr. Connors replied after taking a sip of coffee. Good. Thank you for your hard work. This is one of the reasons why Roger has never entrusted the brainwashing technique to anyone else. Only a professional like Dr. Connors possesses the capability to adjust the process based on the specific circumstances of the subject, ensuring both the effectiveness of the brainwashing and the safety of the target. If it were entrusted to ninjas from the hand, even if Bucky's physical resilience were doubled, the risk of fatality would remain. Reflecting on this, Roger's gaze toward Dr. Connors softened considerably. Investing in Dr. Connors in advance was indeed a sagacious decision. 30 minutes can feel neither long nor short. The time Roger had agreed upon with General Ross was 10 o'clock in the morning, and there was still over an hour until then. As the brainwashing apparatus, which had been operating tirelessly throughout the night, gradually ceased, Roger slowly approached Bucky, whose eyes were vacant and body drenched in sweat, and greeted him. Good morning, soldier. What are the activation words of your program? The activation phrases set by Roger have gradually seeped into Bucky's mind during the process of reprogramming. If the brainwashing has been successful, Bucky should have now fully embraced the new conditioning. However, the success of the brainwashing cannot be discerned merely by outward appearances. Thus, Roger needed to confirm it personally. Upon hearing Roger's inquiry, Bucky's eyes regained their focus, and his expression shifted from confusion to clarity as he turned to face him. After a brief silence, he slowly articulated, Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Furnace, 9, Kindness, Home, 1, Truck. The Russian command words. As Bucky, with an impassive demeanor, recited the activation phrases assigned to him by Hydra, Roger smiled with satisfaction. It had indeed been successful. Thanks to a more potent brainwashing stimulus, Dr. Connors had effectively overridden Hydra's conditioning commands. Go take a shower, change your clothes, and while you're at it, trim that long hair. I do not like men with long hair. Roger issued his first command, while simultaneously releasing the silken threads that bound Bucky. Without those threads, the brainwashing chair would not have been able to restrain a super soldier like Bucky. The Hands ninjas escorted Bucky out of the laboratory, and Roger expressed his gratitude to Dr. Connors, instructing him to complete the brainwashing of the remaining 5 winter soldiers within the next few days. These winter soldiers of Hydra now belonged to him. An hour later, having shortened his hair and donned new attire, Bucky reappeared before Roger. To ensure Bucky had the stamina to face the forthcoming battles, Roger had the ninjas prepare a sumptuous breakfast for him. Once Bucky was equipped with the gear that had been prearranged, Roger activated the spatial gateway leading to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. The direct distance of over 360 kilometers could be traversed in just a minute at the gateway of the Dordor Fruit. As Roger, clad in a deep crimson suit, stepped through the portal alongside Bucky, they were promptly encircled by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who had been ready and waiting. Quinjet fighters, modified black Hummers, and hundreds of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives surrounded them. Observing the formidable presence of the agents, Roger cleared his throat, took the black handheld megaphone from Bucky, adjusted the volume to its maximum, and calmly stated, I am not here to fight. I hope you will refrain from impulsively opening fire, otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted familiar faces. Captain Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, approaching him with serious expressions from the black vehicle. Captain Rogers, Black Widow Natasha, Mockingbird Barbara, Agent Coulson, Iron Rider Melinda May, and the Hydra undercover agent Grant Ward. Enough, do not approach any closer. I fear that if you draw any nearer, someone may be unable to restrain themselves from attacking me. As Captain America and the others remained over 10 meters away, Rogers' voice resonated once more. What do you mean by this? Captain Rogers inquired immediately. It means nothing. I merely wish to be a law-abiding citizen. Bang. Before Roger could finish his sentence, his head shattered like a watermelon dropped from a great height. A sniper. At the instant the gunfire erupted, Captain America and his companions recognized the distinctive sound of sniper rifles. However, as they pondered which agent had disobeyed orders and fired recklessly, they were met with an incomprehensible sight. Roger's head, obliterated, manifested a phenomenon defying the laws of science. Instead of blood and brain matter splattering forth, it transformed into swirling, dark red magma radiating intense heat. Before they could react, Roger's disintegrated head reformed once more. See, I told you I was right. He had scarcely finished speaking when the crack of the sniper rifle echoed again. This time, however, the bullet soared aimlessly past him. It appeared as though he had anticipated the trajectory of the bullet, slightly tilting his neck and effortlessly evading the shot. Observation hockey. In truth, he could have evaded the previous shot as well, but he refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. It was all part of his plan. The Hydra you have been searching for is among you. Bang, 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 bang. This time, it was not the sound of sniper fire, but rather that of a handgun. The shooter was not a distant sniper, but Grant Ward, standing beside Coulson. The bullets from the handgun pierced through Roger's body, leaving hollow voids in their wake. Then, nothing else transpired. Without needing any words from Roger, upon realizing the shooter was Ward, Coulson and May immediately launched their assault against him. Roger disregarded the ensuing conflict and continued, Grant Ward is indeed one of Hydra's members. Moreover, he is merely a minor player. Alexander Pierce, John Garrett, Brock Rumlow, Sitwell, they are all part of Hydra. Of course, beyond them, many others are also affiliated with Hydra. At that moment, Roger spoke in the most nonchalant tone, revealing the most shocking news to Captain Rogers and his companions. This is impossible. Black Widow Natasha immediately rebutted. Is this not the truth? Just take a look behind you, and you shall know. With that, Roger gestured towards the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had originally aimed their weapons at him, but were now redirecting their firearms towards Black Widow and her companions. After surveying the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Captain Rogers and his allies displayed expressions of disbelief. This was a specialized task force they had arranged to confront Roger. Yet, why had they not opened fire? Why the delay? The inquisitive Mockingbird Barbara asked. It's quite simple. They have yet to receive orders. As he spoke, Roger patted the backpack on Bucky's back. A portable, all-channel wide-range jammer. Have you not noticed how eerily silent your radios have become? I must begin to question your professionalism. Observing the unabashedly mocking expression on Roger's face, the countenances of Captain America and the others grew increasingly grim. Prior to their departure, Roger had instructed Bucky to activate the jammer at the first sign of an attack, effectively silencing all nearby communications. As for why Ward had chosen to engage him without receiving orders, it was likely due to his degree of autonomy. After all, Ward was a trusted confidant of John Garrett, and possessing some level of independence was not particularly surprising. Moreover, Roger had unveiled the shocking revelation that Hydra was concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Given this context, it was entirely reasonable for Ward to act preemptively against Roger to prevent the disclosure of further information. Though whether Ward truly reasoned in such a manner remained known only to him, Roger merely speculated based on the circumstances at hand. Observing Captain America and his team, who had assumed combat stances yet remained inactive, Roger's voice rang out once more. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have a tradition of allowing your enemies to initiate hostilities? The opposition has made their intentions abundantly clear. Are you not considering a preemptive strike? With that, Roger raised his hand and unleashed a thread of energy. The nearly transparent white filament, traveling at a speed surpassing that of a bullet, struck a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Boom. The unfortunate agent chosen by Roger had his head obliterated in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. ELD agents finally reacted, unhesitatingly pulling their triggers. Though they had yet to receive formal orders, it was evident that now was not the time to ponder such matters. As the agents of SHIELD opened fire, Captain America and his companions finally sprang into action. To be precise, they sought refuge and evaded the onslaught. Super soldiers, despite their prowess, are still human and cannot withstand the relentless barrage of bullets, particularly when it emanates from all directions. Nevertheless, Captain America and his allies, seasoned warriors in their own right, quickly demonstrated their mettle even when cornered. Captain Rogers, alongside Black Widow Natasha and others, deftly dodged the gunfire while launching counterattacks. Notably, Captain America charged headlong toward the direction with the most enemies, shield raised high. Meanwhile, Roger, the instigator of this chaos, stood nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. With his elemental form derived from the magma fruit, he had no cause for concern regarding the assault of ordinary bullets. Even the energy weapons wielded by Hydra posed no threat to him, let alone conventional firearms. Surveying his surroundings, he strode leisurely toward the headquarters of the Triskelion. As for the Winter Soldier, Bucky, he had already commenced his counteroffensive the moment the gunfire erupted, adhering to prior instructions. Rogers sauntered through the hail of bullets with an air of nonchalance and tranquility. At this juncture, the unfolding events were no longer of his concern. The moment the SHIELD agents opted to fire, his earlier assertions were vindicated in the most definitive manner. While advancing toward the Triskelion, he took the opportunity to eliminate any adversaries that crossed his path. With a flick of his fingers, resembling a gun, he unleashed a barrage of molten projectiles toward the SHIELD agents. Each molten bullet, striking with the ferocity of a true projectile, bore explosive properties upon impact, akin to fragmentation rounds. Although his pace was unhurried, the agents tasked with halting him felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The sensation of watching an inevitable threat approach, while being powerless to impede or harm it, was akin to facing an insurmountable foe for these mere mortals. Compounding their predicament, each casually fired molten bullet from Roger claimed the life of a SHIELD agent. Should these agents dare to expose themselves or abandon their cover, the molten projectiles would unfailingly find their mark, extinguishing their lives with chilling precision. Upon elevating his observation hockey to level 3, Roger could strike down the agents of the Serpent Shield Bureau even with his eyes closed. Soon, those agents attempting to impede his progress faced catastrophic casualties. However, what truly astonished these agents was yet to come. As Roger made his way towards the Triarch Wing headquarters, the aerial Kuan-class fighter jets immediately launched an assault against him. Yet, neither the cannon fire from the aircraft nor the missiles they deployed could inflict any harm upon him. The projectiles either passed harmlessly through him or detonated in his vicinity. Nevertheless, none of this could halt his relentless advance. At that moment, Roger appeared to flaunt his elemental embodiment, allowing the Kuan-class fighters to bombard him without consequence. It was only after he had dispatched all the Serpent Shield agents blocking his path that he cast a glance at the hovering Kuan-class jets. 3 Kuan-class fighters. A perfect opportunity to practice his aerial combat prowess with the magma fruit. Suddenly, Roger came to a halt, and from his feet erupted a torrent of magma, akin to a volcanic eruption. Under normal circumstances, magma does not soar through the air. However, volcanic eruptions are an exception. What Roger executed was a mimicry of such an eruption. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he shot into the sky like a dark red cannonball. The volcanic-like thrust provided him with an overwhelming recoil force. This explosive ascent was not his sole means of flight. The string fruit's aerial pathways were also at his disposal. Furthermore, the sixth form's moonwalk permitted him to maneuver through the air. Although, strictly speaking, moonwalk does not confer true flight capabilities, but rather prolonged hovering and aerial mobility. The visual outcome of both methods appeared remarkably similar. After ascending with the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption, Roger refrained from employing any additional offensive techniques. Instead, he collided with one of the Kuan-class fighters like an actual projectile. While the aircraft's outer armor boasted commendable defensive capabilities, they were rendered utterly meaningless against Roger, now transformed into a magma entity. In an instant, he breached the aircraft's defenses. The reason why the Logia-type fruits are heralded as the most formidable of the 3 types is simple. Possessing a Logia fruit truly grants one the power to act with impunity. After piercing through the Kuan-class fighter like an armor-piercing shell, Roger adjusted his position slightly using Moonwalk, then launched an attack on the second Kuan-class fighter. A great burst of fire. The pilot of the Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. could never have anticipated that one day he would witness a colossal lava fist, measuring over 10 meters, descending from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the immense lava fist unerringly struck the Quinjet. At the moment the aircraft erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into debris, the gigantic lava fist simultaneously detonated, scattering volcanic missiles like a meteor shower. Captain America and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, engaged in fierce combat on the ground, were oblivious to the impending onslaught of fist-sized volcanic missiles raining down from above, indiscriminately targeting all in their path. Despite their modest size, these volcanic missiles possessed formidable power, akin to rockets launched from an RPG, delivering a different kind of artillery barrage. Roger paid no heed to the collateral damage inflicted by these volcanic missiles, focusing instead on the last remaining Quinjet. Having witnessed the destruction of 2 aircraft, the pilot of the Quinjet hesitated not a moment before ascending rapidly. He needed to distance himself from this monstrosity. He had to escape. Yet, scarcely had the Quinjet begun its ascent when a lava fist, the size of a human, materialized before him. This fist did not descend from the front, but surged upwards, penetrating the steel plates beneath him and piercing his heart. The force continued unabated, breaching the cockpit of the Quinjet and soaring into the sky. The name of this technique, Lava Meteor Fist, was inspired by a classic anime that Roger had watched prior to his journey. However, apart from borrowing the name, this technique bore no resemblance to the meteor punch from his memories. In simple terms, the Lava Meteor Fist could be regarded as an alternate version of the Great Fire Breath. The fist projected was not as colossal as the Great Fire Breath, yet its range and penetrating power were significantly superior. If the Great Fire Breath could only reach a distance of 1 or 200 meters, the Lava Meteor Fist could extend to 1 or 2,000 meters. While both techniques mimicked the terrifying impact of a volcanic eruption, the size of the lava fist, now human-sized, afforded it far greater range and penetration than the Great Fire Breath. To onlookers, Roger appeared as though he had unleashed a laser cannon with his fist. This lava laser cannon swiftly pierced through the final Quinjet, simultaneously eliminating its pilot. The Quinjet, now compromised, began its uncontrollable descent, while Roger, employing his moonwalk technique, suspended himself in midair. The minions obstructing his path had been dealt with. Next, it was time to proceed to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most esteemed headquarters, the Triskelion. As Roger soared towards the headquarters of the tri-cornered wing like a blazing meteor, Captain America and his companions swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. However, at that moment, they had no opportunity to impede Roger, setting aside the question of whether they could catch up to him. Even if they did, their abilities were insufficient to halt his advance. When Roger executed a somewhat ostentatious superhero landing before the entrance of the tri-cornered wing headquarters, he slowly raised his right hand and then swept it forward. A colossal eruption of flames ensued. A massive molten fist, akin to a heavy-duty truck, surged towards the entrance of the tri-cornered wing headquarters with an unstoppable, terrifying momentum. This immense molten fist effortlessly obliterated all obstacles in its path, swiftly reaching the grand hall on the first floor. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as dark red volcanic projectiles engulfed everything around them. After the fiery onslaught concluded, Roger utilized his observation hockey to assess the situation in the hall below. Excellent. Not a single soul remained standing. He was aware that among those struck by the flames were undoubtedly agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet he paid them no mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it mattered not. Today, they were all adversaries. Had it not been for the desire to facilitate General Ross's subsequent actions, the fiery barrage he unleashed would have been even more formidable. Upon confirming that the hall was devoid of any standing figures, particularly after the destruction of the eagle sculpture within, he activated his moon step once more and ascended directly towards the pinnacle of the tri-cornered wing building. Alexander Pierce's office was situated at the top, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office lay several floors below. The World Security Council served as the superior authority over SHIELD, a fact evidenced not only by administrative hierarchy, but also by the positioning of their offices. As Roger approached the summit of the tri-cornered wing building, he could already hear the intense gunfire erupting from above. In that moment, Alexander Pierce understood that the day's events would not conclude easily. Initially, he had harbored some hopes, anticipating that a sniper could eliminate Roger before he uttered a word. However, as he lost contact with the agents in the field and witnessed them opening fire, he realized that matters were deteriorating in the most disastrous manner. Though he could not ascertain precisely what Roger had said, he was certain of one thing: the Hydra's infiltration within SHIELD had been exposed. Only under such circumstances would the agents of Hydra initiate an assault without receiving direct orders, compounding the predicament, as he intended to stealthily exit the Triskelion. Nick Fury and his team intercepted him. The portable, all-channel wide-range jammer that Bucky possessed was obliterated shortly after the skirmish commenced. Indeed, Bucky is an exceptionally skilled super soldier, yet it was beyond his capacity to fully safeguard the jammer amidst such relentless onslaught. In truth, the directives Roger had issued did not encompass the protection of the jammer. With the disruption eliminated, various messages began to flow back in, particularly when Captain Rogers and his comrades revealed that Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD, and that Alexander Pierce was indeed a member of Hydra. The Triskelion became a hive of activity. The Hydra undercover agents could no longer maintain their guise, while SHIELD agents commenced their counteroffensive. At this juncture, the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, arrived at the top floor to confront Pierce, who had attempted to make his escape. This day would undoubtedly be the most eventful since the establishment of the Triskelion. As Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, led the special forces in fortifying key positions on the top floor to impede the advance of SHIELD agents. Rogers had already positioned himself outside the floor-to-ceiling window of Pierce's office. With a resounding crash, he shattered the reinforced glass and casually entered the office, greeting the evidently stunned Alexander Pierce. "Minister Pierce, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Regrettably, today marks our first encounter," Rogers remarked with a smile. Before Pierce could respond, a bullet struck his right knee. "Lava gun. Do not attempt to draw your weapon in my presence. Your agility is not as formidable as you perceive." After effortlessly penetrating Pierce's right leg with the lava gun, Rogers nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa. Observing Pierce, who was gritting his teeth against the pain, he gestured towards the sofa. After a moment's contemplation, Pierce, dragging his incapacitated leg, sat down. "What do you intend to do?" Pierce uttered his first words since their meeting. "Nothing of great consequence, merely wishing for SHIELD to be utterly disbanded." "Is that truly your sole aim?" "Indeed, that is my sole aim." As he spoke, Rogers eliminated another Hydra agent who had intrusively entered his office without knocking. "Now, let us dispense with further pleasantries. I present you with two choices. First, you cooperate with me in a particular endeavor, and I will ensure that you are delivered alive to the military. Given your status, they are unlikely to eliminate you. If all goes as expected, you will find yourself imprisoned in a heavily guarded secret facility. Naturally, your chances of regaining your freedom hinge upon whether your friends of noble lineage are willing to lend you a hand. The faction of Hydra concealed within SHIELD is but a fragment of Hydra's entirety, and it does not even represent the true Hydra. The authentic Hydra was established with the purpose of rescuing the inhuman hive, whereas the faction led by Pierce is merely a splinter group created by the Red Skull during the Second World War. Although both the legitimate Hydra and its offshoots, including Pierce's faction, harbor ambitions of global domination, their methodologies are entirely divergent. Secondly, I could terminate your existence right now and present your remains to the military. While this might marginally delay the dissolution of SHIELD, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. After presenting these two options, Roger refrained from pressuring Pierce, patiently awaiting his response. Despite the presence of numerous SHIELD agents outside the office, he remained unconcerned that they might wrest Pierce from his grasp. If agents like Rumlow possessed such capabilities, they would not find themselves cornered by Nick Fury's SHIELD operatives on the top floor. I choose the first option. Tell me, what must I do? Pierce provided the anticipated response. Compared to an imminent demise, it was highly likely that Pierce would opt to cooperate. This decision was not contingent upon his allegiance to Hydra, but rather upon his status. Having held a position of power for decades, Pierce would not easily relinquish his life. I am aware that there is a computer in the adjacent conference room connected to SHIELD's main database. Your task is quite simple. Disable the security protocols and upload all confidential documents relating to SHIELD and Hydra onto the internet. Roger gestured towards the expansive conference room beside the office. Decryption requires an executive order and the presence of at least 2 Level A members. I cannot accomplish it alone. Although Pierce was unaware of how Roger had acquired this information, he was not deceiving him at that moment. The deactivation of such a high-level security protocol was indeed beyond his solitary capabilities. I understand. Your other associate is currently outside. I shall bring him in shortly. It was evident that Pierce alone could not suffice, but another Level A member, Nick Fury, awaited outside. Although he could not breach Luo and the other's defenses, it posed no challenge for Roger. As Roger stood to leave the office, a fleeting smile graced Pierce's face. However, at that moment, just as he neared the office door, Roger suddenly turned back. Subsequently, a burst from the lava gun ensued. The dark crimson molten projectile swiftly penetrated Pierce's left leg. Despite the searing pain, Pierce attempted to speak. Yet, before he could articulate his words, Roger's voice resonated through the air. Keeping your left leg intact may incite unwarranted thoughts. I am aiding you in avoiding ill-fated decisions. After delivering his words, Roger disregarded Pierce entirely and exited the office without a backward glance. His observation hockey had already ensnared Pierce. Unless Pierce possessed the ability to teleport, there was no escape from his perceptual grasp. A little over a minute later, Roger returned to the office, accompanied by a bleeding Nick Fury. During his absence, no one had ventured into the office to rescue Pierce, for he had deftly dealt with the SHIELD agents he encountered en route. Dragging Pierce alongside Nick Fury into the World Security Council's conference room, Roger cast a glance at the enormous transparent display screen that loomed like a wall. Very well. The military personnel should be arriving shortly. You must hasten your efforts. Utilizing fine threads, he suspended Pierce, enabling him to operate the computer despite his injured legs, while simultaneously maneuvering the threads to lift Nick Fury, removing his eye patch in the process. Roger, you are playing with fire. Nick Fury exclaimed loudly, his realization dawning upon him as he observed the commands scrolling across the display screen. Magma is the superior form of fire. I fear not the flames, Roger quipped, referencing a joke that Nick Fury would never comprehend. Pierce's operational speed was commendable, and soon the mechanical electronic voice echoed, initiating retinal scan. Roger glanced at the screen, deftly positioning Pierce and Nick Fury in front of separate scanning zones. A-level confirmation. Encrypted code accepted. Disengaging security protocols. As they awaited the confidential data to upload to the internet, Roger nonchalantly neutralized those attempting to breach the office to rescue either Pierce or Nick Fury. After a span of over 10 minutes, the electronic notification chimed once more. Data upload complete. At the sound of the system's voice, Roger released the threads binding Nick Fury and Pierce, satisfied as he remarked, "Thank you both for your cooperation. I am quite pleased with our initial meeting." The confidential documents of SHIELD and Hydra had been uploaded online, signifying that the dissolution of SHIELD was now on a countdown. Regardless of the affection for SHIELD harbored by those within the White House, continued support for its existence was untenable. An intelligence agency, with its classified documents fully exposed, had no justification for existence. Roger did not eliminate Pierce or Nick Fury. He intended to leave their fates in the hands of General Ross. With the two of them captured, General Ross would undoubtedly gain significant credit for this endeavor, serving as Roger's reward to his collaborator. A few minutes later, Roger witnessed the scene of General Ross's forces storming the headquarters of the Triskelion. After sending a message to General Ross, he sensed Bucky's location and subsequently utilized a spatial portal to retrieve Bucky, who was in the midst of a violent rampage. The matters concerning SHIELD had reached a temporary conclusion, but the situation with Hydra was only just beginning. Pierce and his faction were merely a branch of HYDRA. Roger did not believe the system would regard this faction as the entirety of HYDRA. Fortunately, he had already devised a strategy to confront the true HYDRA. Rather than returning Bucky to Dr. Connor's laboratory, Roger took him to Norman Osborn's estate. 110, the Shimmering Fruit. In Norman Osborn's study, "You certainly did not mention that you would play such a grand game," Norman Osborn remarked, his expression one of exasperation as he glanced at the recently surfaced news reports. Following the upload of SHIELD and Hydra's confidential information to the internet, it had instantly become the most sensational headline of the day. Every news channel was abuzz with reports about these suddenly revealed secrets. In contrast, the battle at the SHIELD headquarters had garnered little attention. Either it had attracted interest, but no channel dared to report it. Unlike the news outlets in the Flower Country, American news channels were owned by various capitalists. These moguls, despite their frequent political meddling, understood precisely what could be reported and what could not. Having resolved to strike at HYDRA, one must certainly aim for their vulnerabilities. Roger paid no heed to Norman Osborn's complaints. This was merely the beginning, and the main event had yet to unfold. What do you plan to do next? Please do not tell me you have an even more outrageous scheme. Norman Osborn anticipated that Roger would approach Hydra with a more measured strategy. He was utterly unprepared for Roger's audacious infiltration of SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters, where he uploaded all the confidential documents online. No, the forthcoming plans will not create such a stir. While your previous dealings were with Pierce's faction of HYDRA, I am confident that you are well acquainted with the true HYDRA. The next steps are straightforward. Provide me with their information and intelligence, and I will arrange for their elimination. The spoils will be distributed according to the agreement made last night. The Hydra faction concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. is relatively easier to address. Yet the remaining factions present a more formidable challenge. Although they all belong to Hydra, the legitimate faction operates with a far greater degree of discretion, aligning more closely with the definition of a covert organization. Currently, Roger's intelligence network is confined to New York. Even if the authentic Hydra members are scattered throughout the globe, his network would struggle to unearth them, even if they remained within the United States. The rationale behind recruiting Norman Osborn is to confront this legitimate Hydra faction, leveraging military power to manage S.H.I.E.L.D. and the resources of the Osborn Corporation to tackle Hydra. This strategy was established shortly after Roger received his assignment. It is no simple task. Although he has previously interacted with them, it was only a limited fraction. The intelligence network of the Osborn Corporation has yet to expand to a global scale. After pondering for several seconds, Norman Osborn slowly replied, "That is inconsequential. All you need to do is provide some leads and a modicum of logistical support. My personnel will handle the specifics of the operation." The system stipulates a deadline of 1 year for the task, and with less than 2 weeks having passed, Roger has ample time to fulfill his mission. Furthermore, he must ascertain the system's criteria for the eradication of S.H.I.E.L.D. Typically, an official structure such as S.H.I.E.L.D., upon losing its legitimate status, could be deemed as having been dismantled. However, Roger is uncertain whether the system would acknowledge such a dissolution. Should the system not recognize it, he would have to pursue S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents further. Regardless, he is determined to acquire the fruit of Flash at any cost, even if it means bearing the notorious reputation of a supervillain. I will have relevant intelligence compiled and delivered to you. As for the rest, I need to prepare on my end. No problem, I await your good news, replied Roger before departing Norman Osborn's estate with Bucky and returning to Dr. Connor's laboratory. After assigning Bucky the task of recollecting and organizing intelligence related to the legitimate Hydra faction, Roger left the laboratory and returned alone to his residence. Days passed, and soon a week had elapsed. During this time, Roger refrained from taking immediate action against Hydra, patiently awaiting developments from S.H.I.E.L.D. The revelation of Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. has ignited considerable turmoil at the official level. Various agencies, including the military, CIA, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security, have aggressively moved to fill the power vacuum left by S.H.I.E.L.D. Due to the exposure of confidential documents, the White House, along with various official institutions, has conducted the most extensive undercover investigation of Hydra in history. The initial phase of this inquiry passed without incident, yet once the investigation commenced, All were left astounded by its findings. Hydra operatives had infiltrated not only the SHIELD, but also numerous official agencies. Shockingly, even within the Senate and the House of Representatives, there were a considerable number of Hydra affiliates. However, this revelation was not entirely unexpected. Even the Security Council's minister, Pierce, was associated with Hydra, as were several senators, rendering the situation less peculiar than it might seem. In light of these unprecedented undercover operations, a proposal to disband SHIELD, which should have been enacted long ago, was instead placed on hold. Were it not for the military's persistent advocacy for this matter, the dissolution of SHIELD could have been indefinitely postponed. At this moment, Roger found himself in an office within the Don Quixote Tower, observing the hearings regarding SHIELD's dissolution. The former director, Nick Fury, along with Captain America, Rogers, and others, attended the hearing, fielding a series of challenging inquiries. In truth, all present understood that this hearing was merely a procedural formality. The disbandment of SHIELD was a foregone conclusion. The sole purpose of this hearing was to lend an air of legal legitimacy to the process. Of course, another critical issue loomed: the extent to which the covert operations executed by Captain Rogers and Black Widow Natasha within SHIELD had violated legal statutes. The outcome of this determination would directly influence whether Captain Rogers and his colleagues would return to society as ordinary citizens or be incarcerated as criminals. Nonetheless, the fate of Captain America and his companions was not the primary focus of Rogers' interest in the hearing. His concerns lay with the discussions surrounding the treatment of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities during SHIELD's existence. The organization had utilized a so-called list of extraordinary individuals to address this issue. Those deemed potentially dangerous were apprehended and detained, while those unlikely to pose a threat were subjected to routine surveillance. Those who demonstrated commendable behavior and acknowledged SHIELD's authority were offered positions within the agency as operational agents. Roger's name appeared on this list, notably ranked quite high. More crucially, SHIELD's assessment of him indicated that he possessed potential danger. Had SHIELD been confident in their ability to apprehend him, they would have introduced him to the concept of justice's iron fist long ago. Nick Fury, the cunning master of espionage, demonstrated an extraordinary eloquence that surpassed that of ordinary politicians, even in the face of SHIELD's inevitable dissolution. Had it not been for the confidential documents of SHIELD being uploaded online by Roger, his words alone could have significantly improved the organization's image. Unfortunately, his performance had no bearing on the outcome. The decision to dissolve SHIELD passed without contest. Upon hearing the news of the dissolution, Roger glanced at the system. Devil Fruit, Sub Dor Fruit LV3, Magma Fruit LV4, Glint Glint Fruit LV1. Well done. The appearance of the Glint Glint Fruit in his subfruits made Roger feel considerably more favorably towards the system. Contrary to his expectations of being tasked with hunting down the remaining agents of SHIELD, the system promptly awarded him the intermediate reward, the Glint Glint Fruit. This is what one calls a commendable system, confirming that he had received the intermediate reward for his task. Roger closed the system interface and simultaneously terminated the live broadcast of the hearing. He then activated a spatial portal and departed from the office. Moments later, he found himself in a private training room converted from a safe house. Once in the training room, he hesitated not at all and immediately unleashed the elemental abilities of the Glint Glint Fruit. In the blink of an eye, his right arm transformed into a shimmering particle arm. This sensation was unlike that of the Magma Fruit's elementalization. Roger felt that his right arm was almost weightless. When he had elementalized using the Magma Fruit, he had experienced a profound sense of heft. Yet now, it felt as though his right arm bore no weight at all. Is it truly this light? Roger was no physicist, and he was not particularly knowledgeable about whether light particles possess weight. Furthermore, he was uncertain if the light particles formed through the elementalization of the Glint Glint Fruit were identical to the light particles of this world. After experiencing the elementalization of his right arm, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Previously, with only the magma fruit as a natural type fruit, he had been unable to realize this idea, but now he had the opportunity. Magma fruit, elementalize. Without dispelling the light particle elementalization of his right arm, he raised his left hand and initiated the elementalization of the magma fruit. In an instant, his left hand transformed into a magma arm. However, just as he completed the magma elementalization of his left hand, before he could even savor the sensation of simultaneously undergoing different elementalizations, his heart began to race violently, accompanied by intense, constricting pain. Damn! Even with his superhuman physique, the sudden onset of this excruciating pain compelled him to half kneel. Without hesitation, he immediately dispelled the elementalizations of both hands. As Roger's hands returned to their original form, the intense, writhing pain dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Although this agony lasted but a fleeting second or two, he was drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a pool. No pain, no gain. Roger embodied this truth through his actions. Just as he was gasping for breath, striving to steady his inhalations, a system notification unexpectedly appeared in his mind. System upgrade maintenance initiated. Duration, unknown. Upgrade maintenance. Roger was momentarily taken aback by the information materializing in his consciousness. He was aware of the system's capability to upgrade, but such an event typically occurred only when a traveler encountered a bottleneck in their strength. At present, he had not only yet to reach such a threshold, but he was also oblivious to its existence. The sudden onset of system maintenance was entirely unforeseen for Roger. He had anticipated that an upgrade would only be possible once he ascended to one of the most powerful echelons on Earth. To use gaming terminology, it would only be feasible after he had completed the Earth chapter, thus unlocking new realms. However, the unfolding events were starkly divergent from his expectations. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure. Although he would be unable to utilize the system during the upgrade, this would not impede his strength. The abilities granted by the Devil Fruit would remain unsealed despite the system's enhancements. Aside from the inability to complete tasks or access the marketplace during this period, the impact on him would be minimal. Setting aside thoughts of the system upgrade, he redirected his focus to the Spark Fruit. With prior experience in mastering the Magma Fruit, swiftly grasping the nuances of the Spark Fruit was not a daunting task for him. However, he was particularly concerned about the fact that he could not simultaneously manifest the elemental powers of both fruits. The earlier bout of excruciating pain had nearly thrust him into a state of existential reflection. Even now, the mere recollection of that sensation sent shivers coursing through him. While the system had resolved the issue of possessing multiple devil fruits, it had evidently not addressed the compatibility dilemma regarding the simultaneous elemental manifestation of two Logia-type fruits. After acclimatizing himself to the Spark Fruit in the training room, Roger opened a spatial portal to return to his residence. Following a rejuvenating soak in a warm bath, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. In the living room, he was greeted by the sight of Sandman William Baker, seated with the demeanor of a well-behaved child in kindergarten. "What brings you here?" Roger inquired, frowning discontentedly at the Sandman. A middle-aged man appeared unannounced in his own home, and even more so, while he was indulging in a bath. "I seem to have encountered some difficulties," muttered Sandman William Baker, scratching his head, visibly embarrassed. "What kind of trouble?" Roger inquired, retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the refrigerator and casually tossing one to Sandman. "The confidential files of S.H.I.E.L.D. contain information about my whereabouts. The New York police are currently scouring the world for me. I am now homeless." Upon hearing Sandman's plight, Roger shook his head in resignation. Indeed, Sandman William Baker could hardly be considered a virtuous individual, yet he was not entirely devoid of merit either. Otherwise, given his abilities, he would not be enduring such a dismal existence. "What do you seek from me? Are you hoping I can provide you with shelter?" Roger's perception of Sandman was not entirely negative, yet it did not extend to the realms of friendship or familiarity. He felt no obligation to assist Sandman. "That is not what I'm asking for. I do not expect you to help me for free. Although I may not be particularly skilled in combat, I am certainly stronger than the ninjas under your command, and more capable than that lizard man. I could serve as your subordinate and assist you with your endeavors." But observing Sandman's hesitance, Roger grew curious about how he had come to be a street thug in the first place. "Speak plainly, don't mince words. I can manage my own accommodation, but I hope you can assist my daughter. I know you possess the means to do so. They refuse to accept the money I procured, but my daughter's illness cannot be delayed any longer. If you are willing to help me, I can pledge my loyalty to you forever." Sandman divulged his thoughts without reservation. However, after listening to his tale, Roger did not respond immediately. As Sandman grew increasingly restless, Roger finally spoke. "Return to your home. I do not require you as my subordinate. Provide me with your daughter's name, and I shall add her to the medical assistance list of the Don Quixote group." Previously, while cultivating his reputation among the upper echelons of society, Roger had established a medical assistance fund under the banner of his corporation, specifically aimed at aiding those who could not afford exorbitant medical expenses. Initially, it served as a means to enhance his standing and redeem his reputation, akin to how crime lords occasionally host charity galas. After founding the Don Quixote group, he retained this medical assistance fund. Although the number of applicants who passed the review was not insignificant, they still represented only a small fraction when juxtaposed with the vast number of applicants. In truth, many such aid funds existed in New York, yet each fund faced similar challenges, with low acceptance rates. Upon hearing Roger's initial words, the Sandman's expression immediately darkened. Yet, in the next moment, he was uplifted by Roger's willingness to assist his daughter. "Penny Baker, that was her name," he exclaimed with fervent excitement. "Yes, I understand. You may leave now." "All right. I shall depart at once. Thank you." As he spoke, the Sandman hurried towards Roger, extending his right hand in an earnest gesture to shake hands. However, just as he was about to grasp Roger's hand, Roger withdrew his own. He had just emerged from a bath. Despite the Sandman appearing indistinguishable from a human, his true essence remained that of sand. "Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness." Although he did not manage to shake Roger's hand, the Sandman was undeterred, continuing his expressions of gratitude. As the Sandman transformed into grains of sand and drifted out through the window, Roger let out a silent sigh. After changing into clean attire, he activated a portal to arrive at the office of the Don Quixote Group's headquarters. He relayed the name of the Sandman's daughter to Jessica, requesting her to arrange subsequent medical assistance. Afterward, he turned on the television to observe the final outcome of the hearing. The deliberation regarding how to manage individuals with extraordinary abilities did not yield a definitive conclusion during the hearing. However, a resolution emerged concerning whether Captain Rogers and his companions had overstepped their legal authority during their operations. The officials expressed gratitude for the prior contributions of Captain America and his peers, opting not to pursue specific incidents further. Nonetheless, the special allowances and stipends granted to Captain America and his associates were revoked, along with their corresponding privileges. Most significantly, Rogers' honorary title of Captain America was rescinded. In simpler terms, Rogers and his compatriots were no longer agents, but rather a mere assembly of ordinary individuals from this day forth. Roger was not surprised by this outcome. After all, Rogers had once been a highly esteemed superhero sanctioned by the authorities. Labeling him a criminal and incarcerating him was a step the officials were not yet prepared to take. This was not solely a matter of Rogers' reputation, but also a reflection on the dignity of the American government itself. After reviewing the hearing results, Roger placed a call to Sharon Carter, who had yet to return to the Don Quixote group. He instructed her to reach out to the dismissed SHIELD technicians, offering them double the pay for their services. While he held little interest in the agents of SHIELD, he was indeed keen on those specialized technicians. Furthermore, he was certain that he was not the only one interested in their expertise. Combatants are relatively easy to train, but professionals in these technical fields are considerably rarer. After conveying his instructions to Sharon Carter, Roger picked up the authentic Hydra documentation provided by Norman Osborn and began to peruse it diligently. The matters concerning SHIELD have reached a conclusive state, and the rewards have been duly acquired. It is now time to confront the legitimate Hydra operatives. The system upgrade shall not impede the ongoing mission. At worst, it may merely delay the distribution of rewards. However, this poses no significant issue for Roger. The flash fruit alone is sufficient for him to process for a considerable duration, while the quake fruit can wait a little longer. Just a few days prior, he had obtained a fragment of intelligence regarding the legitimate Hydra from Bucky and Winter Soldier 123. Nevertheless, Bucky and his companions are merely soldiers, with limited access to information. In stark contrast, Norman Osborn offers a wealth of intricate and detailed intelligence. Daniel Whitehall, Sunil Bakshi, Gideon Malik, Helmut Zemo. Upon encountering these familiar names, Roger's mind raced in recollection. Wait, something seems amiss. He revisited the dossier provided by Norman Osborn, honing in on a particular name on the list. Helmut Zemo? Is this Baron Zemo? Clearly, this Zemo differs from the one etched in his memory. Intriguing. After swiftly perusing the information from Osborn, Roger began to assess the forces at his disposal. The Hands Ninjas, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Erica. Bucky, along with Winter Soldiers 1, 2, and 3. Besides Bucky, he should have 5 Winter Soldiers at his command. Alas, 2 of them succumbed to the secondary brainwashing induced by the five-fold stimulation rendered into imbeciles by Dr. Connors. In terms of numbers, his current subordinates are not particularly numerous. However, they are sufficiently capable to contend with the legitimate Hydra. He swiftly resolved the upcoming personnel arrangements. Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Erica would confront Malik, while Bucky would lead Winter Soldiers 1, 2, and 3 against Bakshi. As for the ageless Daniel Whitehall, he would handle that matter personally. Whitehall himself may possess limited prowess, with even his ageless abilities derived from a specialized surgical procedure. However, what makes Whitehall unique is that he is the only leader within Hydra with an understanding of Inhumans. This thought conjured the image of the Inhuman with seismic abilities. Daisy Johnson, in Roger's mind. After conveying the latest arrangements through special channels to Bucky and the others, Roger once again opened the spatial portal and arrived at Norman Osborn's estate. While he was responsible for organizing the combat personnel, other matters during the operation required Norman Osborn's assistance. Intelligence support, logistical guarantees, transportation, accommodations, and even various necessary and unnecessary personnel and equipment support during the operation needed to be provided by the Osborn Group. Roger did not linger at Norman Osborn's estate for long. After discussing the upcoming arrangements with Osborn, he departed the manor. The following day, Bucky and his team commenced their mission to eradicate the true Hydra. Meanwhile, Roger remained alone in the training room, diligently honing the newly acquired spark fruit. Drawing from his experience with the magma fruit, the training with the spark fruit progressed remarkably smoothly. In less than 3 days, he elevated the spark fruit to level 2. During these 3 days, aside from essential activities such as eating and sleeping, he devoted all his time to the training room. It was only when Sharon Carter, now completely detached from SHIELD, called him that he concluded this intensive training session. It must be said that Sharon Carter is an exceptionally talented agent. While various factions competed for SHIELD personnel, she managed to secure over 100 technical staff for Roger. Although these technicians were not top talents like Tony Stark or Dr. Connors, for the Don Quixote Group, which had long suffered from a shortage of technical expertise, this was indeed a cause for celebration. To express his gratitude for Sharon Carter's diligent efforts, Roger spent a sweat-drenched night at her home, without regard for his own fatigue. The following morning, he quietly left Sharon Carter's residence, careful not to disturb her peaceful slumber. Bucky and his team had been in action for several days. It was time for him, as their leader, to begin his own work. After preparing at the apartment in the tower, he opened a spatial portal to Norman Osborn's private airport. On the runway stood a Gulfstream private jet, a Gulfstream G650, priced at over $60 million, one among many of Norman Osborn's private aircraft. Roger had contemplated purchasing one himself, but considering that his enemies were far from ordinary, he abandoned the idea. Although he possessed some assets, losing over $60 million in one fell swoop would undoubtedly be painful. Such a blow would be even more severe than a direct attack from his adversaries. Under the attentive service of a stunning flight attendant, he embarked on this new endeavor. According to the intelligence provided by Norman Osborn, Daniel Whitehall is currently not within the borders of the United States, but rather in neighboring Mexico. As for what Whitehall is doing in Mexico, Osborn could not ascertain. In fact, knowing that Whitehall is in Mexico is the extent of what he could uncover. In Guadalajara, Mexico, the second largest city in the country and a hub for authentic Mexican products, Whitehall, impeccably dressed in a suit with neatly groomed silver hair, quietly remarked to the man in black beside him, "Is Mr. Bucky unable to handle even a few Winter Soldiers?" The guards surrounding Mr. Bucky were merely ordinary individuals, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Winter Soldiers. The man in black responded calmly, "Arrange for him a few Death Soldiers. If he still cannot manage those treacherous Winter Soldiers, he need not return." "Very well, sir." Just as the man in black was about to depart, Whitehall's voice resonated once more. Have you yet found that woman? The man in black paused momentarily, then slowly replied, our agents have traced the woman to Canada. However, the man accompanying her is quite formidable, making it impossible for us to pinpoint their location. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on the man's forehead. Intensify the search. I underestimated the woman's capabilities. The secrets she harbors are far more complex than I had anticipated. At this juncture, Whitehall raised his right hand, scrutinizing the young appendage that seemed so incongruent with his age. Very well, I will make immediate arrangements. Upon hearing Whitehall's words, the man in black exhaled in relief and exited without a backward glance. After a lengthy flight, Roger finally arrived in Guadalajara. Upon disembarking, he was immediately struck by the stark contrast of the sweltering heat compared to New York. Is this the warmth of Mexico? Rejecting the vehicle arranged by Norman Osborn, he hailed a taxi to the city center. The official language of Mexico is Spanish. Although Roger does not speak Spanish, this posed no significant issue. Upon producing a $100 bill, the driver, who had been conversing in Spanish, promptly switched to halting English. As they journeyed toward the city, Roger closed his eyes, contemplating his upcoming plans. To locate an individual hidden somewhere in this unfamiliar city of over 5 million inhabitants was no simple task. Even the extraordinarily well-connected Norman Osborn had only managed to narrow the search to the city itself, without being able to determine a precise location. However, this posed no challenge for Roger. Although he had never encountered Whitehall, one thing was certain. Whitehall's essence was distinctly different from that of an ordinary human. Whitehall was not an inhuman. Yet having undergone the transplantation of Jia Ying's longevity abilities, he was undoubtedly not a typical human being. As long as Roger could detect those extraordinary life forces in Guadalajara, he would be able to locate Whitehall. While this might also lead him to uncover extraordinary individuals in Guadalajara, such concerns were trivial. Unlike New York, Guadalajara was not teeming with superhuman capabilities. Although his level 3 observation haki was insufficient to sense the entirety of the city, a few strides would allow him to grasp the essence of the entire locale. Were it not for his trump card of observation haki, he would not have ventured here before pinpointing Whitehall's exact location. Upon arriving at the city center, Roger first indulged in the local cuisine, particularly savoring the tequila renowned as the soul of Mexico, before leisurely wandering through Guadalajara like a foreign tourist. Throughout his meandering, he continuously activated his observation haki, functioning as a human radar to perceive all life forces surrounding him. This comprehensive search method, albeit somewhat rudimentary, proved quite effective. Upon detecting the third abnormal life force, he happily discovered Whitehall, and at that moment, less than 2 hours had elapsed since his arrival in Guadalajara. Are you the one known as Roger Dwayne? Whitehall, engrossed in his reading within his study, was taken aback to find an ethereal portal materializing before him. To his astonishment, a man clad in a dark red suit emerged from the translucent doorway. However, upon seeing Roger for the first time, he immediately recognized him. You already possess the answers. Why inquire further? Roger remarked, casting a glance at Whitehall as he approached and took a seat before him. Speak plainly. What do you desire? Whitehall inquired with an air of nonchalance, setting aside his book. As Bucky and his companions commenced their assault on Bucky and Malik, Whitehall had already deduced that this was orchestrated by Roger. While others might be unaware that Bucky and his cohort were under Roger's command, the leaders of Hydra were fully cognizant of this fact. Indeed, it could be said that each Hydra leader had conducted a thorough investigation into Roger's past over the past few days. Inhumans. I require the information on those Inhumans that you possess. As he spoke, Roger raised his left hand, directing his finger towards the door. Laser beam. A brilliant golden ray shot forth from his fingertip, swiftly piercing through the door. Roger deliberately moderated the intensity of the laser beam and halted the subsequent explosion. Thud. The sound of a body collapsing echoed from outside the door. Moments later, bright crimson blood seeped through the crack beneath the door into the study. Do not send your subordinates to their demise. If you had conducted any investigation into me, you would understand that they cannot impede me. After a brief silence, Whitehall slowly articulated, no one is permitted to enter this study without my command. After instructing his subordinates, he continued, if you share an interest in the Inhumans, we might be able to collaborate. We hold no concern for the grievances between you and Pierce. You may retain the Cosmic Cube. We have no objections. Truly, having endured the trials of World War II, Whitehall maintained his composure even in such dire circumstances. As for cooperation, my standards for partners are rather elevated. And you do not meet the criteria. Enough of this triviality. Hand over the inhuman data you possess. Were it not for the invaluable information regarding the Inhumans that Whitehall held, Roger would have been disinclined to engage in this dialogue. Observing Roger's unwavering demeanor, Whitehall refrained from further conversation, harboring no intention of relinquishing the data. Although Whitehall remained unaware of Roger's motives for acquiring the Inhuman information, his intuition warned him that yielding the material was not a prudent choice. Roger was not the type to spare his adversaries once he obtained what he sought. Thus, Whitehall resolved to take a gamble, wagering that Roger would refrain from harming him until he secured the Inhuman data. This was not a reckless gamble, but rather a calculated decision reached after careful consideration of various possibilities. Whitehall was acutely aware that among Hydra, he was the sole individual knowledgeable about the Inhumans. This implied that if Roger desired the Inhuman data, he could only procure it from him. Strictly speaking, Whitehall's reasoning was sound. However, he overlooked a crucial aspect. For Roger, the Inhuman data was merely ancillary, while the primary objective was to eliminate him. It appears you have no intention of surrendering the data. Upon concluding his statement, he aimed his right index finger at Whitehall, allowing the tip to radiate with a golden luminescence. This tactic you employ, I had mastered 60 or 70 years ago. Since you are aware that I possess the Inhuman data, you should comprehend my identity. Threats and intimidation hold little sway over me, Whitehall confidently declared. Yet, in the next instant, he beheld the laser-like golden beam. Whoosh! Whitehall had scarcely a moment to react before the laser pierced through his skull, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fingertip at his brow. After dispatching Whitehall, Roger rose to his feet and vanished as if by teleportation. The Dordor fruit manifested. Suddenly, Loki appeared with a flash. This was a new ability developed by Roger following the enhancement of the Dordor fruit to level 3. The principle is remarkably straightforward and easily manageable, encapsulated in a single phrase: the rapid opening and closing of doors. Indeed, the essence of this newfound ability is as uncomplicated as it is direct. As long as the speed of opening and closing the doors is sufficiently swift, it creates an illusion of instantaneous disappearance. To differentiate it from ordinary door-based teleportation, Roger aptly named this technique Flash. After vanishing from Whitehall's study, he did not exit the estate. Instead, he flitted about the manor like a specter, simultaneously employing the 6 forms finger gun technique. Flash, finger gun, flash. Finger gun. After repeating this sequence dozens of times, every living being within the manor was entirely extinguished, including 2 cats and 6 dogs. Having completed this grim task, Roger once again flashed back into Whitehall's study. Casually discarding Whitehall's lifeless body from the chair, he turned to the computer. Since you are unwilling to provide, I shall take matters into my own hands. As a highly trained and distinguished traveler, hacking skills posed no challenge for him. After furiously typing for several minutes, Roger retrieved a pack of traditional Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, not the grotesque varieties purchased in America, but those procured from smugglers. He extracted one, ignited it with his magma-infused right index finger, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed Sharon Carter at headquarters, requesting her to infiltrate the computer and copy all the data, providing her with the IP address. After concluding the call, and while savoring his cigarette, he gazed at the impenetrable security system that eluded his access. Once again, it was proven that specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. A few minutes later, a notification appeared on the computer indicating that the firewall had been breached. Upon confirming the successful intrusion, he rummaged through the study for a while, uncovering some hidden documents. After placing these documents into a green spatial pocket within his body, he retrieved over a dozen thermite grenades from this otherworldly space. Subsequently, he scattered these thermite grenades throughout the various rooms of the manor. Regrettably, the absence of the flame fruit rendered the act of incinerating corpses and obliterating evidence unnecessarily complicated. It was only after the main structure of the estate was engulfed in a raging inferno that he utilized his spatial gate to depart from the manor. Returning to the airport, the matters concerning Whitehall resolved themselves with greater ease than he had anticipated. However, this was indeed plausible. Aside from a slightly elevated status and seasoned experience, Whitehall presented no particularly formidable challenges. While aboard Norman Osborn's private jet back to New York, he took the opportunity to inquire about the progress of Bucky and others. The advancements on Bucky's front were even more favorable than he had forecasted. In just a matter of days, they had cornered Bakshi, forcing him into a state of desperate flight. It was likely that the complete eradication of Hydra on Bakshi's side would soon follow. In stark contrast to Bucky and his comrades, who excelled in infiltration and assassination, the progress of Luke Cage's team was rather unsatisfactory. Among the intelligence provided by Norman Osborn, Gideon Malik's information was the most comprehensive. Nevertheless, even with such details, Luke Cage and his associates had not inflicted significant damage on Malik's faction of Hydra. The disparity between professional soldiers and street-level heroes was vividly illustrated. As Roger contemplated whether to deploy Bucky and his team against Malik once their mission concluded, he suddenly sensed an anomalous energy fluctuation emanating from the spatial realm within him. Just as he intended to activate his internal spatial gate to investigate the situation further, an epiphany struck him. "You all return to New York as planned. Do not concern yourselves with me," he addressed the blonde flight attendant, who had shed her coat and rolled her shirt into a cropped style before vanishing from the cabin. Emerging from the aircraft into an unnamed forest, he hesitated not a moment, promptly opening his spatial gate and retrieving the specially designed briefcase containing the Tesseract. The briefcase quaked violently, emitting a faint blue glow from its seams. Without a second thought, he hurled the briefcase away. Boom! Before the airborne briefcase could touch the ground, it detonated like a bomb. The blue Tesseract hovered in midair. Under Roger's gaze, a circular azure portal materialized before him, revealing the dark, profound expanse of the cosmos on the other side. Before he could scrutinize the portal's depths, a man wielding a scepter and possessing long black hair stepped through. The god of mischief, Loki. Roger recognized him immediately, and a flurry of conjectures raced through his mind. No, this is not right. The timeline appears to be inconsistent. Within the confidential documents of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no mention of Thor or his mighty hammer, nor any records of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents engaging in combat with the destroyer armor. Could it be that Nick Fury deliberately concealed this information, resulting in the absence of any account of Thor's arrival on Earth in the exposed S.H.I.E.L.D. files? As he pondered whether this discrepancy stemmed from divergent developments in parallel universes or from Nick Fury's prior concealment of Thor's details, Loki, wielding his staff, spoke with an air of superiority. "Humans, kneel." "Kneel to what?" Loki's words snapped Roger back to the present moment. In the next instant, Roger vanished from Loki's sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Loki, his right index finger aimed directly at Loki's heart. Finger gun. Just as his finger was about to pierce Loki, the latter finally made his move. He raised his staff, thrusting its blade-like tip toward Roger. Iron block. At this moment, Roger refrained from utilizing elemental transformation. Instead, he concluded the finger gun maneuver and, for the first time in battle, unleashed Iron block. The tip of Loki's staff struck fiercely against his shoulder, producing a resounding metallic clash. Loki was taken aback, astonished that the frail earthling he remembered could possess such formidable resilience. As confusion washed over him, Roger seized Loki's staff, swiftly delivering a kick. Tempest kick. Before Roger's leg could make contact with Loki, the vacuum wave, formed by compressed air, struck Loki in advance. The force of the vacuum wave slammed into Loki with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Although capable of effortlessly dispatching humans, the vacuum wave failed to slice through Loki as expected. Instead, it sent him hurtling away. Loki, airborne for over 10 meters, struggled to regain his footing. Truly, as a frost giant, his constitution was impressive. Roger was not surprised that his Tempest kick failed to injure Loki. While frost giants may not match the Asgardians in strength, they far surpassed ordinary earthlings. Given Loki's lineage, it was unsurprising that he could withstand the onslaught of the Tempest kick. After all, even the Hulk's earth-shattering blow left no significant mark on Loki, let alone Roger's kick. Following the kick that sent Loki flying, Roger opened a portal within his being, discarding the staff into it. Subsequently, he transformed his right hand into light particle form and retrieved the Tesseract from the ground, casting it into the portal as well. Observing Roger as he nonchalantly tossed his staff and the cosmic cube into the peculiar portal within his chest, Loki remarked with a darkened expression, "You are not of Earth. Whether I am of Earth is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you should not be here at this moment." Roger retorted, "The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. which means that I am unable to accept any new missions. Otherwise, given my stature, I could easily activate a bounty quest. Alas, as he shook his head, Roger drew forth the black blade, Knight, which he had forged but never utilized in combat, from the green, otherworldly space within him. Come, let us duel. I am aware that you possess smaller blades as well. Gazing at the imposing black sword in Roger's grasp, Loki suddenly questioned whether he had arrived in the right place. Is this truly Earth? More troubling was the inexplicable sensation that he was being utterly scrutinized. Who exactly are you? Loki inquired once more. Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity. No sooner had he spoken than Roger vanished from Loki's sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Loki. His black blade aimed directly at his neck. Faced with the rapid approach of the colossal black sword, Loki dared not underestimate it. His hands swiftly reached for his waist. In the next moment, two exquisite daggers materialized in his grip. Clang! The immense black blade did not strike Loki's neck, but was instead parried by the two small daggers. Impressive strength, Roger remarked, sensing Loki's power with satisfaction. However, my strength is formidable as well. At that instant, he exerted force anew, and the black blade broke through the dagger's defense, slicing lightning fast across Loki's neck. Bang! The blade struck Loki's neck, but left no mark, merely sending him hurtling backward as if he had been struck by a bludgeon. Indeed, the ordinary metal blade proved inadequate. Its sharpness was insufficient to harm an alien being like Loki. After being knocked back once more, Loki's expression darkened further. I shall kill you. Seemingly unable to accept the outcome of being defeated twice, he roared like a frenzied beast and charged at Roger. Yet, Roger stood still, as if oblivious to the oncoming assault, the black sword resting upon his shoulder. In the next moment, Loki was upon him, thrusting his daggers toward Roger's throat and heart. Until that very moment, Roger remained motionless. At the moment the dagger pierced his throat and heart, the furious Loki transformed into a cascade of light and vanished. Do not attempt illusions before me. They will prove ineffective. The illusion of Loki was strikingly lifelike. Roger, lacking any magical prowess, nevertheless perceived the illusion as nothing more than a flimsy representation in the presence of observation hockey. A Loki devoid of any essence of life was unmistakably a mere figment, even discernible to Roger's most basic reasoning. To see through my illusion. You are indeed quite remarkable. On the barren ground in the distance, resplendent light shimmered, and Loki's figure re-emerged before Roger. Show me your true abilities. Your current display does not do justice to your title as the god of deceit. Roger firmly planted the black blade into the earth, his demeanor composed. Although it appeared as if Loki had been bested, in truth, his strength far surpassed mere appearances. The foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. This was another well-known moniker of Loki, aside from that of the god of deceit. While he often wielded a dagger for combat, it cannot be denied that he was indeed a formidable magician. Yet, he had narrowed his path from a serious mage to an unconventional melee combatant. More importantly, he was a melee sorcerer capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the god of thunder, Thor. Human, you have successfully captured my attention. In return, I shall grant you a funeral befitting your strength. With that, Loki brandished his dagger and charged at Roger. You dare to forgo magic? Roger shook his head in resignation upon witnessing Loki's determination to engage in a sword duel. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Armament hockey, activate. In an instant, the black blade became even more profound and dark. Just as he completed the armament hockey on the black blade, Loki was upon him, his dagger thrusting forward with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. Loki exhibited commendable combat skills, particularly with the short-bladed dagger. In his hands, the 2 daggers appeared almost alive, displaying astonishing agility. However, Roger's close-quarters combat skills were equally impressive. Despite the formidable size of the black blade, in his grasp, it was anything but cumbersome. Distance did not hinder its application. Who says a colossal weapon cannot be wielded in close combat? As long as one possesses exceptional combat skills, even a mace can be wielded with finesse in close quarters. With the passage of time, Loki's assault grew increasingly ferocious, the daggers in his hands striking Roger like a torrential downpour. Swift, precise, and ruthless. These 3 words encapsulate the essence of Loki's dagger attacks. He eschewed any patterned maneuvers, refraining from flamboyant displays. Yet, no matter how he attacked, Roger's massive black sword stood resolutely like a shield, intercepting the dagger's onslaught. Realizing that he could not pierce Roger with his daggers, Loki decisively altered his strategy. Magical shockwave. Boom. An imperceptible wave of magical energy surged toward Roger, akin to a crashing tide. Yada no Kagami. The moment the magical fluctuations manifested around Loki, Roger activated the powers of the glint fruit, transforming into a flurry of luminous particles and vanishing from Loki's sight in an instant. The magical shockwave, composed entirely of energy, swept through the surroundings without leaving a single corner untouched, sending Roger's enormous black sword flying from its resting place. That was close. I almost fell victim to Loki's cunning. As the magical shockwave dissipated entirely, the golden particles coalesced into human form a dozen meters away. What is this ability of yours? Loki inquired, his brow furrowed. When Roger vanished in a flash, Loki had assumed he employed some arcane magic unknown to him. However, upon Roger's reappearance, he realized his initial assumptions were incorrect. There were no signs of magical energy. He felt no magical presence emanating from Roger. I do not have a habit of revealing my trump cards to the enemy. Roger's words only served to heighten Loki's irritation. With masterful combat prowess, a formidable physique, and a seemingly magical ability, Loki retracted his earlier disdain, adopting a serious demeanor. While he harbored some contempt for Earthlings, it did not imply that he was a mindless brute. After all, he was the god of mischief. As Loki scrutinized Roger with an earnest expression, Roger refrained from attacking, instead reflecting on the sensations he experienced while employing the Yada no Kagami. This was not his first encounter with the technique. He was quite familiar with the sensation of elemental transformation. However, during the recent evasion of Loki's attack, he encountered a rather troublesome issue. The shockwave formed from magical energy possessed the capacity to inflict harm upon his corporeal form. Was it due to the nature of the magic? Or had the recent energy attack exceeded the threshold of his elemental immunity? Roger found himself at a loss for a definitive answer. Nevertheless, it was the first time he realized that even elemental transformation could bear the possibility of injury. After a moment of swift contemplation, he arrived at a new resolution: to abduct Loki. Initially, he had intended to engage in prolonged play, but now, he had altered his course of action. No sooner had he spoken than a golden radiance enveloped Roger's right leg. The speed of light kick. With a swift elevation of his foot, the kick was executed seamlessly. Although Loki sensed the impending attack, he underestimated the velocity of the lightspeed kick. The terrifying energy embodied in the golden beam surged towards him in an instant. Boom. Loki had no time to react, as the beam struck him squarely in the chest, propelling him backward like a baseball, soaring over 100 meters away. Before Loki could even touch the ground, Roger reappeared before him. Lightspeed punch. Boom. The previously airborne Loki plummeted to the earth like a meteor, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter upon impact. However, Roger's onslaught did not cease there. Lightspeed machine gun. Boom, 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 boom. Loki was deprived of any opportunity to rise, as he was met with a relentless barrage of lightspeed punches. After unleashing over 100 blows, Roger finally ceased this merciless one-sided assault. It must be said that Loki once again demonstrated the resilience of his physique. Despite enduring 100 punches from Roger, he still managed to maintain his dashing appearance, if one overlooked the bruises and scars adorning his face. Truly, he was a man capable of withstanding the wrath of the Hulk. His ability to endure was extraordinary. Although his handsome visage remained relatively unscathed, the injuries he sustained were far from superficial. Glancing at Loki, who lay motionless in the circular crater, emitting intermittent, peculiar groans, Roger activated a spatial portal on his body and retrieved a traditional Chinese ink painting. Rest assured, I am not a cold-blooded killer. I shall not take your life without cause. However, since you have graced this earth with your presence, I cannot neglect to entertain you. As he spoke, Roger unfurled the ink painting upon the ground. Subsequently, he opened a spatial portal on the surface of the artwork. Before Loki could comprehend the unfolding events, Roger lifted him and cast him into the portal. Just as he intended to close the portal, allowing Loki to reflect within the alternate space of the painting, he suddenly recalled something and reopened the portal within his being, retrieving 2 baskets of fruit. With your constitution, consuming fruit should not be fatal. This shall be your sustenance for the time being. With that, he tossed both baskets into the spatial portal of the ink painting. After accomplishing all of this, he finally closed the spatial gate and carefully stored the ink painting back into the verdant dimension within himself. The notion of opening a spatial gate upon the ink painting and using the inner green dimension as a prison for his foes was a concept he had recently conceived, inspired by the sealing scrolls of ninjas. Although the principles were entirely distinct, the effects bore a resemblance. The only difference lay in one employing ninjutsu, while the other utilized the powers of the Dordor fruit. Once he returned the previously launched Black Blade, Knight, to the green dimension within, Roger embarked on his journey back to New York. After traversing an indeterminate number of transitions through the spatial gate, he finally arrived at his residence. After indulging in a warm bath and donning his comfortable loungewear, he proceeded to his study. Although Loki's unexpected appearance had caught him off guard, he did not intend to alter his plans or itinerary. The system was still in the process of upgrading, and he was uncertain when it would conclude. Nevertheless, he resolved to complete the final segment of his task during this period of upgrade. Thus, once the system finished its enhancement, he would be able to claim the ultimate advanced reward, the Tremor fruit. As for the issues concerning the mutants and Loki, they could be deferred for the time being. Additionally, he decided to continue refining his mastery of the Tremor fruit. To date, he had developed, or rather, emulated several impressive techniques from Admiral Kazuru. These included the laser beam, Yada mirror, lightspeed kick, and Yada jewel. Apart from the Amaterasu sword, which he still needed to practice, he had become quite adept with the other techniques. Of course, aside from these techniques, he had not neglected the development of his own abilities, such as the lightspeed punch and lightspeed machine gun. He was not particularly concerned about his combat techniques. However, there was one aspect he could not afford to overlook: the elemental transformation issue associated with Logia-type fruits. He had previously conducted a test using the Hydra's energy weapon to assess the effects of elemental transformation, and the result revealed that ordinary energy attacks were equally ineffective against his transformed essence. Yet, Loki's recent magical assault had nearly inflicted damage upon his true form. Had it not been for the swiftness of the Yada mirror, he would have been struck by Loki's magic. This was not favorable news for him, as he had gradually grown accustomed to roaming freely after achieving elemental transformation. Moreover, his intuition hinted that this dilemma was not merely a matter of magic. As for the precise cause, he could not definitively ascertain. He merely sensed that it was likely related to the nature and intensity of the energy involved. The elemental manifestation of natural fruits is indeed a formidable ability, yet it is not one devoid of solutions. Roger is acutely aware of this fact, more so than anyone else. Setting aside his contemplation on the matter for the time being, he retrieved the information he had discovered within the confines of Whitehall Manor from his internal pocket dimension. Simultaneously, he extracted Loki's scepter. Long ago, a question had lingered in his mind. Why would Thanos, who relentlessly sought the Infinity Stones, entrust the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone to Loki? Did he possess such unwavering faith in Loki that he harbored no fears of failure? Or was it possible that he remained entirely oblivious to the Mind Stone's presence within the scepter? If one were to judge solely by Thanos' evident decisiveness, Roger might conclude that Thanos had placed excessive trust in Loki. However, he had not anticipated Loki's downfall, which was rather catastrophic. Yet, if viewed from another perspective, particularly regarding Thanos' plan to eradicate half of all life in the universe, it seemed probable that Thanos was unaware of the Mind Stone's existence within the scepter. His intention to annihilate half of the universe's life was ostensibly to achieve a balance between resources and population, thereby preventing famine and the extinction of civilizations. A person capable of devising and executing such a plan does not strike one as particularly astute. Roger did not judge by appearances, but he genuinely believed that someone who could conceive such a strategy lacked a certain cleverness. If Thanos merely wished for the various races and civilizations in the universe to thrive sustainably, what he truly required was not the Infinity Stones, but rather the principles of family planning and sustainable development akin to those of the Flower Kingdom. In the Flower Kingdom, even those who were not particularly astute could grasp these two policies. After silently critiquing Thanos for a moment, Roger grasped Loki's scepter. Armament hockey, harden. As his right hand transformed into a metallic shade of purple and black, he seized the gem at the scepter's apex. Subsequently, he exerted a sudden force. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed sharply. What? The scepter was devoid of the Mind Stone? Staring at the shards in his hand, Roger was momentarily taken aback. After a thorough examination of the scepter, he released the hardening of his right hand, opened his internal pocket dimension, and retrieved the ink painting that imprisoned Loki. Within the verdant pocket dimension of the ink painting, he inquired, who bestowed this scepter upon you?" Addressing Loki, who was seated on the ground, indulging in a banana. "Your expression suggests that you are aware of the origins of this scepter." Loki looked up at Roger, revealing a mischievous grin. "Your expression indicates that it seems you have not yet been adequately punished." At the moment Roger's voice resonated, Loki's smile froze in place. Moments later, Loki stirred once more, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings as he continued to savor the banana in his hand. Upon finishing it, he resumed speaking, inquiring if his cooperation would grant him freedom from this place. "No. However, I can offer you more bananas." In the fruit basket that Roger had previously tossed in, there were various types of fruit, yet Loki exhibited a clear preference for bananas, neglecting the others entirely. "I appreciate your honesty. This place is rather pleasant. And green is a color I hold dear," Loki remarked as he stood, casting a calm glance around the vicinity. When Roger's right hand shimmered with a golden light, Loki quickly added, "Thanos provided me with this scepter. I am tasked with utilizing the Tesseract to open a spatial portal, summoning the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Upon success, the Earth will be mine, and the Tesseract will belong to him." Loki candidly disclosed the details of his collaboration with Thanos, his demeanor exuding a sense of willingness. Nevertheless, Roger remained somewhat skeptical. After all, Loki was the god of mischief, and only he knew the veracity of his words. After a brief contemplation, Roger posed another question. "Have you visited Earth before?" "No." "Were you banished from Asgard?" "No, I left of my own accord." "What prompted your departure?" "A failed bid for the throne." A fleeting glimmer of cold malice crossed Loki's face as he answered this question. "Who is the current king of Asgard?" "Thor Odinson." "And Odin?" "Odin abdicated the throne in favor of Thor." With each of Roger's inquiries, Loki's own doubts multiplied. What was this earthling truly about? How did he possess such extensive knowledge of Asgard? "Before your exile, what actions did you undertake in Asgard?" "I incited the frost giants to disrupt Thor's ascension ceremony." Loki, clearly reluctant to divulge too much, continued to speculate about Roger's identity. Unfortunately, his conjectures yielded no fruitful insights. "Who is your father?" At this question, Loki's expression darkened considerably. After a tense silence of several seconds, he clenched his fists and replied slowly, "King Laufey of the Frost Giants." "One last question. Is Laufey still alive?" "Yes." Loki nearly bit off the words in response to Roger's inquiry. "Thank you for your cooperation. This scepter is returned to you." Having spoken, Roger tossed the shattered scepter, once adorned with the apex gem, to Loki. After returning the scepter, he opened a portal and departed from the alternate dimension. It was evident that the familial strife within the Odin household diverged significantly from his recollections. Loki had never set foot on Earth. Thor had successfully assumed the throne of Asgard from Odin, and the frost giant King Laufey was still alive and well. Although Loki might have been fabricating his tale, his final expression suggested he spoke the truth. The existence of parallel worlds is fraught with complications. In a simpler cinematic universe, he might have fully relished the advantages conferred by the prophetic aura of a traveler. However, upon exiting the ink-wash painting that served as a portal to the alternate realm, he chose not to return the painting to his inner space, but instead hung it in his study. While storing it in his inner dimension could provide a double layer of security, the presence of many personal belongings alongside the Tesseract within that space posed potential risks. To avert any unnecessary mishaps, he deemed it wiser to keep the painting in the tangible world. Thus, even if Loki managed to escape, the repercussions would be minimal. After addressing the matters concerning the scepter and Loki, he perused the confidential documents housed in the Whitehall estate. Simultaneously, he instructed Sharon Carter to transfer the data obtained from the infiltration of Whitehall's computer to his private server. After several hours spent reviewing the information regarding the Inhumans and the Dark Monolith, he issued new directives to Bucky, Luke Cage, and the others on the mission. They were to locate the Dark Monolith capable of opening a spatial portal and return it. As days passed, on the third day following Whitehall's demise, Roger finally received promising news from Bucky. Sunil Bakshi had been successfully eliminated. The day after Bucky and his team took down Bakshi's faction, Roger had them rendezvous with Luke Cage. With the deaths of Whitehall and Bakshi, the only remaining leaders of the legitimate Hydra appeared to be Malik and Baron Zemo. Of course, it was possible that other leaders within Hydra still existed, but as it stood, only these two were identifiable. An analysis of Whitehall's files by the Don Quixote Group's intelligence division had revealed no evidence of any other leaders. Within the verdant expanse of the ink-wash painting, Roger inquired of Loki while peeling an apple with a small crucifix knife. If you wish to be king, why not return to Jotunheim? Lao Fei is your father. You are his firstborn heir and his sole successor. Should you choose to return, Jotunheim will inevitably be yours. You have never ventured to Jotunheim, that realm of frost. And even if it were offered to me, I would decline. Had you been to Asgard, you would comprehend my disdain for Jotunheim, Loki remarked after swallowing a banana, shaking his head. Through these past few days of acquaintance, Roger found Loki to be rather agreeable. Though his temperament is somewhat extreme and his behavior rather juvenile, overall, he is tolerable. There is no necessity for you to collaborate with Thanos. You must be acutely aware of the nature of the being. Even if the Chitauri were to assist you in conquering Earth, do you truly believe he would honor his promise to hand it over to you? Loki shook his head once more. I know Thanos better than you do. I am indeed aware that he is unlikely to relinquish Earth to me. At least not before he has decimated half of humanity. However, I am indifferent to this. What I desire is not Earth, but Asgard. Previously, others struggled to keep pace with my thoughts, yet now it is Roger who cannot grasp Loki's line of reasoning. How does conquering Earth relate to your desire for Asgard? Surely you do not believe that by ruling Earth, you would possess sufficient strength to retaliate against Asgard? Relying solely on the human armies of Earth would be futile. But, at this point, Loki abruptly halted, regarding Roger with suspicion. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding your current predicament? If I sought to glean knowledge from you, would I resort to such conversational tactics? As they spoke, Roger subtly adjusted the gravity of the green, otherworldly space, causing Loki, who had been seated, to become inverted. Outside, you are no match for me. Within this realm under my control, you are even less capable of standing against me. Although he articulated this boldly, he could not suppress a burgeoning curiosity regarding the unspoken implications of Loki's plan. A scheme that predicates itself upon the conquest of Earth is, indeed, a complex affair devised by the god of mischief. Though Roger harbored a flicker of curiosity about Loki's ambitions, he had no intention of pressing further. Whatever schematics Loki might concoct, he was certain they would culminate in failure. How can I explain this? Loki is inherently cloaked in the aura of defeat. Any endeavor he seeks to orchestrate, barring unforeseen circumstances, is destined to end in failure. Even amidst eventualities, the outcome remains one of defeat. Failure, an unending cycle of failure, such as Loki's fate. After engaging in light conversation with Loki for a few minutes and gaining insight into Asgard's culture, Roger opened a portal and departed the otherworldly space. Asgard, Hall of the Rainbow Bridge. Has Loki ventured to Earth? Thor, his robust form gripping Mjolnir, inquired of Heimdall with a furrowed brow. Indeed, I observed his presence on Earth a few days ago. However, his current predicament is dire. He is imprisoned by a human within a peculiar alternate dimension. This realm is enigmatic, rendering me unable to perceive its inner workings. Heimdall, adorned in golden armor, stood resolutely at the circular control console, his gaze fixed upon the resplendent cosmos. Upon hearing Heimdall's response, Thor's expression of confusion deepened. Heimdall possessed the all-seeing eyes that allowed him to effortlessly witness all that transpired within the 9 realms. Unless an extraordinary ability obscured his perception, nothing within the realms could escape his notice. It was precisely this gift that rendered Heimdall the guardian of the Bifrost, Asgard's foremost line of defense. Could you elaborate on the specifics of that encounter? Though now the king of Asgard, Thor maintained a deep respect for Heimdall, his newfound status not inflating his ego. He engaged in combat with a human and, unfortunately, was bested. Following the battle, he was confined by this human within the alternate dimension. Heimdall succinctly recounted the sequence of events. He then added, "This human is formidable. I sensed he did not exert his full might. Convey me to Earth. I must meet this individual and retrieve Loki," Thor declared decisively after a brief moment of contemplation. As Loki's elder brother, he understood better than most the true extent of Loki's prowess. Although he found Loki's combat style somewhat unrefined, it was undeniable that Loki was indeed quite powerful. "Very well," Heimdall responded, thrusting the sword of guardianship, Bifrost steel, into the console, aligning the conduit for transport toward Earth. Without hesitation, Thor strode boldly into the radiant aurora-like brilliance. In the next instant, his form vanished completely. As Thor soared through the Bifrost toward his earthly abode, Roger was engaged in a vigorous training session within the gym of his apartment, sparring with his shadow clone. Shadow Rider. With the line fruit elevated to level 4. He had finally mastered this long-desired technique. The shadow clones created by Shadow Rider not only mirrored his appearance, but could also execute most of his abilities. Aside from the auxiliary fruit powers, observation haki, and the 6 styles, he could perform all other moves through his shadow clones. In other words, the prowess of the doppelganger puppet, crafted through the Shadow Rider's strings, is roughly equivalent to that of a master who wields the armament haki and the string fruit. Within the confines of this modest gym, the puppet and he exchanged blows with the grace of twin siblings honing their martial skills. Naturally, every attack from the doppelganger was orchestrated by him, akin to playing chess against oneself. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled, heavy sounds of impact reverberated throughout the gym. Just as he attempted to manipulate the doppelganger to execute a defensive move against his own storm kick, he abruptly halted, gazing up at the ceiling. In the next instant, the ceiling shattered with a thunderous crash. A resplendent beam of light, reminiscent of a rainbow, descended from above, manifesting before him. As the dazzling radiance lingered, Roger beheld the emergence of Thor. With shoulder-length golden hair, sharply defined musculature, and a chiseled visage, clad in silver armor and a crimson cape. Thor wielded his hammer with an appearance straight from myth, save for the somewhat bemused expression he wore. "Surrender, Loki," Thor declared, eyeing the two Rogers in the gym with an air of entitlement. It seemed that Asgardian royal education left much to be desired. Did he not think his manner of entrance quite impolite? The words were not spoken by the true Roger, but rather the doppelganger conjured by the Shadow Rider. As he spoke, the puppet extended its right hand, pointing at the gaping hole in the ceiling. When he confined Loki within the surreal confines of an ink painting, he had anticipated Thor would arrive unannounced at any moment. However, he had not anticipated such a dramatic entrance. This method of arrival was quintessentially Thor. Thor, taken aback, had not expected such a retort from Roger. Although he still did not know Roger's name, the doppelganger's response struck him as somewhat disrespectful to Asgard. Thus, he retaliated with a swift gesture, launching his hammer towards the doppelganger like a cannonball. The hammer's velocity was not particularly swift. The next moment, Thor witnessed an entirely unexpected scene. The doppelganger, unwavering and unflinching, raised its right hand under the control of its master and seized the hammer. The immense force propelled the puppet backward a few steps, yet it maintained a firm grip on the hammer. "You caught it. You truly can." The sight of the hammer being grasped not only astonished Thor, but also took Roger by surprise. He initially sought merely to test whether the doppelganger could indeed grasp the hammer of Thor. To his astonishment, the doppelganger succeeded in seizing it and held the mighty hammer firmly in its grasp. While the weight of Thor's hammer itself is not overwhelmingly formidable, it is imbued with Odin's enchantment. Only those deemed worthy can lift the hammer. This truth Roger had gleaned from Loki, who once endeavored to lift the hammer to prove himself as formidable as Thor, only to be met with utter rejection. Although the doppelganger's ability to grasp the hammer was unforeseen, Roger quickly discerned the crux of the matter. The doppelganger's grasp of the hammer did not signify its recognition by the hammer itself. In reality, the hammer paid no heed to it at all. This situation was akin to the hammer resting in an elevator without affecting its operation, or hanging from a coat rack without compromising the rack's integrity. Odin's enchantment and the hammer's recognition pertained solely to living beings. Despite its lifelike appearance, the doppelganger is not a sentient entity. Without Roger's control, it is no different from an ordinary puppet. Thus, the doppelganger's hold on the hammer merely exploited a flaw in Odin's enchantment. Upon witnessing Roger effortlessly grasp the hammer, Thor's expression soured. Aside from himself and Odin, this was the first occasion he encountered someone capable of wielding the hammer. Even more astonishing was the fact that the one who lifted it was a mere earthling, a feat even Asgardians could not achieve. "Who are you?" At that moment, Thor began to comprehend why Heimdall had remarked on Roger's strength. Initially, he had presumed Roger was simply a powerful earthling, capable of defeating Loki. However, he now harbored doubts regarding this assumption. "You broke through the ceiling and barged into my home demanding a person, and you don't even know who I am?" The doppelganger retorted. Thor remained silent. Though he had only recently met Roger, he felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson. Every word from the doppelganger struck him as a veiled insult. With a disgruntled huff, he extended his right hand toward the hammer, attempting to summon it back. Yet again, disappointment washed over him. As the hammer sought to return to his hand, the doppelganger's right hand clutched the hammer's head resolutely, thwarting its departure. Thor's dissatisfaction, already palpable, intensified further. Just as he intended to charge forward to topple Roger and reclaim the hammer of the Thunder God, the mighty weapon ultimately broke free from the control of the doppelganger and returned to his grasp. Once the hammer soared back to Thor's hand, the doppelganger raised its left hand and shot forth an almost transparent thread. This thread did not target Thor. Instead, it flew into the study and removed a traditional ink wash painting hanging on the wall. Subsequently, it returned with the painting in its possession. Loki is contained within. If you wish to take him away, do not make any sudden moves here. Otherwise, I shall tear this painting apart and imprison Loki forever. Roger was not jesting. His words held a grave truth. The ink wash painting served as a prison for Loki because it was where he had previously opened a spatial portal on its surface. Only portals opened in the same location could access the same alternate space. Roger had confirmed this long ago. He had utilized his body as a peculiar storage ring, employing this very principle. Although Thor hailed from Asgard, he was an Asgardian unversed in magic. Moreover, the expression on the doppelganger's face indicated it was not joking. I can refrain from acting here. You may choose a different location. As he spoke, Thor cast a glance at Roger, who had remained silent and motionless. Is this your doppelganger? Indeed, merely an ineffective doppelganger, the doppelganger replied earnestly. Roger had initially intended to be modest. However, he was taken aback when the doppelganger finished speaking, and Thor nodded seriously in agreement. Indeed, your doppelganger pales significantly in comparison to Loki's. If you had witnessed his doppelganger magic, you would understand what a true doppelganger, one that can truly deceive, looks like. Observing the serious, yet slightly proud expression on Thor's face, Roger finally comprehended why siblings raised by the same parents could exhibit such vast differences in intelligence. It must be that the muscles on Thor's body had siphoned the nutrients that should have nourished his brain. It had to be that. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly seek Loki's counsel on the matter of doppelgangers, Roger directed through the doppelganger. He then instructed it to continue. Let us spar in the suburbs. Should you defeat me, I shall return Loki to you. He had already resolved how to handle Loki's fate when he confined him within the ink wash painting. Killing him was out of the question, unless he wished to incur the wrath of Odin and Thor. Despite Loki not being particularly favored by Odin and Asgard, in truth, Odin held no bias between Loki and Thor. If he truly had slain Loki, he could assure that within a few days, Odin would come seeking vengeance, wielding the eternal spear and riding the eight-legged steed Sleipnir. Furthermore, confining Loki within the ethereal confines of an ink wash painting was hardly a prudent course of action. Although Loki had yet to discover an escape from this otherworldly realm, one could not predict what he might devise given ample time. The title of the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms may carry some embellishment, yet it cannot be denied that he possesses remarkable talent. Alas, he has merely narrowed his own path. Killing Loki was not an option, nor could he be imprisoned indefinitely. Therefore, unless he intended to hand Loki over to the old crone, the wisest course of action would be to return him to Thor. Moreover, this course would yield an additional benefit. Once the system completed its upgrade, he might once again activate a bounty task upon encountering Loki. In a forest on the outskirts of New York, Roger's doppelganger stood in confrontation with Thor, separated by a distance of over 10 meters. The ink wash painting that held Loki captive was positioned on a nearby tree. As for Roger himself, he lay hidden approximately a kilometer away. This distance was not the limit of his shadow fruit's control. It merely represented the maximum range of the shadow tether. Should he venture further, he would lose control over the tether, and the doppelganger would dissolve into a mass of threads. I have heard from Heimdall that you easily defeated Loki. I hope you can demonstrate your true combat prowess henceforth, Thor declared, raising Mjolnir toward the doppelganger with a glimmer of anticipation. I too hope you can display strength befitting the king of Asgard, replied the doppelganger with an air of calm. With that, Roger commanded the doppelganger to initiate the attack. Super Strike Whip. Suddenly, the doppelganger's right hand recoiled, releasing dozens of nearly transparent threads from its palm. These threads swiftly entwined, forming a thicker white pillar. After the white pillar soared backward for several dozen meters, the doppelganger thrust its right hand forward. The once receding white pillar instantly altered its trajectory, hurtling toward Thor like a bolt of lightning. The Super Strike Whip was not only a technique with a terrifying attack range, but also boasted astonishing speed. In an instant, the white pillar was upon Thor. Unflinching before the oncoming projectile, Thor raised Mjolnir high, then brought it crashing down with force. Boom! The seemingly unwieldy Mjolnir struck the white pillar with unerring precision, forcefully driving it into the ground. The attack of the Thunder God's hammer forcibly altered the trajectory of the white line pillar. However, just as Thor believed he had neutralized the assault, the white line pillar, which was meant to strike the ground, suddenly vanished. Concurrently, a doppelganger puppet appeared before him. The 5 colored threads. 5 strands of vividly colored silk lunged toward Thor like blades. Despite possessing a formidable physique, Thor did not underestimate the assault of the 5 colored threads. With a thunderous roar, as the threads were about to strike him, blue and white lightning began to shimmer around Thor. This lightning not only enveloped him like armor, but also struck fiercely at the doppelganger puppet and the 5 razor-like threads. At the moment the lightning burst forth from Thor, Roger, without hesitation, commanded the right foot of the doppelganger puppet to gently touch the ground. Line flow wall. A wall resembling a dog's head, entirely crafted from white silk threads, materialized instantaneously, shielding the puppet from the oncoming lightning. The threads of the line fruit once again demonstrated their extraordinary resilience. Bolts of lightning collided with the line flow wall, only to be completely repelled. Roger had long confirmed that these threads were non-conductive. Not only did they resist electricity, but they also possessed terrifying properties of high temperature and wear resistance. Furthermore, they were lightweight, breathable, smooth, and resistant to pilling. Were it not for the fact that these threads required his own energy to sustain their form, Roger would have been tempted to weave everyday garments from them. After the line flow wall successfully deflected Thor's lightning, Roger instructed the doppelganger puppet to dismantle the wall and launched another attack. Line surge wave. Under Thor's watchful gaze, the doppelganger puppet clasped its hands together, and countless white silk threads shot forth from various parts of its body. Rather than targeting Thor, these threads spiraled upward like a tornado, forming a swirling vortex of silk. Once this silk tornado, spanning several meters in diameter, ascended hundreds of meters into the air, it cascaded down like a waterfall toward Thor. Upon witnessing this entirely silk-formed tornado, a glimmer of excitement crossed Thor's face. He then began to spin the Thunder God's hammer with fervor. Unlike Loki, who preferred to strike from the shadows, Thor's combat style was straightforward and brutal. In his lexicon, there were no tactics of feigned retreats or indirect assaults. His fighting was always characterized by a single approach, head-on confrontation. In the blink of an eye, the descending silk tornado reached Thor, only to be met by the wildly spinning Thunder God's hammer. The spinning Mjolnir, at that moment, resembled an indomitable shield, safeguarding Thor from all assaults. The white tendrils of the line tornado appeared to be shredded as if caught in a meat grinder, transforming into fragmented threads that scattered in all directions. Once Mjolnir ceased its rotation, the ground surrounding Thor was entirely blanketed in these white threads. Except for a small area around him that remained untouched, the vicinity of 100 meters was saturated with these silken strands. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing the ground strewn with these threads, Thor instinctively sensed something awry. Although the line tornado had been dispersed by the whirling Mjolnir, it was inconceivable for it to splatter across the surroundings in such a manner. This seemingly orchestrated scene caused him to furrow his brow slightly. It soon dawned on him where the issue lay. Roger, while developing the technique of the line wave, had drawn inspiration from the water wave of the neighboring Naruto world. The sole distinction being that the water wave, after attacking an adversary, would coalesce into a river, controlled entirely by the user for both offense and defense. Threads, unlike water, cannot form a river. Thus, the latter part of the line wave differed ever so slightly from the water wave. The water that attacked an enemy would gather into a river, whereas the threads would instead cloak the surrounding ground, transforming the entire battlefield into a carpet woven from silk. Though Thor could not fathom Roger's intentions behind creating such a silken carpet, his experience and intuition urged him to recognize that lingering on the ground was unwise. Just as he attempted to wield Mjolnir to ascend, this silken carpet appeared to animate, its threads shifting as if imbued with life. Columns of thread, resembling spear tips, erupted from the carpet, launching toward Thor from various angles. Unlike the previous threads, the tips of these spear-like columns were no longer white, but bore a metallic black hue. Armament hockey. Roger, employing his doppelganger, had entwined armament hockey around these columns of thread. Before Thor could even take flight, these hockey-imbued spear tips struck at him relentlessly. His chest, back, left arm, right leg, had it not been for Roger's lack of malicious intent, He might have directed these threads to pierce Thor's rear and other sensitive areas. Under the onslaught of these black spear tips, Thor found no opportunity to ascend from the ground. Even as he unleashed another surge of lightning, these tips managed to penetrate the gaps in the lightning, repeatedly piercing his form, compounding the predicament. As the black spear tips assaulted Thor, the silken carpet on the ground began to rise slowly, exhibiting a tendency to converge. The silken carpet enveloped Thor entirely, akin to the wrapping paper of a gift. Enclosed within this shroud was not only Thor, but also Roger's puppet doppelganger. As the silken carpet fully closed, a kilometer away, Roger suddenly joined his hands in a gesture of reverence. Accompanying this motion, the threads within the carpet intertwined frantically, coalescing into a luminous white sphere. The once vast silken carpet, spanning hundreds of meters, transformed into a serene orb merely a few meters in diameter, floating gracefully in the air. After achieving this feat, Roger utilized his technique, swiftly arriving at the scene, his expression one of satisfaction as he beheld the white sphere before him. It was even simpler than he had anticipated. Dealing with Thor, who only engaged in direct confrontations, proved far easier than with Loki. As Roger admired the pristine sphere, devoid of any gaps, it suddenly radiated a brilliant blue-white light. During his initial combat training as a newcomer, Roger had posed a rather naive question to his instructor. Why do many fighters opt to begin with ordinary techniques before unveiling their true trump cards? His instructor had initially given him a disapproving look, followed by a vivid analogy. When playing poker, do you reveal your winning hand at the outset? Gazing at the glowing sphere before him, he recalled this response. In mere seconds, the white sphere became as blinding as a blue sun. With the emergence of this blue light, a series of varying-sized lightning bolts began to coil around the sphere. Rather than thwarting Thor's intentions, Roger retreated several dozen meters, patiently awaiting Thor's arrival. Boom! Thor did not disappoint. Shortly after Roger had stepped back, the white sphere erupted like a punctured balloon. The fragmented white threads drifted outward like petals in the wind. Under Roger's watchful gaze, Thor, now enveloped in blue lightning, floated serenely in the air, his eyes gleaming with an electric blue radiance. "You are formidable," he exclaimed, as Thor slowly raised his mighty hammer. With the elevation of the hammer, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, transforming into a tumultuous blanket of clouds. The black thunderclouds swiftly engulfed the sky, while erratic blue lightning danced within, resembling a colossal dragon weaving through the storm. "You are not lacking either," Roger noted, observing that despite enduring the piercing onslaught of the armed threads, Thor bore not a single wound. Not only was his body unscathed, but even the crimson cape draped across his shoulders showed no signs of damage. "I am beginning to comprehend why Loki finds himself utterly powerless before you." With eyes crackling with electric energy, Thor gazes down at Roger, his tone imbued with an indescribable seriousness and gravity. Roger refrains from responding to Thor. Upon emerging from the cosmic explosion, Thor immediately discerned a marked transformation within himself. Through the perception afforded by observation hockey, it became evident that the current Thor was an entirely different entity from the one moments before. If the former Thor could be likened to a stubborn bronze, then the present Thor resembles an eternal diamond. The disparity between the two is not insignificant. Although it is conceivable that a diamond could falter amidst bronze, the strength of the diamond tier is undeniably superior to that of bronze. Thor ceases his speech and, after appraising Roger for a few seconds, he propels himself towards Roger with the speed of a cannonball, his form crackling with lightning. Laser beam. Thor's velocity is notable, yet Roger's response is even swifter. In an instant, a golden beam, as thick as a finger, arrives before Thor. Thunderous sounds erupt as the golden beam strikes Thor mid-flight with the precision of a sniper's bullet. The explosion, radiant as the sun, envelopes everything in its vicinity. However, before the blinding light of the explosion dissipates, Thor, still crackling with electricity, bursts forth from the luminous sphere, standing before Roger. Yada no Kagami. Before Mjolnir could descend, Roger disintegrates into a myriad of luminous particles. Have you ever been struck by the speed of light? While Thor searches for Roger's whereabouts, Roger's voice resonates from above him. Accompanying the voice is a thicker, more radiant beam of light. Lightspeed kick. Suspended in midair, Roger first alerts Thor before unleashing a kick purported to reach the speed of light. Boom. True to his reputation as a seasoned warrior, Thor demonstrates the qualities befitting a competent fighter. With unimaginable speed, he swiftly pivots and positions Mjolnir before the beam of light from the lightspeed kick. Although the kick possesses formidable power, shattering Mjolnir remains an implausible endeavor. In the face of Mjolnir's defense, the beam of light from the kick dissipates into scattered rays, chaotically scattering in all directions. Boom! A series of explosions reverberates in succession. The scattered rays leave behind craters of varying sizes upon the ground. Without hesitation, Thor, having deflected the lightspeed kick, launches himself towards Roger like a bolt of lightning. Just as he is about to reach Roger, the latter once again disintegrates into a multitude of luminous particles, vanishing from sight. In comparison to the magma fruit, which excels solely in offensive prowess, the lightning fruit undoubtedly offers a more comprehensive array of abilities. Particularly in the realm of speed, the lightning fruit far surpasses the magma fruit. After once again evading Thor's attack with the Yata no Kagami, Roger returned to the ground, more precisely, to the very spot where Thor had just stood. Is dodging all you can do, like a mere mouse? Thor, suspended in midair, remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Although Roger had only utilized the Yata no Kagami twice, he was already certain that he could not match Roger's velocity. Whenever Roger wished to evade, not only could Thor not keep up, but even the lightning he unleashed fell short. Certainly not. Beyond evasion, I possess this, Roger declared. Lightspeed fist. Almost as soon as he uttered the words, his fist, moving with the swiftness of light, arrived before Thor. Boom! The laser-like punch struck Thor squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, Roger vanished from the ground once more. For an ordinary person, the lightspeed fist would be an insurmountable and lethal blow. However, for Thor, whose physical strength could withstand the energy of a neutron star, the impact was insufficient to pose a mortal threat. Nonetheless, it was certainly painful. Just as Thor attempted to stabilize his trajectory and halt his backward flight, Roger reappeared before him. Countless golden particles coalesced instantaneously into Roger's form. Then, before Thor's gaze, Roger's golden fist struck forcefully against his chest. Lightspeed machine gun. After the first blow landed, a flurry of golden fists relentlessly battered Thor's body. In the blink of an eye, Roger unleashed hundreds of punches. Under such a torrential barrage, Thor had no opportunity to counterattack. He could only shield his head with his hands while clumsily directing Mjolnir to unleash bolts of lightning. Golden flashes and blue lightning illuminated the scene, creating a spectacle that could only be witnessed in films or animations within that unknown forest. After battering Thor from the sky down to the ground, Roger finally ceased his chaotic assault with the light-speed machine gun. However, his offensive did not conclude there. Although the light-speed machine gun appeared formidable, its actual damage was not particularly high. In truth, for extraterrestrial beings like Thor and Loki, the power was not as devastating as one might imagine. Even Loki, with his smaller stature, could endure the relentless onslaught of the light-speed machine gun, and naturally, Thor, with his greater resilience, could withstand it as well. Thus, Roger resolved to grant Thor a level of treatment that even Loki had not experienced, a VIP encounter. Lightspeed bomb. Much like the lightspeed fist, Roger's right hand transformed into a resplendent golden arm. However, unlike the lightspeed fist, his right arm had become significantly more robust. Once of a size comparable to that of an ordinary individual, his right fist now resembled a colossal appendage akin to that of the Hulk. Within this distinctly extraordinary fist resided an energy far surpassing that of the lightspeed fist. In an instant, as his right fist grew to the size of a giant under the amplification of the lightspeed bomb, Roger hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a super punch that eclipsed the power of the lightspeed fist. Boom! The moment the lightspeed bomb struck Thor, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, far more terrifying than before. Under the sun-like radiance of the explosion, the surrounding soil and stones appeared to disintegrate completely under the golden light, disintegrating into nothingness. A golden mushroom cloud ascended majestically, while the shockwave from the explosion surged forth like a tsunami, scattering the thunderclouds that loomed above and uprooting nearby trees, sending them flying into the distance. The lightspeed bomb. This was the most potent technique Roger had devised from the glimmer fruit thus far. The principle of this move was as straightforward and brutal as its name suggested. Upon striking the target, all the energy within his fist detonated instantaneously like a bomb, delivering a punch that could shake the earth. During his previous encounter with Loki, Roger had contemplated using this move. However, considering Loki's relatively frail physique, he abandoned the idea, fearing that such a punch might truly end Loki's life. The golden mushroom cloud did not linger for long. After a mere 10 seconds, it began to dissipate gradually. When the power of the lightspeed bomb finally faded, the scene before Roger was utterly transformed. The once lush forest now lay in ruins. Beneath him lay Thor, sprawled upon the ground, alongside a massive crater measuring over 100 meters in diameter. Casting a glance at Thor, who appeared as if he had been accosted by a horde of elderly women, Roger suddenly recalled something and vanished in a flurry of light particles. After retrieving the blown-away ink painting from the fallen trees, he exhaled in relief. In the heat of unleashing the lightspeed bomb, he had forgotten the ink painting he had placed upon the trees. It was only upon witnessing Thor's limp expression that he remembered this matter. Once he unfurled the somewhat damaged ink painting, he activated the spatial portal within it and extracted Loki from within. "Let this be the end for now. Loki is yours," Roger silently declared as he presented Loki before the now upright Thor. Though Thor's appearance seemed somewhat disheveled and his breath a tad labored, one could not deny the resilience of the Asgardians. Struck head-on by his lightspeed bomb, Thor remained unscathed. Such resilience transcends the realm of scientific explanation. By the way, Loki has recently befriended a rather dubious individual named Thanos. Upon returning, be sure to inform Odin. We must not allow Loki to stray from the path of virtue. After all, he has lived for over a millennium, and it would be a pity for him to go astray now. Having said this, Roger paid no heed to the bewildered expression on Loki's face and vanished before Thor and Loki using the Yada no Kagami, until Roger's figure disappeared entirely. Loki maintained his perplexed demeanor. Throughout these past few days, he had believed himself akin to Roger, sharing similar thoughts and ideals. However, he soon realized he had misjudged. Unlike the still-dazed Loki, Thor furrowed his brow upon hearing Roger's warning. Thanos, dubious individual? After earnestly ruminating, Thor concluded that he had no knowledge of who Thanos was. Yet, he swiftly cast the matter aside. Since he was unfamiliar with him, it was best not to dwell on it. His sole purpose for coming to Earth was to escort Loki back to Asgard. Grasping Loki's shoulder, Thor raised his gaze to the heavens and called upon Heimdall. Moments later, a resplendent beam of rainbow light descended from above, enveloping the two of them entirely. The appearance and disappearance of the Rainbow Bridge took less than 3 seconds. Once the Rainbow Bridge vanished completely, Roger's figure materialized in a nearby forest. After utilizing the Yada no Kagami, he did not immediately depart the woods. Initially, he intended to return directly to his residence. However, recalling that he had yet to witness the Rainbow Bridge in its entirety, he altered his decision and reformed his presence within the forest. It must be said that among various means of transportation, the Rainbow Bridge ranks among the finest, both in visual splendor and efficiency. More importantly, the Rainbow Bridge is not merely a transport mechanism. It is a strategic weapon capable of annihilating planets. While many weapons in science fiction are exaggeratedly described as planet-destroying, few can genuinely achieve such devastation, at least in his memory. Only a handful of weapons possess the true potential to obliterate an entire planet. How he longed for it. Until the dazzling brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge faded entirely, Roger remained consumed by his yearning. Suppressing his desires for the time being, he activated a spatial portal and returned to his residence. After bidding farewell to Loki and Thor, Roger resumed his monotonous training regimen. The level of the Shining Fruit has yet to ascend to level 3, which undoubtedly represents a considerable squandering for such a formidable natural fruit. Fortunately, he possesses the experience gained from cultivating the Magma Fruit, rendering the training of the Shining Fruit a relatively manageable endeavor for him. The sole hindrance lies in the time required to gradually enhance the Shining Fruit. The monotonous days seem to pass with remarkable swiftness, and before he knows it, a week has elapsed. Throughout this week, Roger has maintained his lifestyle within the upper echelons of New York society while keeping a vigilant eye on the progress of Bucky and his associates. Overall, this week has been rather uneventful for him, devoid of any unforeseen occurrences. However, in his pursuit to eradicate Hydra from its roots, he divulged a small portion of Hydra's intelligence to General Ross. Following the dissolution of SHIELD, the military amicably divided the powers that originally belonged to the agency with the CIA and other institutions. Naturally, to prove their superiority over SHIELD, The military and these official agencies embarked on a tacit endeavor to bolster their reputations. Among these task forces, Hydra undoubtedly boasts the highest prestige. Roger refrained from sharing overly critical intelligence with General Ross. Instead, he disclosed information pertaining to minor figures that, while insignificant in stature, are as pervasive as cockroaches scattered across the globe. He seeks the leader of Hydra, while the military desires achievements. Both parties find common ground, resulting in a rather pleasant collaboration. When Bucky's Winter Soldier team converged with Luke Cage's defenders, Gideon Malik, who had been evading capture for over a week, was ultimately traced by Bucky and his team in England. Subsequently, along with his entire family, he was completely eradicated by Bucky and his associates. Roger was not at all surprised by the downfall of the Malik family. Aside from their wealth and status within the ordinary world, the Malik family did not possess any extraordinary powers. Their only source of strength stemmed from the soldiers cultivated by Hydra. In the face of Bucky and his team, these Hydra soldiers offered little resistance. Even the Death Warriors, whom Hydra had high hopes for, managed only a brief delay against Bucky and his comrades. After this period of assault, the only individual remaining who could still be considered a leader within Hydra was Baron Zemo. Following the sequential elimination of Hydra's leaders, Baron Zemo mysteriously vanished from everyone's sight. Both Hydra's members and Bucky's team completely lost track of him. No one knew his whereabouts, not even his devoted butler, who had served the family for a lifetime. After an exhaustive search reminiscent of finding a needle in a haystack for Baron Zemo, Roger issued new orders to Bucky and the others, instructing them to transport the seized Black Monolith back to New York. As for Baron Zemo, Roger was indifferent to allowing him a little more time to live. In New York, at the headquarters of Don Quixote, Roger reveled in the soothing massage provided by Sharon Carter. Following the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon officially joined the Don Quixote group, resuming her role as his personal assistant. Roger had long since resolved that Sharon's return to the Don Quixote group was a foregone conclusion. However, a minor complication arose. Sharon's former boyfriend, the erstwhile Captain America, Steve Rogers, upon learning this news, stormed uninvited into the Don Quixote building. After overpowering the group's security, an irate Steve made his way to Rogers' office. The details of their conversation remain a mystery to all. Half an hour later, Steve exited the building, his demeanor one of profound dejection. Roger had not inflicted any physical harm upon him. He merely inflicted a slight blow to his spirit. Since that day, Rogers has not made any public appearances. Sir, there's a problem with the Black Monolith. Just as Roger was enjoying Sharon's increasingly adept massage techniques, his phone rang abruptly. The caller was none other than Bucky, who was escorting the Black Monolith back to New York. What has happened? The Black Monolith has been stolen by an extraordinary individual with teleportation abilities. Bucky promptly explained the unfolding events. After receiving Roger's new orders, Bucky and the others had boarded a cargo plane bound for New York, arranged by the Osborn Group, whose flight route and schedule were known only to their personnel. However, as the cargo plane was en route, a figure radiating brilliant, aurora-like light appeared in the cabin. Although Bucky and his companions quickly realized that an uninvited guest had infiltrated their midst, they lacked the time to intercept this individual. The entire incident, from appearance to the theft of the Black Monolith, transpired in less than 3 seconds. All right, I understand. After absorbing Bucky's account, Roger ended the call. While Bucky and the others might not have known the identity of the uninvited guest, Roger had already formed a conjecture. Few would be interested in the Black Monolith, and even his current partner, Norman Osborn, was oblivious to its secrets. The ability to abscond with the Black Monolith from an airborne cargo plane, utilizing teleportation powers, was a rare feat indeed. Considering these 2 points, it is not difficult to deduce the identity of the individual who seized the Black Monolith. I do not seek trouble with you, yet you dare to pilfer from me. Such audacity. Unless there are other beings among the Inhumans possessing teleportation abilities, Roger can be quite certain that the individual who made off with the Black Monolith is none other than Gordon, the eyeless entity endowed with such powers. Gordon is a pivotal figure among the Inhumans of Earth, yet Roger is acutely aware that all of Gordon's actions are orchestrated by Jia, the leader of the Earth Inhumans. Jia is not merely the leader. She is also the mother of the formidable Daisy Johnson, known as Quake. The unaging superpower possessed by Whitehall was transplanted from Jia. However, The ability that allows one to absorb the life force of others to heal their own wounds or extend their lifespan was not included in Whitehall's acquisition. What progress has been made in locating the exact position of the afterlife? Whitehall finds himself unable to locate Jia once more due to the absence of crucial information. Nevertheless, this is not a concern for Roger. Although he lacks precise knowledge of the hidden realm of the Earth and humans, he possesses a general idea of its vicinity. He has narrowed down the suspected locations to 5 and expects to ascertain the exact site in a few days. Sharon Carter reflected briefly and responded swiftly. Inform the search teams that if they can determine the precise location within 2 days, the final reward will be increased by 50%. Since the Rand Corporation, part of the Iron Fist family enterprise, has become a subsidiary of the Don Quixote Group, the funds at Roger's disposal have reached an astonishing figure. In summary, any issues that can be resolved with money are no longer significant obstacles for him. Very well, I shall inform them immediately. With that, Sharon Carter withdrew her hands from massaging Roger's shoulders and exited the office. After her departure, Roger silently invoked the system within his mind. The system is currently undergoing upgrades and maintenance. Maintenance countdown, 126 hours and 47 minutes. Although the system remains in the midst of its upgrades, it now offers a precise estimate for completion, a marked improvement from the initial uncertainty. After glancing at the remaining maintenance time, Roger closed the system and placed a call to Dr. Connors in the laboratory. 120, Jiaying Scheme. Dr. Connors is a leading scientist in the field of biology. Although he has refrained from engaging in dubious experiments since regaining his humanity, Roger believes he might still exhibit a modicum of interest if the subjects in question are inhumans. After listening to Roger's thoughts, Dr. Connors fell silent for more than 10 seconds before offering his response. If this race of mutants is indeed as extraordinary as you describe, I should be able to assist you in analyzing some valuable insights. Dr. Connors spoke with a certain delicacy, yet there was an unmistakable excitement in his tone. Indeed, for a scientist, presenting an intriguing research project is far more exhilarating than the prospect of monetary gain. It is akin to certain seasoned individuals. While they may lack enthusiasm for the mere pursuit of wealth, the mention of an alluring newcomer at a nearby establishment would compel them to stealthily venture forth under the cover of night. Such is human nature. When confronted with something genuinely captivating, the gates of reason and morality are swiftly barricaded. Following his conversation with Dr. Connors, Roger activated a portal in his office and set forth towards Washington. After the recent extermination of Hydra, he discovered that the Don Quixote Group was lacking a crucial element, not an intelligence network, nor weaponry, but a reliable means of transportation. In previous operations, both he and Bucky had relied on vehicles provided by the Osborn Group. The only distinction was that he traveled on Norman Osborn's private jet, while Bucky and the others utilized a cargo plane. After several transfers, he successfully arrived at a military base near Washington. Presenting his electronic credentials, he entered the base and proceeded to the helipad. Mr. Wayne, here are the 3 Quinjet fighters you previously ordered, each with a flight range not exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Here are the documentation and inspection reports. The lieutenant in camouflage introduced, handing the materials to Roger. Following the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D., the equipment that was once part of the organization had been redistributed among military and official entities. Leveraging his favorable relationship with General Ross, Roger had ordered 3 Quinjet fighters on behalf of the Don Quixote Group. As the equipment had originated from S.H.I.E.L.D., the military was not particularly reluctant to sell. The price of a Quinjet was merely half that of an F-22 Raptor. Had the military been willing to sell him more than 3, Roger had intended to purchase a dozen or more to establish a dedicated aerial squadron for the Don Quixote Group. Though 3 may seem few, it was a commendable acquisition for a group that currently possessed no aircraft. While the fire control systems remained intact, the associated munitions had been removed, which would not hinder the flight training on your end. Although the aircraft was purchased from the military, one must not exhibit excessive arrogance. Certain matters must be discreetly concealed. As far as he knows, he is not the only one using flight training as a pretext for acquiring the Quinn-style aircraft. There are others whose justifications are even more extravagant, claiming it is for the development of aerial tourism routes. Very well. Please arrange for the delivery of these 2 aircraft to the designated airport. As for the one in the middle, I shall fly it back myself. Were it not for the desire to experience the thrill of piloting a Quinn-style aircraft firsthand, he would not have traveled such a distance personally. He has recently indulged in driving sports cars and yachts, yet this is his inaugural encounter with an aircraft, especially a fighter jet. Rest assured, we will deliver the fighter jets within the agreed time frame. After completing the handover with the young lieutenant, Roger ascended into the Kuan-style fighter jet, now belonging to the Don Quixote group. Though it was his first time, he had already commenced flight training upon deciding to procure the Kuan-style jets from the military. After a somewhat intricate series of maneuvers at the controls, he embarked on his maiden flight experience. Unlike the exhilaration derived from utilizing his fruit abilities or moonwalking through the air, piloting a fighter jet presented an entirely new experience he had never encountered before. However, the initial joy of flying dissipated within half an hour after takeoff. The aircraft's speed was indeed remarkable, and he could maneuver it into various spectacular aerial formations. Nevertheless, as he ascended to a certain altitude, the thrill of piloting vanished entirely. Unlike driving a race car, flying a fighter jet in the sky requires no concern for veering off a runway or colliding with obstacles, as long as he avoids civilian and military airways. He could pilot the jet with his eyes closed without fear of colliding with others. Once the exhilarating need for constant vigilance faded, the pleasure of flying quickly evaporated. Upon landing the Kuan-style jet at Norman Osborn's private airport, he made a resolution. Unless he was to engage in aerial combat, he would never again occupy the pilot's seat. There was no sense of adrenaline whatsoever. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, motivated by a bonus. The search teams responsible for locating the afterlife successfully eliminated all suspected locations within that time frame, confirming the true position of the afterlife. Armed with the verified coordinates, Roger, accompanied by Bucky and the Winter Soldier Squad, boarded the Kuan-style aircraft and set course for the afterlife. Nestled in the Himalayas, the afterlife lay nearly halfway across the globe from New York, ensuring that this journey would not be brief. The Himalayas, a secluded refuge for the extraordinary. Have you yet discovered a method to harness this colossal black stone? With several scars etched upon her face, Jia Ying inquired quietly, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. The liquefaction time and duration of this immense stone vary with each occurrence, and we have yet to uncover the underlying patterns. A man clad in a white lab coat adjusted his glasses and replied with a look of resignation, stating, "We must retrieve the hive. To establish a realm of the extraordinary on Earth, we require its power." Although Jia Ying is the leader of the extraordinary on Earth, she is evidently not entirely familiar with the capabilities of the hive. She knows only that the hive was the first extraordinary being to traverse the Terrigen mist, possessing powers that surpass all others. Through her investigations, she has also learned that the hive, exiled in ancient times, still endures. Every few decades, Hydra sends a tribute to the hive via the Black Stone. It is this knowledge that compelled her to have Gordon seize the Black Stone, which rightfully belonged to Roger. "I will do my best," the bespectacled blonde man responded with a tone lacking in confidence. In truth, apart from Jia Ying and a select few, not many are aware of her plan to bring the hive back to Earth. Even Gordon, her most loyal subordinate, knows only a fragment of it. After an arduous flight lasting over 10 hours, the black-painted Quinjet finally arrived above the realm of the dead. Before the aircraft could land, Roger addressed Bucky and the others, saying, "I will descend alone. You provide cover from the perimeter." No sooner had he spoken than he activated the spatial portal within the cabin. He did not directly set the portal's exit within the realm of the dead. Upon departing the Quinjet, he opened the exit in midair, plummeting toward the ground like a meteor under the influence of gravity. Yada no Kagami. After experiencing an exhilarating freefall without a safety cord, he activated the power of the glitter fruit mere meters from the ground. He transformed into a shimmering particle of light, instantly arriving at the surface. Before reconstituting his corporeal form, as soon as his body was fully formed, the extraordinary guards of the realm of the dead surrounded him completely. Although the visual effects of the glitter fruit are somewhat diminished during daylight, they are still striking compared to the pitch darkness of night. While he was still in free fall, the guards had already detected this unwelcome visitor. However, they were unprepared for the transformation he would undergo just as he was about to make contact with the ground, becoming a beam of light. Unlike typical guards, those of the realm of the dead do not wield conventional firearms. Instead, they are equipped with various powers reminiscent of magic. Among the guardians, Roger beheld those who conjured fireballs in their hands, those whose palms shimmered with lightning, and others who instantaneously transformed into giants. Despite being encircled by the Inhumans, he exhibited not a trace of fear upon his countenance. Rather, he exuded an air reminiscent of one witnessing a grand magical performance. After casting a sweeping glance at the surrounding guardians, he afforded them no opportunity for inquiry, instead propelling himself forward with a slight exertion of his legs. Before the inhuman sentinels could react, he radiated a resplendent golden light akin to that of the sun, the Yada no Kagami. Countless dazzling orbs of light erupted from his form, cascading forth like a torrential downpour upon all in their vicinity. The swift and brilliant projectiles swiftly pierced through the foremost ranks of the inhuman guardians, continuing their relentless advance unabated. Roger harbored no prejudice against the inhuman race. In fact, he held a degree of admiration for them, contingent upon their refrain from troubling him or seizing his possessions. Unlike the Hydra, he possessed little interest in the Hive. His true fascination lay with the planet that had expelled the Hive, a world suited for human habitation. In terms of value, that planet could be deemed a true treasure beyond price. Though the inhuman guardians wielded certain superhuman abilities, they were rendered no different from ordinary humans in the face of Roger's Yada no Kagami. Within mere seconds, those who encircled him were reduced to mere sieves by the golden beams of light. Even the nearby inhumans were not spared from the onslaught, though they were fortunate enough to escape with injuries rather than death. You rely too heavily on your superpowers, he mused as the dazzling projectiles gradually dissipated, revealing Roger once more. The Yada no Kagami truly proved to be an exceptional clearing technique, particularly effective against lesser foes. Come forth. There is no need to hide any longer. As he unleashed the Yada no Kagami, Roger's observation haki detected several more formidable life forces approaching. Compared to the lifeless guardians, these new arrivals emanated a significantly more potent vitality. Just as he uttered these words, a scarred visage emerged from around the corner, Jiaying, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women. Although Roger had never encountered Jiaying before, he had perused her unscarred photograph in the files at Whitehall. In comparison to the image, Jiaying bore only a few more scars on her face, yet she displayed no signs of aging or any other alterations. No wonder Whitehall is so intrigued by Jia Ying's extraordinary abilities. Immortality, one of humanity's eternal pursuits, especially for those in positions of power. The desire for prolonged life becomes a universal aspiration. Roger's gaze lingered only briefly on Jia Ying before shifting to the 2 young women who bore a certain resemblance to her. These 2 were located when the search team was tasked with finding the specific location of the afterlife, and he had not forgotten to request information on Jia Ying's daughter, Sky. Unfortunately, the funds were expended, yet no information regarding Sky was retrieved. Not only was there no intelligence on Sky, but Calvin Zabo, Jia Ying's husband, was equally elusive. Upon seeing the dark-haired young woman beside Jia Ying, he felt he had perhaps miscalculated from the very beginning. When he requested the search for Sky, he had based it on the assumption that she had been abandoned by Calvin Zabo and Jia Ying. All intelligence gathering was predicated on the notion of Sky's abandonment. Yet now, he realized he had fallen prey to cognitive bias. To intrude upon my clan's gathering place and slay my kin is rather tyrannical, wouldn't you say? Jia Ying remarked, casting a glance at the corpse on the ground with an unfriendly tone. It is merely a matter of reciprocity. You acted with equal tyranny when you sent your people to seize my belongings. Despite being alone, Roger felt no hint of danger. The Inhumans indeed belonged to a race capable of awakening extraordinary powers. However, few Inhumans can awaken their abilities through the Terrigen mist. In this respect, it seemed that Jia Ying and her companions possessed an obscure criterion for judgment. More importantly, apart from a handful of Inhumans, the majority of awakened abilities appeared unimpressive to him. While these powers are remarkable, not every ability possesses formidable combat prowess. That was originally ours as Inhumans. I merely reclaimed what belongs to us, Jia Ying continued. You should relay this message to Whitehall and those Hydra agents. The Black Obelisk may have once belonged to the Inhumans long ago, but that was millennia past. If the Black Obelisk had remained in Inhuman possession, it would be a different matter altogether. Lacking the power to reclaim it from Hydra, one resorts to stealing back one's own spoils. This behavior is, in Roger's eyes, quite shameless. When Roger spoke Whitehall's name, Jia Ying's already unappealing countenance grew even more frigid. Gordon, eliminate him, she commanded, and as soon as she uttered the words, Gordon, standing behind her, radiated a stunning aurora-like glow. In the next moment, the brilliance vanished, and Gordon disappeared without a trace. At the instant of his disappearance, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. Gordon's presence had completely dissipated, and the observation hockey had lost its perception of him. Nonetheless, he remained motionless in his original position. The abruptness of Gordon's teleportation had indeed taken Roger by surprise, transcending the limits of his hockey's awareness. However, he still did not regard Gordon's potential attack with concern. The reasoning was simple. For Gordon to launch an assault, he must reappear. As long as he manifested again, Roger was confident he could precisely pinpoint Gordon's location. Apart from this quantum-like teleportation ability, Gordon possessed no other means of offense, making it relatively easy for Roger to thwart his attack. In an instant, Gordon materialized in Roger's blind spot, his dagger thrusting towards the vulnerable area between his shoulder blades. Typically, Gordon was not fond of wielding weapons. To him, mere contact with his adversary sufficed to transport them away. Subsequently, ascending to the skies would allow him to easily dispose of his foes. Yet now, he had no choice but to resort to the rarely used weapon. Though he could not witness Roger descending from above, he was acutely aware of Roger's capability to fly, which rendered his habitual method of aerial assassination ineffective against him. Despite lacking eyes, Gordon's strikes remained remarkably precise. The angle and speed of his backstab were executed flawlessly. Just as the blade was about to pierce Roger, a metallic black arm, swift as lightning, seized him by the neck, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Thud! Caught off guard, Gordon had no time to utilize his teleportation ability, resulting in an abrupt encounter with the solid earth, experiencing its firmness firsthand. Do you understand now why those endowed with superpowers cannot even contend with Hydra? You all rely too heavily on your abilities. After pinning Gordon to the ground, Roger's right leg instantaneously transformed, pressing down on Gordon's chest, thwarting his capacity to teleport. Jie could hardly fathom that the prodigy she had nurtured would appear so feeble before Roger. However, despite her astonishment, she quickly regained her composure and inquired once more, "What do you intend to do?" At this moment, it was not about Roger's intentions, but rather how she planned to resolve this predicament. As he spoke, Roger slightly intensified the pressure of his right foot, eliciting a pained expression from Gordon. If the sole purpose was to restrain Gordon, he had no need to imbue his foot with the element of light. After a silence of several seconds, Jie spoke once more. "Release him first, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer." Although there were still numerous awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities in the afterlife, Jie lamentably realized that none could rival Roger. Since his arrival, Roger had struck only twice. Yet it was evident to her that neither of these attacks had been executed with full force. Prior to allowing Gordon to seize the black monolith, she had commissioned an investigation into Roger, forming a preliminary assessment of his combat prowess. However, she now recognized that she had gravely underestimated his true strength. Jie was not a warrior. Her ascendance to the leadership of Earth's extraordinary beings was not predicated on her own combat skills. Amongst a multitude of exceptional individuals, she distinguished herself not only due to her significantly prolonged lifespan, but, more importantly, owing to her extensive experience in accurately evaluating the superpowers of each being. It was precisely this expertise that enabled her to become a mentor to most of these extraordinary beings, guiding them in mastering their abilities post-awakening. "Are both of them your daughters?" Roger inquired, maintaining his foot upon Gordon without releasing him, gesturing toward the two young women behind Jie. "Yes, they are both my daughters," Jie replied, momentarily taken aback by his question, yet she provided an answer. "What are their names?" Roger continued, curiosity lighting up his expression. "Kola and Daisy." "Kola?" Roger quickly rifled through his memories. In a particular parallel universe, it seemed that Jia indeed had a daughter named Kola. However, compared to Sky, no. It should be Daisy. Kola's renown was considerably lesser. "Your two daughters are quite remarkable." As he spoke, Roger lifted his foot from Gordon, dispelling the luminous elemental manifestation. A little over 10 minutes later, within a quaint, traditional Chinese architecture in the afterlife, Roger and Jia sat facing each other. Beside them was the black monolith, which occasionally exhibited a liquefying quality. At Roger's request, Kola and Daisy were also present in this classical Chinese hall, observing him with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. "Now, tell me, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Despite being on Jia Ying's territory, Roger maintained an air of ease. He had meticulously sensed the life force of every extraordinary being in the afterlife, using his observation hockey, confirming the intensity of each one's vitality. The afterlife, although a sanctuary for extraordinary beings, did not host an overwhelming number of them. Even when accounting for those who had yet to awaken their powers, the total count of extraordinary beings in the afterlife amounted to just over 300. Among the Inhumans, those who have awakened extraordinary abilities constitute less than 1/5 of our kind. Indeed, it was a misstep on our part to allow Gordon to seize the Black Monolith. For this stone is intrinsically linked to the future of our race. Were you in our position, you too would seek to reclaim this artifact. Despite the adversarial context, Jia Ying's tone exuded an inexplicable familiarity, as if she were conversing with an old friend rather than negotiating with an enemy. Enough of this elaborate explanation. I am acutely aware of the stone's significance, perhaps even more so than you. While one could frame it as a pursuit for the future of the Inhumans, the stark reality is that it ultimately boils down to the desire to rescue the Hive. Although Roger was not privy to the intricacies of Jia Ying's plans, her intentions were not difficult to surmise. Unless she, like him, aspired to possess a planet of her own, their singular goal remained the salvation of the Hive. You are aware of the Hive? Jia Ying paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she swiftly regained her composure. I not only know of the Hive, I understand it even more profoundly than you do. If your intention is to harness the Hive's power for your ends, I strongly advise you to reconsider. The depths of this matter are unfathomable, and you may not be equipped to navigate them. Roger's demeanor was serious. He was not jesting. While Jia Ying might lack a comprehensive understanding of the Hive's capabilities, he was distinctly aware. Should the Hive return to Earth, he could guarantee that Jia Ying and her fellow Inhumans would become its fervent devotees overnight, utterly devoted in a way that could not be salvaged. How do you possess such insight into the Hive? As far as I know, even members of Hydra are not particularly well informed about it, Jia Ying inquired. Her brow furrowed in skepticism. She harbored doubts about Roger, yet his expression did not betray any indication of deceit. That is classified information, Roger replied, shaking his head before continuing. If my conjecture is correct, your desire to rescue the Hive is fundamentally about leveraging its power to achieve certain objectives, such as establishing a realm for the Inhumans. Should this be your goal, I can offer assistance far exceeding that of the Hive. At this moment, Roger resembled a devil enticing others with promises. Although the strength of the Inhumans was not formidable, one could not deny the utility of the extraordinary powers that had awakened within them. Without delving into distant examples, Roger found himself intrigued by Daisy's seismic abilities. Naturally, his interest extended beyond her powers. He was also captivated by Daisy herself. She appeared younger than he had anticipated, seemingly just past her teenage years. As for Quake, outward appearances suggested she was barely in her 20s. You have no reason to assist us. Given your strength, you require no aid from us. Uncertain whether it was merely her own illusion, Jia Ying could not shake the feeling that Roger's gaze towards Daisy was somewhat askew. Simultaneously, Cola's eyes also carried an unusual intensity when fixed upon Roger. I possess my own motives, and while you aspire to forge a realm for the extraordinary, I too harbor ambitions of my own. From this perspective, we could indeed become allies. However, I do not intend to assist you without recompense. Among your kind, there exist myriad peculiar abilities, and I too find myself in need of your assistance. Roger was not jesting. He spoke with utmost seriousness. If memory served him correctly, there was more than one individual among the extraordinary who possessed the foresight of the future. Though the predictions offered by these individuals required precise interpretation, they nonetheless accurately anticipated forthcoming events. Was this truly the reason for her skepticism? Or perhaps you might choose to think of me as being bewitched by beauty. Roger remarked with a smile. After scrutinizing Roger for several seconds, Jia Ying finally spoke. If you genuinely wish to collaborate with us, I can acquiesce. Roger chuckled softly and continued. Partnership aside, you have yet to provide me with an explanation regarding the matter of you seizing my possession. One thing is one thing. He would not allow himself to forget that Jia Ying had dispatched individuals to pilfer the obsidian monolith simply because he might later require the power of the extraordinary. What sort of explanation do you seek? Without directly responding to Jia Ying, Roger gestured towards the two sisters, Daisy and her sibling, instructing, you two may step outside. This next discussion is not suited for your presence. The sisters turned to glance at Jia Ying, and upon receiving her tacit approval with a nod, they departed the hall, closing the grand door behind them. I demand those two. Once the sisters had exited, Roger spoke candidly. That is inconceivable. Jia swiftly rejected the notion without a second thought. I am not soliciting your consent. I am merely informing you. Should you refuse, I shall eliminate everyone from the afterlife and subsequently take them both. No soul in the afterlife can obstruct me. You are surely aware of that. Roger had never considered himself a virtuous man. His previous facade of benevolence was merely a guise to cultivate a reputation within human society. To speak plainly, his system was that of a grand pirate. Just and noble pirates exist solely in the realm of animation. Jia had not anticipated that the amiable Roger would so swiftly transform. You have 1 minute to consider. If you do not respond, I shall take your silence as a refusal. With that, Roger ceased to speak, awaiting Jia Ying's final answer. Although Jia Ying had yet to provide a response, he could already surmise the likely outcome. Had it been the Jia Ying before her encounter with Whitehall, she would have unequivocally rejected his request. The notion of exchanging her own daughter for the safety of herself and her kin was utterly beyond her moral capacity. However, after enduring the inhumane experiments orchestrated by Whitehall, she underwent a profound transformation. To achieve her aims, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own daughter, and even her own life, if necessary. I have agreed. From this day forth, they belong to you. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Jia Ying made her irrevocable decision. By the way, a personal suggestion. Some matters are best kept to oneself. There is no need to bear the scars on your face as reminders. Roger gestured towards the scars adorning Jia Ying's visage. With her extraordinary abilities, removing the scars from her face posed no challenge for her. Capable of absorbing the life force of others to heal her wounds rapidly, it was inconceivable that she could not erase her scars. This is a private matter, and does not concern you. Jia Ying's tone had grown considerably frosty. What if I were to express my aversion to scars on the faces of my allies? Roger rose, stepping closer to Jia Ying, grasping her chin as he gazed down at her. From the perspective of human lifespan, Jia Ying had undoubtedly entered her menopausal years. Yet, this was merely a viewpoint rooted in the ordinary human experience. Roger, however, possessed a distinct standard of judgment. In his eyes, a woman's age was not confined to mere numbers, whether she was hundreds or thousands of years old, as long as she remained in the youthful phase of her life. She was perceived as young. Of course, Jia Ying could not possibly be hundreds or thousands of years old. Do not overstep your bounds. Though she uttered these words, Jia Ying did not struggle against Roger's grasp. Instead, she regarded him with mild discontent. Eventually, Roger withdrew his hand, speaking softly, "Let us leave it at this for today. I will take Stone and Daisy with me. Here is my contact information. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. However, assistance is not an obligation. You would do well to prepare a reward." With that, Roger opened a spatial portal before Jia Ying, effortlessly placing the towering black stone and its accompanying box within. After completing this task, he pushed open the door and departed the hall. "Your mother, Jia Ying, has entrusted me with your care for a time, so you both will accompany me back to New York." Prior to boarding the Quinjet, Roger provided an explanation to Daisy and her sister. While he could afford to disregard Jia Ying's feelings, he needed to consider the sentiments of the two sisters. Revealing the truth would yield no beneficial outcome. As for Jia Ying's arrangement, Daisy and her sister seemed unperturbed, displaying no signs of inquiry. As the two of them boarded the sleek black Quinjet, it soared towards New York at an astonishing speed. After enduring a lengthy flight of over 10 hours, the Quinjet landed on the rooftop helipad of the Don Quixote Tower. Upon returning to his office, Roger addressed the already waiting Sharon Carter, instructing her to collect blood and biological samples from the pair and subsequently deliver them to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Additionally, he requested that she personally teach them combat techniques and espionage skills, while also arranging for a hacker instructor for Daisy to assess her potential in that area. During the flight back to New York, Roger inquired about the current state of the two sisters. Both had awakened their superpowers and were beginning to grasp them. Yet they still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving stable combat effectiveness. Particularly for the elder sister, Gura, her control over her abilities was still in its infancy. Although Roger found himself somewhat tempted by the two, his desires had not completely overtaken him. Given his wealth and status, he could easily attract even Hollywood starlets. However, Daisy and Gura were not merely women. They were warriors of immense potential. Once they fully mastered their powers, they could undoubtedly evolve into formidable super fighters. In the following days, Roger resumed his monotonous regimen of training. Though termed training, it was essentially a wait for the system to reboot. As the countdown for the system's upgrade maintenance reached its conclusion, he promptly activated it. Pirate System, version V51, Host, Roger Occupation, Grand Pirate Hockey, Armament Hockey, LV3, Observation Hockey, LV3, Devil Fruit, Primary String Fruit, LV4, Assimilation, None, Devil Fruit, Secondary Door Fruit, LV3, Magma Fruit, LV4, Flash Fruit, LV3, Combat Techniques, String Fruit, 5-colored threads, Elastic Thread, Thread Armor, Parasitic Threads, Descent of the Scoundrel Threads, Web Wall, Spider's Nest, Foot Skimming Threads, Exceeding Whip Threads, Super Strangle Whip, Void Path, Shadow Rider Threads, Birdcage, Thread Waterfall Funeral, Thread Binding Coffin, Thread Flow Barrier, Thread Shockwave, Thread Exploding Star, Magma Fruit, Great Fire Spray, Hellhound, Dog Biting Red Lotus, Lava Gun, Lava Meteor Fist, Flash Fruit, Laser Beam, Lightspeed Kick, Yada Mirror, Yada Jewel, Lightspeed Fist, Lightspeed Machine Gun, Lightspeed Bomb 6 Styles, Shave, Iron Block, Paper Drawing, Moonwalk, Storm Leg, Finger Gun 6 Style Ultimate, 6 King's Gun, Maximum Round 6 King's Gun Bounty, 100 million berries, 47 million Bounty Mission, High-Level Bounty Mission, Acquire the Cosmic Cube and Obliterate S-H-I-E-L-D, and Hydra. Beginner's Reward, Acquisition of the Cosmic Cube. Both fruit and hockey levels have been elevated by 1 tier. Task progress completed. Intermediate Reward, Annihilation of an Organization. Goro Goro no Mi. Task progress completed. Advanced Reward, Annihilation of 2 organizations. Zushi no Mi. Task progress incomplete. Marketplace, open for business. After swiftly perusing the upgraded system, Roger discerned little difference. Aside from the enhancement sequence added to the main fruit line, the entire system appeared unchanged. Although he was aware that upgrades could occur, the specifics of such transformations remained a mystery to him. According to the programmer's explanations, once the system initiates an upgrade, it attains a uniqueness. If every traveler into the pirate world receives an initial Grand Pirate system, then post-upgrade, each system evolves into a singular proprietary system. This transformation is entirely contingent upon the host's actual circumstances. Roger paid no heed to the bounty that had surged to 100 million berries, focusing instead on the newly revealed upgrade information in his mind. Overall, the system's latest upgrade did not significantly enhance its functions. It merely granted the main fruit an assimilation capability. Assimilation, in essence, allows the main fruit to merge with a devil fruit or item, thereby bestowing upon it abilities it originally lacked. With the advent of this assimilation function, he could now choose to assimilate any devil fruits acquired through rewards or purchases into the main fruit, or allow them to serve as auxiliary fruits. In simpler terms, he could either strengthen the main fruit or add another auxiliary fruit. Beyond devil fruits, he also had the option to assimilate various items or abilities from this world. However, the system did not provide a detailed list of assimilable entities. The feasibility of assimilation could only be determined through trial and error. Furthermore, this experimentation carried inherent risks. Should assimilation fail, the item used would vanish, akin to losing enhancement materials in a game when a weapon upgrade fails. After reviewing the explanation of this assimilation function several times, Roger took a deep breath, then activated the spatial door on his body, retrieving the Cosmic Cube. The space gem within the Cosmic Cube is one of the universe's treasures. In terms of rank, it undoubtedly meets the criteria for assimilation. The question remains, however, whether the assimilation will succeed, a matter Roger himself could not ascertain. Although the loss of the space gem would not impact this world significantly, parting with it would nonetheless cause him a pang of regret. Yet, even if the space gem were lost, the one who would feel the most anguish would not be him, but rather Thanos. After contemplating for nearly a minute, he ultimately made his decision. It was time to take a gamble. Even if he were to lose the gamble, the worst outcome would merely entail the loss of the space gem, with no further repercussions. However, should he emerge victorious, he would acquire the line fruit imbued with the powers of the space gem. Although he was uncertain of the abilities the line fruit would possess after assimilation, it was undeniable that it would surpass the current capabilities of his fruit. Resolute in his decision, he reinforced his right hand with armament hockey. Subsequently, he crushed the cosmic cube with a brutal force akin to shattering glass, revealing the true form of the diminutive space gem within. Gazing at the gem nestled in his palm, Roger swallowed hard and allowed a multitude of white threads to surge forth from his hand, enveloping the space gem entirely. Victory would mean the triumph over the club's alluring models. Defeat would compel him to toil in the depths. A gamble does not always lead to loss. Assimilation. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger activated the assimilation function of the upgraded system. The enhancement of the line fruit had taken considerable time to materialize. Yet the assimilation feature was not as extraordinary as Roger had envisioned. It was somewhat unremarkable. The space gem, ensconced within the threads, exhibited no peculiarities. Not even a faint ripple of energy was discernible, as it transformed into a stream of blue light that flowed into the threads. Following the threads, this azure luminescence gradually entered his body. Soon, tranquility returned. Once the blue glow had entirely dissipated, Roger released the threads from his palm, staring quizzically at the empty space within. Was that all? Apart from the disappearance of the space gem, he sensed no alterations whatsoever. Moments later, he reopened the system, directing his gaze at the primary fruit, the line fruit. Devil fruit, primary line fruit LV4, assimilated, space gem, from the displayed information. It was clear that the line fruit had successfully assimilated the space gem. After closing the system interface, he summoned the threads of the line fruit once more. Typically, the threads produced by the line fruit appeared white. When required, such as during the use of the 5-color thread or Shadow Rider thread, the threads would shift in hue according to his needs. However, at this moment, without any manipulation on his part, the threads that should have been white transformed into a blue-white hue. More accurately, they were not blue-white, but rather white threads emanating a faint blue glow. Was this the transformation ensuing from the assimilation of the space gem? Judging solely by appearance, the threads of the line fruit seemed largely unchanged. Yet, as he attempted to manipulate them, he immediately discerned a difference. Spatial attributes. The threads, which were never quite ordinary matter, now possessed a remarkable spatial quality. Somewhat intriguing. Upon realizing this, a satisfied smile spread across Roger's face. For the ensuing week, he refrained from venturing anywhere, even neglecting his office, leading a life confined to a linear path between his apartment and the training room. After a week of adaptation and exploration, he not only comprehended the abilities conferred upon him by the assimilation of the space gem with the thread fruit, but also devised several novel techniques utilizing the spatial attributes of these threads. In essence, the thread fruit retained its original capacity to generate and manipulate threads, with the sole transformation being the newfound spatial attributes of the threads produced. This spatial attribute manifests primarily in 3 aspects. First, it significantly enhances the cutting ability of the threads. Although the threads prior to assimilation already possessed commendable sharpness, capable of effortlessly slicing through human flesh, steel, and structures, the acquisition of spatial attributes has led to a qualitative leap in their cutting prowess. More importantly, the threads now possess the ability to slice through space itself, a feat impossible for the previous iterations. Second, the threads exhibit an augmented resilience. While the former threads were already remarkably durable, capable of withstanding the majority of weapons and blades, and boasted an almost terrifying tenacity, they were not invulnerable. Hulk had once managed to sever these threads with sheer force. However, the threads imbued with spatial properties now bear an enigmatic quality that defies scientific explanation. This does not imply that they are indestructible. Rather, they are comparatively more challenging to sever or destroy. If the first 2 enhancements merely amplified the thread's inherent abilities, the third transformation brought forth by the assimilation of the space gem introduced an entirely new capability. By successfully tapping into spatial power, Roger can now wield this energy through his threads. The notion of utilizing spatial power sounds quite appealing. Yet there lies a minor complication. All spatial abilities must be executed via the threads. For instance, to activate a spatial teleportation ability, he must employ the threads to construct a portal. In simpler terms, he would need to weave the threads into a circular shape to form a round portal. Naturally, square or triangular portals are also feasible, but they require the threads to create the framework. Constructing spatial portals is merely a basic application. However, what Roger cherishes most is the potential to use the thread's spatial attributes to facilitate spatial relocation for himself or his targets. For example, He can now effortlessly swap positions with the shadowy puppets of the Shadow Knight at any moment. One can also facilitate a positional exchange with any object that has been touched or ensnared by the silken threads. Alternatively, one may permit the touched objects to transcend spatial distances and manifest directly before oneself. Upon acquiring spatial attributes, the silken threads need not dart towards a target or assault it as before. Rather, they can emerge directly from the vicinity of the target space. This not only significantly enhances the covert nature of the thread's attacks, but also renders them more enigmatic and unpredictable. The Don Quixote group. How has Daisy's and Cora's training been of late? Roger inquired calmly of Sharon Carter, who was seated before him in a chair. Both have performed admirably in their combat training, yet Daisy exhibits a greater aptitude in espionage training than Cora. Furthermore, Daisy has demonstrated an extraordinary talent in the realm of hacking, akin to that of a natural-born hacker. Today, Sharon Carter donned a form-fitting black business attire that perfectly accentuated her curves, exuding an aura of a competent businesswoman. Who is Daisy's hacking instructor? It is a hacker sourced from the Rising Tide organization, known as. Before Sharon could finish her sentence, Roger interjected. Have him return and remind him not to disclose any information regarding Daisy's instruction. Should he fail to comply, let Bucky pay him a visit. Upon learning that Daisy's hacking mentor hails from the Rising Tide organization, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. Rising Tide is a hacker collective that specializes in exposing confidential government or organizational information, claiming to ensure that everyone possesses complete awareness of their rights. Roger had not previously engaged with Rising Tide, yet he harbored no fondness for the organization. Their philosophy, when put in more favorable terms, is to guarantee everyone's right to information. Less charitably, they are simply a group dedicated to extracting and exposing the privacy of others. It is difficult for him to harbor any affection for such individuals. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. After Sharon Carter departed the office, Roger employed a recently developed silken thread portal to traverse from his office to Dr. Connor's laboratory. After assimilating the space stone, the spatial doors of the Dor fruit transitioned from being his preferred spatial maneuver to a mere backup. His newfound fascination lies in the circular portals constructed from silken threads. Upon his arrival in the laboratory, Dr. Connors, clad in a white lab coat, approached him with an expression of sheer excitement. Are the blood and biological samples you sent last time from Inhumans? I wish to meet both of them. This was the first instance Roger had witnessed Dr. Connors exhibit such enthusiasm. Even when he developed the reducing agent for the lizard gene serum, he had never witnessed such exhilaration from the doctor. What has transpired? What have you discovered? I have uncovered the key to the evolution of life within them, a potential catalyst for the re-emergence of human evolution. Dr. Connors spoke with an unbridled fervor, akin to a pirate who has stumbled upon a treasure trove. It is perfectly fine for them to meet you. However, regarding the opportunity for evolutionary advancement you just mentioned, you may find yourself disappointed. The Inhumans are the products of the biological experiments conducted by the Kree. They were specifically engineered as biological weapons, not the advanced beings you envision. Dr. Connor's excitement stemmed from his ignorance of the Inhumans' origins. Although shattering someone's dreams is a cruel act, Roger felt compelled to dispel Dr. Connor's illusion in order to prevent him from expending energy on futile matters. As anticipated, upon hearing Roger's explanation, Dr. Connor's countenance swiftly darkened, and he appeared despondent. Observing Dr. Connors in such a dejected state, Roger let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had merely intended for Dr. Connors to investigate the superpowers of the Inhumans, yet he had not anticipated that Dr. Connors would delve into the subject of evolution. We shall discuss evolution at a later time. Have there been any discoveries regarding the Inhuman superpowers? Roger patted Dr. Connors on the shoulder and continued. The underlying principles remain unclear. The only certainty is that this power arises from life's mutations. As for your earlier mention of duplicating or transplanting their superpowers, duplication seems unrealistic at this juncture. Yet acquiring capabilities through biological tissue transplantation does not pose significant challenges. The principle of transplantation is akin to that of heart transplants. As long as there is no rejection, it should generally proceed without issue. However, determining the extent of superpowers one could gain post-transplantation would require extensive testing. Dr. Connors quickly composed himself and responded. Very well, I understand. We shall conduct specific transplantation experiments when suitable opportunities arise. Roger had known for quite some time that the superpowers of the Inhumans could be transplanted. However, what he truly desired was not transplantation, but duplication. Transplantation merely transfers the superpowers to a human, leaving them as an individual with extraordinary abilities. In contrast, if duplication were possible, it would yield not just one superpowered individual, but an entire army of them. A solitary superpowered individual holds limited value unless their abilities are exceptionally unique. After conversing with Dr. Connors, Roger once again employed the Silk Thread Portal. Arriving before the now intelligence officer, Jie, who had transitioned from being a ninja assassin. After expending considerable funds, the Don Quixote group had finally established a relatively effective intelligence network. Several skilled ninjas became the first batch of intelligence operatives for the Don Quixote group, with Jie currently serving as the intelligence director. What progress has been made in the search for Baron Zemo? Roger inquired, surveying the intelligence center, which had been transformed from a safe house. Jie respectfully replied, through intelligence sharing with the Osborne group, we have approximately narrowed down Baron Zemo's location to a specific country in Western Europe, although we cannot yet ascertain which country it is. Continue to intensify the search efforts. Additionally, send the files of the remnants of Hydra to General Ross. The remnants of Hydra are dispersed across the globe, making complete pursuit a daunting task for the Don Quixote group's capabilities. Thus, Roger generously entrusted these individuals to General Ross. Understood, young master. After reviewing the progress on Baron Zemo's search, he departed from the intelligence center and returned to the company's office. While Zemo's concealment had somewhat surprised him, overall, he remained unperturbed. The system had set a task deadline of 1 year, and even now, not a third of that time had elapsed. He possessed ample time to address this undertaking. After tending to the daily affairs of the company and signing various documents, he summoned Daisy and Cora to his office. Compared to their first meeting, both Daisy and Cora had undergone significant transformations, not in their appearances, but rather in their demeanor. Although Roger had not inquired into how Sharon Carter had trained them, one thing was certain. Sharon Carter's training had proven effective. You have been here for a while now. You should understand that this is not an ordinary company. Are there any departments you wish to join? While drawn to their allure, he recognized the necessity of fulfilling responsibilities. Even Sharon Carter needed to share the burdens of work alongside Roger. I wish to join the operations department. Cora, the elder sister, was the first to respond. Compared to Daisy, Cora exhibited a far more extroverted and lively disposition. May I join the intelligence department? Daisy also expressed her preference. Neither the operations department nor the intelligence department were formal divisions within the group. In simpler terms, both operated outside the bounds of legality. The intelligence department was, in fact, the intelligence center currently overseen by Jie. The individuals within can be primarily categorized into two types. One group comprises intelligence operatives who gather information externally, while the other consists of technical personnel stationed at the intelligence center, responsible for technical support, such as infiltrating surveillance cameras or intercepting target mobile devices. As for the operational department, its current numbers are limited, consisting solely of Bucky and his Winter Soldier team, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and a select few who have been administered enhanced serum and possess ninja skills. Now that you have reached a decision, you are to join these two departments. However, prior to that, there is one more task for you both. What task? Daisy and Cora inquired in unison. Engage me in a duel. Utilizing the skills you have acquired during this time, along with your inherent superpowers. Should you manage to inflict harm upon me, I shall grant you one wish. Roger was aware of the nature of Daisy and Cora's superpowers, yet he had yet to witness their abilities firsthand. Thus, before assigning them to other departments, he intended to satisfy his curiosity and observe the true extent of their capabilities. In the wooded outskirts of New York, after Daisy and Cora consented, Roger employed his thread portal to transport them to this location. Although this was not a genuine combat scenario, it would be prudent for you to exert your full strength. Prior to the commencement of the battle, Roger specifically reminded the two. Daisy and Cora had awakened their superpowers long ago, but Jiang had never permitted them to engage in real combat. Their training had primarily focused on the mastery of their abilities. Therefore, neither Roger nor even their mother Jiang was fully aware of the extent of their combat prowess. Once Roger cast aside his suit jacket into a spatial dimension, Daisy and Cora exchanged a glance. Subsequently, they resolutely launched an assault on Roger. They simultaneously raised their right hands and unleashed their superpowers without hesitation. An orange-yellow energy beam and a transparent shockwave hurtled toward Roger. Line flow barrier. As Daisy and Gura initiated their attack, a white wall of threads, emanating a faint blue glow and adorned with several doghead carvings, materialized before Roger. Boom. The orange-yellow energy and transparent shockwave collided violently against the thread wall, producing a deafening cacophony. Before the echoes of the explosion could dissipate, Roger sprang forth from behind the wall. He effortlessly leaped onto the thread wall, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the two sisters with a light push of his toes. As he surged toward them, a white thread staff, over a meter in length, appeared in his right hand. As Roger's repertoire of techniques expanded, he seldom resorted to using thread to condense into melee weapons such as blades and clubs. However, he found himself employing this technique once more. His speed was remarkable, yet Daisy and Gura were not sluggish in their reactions. Before he could reach them, Daisy and Gura launched a second wave of assault. True to form, they unleashed orange-yellow energy and transparent shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the energy beams and shockwaves approached Roger. Yet, just as they were poised to strike, he executed an unexpected maneuver that took Daisy and Gura by surprise. The white staff, crafted from condensed thread, was hurled forth like a javelin, hurtling towards Daisy. Space switch. The white staff barely traversed a short distance before vanishing from their sight. In its place stood Roger, who had deftly exchanged positions with the staff, evading the impending attack through the spatial power acquired from assimilating the space gem. To him, the effect of this spatial exchange bore resemblance to the substitution technique from the neighboring world of Naruto, wherein one uses an object to absorb the impact of an attack. The sole distinction was that spatial exchange incorporated spatial forces. The white staff, struck by the energy beams and shockwaves, was sent flying, while Roger took this opportunity to close the distance to Daisy and Gura. Faced with their evident lack of reaction, he showed no hesitation and struck with lightning speed. Boom. Boom. In a flash, he unleashed two punches. Daisy and Gura barely had time to assume a defensive posture before his blows landed on their abdomens, a sharp pain radiating through their bodies. For them, Roger's punches could be considered overwhelmingly powerful. However, in reality, he had not exerted much force, deliberately moderating his strength. Despite their superhuman abilities, Daisy and Gura retained the physique of ordinary humans. Had Roger not held back, those two punches could have proven fatal. Instinctively clutching their midsections, Daisy and Gura donned expressions of agony. Their lack of experience was painfully evident. Observing the pained expressions on their faces, Roger refrained from further attacks and silently stepped back. Although he had anticipated their lack of combat experience, their performance was even more disappointing than he had imagined. To be so easily approached by an enemy, their method of attack appeared rather monotonous. "Is this truly all of your strength?" Roger inquired. Daisy and Gura did not respond to him. They merely exchanged a glance. Subsequently, in perfect synchrony, they launched their assault. An orange-yellow glow enveloped Gura, while Daisy emanated concentric waves of energy. Without exchanging a word, they simultaneously attacked Roger. Unlike their previous strategy of employing their superpowers for long-range assaults, this time they decisively altered their tactics. They approached Roger from both sides, unleashing the combat techniques they had learned from Sharon Carter. However, before their fists could reach him, they were swatted away as if they were mere baseballs. There had indeed been some progress. They had integrated their superpowers with martial arts. Yet, it was still insufficient. Roger, having felt the impact of swatting Daisy and Gura away, remarked with a serious expression. Due to the nature of their genders, he refrained from delivering a slap to their faces, opting instead for a gentler approach, striking their chests and sending them flying. Though the contact was brief, he discerned the differences between Daisy and Gura. Gura, being the slightly elder sister, was undeniably more formidable. In contrast, Daisy's more Asian appearance seemed to render her slightly less imposing. However, considering that Daisy had only recently come of age, there remained ample room for her growth, leaving Roger uncertain of her future potential. Although they had been sent flying by Roger, Daisy and Gura suffered no significant injuries. Initially, they experienced slight breathlessness, but beyond that, the impact was minimal. Perhaps feeling disgruntled by being struck twice, or perhaps realizing the disparity between themselves and Roger, their performance in the ensuing battle improved with each attempt. Of course, their repeated opportunities to try again were largely attributable to Roger's restraint. After more than half an hour, Daisy and Gura lay on the grass, their hair disheveled and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In stark contrast to the exhausted and limp Daisy, Roger remained calm, exuding an indescribable sense of ease. Engaging with Daisy and Cora, or rather serving as their sparring partner for over half an hour, had left him completely unwearied. Not even a bead of sweat gracing his brow. Both of you have awakened commendable superpowers, yet you have failed to harness their full potential. In other words, you have squandered your talents. Continue your training. At your current level, not only would you struggle against formidable foes, but even ordinary soldiers would pose a significant challenge. After speaking, Roger did not assist Daisy and her companion, but instead manipulated the strings to lift them both and transport them back to the Don Quixote Tower. He entrusted Daisy and her companion to Sharon Carter, advising her to intensify their training regimen. Following this, he departed the office and returned to his apartment. Although Daisy and her companion's performance was somewhat below his expectations, considering they had never engaged in combat before and were still quite young, Roger did not feel disheartened. Progress takes time. It is unrealistic to expect to gain weight rapidly. Days turned into weeks, and soon over half a month had passed. After facing Roger and suffering her first significant defeat, Daisy and Cora abandoned their plans to transfer to other departments, channeling all their energy into training. Roger did not comment on their decision, but instructed Sharon Carter to closely monitor their health, lest they inadvertently overexert themselves. While Daisy and her companion dedicated themselves to intense training, Roger remained busy, continuing the development and enhancement of his string fruit abilities. Having acquired the magma fruit and the glint fruit, he had become somewhat complacent regarding the string fruit. With no pressing matters at hand, he intended to elevate the level of the string fruit to level 5 in preparation for its awakening. However, he encountered a significant challenge during his training. The assimilation of the space gem seemed to complicate the already arduous process of leveling up the string fruit. Despite dedicating over half a month to its cultivation, he saw no tangible progress. Nonetheless, this period of training was not without its merits. His control over the strings had become considerably more refined. For instance, where he once could manipulate only a single shadow puppet, he could now command 2 simultaneously. The realization that he could increase the number of shadow puppets brought to mind the white secret technique, the 10-man ensemble, and the red secret technique, the 100 machine drill. Perhaps one day, he could control 10 or even 100 shadow puppets at once. While this goal seemed distant, persistent training could make it a reality. However, after increasing the number of shadow puppets from 1 to 2, he found himself engaging not in combat with both simultaneously, but rather in a game of do de jeu with them. Just as he contemplated raising the number of puppets to 3 and upgrading their game to mahjong, he received an unexpected message from Jie, the head of the intelligence department. Upon receiving the report from Jie, Roger, without even changing out of his training attire, conjured a silk-threaded portal that transported him to the intelligence center. What exactly is going on? Baron Zemo has proactively sought out our intelligence personnel, expressing a desire to meet with you, young master, Jie swiftly responded. In truth, Jie was also brimming with questions. Did he say anything else? Roger continued to inquire. Nothing. Our intelligence personnel are currently escorting him back, and he is expected to arrive in New York in approximately 10 hours. All right, I understand. Inform me when he arrives. With that, Roger departed from the intelligence center and returned to his apartment. Although he was uncertain of Baron Zemo's true intentions, one thing he was certain of was that the long-desired Gura Nomi was likely within his grasp soon. 10 hours later, at a mansion in the outskirts of New York. You wish to see me, which suggests you are not weary of life. Do tell. What is it that you wish to discuss? In the study, Roger addressed Baron Zemo. I am unaware of how Hydra may have offended you, but I believe I have not wronged you. Therefore, if you do not mind, I would like to propose a transaction. Clad in a brown leather coat, Baron Zemo exhibited an air of calm, betraying no signs of anxiety or fear. A transaction? I do not believe you possess the standing to negotiate with me. To an ordinary person, Baron Zemo is affluent and powerful, possessing a certain degree of combat prowess. However, to Roger, there was nothing about Baron Zemo that piqued his interest. You will soon discern my qualifications after you view this. With that, Baron Zemo retrieved a black USB drive from his coat pocket. Looking at the USB drive presented by Baron Zemo, Roger cast a puzzled glance at him. Before arriving at the mansion, Jie and his team had conducted a thorough search of Zemo, ensuring that he possessed no items beyond his clothing. Even his purple mask had been taken by Jie and his associates. Where had you concealed this USB drive? Roger was reluctant to accept it, conjuring unsavory images in his mind. Do you still care about that? Baron Zemo countered. Of course. Roger declined to touch the USB drive in Baron Zemo's hand and gestured towards the laptop on the table, stating, "You may open it yourself." Baron Zemo chuckled, then rose to insert the USB drive into the laptop, accessing the files within. The contents of the USB drive were not extensive, comprising only a few dozen pages, with the remainder consisting of photographs and videos. After viewing the photographs and videos, Roger fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. Can you assure me of the authenticity of these items? If they are not genuine, how could I possibly dare to meet you? By the way, I forgot to mention that I have severed my ties with Hydra. Everything within Hydra has been handed over to those fervent individuals. Baron Zemo's tone was relaxed and appeared sincere. Yet Roger did not immediately choose to place his trust in him. Whether he had truly left Hydra was not determined by his own word, but by the system's judgment. Only if the system deemed him no longer part of Hydra could it be said that he had actually departed. Otherwise, no matter how extravagant his claims, Roger would not hesitate to snap his neck. After scrutinizing Baron Zemo for a few moments, he activated the system and glanced at the bounty mission. High-level bounty mission: acquire the Cosmic Cube and annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. High-level reward for the destruction of both organizations. Tremor Fruit. Mission progress uncompleted. 125, Tony's Mark V. The system displayed that the mission progress was still incomplete, which implied that Baron Zemo was either lying or the system did not recognize his departure from Hydra. Unable to ascertain whether Baron Zemo was indeed deceitful, Roger resolved to address the matter in the simplest manner: eliminate Baron Zemo. Once he was dead, there would be no need to ponder whether he was lying. The information you provided still holds some value. However, it is insufficient for me to spare you. In light of your voluntary appearance, I shall grant you a relatively merciful demise. With that, Roger slowly raised his right hand, pointing the tip of his index finger at Baron Zemo. Wait. The once self-assured Baron Zemo never anticipated that the situation would unfold so drastically differently from his expectations. Do you have any final words? Roger's right hand remained unwavering. Although I am uncertain as to why you feel compelled to eliminate the leaders of Hydra, I can assure you, by my family's honor, that I have truly parted ways with them. My position as a leader of one faction within Hydra was solely due to familial obligations. I do not personally endorse Hydra. If you have gathered intelligence on me, you should be well aware of this. Baron Zemo hastily explained. Nevertheless, his justifications held no sway over Roger. He was entirely oblivious to Roger's motives for targeting Hydra, rendering all his conjectures misguided. Roger was indifferent to whether Hydra was a villainous organization. I know you are currently collaborating with the military to eradicate Hydra. I can provide detailed information about them, including their locations, personnel configuration, and equipment status, among other things. As long as you are willing to grant me a reprieve, I am prepared to surrender all the information I possess, Baron Zemo elucidated. His words flowed rapidly, yet he maintained an air of aristocratic composure befitting his lineage. After Zemo concluded his explanation, Roger pondered for several seconds, then lowered his right hand. I can offer you a singular opportunity, but it is merely that, an opportunity. Should you collaborate with my agents to eradicate the remaining Hydra members, I may contemplate sparing your life. However, this is not a guarantee. Your survival hinges upon your forthcoming actions. Choosing the latter path of utilizing Zemo before contemplating his demise, Roger dismissed the idea of immediate execution. Although the system currently indicated that the task remained unfulfilled, he was willing to extend a chance to Baron Zemo. He surmised that eliminating all Hydra leaders would lead the system to conclude that Hydra had been entirely vanquished, though he could not ascertain if the system would indeed make such a determination. In pursuit of eradicating the Hydra remnants hidden around the globe, he intended to leverage Zemo's expertise, for among the living, Zemo was arguably the most knowledgeable about Hydra. Very well. As long as this opportunity is afforded, Zemo accepted Roger's decision with alacrity. His choice to present himself and engage in dialogue with Roger was predicated on seeking such an opportunity. First, I shall provide the information on the matter we discussed. Other details can be addressed subsequently. The materials Zemo had recently shown to Roger pertained to Hydra's research on energy weaponry, specifically, the various weapons developed by Red Skull and Dr. Zola during World War II, powered by the Space Stone. After Red Skull's defeat, this information did not fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. LD, but rather remained with the legitimate Hydra faction. Zemo had unearthed these classified documents, viewing them as a bargaining chip in his negotiations with Roger. Given Roger's acquisition of the Tesseract and his ambition to establish his own power, Zemo believed he would find such information compelling. In addition to the energy weapon data, Zemo had prepared other materials, including Zola's algorithms that claimed to predict future choices based on an individual's past behaviors, technology for uploading human memories and thoughts into computers, and various innovations developed by Hydra. The documents Roger had perused were, in a strict sense, merely a simplified catalog of these concepts. I will arrange for someone to deliver them immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Baron Zemo acquiesced to Roger's request. From the outset, he had no intention of retaining those items and had long since prepared to relinquish them. You shall reside in New York for the time being. I will arrange for personnel to liaise with you, and when necessary, you will accompany them on missions. Should fortune favor you, you may return to reclaim your title as Baron. With that, Roger departed the study. Shortly thereafter, Baron Zemo was escorted back to the city center by Jie. After Zemo's departure, Roger chose not to return to his Manhattan apartment, but instead took refuge in the estate he had originally purchased for leisure. With no pressing matters at hand, he intended to indulge in a more leisurely retreat for a while. Days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. During this time, Roger found great comfort in the estate. By day, he practiced the powers of the devil fruit, and by night, he engaged in combat training with Sharon Carter, Jessica, and Erica. He also made time to attend various lavish gatherings of New York's elite, discussing life's aspirations with the esteemed ladies and young women present. Were it not for the knowledge of formidable monsters lurking in this world, he might have seriously contemplated succumbing to this hedonistic lifestyle. However, this decadent chapter of his life came to a swift conclusion after just 1 week. Armed with the precise intelligence provided by Baron Zemo, the remnants of Hydra scattered across the globe faced the countdown to their demise. Under the joint assault of Bucky and the military, these Hydra remnants dwindled at a visible pace. Secret bases, previously unknown to outsiders, were dismantled one after another. In a mere week, the majority of Hydra's remnants had been eradicated. At this rate, it would take no more than another week for these cockroach-like entities to be utterly obliterated. Though the campaign against Hydra proceeded with remarkable efficacy, it was not the primary catalyst for Roger's departure from his hedonistic lifestyle. His return to a more purposeful existence was prompted by an invitation from another capitalist. The call did not come from Norman Osborn, but rather from Tony Stark, who resided far away in Los Angeles. Following the defeat of Obadiah, he and Tony had engaged in a clandestine meeting. While their conversation had not delved into profound depths, they had, nonetheless, managed to establish a tenuous cooperative relationship. This collaboration entailed Roger leveraging his advantages as a traveler to provide Tony with insights for the development of his armor, such as the Mark V, conveniently designed to be portable like a briefcase. For instance, the new energy arc reactor designed to replace the palladium energy arc reactor. If not for the current circumstances, Roger would have eagerly engaged Tony in a discussion about the Mark 50 and Mark 85, both crafted through the wonders of nanotechnology. Although he is not a scientist, the innovative concepts he presented undeniably captivated Tony, evoking a sense of kinship within him. Little did Tony realize that the ideas Roger proposed were, in fact, the very armor he would later develop, merely foreshadowed by Roger. The notion of impressing the present Tony with designs from his own future is a feat only someone like Roger, a time traveler, could accomplish. When Tony called, it was specifically to invite him to witness the newly developed Mark V. I understand. I will make time to visit in a few days, Roger replied, bemused by Tony's childlike exuberance as he boasted about his new creation. You need not wait a few days. I have arranged a private jet to fetch you. Depart now, and you shall arrive by evening. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger declined Tony's arrangement and promptly ended the call. However, the instant he hung up, his phone was infiltrated by Jarvis. Under Tony's insistence, he ultimately found himself aboard a private jet en route to Los Angeles. I have arranged for 3 stunning flight attendants to accompany you. Your journey will be anything but dull. Yet, the allure of the 3 enchanting attendants was not Roger's primary motivation for traveling to Los Angeles. His willingness to make the trip stemmed from Tony's promise to gift him a Mark III, complete with its own arc reactor. Of course, this Mark III was not to be bestowed without expectation. In return, Roger was obliged to furnish Tony with additional concepts for armor development. While this task might prove daunting for others, for Roger, it was as effortless as dining. On this visit, he intended to discuss the aerodynamic design of the Mark 7. Accompanied by the flight attendants, particularly the three captivating ones, Roger's journey was anything but mundane, echoing Tony's earlier sentiments. After all, not everyone can boast of a personal jet equipped with a pole for pole dancing. Upon landing at the airport, Roger was chauffeured in a Rolls-Royce driven by Happy to Tony's seaside mansion. After exchanging pleasantries with Pepper, he was swiftly ushered into the studio, filled with an array of luxury cars. On his previous visit to Tony's mansion, he had bypassed the studio, instead being led to the wine cellar, where their secret meeting culminated in a lavish drinking session. Here lies the Mark V, a creation born from your previous council. With that, Tony placed a red and silver metal briefcase before him. Before he could utter another word, Tony continued, "By the way, I have secured the copyright for the Mark series of Iron Man suits. You should refrain from using that white armor of yours, lest others accuse you of imitating my design." Had Tony not brought it up, Roger might have almost forgotten his previous use of a suit resembling Iron Man's. If memory serves, I was indeed the original designer of that particular aesthetic, wasn't I? Although he was the one who had imitated, Roger felt no guilt. Chronologically, he was the true inventor. Edison was not the actual inventor of the light bulb, yet when one speaks of it, he is often the first name that springs to mind. Tony spoke with utmost seriousness. "Suit yourself, but I doubt I will don that guise in battle again." "Why not?" "Because I have grown stronger than before." Upon hearing this, Tony shot Roger a skeptical glance and continued, "So, you wish for the Mark III? Once your name, as Iron Man, resonates across the globe, I will be the only one besides you to possess the Mark III. Given your awareness of copyright registration, you must realize how many would envy you for owning an identical Mark III once you become a household name." Roger had never considered wearing the Mark III into battle. His intent was solely to collect it. "I never imagined you had an interest in collecting figurines." Tony quickly grasped Roger's implication. "What I enjoy collecting extends beyond mere figurines." At this, Roger displayed a knowing smile that Tony instantly understood. "Now, let us dispense with pleasantries and allow me to unveil my latest masterpiece." As he spoke, Tony set the briefcase-shaped Mark V upon the ground and gently lifted it. In the ensuing moments, Roger witnessed an extraordinary spectacle he had only ever seen on screen. The Mark V activated and swiftly adorned Tony. The donning speed is somewhat sluggish. Compared to the Mark III, the efficiency of the Mark V's dressing process had seen remarkable improvement. Yet to Roger's eyes, it still felt rather sluggish. The enemy would not foolishly await Tony's completion. During this process, not only could he be shot, but even a thrown object could easily strike him. "What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Tony's voice emanated from within the Mark V. "It's adequate, though the donning speed is too slow, and its defensive capabilities appear rather lacking. Having sacrificed a significant portion of its offensive weaponry and defensive capabilities in pursuit of enhanced operational efficiency, the Mark V was inevitably destined to exhibit certain weaknesses from the moment of its conception. I am well aware of this. While the combat performance of the Mark V may not rival that of the Mark III, it is more than adequate for dealing with typical adversaries. As the designer, Tony is acutely cognizant of the Mark V's limitations and has never anticipated that it could withstand heavy weaponry like its predecessor. "Come now, let us engage in a friendly spar." Tony raised his right hand, beckoning Roger with a flick of his fingers. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you." Despite Tony donning the Mark V, Roger harbored no illusions regarding his chances of victory. Even in pure hand-to-hand combat, he could easily best Tony. Nevertheless, since Tony had initiated the challenge, Roger was more than willing to demonstrate the formidable strength of the human body. With a confident demeanor, Tony extended a battle invitation to Roger. In less than a minute, he found himself sprawled on the studio floor, gazing bewilderedly at the ceiling. What had just transpired? While Tony was aware of Roger's impressive prowess, he had not anticipated such overwhelming superiority. Roger had not employed any powers from the devil fruits. He had simply relied on raw physical skill to bring Tony to the ground and, in the process, dismantle the Mark V from his body. Of course, out of consideration for Tony's pride, he refrained from being overly forceful, merely removing the Mark V's arms and helmet. You would do well to learn some martial arts, otherwise, even clad in an armored suit, you remain merely a somewhat more resilient ordinary person. From a technological standpoint, the Mark V undoubtedly qualifies as an exceptional high-tech battle suit. However, The true potential of the Mark V is constrained by Tony's own limitations. I am beginning to question whether you are truly of this earth. Although the defeat came swifter than he had anticipated, Tony quickly regained his composure. This was not the first time he had succumbed to Roger. He had similarly lost decisively while wearing the Mark III. This world is far more mysterious than you can imagine, Roger remarked quietly. After more than half an hour, he departed from Tony's seaside mansion, taking a ride in the Rolls-Royce driven by Happy towards a hotel in the city center. The Mark III, equipped with its own arc reactor, had been stowed away in the other dimensional space within Roger's body. As he opened this internal space to accommodate the Mark III, he noted the astonished expression on Tony's face, akin to that of a spectator witnessing a magic trick. You are undeniably not from Earth. In a 5-star hotel within Los Angeles, Roger stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the shimmering nightscape of the city. After acquiring the Mark III, he initially intended to return directly to New York. However, Tony was not about to relinquish his source of inspiration so easily. Thus, he remained, indulging in the lavish journey through Los Angeles that Tony, the quintessential playboy, had arranged for him. Dubbed a trip to Los Angeles, it primarily involved daily visits to Tony's studio to discuss the development of the Iron Man suit. During these discussions about the future of the suit, Tony frequently diverted the conversation towards his own superhuman abilities, expressing his willingness to conduct a comprehensive, leisurely, and entirely harmless physical examination on Roger. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger declined Tony's well-meaning offer. Such a proposition, to undergo a thorough physical examination, was something only Tony would dare to suggest. Even General Ross and Norman Osborn, who were far more familiar with him, would not broach such topics in his presence. Despite declining the physical examination, Roger accepted another of Tony's arranged activities with a beaming smile. One must admit, the debauchery of a playboy is indeed stratified, with Tony evidently occupying the highest echelon among them. After partaking in the entertainment that Tony orchestrated, Roger finally comprehended why someone as extraordinarily gifted as Tony would lead a lifestyle often criticized for its hedonism. It was only after experiencing a kidnapping incident that Tony awakened to the realization of his squandered potential. Roger spent half a month in Los Angeles, immersed in this decadent lifestyle, until he received the notification that the advanced bounty missions had all been completed. Advanced bounty mission: acquire the Tesseract and annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Advanced reward for the destruction of both organizations' tremor fruit. Mission progress completed. Mission rewards have been dispatched. Upon receiving the system's notification, Roger promptly opened the system page. Unlike previous rewards that would appear directly in the secondary fruit category, the tremor fruit was absent from that section. Instead, beneath the secondary fruit category, a new classification emerged: and used fruits, tremor fruit. Focusing on the tremor fruit, a piece of information previously unseen came into his view. Assimilate for consumption? The system bestowed upon him the right to choose. Contemplating this option, Roger found himself in a quandary. Based on the effects of assimilating the space gem, such an act could enhance the potency of his primary fruit, the line fruit, raising its ceiling. However, assimilation was an uncertain choice, its specific benefits indeterminate. Although assimilation can enhance the capabilities of the primary fruit, the exact manifestation remains uncertain. After contemplating for a few minutes, he decided to exercise caution. Engaging in such risky ventures is better approached with restraint. Compared to the unpredictable outcomes of assimilation, direct consumption seemed decidedly more reliable. Upon reaching his decision, he hesitated not a moment and chose the consumption option. The instant he pressed the button, the category of unused fruits vanished. The tremor fruit materialized in his secondary fruit section: devil fruit, secondary gate fruit LV3, magma fruit LV4, lightning fruit LV3, tremor fruit LV1. After closing the system page, he expelled the freshly bathed blonde reporter from the presidential suite of the hotel. Subsequently, he utilized the thread-based portal of the string fruit to depart from the hotel. In a forest on the outskirts of Los Angeles, after employing his observation hockey to assess his surroundings, Roger took a deep breath and began to experiment with the tremor fruit. Renowned as the mightiest among the paramecia, the tremor fruit possesses formidable powers that rival those of the Logia type, boasting unparalleled destructive force and attack range among known devil fruits. While this designation of the strongest paramecia is undoubtedly tied to its user, Whitebeard, It cannot be denied that the tremor fruit wields extraordinarily terrifying physical destructive capabilities. The wielder of the tremor fruit can instigate vibrations at will, controlling their intensity and range, shaking the earth, splitting the seas, and causing the skies to tremble. In a pirate world dominated by islands, the tremor fruit has the capacity to overturn islands or trigger tsunamis that annihilate them, possessing a genuine ability to bring about world destruction. Though he had only just acquired the tremor fruit, and its level was merely the basic LV1, Roger still experienced its astonishing power during his trials. A simple initiation of vibrations caused the ground beneath him to crack, revealing fissures several centimeters wide. And the entire forest trembled uncontrollably, especially when he lightly threw a punch forward. Cracks resembling shattered glass materialized before his fist. In that fleeting moment, the trees directly ahead appeared to suffer a horrific impact from an alternate dimension, exploding violently. From his position, trees over 100 meters away shattered into varying fragments. Even as one who had already possessed several devil fruits, he could not help but gasp in awe at the spectacle before him. This power was undeniably overwhelming. He had only just obtained the tremor fruit and had yet to undergo any substantial training. Nevertheless, the tremor fruit had already manifested an unimaginable and terrifying destructive power. A single punch unleashed shattered trees within a radius of hundreds of meters. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Roger would scarcely have believed that such might could emanate from a mere casual strike. No wonder Whitebeard's tremor fruit techniques were so straightforward and brutal, devoid of any elaborate flourishes. One force breaks myriad techniques. After delivering that punch, this phrase involuntarily surfaced in Roger's mind. Unlike the more intricate abilities of the string fruit or the glitter fruit, the straightforward and primal approach was the most fitting development strategy for the tremor fruit's capabilities. He found himself enamored with the tremor fruit. As he reveled in its powers, a satisfied smile graced Roger's face. Simultaneously, he solidified his training philosophy for the tremor fruit, to exhaust every effort to enhance his physical constitution. Only through such means could he fully harness the tremor fruit's potential. With this thought, he began to comprehend why Whitebeard possessed such a formidable physique. Minutes later, Roger exited the forest with a content expression and returned to the hotel. He first called Buggy to inform him to relay to Baron Zemo that he was now free. Subsequently, he contacted Tony, announcing his intention to return to New York. During this time, he had already shared his development plans for Mark 7 with Tony. As for the new energy reactor, he had not explicitly mentioned it to Tony, merely hinting that he might seek assistance from his father, Howard. Although Tony felt a tinge of reluctance regarding Roger's decision to return to New York, he refrained from voicing too much. However, as Roger headed to the airport, Tony did mention that the Stark Industries Expo would soon be held in New York, expressing his desire to have a thorough discussion with Roger then. Once aboard Tony's private jet, which featured a dancing pole, Roger began his journey back to New York. As before, the aircraft was attended by 3 alluring and beautiful flight attendants, albeit different from the previous trio. Upon returning to New York, Roger did not visit the company or even Dr. Connor's laboratory. At Rand Group, with Roger's assistance, Iron Fist Daniel successfully reclaimed control of the Rand Group, becoming its sole master. As for Harold, the orchestrator of his parents' tragic accident, he was dealt with by the likes of Jia through a staged traffic incident. Following Harold's demise, his shares were bequeathed to his son Ward and daughter Joy, while the shares remained intact. The control of Rand Group had firmly fallen into the hands of Iron Fist Daniel. The specifics of the operations were of no concern to Roger. All he needed to know was that Iron Fist had reclaimed control of the Rand Group and integrated it into the Don Quixote Group. The 5 fingers of the Alliance had once attempted to excavate the concealed remains of the Divine Dragon beneath New York City, but alas, they were eliminated before they could locate the dragon's carcass. You, being from Kunlun, possess greater familiarity with dragon bones than I do. I now assign you a new task, to excavate the dragon bones from the depths of New York. The Don Quixote Group can provide you with all necessary assistance, including support at an official level, should you require it. In the office of the chairman of the Rand Group, Roger occupied the seat that rightfully belonged to Iron Fist and addressed him directly. I have heard whispers in Kunlun regarding this matter, yet I remain unaware of the precise location of the dragon's remains. A large-scale excavation may indeed require some time. Iron Fist Daniel replied respectfully. I am indifferent to the repercussions. I would not mind if you were to excavate the mayor of New York's residence. All I seek are the dragon bones. Do you understand? Once his transformation into a pirate was fully realized, Roger felt less of a need for physical enhancement. However, he soon recognized his error. The emergence of the tremor fruit made him acutely aware that his current physique was still insufficiently robust. Although he was not particularly inclined to become a towering giant like Whitebeard, he resolved to further strengthen his body. For instance, by utilizing the entire skeleton of a divine dragon to augment his physical prowess. Should that prove inadequate, he would not hesitate to consult Banner. As long as he could attain a sufficiently powerful physique, a green complexion would not pose an insurmountable issue. Let alone turning green, he would not even mind going bald. Both Master Saitama and Jason Statham are bald, yet that does not detract from their allure. Understood. After giving his instructions to Iron Fist Daniel, Roger was about to depart the Rand group when a young woman with light golden curls, dressed in a black gown, entered the office without knocking. This was Joy Mitchum, a dear friend from his childhood, now serving as the human resources director of the group. Upon seeing Joy enter, Iron Fist Daniel promptly introduced her. Joy looked at Roger and Daniel with a hint of confusion, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene before her. The chairman of the group, Daniel, appeared to be reporting to an employee, while Roger, whom she had never encountered before, sat comfortably in the chair. After glancing back and forth between Roger and Daniel, Joy finally grasped the situation. Although the Rand group had joined the Don Quixote group some time ago, many still struggled to accept this new reality. In terms of both scale and strength, the Rand group appears to be the acquirer of the Don Quixote group, rather than becoming a subsidiary of it. Mr. Wayne, I apologize, I did not realize you were here. I shall return shortly, Joy said with a face full of regret, before exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Once Joy had departed, Roger turned to Iron Fist and remarked, even though you share a long-standing friendship, I do not wish for you to divulge any inappropriate information to her. Do you understand? Understood. Iron Fist Daniel replied, lowering his head. Go seek out the Dragon Bone. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact Jia. With that, Roger activated a thread portal and left the office, returning to his apartment. 127, Stark Industries Expo, Flushing, Queens, New York. Roger had been back in New York for a month. Upon his return, he assigned the task of excavating the Dragon Bone to Iron Fist Daniel. Subsequently, he commenced his training on the Tremor Fruit and enhancing his physical prowess. Compared to other devil fruits, the Tremor Fruit necessitated an exceptionally high physical standard. Even with his extraordinary constitution, he nearly sustained internal injuries during his training, which further heightened his anticipation for the legendary dragon's remains buried beneath New York. As night fell, after concluding his training for the day, Roger accompanied Daisy, who was clad in an elegant black gown, to Flushing. Tonight marked the grand opening of the Stark Industries Expo. He had received an invitation from Tony 2 weeks prior, urging him to attend the opening ceremony. Good evening, Mr. Wayne. I am Chris, a reporter from the Horn Herald. May I ask you a few questions? Just as Roger stepped out of his vehicle, a blonde female reporter breached the security perimeter and approached him. I apologize, but it is not a convenient time, Roger politely declined, assessing the reporter's appearance before striding into the building. Are people truly this fervent nowadays? Daisy remarked, glancing back at the throngs outside as they entered the building. This is the Stark Industries Expo, where companies from around the globe showcase their latest technological advancements and inventions. The innovations displayed here could very well herald a new era, Roger explained, observing the dense crowd below. Although everyone was attending the expo's opening ceremony, the invitation he received was entirely distinct from the entry tickets held by the ordinary spectators below, who could only remain in the plaza beneath the stage. Akin to attending a celebrity concert, awaiting Tony's appearance. Roger and his fellow capitalists were afforded the privilege of observing the grand opening from an elevated vantage point in the adjacent building. In simpler terms, it was a distinction between VIP seats and general admission. The invitation extended was not exclusive to Roger. Numerous illustrious entrepreneurs received invitations from Stark Industries, including Norman Osborn's Oscorp. Even Hammer Industries, a competitor vying for military contracts against Stark Industries, received an invitation as well. Yet, it was unlikely that Justin Hammer, the CEO of Hammer Industries, would grace the opening ceremony with his presence. In fact, since Tony resolved the Obadiah situation, Stark Industries had shuttered its weapons division. Thus, strictly speaking, there was no longer a need for Stark Industries to compete with Hammer Industries for military contracts. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes within the building, Roger witnessed the audacious entrance of Tony. Clad in the Mark IV suit, Tony leapt from a plane. soaring through the night sky like a shooting star en route to the stage. Subsequently, amidst a throng of dancers adorned in shorts and t-shirts, he executed a quintessential superhero landing. This entrance was indeed a fitting reflection of Tony's flamboyant character. Upon reaching the stage, mechanical arms concealed beneath it disassembled the Mark IV, revealing Tony dressed in a sharp suit beneath. I do not claim that the prolonged global peace over the years is a result of my efforts, nor do I assert that no one else has risen like a phoenix from the ashes as I have. I certainly do not contend that the American government can face threats with composure due to my unwavering peak performance, for no one is my equal. Listening to Tony's proud proclamations, Roger was certain that this speech was entirely crafted by Tony himself. I am inconsequential. You are inconsequential. We are all inconsequential. What truly matters is the legacy we leave behind for the future. Tony continued his address, but Roger's gaze was drawn to a man lurking beneath the stage. This individual was clad in an incongruous black trench coat, enveloping his form entirely. Although Roger could not discern the man's features, he sensed something amiss about him. While the audience below erupted in fervent cheers for Tony, this man remained composed, gradually inching closer to the stage. Employing his observation hockey, Roger attempted to gauge the man's essence, but found no extraordinary life force emanating from him. A mere ordinary individual? Despite the feedback suggesting he was an ordinary person, Roger harbored reservations. The man's physique seemed somewhat incongruous. As Tony summoned the image of his deceased father, Howard, onto the stage screen, a peculiar man appeared beneath the stage. Gazing up at Tony, Tony noticed this strange individual. However, in the next moment, a long whip crackling with electricity lashed out towards him. The white electric whip struck like a blade aimed at Tony. At that instant, he reacted decisively, retreating swiftly. Yet, he underestimated the electric whip. Although he evaded its immediate strike, the current surged towards his chest like a bolt of lightning. The arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest attracted the whip's electric charge. Just as he braced for the impending shock, a radiant figure appeared before him, shielding him from the oncoming current and seizing the electric whip. It was Roger. Having been in the building, Roger utilized the Yada mirror to instantly materialize at Tony's side, thwarting the attack from Ivan Vanko. Upon seeing the electric whip, Roger recognized Ivan's identity. Among Tony's many adversaries, Ivan Vanko may not be the most formidable, but he is undoubtedly the most personally connected. After all, he was the only one to have created a miniature arc reactor, a feat even Obadiah could not achieve. As the golden light dissipated, Roger stood before Ivan Vanko. Roger Wayne. Ivan immediately recognized him, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Simultaneously, his trench coat began to disintegrate, revealing a rudimentary whip-like armor underneath. Ivan had certainly done his homework to confront Tony. Naturally, Roger, who had previously clashed with Tony, drew Ivan's attention. Without responding to Ivan, Roger raised his left hand, his right still in elemental form, gripping the wildly crackling electric whip. Laser beam. A golden ray, akin to a laser, precisely struck the whip, effortlessly severing it from Ivan's grasp. After breaking the electric whip held in his right hand, Roger did not halt his assault, directing another laser beam towards a second whip. In less than 2 seconds, all the electric whips in Ivan's possession were shattered, leaving him devoid of weapons. The simplicity of Ivan's whip armor was evident not only in its defensive capabilities, but also in its weaponry. The 2 electric current whips served as the sole weapons of the soul whip armor. When the electric whips were severed, Ivan Vanko promptly chose to surrender. Although Roger had not yet launched a significant attack against him, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Roger. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he deemed it unnecessary to prolong his suffering. Despite Ivan Vanko's decision to forfeit his struggle, Roger was not so easily inclined to let him off the hook. With a graceful leap, he swiftly crossed the stage and stood before Ivan Vanko, his golden hand seizing the arc reactor embedded in the soul whip armor. Although the arc reactor used by Ivan Vanko was a counterfeit, lacking in both rotational speed and efficiency, it was undeniable that it was a commendable imitation. A compact energy output device that was merely a shade inferior to Tony's genuine arc reactor. Once Roger removed the arc reactor from Ivan Vanko's chest, the surrounding security personnel rushed in, pinning Ivan Vanko to the ground. The minor chaos he had incited quickly subsided. The crowd outside, unable to enter the main venue, remained oblivious to the attack that had transpired. In a room within a building adjacent to the stage, Roger and Tony sat silently facing each other. On the table before them rested the arc reactor that Roger had just extracted from Ivan Vanko. Alongside them were Happy and Daisy, seated at a considerable distance on the opposite side of the room. After several minutes of silence, Roger slowly spoke. The arc reactor is no longer your exclusive invention. How do you plan to handle it? Despite the myriad of cutting-edge technologies within Tony's Mark series of Iron Man suits, the most critical components remain the energy and operational systems. Roger found himself intrigued by the origins of Ivan Vanko's arc reactor technology. Even within Stark Industries, only a select few researchers had access to the relevant documentation. Following that battle, he had secured all information pertaining to the arc reactor, ensuring that no one aside from himself could access it. Tony's face was a portrait of confusion. Having experienced the events surrounding Obadiah, he had become acutely aware of the potential dangers posed by the arc reactor. Yet now, he faced the very situation he most dreaded. To complicate matters further, Ivan Vanko had chosen an opportune moment to draw the world's attention to his technology for miniaturizing the arc reactor. Now in the hands of law enforcement, should Tony wish to see him, it would not prove difficult. Ever since Tony had emerged as Iron Man, showcasing the remarkable combat capabilities of the suit on the battlefield, nations and enterprises alike had embarked on their own endeavors to develop similar armored technology. Until now, no nation or enterprise has successfully developed a practical suit of iron armor for combat. The technology of the armor is one aspect, while energy is another. Setting aside the weaponry and flight capabilities of the suit for the moment, the energy requirements alone pose a formidable challenge that has perplexed many. However, a new individual has emerged who possesses the capability to miniaturize the arc reactor technology. Should Ivan Vanko choose to sell a completed reactor on the black market or offer this technology to other nations, he could swiftly ascend to the ranks of new billionaires. After several minutes of contemplation, Tony ultimately resolved to seek an audience with Ivan Vanko. Although currently detained by the authorities, it is not particularly difficult for Tony to arrange a legitimate meeting with him. As Tony made his way to the police station, Roger returned to their shared apartment with Daisy. While Vanko's emergence took him by surprise, it did not constitute a grave concern. Compared to Ivan Vanko, who is merely intent on troubling Tony, he finds no more pressing matters to address. Following the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., those in the White House deliberated on how best to manage individuals with extraordinary abilities like Roger. After months of back-and-forth discussions, a decision was finally reached. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach to handling such individuals involved observation, assessment, and confinement. In contrast, the White House decided to integrate these extraordinary beings into the military framework, thereby designating them as part of the official force. This decision elicited mixed reactions, with some in favor and others opposed. Consequently, the matter progressed to the familiar stage of a hearing, the Senate Armed Services Committee. Roger was not the only participant at this hearing. To his knowledge, the former Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had seemingly vanished, was also among the attendees. Of course, whether the subpoena would reach Rogers was uncertain. In fact, apart from his obligation to attend this hearing, Tony was also scheduled to participate in another hearing convened by the Senate Armed Services Committee the following day. Similar to Rogers' hearing, Tony's would address whether Iron Man should be incorporated into the military structure. He originally intended to discuss the hearing with Tony, curious to see if Tony remained the audacious genius who would boldly challenge the Senate in person. However, he did not anticipate Ivan Vanko's unexpected appearance that very evening. At 9 a.m. the next day, Roger arrived punctually in Washington. Just as he was about to enter the Capitol building, he spotted Tony outside, donning sunglasses. Before he could utter a word, Tony's voice reached him first. "Surely you wouldn't sell yourself to the military, would you?" "I would never sell my body," Roger replied with a chuckle. Though it was but a simple statement, he had already discerned Tony's decision. Clearly, Tony shared his sentiments. After the hearing, "Let's indulge in some barbecue. I know a newly opened Turkish grill nearby that has garnered quite favorable reviews," Tony continued. "Sounds good." Gwen, who had made a striking entrance at the hearing, understood that notoriety could be a double-edged sword. While fame often proved advantageous, it could also become burdensome. Upon entering the hearing room, Roger surveyed the assembled officials and the reporters tasked with covering the event. Although the hearing was ostensibly about the integration of superpowered individuals into the military framework, it felt as though it had morphed into a personal inquisition directed at him. Despite representing solely himself, The atmosphere suggested that he had unwittingly become the so-called ambassador for superhumans. As anticipated, the former Captain America, Steve Rogers, was conspicuously absent. However, Roger did spot a familiar face, Nick Fury, following the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick had not pursued a new career in another agency like many of his colleagues, but had instead taken on the role of an aimless wanderer. Of course, Roger was unaware of any clandestine activities Fury might have been involved in since he stopped monitoring the situation of Fury and others after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution. As Roger wore an expression of boredom, the hearing commenced in earnest. The senator seated at the dais launched into a fervent oration, transitioning from the greatness of America to global peace, and from global peace to the might of the military, ultimately linking the strength of the military to super soldiers and extraordinary individuals. Although present, Roger paid little heed to the senator's words. In this rather serious setting, he turned to engage a stunning blonde reporter seated in the back, inquiring if she would be available for dinner that evening. "Mr. Wayne, let us return to the matter at hand." The senator repeatedly called out Roger's name, yet Roger appeared oblivious, continuing his conversation with the captivating blonde reporter. Thud, thud, thud. The senator impatiently rapped his wooden gavel, attempting to regain Roger's attention. "Mr. Wayne, please focus on what I am saying." The senator's tone had grown increasingly irate. "All right, dear." Roger turned back, responding with a smile. "Do you possess extraordinary abilities that ordinary individuals lack, with the potential for widespread destruction?" "No, you do not. Indeed, I possess certain extraordinary abilities that are uncommon among the general populace. However, these do not equate to capabilities of mass destruction. One cannot assert that an individual who can swim poses a threat to others in the pool." Roger replied earnestly. Were it not for the desire to shield his Don Quixote group from unnecessary complications, he would have had little interest in attending this hearing. "As far as I am aware, the vast majority of your extraordinary abilities pose a danger to the general public. According to assessments by relevant experts, your threat level is comparable to that of a 30-megaton nuclear bomb. Your existence is a menace to ordinary citizens," the senator remarked, flipping through the documents in his hand. Upon hearing this, Roger cast a glance at Nick Fury. He now understood why Nick Fury had been present at the hearing. "So what? I am unaware of the identity of the experts you reference, Senator, or how they arrived at the absurd conclusion that I equate to a 30-megaton nuclear bomb. I am a lawful citizen, a tax-paying individual who adheres to the Constitution of the United States. I have not breached any laws, not even committed minor infractions such as speeding or running a red light. If my possession of certain unique talents necessitates my conscription into the military, it is akin to the government forcibly demanding my servitude or engaging in prostitution, a grave infringement upon my lawful rights. Should you seek to weaponize the extraordinary abilities I possess and attempt to appropriate this weapon for your own purposes, you would be violating the Second Amendment of the Constitution, which safeguards the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Likewise, if you endeavor to conscript me into the military against my will, you would be mandating involuntary servitude. Under the provisions of the 13th Amendment, slavery and involuntary servitude are prohibited within the United States or any territory under its jurisdiction, unless I am a convicted felon. Therefore, until new legislation is enacted, I retain the right to refuse military service, a legal right bestowed upon me by the Constitution of the United States. Though Roger is not an attorney, he is well acquainted with the pertinent legal provisions. Upon receiving the Senate subpoena, he consulted with a lawyer who confirmed that no existing law compels him to join the military. Even if that individual seated in the Oval Office were to issue such an order, he could invoke the Constitution to defend his rights. Legally, he is permitted to do so. However, in practical terms, whether he can refuse hinges on his ability to uphold his lawful rights. It is precisely this consideration that led him to showcase the abilities of the Glimmer Fruit at last night's exposition, rather than the already known powers of the Door Fruit and the String Fruit, which are familiar to the military and official institutions. He aimed to convey to the authorities that his capabilities extend far beyond their knowledge. This act served both as a display of prowess and a subtle threat. After being countered by Roger with constitutional arguments, the senator on the podium fell silent for a few moments. Subsequently, he resumed his line of official inquiries, all of which were ruthlessly dismantled by Roger, regardless of the senator's assertions. Roger's rebuttal remained singular. Compelling him to enlist in the military would constitute a violation of the legal rights bestowed upon him by the Constitution. However, Roger was unprepared for the senator to summon an individual he had never anticipated to attend the hearing. Now, we invite Gwen Stacy to join the proceedings. Gwen, ever since she discreetly disclosed her information to S.H.I.E.L.D., resulting in the exposure of her identity, Roger had ceased to follow any news concerning her. Dressed in a tailored gray suit, Gwen entered the conference room under the flickering of camera flashes and subsequently took a seat beside Roger. Upon witnessing Gwen's entrance, Roger shook his head. Indeed, these officials had come well prepared, even managing to track down Gwen. Miss Gwen Stacy is the Spider-Woman of New York and a former covert agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before its disbandment, Miss Stacy had compiled reports regarding Mr. Roger Wayne's extraordinary abilities. Now, Miss Stacy, could you please read the third paragraph on page 7 of the report? The senator stated calmly. Senator, are you requesting that I read a specific excerpt from the report? Gwen inquired, furrowing her brow at the senator on the podium. Yes, I assumed I was here to deliver a comprehensive report. I understand, but at this moment, you are only required to recite that paragraph. Merely reading that one paragraph does not encapsulate my entire report. Please read it aloud. Thank you, Miss Stacy. Gwen cast a resigned glance at the senator, opened the report in her hands, and turned to page 7. Roger Wayne does not belong to any governmental agency, and his actions are unbound by any institution or organization. In the course of his free actions, he poses a potential threat to the safety of the public. At this point, Gwen turned her gaze towards Roger. Subsequently, she continued reading. My conclusion is that although Roger Wayne possesses extraordinary abilities and does not belong to any institution, his actions in New York have not harmed any innocent civilians. In fact, he has repeatedly intervened personally to thwart criminals. In related reports, Roger Wayne has collaborated with Spider-Man to thwart the bank robber Sandman, making his integration into the military establishment an unwise decision. Before Gwen could finish her statement, she was interrupted by the senator. Miss Gwen, enough. At that moment, Roger also spoke up. I will not join any institution. If the working hours were somewhat reduced, I might consider becoming the Secretary of Defense. Now, it is time for transparency. With that, Roger produced a handheld computer he had prepared earlier. This device, which resembled transparent glass, had been acquired from Tony. Within it, he had Jarvis install a small hacking software. Initially, he intended to assign this task to Daisy, but considering her recent initiation into hacking, he sought Jarvis's assistance instead. Of course, all of this was with Tony's consent. Otherwise, he would have been unable to enlist Jarvis's help. After skillfully operating the transparent handheld device, he successfully gained control of the display screen in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding whether my extraordinary abilities pose a threat to national security, I have some pertinent video evidence. The display screen swiftly scrolled, revealing previously undisclosed footage. This is surveillance footage of my eradication of the nefarious assassin group, the Hand. This is footage of my assistance to the military in capturing wanted criminals and neutralizing deserters. This is a record of my assault on the Triskelion alongside the military, targeting Hydra. Here is the intelligence on Hydra I collected through personal channels, which I submitted to the military, along with evidence of capturing Hydra personnel. As the videos played, Roger continued. To all of this, I can only say, you are welcome. I am capable of accomplishing what the military cannot. I can combat evil organizations, and I can ensure the safety of the people. The populace is safe. New York is safe. America is safe. And the entire world is safe. You wish for me to join the military, to become a weapon in your hands? Think again. I have assisted you immensely, yet you seek to turn me into a tool for your own gain. This is not about safeguarding national security. It is merely a struggle for power. I, Roger Wayne, will absolutely not become a humanoid weapon for these politicians to satisfy their own selfish desires. With that, Roger turned, spreading his arms toward the cameras behind him. As he turned, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. The applause was meticulously orchestrated by him long before. Upon learning that reporters would be present at the hearing and responsible for live coverage, he had Shalanka contact these journalists, presenting them with modest gifts. Beyond these reporters, more than half of the attendees in the conference room received his tokens of appreciation, while the senators and high-ranking government officials might dismiss his offerings. For the ordinary government staff and journalists, the gifts he bestowed were far from trivial. In the capitalist realm of America, there exists nothing that cannot be resolved with dollars. If something remains unresolved, it simply signifies that the zeros behind the dollar amount are insufficient. with ample funds. Not only could he easily sway the reporters and attendees of the hearing, but even the prospect of changing the occupant of the Oval Office would not be beyond reach. Such is the power of capital. Amidst the applause, Roger donned his sunglasses, turned to the senator, and gave a thumbs up before striding out of the conference room. A few blocks away, in a Turkish restaurant, Roger and Tony sat across from each other, occasionally savoring the grilled meats before them. Your arrangements are quite impressive, employing even the ex-girlfriend as a tactic, Tony remarked with a chuckle after swallowing a bite of his meal. She was not my doing. I had no inkling she would appear, Roger replied, astonished that the senator had managed to locate Gwen and had her publicly read the report he had submitted. Yet, the senator had his own contingencies, just as Roger had his. Bribing the reporters and attendees of the hearing was merely one facet of his strategy. Beyond bribery, he had devised even more insidious tactics. Having mingled in the upper echelons of New York society for long, he had learned not only the allure of decadence, but also the various unscrupulous methods prevalent in those circles. She's quite attractive, with a lovely figure. And she's Spider-Woman. Don't you have any desire to rekindle that old flame? Tony's curiosity ignited. There's an old saying in the land of the rising sun. A good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already grazed. Is that so? In that case, I might just go over and greet this Spider-Woman. I've never interacted with a beautiful lady possessing extraordinary abilities. I've recorded what you just said. For some reason, I suddenly feel an urge to call Pepper. Roger was well aware that Tony was jesting. Had this been the Tony prior to the kidnapping incident, he might have indeed pursued such antics. However, the once wayward playboy was now evolving into a more dedicated man. You are indeed a master of duplicity, feigning indifference while harboring genuine feelings. Tony cast a sidelong glance at Roger. If I were to be insincere, you would be no different. If you wish to marry, then do so without delay. You are no longer children. The longer you postpone, the longer that ring remains unbestowed. Regarding the tremor fruit, let us defer that discussion for another time, as the moment is not quite opportune. A rare shyness graced Tony's countenance. Though you may be my senior in years and experience, it is a truth universally acknowledged that men may wait, but women cannot afford to. If you do not seize the opportunity with such an exceptional woman as Pepper, you shall regret it for a lifetime, Roger stated with solemnity. While Pepper may not align with his aesthetic ideals, for Tony, she is undoubtedly his perfect match. I am aware. By the way, do you know who Ivan Vanko's father is? Tony inquired, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he sought to shift the topic. I do not know, Roger replied. Though he was well aware of Ivan Vanko's lineage, in this moment, he could only feign ignorance. His father is Anton Vanko, who once worked at Stark Industries. As he spoke, Tony's brow furrowed before he continued. Together with my father, he developed the prototype for the arc reactor. However, when he sought to sell the arc reactor technology to unscrupulous individuals, my father expelled him. After my meeting with Ivan last night, I conducted a search for relevant information and confirmed this. Tony had always believed that the arc reactor was solely the brainchild of his father, Howard. He even attributed his survival in the caves of Afghanistan to the miniature arc reactor he crafted, believing it was Howard who, in some ineffable way, had saved him. Yet, after his encounter with Ivan, he realized he had been mistaken. The arc reactor was not the product of his father's singular genius, but a collaborative design with Anton Vanko. In a sense, his father had appropriated a portion of Anton Vanko's honor. Though I have not met your father, I trust that his decision was made with careful consideration. How do you intend to handle Ivan Vanko? Allowing him to disseminate the technology of the miniature arc reactor is not a prudent course of action. This transcends mere technological monopoly. It poses a very tangible security risk. If left unresolved, it will not be long before we witness a proliferation of various robots soaring through the skies. I am still contemplating. Tony replied with a sense of resignation. No one comprehends the arc reactor better than he does. He is acutely aware of the potential dangers that could arise if such technology were to be disseminated. However, unlike Roger, he is not inclined to eliminate threats preemptively, regardless of the possible future ramifications. In this regard, Tony embodies the quintessential superhero mindset. I can assist you with that problem at no charge, Roger stated after a brief silence. Let us reconsider, but honestly, you should refrain from employing such violent methods in the future. I've received some unsettling reports from the White House. Certain individuals are quite displeased with your approach. Let them remain discontent, Tony retorted. Roger had heard snippets of what Tony referenced from General Ross, yet he chose not to dwell on it, regardless of the White House's sentiments. He had no intention of altering his modus operandi. I do not draw a salary from the White House. Their approval is of no concern to me. After engaging in light conversation for several more minutes, Roger and Tony departed the increasingly crowded Turkish restaurant. When they first entered, the establishment was relatively uncrowded, but their presence seemed to attract a growing number of patrons, particularly those equipped with recording devices. Instead of returning to New York aboard Tony's private jet, Roger utilized a dimensional portal to transport himself back. Although the jet's speed was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of the portal. Upon arriving at his apartment, he was greeted by news coverage of the hearing involving himself and Tony. Their performance at the hearing had undoubtedly sparked considerable public discourse. After skimming through the reports, he switched off the television. Although the hearing had concluded, his instincts warned him that the individuals within the White House would not relinquish their grip so readily. Those in positions of power possess an intense desire for control and would never permit uncontrollable forces to thrive before them. It was likely that the White House would soon formulate and enact restrictive legislation akin to the Sokovia Accords. Roger recognized the urgency to enhance his abilities. While he did not regard official power with much reverence, he had not yet reached a point where he could afford to disregard it entirely. He was an extraordinary individual, not a superhuman, and could not ignore the influence of Uncle Sam. As time passed following the hearing, Roger dedicated most of his energy to the enhancement of his skills. He no longer attended the various soirees hosted by New York's high society, nor did he engage in the daily affairs of his company. Instead, he relocated to a manor in the suburbs with Daisy. Initially, Daisy was undergoing training under Charlotte Carter, but after acquiring the tremor fruit, Roger resolved to personally mentor her. Of course, training Daisy was one aspect. Drawing inspiration for developing the tremor fruit from her abilities was another. Although Daisy's seismic wave superpower differed fundamentally from the tremor fruit, there existed a potential for mutual enhancement between the two. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Daisy generated seismic waves through the mutation of her own genes, whereas Roger utilized the tremor fruit to create vibrations. In terms of offensive power, the tremor fruits might far surpass Daisy's seismic waves. However, when it came to control, Daisy's seismic waves were evidently easier to manipulate than the tremor fruit. To facilitate better practice with the tremor fruit, Roger purchased a farm near the manor, dedicated to honing his skills. Your reactions are too sluggish. In a makeshift training room, approximately the size of 2 football fields, Roger, with his right fist seemingly encased in a white, spherical glove, sent Daisy flying with a single punch. The impact left a pained expression on Daisy's face. Just before she hit the ground, she unleashed a series of transparent seismic waves from her hands, dissipating the force of her fall. After this period of training, Roger had gained a rough control over the power of his vibrations. Otherwise, having just endured one of his punches, Daisy would have had no chance of standing. Again, Daisy rubbed her slightly numb left shoulder and spoke with utmost seriousness. She then launched another assault on Roger. Compared to her previous attempt, Daisy's combat skills had noticeably improved. Nevertheless, in the presence of Roger, her strength still felt somewhat inadequate. This was not to say that Daisy's seismic wave superpower was weak. Rather, her physical constitution had not kept pace with her abilities. At present, her physique was only marginally stronger than that of an ordinary person. Apart from her heightened adaptability to vibrations, her body bore little difference from that of a typical individual. Integrating the combat techniques she had learned with her seismic wave superpower, Daisy devised a unique fighting style. While this style could not withstand excessively powerful adversaries, it proved effective against ordinary foes. As Roger neutralized Daisy's attacks, he also refined his own development of the tremor fruit. His approach to harnessing the tremor fruit could be encapsulated in 3 words: land, sea, and air. The sea represented ocean tremors, primarily aimed at disturbing the ocean surface to incite tsunamis. The land referred to earthquakes, through the tremors that shake the earth. Artificial earthquakes can be conjured to swiftly obliterate structures or rend the ground asunder, altering the very landscape. The phenomenon known as void quake encompasses 2 distinct applications, one that vibrates the air and another that resonates through space. When vibrating the air, one does not witness the peculiar sight of glass-like fissures. It is only when manipulating space that irregular cracks, reminiscent of shattered glass, manifest before one's fists. The destructive force generated by spatial vibrations far surpasses that of air vibrations. However, the control of spatial vibrations is considerably more challenging, not due to the upper limits of power, but rather the lower thresholds. Currently, Voidquake is Roger's most frequently employed technique. The punch that sent Daisy flying was a manifestation of air vibration within this technique. Unlike the seismic tremors suited solely for large-scale attacks, Voidquake uniquely integrates with close combat. Whether employing air or spatial vibrations, Roger's hands are enveloped in a translucent, white spherical substance. To discern whether he is executing air or spatial vibrations, one must observe the emergence of those glass-like spatial rifts. Daisy's relentless assault continued, yet she never managed to make contact with Roger's form. Both her fists and the shockwaves she unleashed were repelled by Roger's air vibrations. Of course, to prevent inflicting severe injury upon Daisy, Roger consistently resorted only to air vibrations, abstaining from spatial vibrations due to their overwhelming might, which he was not yet capable of controlling with precision. In contrast, managing the power of air vibrations proved to be significantly more straightforward. After more than 10 minutes, Daisy, drenched in perspiration, ceased her attack. Your stamina is woefully inadequate. In stark contrast to Daisy's labored breathing, Roger remained remarkably composed. It's all because you refuse to let me receive the serum enhancement from the doctor. If my sister can, why can't I? Daisy expressed her discontent. Your potential exceeds that of your sister. Unless you have reached your limits, I will not permit you to receive the serum. Roger reiterated his refusal. Following extensive refinement, Dr. Connor's enhancement serum has reached a state of complete stability. Previously, the serum was accompanied by various side effects post-injection. However, these have now been largely resolved. Aside from a brief period of insatiable hunger following the injection, individuals such as Charlanka, Cora, and Jessica have already received the serum, except for Daisy. You are biased, Daisy exclaimed, puffing up her modest chest indignantly. Say what you will, but without my permission, no one dares to hand over the serum to you. After utilizing the silk thread portal to return Daisy to the manor, Roger made his way to the study. He had not resided in the heart of New York City for some time, yet he remained acutely aware of the unfolding events there. Among these, the most significant was the excavation of the dragon bone that Iron Fist was currently undertaking. After a period of relentless exploration, Iron Fist had finally pinpointed the general location of the dragon's carcass. However, during the excavation, he encountered a few minor obstacles. Jean had somehow caught wind of the information and had now begun secretly searching for the dragon bone in New York as well. Roger reached out to Jean, attempting to persuade him to abandon his pursuit of the dragon bone, offering additional compensation as an incentive. Yet, Jean flatly rejected his overture, showing no regard for Roger's position. Initially, Roger had harbored a sense of gratitude towards Jean, as it was through Jin's provided identity that he had infiltrated New York's elite society, establishing his own network of connections. Strictly speaking, their relationship could be classified as half-ally, half-partner. However, it seemed that Jean had developed a different perspective. Was Jean still unwilling to relent? Roger glanced at the documents in his hand and inquired of Bucky before him. As it stood, there were no indications of Jean abandoning his quest for the dragon bone. Iron Fist's excavation team had clashed with Jin's men several times, only to be repelled. Bucky responded with an impassive expression. Were Iron Fist and Luke Cage unable to maintain control of the situation? To support Iron Fist, Roger had specifically enlisted Luke Cage to join the excavation efforts. Jean had a few capable individuals on his side, and Iron Fist and Luke Cage had previously faced off against them without gaining any advantage. Lead the Winter Soldier squad to handle this matter. Avoid direct confrontation with Jean for now. Simply drive his subordinates back. Roger contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding against a full-scale war with Jean. It was merely a series of minor conflicts. There was no need to escalate to outright warfare at this point. By the way, have the agents investigate why Jean has suddenly taken an interest in the dragon bone. He could not have only recently learned of its existence. In his prior dealings with the Hand, he must have been aware of the dragon bone's existence. His sudden interest now, after previously showing none, appears rather anomalous. Understood. I will inform the agents at once, Bucky replied before exiting the study. Once Bucky had closed the door behind him, Roger spoke again. Having watched for so long, you must be satisfied by now. Come out, unless you wish for me to personally apprehend you. Moments later, a petite figure appeared on the balcony of the study. clad in a form-fitting black uniform, with shoulder-length chestnut hair and an alluring silhouette. The person stepping into the study was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who had remained elusive since the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. Strikingly, Natasha now appeared more vivacious than before, her complexion radiant, charm intensified, and physique even more enticing, perhaps owing to her newfound freedom from obligations. "When did you discover my presence?" Natasha inquired, casting a glance at Roger as she approached the desk and seated herself. "Take a guess," Roger replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. He had sensed her presence the moment he utilized his threadportation to return to the estate. As a prudent individual, he always employed observation hockey upon returning to the manor to ascertain the surrounding circumstances, thereby fundamentally preventing any intruders from infiltrating unnoticed. Natasha did not engage in speculation regarding Roger's discovery of her. After appraising him, she slowly remarked, "Rogers wishes to have a word with you." "I have nothing of consequence to discuss with him," Roger responded with a smile. Ever since Rogers last barged into his office, their conversations had been devoid of significance. Had it not been for Peggy Carter's influence, Rogers would have had no opportunity to leave his office unscathed. "What he wishes to discuss is not personal," Natasha continued. "Be it personal or professional, I find no merit in conversing with him. If your sole purpose here is to convey this, you may depart at your convenience." Had he not sensed no hostility from Natasha, Roger would have been disinclined to entertain such dialogue. Typically, he had a singular approach to those who trespassed into his domain. "What about Nick Fury?" Natasha pressed. "You are unwilling to meet with Rogers. What of Fury?" "I am even less acquainted with Nick Fury." Roger maintained his dispassionate demeanor. Observing Roger's unwavering indifference, Natasha furrowed her brow. Subsequently, she retrieved a black USB drive from her pocket. "Take a look at the contents. I assure you, it will pique your interest." Though uncertain of Natasha's intentions, Roger accepted the USB drive, inserting it into the computer before him and opening the files contained within. The USB housed a limited number of files, yet the information was explosive. After perusing the documents, Roger turned to Natasha. "Nick Fury is indeed a cunning old fox to have kept this in reserve. Despite their status as senior agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. with significant authority, Natasha and Rogers found themselves entwined in a web of intrigue. However, the files contained within the USB drive evidently exceeded their scope of authorization. Even the classified intelligence previously leaked online concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. bore no relevant content. Are you now inclined to meet with Rogers?" A flawless, enchanting smile graced Natasha's face. Though aware that this expression was merely a facade, one could not deny its alluring charm. "I have a few hours of free time tomorrow morning." Upon receiving Roger's response, Natasha nodded approvingly and departed from the study's balcony. Once Natasha left the study, Rogers redirected his gaze to the computer screen, which displayed a corpse. More precisely, it was a corpse with only its upper half remaining, characterized by blue skin. Although the document bore no annotations, Rogers instantly recognized the race of the body: a Kree. The body submerged in a coffin-like transparent container was none other than that of a Kree. If it were merely a Kree corpse, he would not have agreed to meet Natasha. What truly captivated him, compelling his decision to encounter Rogers, was the photograph of the Kree corpse followed by another image. It depicted an orange cat, with tentacle-like appendages protruding from its mouth, resembling the terrifying limbs of an octopus. A half-Kree corpse, coupled with one of the most fearsome creatures in the universe, the Devourer, was sufficient to warrant a meeting with Rogers. The Devourer, the Kree corpse. This development piqued his interest. In a basement bar located in Queens, New York, he had already consented to the meeting, scheduled for tomorrow morning. Natasha propped her feet on the table, speaking with an air of relaxation. Opposite her sat Rogers, sporting a scruffy beard. In stark contrast to Natasha's casual demeanor, Rogers wore a notably serious expression. Aside from the two of them, several other figures occupied the bar. Nick Fury, the shapeshifter Barbara, Coulson, and Melinda May, even Hawkeye Barton, Falcon Sam, and Agent Hill, whom Rogers had not previously encountered, were present as well. They did not sit at the same table as Natasha and Rogers, but rather scattered throughout the bar, engaging in conversation or quietly sipping their drinks. Did he say anything else? After a silence of several seconds, Rogers slowly inquired. No, after reviewing the files. He promptly agreed to the meeting, Natasha replied casually. I still believe Stark is better suited for this mission than Rogers. He is nothing but a headstrong rogue. Rogers wore an expression of profound skepticism. However, at the very moment he finished speaking, Rogers' voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the bar. It is unwise to speak ill of others behind their backs. Accompanying this declaration, an almost translucent white thread descended straight from the ceiling. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Rogers and his companions, it swiftly coalesced into the likeness of Roger, the shadow puppet. What materialized was not the true Roger, but rather a doppelganger crafted by the shadow puppet technique. At that moment, Roger sat atop a building near the bar. Although he had informed Black Widow Natasha that he would be unavailable until the following day, he had stealthily trailed her after she departed the estate. With the power of observation hockey at his disposal, Natasha remained blissfully unaware of his pursuit, returning to the bar and inadvertently revealing the clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. outpost. As the doppelganger fully formed, the expressions of the others turned gravely serious. While they had sought out Roger willingly, it did not imply their readiness to disclose the location of their hideout to him. After all, Roger was the architect of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution. Had it not been for him, they would still be S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, enjoying the privileges bestowed upon them by the government, rather than hiding in this decrepit old bar. Initially intending to meet them the following day, he thought it best to do so today since their encounter was inevitable. The doppelganger, identical in appearance to Roger, approached Rogers and sat down directly before him, wearing an expression so lifelike it was indistinguishable from reality. Although Rogers knew the figure before him was not the genuine article, the sight of the doppelganger's visage ignited a surge of anger within him. The people of America possess a more open perspective on emotions than those of certain other nations, but that does not imply they can tolerate someone usurping their beloved. Had Roger captured Sharon Carter's heart through conventional means, Rogers would not harbor such disdain for him. However, it was evident that Roger had employed anything but normal tactics. While Rogers was unaware of what Roger had done to Sharon Carter, he could discern that her transformation was not of her own volition. Although Roger could not see Rogers's expression, he could distinctly sense Rogers's discontent through his observation hockey. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to Rogers's dissatisfaction and manipulated the doppelganger to speak. So, what exactly do you intend to do? Under the doppelganger's gaze, Rogers remained silent, emitting a disgruntled huff. After several seconds, he finally replied, We have received intelligence that an alien spacecraft has covertly landed on Earth, and we can confirm they harbor intentions of invasion. What relevance does this hold for me? As soon as Rogers finished speaking, Rogers' voice resonated. An alien invasion of Earth indeed sounds troubling. However, Roger possesses a divergent perspective. If the extraterrestrials to which Rogers alludes are the Kree, Roger can assert with absolute certainty that the Kree's purported invasion of Earth is merely a manifestation of their paranoia. The existence of Earth is no secret to the Kree. Had they truly intended to invade, they could have done so long ago. To put it bluntly, for the Kree Empire, one of the three great empires of the cosmos, Earth, lacking even the most rudimentary interstellar travel technology, is undeniably a backward planet. In other words, in the eyes of the Kree Empire, Earth is but a remote corner of the universe, a desolate backwater. Dispatching a fleet to invade Earth would be an endeavor fraught with futility. You may harbor disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D., but you are nonetheless Earthlings. Rogers's tone grew increasingly hostile. Do you truly believe that without your protection, Earth would inevitably face peril? Where does this misplaced confidence arise from? Even if the Kree were genuinely intent on invading Earth, the ones truly capable of safeguarding it would not be you. Furthermore, the mere presence of a Kree spacecraft on Earth does not signify an impending invasion. I am far more inclined to believe they seek certain individuals or beings, such as the Devourer. As Roger mentioned the Devourer, he directed the gaze of his puppet towards Nick Fury, who occupied a seat at the bar. While Rogers and his companions might not be fully aware of the Devourer, Nick Fury certainly possesses profound insights. After all, that blinded left eye of his is a testament to the Devourer's ferocity. Upon hearing the puppet explicitly link the Kree to the Devourer, Nick Fury's expression shifted to one of complexity. The dossier Natasha provided to Roger did not reveal the connection between the Kree and the Devourer, only indicating the presence of aliens and extraterrestrial entities on Earth. How did he acquire this information? Nick Fury's gaze towards the puppet became intensely vigilant. If this is all you have to say, then you may continue your charade of protecting the world amongst yourselves. I have no interest. With that, Roger commanded the puppet to rise. He had anticipated that Rogers and the others would present some extraordinary plan, yet it turned out to be the same old routine of safeguarding Earth. S-H-I-E-L-D has already been disbanded, and yet they persist in this trivial endeavor. How utterly tiresome. Wait. Finally, Nick Fury, who had remained silent, spoke up. If possible. Nick Fury preferred not to divulge too much to Roger. However, at this juncture, he was compelled to provide sufficiently valuable intelligence. He approached with a modestly thick dossier, placing it before the doppelganger. Can your doppelganger peruse the document? Nick Fury, the quintessential master of espionage, never missed an opportunity to gauge Roger's abilities, even in such a critical moment. Although the doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to its original, capable of executing some of its techniques and even engaging in conversation, it remained, after all, a mere puppet woven from threads, lacking true vision. Roger had enabled the doppelganger to simulate sight through the use of observation hockey, substituting visual perception. Yet, this form of perception proved inadequate when it came to deciphering text. Nonetheless, this challenge did not deter Roger. In an instant, he executed a doppelganger swap, seamlessly taking the place of the puppet situated atop a nearby building. Although Nick Fury and the others were fixated on the doppelganger, they remained oblivious to the fact that Roger had completed the exchange right under their noses. After the swap, Roger refrained from answering Nick Fury and swiftly began to scan the document. The Pegasus Project, Lightspeed Technology, Lightspeed Engine, along with a plethora of Kree script that he could scarcely comprehend. What was the meaning of this? Were they attempting to deceive him with such outdated information? While others might be unaware, Roger was acutely cognizant of the truth. The Pegasus Project had been terminated decades prior, and the sole Lightspeed engine had been destroyed by Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. It was precisely the destruction of the engine that had transformed the once ordinary human Carol into Captain Marvel. If you truly wish to extend an invitation to me, do not attempt to mislead me with these antiquated documents. You are more aware than I of whether these items still exist. With that, Roger flung the dossier back towards Nick Fury. Indeed, the Lightspeed engine could attract the Kree Empire's attention, yet the inventor, Marvel, had long since perished. Setting aside the fact that all information regarding the Lightspeed engine had vanished, even if remnants existed, it would be impossible to recreate it now that the Space Stone had already been assimilated by him. Thus, the materials provided by Nick Fury could only be regarded as mere historical artifacts. Upon hearing Roger's words, Nick Fury was genuinely taken aback. While he was aware of the Kree and the Devourers, it astonished him that Roger knew about the cessation of the Pegasus Project. Were it not for Carol and the Kree's arrival on Earth, Nick Fury would have remained oblivious to the project's existence. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Nick Fury revealed his ultimate card, the Kree spaceship. If you are willing to join, that Kree vessel shall be yours. Upon hearing Nick Fury's proposition, Roger scoffed derisively. You wish to barter with something that does not rightfully belong to you? Do you take me for a fool? Setting aside the nature of the Kree ship itself, the sheer audacity of Fury's attempt to make a deal without sincerity is appalling. What is it that you desire? Nick Fury inquired with an unruffled demeanor, betraying no hint of embarrassment. The Devourer. I am aware that it still lives and thrives. After a moment's reflection, Roger presented his demand. Among the few valuable things Fury could offer, the Devourer remained the sole item of worth. As for the advanced technologies previously developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., Roger found them utterly unappealing. With the assistance of Sharon Carter, the Don Quixote Group had absorbed a significant number of technical personnel formerly belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly after acquiring the Hydra research materials provided by Baron Zemo. The Don Quixote Group now boasted both an abundance of skilled technicians and an extensive array of research data. Unless Nick Fury could procure something as extraordinary as an Iron Man suit or a cosmic treasure like the Space Stone, the Devourer was undoubtedly the most valuable asset he had. Nick Fury could hardly fathom that Roger's desire would be the Devourer. After a silence that stretched for several seconds, he acquiesced to Roger's demand. Very well, I can deliver the Devourer to you, though I cannot guarantee it will heed your commands. Given your awareness of the Devourer, you must also understand that it ranks among the most perilous creatures in the universe. At this juncture, Nick Fury felt a twinge of discomfort in his left eye. You need not concern yourself. I have my methods to manage it. The danger it poses is relative to an individual's strength. To an ordinary person, the Devourer is indeed a formidable threat. However, for Roger, the Devourer is merely a mischievous orange cat. If he cannot tame the Devourer, it would be a grave embarrassment for one who wields the powers of the Devil Fruit. By the way, since you mentioned the Kree spaceship, I shall take that as well. Initially, Roger had no intention of claiming the Kree vessel. Yet, Nick Fury's forthrightness compelled him to reconsider. If he could so readily surrender the Devourer, then relinquishing the Kree spaceship was certainly within the realm of possibility. Observing Roger's sudden change of heart, Nick Fury's expression darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced to Roger's request. The spacecraft may be provided to you, yet the seized weaponry and equipment will rightfully belong to us. With the terms of compensation settled, it is time to discuss the specifics of the operation. The plan is straightforward. Nick Fury and his team will devise a detailed strategy, while Roger's role will be to offer them military support. A few days prior, Rogers and Natasha had engaged in a skirmish with the Kree. In terms of outcome, both sides appeared evenly matched. However, Nick Fury was evidently dissatisfied with this result. The elite team comprising Rogers, Natasha, Falcon, Hawkeye, the mimicry expert Barbara, and Melinda, the Iron Rider, was halted by an equally numbered unit of Kree warriors. Investigations revealed that there were at least a dozen similar six-member teams aboard the Kree vessels. Consequently, an awkward predicament arose. Nick Fury's group lacked both superior combat power to decisively overpower the enemy and a numerical advantage. To address this issue, they turned to Rogers. Of course, besides Rogers, there were other alternatives, such as Tony, who had already donned the mantle of Iron Man. Yet, from a power perspective, Rogers remained their primary choice. Although Tony's iron suit boasted advanced technology, the Kree's technological prowess was formidable as well. After all, the Kree Empire is a cosmic civilization, and their technology far surpasses that of Earth. The departure is scheduled for 3 days from now. Is that acceptable? Nick Fury provided a brief overview of the Kree vessels and warriors, yet he refrained from disclosing the Kree's exact location to Rogers. Despite having reached a verbal agreement, he remained somewhat wary of Rogers. He feared that revealing the Kree's location might prompt Rogers to abandon them and claim everything, including the Kree ships, for himself. I have no issues. Rogers acknowledged Nick Fury's concerns, though he chose not to address them directly. He was no longer the destitute lone wolf of yesteryear. The Kree equipment held little allure for him. In comparison to a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, such equipment was utterly trivial. After finalizing the details, Rogers began to utilize the portal to depart the bar and return to the estate. Once he had fully exited, the ruggedly bearded Rogers remarked to Nick Fury, "I still harbor some distrust towards him. He is not the kind of teammate one could comfortably entrust their back to. I understand your perspective, but he is the strongest ally we can secure during this period." Although Rogers has proven through action that he is undeniably trustworthy, yet, Nick Fury harbored no intentions of divulging all the intelligence at his disposal. Were it not for the constraints of time, he would prefer to refrain from collaborating with Roger. If that woman were present, Roger would not dare to be so audacious. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Nick Fury was acutely aware that the woman was an entity beyond his control. Upon returning to the estate, Roger placed a call to Daisy's mother, Jie. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored a suspicion that the arrival of the Kree was somehow linked to those extraordinary individuals associated with Jie. "We have not encountered any troubles lately. Have you received any news?" Jie inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. Despite their current collaborative relationship, Roger and Jie had limited interactions. Aside from facilitating the integration of those extraordinary individuals into society through the Don Quixote group, their exchanges were sparse. Naturally, these identities were not assigned arbitrarily. In return, Jie provided Dr. Connors with specific biological samples from the extraordinary individuals, catering to his research needs. To this day, Dr. Connors remained undeterred in his frenzied pursuit of advancing human evolution through the study of these extraordinary beings. Furthermore, as his research progressed, his fervor intensified, transforming him into a quintessential mad scientist. Were it not for Roger's oversight, Dr. Connors might have embarked on inhumane and illicit human experiments. The Kree have arrived on Earth. Roger did not conceal the news from Jia, informing her of the Kree's arrival. The Kree? Upon hearing this, Jia Ying's tone shifted to one of heightened urgency. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Are you available to visit the afterlife?" "Certainly." Although Roger was uncertain about the subject of their discussion, he detected an unsettling undercurrent in Jia Ying's peculiar tone. With the Kree's actions occurring in 3 days, he had ample time to make a trip to the afterlife. After ending the call, he activated the thread portal, creating a spatial passage directly to the afterlife. Mere seconds later, he transitioned from his estate in New York to the afterlife, nestled within the Himalayas. As he stepped through the portal, Gordon, adorned with sunglasses, appeared beside him, radiating an exquisite luminosity. Through Gordon's quantum transport, he was ushered into a clandestine safe house situated underground in the afterlife. Unlike the classical architectural styles of the Flower Nation, this underground sanctuary was strikingly modern. Had he not known he was in the afterlife, he might have believed he had arrived at Tony's seaside mansion. After guiding Roger into this contemporary space, Gordon exchanged a nod with Jia Ying, who was attired in a cheongsam. Subsequently, I utilized quantum teleportation to exit the room. This sanctuary, my clandestine refuge, is modest in size, measuring less than 300 square feet and situated approximately 50 meters above ground. It lacks a conventional entrance and can only be accessed through Gordon's teleportation. Aside from Gordon and myself, you are the only other individual aware of this place's existence. Jia Ying spoke casually, yet Roger discerned an underlying significance. It was evident that this underground haven could not have been constructed solely by Jia Ying and Gordon, implying that those responsible for its creation had been effectively dealt with. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for only the 3 of them to possess knowledge of this location. Your deliberate choice to have Gordon bring me here must not merely have been to showcase your sanctuary. Roger, eschewing pleasantries with Jia Ying, approached the small bar in the corner of the room and selected a bottle of rather fine whiskey. Since you are acquainted with the origins of the Inhumans, you must also realize that we are not the only faction. Jia Ying refrained from elaborating further, smiling as she regarded Roger, testing him to ascertain if he was indeed aware of another, lesser-known group of Inhumans. I am aware that they reside in the lunar city of Adelan. Roger was certainly cognizant of the existence of the lunar Inhumans, who, in contrast to Jia Ying and her companions, adhered more closely to the original lineage. Although they all awaken their powers through the Terrigen mist, the Inhumans of Adelan possess advanced technologies unknown to Jia Ying and her kin. Adelan was established as a mobile city by our ancestors 7,000 years ago, under the leadership of the then king of the Inhumans, King Mao. For millennia, we Inhumans have resided in Adelan, severing all ties with human society. The last known location of Adelan on Earth was within the Himalayas, where we currently find ourselves. Due to the increasingly harsh conditions on Earth, decades ago, the reigning king of the Inhumans, King Black Bolt, resolved to leave the planet, relocating Adelan to the blue area of the moon. From that point onward, the Inhuman race became divided into 2 factions, the lunar Inhumans, who preserved their complete heritage, and us, the earthbound Inhumans, abandoned on Earth. As Jia Ying recounted the history of Adelan, Roger poured 2 glasses of whiskey, offering one to her. Although he had long been aware of King Black Bolt and the existence of Adelan, his understanding was quite limited, far inferior to Jia Ying's. He even suspected that Jia Ying might have been a first-hand witness to Adelan's departure from Earth, given her longevity bestowed by her powers, making it highly plausible that she had witnessed the city's exodus. But what relevance does this bear to the Kree's arrival on Earth? Although the history of the Inhumans recounted by Jia Ying is quite captivating, Roger does not perceive its relevance to the sudden arrival of the Kree on Earth. After taking a sip of the whiskey from his glass, Jia Ying slowly articulated, "I harbor no grievances regarding Black Bolt's decision to relocate Adelan. Yet we should not be treated as mere pawns cast aside. We are kin of the same lineage." Her tone grew increasingly fervent. Observing Jia Ying's face, etched with indignation, Roger furrowed his brow. What has come over her? Is it merely the presence of the Kree on Earth that has incited this reaction? Please, calm down. I still do not comprehend how this correlates with the Kree's arrival, Roger remarked. As a non-Inhuman, he could not fully grasp Jia Ying's sense of abandonment. Nevertheless, he could empathize with her outrage. This feeling of being forsaken must be akin to being suddenly abandoned by a beloved homeland. The Inhumans were products of Kree experimentation on mutant soldiers, similar to the super soldiers conceived by humanity. The experiment succeeded, yet for reasons unknown. The Kree abruptly ceased their endeavors, leaving their ancestors on Earth. Those Kree have come seeking us. They desire to reclaim us as their soldiers, transforming us into humanoid weapons at their service. It must be noted that Jia Ying's reasoning is somewhat disjointed. While her assertions may contain a kernel of truth, there exists no tangible evidence to substantiate her claims. How do you know this? You were unaware of the Kree's arrival on Earth. So how can you be certain their intent is to capture you? Roger inquired, perplexed. You told me. Jia Ying replied with a bitter smile directed at Roger. I informed you. Roger found himself increasingly lost in Jia Ying's line of thought. He had assumed the relocation of Adeline from Earth was solely due to the deteriorating environmental conditions. Yet now it appears that the exodus serves a dual purpose, not only to escape the harshness of Earth's environment, but also to evade the Kree. Were it not for the Kree's arrival, we Inhumans on Earth could survive as a branch. Should the Kree come, we would become mere sacrifices to fulfill their needs. Logically, Jia Ying's hypothesis possesses a modicum of validity. However, all of this remains speculative, lacking any evidence to support her assertions. Moreover, Roger instinctively felt that Black Bolt was not the type to make such a decision. Were Black Bolt not immensely powerful, perhaps such a possibility could be entertained. The crux of the matter is that Black Bolt is far from ordinary in strength. An entity of such formidable prowess is unlikely to resort to abandoning their subjects in exchange for peace. Though Roger had never interacted with Black Bolt, he could not shake the feeling that the hero was not the type to engage in such actions. If Black Bolt truly did so, it would tarnish his esteemed reputation. After all, he was one of the most formidable superheroes on Earth. Your skepticism possesses a modicum of validity, Roger mused. But I suspect the situation may be more complex than it appears. He took a sip of the whiskey in his glass and spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing Roger's response, Jia Ying remained silent, finishing the whiskey in her glass in one swift motion. While the alcohol content of whiskey may not rival that of the potent spirits from the land of flowers, it was nonetheless a strong drink. As the whiskey coursed through her, Jia Ying's complexion began to flush a delicate crimson, coupled with the fitted cheongsam she wore. It imbued her with an indescribable air of mature allure. Compared to the sisters Daisy and Cora, Jia Ying's image and demeanor undeniably conformed more closely to the traditional ideals of femininity. Gentle and serene, she exuded a quiet grace. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol, but Roger found Jia Ying to possess an even greater charm in this moment. If the Daisy sisters were akin to peaches just ripening, then Jia Ying was a fully ripe grape, evoking an irresistible desire to indulge. In the lunar blue area, within the grand hall of Adeline, Medusa, with her flowing auburn locks, addressed a gathering of Inhumans. Seated upon the throne was Black Bolt, the reigning king of the Inhumans. Clad in a black striped bodysuit, his expression one of cold indifference. Adorning his head was a distinctive forked antenna, a fixture since his childhood. While the antenna seemed at odds with his austere royal countenance, it held immense significance. Black Bolt's ability to wield sonic waves was of a terrifying potency. Even a whisper could unleash formidable energy. This antenna aided him in modulating the intensity of his sonic powers, allowing for more precise applications. After Medusa spoke, Black Bolt's brother, Maximus, was the first to respond. I believe it unnecessary for us to concern ourselves with this matter. Decades ago, the Kree sent a fleet to Earth, only to be repelled by that formidable Earth woman. This incident will likely mirror the last, so I contend we should refrain from intervention. With that, Maximus glanced up at Black Bolt seated upon the throne. My perspective stands in stark contrast to Maximus's. I believe we should take the initiative to travel to Earth. The last arrival was the Kree fleet led by the accuser Ronan, whose purpose was to hunt down the Skrulls. However, this time is different. They have dispatched not a fleet, but a single spacecraft. If my conjecture holds true, this Kree vessel's mission is to locate our kin left behind on Earth. Speaking now is Crystal, the sister of Medusa, the queen of the Inhumans. Like her sister, Crystal possesses a cascade of beautiful, flowing hair. Yet, unlike the astonishingly lengthy, wine-red locks of Medusa, Crystal's hair is a vibrant orange hue, only reaching her waist. After Crystal concluded her remarks, Maximus cast her a dissatisfied glance. As the brother of the Black Bolt, Maximus should ideally hold a higher status among the Inhumans than Crystal. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. Unlike the widely beloved Crystal, Maximus's reputation within the Inhuman community does not align with his status as the brother of the Black Bolt. Were it not for the limited number of royal members, he might not even qualify to be present in the royal hall. After briefly regarding Crystal, clad in a snug yellow ensemble that unabashedly accentuated her flawless curves, Maximus said nothing and averted his gaze. Aside from Maximus and Crystal, several other royal members, such as the fish-like Triton, the bull-hoofed Gorgon, and the tattooed Karnak, refrained from expressing their opinions. In truth, they seldom needed to. Their duty was to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Black Bolt with perfection. The Black Bolt, seated upon his throne, observed Maximus and Crystal with an impassive countenance. After several seconds, he turned to Medusa, who stood beside the throne. Medusa is the only royal member capable of telepathic communication with the Black Bolt. Furthermore, as his wife, she alone has the privilege to interpret his language and convey his commands. This matter will be handled by Crystal and Gorgon. If the Kree indeed seek our kin on Earth, you may consider bringing them back to Adelant City. Medusa relayed the Black Bolt's directive. Very well, I have no objections. Crystal promptly replied, her face alight with unabashed pride. Once the Black Bolt and Medusa departed the hall, Maximus approached Crystal, his tone icy as he remarked, "It's merely a minor task. Do not let it go to your head." The relationship between Maximus and Crystal has always been fraught with tension, although, in a certain light, they could be considered childhood companions. However, after awakening their respective superpowers, their lives transformed entirely, and the deterioration of their relationship became increasingly pronounced. That's still better than you. You aren't even qualified to undertake minor tasks. With that, Crystal gestured toward the colossal creature known as Tetanus, summoning this nearly human-sized dog to her side. Although the technological advancement of Atlantean City far surpasses that of Earth, the Tetanus dog remains the primary means for royal members to traverse between Earth and the Moon. Beyond its impressive stature, Tetanus possesses the extraordinary ability of telepathic transportation, serving as both a mental courier and guardian within the royal family. After Crystal departed the Grand Hall with Tetanus, Maximus could no longer suppress his inner discontent and glared at the throne with a face full of anger. Nick Fury had granted Roger 3 days to prepare, yet Roger seemed utterly indifferent to the task at hand. During those 3 days, he remained in the safe house of Jia, not venturing anywhere else. Although Jia was an inhuman, Roger felt a unique tenderness that resonated with the essence of women from his homeland. Were it not for the pressing mission, he might have considered prolonging his stay in Jia's sanctuary for 10 days or even half a month, fully relishing the tranquility free from external disturbances. Upon returning to the estate in New York, he retrieved his phone, which he had stored in an alternate dimension, and powered it on after 3 days of silence. As soon as the device booted up, he was greeted with a multitude of unread messages and missed calls. He had not informed anyone of his 3-day stay at Jia safe house. Not only were Nick Fury and others unaware, but even Daisy and Sharon Carter, who resided in the estate, were equally uninformed. Although he had occasionally gone missing for brief periods in the past, this particular absence was noticeably longer than any previous instances. Rather than returning Nick Fury's call, Roger summoned Sharon Carter to his study, where he addressed the accumulated corporate matters by signing various documents. Once that was accomplished, he called Bucky to the study to inquire about his recent activities. With the addition of Bucky and the Winter Soldier team, Iron Fist and Luke Cage successfully dealt with the disturbances caused by Jean Bing and resumed their search for and location of the Dragon Bone. Prepare yourself. We'll embark on a mission together shortly. In terms of combat prowess, Roger was confident he could manage alone. However, recalling the last time when Rogers had spoken ill of him behind his back, he decided to bring along Rogers' close friend, Bucky. For Rogers, who had undergone the enhanced serum injection, physical harm would hardly leave a lasting impression. To create a more profound memory, a psychological attack was necessary, such as stealing away his girlfriend and best friend. Previously, Roger had employed Sharon Carter to undermine Rogers. This time, it would naturally fall upon Bucky. More than 10 minutes later, Roger activated the portal in the study, departing the estate with a fully armed Bucky. The rendezvous point sent by Nick Fury was not located in New York, nor even within the borders of the United States. The Kree spacecraft did not land in America, but rather touched down in neighboring Canada, specifically near the capital, Ottawa. The reasons behind the Kree's choice to land in Ottawa remained a mystery to Nick Fury. All he knew was that they were in pursuit of certain individuals. During the 3 days spent in Jia Ying's secret safe house, Roger, despite remaining indoors, managed to discern the Kree's intentions. As Jia Ying had surmised, the Kree were indeed there to capture Inhumans. Furthermore, the selection process for those apprehended by the Kree indicated a clear directive. They were not indiscriminately capturing all Inhumans, but rather selectively targeting those who could play a pivotal role in the impending conflict. Upon learning of the Kree's pursuit of Inhumans, Jiang assigned Gordon the task of relocating them. As Roger prepared to leave the safe house, she entrusted him with Gordon's contact information along with a partial list of Inhumans. With only 10 minutes remaining until departure, he wondered if Gordon would arrive on time. Clad in uniform and shouldering the vibranium shield, Captain America inquired of Nick Fury. He has already messaged. He should not be late. Just as Nick Fury concluded his statement, a circular portal radiating a soft blue light materialized before him. With the portal's existence, there was no possibility of Roger being tardy. Upon seeing Roger's figure, Rogers let out a dissatisfied grunt. However, as he turned to glance elsewhere, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Bucky? He thought, taken aback by the man exuding an aura of hostility behind Roger. Even the seasoned Rogers found himself momentarily flustered. He swiftly removed the seemingly flimsy helmet and approached Bucky with fervor, grasping his shoulders with excitement. Bucky, it truly is you. In response to Roger's enthusiasm, Bucky delivered a resounding punch to Roger's chest, sending him staggering several meters back. This was not their first encounter. During their previous visit to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, Roger had also brought Bucky along. However, on that occasion, Bucky had worn a black mask and remained utterly silent throughout, rendering Rogers incapable of recognizing him now. In truth, under such circumstances, it was entirely improbable for him to connect the dots back to Bucky. Not long after Rogers made his appearance, he was swiftly dispatched by a distant sniper's bullet. Following that, a fierce melee erupted between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Under such circumstances, it would have been unusual for Rogers to recall Bucky. This time, Rogers did not allow Bucky to don a mask, revealing himself unreservedly before Rogers. Bucky's actions drew the attention of everyone present, save for Rogers. Upon witnessing Rogers being knocked back, Falcon, Hawkeye, and others immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the impassive Bucky. If you wish to engage in a warm-up skirmish before our mission, I would be more than willing to oblige. Rogers' voice resonated at that moment. Although his tone was decidedly unfriendly, upon hearing his words, Falcon and the others lowered their weapons. Nick Fury cast an irritable glance at Roger, silently remarking, "Commence the deployment of the operation." The instant Rogers lost his composure and uttered Bucky's name, Fury surmised Rogers' intentions. Why did he insist on opposing Rogers? This question perplexed not only Fury, but also Falcon and Black Widow. Once Rogers returned to his seat, Fury promptly elucidated the details of the operation. The mission was straightforward, encapsulated in a single sentence: apprehend the Kree and seize their spacecraft. Intelligence indicated that the Kree vessel had landed in a forest approximately 50 kilometers from Ottawa. Additionally, a faction of Kree operatives was concealed within the city, executing their own objectives. Due to personnel constraints, Fury was unable to orchestrate simultaneous assaults on both the Kree operatives in the city and the spacecraft in the forest. Consequently, he adopted a more direct and forceful approach, opting to abandon the Kree warriors in the city and concentrate all efforts on the Kree vessel. The plan was to seize the ship before the Kree warriors could return, subsequently dealing with them upon their arrival. Surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Rogers was uncertain whether Fury had ever perused the 36 stratagems of the Flower Kingdom, yet his strategy bore a striking resemblance to this particular tactic. I have no objections. Regardless of Fury's arrangements, there should be no significant issues on my end. Apart from the accuser Ronin, I regard the other Kree with little concern. This is not arrogance, but confidence. Confidence stemming from my own abilities. With that settled, let us proceed. Fury commanded with a sweeping gesture, issuing the order to embark. In the Quinjet, the former Captain America, Rogers, gazed with evident dissatisfaction at Rogers seated opposite him. The Kree spacecraft was situated several dozen kilometers away from Ottawa. To facilitate the transportation of the team, Nick Fury had somehow procured 2 Quinjet aircraft. Although he was aware of Rogers' ability to teleport, he understood that Rogers would not readily offer to transport them. In truth, Rogers was quite willing to assist Nick Fury with this task. However, since Nick Fury did not voice his request, Rogers would not broach the subject either. Though the Quinjet was somewhat slower, it possessed a distinct advantage over a teleportation portal: the opportunity to enjoy the sight of Rogers' disgruntled, yet helpless expression. Displeased? Then why not take action? Rogers was not concerned about Roger's potential outburst. Rather, he found himself somewhat eager for such a spectacle. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, Rogers maintained his composure and refrained from attacking his teammates publicly. For this mission, Nick Fury seemed to have summoned every capable individual at his disposal. In addition to Rogers and Natasha, he also encountered a group of fully armed Special Forces operatives. Although SHIELD had been disbanded, it was evident that Nick Fury had retained some resources, as evidenced by these operatives and the Quinjet. It remained a mystery how he had hidden these individuals and equipment right under the military's nose. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the Quinjet soared swiftly toward the Kree spacecraft. 3 minutes to destination, announced the pilot's voice over the intercom. This announcement somewhat alleviated the tense mood within the cabin, prompting Rogers and the Special Forces to conduct their final pre-mission preparations. Sitting beside Rogers, Bucky also began his last-minute arrangements. At that moment, the otherwise motionless Rogers appeared rather conspicuous in the cabin. Upon landing, Rogers was the first to disembark, to evade the Kree spacecraft's anti-aircraft fire. The Quinjet did not land in close proximity to the ship, but rather a kilometer away. According to Nick Fury's plan, Rogers and the others were required to walk the remaining distance. However, it was evident that Rogers did not intend to follow Fury's directives. Without hesitation, he activated the long-unused portal after stepping out of the Quinjet. Covering a mere kilometer, using the portal for transportation was far more convenient than a string-based teleportation, saving the effort required to control the string and construct the frame. The transparent, yet somewhat surreal portal took shape instantly. Rogers and Bucky stepped through it, and subsequently, he deactivated the portal. Ignore him. Proceed according to the plan. Regarding the departure of Roger and Bucky, Nick Fury remained silent. Roger was not his subordinate, merely an external ally he had enlisted. As long as Roger did not jeopardize the operation, Fury was indifferent to his specific methods. Without hesitation, Nick Fury promptly led Rogers and the others towards the location of the Kree spaceship. Roger did not emerge directly from the verdant realm of the dwarf fruit. Instead, he was assessing the Kree spacecraft before him through the green space's projection of the real world. Unlike the surrounding environment, the image of the Kree ship appeared considerably blurred. Presumably, it had activated some form of cloaking technology akin to a refractive panel. Given the technological prowess of the Kree Empire, possessing such invisibility technology was certainly within their capabilities. Wait a moment, join me in action. Although Roger held little regard for these Kree warriors, he had yet to engage them in combat. For safety's sake, he decided to keep Bucky close. To an ordinary individual, Bucky was an unequivocal super soldier. However, among these Kree warriors, he might not be considered one. The last encounter that Rogers and his companions had with an equal number of Kree warriors yielded no advantages. Thus, it could be inferred that the individual strength of these Kree fighters was not to be underestimated. Roger vaguely recalled that the Kree homeworld, Hala, was a planet of high gravity. Those raised in such an environment inherently possessed a more formidable physique than Earthlings. Due to being within the green realm of the dwarf fruit, Roger was unable to utilize his observation hockey to sense the life force of these Kree beings, rendering him incapable of accurately assessing their capabilities at present. Unlike the streamlined vessels and aircraft of Earth, Kree spaceships boasted a lateral design rather than a conventional aerodynamic shape. This horizontal hull design did not conform to aerodynamic principles. However, it posed no issue for a spacecraft primarily engaged in interstellar travel. Furthermore, for the technological level of the Kree Empire, the aerodynamic efficiency of the ship's hull was of little significance. Instead of searching for an entrance outside the Kree ship, Roger positioned the opening of the spatial door within the ship's interior. Once the portal materialized, he and Bucky directly entered the main control room of the vessel. Their sudden appearance left the Kree occupants momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure, shouting in a Kree dialect that Roger could not comprehend. "This ship is now mine. Those who wish to live, drop your weapons." Although Roger could not understand their words, he was certain that the Kree could comprehend his command. Universal Translator. Any civilization that has mastered the art of interstellar travel would inevitably prioritize the development of a universal translator. No one possesses the inclination to learn the countless alien languages that permeate the cosmos. Even in Asgard, a civilization that has existed for eons, it is implausible that anyone could master all the extraterrestrial tongues. Capture this inhuman invader. Once the Kree activated the universal translator, Roger finally comprehended their dialogue. However, he was not particularly fond of their terminology. The notion of capturing or not capturing this invader was secondary. He detested the label of inhuman invader. There was no need to consider their survival. He commanded, eliminate them on the spot. Roger's voice resonated near Bucky's ear. In the next instant, he vanished from both Bucky's and the Kree's sight. With a swift motion, he disappeared like a specter. As the Kree attempted to ascertain his location, he materialized before one unfortunate Kree warrior. A precise strike. To avert damaging the Kree spacecraft, Roger refrained from employing any devastating techniques. After all, this was his ship. If it were to sustain damage, it would surely grieve him. Roger's right index finger shot forth with lightning speed, effortlessly piercing the warrior's forehead as though it were a soft cake, stronger than a human skull. Yet, that was the extent of its resilience. Through this precise strike, Roger gauged the Kree's dermal and skeletal fortitude. Before the unfortunate Kree warrior collapsed, the surrounding Kree soldiers remained oblivious to the unfolding events. From Roger's disappearance to the warrior's fall, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. After effortlessly dispatching one foe, Roger's figure vanished once more. Amidst the sporadic gunfire, he initiated his efficient slaughter. Strike. Precision. Strike. Precision. Strike. Precision. In less than a minute, only 2 Kree remained. One was Bucky's adversary, while the other was a captive he had intentionally spared. During the brief interval in which Roger dealt with the other Kree, Bucky valiantly engaged in combat. However, it became evident that these Kree warriors were formidable. By earthly standards, each of these Kree warriors could be deemed a super soldier. Their physical prowess far surpassed that of Earthlings, complemented by commendable combat gear. This ordinary Kree warrior matched Bucky blow for blow. Roger refrained from intervening in Bucky's skirmish, instead retrieving a white handkerchief from a spatial pocket to cleanse the green blood and brain matter from his index finger. I ask, you answer, do you understand? He approached the seemingly Kree pilot before him, speaking with an air of calmness. The universal translator embedded in the Kree's attire not only rendered his words into English, but also conveyed the palpable sense of fear in his tone. Very well. My first question is, how do you operate your universal translator? As he inquired, Roger employed his observation haki to sense the environment outside. Noticing that other Kree warriors were rapidly advancing towards the control room, 2 nearly transparent threads surged forth from his being. These threads darted towards the corridor outside the control room, swiftly coalescing into Roger's likeness. Shadow puppetry. After creating 2 puppet avatars to guard the passage, he redirected his attention to the trembling Kree before him. The puppet avatars engaged the Kree warriors outside, while Bucky strained against his solitary adversary, and Roger continued to interrogate his lone captive. Perhaps his earlier display had been excessively brutal, as the Kree, wounded in the thigh by his needle gun, demonstrated the meaning of unreserved cooperation. I appreciate your compliance. In return, I shall spare your life. However, if you wish to regain your freedom, you must exert some effort. With that, another thread emerged from Roger, lifting the incapacitated Kree like a marionette to the control panel of the ship. I require this vessel to be intact. Do you understand my meaning? The Kree captive nodded vigorously and began to operate the controls with a swiftness that Roger could not comprehend. He felt no concern that this Kree would attempt any tricks. From their earlier exchange, he was certain this individual was profoundly afraid of death. Once the Kree commenced his operations, Roger turned to Bucky and said, "Stop toying with him. Finish it quickly." Upon hearing Roger's command, Bucky, who had engaged in close combat with the Kree warrior, became increasingly ferocious. Ultimately, after sustaining a scratch on his right hand, Bucky successfully crushed the Kree warrior with his metallic left arm. Keep an eye on this one. I will handle the enemies outside. With that, Roger strode towards the corridor. He had sensed with his observation haki that Nick Fury and the others were merely a few hundred meters from the ship. Before their arrival, he needed to eliminate the Kree warriors within. Exiting the control room, he joined the fray alongside his puppet avatars, commencing a bloody onslaught. The Kree warriors, who posed a significant challenge for Bucky, were no match for him, as they lacked any combat training compared to an Earthling. As Nick Fury and his companions approached the spacecraft, attempting to utilize their equipment to breach its cloaking mechanism, Roger, stained with a considerable amount of green blood, returned to the command center. After conferring with his captives, he slowly declared, "You have arrived too late. I have already dealt with the enemies aboard the ship. Roger's voice resonated through the ship's loudspeakers, reaching the ears of Nick Fury and his colleagues. Simultaneously, the previously cloaked Kree vessel revealed its true form before them. Upon hearing Roger's voice, Fury's expression instantly soured. The Kree warriors, whom they needed to confront with utmost seriousness, had succumbed to Roger in a mere 3 to 4 minutes. Although they were unaware of the exact number of Kree warriors aboard, it was reasonable to assume that there were certainly more remaining within the ship. Roger paid no heed to Fury's thoughts. He was presently instructing his captives to prepare for takeoff. According to their prior agreement, the ship belonged to him, while the confiscated equipment was Fury's. However, this did not imply that he would relinquish the ship's weaponry to Fury. Yet, he was not an avaricious capitalist. As Fury attempted to voice his concerns, a circular portal materialized above them. Subsequently, the bodies of Kree warriors began to tumble from the portal. Roger had no intention of claiming the weaponry from the deceased. He regarded the arms of the dead as ominous. Once the corpses of the Kree had been ejected from the vessel, he turned to Bucky and instructed, "Keep a close watch on this individual. Should he exhibit any signs of resistance, eliminate him immediately." With that, he activated the portal and exited the command center, approaching Fury and the others. The Kree spacecraft ascended gradually, ultimately halting at a height of over 100 meters above the ground. Roger did not allow the Kree captive to pilot the ship directly. He was a man of his word. Having agreed with Fury to resolve the Kree threat, he would not abandon the task midway. "The ship is mine, while the seized equipment is yours." Roger gestured toward the Kree corpses and their gear on the ground, speaking with an air of tranquility. "Are you actually trying to play word games with me?" Fury replied, his demeanor icy as he glared at Roger. "If you leave a vulnerability, do not blame others for exploiting it." Roger remained unfazed by Fury's discontent, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one in Fury's presence.